The year is 2024. At the Second Academy of Lijiang City, the sacred job change ceremony has officially begun. This ritual defines the future for every student, but for one young man in the crowd, the stakes are life and death. 1 year ago, he transmigrated into this world, taking over the body of Zhou Yi. But before he could even adjust, tragedy struck. His mother passed away. Fate was cruel. His younger sister, Zhou Yun, fell victim to a mysterious, wasting illness. Medical bills piled up, and his meager part-time wages were merely a drop in the ocean. That is why today is his only chance. Zhou Yi must awaken a combat class. He needs to raid dungeons, earn a fortune, and hire a high priest to save his dying sister. Heaven did not abandon him. In the middle of the ritual, something incredible happened. The system initialized. He received a beginner's gift pack containing a hidden class, a supreme VIP status in this power-governed world. Under the goddess's blessing, 3 legendary paths appeared before him: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a pure glass cannon. It boasts devastating output, but lacks defensive skills to ensure survival. In a world ruled by savage alien races, being fragile is a one-way ticket to an early grave. The Holy Priest offers incredible protection and the god-tier ability to resurrect the dead. However, its combat power is pathetic. He would be forever dependent on others, a path he cannot take. But the Holy Knight. This is the pinnacle of balance and absolute power. An iron wall in defense, a devastating force in offense. With divine aura and innate talent, it compensates for everything. It is the perfect fit. With resolve in his eyes, Zhou Yi makes his choice. I choose the Holy Knight. The system confirms. Congratulations, you have awakened as a Holy Knight. Starting level, 10. As the ritual concludes, the atmosphere shifts instantly. His classmates rush over, desperate to curry favor with the new elite. Class monitor, that was amazing. Can I join your team for the college entrance exam? Let me ride your coattails. I'm a summoner. We'd be unstoppable. I'm a mage. Carry me, please. But the chaotic clamor is suddenly cut short. A senior student pushes through the crowd, eyes gleaming as he looks at Zhou Yi. Not bad, kid. Go home and rest today. Report to the principal's office first thing tomorrow. Understood. Back in the safety of his room, Zhou Yi finally has a moment to analyze his status window. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Unassigned attribute points, 10. The job change didn't just boost his base stats. It gave him freedom to grow. He prioritizes strength, then constitution. To kill monsters efficiently, he needs overwhelming power. Thoughts turn into action as he manipulates the system interface. He dumps 6 points into strength. The remaining 4 are split evenly between constitution and agility. A torrent of energy surges through his veins. He can feel his muscles knitting tighter, power boiling beneath his skin. This is the difference stats make. Suddenly, a notification chimes. First attribute distribution detected. Holy Knight mission system activated. Daily quest. Choose one of 2 rewards. Option 1. Receive 10 additional attribute points immediately. Option 2. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. With rewards this rich, the answer is obvious. Accept. Matching suitable trial ground. Match successful. Target. Eliminate rank E Golabi Beast. Warning. Treat this trial seriously. Death in the trial results in erasure from reality. Space warps around him. In an instant, Zhou Yi is teleported to a desolate, rocky landscape. He scans the area. A mine? It makes sense. Textbooks state that Golabi beasts are primarily subterranean dwellers found in mineral mines. Though not carnivores by nature, these beasts share the universal trait of all monsters. Upon seeing a human, they turn into bloodthirsty killing machines. A chill runs down his spine. Sensing danger from behind, Zhou Yi leaps into the air, narrowly dodging a vicious ambush from the Golabi. Since this is his first real battle, he holds back his skills. He wants to test his raw physical limits. Can he crush a monster with bare hands? His body feels lighter, faster. His explosive power has skyrocketed thanks to the 4-dimensional attribute boost. But arrogance is a slow killer. Just as he feels confident dodging its attacks, the beast's razor-sharp tail whips around, stabbing deep into his abdomen. Pain snaps him back to reality. No more showing off. He instantly activates his skill. Minor healing, level 1, rank C. Within 30 seconds, Holy Light knits his flesh back together. It restores a set amount of health to allies in range. Even against low-tier mobs, one cannot let their guard down. The beast screeches, launching another desperate assault. Zhou Yi's eyes turn cold. It's time to end this. He unleashes his offensive combo. Radiant Crossblade followed by Tiger Rush. Radiant Crossblade, level 1, rank C. Holy power condenses on his arms. He slashes in a cross motion, sending a blade of light tearing through the enemy. Boom! The magic damage lands, and the light element triggers a stun effect, leaving the beast paralyzed. He doesn't hesitate. Tiger Rush, level 4, rank D. He grabs the stunned enemy, sprinting forward with unstoppable momentum before hurling it away. The impact is catastrophic, amplifying the damage based on the velocity of the charge. The beast didn't stand a chance. Finally, under Zhou Yi's relentless combo assault, the Gulabi demon beast was obliterated. Trial cleared. Evaluation. Rank A. Please select your reward. Reward option 1. Acquire 10 additional attribute points. Reward option 2. Obtain a Holy Knight class skill. Reward. Option 3. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Attribute and skill points are the very source of a job holder's power. I don't need to rush my skill upgrades just yet. Free attribute points are currently the most strategic choice for my growth. However, a decent weapon would be a massive game changer for the upcoming trials. It's a stroke of luck that the system is offering a weapon. With my current finances, buying one would have been impossible. I choose the attribute points and the random equipment. Received. 10 free attribute points. Received. Crude single-handed sword. Leaving the trial grounds, Zhou Yi returned to the familiar silence of his room. Just then, his phone alarm blared, flashing a reminder he had set long ago. 5 p.m., City Hospital. Elsewhere, Zhou Yun was watching the news from her hospital bed when the screen suddenly went black. The head nurse stood there, remote in one hand and a bill in the other. Her voice grated like sandpaper. Time to pay up. 10,000 yuan. Now. Zhou Yun's hands trembled as she took the invoice. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? Her brother worked 3 jobs just to scrape together 5,000 a month. Where on earth were they supposed to find the rest? The head nurse snapped back, venom in her voice. You guzzled suppressants and stabilizers, demanded a priest, and had 3 seizures mid-month. You had my nurses running ragged all night. For such a young girl, you certainly know how to cause trouble, don't you? If you have a problem, check the itemized list yourself. Zhou Yun hurriedly tried to explain. No, I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. Let me give you a reality check. If you don't have a rich man's destiny, don't get a rich man's disease. The poor should just accept their fate. If you can't pay, then get out. The nurse didn't get to finish her tirade. A heavy hand clamped onto her shoulder, startling her into spinning around. Excuse me, nurse. It sounds like you're verbally abusing a patient. The nurse, usually sharp-tongued, froze. She wondered if she'd still be able to speak so boldly in the director's office. Standing there was a middle-aged man with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Beside him loomed a massive, imposing bodyguard that made the nurse instinctively recoil. One look was enough to tell her these were not people she could afford to offend. Sensing the danger, she decided to retreat, but not before barking one last order at Zhou Yun. The bill must be paid today. Then she turned to the strangers. Who are you people? Zhou Yun watched warily, her heart pounding. Are they debt collectors? The man produced a business card, his smile polite. Miss Zhou Yun, correct? I am a friend of your brother's. Moments later, Zhou Yi pushed open the door, clutching a payment receipt. Xiao Yun, I just paid the bill. The hospital system says we have 10,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on? Zhou Yi looked up from the receipt and froze. Seeing the 2 strangers, his guard instantly went up. Who are you? The middle-aged man stepped forward. Greetings, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I am the secretary to the mayor. I'd like to discuss a matter with you. He extended his hand professionally. The mayor was the absolute authority in Guangxi City. And the mayor's secretary? His presence was as good as the mayor himself standing there. Why would someone like that come for me? Zhou Yi shook Zhao Wenbin's hand out of courtesy. It's not convenient to talk in the sick room. Let's step outside. Zhao Wenbin agreed happily. Before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to remain behind and protect Zhou Yun. Meanwhile, news of Zhou Yi awakening a hidden class had exploded across the media. It wasn't hard to find people discussing him on the streets, just like the 3 female students sitting in a cafe, not far from Zhou Yi's table. Have you seen the hot search? The Second Academy has a student with a hidden class. I think his name is Zhou Yi. Look, someone leaked his photo from the school. He's actually really handsome. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin smiled knowingly at Zhou Yi. Mr. Zhou, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, and changing your class to Holy Knight. It was just luck, Zhou Yi replied. But in a standard awakening ceremony, obtaining an S-rank talent was never just simple luck. The mayor values you highly. He has specifically ordered the media not to disturb your peace. With that, he placed a small box on the table. Inside lay a single key. He has also arranged a cache of cultivation resources to help you prepare for the college entrance exam. They are stored in a safe at the city bank. This is the only key to that safe. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to ask. It seemed the mayor saw immense potential in him, enough to invest heavily before he even truly rose to power, accepting this would bring benefits, not harm. But Zhao Yi knew the rules of the world. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The mayor clearly expected a return on this investment one day. Seeing Zhou Yi's hesitation, Zhao Wenbin played his ace card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be assigned to care for Miss Zhou Yun 24 hours a day. Moreover, the mayor has already contacted a level 36 Second Awakening priest. In 1 month, this high-ranking healer will travel personally to Guangxi City to treat Ms. Zhou Yun. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yi did not hesitate. He immediately accepted the mayor's offer of sponsorship. After finishing his conversation with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun's side. He recounted everything that had just happened, leaving his sister gasping in amazement. Does this mean my brother has ascended to the heavens in a single step? Can I cling to your thigh as a pretty leg ornament from now on? Zhou Yi poked Zhou Yun's forehead, scolding her lovingly. Stop talking nonsense. Right now, your only job is to rest and recover. But then, Zhou Yun's curiosity bubbled over. Every class has its own exclusive skills, right? So, what exactly is your ability? Her question sparked a sudden realization in Zhou Yi's mind. After the class change, 3 exclusive paladin skills had indeed manifested in his mind. The offensive skill, Pure White Blade. The healing skill, Slow Recovery. And the support buff, Weapon Blessing, Slow Recovery. Capable of restoring health points. A thought crossed his mind. He could test it on his sister. Zhou Yi gently placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head and activated the skill. It feels so comfortable. Like soaking in a hot spring while getting a full-body massage. Little Yun, do you feel any better? Zhou Yun was lost in the sensation of pure relief. She snapped back to reality, her face glowing with excitement. It doesn't hurt anymore. My hands feel warm too. Brother, you're amazing. Zhou Yi looked at his sister with overflowing tenderness. In his heart, he knew he had made the right choice by becoming a paladin. Aside from the raw power factor, a major reason for his decision was Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, the paladin is fundamentally a support class, a healer. Even if he cannot cure Zhou Yun completely, if he can just relieve a fraction of her torment, that is enough. The very next day, Principal Luo Heng personally escorted Zhou Yi to the administration office. On the way, the principal beamed with excitement. Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me for direct recruitment. My phone was about to explode from the sheer volume of calls. And today, I've only been here a moment, and already 4 teachers from the top 10 universities are on the line. You must perform well, Zhou Yi. Seize the best resources for yourself. These teachers were no ordinary figures. They were all Second Awakening powerhouses, level 35 or higher. If you get directly recruited by them, your future training will be nothing short of legendary. Principal, which schools are they? Zhou Yi asked cautiously. Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hancheng University. The top 3 universities. They didn't call. The top 3 have always relied strictly on the national college entrance exam scores. They don't look at talent or class type, so they never arrange direct recruitment. The moment they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard a heated argument erupting from inside. Old Zhao, the provincial capital is over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Don't tell me you commandeered a military fighter jet to get here? A fighter jet? That's child's play. I used the ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Activating that formation consumes a level 30 monster core every single time. You were actually willing to spend that much? For a genius of this caliber, what is there to be stingy about? Zhou Yi belongs to my Chuanan University. That is a fact. Is that so? Then let us see who has the greater skill. At that moment, Luo Heng pushed the door open, his face radiating pride. Respected admissions teachers, the genius student, Zhou Yi, has arrived. He turned to introduce each heavyweight figure to Zhou Yi. This is Teacher Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University, Teacher Li Bing from Chuanan University, Teacher Zhu Yu from Hancheng University, and Teacher Yu Yuan from Anji University. Zhou Yi immediately bowed, offering a respectful greeting to the teachers. His humble demeanor instantly won their approval. He had awakened a hidden class, yet showed no arrogance or rashness. A good kid. A truly exceptional temperament. Zhao Tianfu wasted no time and cut straight to the chase. Let me state the conditions from Rongyang University. Come to our school, and you will receive 2 million credits. Plus, 3 exclusive paladin skill books. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback by the offer. An ordinary family only earned 6,000 credits a month. Rongyang University opened with 2 million in a single breath. And paladin skill books? Those were treasures ordinary people could never touch. Even the mayor wouldn't hand over resources of this tier so easily. Ha, is that all? Rongyang University is as stingy as ever, I see. Li Bing laughed mockingly before throwing down his own offer. Student Zhou Yi, Enroll in Chuanan University, and we will give you 3 million credits, 3 exclusive Paladin skill books every single year, and personal mentorship under a level 56 Third Awakening Paladin, level 56. That was an existence standing near the absolute peak of the Blue Star. To become the disciple of such a legend meant a future of limitless brilliance. Principal Luo Heng sighed in admiration. But when he heard teacher Zhou Yi speak next, the shock nearly floored him. These old men, they lack sincerity. Enroll in Hancheng University. The money isn't much, just 2 million. But if you join us, I will immediately gift you a set of Class B cultivation resources. Class B cultivation resources? Luo Heng couldn't help but scream out. He stared intensely at Zhou Yi, his eyes practically screaming. Accept it. Quickly. Class B resources are treasures money can't buy. With those heavenly treasures, even a pig could be cultivated into a supreme magic beast. But standing before these temptation-filled offers from the 4 great universities, Zhou Yi did the unthinkable. He refused, all because he dared to aim for the 3 supreme academies. Among the top 10 universities, the Trinity stands above all. Suhong University, Qingjing University, and Madu University. They are supernatural sanctuaries, revered as the absolute peaks of the Central Xia Kingdom. Every year, they accept only 1,000 freshmen. But here is the cruel twist. This quota is not reserved solely for humans. Other races, the elegant elves, the destructive giants, they too compete for these coveted spots. These foreign races are born with superior strength. Combine that with the vast resources and endless geniuses of the Central Xia Kingdom, and entering the top 3 is harder than ascending to the heavens. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's refusal, Zhao Tianfu's aura exploded. Fury blazed in his eyes as he roared, I thought you were a diamond in the rough, but you are just an arrogant fool who doesn't know the immensity of the sky. I have analyzed your data thoroughly. 18. Years of wasted time. Your foundation is full of holes. You lack the resources to fix it, and your base stats are pathetic. Forget the top 3. With your current ability, you wouldn't even scratch the surface of their entrance exams. Even if a miracle happened and you got in, you would be the lowest of the low. Without specialized training, you are destined to be mediocre for the rest of your life. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright. What terrifying pressure. If this were the old me, my knees would have already shattered against the floor. Suddenly, Luo Heng stepped forward, shielding Zhou Yi. His own power erupted, crashing against Zhao Tianfu's suppression. Teacher Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Trying to bully my student on my own turf? To the side, Chu Yu observed Zhou Yi with sharp eyes. He withstood Zhao Tianfu's spiritual pressure for more than 3 breaths. This child is extraordinary. Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhao Tianfu scoffed and retracted his aura. Recruitment isn't just about potential, it is about character. With a personality like that, even a direct admission would be a waste. He will never achieve greatness. I am leaving. Until we meet again. Principal Luo. As for student Zhou Yi, your ambition is too big for your own good. The 2 other teachers followed Zhao Tianfu out the door. Luo Heng immediately chased after them to smooth things over, leaving the room silent except for Zhou Yi and teacher Chu Yu. You have courage, kid. But teacher Zhao wasn't entirely wrong. The Central Xia Kingdom is filled with monsters and geniuses. When you add foreign races with superior bloodlines into the mix, the path to the top 3 becomes a nightmare. Zhou Yi met her gaze, his voice steady. I will use my entrance exam results to prove my worth. There was still 1 month left. With the assistance of the system, he could elevate his power to a level the world could not imagine. When that day comes, he won't just apply to the top 3, he will have his pick of them. Chu Yu stared at him. It has been so long since I've seen eyes that deep, that determined. It reminded her of the blood-soaked days on the front lines. I have been in the safe zone for too long. My mindset has grown soft, prioritizing stability over glory. I really am from a different generation now. Chu Yu looked at him for a long moment, then turned to the door with a smile. Very well, I look forward to your performance in the exam. Goodbye, student Zhou Yi. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had vanished. The day of the grand exam had arrived. In the assembly hall, panic spread like a virus. Did you hear? The question setter this year is Demon King Yang. We are doomed. The last time he set the exam, our province's average score plummeted to the lowest in history. Hey, did you guys hear? A student whispered. Zhou Yi refused the direct admission. He is actually aiming for the top 3. You're kidding, right? That is way too arrogant. Even the top geniuses of the city wouldn't dare guarantee a spot there. What is he basing his confidence on? Just because he awakened a rare hidden class, he thinks he is invincible? He is going to fall flat on his face. That was $1 million admission bonus. If it were me, I would have taken the money and ran. What a waste. Just then, Zhou Yi arrived. The student who was bad-mouthing him froze, staring blankly. His voice trembled. Wait, does Zhou Yi feel different to you? There is an aura around him, like a predator. Suddenly, the system alert rang out. Unlocking dungeon. A massive holographic screen materialized in the air. The dungeon details flickered into existence. Instance. The gloomy dark forest level. 10 to 13. Difficulty. Easy, hard, nightmare team size. 1 to 5 players. Warning. The dark forest is infested with demon cats and minotaurs. They are bloodthirsty, cruel, and feast on human flesh. Damn it! It had to be the gloomy dark forest, a student cursed. Does this mean there is swamp terrain inside too? Demon cats have insane agility, and minotaurs are basically tanks with thick skin. Demon King Yang really wants us all dead. The maximum team size always hinted at the difficulty. In previous years, the limit was 3 players. But this time, the system allowed 5. This was a bad sign. While the students wailed in despair, Li Xiangyang stepped forward, his voice booming over the crowd. Listen up. Act within your means. If you face death, use the return scroll immediately. If you die in the dungeon, you die in real life. It is better to fail the exam than to lose your life. The time has come. All examinees, prepare to enter the instance. As Li Xiangyang's voice fades, the air crackles with energy. In a flash of blinding light, every examinee vanishes, teleported instantly into the dungeon realm. Simultaneously, massive screens flicker to life above the crowd, broadcasting the live feed. The world watches with bated breath. First up, Class 1, Sun Qiang. Class, Warrior. Difficulty, Hard. Squad size, 1. Mu Qin. Class, Assassin. Difficulty, Hard. Also facing the danger alone. Next, a trio steps up. Long Fei, Wang Fang, and Sun Jian. An Elementalist, an Archer, and another Mage. They choose hard difficulty, fighting as a squad of 3. Then, Class 5 shocks everyone. Zhou Yi. Class, Holy Knight. Difficulty, Nightmare. Squad size, 1. Class 2 enters the fray. Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, and Yong Erlong, an archer, a fire mage, a swordsman, and a pharmacist. They tackle hard difficulty as a full squad of 4, as expected of the elite rocket class. Aside from the duo teams, almost everyone else dares to sweep the dungeon solo. The logic is ruthless but simple. Clearing a dungeon alone means claiming 100% of the experience points. Higher scores demand higher risks. One slip could mean death. Only the geniuses of the rocket class usually possess the courage for such a gamble. The crowd buzzes with nervous energy until a girl's scream cuts through the noise. She points frantically at a screen. Look, it is Zhou Yi. He is soloing a nightmare dungeon. At the same moment, in the VIP section, Director Jia Dao of the Education Bureau stares at the screen, his jaw practically hitting the floor. This is absolute madness. He slams his fist onto the table, veins popping as he turns to Principal Luo Heng. A Holy Knight is a support class. Their potential explodes when coordinating with a team. Why in the world is Zhou Yi sweeping it alone? And on nightmare difficulty? The death rate there exceeds 40%. Principal Luo. The city poured massive resources into Zhou Yi this month to ensure he achieved peak performance. If he dies in that dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city administration will be dragged through the mud. His reckless actions show zero respect for the government's investment. Luo Heng forces a calming smile, trying to defuse the bomb. Director Jia, please relax. Zhou Yi is not a fool. He surely holds a few ace cards up his sleeve. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi moves with purpose. Suddenly, his senses spike. A dark shadow tears through the high branches with terrifying speed. His expression hardens instantly. He summons his weapon, a one-handed copper axe. It is a heavy polearm, strength +7, agility -2. In a blink, a grotesque monster lunges from the canopy, razor-sharp claws extending straight for Zhou Yi's throat. You are right on time. Die. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Yi swings his axe. The blade cleaves through the air, slicing the beast cleanly in half. He checks his stats. Strength, 45. Vitality, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Zhou Yi closes his status panel with a satisfied smirk. In just 1 month, even though I am only level 10, my average attributes have hit 47. That is on par with a level 13 class holder. Looking at the entire Suhang province, I have definitely secured my spot among the elite top rankers. Zhou Yi's smile turns predatory as he senses more eyes on him. Too scared to come out? Fine. Then I will bring the fight to you. He charges straight toward the monsters hiding in the brush. His axe suddenly erupts with a blinding golden aura. Weapon Blessing, level 4. A C-rank skill. Condensed Holy Light surges, boosting strength, physical attack, and critical rate for allies within range. Zhou Yi descends upon them like a tiger crashing into a flock of sheep. One swing, one kill. No mercy, no survivors. Under the influence of his S-rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, the effects of his weapon blessings skyrocket. His exclusive Holy Knight skills are supercharged. The raw power of his one-handed axe increases by a staggering 21 points, a buff of this magnitude. If the other examinees knew, they would be green with envy. After all, the exam limits gear to 3-star bronze. But with this buff, his humble axe hits with the devastating force of a 5-star weapon. In the brutal arena of the college entrance exam, every single attribute point is worth its weight in gold. This power creates an insurmountable chasm between him and the rest of the competition. Suddenly, a pack of monsters launches a sneak attack from behind. Zhou Yi recalls his axe and spins around, a chant already on his lips. Pure white blade. A cross-shaped beam of pure energy explodes from his hands. It tears through the air, slicing the ambushers into bloody ribbons before they even touch the ground. I have raised Pure White Blade to level 5. The skill naturally possesses devastating light attribute damage. Amplified by the Divine Angel's Protection, it instantly vaporizes these low-level trash mobs. Without pausing, Zhou Yi snatches a severed monster limb from the air, claws still twitching, and winds up his arm. With terrifying force, he hurls it at a distant beast that had narrowly escaped his skill's blast radius. The claw flies like a javelin, impaling the monster's stomach and pinning its writhing body firmly against a massive tree trunk. Back in the real world, the crowd erupts into cheers as they witness the carnage on the big screen. Whoa, that was close. Senior Zhou's timing is god tier. He unleashed that pure white blade the exact microsecond they attacked. He is an absolute monster. One hit and they were pulverized. That was the most satisfying thing I have ever seen. Senior Zhou looks absolutely domineering. I saw that battle axe in the mall once. It weighs a literal ton. Yet in his hands, it feels as light as a feather. Did he dump every single stat point purely into strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun furrowed his brows. As a seasoned instructor, his eyes caught details the students completely missed. You are wrong. Look closer. Zhou Yi's speed. It actually surpasses the Shadowcats themselves. It is not just his speed. His casting time is instant, and the magical potency is devastating. His intelligence stat is definitely not low either. The angle of his swings, the distance control, the lethal precision. This is the work of a true combat prodigy. Tang Tianjun shot a glare of envy toward Li Xiangyang. How did such a legendary talent end up in Class 5 to begin with? Elsewhere, Jia Dao's expression turned grim. Zhou Yi has strong instincts, but this strategy is foolish. Going all out on the first wave is a waste of energy. Nightmare dungeons are a war of attrition. Even the best mages fail when their mana runs dry. That massive battle axe is a burden on any class holder. A few swings are fine, but after hundreds of strikes, he won't even have the strength to lift his weapon. In the end, those beasts will tear him to shreds. The audience gasped as a fresh tide of monsters flooded the screen, causing an uproar. Already? The next wave is here before he can even catch his breath. This is insane. There are over 100 of them. Can Senior Zhou actually survive this? All eyes were glued to the screen, heavy with anticipation. And inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi did not disappoint. With a flawless dance of steel and magic, he slaughtered the wave in record time. As the last beast fell, a swirling portal materialized the gateway to the next stage. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi stepped into the vortex. But on the other side, an army was already waiting. Outside the dungeon, the host pointed excitedly at the screen to address the viewers. Welcome back to the Ava livestream. It is your favorite host, Gaga, here. We are witnessing the pride of the Second Academy, the S+ rank genius, the radiant holy knight, Zhou Yi. He cleared the first level of the Nightmare Dungeon with terrifying efficiency, just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Do you understand what that means, folks? That is 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Overcome with hype, Gaga practically glued his face to the lens, forcing the cameraman to beg, "Please, stop blocking the shot." Nearby, a female student gazed in pure adoration. He fought while running the entire time and barely broke a sweat. Just how high is Senior Zhou's constitution stat? Jiang Feifei wagged her finger and smirked. Director Jia called him foolish for wasting energy, but it looks like he was the one who miscalculated. From the front row, Li Xiangyang whispered a warning. Feifei, watch the match quietly. Even Director Jia can make mistakes. Feifei giggled, covering her mouth. Teacher Li, I see that grin on your face. Don't try to hide it. Li Xiangyang touched his cheek, unsure. Is my pride that obvious? Then, he stiffened. Senior Zhou has entered the gate. A shout rang out, silencing the crowd as everyone focused their gaze on the massive screen. Inside the instance, Zhou Yi's appraisal skill flashed, revealing the enemy stats in terrifying detail. Minotaur Warrior, level 14. Silver rank. Skills: Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp, Iron Body. Luminous Cat Demon, level 12. Bronze rank. Master of Light Magic and Healing Arts. Blazing Cat Demon. Level 13. Bronze rank. Master of Fire Magic, Fireball, Flame Breath. Cursed Cat Demon. Level 11. Bronze rank. Master of Dark Magic and Curses. Zhou Yi analyzed the formation. Standard Cat Warriors, Luminous Healers, Elemental Mages, and the Silver rank Minotaur as the heavy hitter. It was the classic tank, healer, and DPS trinity. If the first level was a brawl with a disorganized militia, then this was a war against a disciplined army. The threat of death had just skyrocketed 100-fold. The monsters gave him no time to strategize. The assault began instantly. The vanguard charged while the mages chanted their incantations. Suddenly, black shadowy hands erupted from the earth. They latched onto Zhou Yi, sealing his movement completely. He was cornered, forced to face a tidal wave of monsters and a barrage of incoming fireballs head-on. Outside the dungeon, the audience gasped in horror, screaming that Senior Zhou Yi was cursed, doomed to fall before the beastly onslaught. Oh God, this is it. He's in grave danger. Yet, inside the dungeon, facing certain death, a confident smile played on Zhou Yi's lips. He analyzed their formation instantly. Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages casting support. Their coordination was flawless. Zhou Yi stood like a statue, waiting. Only when the leader's razor-sharp claws were inches from his face did he finally raise his hands. Holy Cross of Light. Boom. Instantly, a massive cross of golden energy materialized, erupting with blinding radiance and swallowing the entire horde of monsters in its divine jaw. Holy Cross of Light. Level 4, B rank. A high-tier skill that summons a condensed cross of judgment, continuously incinerating all enemies within range with holy attribute damage for several seconds. The air filled with a symphony of agonizing screams as the monsters burned. When the golden light finally faded, the terrifying army of beasts was gone. In front of Zhou Yi lay not a threat, but a forest of charred corpses scattered across the ground. In the observation room, Jia Dao's jaw dropped, his voice trembling. Too strong. Simply too strong. All the low-level mobs were annihilated in a single breath. Who on earth said paladins are just support classes? This was a B-rank wide-area destruction skill, a god-tier ability. Just like talents, skills were divided into a hierarchy of 7 strict ranks. The higher the rank, the more devastating the power, and the rarer the existence. But doubt crept into Jia Dao's heart. The government resources only provided C-rank skills at most. How did this kid possess a B-rank powerhouse skill? This Zhou Yi was absolutely no ordinary student. Back in the dungeon, silence fell over the battlefield. Only one enemy remained standing among the carnage, the massive Minotaur. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon straight at the beast, his voice dripping with provocation. Just you left. Come at me. The Minotaur roared in fury. It instantly activated 2 buff skills, Berserk for power and Super Armor, to become unstoppable. Then, it unleashed War Stomp. The beast slammed its massive hoof down, tearing the earth apart and sending a shockwave fissure racing straight toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi reacted with lightning speed, leaping high into the air to evade the shattering ground. But the beast was cunning. Seeing Zhou Yi mid-air and unable to dodge, it launched Savage Charge. With super armor active, nothing could stop its momentum as it barreled toward him like a freight train. However, Zhou Yi had no intention of running. He met power with power. Using Aerial Slash, he clashed head-on against the charging behemoth, the impact violent enough to knock the massive Minotaur backward. He didn't let up. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, activating Pure White Edge. A cross-shaped blade of light formed as he dashed forward, closing the distance in a blink. The blade of light sliced into the Minotaur's flesh. The beast howled in pain as its massive frame crashed backward onto the ground. Before it could recover, Zhou Yi materialized right above it, weapon raised high. Thick skin, aren't you? With a cold whisper, he brought the blade down without hesitation. A clean strike effectively bisected the Minotaur's torso. The monster still clung to life. Lying in a pool of its own blood, it glared at Zhou Yi with hateful eyes. Zhou Yi walked over calmly and stomped his boot straight through its skull. This time, it was over. Zhou Yi knew the kill was confirmed when the familiar swirling portal manifested beside him. Staring at the vortex, Zhou Yi muttered, "Next stop. The boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience had completely lost their minds. The excitement was uncontrollable as people jumped from their seats, screaming, "Holy crap! One hit? He decapitated a 4-meter-tall Minotaur like it was nothing. That thing was in berserk mode. That strength is impossible. That combo was insanely cool. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you. Have my babies." The MC checked his watch and gasped. Stage 2 cleared in just 59 seconds. Even the critical Jia Dao stood up, applauding in genuine awe. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Precise skill placement. Absolute power control. It is hard to believe this is a student who only awakened his class a month ago. Jia Dao turned to Principal Luo Heng with a grin. "Principal Luo, congratulations. It seems the Second Academy has finally birthed a true prodigy. Luo Heng beamed with pride, returning the smile. Every river has its turns, and every dog has its day. It is finally time for our Second Academy to shine. Hope swelled in his chest. Since the founding of the school, the best student they ever produced only ranked 72nd in the province. But Zhou Yi, he might just drag the Second Academy to completely new heights. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd. Wait, why isn't Senior Zhou Yi resting? He's going straight into the boss room. Everyone's eyes snapped back to the screen. Zhou Yi hadn't stopped for even a second. He walked straight into the vortex. Jia Dao frowned, slamming his hand down. Reckless. If he doesn't recover his stamina before the boss, he'll be at a massive disadvantage. He could lose everything. Luo Heng quickly interjected, trying to stay calm. Zhou Yi must have his reasons. Let us wait and see. Inside, Luo Heng's mind raced. Suhong Province was a massive region teeming with geniuses. To even dream of cracking the top 100, students had to solo nightmare difficulty dungeons. But when the difficulty is the same, there is only one way to claim the championship: speed. He was racing against the clock. Back in the dungeon, Zhou Yi stepped into the third stage. In the distance, the boss sat waiting. Immediately, he cast his appraisal skill. Analysis complete. Target: Oxhead King. Level 16. Grade: Gold. Skills: Unknown. Warning: Level gap too extreme. Probing failed. Notes: the absolute ruler of the Minotaur race. A deep voice boomed, shaking the very walls. Human, you dare trespass in my palace? Prepare for death. Without a second's pause, the Oxhead King charged. A massive weapon cleaved the air, aiming straight for Zhou Yi's skull. Zhou Yi reacted instantly. Dawn Blessing. Divine Grace. Sanctuary Protection. Buffs layered over him in a flash of light. Armed with a full set of holy skills, he vanished. Zhou Yi reappeared behind the boss, fully armored and smirking. Over here, little calf. His primary holy knight form flared with power. The boss whipped around in a fury, but Zhou Yi was already mid-strike. Clang! The Oxhead King blocked the attack with a single bare hand. Even with 4 different amplification buffs, the monster's flesh remained impenetrable. Disbelief flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. He immediately sidestepped, closing the distance to the beast's chest. He delivered a savage slash to its torso, but it felt like striking solid iron. Sparks flew, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. The Oxhead King roared, eyes burning with rage. It slammed its weapon down, triggering a catastrophic earthquake. Dust and debris exploded into the air. Zhou Yi barely rolled out of the kill zone. As he emerged from the choking dust, a violet light flashed ominously. In a heartbeat, the behemoth teleported right in front of him. The massive weapon descended like Judgment Day. No time to dodge. The impact sent Zhou Yi flying like a ragdoll. He smashed through 5 massive stone pillars before finally skidding to a halt. Thank God for the Holy Knight's defensive armor. Without it, every bone in his body would be dust. Good, he grinned through the pain. Now I know exactly how to handle you. Taking that hit wasn't for nothing. Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand, mana surging. Spear of Victory. The air shimmered. Countless golden vortexes materialized around him, humming with divine energy. From the portals, sharp golden lances emerged. With a command, they fired like a machine gun barrage at the distant king. Spear of Victory. Level 3. Rank C. Condensed holy power designed to obliterate evil. Any target hit suffers devastating damage. The Oxhead King stood his ground, casually swatting the projectiles away. No matter how many spears Zhou Yi fired, the monster remained unscathed. A red alert popped up in his vision. Warning, mana levels critical, please replenish immediately. Zhou Yi ignored the alarm. He kept the skill active, his mind racing at light speed. This king is a monster. His stats completely dwarf mine. Trying to overpower him with brute force is suicide. The standard kiting strategy is too slow. I won't win that way. Think. The exam designers wouldn't create an impossible death trap. There has to be a solution hidden in the mechanics. I felt it during our exchange. The Oxhead King has terrifying power, but his agility, it's trash. If I attack from multiple dead angles simultaneously, he can't block them all. Zhou Yi manipulated the golden spears to circle the beast. The strategy worked instantly. Several spears bypassed the defense, piercing deeply into the king's knees. Warning, mana levels critical. Please replenish immediately. Zhou Yi clenched his fist. Detonate! The spears exploded, forcing the massive minotaur to kneel. Besides low agility, he has another fatal weakness. Hit recovery, high HP, and defense, sure. But once his guard is broken, he's susceptible to stagger effects and critical damage. I need to pour every ounce of high damage skills into this window. A continuous burst combo, but precision is key. I have to time every cast perfectly. If I run out of mana before he drops, I fail the exam. The calculation was complete. Zhou Yi saw his path to victory. While the monster was still kneeling, he unleashed hell. Spears from every direction converged on the target and detonated in unison. Warning. Mana levels critical. Please replenish immediately. I want to use my ultimate. But there's no time. The smoke cleared. Die. Zhou Yi roared and launched himself forward. With the last of his strength, he delivered the execution strike, cleaving the boss in two. Congratulations. Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Dark forest cleared. Clear time. 9 minutes, 24 seconds. Results saved. Evaluation. Rank triple S. You have achieved the highest record for this dungeon. Zhou Yi stood frozen as the notification chimed. First place. Does this mean I've secured the top scorer spot for Suhong District? Reality sank in, and a fist pumped the air. Yes, I actually did it. Emotions flooded his heart. It's been a year since I transmigrated here. Mom died of illness. My little sister is critically sick. Crippling debt. Zhao Yun's medical bills. The weight of the world was crushing the life out of me. But even in that hell, I didn't give up. I couldn't raise my stats? Fine. I trained my combat techniques until my body broke, tempering my will like steel. The system gave me a second chance at life. But today, I took my destiny into my own hands. I must seize this destiny with my own hands. I have to outwork everyone. My resolve is set in stone. There is no looking back now. He calmed his racing heart. Deactivating his armor, he stepped into the swirling vortex. The system voice rang out. Congratulations, you gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Level up. Level 11. Level 12. Level 13. Rare drop obtained. Rainforest belt. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 7. Requirement. Level 10. Set effect. While in forest terrain, gain continuous buffs based on Constitution. Passive activated. Triple recovery speed for health. Triple recovery speed for stamina. Triple recovery speed for mana. Rare drop obtained. Rainforest ring. Requirement. Level 10. Set effect. While in forest terrain, gain continuous buffs based on Constitution. Passive activated. Triple recovery speed for health. Triple recovery speed for stamina. Triple recovery speed for mana. Item drop. 10 strawberries. Note. Restores mana upon consumption. Gold rank item. Minotaur King card. Enchantment material acquired. Success grants plus 20 strength to equipment. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out of the portal, the world exploded into noise. Welcome back, Senior Zhou. I love you, Senior Zhou. You are my god. Senior Zhou is invincible. God Yi. God Yi. God Yi. Zhou Yi flinched, startled by the chaos. Before he could react, a mechanical clicking sound flooded his ears. He turned to see an army of reporters pointing lenses at him. Camera flashes blinded him like a strobe light storm. Two figures approached through the crowd, Principal Luo Heng and Education Director Jia Dao. Luo Heng was beaming. 10 minutes to clear a nightmare dungeon solo? This is a miracle unseen in the last 100 years of our academy. With my years of research, I can guarantee it. Zhou Yi, you have secured the top rank of the entire Suhong district. Your future is limitless. Zhou Yi smiled humbly. You praise me too much, sir. Suddenly, a deep roar cut through the crowd. Whose car is that? Driving right into the exam grounds? Is that the S-400 magic vehicle? The one that can fly? That car alone is worth a mansion in the capital. It was true. The luxury machine glided to a halt just steps away from Zhou Yi. Director Jia Dao opened the door himself. Results will be out in 3 days, max. We will notify you immediately. Thank you, Director. Under Luo Heng's guidance, Zhou Yi walked toward the legendary vehicle. Go home and rest. Wait for our good news. Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at the hospital. He had to see Xiao Yun. Since their last talk, Zhao Wenbin had kept his promise. Xiao Yun was moved to the most luxurious VIP suite. A professional medical team monitored her 24/7. As Zhou Yi entered the elevator, a nurse greeted him warmly. Mr. Zhou, you're here. Zhou Yi nodded. I'm here to see Xiao Yun. I have good news for her. I heard you took the exam today. The results must be amazing. The nurse pressed the button for floor 26. As the elevator climbed, the air grew heavy. Suddenly, the temperature began to plummet. The nurse shivered, rubbing her arms. Strange. Why is it so cold today? Did the AC break? But Zhou Yi noticed it instantly. Frigid air was leaking through the door gaps. His expression darkened. Floor 26. The doors slid open. The nurse screamed in pure horror. What is happening? The entire corridor was sealed in thick ice. Even the people standing there turned into frozen statues, terror locked on their faces. Xiao Yun, Zhou Yi roared. Leaving the nurse behind, he sprinted toward Xiao Yun's room. Mr. Zhou. The nurse tried to call out, but the cold snapped her shut. She froze into an ice sculpture instantly. Zhou Yi smashed through the wall of ice blocking the room. He rushed inside. Xiao Yun, but the scene before him froze his blood. Xiao Yun lay on the bed, writhing in agony. Terrifying cold energy poured from her body, forming a massive ice dragon in mid-air. Beside the bed, someone was channeling magic, desperately trying to heal her. Seeing Zhou Yi prepare to strike the dragon, the woman screamed, "Little Yi, stop, don't attack." Zhou Yi froze, forcing himself to hold back his power. He turned to the woman. "Sister Qing, explain, why is there a dragon?" Sister Qing's voice trembled. "If you hurt the dragon, the shock will shatter Xiao Yun's heart veins. Her cold sickness. It suddenly erupted. Everyone here has been turned to ice. I can barely suppress the cold to this single floor. You need to leave," Zhou Yi shouted back, panic rising. "What about Xiao Yun?" Sister Qing cut him off. "Little Yi, without a high-level priest. My power has reached its limit." Zhou Yi's breathing slowed as his gaze turned icy calm. "I understand." Without wasting a second, Zhou Yi issued a mental command to the system. "System, allocate all skill points immediately. Upgrade slow healing to level 4. No, push it to level 10. The skill evolved instantly, granting mass recovery within a specific range, while simultaneously boosting constitution and mana. The effects would last for a set duration. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi cast the max-level slow healing directly onto Xiao Yun. "My God." Sister Qing gasped, her hands covering her mouth. The mana density in this Holy Knight's healing spell. It's terrifyingly powerful. It even surpasses the output of my level 23 priest form. While maintaining the spell, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. "Sister Qing, I can hold the line here. Go find Secretary Zhao. Tell him we need a high-level priest, now." Sister Qing hesitated, her face pale. "But the high-level priest's schedule is completely full. Secretary Zhao only secured an appointment for next week. Even if we rush him now, it's impossible." Zhou Yi turned his head. His expression was deadly serious. "Tell Secretary Zhao this. If he can get that high-level priest here, then I, Zhou Yi, will owe him an unconditional favor. In the future, whatever he asks, I will grant it. I never go back on my word." Sister Qing stared at his determined back for a heartbeat, then nodded firmly. She spun around and dashed off to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi turned his focus back to Xiao Yun. The frost poison was flaring up again. For the past year, she had endured this torture every single night. Under the assault of this yin-cold energy, her entire body was racked with agony. It was a pain so intense, living felt worse than dying. Recently, the frost had grown more aggressive, but he never expected the cold aura to become strong enough to affect the physical world outside her body. "Damn it!" Zhou Yi cursed silently, biting his lip until it nearly bled. He poured more mana into the treatment, even as frostbite began to creep up his own fingertips. Time agonizingly ticked by. Night fell, swallowing the room in darkness. Just as Zhou Yi's mana reserves hit critical low, a vibrant green orb suddenly shot into the room. It bounced around like a rubber ball, ricocheting off the walls before slamming into the manifestation of the frost, the ice dragon. Cracks appeared on the dragon's ethereal form. Zhou Yi, seeing Xiao Yun grimace in pain, roared, "Wait, don't touch her!" But before he could react, the green orb slammed into him, sending him flying backward. In his place stood a young woman, wielding a brush as large as a staff. She smirked, waving her hand provocatively at the ice dragon. Roar! The ice dragon let out a chilling shriek and lunged straight for the newcomer. The girl didn't flinch. She swung the giant brush like a war club, smashing it onto the dragon's head. With fluid grace, the tip of her brush danced, painting glowing runes directly onto the dragon's scales. Her eyes flashed with azure light. "Seal!" She slammed the brush down. A massive formation activated instantly, smashing the ice dragon back toward Xiao Yun. The dragon shrank rapidly, compressed by the formation, until it became a harmless sphere of ice, which dissolved silently back into her body. Seeing Xiao Yun's expression finally relax, the pain fading from her face, Zhou Yi let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "She's stable." Only then did the mysterious healer turn to look at him. "So, you're Zhou Yi? I've heard quite a few rumors about you. I am Kui Liena, 2nd Advancement Priest, level 35, from Qingyun City." Zhou Yi immediately bowed his head in respect. "Miss Kui." Cui Liena twirled her brush. "Director Jia begged me to come treat your sister first. He was quite persistent." She observed Zhou Yi carefully, thinking to herself, if Director Jia hadn't tipped me off that this kid might be the provincial top scholar, I wouldn't have broken the rules for him. But seeing him suppress that level of frost aura for so long, the director wasn't lying. He's a monster. Zhou Yi interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Kui, what exactly is wrong with my sister? Can it be cured?" Cui Liena's expression turned serious, frost aura leaking out and condensing into a physical form. "This is the sign of a bloodline awakening." Zhou Yi's eyes widened. "Bloodline? Awakening, he knew the history. When the Eternal game first appeared, many players chose non-human races, elves, giants, demons. After the great merger between the game and reality, those players retained the characteristics of their chosen races. Those with elven bloodlines gained emerald eyes and pointed ears. Those with giant heritage grew to towering heights of 3 or 4 meters. Over 200 years of intermarriage, these bloodlines diluted. Most descendants looked human, losing their racial abilities. Except for one rare anomaly, bloodline awakening. Sueliana explained, her voice grave. Awakening is a double-edged sword. It is both a blessing and a curse. If she succeeds, she will wield the terrifying power of a different race. Her skills and leveling speed will skyrocket. But if she fails, paralysis is the best-case scenario. Death is the likely outcome. Your sister is being tortured by the cold because her body is too frail. She cannot contain the awakening power. If my diagnosis is correct, she has awakened the extreme frost bloodline. It is incredibly rare. To survive this, her very constitution must change. As far as I know, only one legendary treasure can achieve this, the extreme frost ice lotus. However, that item is virtually extinct. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago. A mysterious buyer took it for 13 billion credits. You have 3 months. After that, the frost will erupt completely, and she will be beyond saving. There is one other way. The Great Sealing Technique. We can permanently seal the foreign bloodline. Contact me when you've made your choice. But be warned. The price of the seal is her future. She will never be able to level up again. As Kuei Liana faded into the distance, Zhou Yi stood alone. He gripped the token in his hand, his mind drifting into deep contemplation. 5 days passed in a flash. Zhou Yi had just crushed his daily training. The system panel chimed. Squats 200, push-ups 200, sit-ups 200, weapon swings 200. Daily mission accomplished. Please select your reward. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi declared, attribute points. For daily rewards, free attributes were the only logical choice. As a holy knight, vitality and wisdom were the lifeblood of his power. However, neglecting the other stats would be a fatal mistake. He followed a strict distribution ratio, 2, 3, 3, 2. Only a perfectly balanced build left 0 openings for the enemy. His focus was shattered by a sudden notification. A new system window materialized before Zhou Yi's eyes. Exam results, analyzed. Achievement unlocked. Congratulations. You are the undisputed top scholar of Suhong Province, distributing rewards based on your legendary performance. The rewards were insane. Obtained. God rank skill. Divine Beast S. Obtained. S rank Divine Artifact. Cross of Resurrection. It didn't stop there. Obtained. One-time God rank Secret Art. Descent of the Deity. Obtained. Rare skill. Ring of Light Field. Rank A. Bonus. 30 free attribute points. Bonus. Another 30 free attribute points. The system was feeling generous. The moment the college entrance exams ended, the world exploded. Zhou Yi's name dominated every headline and news station. An expert boasted on screen. The moment Zhou Yi changed his class to Holy Knight, I knew that boy was destined for greatness. I was the one who told the city hall to nurture him. It was all thanks to my visionary eye. Meanwhile, a group of students watching the interview sat in stunned silence. The provincial top scholar is a Holy Knight? Isn't that a heavy support class? Don't lie to me. Knights clear dungeons at a snail's pace. Level 10 clearing nightmare mode? Is he hacking? One girl couldn't take the slander anymore. She whipped out her phone to defend Zhou Yi's honor. Shut up and watch. I recorded the whole thing. Facts don't lie. The doubters watched the footage, their jaws dropping to the floor. That power. It's too violent. That holy light cross. It hits harder than a mage's high-tier fire spell. Weapon blessing. Divine grace. Courage blessing. Someone help me count. Just how many buffs is he stacking? Far away, in a luxurious penthouse, a red-haired youth stared intensely at the screen, analyzing Zhou Yi's performance. Clear time, 9 minutes 24 seconds. He's 20 seconds faster than me. The redhead smirked. Zhou Yi. Interesting. But then, his expression darkened. He pointed a finger, blasting a nearby object into dust. But daring to steal my glory? That is a death sentence. The next morning, Zhou Yi was on his way to visit his sister when his phone buzzed. A massive deposit notification from the Lijiang city government. Zhou Yi wasted no time. He dialed Secretary Zhao immediately. Mr. Zhou, for your dominance in the exam, the city rewards you. 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you have a preferred district, or shall we choose the prime location for you? They definitely knew about his top scholar status. Zhou Yi replied calmly, I'll let you handle the selection. Understood. Also, recruiters from the top 3 universities are inbound. Shall I send a car to pick you up? No need, Zhou Yi said, looking up. They are already here. A man stood directly in his path. The man smiled, handing over a business card. I am the recruiter for Rongyang University. Rongyang? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air. I recall Rongyang University calling student Zhou Yi arrogant. Didn't you say he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Why the sudden change of heart? The Rongyang recruiter froze. He looked up to see a muscular giant standing on a helicopter ladder, descending from the sky. Zhao Tianfu was blind. He has already been fired, the recruiter stammered, looking at Zhou Yi with desperation. Student Zhou, if you join us, Rongyang University will offer a scholarship of 4 million. Cheap, the muscular man boomed. Whatever Rongyang offers, Magic Capital University pays double. Magic Capital is taking Zhou Yi. The rest of you should leave while you still can. The giant landed with a heavy thud. The Rongyang teacher gritted his teeth in fury. But just then, a melodious voice whispered in Zhou Yi's ear. But have you asked Qingjing University? A girl with purple hair and angelic wings swooped down, grabbing Zhou Yi before the musclehead could react. She launched them into the sky, stealing the prize for herself. Student Zhou, she whispered seductively. Qingjing University might lack some things, but not resources. For 4 years, we guarantee S-class cultivation supplies every single year. But her pitch was cut short. A dark rift opened behind her, sucking her in. A woman clad entirely in black materialized before Zhou Yi. Her presence was terrifying as she stared down the other recruiter. To snatch away the top scholar, one must be willing to gamble everything: resources, finances, and even reputation. Whatever Qingjing University can give, my Suhong University can match. And what is this? Kidnapping students now? If you do not put him down, do not blame me for getting violent. A muscular instructor flies in to join the chaos. That is right. A forced melon is not sweet. Let the boy choose. Zhou Yi. I represent Badu University. Not only will I give you grade A resources every year, but I will also grant you a full set of gold-tier equipment. The purple-haired teacher, though fuming with rage, realizes the situation. She wisely lowers Zhou Yi to the ground and forces a friendly smile. I was not kidnapping him, surely not. I simply wanted a private, intimate chat with our dear student Zhou Yi. Student Zhou, make your choice. I am Sumir, the recruitment officer for Suhong University. Suhong University believes that strength is king. If you can break into the Earth or Heaven rankings, forget grade A. Even S-rank resources will be yours. Furthermore, Suhong University has held the championship title for the last 4 years. In the freshman exchange competition, we are undefeated. That alone proves our training capabilities are number 1. The purple-haired teacher scoffs in dissatisfaction. Sumir, what are you implying? You win a few competitions and suddenly you are looking down on everyone? Suhong's victory is an undeniable fact. Perhaps Instructor Sun should focus on pushing Qingjing students to work harder instead of complaining. While the two beautiful instructors engage in a fiery war of words, Zhou Yi stands in deep contemplation. The special admission offers from all 3 prestigious schools are roughly the same. Any choice would guarantee a limitless future. However, his goal is absolute combat supremacy. He needs the environment that best integrates with his fighting style. After a moment of silence, the decision is made. I choose Suhong University. Sumir beams with triumph, instantly producing a scroll from thin air. This is the special admission contract. Read it over, and if there are no issues, sign your name. The muscular teacher sighs, regret heavy in his eyes. Another peerless talent snatched away by Suhong. Instructor Sun refuses to give up. If you find Suhong unsuitable, the doors of Qingjing University are always open to you. Sumir shoots a glare sharp enough to kill. Casting magic without a staff? That is a high-level technique reserved for elite archmages. Reading the contract, Zhou Yi gasps in shock. He looks at the beautiful woman in confusion. Excuse me for asking, but what level is your class, Miss Su? Second Awakening, level 42, mage. Zhou Yi is stunned. She looks no older than 30. The world is vast, little genius. Wait until you enter the university. You will see many young powerhouses even stronger than me. That is perfect, Zhou Yi replies, his blood boiling with excitement. Lately, he has had no rivals in his age group. To grow stronger, he needs to clash with true monsters. With the signature complete, Sumir retracts the contract. She gives her final orders. You have 1 week to pack. I will return to pick you up then, huh? The reporting time for Suhong is that early? Sumir winks playfully. Naturally. Special recruits arrive early for high-intensity training. You need to level up fast if you want to dominate the National Freshman Exchange Competition. 1 week flies by in a blur. Zhou Yi and his sister, Zhou Yun, settle into their new luxury villa. But the time for departure has already arrived. Before leaving, he entrusts Secretary Zhao with his sister's safety. He nags Zhou Yun with 1,000 warnings before finally climbing into Sumir's car. Seeing Zhou Yi constantly looking back at his sister, Sumire smiles softly. Is this your first time leaving home? It is. Then brace yourself. Before Zhou Yi can process her words, the car plunges through a dimensional gateway. In an instant, the majestic Suhong University city materializes before his eyes. We are not in a rush. Was a teleportation array necessary? Zhou Yi looks around, stunned to see cars flying out of magical formations everywhere. Usually, teleportation arrays are strictly controlled by the military. Even small jumps require government approval. But Suhong University is different. They have a direct partnership with the military zone. A massive military-grade teleportation hub was built right next to the campus for absolute convenience and safety. Sumire explains casually, then gestures forward. We have arrived. Zhou Yi stares at the sprawling campus, unable to hide his awe. This is a bit too exaggerated. Let's go. Time to get you registered, Sumire commands. As Zhou Yi takes in the sights, a blur of motion catches his eye. A young man flies through the air, launched by a brutal kick. A silver-haired girl stands there, her eyes burning with cold fury. I told you. I have no interest in knowing you. That kick was a warning. Provoke me again, and I won't hold back next time. With that, the Ice Queen walks away. The crowd immediately swarms, pointing and laughing at the groaning young man. Young Master Tang finally met a Rakshasa. Every year he tries to seduce the new junior girls. Looks like he finally kicked an iron plate. Justice is served. Watching Zhou Yi gaze at the white-haired girl, a thought echoed in his mind. Demon runes. She carries the blood of the demon race. Sumire noticed his focus and recalled his background. Seeing the look on his face, she offered a gentle warning. There are many students and teachers in this university city who possess foreign bloodlines. In the future, should you encounter them, you must control your reaction. Do not show shock or disgust. Rest assured, even if the world is full of other races, as long as they stand with humanity, I hold no hatred. I am not so consumed by rage over my father's death that I would blindly despise the entire demon race. That is good to hear. Here is your student I.D. Sumire manifested a card and handed it to Zhou Yi. He scanned the data on the screen. Credit points. Now, let me explain the iron rules of this academy. First is the ranking system. Every academic year has a corresponding leaderboard. The greater your power, the higher your throne. The ranking for freshmen is initially based on your college entrance exam results. You are currently number 1, the strongest freshman. But this is only temporary. In 1 month, a freshman tournament will be held. The rankings will be rewritten in blood and sweat. From this day forward, you are a target. Every single student here will be gunning for your head to steal your position. If I have already claimed the throne, then I have no intention of ever stepping down, Zhou Yi replied, his voice dripping with absolute confidence. Sumire smiled at his arrogance and continued the tour, guiding him deeper into the campus. Next up is the credit system. Freshmen receive base credits linked to their student number. Credits are life here. They buy meals, equipment, medicine, and skill books. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything your heart desires. Even S-rank skills and legendary resources are within reach. Aside from your ranking rewards, there are 2 other ways to earn these precious credits. First, mission credits. Use your I.D. to access the network, accept a mission, and complete it. Simple work for simple pay. The second method is the fixed monthly salary based on your standing on the Earth Board and Heaven Board. There are roughly 1,000 students in this university. Those who wish to enter the Earth and Heaven Boards are as numerous as the stars. One cannot afford to be arrogant. Furthermore, this university controls 3 secret realm dungeons. The first is the Goblin Underground City, level limit 17 to 21. The second is the Twisted Forest, level limit 23 to 26. The third is Purgatory, level limit 28 to 31. Not only must you meet the level requirements, but you must also pay a heavy fee in credits just to enter. Before you reach those levels, you can train in the arena. You can fight real people, or you can battle against combat androids. The strong possess absolute authority. They hold the most resources. That is the only path of survival in this place. Suddenly, a group of students walked in the opposite direction, crossing paths with Zhou Yi and Sumire. The young man leading the group spotted Sumire and immediately greeted her with respect before leading his team onward. As they passed Zhou Yi, whispers erupted among the students. Their eyes locked onto him. Who is that guy? Why is he being personally escorted by a teacher? Strange, isn't it? We are all guided by seniors in large groups. Could he have used a backdoor connection? Wang Li, a young man in the group, looking like he knew the secrets of the world, spoke up. You guys really don't know? The top scorer of the entrance exam always gets special treatment from a faculty member. 1. To help him adapt to the environment quickly. 2. To show future top scorers that this school values elite talent above all else. Wait. If that's true, then that guy is the champion of this year's admission? Bai Xiaosheng. What's his background? Spill the details. The freshmen, including the white-haired girl, waited with bated breath for the answer. Zhou Yi, Suhong Province Champion. Level 13. Holy Knight. Just like everyone else who heard Zhou Yi's class for the first time, shock washed over their faces. Are you kidding me? A Holy Knight? That's just a support class. I remember you saying the second place was Shenling Feng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support class possibly defeat a berserker? Hey, what are you guys whispering about? You don't believe me? The reputation of Bai Xiaosheng is not built on lies. A female student, unable to resist his charm, swooned. He is so handsome, he could debut as an idol right now. Hearing Zhou Yi's terrifying profile, even the white-haired girl couldn't help but assess him. So, he is the champion among the new students. Liu Jing witnessed the white-haired girl, his crush, staring intensely at Zhou Yi. Jealousy exploded in his chest like a volcano. He deliberately raised his voice in mockery. I think this #1 ranking is nothing but an empty title. Zhou Yi heard the insult clearly. He stopped and turned his cold gaze toward the voice. Liu Jing stepped out from the crowd, throwing a challenge directly at Zhou Yi. Liu Jing. Level 13. Retribution Knight. Rank 38. I suspect you don't have the power to sit on that throne. I challenge you to a duel. Classmate, duels are private matters. Don't waste everyone's time. The senior leading the group patted Liu Jing's shoulder, cursing internally. Idiot. I earn a credit just for guiding these freshmen. Why are you causing trouble here? Liu Jing slapped the senior's hand away. Sorry, brother, I will know my limits. Rage began to boil within the senior guide. That idiot actually thinks the rankings are fake? The principals of 5 major academies decided this list unanimously. There is zero margin for error. The freshman crowd buzzed with excitement. Hearing Liu Jing's challenge, they began to clamor, eager for the show to begin. Looks like we have a good show today. Let's stick around. It was obvious Liu Jing wanted to use the #1 student as a stepping stone for his own fame. After all, a Holy Knight is typically a support class. Stealing the top spot from a healer didn't seem impossible to them. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, staring at Liu Jing with absolute indifference. Why should I accept your challenge? For a measly 100 credits? If you win, you take the glory. If you lose nothing? That hardly seems fair. Zhou Yi glanced at Liu Jing's arrogant smirk, then at the watching crowd. To ensure a peaceful life at the academy, he realized he had to accept this nuisance. But he wouldn't just win. He needed to make an example of this fool, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. The price of defeat had to be devastating. Let's make it interesting, Zhou Yi announced coldly. 300 credits. That is the price for fighting me. Liu Jing's face instantly went pale. The students gasped. I'm ranked 40th, and I only have 400 credits total. Liu Jing is 38th. He can't have much more than that. Losing that many credits would be a financial death sentence. Would Liu Jing really risk bankruptcy on the first day? Or was he just another brainless extra in this story? Liu Jing hesitated, fear creeping in. But then, he noticed her. The white-haired girl was still watching Zhou Yi. Jealousy blinded him instantly. Desperate for her attention, he gritted his teeth and accepted the brutal terms. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. Zhou Yi scoffed. You have courage. I'll give you that. But we don't need a stage. 3 moves. If you aren't kneeling by then, I admit defeat. Despite the taunt, the crowd swarmed toward the arena, with Sumier stepping up as the referee. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Liu Jing launched himself forward instantly. His mind raced with calculations. I am a punishment knight, a burst damage dealer. He is just a holy knight. If I strike fast enough, before he can cast his buffs, victory is mine. In that split second, Liu Jing glanced at the audience. Watch me, he thought, looking for the white-haired girl. She will finally look at me. Adrenaline surging, Liu Jing unleashed his skill, Blood Chi Slash. The blade came down, but Zhou Yi sidestepped with terrifying ease. A single, casual kick to the stomach followed. Bam! Liu Jing was launched across the ring, hitting the floor instantly. Boring, Zhou Yi muttered. He felt a pang of disappointment. He expected a fight, but his opponent couldn't even withstand one hit. A student rushed to check the fallen challenger. Report. Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs and severe internal bleeding. He is currently comatose. Understood. Get a priest over here, Sumier commanded calmly. She tapped on the system interface, transferring the wager. 300 credits have been transferred to your student ID, she said, handing the card back to Zhou Yi. The battle ended so fast the freshmen were left stunned. That was a punishment knight's ultimate attack. It's nearly impossible to block. Yet he neutralized it with a single kick? Is this the true power of the #1 ranker? They were on completely different dimensions. The difference in their strength stats had to be at least 20 points. Suddenly, the white-haired girl stood up. She couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing her step onto the stage, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. He realized she wasn't just human, she possessed the demon bloodline, and in her hand, Inheritance equipment. It was the first time Zhou Yi had seen such a legendary item. He was itching to test its power. Zhou Yi activated his appraisal skill. Target locked. Weapon. Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality. 3-star inheritance. Race requirement. Human. Class. Swordsman. Hidden effects. Unknown. Zhou Yi grinned. Fine then. A real battle was about to begin. Recognizing her strength, he decided not to hold back. He summoned his own weapon, the Profound Light Warhammer. Quality, Gold 3S. Constitution plus 18. Wisdom plus 24. Effect, boosts all light element skills of B rank and below by 1 level. Source, the lottery system. The sudden flare of power attracted even the senior students from the upper years. Look over there. Freshmen fighting already? Probably just chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, a level 29 archer and officer of the Aurora Guild, happened to pass by. Seeing Su Mier, he stopped to watch the spectacle. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The signal dropped, and both fighters exploded into motion. The girl unleashed Extreme Shadow Slash, moving with the speed of lightning. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi countered with Wind Blast Hammer Strike, smashing the ground to create a shockwave. Boom! The skills collided in a deafening explosion. The impact was massive. Both fighters were blasted backward by the sheer force of the collision. So strong, the crowd whispered. These two are monsters. The white-haired girl didn't let up. She channeled darkness into her blade, unleashing a massive demonic chi slash straight at him. Instead of fear, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Magnificent. Finally, someone who can face me head-on. Continue. Launch them into the air. Execute the upward strike now. The enemy is helpless in mid-flight. Enhanced multi-thrust. While dashing forward, he unleashes a devastating second strike. Split wave slash. A blade of pure energy cleaves the space in front of him. The shockwave erupts, juggling the enemy and blasting them away. Mountain Smasher. He leaps forward, defying gravity, and slams his weapon into the earth with apocalyptic force. The judgment points stack up. The final blow grounds the target. Both sides flow through their skill rotations perfectly, a stalemate of high-tier combat. The audience below stands frozen, eyes wide. They watch the two figures blur across the arena at the speed of light. Jaws drop in collective disbelief. Are these really just students? This level of combat is insane. Li Dongsheng observes with a heavy gaze before speaking. The spirit swordsman is in trouble. Without a trump card, defeat is imminent. The male guide frowns. Skeptical. Really? To me, it looks like a dead-even match. Neither side is giving an inch. Li Dongsheng shakes his head, analyzing the flow. Look at the damage absorption. Zhou Yi's heavy armor changes the math. Before, she could parry 1 out of 3 strikes. Now, the Saint Knight swings twice, and she's forced to block both. The pressure is mounting. With heavy weapons, you usually manage stamina by limiting full swings. But look at him. Zhou Yi is waiting for a single mistake to crush her. He's not conserving energy at all. He's either a fool, or he has absolute faith in his dominance. From start to finish, the Warhammer dictates the rhythm of the battle. The spirit swordswoman is trapped. She has no choice but to use her blade to block the crushing weight of his attacks. Every strike from Zhou Yi is a masterpiece of violence. Someone in the crowd gasps. He's showing no mercy to such a beauty. What a ruthless Saint Knight. Warm-up is over. Zhou Yi's voice cuts through the noise. He activates Divine Grace, Courage Blessing, Weapon Blessing, Dawn's Protection, Guardian's Grace. A colossal pillar of holy light explodes around him. The pressure is suffocating. Is this his true form? The white-haired girl hesitates as Zhou Yi summons the Spear of Victory, leveling it at her. Sensing his casting time, she seizes the moment. Ghost Slash. She blurs through the air, closing the distance instantly to deliver a finishing blow before he can react. But Zhou Yi smirks, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Knew you'd try that. He swings the massive hammer down directly at her. Caught mid-move, she squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the bone-crushing impact. But it never comes. Want to keep going? She opens her eyes. Zhou Yi has cancelled the skill, resting his hammer casually on the ground. The momentum was overwhelming. If we continue, the result is the same, she admits. But you didn't use your full strength. Zhou Yi counters calmly. He saw through her. The dark attribute power and her strongest sword arts remained dormant. She smiles, bright as a flower. Caught me, did you? I was just testing my limits. No need to reveal my ace in the hole for a spar. Besides, you were holding back too. I saw your exam footage. Let's add each other. We can settle this properly next time. After exchanging contacts, Su Mayer continues the tour, her excitement growing. This freshman class is special. On the very first day, he earned 600 points and struck fear into the hearts of the special recruits. This year is going to be chaotic. The freshman dorms are on Little Mountain Peak, she explains. Regular students live at the foot of the mountain. Special recruits, we take the summit. The special dorms are private villas. The higher your rank, the more luxurious the facilities and support you receive. And this is where you'll be living. Sumayer gestures to a massive, palatial mansion. As they swipe in, she suddenly pauses, turning back to Zhou Yi. Right. I heard you're looking for the extreme cold lotus. A squad spotted one in the Hurricane Mountain range. But a high-tier beast was guarding it, so they had to retreat empty-handed. That intel is 6 years old, though. No guarantees. Still, Zhou Yi latches onto the lead, diving into research that very night. The Hurricane Mountain range, a massive zone created when the Eternal Game merged with the Blue Star, a land of peril and opportunity, filled with rare herbs, treasures, and monstrous beasts. Even those who have undergone their third-class awakening dare not venture too deep. With Zhou Yi's current strength, encountering a high-level beast would mean running for his life. Fortunately, the system rewarded him for his exam performance. He has a trump card, a method to survive even death itself. No need to hesitate. He purchases new gear and skills, preparing to hunt. As Zhou Yi browses the market for upgrades, a sudden notification pings on his screen. The system scan confirmed his identity, the #1 special admission student. This came with a massive perk. All Holy Knight skills under rank A were free to learn, granting him complete immunity to physical damage. High efficiency? I'll take it. He didn't hesitate. Ranged spear technique? Purchased. Getting all this god-tier power for zero cost felt absolutely criminal. Zhou Yi swept the shelves, claiming every terrifying skill available without spending a dime. The only thing that actually cost him exam points was a set of survival gear for the wild. Preparations complete. Zhou Yi immediately set out for the Gale Mountain range. His mission was clear. Find the extreme cold lotus to cure his little sister. But while he scoured the treacherous peaks for the rare flower, the silence was shattered. A catastrophic explosion shook the earth nearby. Curiosity piqued. He didn't waste a second. He hitched up his pants and rushed toward the source of the chaos to investigate. Meanwhile, back in civilization, Jiang Qiran was making moves. After adding Zhou Yi on WeChat, she swallowed her pride and sent the first message. But ever since Zhou Yi mentioned heading to the Gale Mountain range, he had gone completely radio silent. Bored and frustrated, Jiang Qiran called her best friend to vent. I met a boy yesterday, she confessed, her voice thick with intrigue. Someone truly special. I challenged him to a duel. During the fight, I even released a trace of my succubus charm, but he didn't flinch, not even a flicker of lust in his eyes. Her friend gasped in awe. His willpower must be terrifyingly strong. Jiang Qiran replied casually. But her mind was made up. She would follow his footsteps and head to the Gale Mountain range herself. Deep within the danger zone, a brutal battle was raging. A squad of 4 girls faced off against a horde of demons. It was an elite formation. Machinist Zhou Rao, Summoner Wen Tianrun, Gunner Master Zhou Dan, and the blade-wielding Su Qinglian. Zhou Rao piloted a heavy tank, flinging explosive discs toward the encroaching monsters while keeping the vehicle steady. The moment the demons stepped on the traps, boom, the discs detonated, tearing the front line apart. But the survivors were frenzied. They roared, charging through the smoke to claw at the tank's armor. Wen Tianrun chanted, summoning a great ice spirit to erect a freezing wall against the swarm. But in the chaos, she missed a shadow leaping through the treetops, circling behind them. 9 o'clock. At Zhou Rao's warning, Zhou Dan spun around. Her cannon roared, obliterating the ambusher in a single shot. She didn't stop there. Unleashing a hail of machine gun fire, she screamed over the noise, now, finish them. Su Qinglian moved like a blur. Channeling her supreme swordsmanship, she sliced through the remaining demons with lethal precision. We did it, Zhou Rao laughed, the thrill of victory washing over her. Wen Tianrun turned to join the celebration, but her smile vanished. Terror flooded her eyes. She shoved Zhou Rao aside and desperately cast an ice shield over the driver's window. It wasn't enough. A massive blast of fire magic erupted from the forest, shattering the ice instantly. The impact sent their tank rolling over. Is everyone all right? Su Qinglian scrambled toward the wreckage, panic rising in her voice. But before she could check on them, Wen Tianrun screamed a warning. Watch your back. The squad looked up in horror. A fresh wave of demons, burning with murderous intent, was rushing them, preparing a fire spell to cook them alive. We used everything just to kill 4 of them, one whispered, despair setting in. Is this really where we die? Just as they closed their eyes, accepting their grim fate, a figure burst from the tree line. Zhou Yi arrived astride his white wolf. He raised his hand, unleashing the divine storm to suck the demons into a vortex of destruction. Holy light converged. The winds howled. Let the storm descend. As he spoke, a colossal sword of light plummeted from the heavens, piercing the eye of the storm. The demons were vaporized instantly, leaving the area engulfed in flames. Zhou Yi calmly patted his mount. The white wolf understood immediately, exhaling a frost breath that extinguished the raging inferno in a single second. Crisis averted, Zhou Yi approached the stunned girls. Light glowed from his hands as he began casting healing magic on their wounds. Su Qinglian cradled the unconscious Wen Tianrun. She looked up, offering a weak smile. Thank you, Junior Zhou. I'm surprised you know who I am. The Qingluan squad is ranked second in the entire academy, Zhou Yi replied. Of course I know you. Su Qinglian laughed awkwardly, but her expression quickly turned serious. Junior Zhou, your light attribute suppresses these demons perfectly, but this place is too dangerous for a solo run. Why not return to the base with us? Zhou Yi pondered. I've searched the outer perimeter for a whole month and found no trace of the extreme cold lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days. I should head back now and continue the search after the exams. All right, Zhou Yi agreed. Su Qinglian nodded and signaled Zhou Rao. Zhou Rao understood. She began chanting, Metal Roar, Soul of Speed, Mechanical Fury, Assemble. A magic circle flared, and a massive mechanical spider tank materialized from thin air. Zhou Yi and his wolf stared, eyes wide with envy. No time to explain, Zhou Rao shouted, revving the engine. Get in! Su Qinglian watched her teammate show off, thinking to herself, wow, she really knows how to put on a performance. On the road back, Zhou Yi broke the silence. Senior Su, answer me this. Has the Gale Mountain range always been a nesting ground for demons? Su Qinglian shook her head, her expression grim. My squad has been scouring these mountains for over 2 months. Yet, this is the very first time we have encountered such filth. Zhou Yi's mind raced, connecting the dots. This meant the demons had either migrated from the deepest, darkest parts of the range, or a dimensional rift had torn open nearby, unleashing hell upon them. That is the only explanation. We must return to the forward base immediately and alert the military command. But a thought struck Zhou Yi, causing him to frown. Wait. Doesn't the military station high-level mages to monitor this entire sector? To understand the gravity of the situation, one must know the lay of the land. The Gale Mountain range is teeming with magic beasts, a constant threat to the city beyond. The military established a supply and trading stronghold at the entrance, staffed by elite mages whose sole duty is to track every movement within the mountains. Su Qinglian furrowed her brows at his question. They are watching, yes. But these demons, their level is simply too insignificant to register. Zhou Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A silver rank beast at level 30? By no means could that be considered weak or low level. As if reading his thoughts, Su Qinglian clarified the harsh reality. The mages focused their sensory arrays on the abyss of the mountains, hunting for epic or legendary threats. The abyssal energy on these creatures falls below the detection threshold, so they slipped past the mage's gaze entirely. Doubts began to creep into Su Qinglian's mind. If this truly is a dimensional rift, the strategy makes no sense. Why send fodder to die? The base's army will slaughter them instantly, and a rift stable enough for level 30 beasts could easily transport level 50 monsters. Doing this is not just suicide. It betrays the rift's location for nothing. She shook her head, dismissing the tactical puzzle. Forget it. That is not for us to solve. We just need to deliver the intel. But fate had other plans. A chilling chorus of screeches erupted from the shadows. Food! Fresh food! Suddenly, a beam of light tore through the heavens. It slammed into the earth, triggering a massive explosion mere meters from Zhou Yi's convoy. Demons. Someone is trapped over there. But Zhou Yi froze. That energy signature. It cannot be. His eyes widened with recognition. You all go ahead. Do not wait for me, he shouted, ignoring his team's desperate protests. He spurred his mount, charging straight into the heart of the explosion. That aura was etched into his soul. Why was she here of all places? Meanwhile, another squad witnessed the carnage. One of them hesitated, voice trembling. Level 20 silver rank beasts. That girl is doomed. Should we intervene? Silence fell over the group. Finally, a cold voice spoke up. Don't be a fool. We are barely surviving this siege ourselves. If she fights her way out alone, she is a genius destined for greatness. If not, well, it is a pity. Their eyes turned to the battlefield, filled with grim resignation. There, Jiang Churan stood alone, bloodied, battered, and fighting for her life. Jiang Churan gritted her teeth, launching another strike. Damn it! My powered-up state has a time limit. They aren't trying to kill me. They are trying to exhaust me to death. 10 demons, in every pack, scattered across the plains like a plague. Even if I slaughter 8, another dozen take their place instantly. There is no opening, no path back to the base. If my spirit power runs dry before I break this circle. Her eyes went cold. She had to make a choice, just as she prepared to unleash her final technique. Crack boom! A bolt of judgment descended from the sky. It incinerated the silver rank demons surrounding her in a blinding flash, turning them to ash. Jiang Churan spun around toward the sound of approaching thunder. And there he was. Zhou Yi. Riding a white horse? No. A majestic white wolf. He looked like a god of war descending to earth. Seeing her stunned expression, he roared, "Jiang Churan, get out of the way." Behind her, a demon unhinged its jaw. Scrah! A sonic blast pierced the air, an ear-splitting frequency that brought her to her knees. She clamped her hands over her ears, agony tearing through her senses. The monsters triggered their innate ability, Berserk. Their bodies ignited with the flame body skill. Howling like damned souls, they surged forward as one massive wave. Jiang Churan screamed, terror gripping her heart. "Zhou Yi, run! That is the demon frenzy." Her mind raced with calculations. Their power has doubled. Zhou Yi stands no chance against them. I have to do it. Self-destruction. It has a 90% chance of wiping them out. It is the only way to save him. But before she could ignite her core, a shadow loomed over her. Zhou Yi appeared behind her back, his arm sweeping around her waist. In one fluid motion, he hoisted her onto the white wolf. Zhou Yi, she gasped. A massive demonic fist smashed into the space they had just occupied. The white wolf leaped forward, dodging death by a hair's breadth. Zhou Yi didn't even look back. He simply raised a hand over his shoulder and spoke the words of judgment. Light punishment. Boom! The heavens opened up. A cascade of holy lightning hammered the earth, obliterating everything in its wake. Zhou Yi smirked, admiring his handiwork. No wonder everyone begs to change classes to mage. The feeling of nuking monsters from a distance. It is quite addictive. However, there was a slight miscalculation. His attack had been too flashy, too loud. The massive disturbance had acted like a beacon to every demon on the plains. From all directions, they swarmed, quickly forming an inescapable ring of death. The encirclement tightens. 180 demons close in from all sides. A wide-range attack could wipe them out, but the horde is too scattered for a single strike. With a silent incantation, Zhou Yi presses 2 fingers against Jiang Churan's forehead. Jiang Churan, lure the pack to the left. Do not engage recklessly. Confusion flashes in her eyes. Zhou Yi, he ignores her question, unleashing a torrent of buffs. Slow healing, dawn blessing, weapon blessing, divine gift. Jiang Churan gasps internally. It is the legendary full support arsenal of a holy knight. She frantically opens her status panel. Level 16. Class, swordsman. State, demon body. Strength, speed, constitution, intelligence. Everything has skyrocketed by 25%. Her jaw drops in disbelief, but Zhou Yi has no time for her shock. Before she can utter a word, he leaps from the wolf's back. Weapon in hand, he charges the nearest cluster of beasts and brings his hammer down. Boom! The earth shatters. Behind him, Jiang Churan dismounts, her heart racing. She gazes at Zhou Yi's back. Incredible. A 25% boost effectively doubles my combat potential. This shouldn't be possible. No level 16, no. Not even a level 20 Holy Knight possesses this kind of power. The demonic horde surges forward, closing the distance to her position. Without a command, the white wolf lunges, sinking its fangs into a beast. Focus, she tells herself. Now is not the time for questions. I must follow his lead. Her expression hardens into steel. She draws her blade. The battle begins. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is a blur of motion. Every swing of his hammer obliterates a monster, crushing bones and spirits alike. But from the shadows, a demon slips behind him, raising its blade for a lethal strike at his skull. Just as the blade descends, a purple whip cracks through the air. It strikes the beast's wrist, sending the weapon spinning away and averting disaster. Zhou Yi glances back to see Jiang Churan dancing through the chaos, her purple whip lashing out with deadly precision. Skill, Shadow Whip. Concentrate magical energy to manifest a lash of pure darkness. Strike the enemy for massive physical and dark elemental damage. As expected, she realizes, traveling with a wielder of the holy light draws demons like moths to a flame. Countless fiends flood the plains, clumping together. They are clustered enough, Zhou Yi notes. Time to unleash it. He casts Holy Light Guardian, enveloping Jiang Churan and the White Wolf in a shimmering barrier. Jiang Churan, do not leave that circle. Skill, Holy Light Guardian, rank B+. Encase party members within a specific radius, in a divine aura, granting complete immunity to all physical damage for a set duration. An absolute defense. Zhou Yi roars, his voice echoing over the battlefield. Holy Light Cross. Skill, Holy Light Cross. Summons a sacred cross that radiates scorching light, dealing continuous light and fire attribute damage to all foes within range. Skill level, 7. Effect radius, 200 meters. A colossal crucifix materializes behind Zhou Yi, erupting with blinding golden radiance that washes over the demon horde. Instantaneously, golden flames ignite the very air. The demons shriek in agony as they are incinerated. Jiang Churan watches, her eyes shimmering with awe, unable to look away. As the light fades, the battlefield is a graveyard. The fodder is ash. Only the hulking elite monsters with high resistance remain standing. All shadows vanish before the true light. Light converges. The atmosphere trembles. Divine light storm. A tempest of concentrated holy energy descends, inflicting devastating magical damage. The moment the words leave Zhou Yi's lips, massive swords of pure light materialize in the heavens. They plummet to earth, stabbing into the ground to form a prison of radiance around the surviving beasts. A heartbeat later, the center erupts into a violent vortex. The tornado swallows the demons whole, tearing their bodies into confetti with ruthless efficiency. Hidden in the nearby brush, a group of adventurers watches, paralyzed with shock. Terrifying. "Is that thing even human?" one stammers. "Boss, should we say hello?" The team captain hesitates, sweat beading on his brow. "Our squad. I'm the only one at level 26. The other 5 of you are level 24. Forget one-on-one. Even if all 6 of us attacked him together, we wouldn't stand a chance. That power is monstrous, and he looks so young." The captain makes his choice. He signals the team to move out and approach Zhou Yi. "We must befriend him," he thinks desperately. "We cannot afford to be his enemy." But before they can take a step, a mechanical roar cuts through the air. A vehicle screeches to a halt near the battlefield. Zhou Dan, Zhou Rao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglian leap from the machine's back. Zhou Dan waves enthusiastically. "Junior Zhou, we're here to back you up." But as their eyes adjust to the devastation around them, their smiles vanish. The group freezes, statues of pure shock for 5 long seconds. Zhou Yi glances over his shoulder, indifferent. He pops the cork off a recovery potion and downs it in one gulp. The system interface flashed with golden light. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have ascended to level 17. Reward: 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have ascended to level 18. Reward: 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Current status: Zhou Yi, level 18. The attribute panel shimmered into existence. Strength: 160. Constitution: 162. Wisdom: 172. Zhou Yi smirked as he reviewed the carnage. 180 demons slaughtered. "Experience points capped at 0, he muttered, dismissing the notification. "A pity. If not for the class restriction, this battle would have pushed me even higher." He glanced at the empty potion vials in his hand. "My mana pool has expanded significantly," Zhou Yi analyzed, crushing the glass vial. "But these high-tier skills are gluttonous. My current reserves are still insufficient for prolonged combat." He dusted off his hands. "I'll need to consult the instructor when we return to the academy. She might have a solution for this mana bottleneck." Just then, the rest of the team snapped out of their shock. They leaped down from the mechanical spider, rushing toward him. Su Qinglian was the first to speak, her voice trembling. "Zhou Yi, did you really do all of this?" Zhu Dan stared at the devastation, eyes wide. "Zhou Yi, your strength, it's terrifying. It far exceeds anything I dared to imagine." Before Zhou Yi could respond, Jiang Churan's legs gave out. She collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. The girls panicked. "Churan, what's wrong?" "Relax," Zhou Yi said calmly. "She pushed herself too hard. It is just a state of weakened exhaustion." The girls quickly gathered around to support Jiang Churan. Su Qinglian, however, kept her sharp gaze fixed on Zhou Yi. "Answer me this. While you were slaughtering the demons, did you encounter any unusual resistance? Anything difficult to kill?" Zhou Yi stroked his chin and thought. "The strongest one I crushed was a gold rank, level 23. To be honest, none of them were particularly difficult." "That's the problem." Su Qinglian's expression darkened. "Listen to me. Demon armies mirror human armies. They always have a commander. A ruler." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "If the commander wasn't here, it means the main force isn't here either. We are standing in a trap. We need to retreat to the base immediately." Zhou Yi nodded, sensing the shift in the air. Hidden in the brush nearby, a scout team watched Zhou Yi's group turn to leave. A member whispered, "Boss, they're pulling out. Do we ambush them now?" The team captain hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. "Yeah, let's." Before he could finish, an invisible gravity crushed them into the dirt. Terror, primal and overwhelming, seized their hearts. "Boss, what is happening?" The captain looked up, his eyes filled with despair as he felt the air grow heavy. "This density. The demonic energy is suffocating." "It's a demon," he choked out. The sky above them began to bleed, turning a horrific shade of crimson as a massive barrier sealed off the entire region. High above, space tore open. From the dimensional rift, a colossal creature descended, a dragon. Riding upon its back was a humanoid figure, radiating an aura of absolute darkness. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed as appraisal activated, revealing the nightmare before them. Target: monster. Race: demon. Level: 30. Potential: legendary. Mount: flame dragon. Level: 24. Potential: gold rank. Skill: hellfire bombardment. Simultaneously, at the military command center, screens flashed a deadly crimson. Warning. Warning. Emergency state declared. Otherworld energy signature exceeding critical limits. Analyzing data. Analysis complete. Category: Level 4 Otherworld invasion. Target locked. Location: east of Hurricane Mountain Range. Longitude 111.454. Latitude 15.305. The monitoring officer grabbed the comms unit, screaming into the mic. Confirmed Level 4 invasion. I repeat, Level 4. All units of the Legion, mobilize immediately. Prepare for war. Confirmed Level 4 invasion. All units of the Legion, mobilize immediately. Prepare for war. Snow Dragon Legion Warrior and Knight Divisions, cease training instantly. Move to the Assembly Plaza. Priest Division. Prepare for mass casualty support. Ensure mana cores are fully charged. Logistics Division. Distribute mana crystals and cores now. Mage Division. Lock onto coordinates east 111.454. Latitude 15.305. Initiate the Great Teleportation Formation. Within moments, the chaotic base transformed into a machine of war. Thousands of soldiers stood in perfect formation within the glowing gold magic circles. A soldier stepped onto the platform, saluting the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Reporting to Commander Xu Yuzhou, all forces assembled and awaiting orders. Xu Yuzhou drew his blade, pointing it toward the horizon. His voice boomed like thunder, like a sword that severs all thorns, like a shield that guards the realm. Below him, thousands of voices roared in unison, shaking the very earth, like a sword that severs all thorns, like a shield that guards the realm. Xu Yuzhou's eyes flashed with steel. Move out. Minutes earlier, in the depths of the demon lair, the demon commander sat upon his throne, gazing down at his kin. Every demon in this legion was handpicked by me. For 6 months on this blue star, we lost fewer than 10 soldiers. His voice dropped, vibrating with suppressed rage. Yet, in our final hour, just before our return to the Holy World, 100 of my kin were hunted down and slaughtered. He stood up, power rolling off him in waves. We leave in half a day. But before we go, we shall etch our terror into this world. The horde of demons below roared in bloodthirsty ecstasy. Thank you, Your Highness. We crave blood. Thank you, Your Highness. Back in the present, the demon commander sat atop his flame dragon, looking down at Zhou Yi like a god judging an insect. I will never forgive you. I will rip out your soul and burn it in the fires of hell. With a wave of his hand, the air shimmered. The real army had arrived. The commander began his summons, and the nightmare truly began. Olimus unleashed his dark arts. The air warped as a horde of silver demons and golden demons flooded the battlefield. Su Qinglian's eyes flashed with her appraisal skill. Her blood ran cold. A legendary demon, a golden demon knight, and a silver demon shaman stood before them. Her expression darkened instantly. She drew her weapon and stepped firmly in front of Zhou Yi, shielding him from the terror ahead. She glanced back, her voice trembling but firm. Zhou Yi, the Azure Phoenix squad will hold the line. If you see an opening, you run. Don't look back. She's right. You have to survive this. Zhu Dan shouted, stepping up alongside the other 2 girls to form a human wall around him. In their minds, there was no doubt. Zhou Yi was the greatest monstrous genius they had ever encountered. With talent like his, he was the future of humanity. He was worth every drop of their blood to protect. Suddenly, the heavens tore open. A massive golden magic circle illuminated the sky. It was the Snow Dragon Legion. Every soldier was a Class 3 job holder above level 30, led by a level 51 warlord. Hope surged through the girls, they were saved. But while the squad celebrated, Zhou Yi frowned. Something was wrong. If they teleported, why appear so far away, instead of directly on the battlefield? His suspicion was confirmed instantly. From the enemy lines, the demon commander burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Fools, do you think you're safe? My barrier is already active. Your precious reinforcements can't save you now. Su Qinglian gasped, her face pale. What? That's impossible. She looked up in horror. The golden formation was sealed off. A massive crimson barrier separated the Legion from the battlefield, locking them out. On the other side of the crimson veil, Xu Yuzhou turned to Wang Liang, urgency in his voice. What is happening? Why did the teleportation coordinates shift so far? Wang Liang pressed his hand against the red energy wall, sensing the mana flow. His face turned grave. It's a forbidden spell, the Dark Flame Wall. Space inside is completely locked down. No one can teleport in, and no attacks can penetrate from the outside. To break this shield, we would need the combined might of 2 more legions. Our only other option is to wait for the mana to dissipate. Shu Yuzhou gritted his teeth. And how long will that take? 5 minutes, came the grim reply. Shu Yuzhou closed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh of defeat before issuing a cruel command. Catalog all the personnel inside. Save their files. When the barrier falls, notify their families to collect the bodies. Understood, Wang Liang whispered. But inside the barrier, a different sound rang out the system notification. Ding! Legendary demon detected. New achievement quest generated. Objective: annihilate the demon. Failure. Penalty: none. Reward: S rank talent. Divine medicine blessing. Zhou Yi looked at the holographic screen and smirked. Finally, the achievement quest I've been waiting for. Golden energy erupted from his body. He casually walked past the trembling girls. Su Qinglian panicked, grabbing his arm. Zhou Yi, what are you doing? Across the field, the demon commander locked his gaze on the lone human stepping forward. Such dense, holy aura. You're the one slaughtering my kin. Out of respect, I will carve you into 100 pieces myself. Prepare for eternal agony. The demon commander roared, spurring his fire dragon into a charging flight. Zhou Yi shook off Su Qinglian's hand and readied his hammer. Above him, the fire dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of magical flames. Zhou Yi! Dodge it! Su Qinglian screamed. Zhou Yi remained stoic. With a casual swing, he sent a crescent of golden energy soaring into the sky. Boom! The golden slash tore straight through the dragon's breath, obliterating the flames before slicing the fire dragon's wing clean off. Crippled, the massive beast plummeted from the sky, taking the demon commander down with it. The earth shook as the dragon slammed into the ground, lying still in a crater of its own making. The demon commander managed to land, stumbling but unharmed, but he had no time to recover. Zhou Yi flashed behind him, his hammer already descending. Sensing death, the demon blindly swung his blade backward. Clang! He managed to clip Zhou Yi's shoulder armor, knocking it loose, but that was his only success. The demon looked up, only to see a blinding golden light rushing toward his face. He frantically raised his weapon to block, using the impact to leap backward. He stared at the spot he just vacated, pulverized by Zhou Yi's hammer. Internal panic set in. What is this monster? This human is only level 18. How does he possess power that rivals mine? Zhou Yi didn't chase immediately. He rested his hammer and casually cracked his knuckles, staring the demon down. Not bad. You can actually take a hit, he quipped. You're the first legendary grade monster I've ever met. Don't disappoint me. You arrogant human trash! The demon commander roared, lunging forward with a piercing thrust. Zhou Yi leapt high into the air, dodging the strike. He gripped his weapon, bringing it down in a massive, cross-shaped blast of destruction. The pure white blade struck true. The stun status was successfully applied. Zhou Yi raised his hand high, roaring, Light of Judgment. But the stun duration was fleeting. Before the lightning could strike, the demon commander snapped awake and bellowed, Flame Demon Shield. The shield absorbed the entire lightning barrage without a crack. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Even the Light of Judgment failed to finish him? It seems that these ordinary methods are completely insufficient to crush a legendary rank demon with defense this thick. Then there is only one option left, the reward skill from the grand exam. Meanwhile, the demon commander turned to his legion, barking orders. My beloved warriors, tear him apart for me. At his command, the horde erupted in bloodlust, screaming and charging toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi did not even flinch. Holy light exploded around him. His body levitated into the air as waves of golden mana rippled outward, saturating the atmosphere. All eyes were glued to the sky. As Zhou Yi raised both hands, a massive vortex tore open the heavens, and from within, a colossal hand descended. Why does it feel like a terrifying existence has just arrived? The demon commander barely finished his thought before the entire dimension was dyed in blinding gold. The giant hand crashed down. It smashed the commander and his minions, shaking the earth and shattering the ground with shockwaves. Su Qinglian stared blankly. Am I dreaming? Is this really Zhou Yi's skill? Jiang Churan felt her very soul tremble. The succubus bloodline within her was screaming in fear. Outside the crimson barrier, Si Yuzhou spoke, his voice grave. That firepower equals a magic crystal cannon. Have we identified who is trapped inside? Wang Liang replied instantly. Students from Suhong University. The one casting that spell is this year's top scholar. Zhou Yi, class, paladin. Si Yuzhou sighed with regret. Top scholar indeed. But the level gap is too vast. If Zhou Yi had just a little more time to grow, that single strike would have obliterated the demon. His assessment was brutal but accurate. As the dust settled, the demon commander still stood. he was alive, and his demonic aura surged even more violently than before. The demon commander roared in fury. How? How dare you offend my great existence? Flame Demon Legion, charge. Caster Core, begin the ritual. Instantly, demons swarmed from every direction, closing in on Zhou Yi like a tidal wave of death. The commander turned to the healer demon tending his wounds. He is merely a level 18 paladin. The healer confirmed, correct. After such a massive attack, his mana reserves must be completely dry. Without mana, facing our army of 3, mere numbers will be enough to grind him into dust. Satisfied, the demon commander turned his gaze back to his prey with a cruel sneer. In the eye of the storm, Zhou Yi remained expressionless. Hand of God drained nearly all my mana, he calculated. My gear's regeneration speed is too slow. I have to rely on myself. A system interface materialized before Zhou Yi's eyes. Secret Art, Divine Descent. Rank S. A forbidden technique of the Temple Knights. Cost: 0 mana. Immunity. Silence effects. Effect: grant a portion of the light, God's power. The 4 primary attributes will skyrocket, based on the user's physical endurance. The level of all holy and light skills is temporarily increased by 5. Health, stamina, and mana regeneration speed multiplied by 20. Effect persists for a set duration. Penalty: severe weakness state after expiration. A second later, a pillar of light pierced the heavens, smashing through the red barrier and engulfing Zhou Yi. What is happening now? Suspicion gnawed at the demon commander. He looked up and froze. Inside the golden pillar, Zhou Yi floated, embraced by the phantom of a 6-winged goddess. Feathers of light drifted down like snow. Every demon they touched was instantly incinerated into ash. Siyu Zhou reached out, catching a falling feather. His eyes widened in shock. This is the Divine Descent. Commander? The vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion asked, confused. What is Divine Descent? It is the pinnacle skill of divine class professions. It allows the user to wield the pure energy and faith of a deity. I once saw a priest use this. A single cast restored an entire army to peak condition. Because of that spell, our forces held the line against 3 demon legions until reinforcements arrived. Divine energy is as boundless as the ocean. With this, he doesn't need us. He can exterminate the demons alone. Below, the demon commander witnessed the transformation. His eyes bulged in terror as he screamed. Impossible. That is a supreme secret art. He is a level 18 paladin. How can he wield the power of a god? The mage behind him trembled, shouting a warning. Your Highness, once Divine Descent is active, only an equal level of divine energy can interrupt it. If he completes that ritual, our entire legion faces total annihilation. It is merely a single skill. The exchange of blows was instant. How long until the teleportation circle in the valley is ready? 1 minute, the mage replied coldly. I understand. Now is the time to prove your absolute loyalty. Yes, the mage shouted, his voice booming. All demons, hear my command. Offer everything you have to the demon lord. Without hesitation, he was the first to sacrifice his own soul. Great demon lord Oli Moroskin, I offer my entire being in reverence to you. Take my all. Following his lead, hundreds of demons chanted the madness, willingly tearing their souls apart for the sacrifice. A vortex formed as the demon lord devoured every last one of their souls. As the dark energy around the demon lord swelled, the goddess scoffed. Pathetic, ugly, low-born creatures. Holy Knight, I bestow my divine power upon you. Divine edict. As she spoke, the goddess guided Zhou Yi's hand. His eyes instantly erupted with blinding light. A beam of pure destruction shot from his palm, aiming straight for the demon lord amidst his feasting. The earth groaned. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the valley, burying everything in choking dust. But as the smoke cleared, the nightmare was not over. The demon lord stood firm, condensing a colossal sphere of apocalyptic fire. The demon flame. His ultimate innate skill. Fire elements compressed to the limit, reaching a surface temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius. Without my kin's sacrifice, this power would be impossible, the demon lord thought, then roared. Die, Holy Knight. He hurled the sun-like sphere at Zhou Yi, fully expecting victory, but reality was cruel. When the dust settled this time, Zhou Yi stood like a mountain, completely unscathed. Terror dawned on the demon. They were worlds apart in power. Without a second thought, he turned and fled toward the teleportation circle. But Zhou Yi would grant no mercy. Heretic. In the name of God, I pronounce your sentence. Death. With a wave of his hand, a pillar of light crashed down from the heavens, instantly obliterating the demon lord. Return. I completed my mission. My glory. Return to the holy world. The demon lord mumbled his final delirium before vanishing. Seeing this, the remaining demons shrieked in leaderless panic. What do we do? The lord is dead. The formation is destroyed. How do we return to the holy world? It is finally over, Zhou Yi whispered. Then, his strength failed him, consciousness faded, and his body plummeted from the sky. Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan and the Qingluan squad rushed forward, panic on their faces. The Snow Dragon vice captain barked orders. Healer, check Zhou Yi's vitals immediately. Team 1. Team 2. Sweep the mountain for survivors. The rest of you, charge with me. So heavy. Can't breathe. Something is crushing my chest. I can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I dying? Zhou Yi jolted awake, gasping for air. Only then did he realize he was in a hospital bed, and the crushing weight was actually a 50-kilogram girl sleeping on him. Jiang Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes. Zhou Yi, you're awake. You've been out for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go tell everyone and thank you for saving me. Suddenly, she planted a soft kiss on his cheek, then fled the room in embarrassment. That girl. Zhou Yi sighed, shaking his head. Just then, the system interface materialized. Daily quest. 200 push-ups incomplete. 200 squats incomplete. 200 sit-ups incomplete. I slept for 2 days. I missed 2 days worth of daily rewards. Let's see if the mission achievement rewards can make up for the loss. Achievement unlocked. Demon Slayer. Rewards distributed. Congratulations. You have received S+ rank talent. Death Resistance. Death Resistance. The body defies mortality and rapidly regenerates from any damage sustained. Congratulations. You have received S rank item. Felix Elixir. Effect. Increases user's luck significantly for 12 hours. A regeneration talent? Regeneration talents are common across classes, but effectiveness varies. However, an S+ rank called Death Resistance? That must be in a league of its own. With a manic glint in his eye, Zhou Yi materialized a knife. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his own chest, then pulled it out to watch. The wound closed at the speed of light. Zhou Yi stared in awe. Healed in 2 seconds? Incredible. With this, standard combat damage won't even slow me down. My survivability just skyrocketed. But what about a truly fatal injury? A dangerous curiosity took over. Zhou Yi summoned a massive battle axe. After weighing the risks, he decided not to court death by testing the axe just yet. Instead, his gaze shifted to the other reward, the Flux Elixir of Fortune. Luck, is it? Just how much does it actually increase? Does this mean I could walk out the door and immediately stumble upon a legendary grade weapon? Or perhaps I'll help a random old lady cross the street, only to discover she is a majestic Third Awakening Grandmaster? Maybe I'll find God-tier equipment sold as junk on the roadside? This single vial holds infinite possibilities. Deciding to save such a trump card for a crucial moment, Zhou Yi was about to close the system interface when a sudden notification panel seized his attention. The A-rank skill, Holy Flame Halo. It condenses a radiant ring of holy fire around the user, granting absolute control over the flame element. It amplifies all fire and light element damage for both the user and surrounding allies by 20%. A buff that lasts for a significant duration. Holy Flame Halo? What exactly is this? He muttered, his eyes widening as he read the description. A divine grimoire skill. His mind flashed back to the life or death clash with the Demon Lord. That was when it activated. The S+ rank, passive. Divine Angel's Protection. A soulbound pact with a celestial entity. Under this protection, his affinity for the light element skyrocketed. The effectiveness of every light and holy attribute skill was multiplied exponentially. The Holy Flame Halo does not just summon fire. It creates a domain where the user becomes the master of the flame element. By boosting fire and light damage by 20% for the entire team, it transforms the user into a walking amplifier of destruction. Since the Holy Flame Halo falls under the light element category, it also benefits directly from the massive buffs provided by the Divine Angel's Protection. Once this halo is activated, the damage output of his light and fire skills wouldn't just increase by 20%, it would soar by at least 40%. If I activate the Holy Flame Halo, and then cast Light's Punishment simultaneously, wouldn't that effectively make me a dual element mage wielding both lightning and fire? Just as Zhou Yi was lost in his fantasies of unlimited power, a sharp knock at the door pulled him back to reality. A young man, completely unfamiliar to Zhou Yi, stood at the entrance. He carried an air of authority mixed with respect. After settling into a seat, the stranger introduced himself. I am the Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, the Mage Wang Liang. Student Zhou Yi, thanks to your timely destruction of the monster and the teleportation array, we achieved a great victory. Without you, we never would have captured so many demon prisoners. Zhou Yi replied with humble grace. You are too kind, sir. I simply did what was necessary to survive. May I ask what brings you here personally? Technically, the commander intended to thank you in person. However, he is currently swamped with urgent matters, so I have come in his stead. Wang Liang continued, his expression turning serious. Your final strike annihilated half of the Dark Mist Valley. Yet miraculously, the traces of the demon's descent remained perfectly intact. This allowed the Legion to uncover the demon's secrets. The commander has already gone to report these critical findings to the higher-ups. As he spoke, Wang Liang produced a small, metallic sphere. Upon activation, the room dissolved, replaced by a holographic treasure vault filled with dazzling artifacts. Behold, these are the resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over hundreds of years. Do not be shy, Wang Liang said with a generous wave of his hand. Tell me what catches your eye, and it is yours. Zhou Yi scanned the list, his breath catching in his throat. Incredible. You even have high-grade S-class heavenly treasures? After a moment of intense searching, Zhou Yi spoke up. Vice Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon warehouse contain the extreme cold ice lotus? Please, take a moment to check. Wang Liang tapped a few commands into the interface before pointing to an item on the screen. Is this the one you seek? Zhou Yi nodded. That is exactly it. Done, Zhou Yi cried out in excitement. Very well, Wang Liang replied. On the surface, he looked calm, but deep inside, he was crying rivers of blood. That item cost 100 million contribution points, 3 years of his salary. I will definitely have to make the commander reimburse me for this, Wang Liang thought, suppressing a wince. The extreme cold ice lotus is stored at the headquarters, so you will need to wait here for a few days. If you find yourself bored, I can arrange for you to join a squad, hunting magical beasts in the mountain range. Wang Liang feigned indifference as he walked toward the door, acting as if the suggestion was merely an afterthought. But the moment he turned his back to Zhou Yi, a sly grin crept onto his face. If he could get the young recruits to fight alongside Zhou Yi, they would build a bond of camaraderie. Once Zhou Yi inevitably became a supreme powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Legion would bask in his reflected glory. My plan is absolutely flawless, Wang Liang thought, mentally patting himself on the back. But Zhou Yi's next words hit him like a bucket of ice water. My apologies, Vice Commander. I must return to the university tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. Please just mail the extreme cold ice lotus to my dormitory. Wang Liang froze. He had completely forgotten that this monster of a mage was still just a student. Letting out a defeated sigh, Wang Liang replied, Very well. The lotus will be delivered to Dormitory 001 at Suhang University in 2 days. In the future, if you encounter any trouble within the Wind Mountain range that you cannot handle, do not hesitate to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. With that, he departed. Zhou Yi collapsed onto the sofa, a smile of pure relief and happiness spreading across his face. Xiao Yun is saved. I really ought to thank that demon. Without that disaster, I never would have had the chance to obtain a treasure like the extreme cold ice lotus from the Legion's vault. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, It is almost 12 o'clock. I need to finish today's daily quests before the reset. Meanwhile, at the Azure Bird Squad's quarters, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the shower, steam still rising from her skin, when her teammates swarmed her. Captain, we really want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Azure Bird Squad. What do you think? Can we recruit him? Su Qinglian dried her hair, her expression unbothered. I doubt he would agree. With his level of power, hunting magical beasts alone is far more efficient than carrying a team. Zhu Dan flashed a teasing grin. You will never know unless you try. Besides, Captain, don't you want him on our squad just as much as we do? Wen Tianrun chimed in, his tone playful. I have seen you sneaking off to visit Zhou Yi more than once. Su Qinglian remained silent, but her mind drifted back to that fateful visit. She had indeed invited him to join their elite team, but the young knight had tactfully declined. Though disappointed, she respected his choice. However, just before leaving, she couldn't resist. By the way, for saving us at the Hurricane Mountain range, here is a special thank you. Before he could react, Su Qinglian planted a soft kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek, then walked away with a radiant smile. Zhou Yi touched his face, instantly reminded of Jiang Churan's similar affection. A flush of embarrassment crept up his neck. A special reward indeed. Girls these days were certainly bold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shu Wuzhou was delivering a critical report to his superiors. According to our investigation, the otherworldly demon invasion has evolved. Unlike 3 years ago, they are now appearing in waves across the Hurricane Mountain range. The data confirms the worst. The demons have mastered travel through medium-sized spatial rifts. A grave voice cut in. Are you certain? Do you understand the implications of what you are suggesting? Shu Wuzhou stood firm. Historically, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through massive spatial tiers. Since giant rifts are rare, the threat was manageable. But medium-sized rifts? They are countless across our world. If the Legion can now flood through these smaller gateways, Blue Star faces an extinction-level crisis. That is why we triple-checked every piece of data before bringing it to you. There is one small mercy. Only creatures below level 30 can pass through these medium rifts. The High Official, a man with formidable horns, nodded grimly. If that is the case, we must mobilize immediately. Countermeasures are required now. Councilwoman Yang, notify every major legion nationwide. Order them to inspect all medium spatial rifts within their territories. Councilman Zhang, bring this to the International United Parliament. Reveal our findings and gauge the global reaction. Wang Wei, principal of Suhong University, stepped forward from the shadows. Commander Shu, did this critical intelligence truly come from an 18-year-old boy? It did. Shu Wuzhou projected Zhou Yi's profile onto the main screen. This young hero is Zhou Yi, a rising holy knight, the top scorer of Suhong province, and our #1 freshman. He summoned divine descent to crush the demons and single-handedly destroyed their teleportation array. His actions bought us invaluable time. The room filled with murmurs of astonishment. A holy knight taking the top provincial spot? Unheard of. From Suhong. And surnamed Zhou? Could he be a scion of the Frost Zhou clan? The high official turned to Wang Wei. Principal Wang, when you return, keep a close watch on this Zhou Yi for me. Agreed. If he is a true genius, do not hoard him. We expect a full report. Laughter broke the tension. Shu Wuzhou smiled, silently admiring the boy's rise. To impress the nation's elites, Zhou Yi's future is limitless. 2 days later, the Grand Freshman Tournament officially began. Drones buzzed through the air above Suhong University. Attention students. The freshman competition commences at 10:00 hours. Please proceed to the main stadium immediately. Do not be late. As the clock ticked down, the Dean of the War Academy stood up, representing the leaders of the Weaponry, Elemental, Tactical, and Logistics divisions. I am Wu Meng, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhong University. This year's competition will be divided into 2 grueling stages. Phase 1, Dungeon Speedrun. Rankings will be decided by clear time and difficulty level. Phase 2, Free Challenge. You have 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked opponent. Win, and you take their place. While Wu Meng spoke, Su Mir shifted anxiously in the crowd, her eyes darting around. Where are Zhou Yi and Jiang Qiran? If they don't show up soon, they will be disqualified. I shouldn't have told him about the extreme frost lotus without confirmation. Now he's missing. She wasn't the only one noticing the empty spot. Whispers spread like wildfire among the students. Hey, have you seen Zhou Yi? No sign of him. Did he bail on the freshman competition? He hasn't been back in a month. Good riddance. That is one less monster to worry about. Shen Lingfeng stood amidst the crowd, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Zhou Yi, you wasted a whole month instead of training. And now you don't even have the courage to show your face? Pathetic. Let the games begin. Phase 1, the Silver Rank Dungeon Challenge is now open. As Wu Meng's voice faded, the ancient gate to the secret realm cracked open. A torrent of pitch-black flames erupted, instantly engulfing the vast space in a suffocating embrace. The scale and power of this year's freshman class is the strongest in history. This trial is designed to push everyone's potential to the absolute limit. This dungeon instance wasn't just limited to the standard easy and hard modes. They had unlocked the terrifying Abyss difficulty. The students couldn't hide their excitement. They actually unlocked the Abyss mode? This is insane. No wonder the dungeon gate is blazing with such intensity. It all makes sense now. I recall the Abyss difficulty is 10 times more horrifying than Nightmare. Finally, something fun. Just wait. This young master is going to wipe the floor with that Abyss instance. With adrenaline pumping, the students began frantically prepping their gear. Potions were stocked, and their finest weapons were drawn, ready for war. Move out. The moment Wu Meng gave the order, the dungeon information flashed before their eyes. Instance, the Fobong Nest. Level range, 12 to 19. Difficulty selection, simple to abyss. Party size, 1 to 6 players. Warning, inside this dark and gloomy forest lies the territory of the ferocious Fobong beast horde. Legend has it that a single human body isn't even enough to fill the belly of a small Fobong beast. In a flash of light, all the freshmen were teleported inside. Watching the screens fill with nightmare and abyss selections, Wu Meng whispered in admiration. Not bad. Not bad at all. These kids are full of fire, charging straight into danger. Suddenly, Wu Meng's expression shifted. Wait, why don't I see numbers 001 and 003? Su Mei hesitated before replying. Report. Dean. 001 and 003 went to the Gale Mountain range for training. They haven't returned yet. Wu Meng roared in anger. The freshman trial decides their entire future and cultivation resources. How dare they be late for something this critical? Just because they're young and highly ranked, they think they can be arrogant? They have no sense of discipline. Dean, Zhou Yi isn't like that. It's because. Su Mei tried to defend him, but Wu Meng waved his hand, cutting her off sharply. Students like that need to learn a lesson. If they aren't here, they don't participate. Put them directly in last place. Just then, Zhou Yi stormed in, carrying Jiang Churan on his shoulder. Sorry, we're late. Without hesitation, he and Jiang Churan selected the Abyss difficulty immediately. Before anyone could react, the two of them vanished, teleported straight into the dungeon instance. Welcome to the Phobong Nest. Difficulty: Abyss. Warning: monsters in Abyss mode are in a state of frenzy. Please use your return scroll if your life is in danger. I hope the difficulty lives up to the rumors. As he spoke, Zhou Yi activated a cascade of buffs. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of the Almighty, Guardian's Gift. He drew his weapon, eyes locked on the battle ahead. Enemy detected. Phobong Warrior. Level 17. Silver rank aptitude. Skills: Haste. Berserk Strike. Elite enemy detected. Level 18. Silver rank. Skills: Iron Aura, War Stomp. Zhou Yi scanned the data as the beasts roared, charging toward him like a tide. Good. Let's see if you can force me to use my full strength. With a shout of excitement, he leaped high into the air and brought his hammer down with devastating force. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan unleashed her B-rank skill, Flash Army Breaker Slash. Her blade danced, firing waves of sword chi that pierced through the enemy's defenses. At the same time, Shenling Feng gathered blazing flames around his body. He unleashed an extreme fire fist, dealing massive damage to a single target. Another top student unleashed a specialized technique, the C-rank skill, Spinning Heart-Shattering Kick. He vaulted up and slammed an enemy into the ground, stunning it. But facing 16 beasts at once, panic began to set in. The judges watched the chaos unfold on the screens, analyzing every move. The overall performance of this year's freshman is impressive. The Phobong Nest is the most difficult instance our academy possesses. In the past, freshmen were usually crushed before they could even react, forced to retire immediately. But this year, they are actually holding their ground. Wu Mang barked an order to the tech team. Project Window 001. I want to see what level of power he achieved after wasting a month in the Gale Mountain range. Zhou Yi's feed appeared. He was shrouded in a cloud of dust and smoke. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, first stage cleared. 16 Phobong beasts eliminated. Time elapsed: 5 seconds. The result was so surreal that Zhu Huayang, dean of the Elemental Academy, gasped in shock. 5 seconds? He cleared it in 5 seconds? He only used the Holy Flame Halo support skill. How did he trigger such intense fire damage to instantly wipe them out? Song Qi, dean of the Weaponry Academy, squinted in confusion. Unless his intelligence attribute is abnormally high. Even Wu Meng had never seen anything like this. He held back his judgment, analyzing the situation carefully. There are many reasons for high skill damage: intelligence stats, powerful buffs, or rare artifacts. It's just one battle. We can't be certain yet. Even with decades of combat experience, the sheer complexity of that technique baffles me. I cannot even decipher the mechanics of that strange halo. What kind of skill is it? And just how devastating is its effect? One thing is certain: Zhou Yi did not waste a single second of his training this past month. This kid is truly an anomaly. Zhou Yi had no idea he was causing chaos among the high-ranking judges. His focus was locked entirely on the battlefield. Punishment of Light. As the incantation left Zhou Yi's lips, thousands of holy lightning bolts descended like divine judgment, instantly obliterating the monster horde and sending them straight to the afterlife. Immediately, the system interface flashed. Congratulations. Second stage cleared. 200 flying shades annihilated. Completion time: 1 minute and 23 seconds. With momentum on his side, Zhou Yi unleashed the Spear of Victory, shattering the third stage in just 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Total time: 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Evaluation: Triple S rank. You are now recognized as the new record holder for this dungeon instance. Clearance rewards: B+ rank skill book, Hammer of Repentance. 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. Item description: the Hammer of Repentance, a strike infused with holy divinity that inflicts catastrophic damage upon the enemy. Achievement unlocked: as the first person to clear this difficulty, you have awakened a hidden innate talent. Please select one of the following 3 options. First, Focus Aura, A- rank. Neural reaction speed increases by 30%. There is a 30% chance to prevent skill interruption during casting. Second, Rapid Travel, A- rank. Upon entering combat, movement speed continuously accelerates, capping at a 50% increase. Third, Steadfast Guardian, A- rank. When using a shield as a primary weapon, defensive capabilities increase by 30%. The notification caught Zhou Yi completely off guard. To think a mere dungeon run could grant a new innate talent? For a professional, strength isn't just about stats, it is defined by the quality of their talents. Originally, it was only thanks to his S+ rank talent that he could activate the hidden paladin class during the job change ceremony. This must be a special privilege for platinum tier dungeons or higher. After all, despite setting records in the bronze tier exam copy, he never received a reward this magnificent. A 3-pick 1 choice. The system is surprisingly generous, ensuring he doesn't get stuck with a useless ability. Zhou Yi's mind raced as he calculated the optimal path. Steadfast Guardian fits the standard tank build for a paladin perfectly, but he rarely played the role of a pure meat shield. Rapid travel was decent, but compared to the strategic value of Focus Aura, it fell short. In real combat, the gap between spotting an enemy and launching a counterattack is where life and death are decided. The stronger the foe, the faster their strikes. Therefore, neural reaction speed is the most precious attribute a warrior can possess. Battle is ever-changing. Focus Aura not only boosts reaction time but minimizes the fatal risk of skill interruption, acting as the pivot point that could turn the tide of war. Suddenly, a new gate materialized, radiating a suffocating dark aura. A system notification hovered above it. Abyss level cleared. Would you like to activate the hidden boss room? A repulsive energy oozed from the portal, making his skin crawl. Well, he thought, hopefully this hidden room offers something to lift my spirits. Full of anticipation, Zhou Yi stepped through the gate without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, his performance had the judges in an uproar once again. Each expert analyzed his technique through the lens of their own specialty, but they all agreed on one thing. His combat style was brutal. Perfect elemental control, lightning-fast tactical thinking, and terrifying adaptability. Opening the abyss-level difficulty was not a mistake, it was a necessity. Zhou Yi is a true all-rounder. He doesn't just possess devastating offensive magic, he also masters buffs and healing, and his melee combat skills are enough to shock veteran warriors. However, one judge noted, his paladin skill set is too broad. If he continues to level up everything, the resource cost will be astronomical. He risks becoming a master of none. Wu Mang listened to Dean Zhongling of the Tactics Institute and nodded in solemn agreement. Indeed, that is a critical issue. Once the rookie competition concludes, I will speak with him personally about specializing his path. Hearing this, Song Qi and Chu Huayang immediately jumped into the conversation, playing a game of tag team rhetoric. Dean Wu. Zhou Yi hasn't decided on an academy yet. Advice on his future path should come from the principal of the school he actually chooses. It's only proper to wait. Exactly. Zhou Yi clearly has a knack for elemental magic. He is practically made for the Elemental Academy. The recruitment war had officially begun. Their words drew the attention of everyone in the room. Even the principal arrived, noting how satisfied everyone seemed with the prodigy. It's a pity I arrived late, Principal Wang Hui smiled. I missed the chance to see his full power unleashed. Back inside the dungeon, the moment Zhou Yi stepped into the hidden chamber, a scene of death and gloom assaulted his senses. Staring at a mountain of bleached bones in the distance, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. This setup, it looks like a ritual site for an evil god. His gaze locked onto a skeleton seated upon a throne atop the pile of corpses. He analyzed the situation calmly. This world has a god of light, so naturally, a corresponding evil god must exist to balance the scales. But evil god isn't just a title for darkness. It refers to deities of chaos and madness. And there is a massive difference between simple darkness and absolute insanity. To serve the gods of light or darkness, one needs only faith. But the vile god? That monster demands a price paid in blood and pure souls. Recall the infamous Blood Abyss tragedy from years ago. It was the work of a single fanatic, a third advancement cultist of the vile god. He secretly plotted the sacrifice of a mid-sized city. Tens of thousands of lives were extinguished in a single night, skyrocketing his level from 54 to 89 in a heartbeat. Although he was eventually obliterated by the Imperial Legion and patrol envoys, the damage was done. Those thousands of souls devoured by the vile god could never be resurrected. Since that dark day, the kingdom of Zhongsha has strictly banned all worship of the dark deity. Discovery means immediate execution. Yet, the lure of forbidden power is strong, and the cult's numbers continue to rise, fueled by those desperate enough to risk everything. And it's not just humans. Beastkin, elves, even the angelic races, anyone is susceptible to the whispering corruption of the vile god. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi stepped onto the crimson formation etched into the dungeon floor. Instantly, a sinister purple mist swirled around the bone throne in the center of the room. The nightmare awakened. A level 19. Nether Spirit Bear. A boss monster evolved through dark rituals and infused with spectral energy. Ah, fresh meat. It has been so long, the beast hissed, eyeing him greedily. A human? You smell delicious. And brave. To face a creature immune to physical attacks, any normal fighter would freeze in terror before this final boss. but Zhou Yi just rested his hammer on his shoulder, grinning like a predator. "You hungry? Come and get it." He didn't waste a second. He unleashed Divine Light Storm, summoning a tempest of holy energy. Blinding light condensed at the target point, ripping through the air to inflict continuous magical damage on everything within range. It was his way of saying hello. "Humph, striking a stone with an egg," the boss mocked. But its words were cut short as the vortex of light sucked it in and ground its spirit form into dust. Silence fell, but only for a moment. Particles gathered, and the boss reformed completely intact, laughing maniacally. "Human, I admit your holy light stings. But against the immortality granted by Lord Xia, your struggles are useless. You are merely an insect hitting an iron wall." Watching the aura of light intensify around Zhou Yi, the beast sneered, misreading the situation completely. "Summoning such power. You must be using your ultimate move already. Desperate, aren't we? It won't work. Struggle all you want. Once you burn through your mana, what will you have left? Nothing. The next time I resurrect, I will feast on your despair." Zhou Yi's eyes glinted with amusement. "Oh? Is that so?" He raised a hand toward the creature. A massive sphere of light shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the boss and eliciting a wretched scream of agony. Even as its body dissolved, it shrieked, "I told you, I cannot be destroyed. I am eternal." "Nonsense," Zhou Yi scoffed. He didn't stop. Standing his ground, he fired sphere after sphere, blasting the creature into oblivion until the immortality simply ran out. System alert. Dungeon cleared. Time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Rank, perfect. Experience gained, 7,113. Congratulations, level up to 19. Rare drop obtained, golden bear horn. Infinite resurrection? As if, Zhou Yi muttered. It was just a battery. Drain the charge, and the toy stops working. Before leaving the instance, he glanced back, analyzing the battle. Upon entering, he had sensed a chaotic, murky energy filling the space. It wasn't elemental magic. But when he used his divine art, the energies reacted to each other. It confirmed his suspicion. That was the residual power of the vile god. Every time the nether spirit bear resurrected, that eerie background energy diminished slightly. That was the trick. The resurrections weren't infinite. They were limited by the available fuel in the room. The correct strategy was a battle of attrition, kill it repeatedly, to drain the vile god's energy reserve. Zhou Yi just happened to drain it faster than anyone else. While Zhou Yi was already analyzing his loot, the other students were still fighting for their lives in their own exam instances. Some were being crushed by the boss, while others were slowly chipping away at victory. Shen Lingfeng was one of the strong ones. "This side quest is brutal," Shen Lingfeng thought, panting. "You have to kill this thing 10 times to make it stay dead. Lucky I leveled up twice recently. I should be able to clear this in under 8 minutes. He smirked, feeling proud of his speed as he exited the dungeon. But outside, the faculty was in an uproar. God's hand? Did Zhou Yi just use an S-rank skill? Wu Keikin, the dean of logistics, couldn't hide his shock or his delight. The other teachers, however, were skeptical. "Zhou Yi just got lucky," one scoffed. "He probably stumbled upon a glitch or a shortcut. Let's see a new student try that again." "True," another mused, "but it seems our holy knight has secrets." That was no ordinary clear. S-rank skills aren't something a student from the slums gets access to. Unless, before the teacher could finish his accusation, a sharp warning cough from the principal cut through the air. The message was clear. Silence. The teacher shut his mouth instantly, though his mind raced. Why was the principal protecting a student's secret? Meanwhile, Su Mayer stared at the scoreboard, her eyes going wide. Wait, look at his stats. Level 19? That shouldn't be possible. The crowd erupted into disbelief, whispers spreading like wildfire. Level 19? Was that even humanly possible? During the initial rankings, Zhou Yi was merely level 13. Even the hellish experience of an abyss dungeon should not grant a 6-level skyrocket like that. "The guy is a monster in human skin," Wang Hui interjected, revealing the hidden truth. After his initial report, Zhou Yi did not rest. He ventured into the wild to hunt. He survived the treacherous Wind Mountain range, and judging by his aura, his harvest there was nothing short of legendary. He entered the dungeon already at level 18. He single-handedly annihilated the Flame Demon Legion. For a monster like him, this rookie tournament is mere child's play. If this competition did not determine the allocation of precious resources, a titan like him would not even bother showing up. Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the portal, his confidence high, but he froze. Zhou Yi was already standing there, waiting. Why was he here? Could it be? Had he cleared the dungeon before the great Shen Lingfeng? Impossible, he scoffed, deluding himself instantly. He must have failed the side quest and retreated like a coward. "I carry the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning. I will never lose to some poverty-stricken peasant from the north." Composing himself, Shen Lingfeng retracted his aura and brushed past Zhou Yi with an icy glare, refusing to speak. Zhou Yi just stood there, completely baffled. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Did he fail his run or something? Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air nearby. Zhou Yi's gaze snapped toward the source. It was Jiang Churan, free-falling helplessly from the dungeon portal. Look out! Moving faster than the eye could follow, Zhou Yi caught her in a secure embrace. Brother Zhou Yi, as expected, you cleared the stage faster than me. She snuggled into his arms with practiced ease. Brother. Zhou Yi blinked, staring at her with visible confusion. I am a few months older than you, she teased nonchalantly. Isn't it only right for me to call you brother? Fine, have it your way. It was a trivial matter, so Zhou Yi decided to indulge her whim. At that moment, students began raining from the sky like hail. Unlike Jiang Churan, however, they had no handsome hero to catch them. Their runs had clearly been brutal. The moment they hit reality, the air filled with agonized groans and desperate pleas for medical aid. Move, now! Sue Meyer barked orders to the medical squad, her hands glowing with healing light as she treated a critically wounded student. 1 hour later, the chaos subsided, and every student was finally accounted for. Wumong sealed the secret realm entrance. Phase 1 is officially concluded. Prepare yourselves for the rankings and clear times. At last. I have been waiting for this moment. Shen Lingfeng smirked, victory assured. But as the board lit up, his expression shattered. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. Dungeon clear, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Side quest, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Rank 2, Shen Lingfeng. Dungeon clear, 13 minutes and 35 seconds. Side quest, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Rank 3, Jiang Churan. Rank 4, Song Hilon. Rank 5, Qin Feng. Shen Lingfeng trembled. He actually cleared the abyss difficulty before me, and he beat my time by nearly 15 whole minutes. Reality cracked his sanity. Shen Lingfeng scrambled up a dragon-carved pillar like a madman, his mind screaming, Zhou Yi, you stole the title of top scholar from me, and now you steal the Rookie King title? I don't care what tricks you used. In the second phase, Shen Lingfeng glared down at Zhou Yi with eyes full of murder. I will personally grind you into the dust beneath my boots. Zhou Yi, oblivious to the inner monologue, just stared at the bizarre display. Why is he climbing up there? Is he trying to act cool? The tension broke as the announcement boomed. The free challenge phase had officially begun. Wu Mang clapped his hands, and massive floating arenas materialized in the sky. Each student has 3 challenge attempts. 5 minutes of rest between bouts. The real battle starts now. I challenge rank 754. My class is useless against monsters, but against humans? I am a god of war. I challenge rank 86. Suddenly, a roar drowned them out. I challenge Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng leaped onto the central stage, eyes burning with bloodlust. Get up here, Zhou Yi. Let's see who reigns supreme. Jiang Churan leaned in, whispering urgent intel. That is Shen Lingfeng, the second-ranked genius from the Jiangning martial family. He possesses the ultra-rare Flame Dragon bloodline. You crushed his dream of being the #1 scholar in Suhong. That is why he looks at you like a mortal enemy. He cannot even see the gap in our power, Zhou Yi sighed. Truly, hatred has rotted his brain. Zhou Yi vaulted onto the arena, his expression calm. I hope you don't disappoint me, Shen Lingfeng sneered. A holy knight against a berserker. Let's see who breaks first, the referee shouted. Begin! Instantly, Shen Lingfeng exploded with power. Scarlet Flame Fist. Blood Berserk. He launched himself forward like a human missile. From the stands, Wang Hui analyzed the move instantly. Those are the signature burst skills of the Berserker class. Shen Lingfeng is not holding back. He intends to end this battle in a single breath. Wumong didn't hesitate for a split second. He instantly ignited his blood fury and unleashed the Crimson Flame Fist to seize the opening strike. Zhu Huayang watched with keen eyes. He realized Shen Lingfeng intended to sever Zhou Yi's buff capabilities instantly, a decisive strategy befitting a noble heir. However, despite Shen Lingfeng's superior battle instincts, he made one fatal calculation error. He was still 1 step slower than Zhou Yi. As his attack bounced off harmlessly, Shen Lingfeng gasped in shock. Holy Light Guardian? When exactly did you cast that? The Holy Light Guardian was a B+ tier skill, the ultimate defense capable of negating significant physical trauma. It was the one counter skill Shen Lingfeng feared the most, yet he had still arrived too late to stop it. Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in regret. A smart choice. Your attack speed is impressive, I admit. But summoning my Holy Light Guardian? That takes me a mere 0.1 seconds. Zhou Yi smirked with confidence as he summoned the massive hammer of repentance into his grip. I held back, hoping you'd give me a real challenge worthy of a fight. But I apologize. You simply can't spark my interest. Before the words faded, Zhou Yi swung the hammer high and smashed it down like Judgment Day. The impact slammed Shen Lingfeng face first into the ground, shattering his flame shield into dust instantly. How? How does he possess such monstrous energy? While Shen Lingfeng's mind reeled in confusion, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming over him. Zhou Yi had already closed the distance. The hammer was raised high, casting a deathly silhouette. I can't dodge this. No, I cannot lose here. But reality was cruel. The hammer crashed down again, sending Shen Lingfeng flying off the stage for the second time. But this time was different. Shen Lingfeng activated the Flame Dragon physique. He caught the hammer with one hand and launched a counterpunch at the speed of light. The Flame Dragon physique. So, this is the latent power hidden within your bloodline. Zhou Yi spoke calmly, drifting like a breeze to effortlessly evade the barrage of high-speed strikes. His mind, however, was analyzing the situation deeply. First, Jiang Churan, and now Shen Lingfeng. These elite class holders all seemed to possess terrifying abilities linked to their heritage. It seemed that those with noble bloodlines always held a powerful ace up their sleeves. Zhou Yi had to admit, he was a little envious. But listen well. Even with that awakened bloodline power, you are still no match for me. Zhou Yi seized Shen Lingfeng's arm mid-strike and prepared another hammer blow. But the result defied expectation. Shen Lingfeng twisted away, dodging the strike, a feat that actually surprised Zhou Yi. My Flame Dragon lineage has no weakness in close quarters. Today, you will witness the true terror of the Flame Dragon. Dragon Breath. Shen Lingfeng opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The crowd gasped. It was Dragon Breath, the signature skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Shen Lingfeng had been forced to play his trump card. With Zhou Yi possessing no special bloodline, the situation looked grim. Zhou Yi lost, the crowd whispered. Jiang Churan's anxiety spiked as she heard the doubts, her heart racing for him. But on the stage, Zhou Yi remained calm. He activated Holy Flame Halo and began absorbing the Dragon Breath entirely. A sudden chill of dread ran down Shen Lingfeng's spine. Zhou Yi's gaze wasn't that of an opponent. It was the look of a king staring down a mere subject. Impossible! I won't accept this. Refusing to accept the reality before him, Shen Lingfeng poured everything into his fire, spitting more flames at Zhou Yi. Useless. Your flames cannot escape my dominion. Zhou Yi condensed the Dragon Breath into his palm, then swung his hammer, hurling the inferno right back at its master. This battle has gone on long enough. I'll defeat you with your own fire. Keep dreaming. I'll take back control. Shen Lingfeng frantically cast a dispel skill to reclaim the flames. But the fire ignored him. The backlash slammed into him with catastrophic force, knocking him out cold. Shen Lingfeng lost consciousness. Winner, Zhou Yi. As the referee declared the victory, the medical team rushed onto the stage to treat the fallen fighter. The arrogant Shen Lingfeng hadn't just been beaten, he had been utterly dismantled from start to finish. And the terrifying part? Zhou Yi hadn't even shown his full strength. If he were to unleash his true power, just how horrifying would it be? With his superior level and combat IQ, crushing Shen Lingfeng was inevitable. It was a complete domination. True, someone muttered. Who could imagine he'd skyrocket to level 5 in just a single month? Amidst the buzz, Wu Mang's eyes lit up as he gestured to the stage. Look, another top contender approaches. A petite girl in Taoist robes is challenging Zhou Yi. I am Song Hilon, level 17 Spirit Taoist. Please advise. A Spirit Taoist. A hidden class extremely rare in the Xia Kingdom, known for their mastery over talismans and sealing arts. Zhou Yi's mind raced. The priest had mentioned that a sealing technique was needed to control Zhao Yun's strange illness. Fate had delivered a Spirit Taoist right to him. Zhou Yi quickly assessed his new opponent and responded with a nod. Level 19, Paladin, Zhou Yi. Song Hilon smiled knowingly. Student Zhou Yi, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Before the battle begins. Could you grant me a favor? Let me witness the true extent of your full power. Rest assured, I will not interrupt your casting. Below the stage, the students gasped, unable to believe their ears. When did Zhou Yi reach level 19? No wonder my appraisal skill failed. He is 3 whole levels above me. Exactly. When Zhou Yi crushed Shen Lingfeng, he did not use a single buff skill. This is insane. Is that not Song Hilon, the heiress of the prestigious Song family from Gaiyun province? The only clan with authorized external operations. Zhou Yi looked at her, an amused smile playing on his lips. I won't hold back. I will play by your rules. Then it is settled. Song Hilon clasped her hands and smiled. The duel officially began. Zhou Yi unleashed his arsenal. Dawn Blessing, Courage Bestowal, Guardian's Grace. Song Hilon stared, her jaw dropping in sheer shock. This is my peak condition. Now, prepare to enjoy the process of our battle. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yi sent a blinding beam of light tearing towards Song Xiaolan. If he is serious, I must go all out. Song Xiaolan's expression darkened. She activated her talismans, the Scepter of Repentance. A swarm of talismans danced in the air, forming an impenetrable barrier just as Zhou Yi's beam of light struck. She gripped a paper charm and chanted an incantation. Boom! The incoming energy detonated on command. Using the smokescreen of dust, Song Xiaolan retreated, but when she looked back, Zhou Yi had vanished from his original spot. Frantically scanning the arena, her heart pounded. Suddenly, a voice sent chills down her spine. Did you really think shifting your position would be enough to escape me? Zhou Yi swung his massive hammer, but Song Xiaolan was fast. She spun around, conjuring a talisman shield to deflect the surprise attack just in time. She had survived, but a question nagged at her. When on earth did he get behind her? Even with all my auto defense gear active, I can barely hold on. I have to gamble everything on this one move. Making her choice, Song Xiaolan fired a volley of fireballs to buy time. Then, she chanted the incantation for the Taoist secret art, scattering beans into soldiers. Zhou Yi smiled, genuinely impressed. Interesting. To think I would see the legendary Taoist summon technique here. At Song Xiaolan's command, the Golden Warriors roared and charged forward in unison. Zhou Yi smashed them with a few casual strikes, but to everyone's horror, the shattered soldiers reformed instantly and resumed their assault. Individually, they are weak, but they possess regeneration capabilities rivaling the Spectre Bears. This is becoming a nuisance. It seems the only way to end this is to cut off the source of their magical power. With that thought, Zhou Yi plowed through the army, leaving Song Xiaolan watching in bewilderment. Impossible, she thought. My soldier formation can pin down a level 30 professional. Yet Zhou Yi deals with them like they are nothing. While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yi moved like a phantom wind. He appeared directly behind her, hammer raised high. Song Xiaolan threw her hands up immediately. I yield. I surrender. Zhou Yi is the winner. Zhou Yi halted his strike, puzzled. Didn't you want a proper fight? We are not even in the same dimension of power. I lose. Fair and square. She giggled playfully, but internally she was sweating. Stop joking. This is just an exhibition match. If I try to be a hero, I'll end up broken like Shen Lingfeng. Stubbornness here leads only to the hospital. Next time, I will ask for your guidance properly. With a graceful bow, Song Xiaolan hopped off the arena. Zhou Yi spun his hammer effortlessly. He looked down at the crowd, his gaze cold and piercing. Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied? I am right here. Come and challenge me. Naturally, silence fell. No one wanted a beating. They all suddenly found 7,000 reasons why they were too busy to fight. Jiang Churan gazed up at the stage, a beaming smile on her face. As expected of big brother Zhou Yi, Su Meyer also watched him, her interest peaking with every second. Physical dominance of a warrior, yet the tactical intellect of a mage. His strength defies logic, a teacher muttered, turning to his colleague with suspicion in his eyes. Are you sure he comes from a common family in the resource-poor north? Is he truly not a scion of some ancient, hidden dynasty? He tops the freshman rankings effortlessly. The word genius is an insult to his ability. He is a veritable monster. Meanwhile, Wu Mang observed the tense expressions of the other academy deans. Round 2 is ending, he thought. The poaching war is about to begin. It was obvious. Zhou Yi was the prize everyone wanted. Su Meyer, sensing the tension, whispered to Wu Mang, Dean, are we ready? Wu Mang smirked. Relax. I have made preparations long ago. Zhou Yi. I will secure him at any cost. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Shen Lingfeng's injury from his duel with Zhou Yi, shadows were moving in the background. While students lined up to challenge him, boosting their own ranks, Shen Lingfeng's standing plummeted like a stone dropped down a well. Helpless rage consumed him, but there was nothing he could do. He could only curse in silence. Just wait until my wounds heal. I will make you all realize that regret comes too late. 30 minutes later, the dust finally settled on the second round. The free challenge was officially over. Standing at the absolute peak of the leaderboards were Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan, and Song Hilon. The freshman grand competition had concluded. Rankings were solidified, and living quarters along with credit points were about to be redistributed. Even those at the bottom of the rankings had no need to despair over low scores. The academy offered endless paths to harvest points. Effort was the only currency required. Next, it was time for the academy introductions. The 5 deans stepped forward, ready to unveil the core philosophies of their respective houses. Wu Mang took the lead, his voice booming as he represented the War Academy. The dark era of the otherworldly invasion may have passed, but make no mistake, countless professionals still bleed and die on the battlefield every year. The War Academy exists for one purpose: to forge survivors. We cultivate ultimate combat prowess for a world that remains extreme and cruel. That is our creed. The Dean of the Elemental Academy spoke next. We seek only those attuned to the arcane. Under my guidance, you will unlock the true essence of elemental power. Then came the Weapon Academy. We do not rely on spamming flashy skills. We train to master the blade itself. Come to the Weapon Academy. With just your body and your weapon, you will wield the ultimate power. The Tactical Academy stepped up. We design commanders. We train the minds that control the flow of battle. No matter your profession, if you wish to lead, join the Tactical Academy. As everyone knows, a master tactician can single-handedly reduce the casualty rate of an entire legion. Finally, the Logistics Academy. A strong supply line is the bedrock of victory. Hello, lifestyle professionals. Choose logistics. We may not be famous for combat, but here you will master the specialized arts of support. Once we grow powerful, who knows? Even the mightiest warriors might come begging for our help. Ha ha ha. The logistics dean laughed heartily, slapping his belly. The other deans looked ready to disown him on the spot. Wumong cleared his throat loudly, cutting through the awkwardness to wrap things up. The introductions are complete. Students, log into the system immediately. It is time to choose your destiny. Brother Zhou Yi, which academy will you choose? Jiang Churan asked softly. Zhou Yi remained silent, his eyes glued to his phone screen. Suddenly, Wu Mang's voice cut through the noise, directed straight at him. Student Zhou Yi, if you come to the War Academy, I will personally become your private mentor. Zhou Yi blinked. Private mentor? Wu Mang explained. Each dean can select one elite disciple for direct guidance. The resources I control will be prioritized for you. Furthermore, I have prepared a greeting gift. 3 Rank A skill books and a token for Rank A resource exchange. But the race for the genius had just begun. The other deans immediately jumped into the chaotic bidding war. Zhou Yi, choosing a mentor is a life-altering decision. Think carefully. If you join the Elemental Academy, I pledge to equip you with a full set of legendary tier gear. Suddenly, space warped. The Dean of the Weapon Academy used instant teleportation, appearing right in front of Zhou Yi. Become a member of the Weapon Academy, and any external resource you need to increase your strength is yours for the taking. No limits. Hey, I was here first! Wumong roared from the balcony, visibly displeased. This isn't about first come, first served, the Weapon Dean scoffed. The key here is sincerity. Zhou Yi scratched his chin awkwardly. Why did he have this strange sense of déjà vu? Meanwhile, the surrounding students watched with eyes burning green with envy. 3 deans personally fighting over Zhou Yi? Was this the terrifying privilege of the top ranker? It was enough to make anyone mad with jealousy. A private disciple position was equal to being the heir of a great clan, granting unlimited access to a dean's personal vault. But the conditions were insane. Rank A skill books were rare enough, but the elemental dean was throwing around legendary equipment like candy. Old Chu and Old Song were truly playing for keeps this time. The Weapon Academy made sense. But why was the Elemental Academy trying to recruit a holy knight? While Wu Mong was silently cursing his old friends, a voice thundered through the hall, shocking everyone into silence. Zhou Yi, become my direct disciple. All eyes snapped to Principal Wang Hui, and I will perform the bloodline fusion technique for you. What exactly is the bloodline smelting art? It is a forbidden technique, one that demands the blood of other races to even function. This dark art grants you a unique lineage. Your physical limitations, they will be shattered completely. With every level up, the rewards are exponential. You will gain massive amounts of free attribute points, and even more skill points. The news that Principal Wang Hui chose Zhou Yi sent shockwaves through the crowd. Envy filled the air instantly. A forbidden spell right from the start? That is insane favor. Remember, Wang Hui's top disciple leads the Tianwu Guild, the peak guild of Zhongsha, with Principal Wang as his backer. Zhou Yi isn't just climbing the ladder, he is ascending straight to the heavens. Standing at the front, Shen Lingfeng clenched his fists. Jealousy burned in his gut like acid. That damn bastard, he thought. His luck is unreal. If Zhou Yi didn't exist, the title of top freshman would be mine. Principal Wang's power would belong to me. Chu Huayang could only smile bitterly. He knew better than to compete with a legend like Wang Hui. Zhou Yi's talent was simply too blinding. Even the principal himself couldn't resist recruiting him, but the shocks were far from over. Wang Hui reached into his inventory. He handed a mysterious object to Zhou Yi. This is a reward, Wang Hui announced. Sent directly from the Grand Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Shen Lingfeng's eyes nearly popped out. He recognized it instantly. A gold medal? Impossible, he gasped. Even the Shen family, one of the 8 great clans of Ning'an, doesn't possess gold. What did this kid do to earn such a legendary treasure? Oh my god, Song Hilon whispered, covering her mouth. Am I seeing things? That is the Medal of Honor. Jiang Churan's voice trembled with excitement. And it is the Golden Contribution Medal. My father fought on the front lines for years, and he only earned silver, a supreme tribute. reserved only for those who shatter all obstacles, for the heroes advancing the very civilization of Zhongsha. Zhou Yi read the inscription, but confusion clouded his mind. When did I save the country? He wondered. What great deed did I perform? Wang Hui seemed to read his mind. Your performance in the Gale Mountains, he explained. I know everything. You earned this gold medal with your own strength. The Gale Mountains? Zhou Yi thought, but simply slaughtering the Demon Legion wouldn't grant this honor. There must be a hidden truth behind the scenes. Pushing doubts aside, Zhou Yi accepted the medal. Thank you, Principal. Chu Huayang laughed. Zhou Yi, why so distant? He is your master now. Zhou Yi caught on immediately. He bowed low. Teacher, it is my honor to be your student. We have no time to waste, Wang Hui said. Let us depart. With a surge of spiritual energy, he teleported Zhou Yi away. Meanwhile, Xiang Wumong approached Jiang Churan with a grin. But before he could speak, Song Qi cut him off. Student Jiang Churan, if you become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you exactly as I treated Zhou Yi. Old song. Are you sabotaging me? Zhou Yi has been claimed by the principal. There is no way I am letting you take Jiang Churan too. Back with our protagonist, Wang Hui transported them to his private villa. This wasn't just a home, it was a fortress for his most precious treasures. If you ever face trouble, seek refuge here, Wang Hui said. But first, we must select the materials for your bloodline smelting art. Zhou Yi scanned his surroundings. This must be the principal's secret vault, he analyzed, accessible only by teleportation. We might be outside Suhong province, or perhaps even outside the country. Suddenly, the air shimmered. A complex magic circle materialized before Zhou Yi's eyes. Wang Hui gathered elemental energy in his palm. His voice turned serious. Once we cast this art, your very genetic structure will fundamentally change. Most people are blinded by the flash of forbidden spells. They ignore the key ingredient, the primordial blood that forms the core of the transformation. Human bloodlines are weak, limited. As we level up, the power we gain begins to diminish. That is why many desperate warriors, those who have hit a wall, choose to fuse with alien blood to break their limits. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. What? Even someone at your level? Teacher? You still worry about the difficulty of leveling up? Naturally, Wang Hui replied. Once a professional reaches the third awakening, the experience required for a single level becomes an ocean. It is nearly endless. I am currently level 64. Monsters at my level are Lord-rank warlords. Defeating them is no simple task. I have prepared 3 vials of primordial blood for you. The Angel Clan, the Titan Clan, and the Giant Dragon Clan. All of them are descendants of gods. The bloodline smelting art will grant you a supreme lineage, but you must choose. Only one of these 3 can become your power. First, the angel primordial blood. Extracted from the remains of a celestial being, angels are the kin of the god of light. Fuse with this, and you will command high-tier light attributes. The Titan race believes that the thunder god was born with absolute dominion over the storms. Merging with it amplifies the devastating power of every lightning skill you unleash. As for the giant dragons, they are direct descendants of the dragon god himself, boasting the purest bloodline in existence. Once fused, you would possess a sovereign aura capable of suppressing all beast clans, celestials, titans, and even the mighty giant dragons. These are all supreme races, entities that stand at level 60 or higher in the hierarchy of power. Even with the system's aid, my understanding of this world remains shallow. I cannot afford to make a reckless decision here. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi turned to his mentor with a conflicted expression. Teacher, in your expert opinion, which path should I take? Which one truly suits my current condition? Faced with 3 legendary primordial bloods, any ordinary young man would have lost his composure and chosen blindly based on gut instinct alone. But the fact that he maintained his reason and sought counsel at such a critical juncture proved his exceptional calmness and mental fortitude. Wang Hui silently praised the boy's maturity before offering his guidance. The Titan and Giant Dragon primordial bloods are indeed powerful. However, fusing with them would primarily enhance your raw energy and magical capacity. Considering your unique affinity with the god of light, the angel primordial blood is undoubtedly the superior choice. It may grant you an evolution far beyond your wildest imagination. After weighing his options, Zhou Yi trusted Wang Hui's wisdom and selected the angel primordial blood. It seems the angelic essence is destined for you after all. You are my 5th disciple. There are 4 seniors ahead of you. When the time is right, I will introduce you to them. But first, teacher, I have a question. Why was I awarded that Medal of Outstanding Contribution? Simply wiping out a demon legion shouldn't warrant such a prestigious honor. Wang Hui's expression turned grave. Then I shall hide the truth from you no longer. Your extermination of the Demon Legion in the Gale Mountains inadvertently exposed their grand scheme. The military discovered that otherworld creatures can now invade through medium-sized rifts. Hearing this, Zhou Yi instantly grasped the severity of the situation. Does that mean countless otherworldly entities are already hiding within our borders? Precisely. Initial investigations across the nation have already detected over 100 alien creatures emerging from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, these invaders are low-tier entities. The military legions are currently capable of containing them. Legions across the country have been mobilized for extermination. In the near future, the Academy's system will also issue relevant combat missions. As my student, I hope you will grow as powerful as your seniors and dedicate your strength to the protection of our nation. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. I will not let you down, teacher. Wang Hui handed a mysterious cube to Zhou Yi and instructed, the bloodline fusion ritual requires some preparation. Go back and rest for now. Take this teleportation device. Use it to return here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning sharp. The next morning, Zhou Yi opened his system interface, scanning the rewards with anticipation. What should I choose? Teacher mentioned that the success of the bloodline fusion depends on my physical constitution and my personal destiny, my luck. With that in mind, Zhou Yi selected the Fortune Elixir. This S-rank potion granted the user immense luck for a duration of 12 hours. I pray that this S-rank elixir will work its magic on the random treasure chest I earned from slaying the monster. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi downed the golden liquid and immediately triggered the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank heavenly treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. The Dragon Condensation Fruit was a mystical rarity grown from the corpse of a colossal dragon. Consuming it would drastically enhance physical constitution and amplify magic damage. Zhou Yi jumped up in excitement. An S-rank heavenly treasure. It actually worked. Those random chests usually just give trash. But thanks to the Fortune Elixir, I've finally hit the jackpot. Noticing the time, Zhou Yi quickly activated the teleportation device, heading straight for Wang Hui's residence. Upon arrival, he overheard Chu Huayang speaking to Wang Hui. Principal, are you truly willing to part with it? The remains of the angelic race are incredibly scarce. Creating angel primordial blood is a feat as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A single drop could start a war among the legions outside. I have always waited for a successor worthy enough to make me give it up willingly. Zhou Yi is that chosen one. I am extremely satisfied with his potential, so there is no hesitation in my heart. Zhou Yi pretended he hadn't heard their conversation and announced his presence. Teacher. Dean Chu. Wang Hui scanned Zhou Yi's condition and smiled. Excellent. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its peak state. Come here. This is the bloodline fusion array I prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle. Zhou Yi obeyed immediately. Wang Hui then turned to his colleague. Dean Chu, please activate the formation. I will stand guard to ensure nothing goes wrong. Understood. Chu Huayang acknowledged, channeling his power to ignite the magic circle, beginning the legendary bloodline fusion ritual. Instantly, Zhou Yi was engulfed in a blinding pillar of holy light, but in a heartbeat, that golden radiance was devoured by a bone-chilling azure glow. The power of frost had awakened. Witnessing this clash of elements, shock painted Zhu Huayang's face. This wasn't just cold air. It was a terrifying glacial force. Zhou Yi possessed a bloodline far rarer than they imagined. Within seconds, the entire villa was sealed inside a tomb of thick, unyielding ice. Zhu Huayang stared at his own arm, the one casting the spell now completely frozen. Awe washed over him. If Zhou Yi ever switched his class to a mage, this terrifying frost energy alone would crown him as an apex ice wizard in the future. I knew his sister was awakening a frost bloodline, Zhu Huayang thought. I suspected Zhou Yi might harbor a similar latent power. The angelic bloodline is supreme. Usually, during the fusion process, it completely crushes any inferior lineages. That is why I lowered my guard and didn't pay enough attention. But these two forces, the angelic and the frost, they are clashing as equals. For the ice bloodline to withstand the holy light, its quality must be god tier. Zhou Yi's origins are definitely not normal. Wang Hui furrowed his brows, a realization dawning on him. The non-human bloodlines found in humanity, they almost always originate from the chaotic era of the first eternal players. After the great fusion of the eternal world and reality, only the highest-ranked players could pass down a complete bloodline inheritance. Zhou Yi's frost power is actually holding its own against the angelic essence. That implies his ancestor wasn't just a player. They were a supreme entity among the first generation of Eternal. Without such a legendary lineage, a mere descendant could never unleash a frost bloodline this terrifying. If that frost power wasn't acting as a shield, the angelic bloodline would have already consumed Zhou Yi entirely. But now, the two great powers are locked in a violent stalemate. Even if the frost eventually fades, the angelic essence will be severely depleted in the battle, wasting such a massive amount of the angelic origin crystal. The final result might end up weaker than simply using a generic A-rank treasure. It is out of our hands now. We can only pray to the heavens. Forcibly interrupting the fusion ritual would cause a backlash that would kill Zhou Yi instantly. Let us hope fortune favors the boy. Zhu Huayang let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was screaming internally, his body a battlefield for the two warring bloodlines. Suddenly, something shifted. Gate of consciousness. Activated. Enter spiritual zone. Before he could react, Zhou Yi's subconscious was pulled into a strange, alternate dimension. In the distance, a glowing figure awaited. An angel smiled warmly at him. "My child, you have finally arrived." Zhou Yi blinked. "Is this my spiritual sea?" While Zhou Yi stood there skeptical, the angel continued, her voice dripping with honey. "My child, congratulations. You have received the divine blessing of the Lord. The Lord has sent me to bestow upon you true power. You shall no longer be shackled by fragile human morals or limited by laws. You will be free to follow only your deepest desires and whims. Now, tell me, are you willing to accept this ultimate power?" But beneath that holy veil, it wasn't the face of a savior. It was the twisted, cruel grin of a demon. A wave of nausea hit Zhou Yi. Strange, he thought. Why does looking at her make me have the overwhelming urge to summon my holy light hammer and smash her into oblivion? Do not be afraid, my child. Accept the gift. You will possess strength unlike anything this world has ever seen. The fake angel reached out her hand, expecting submission. Instead, bam, a massive warhammer slammed directly into her face. Zhou Yi rested the heavy hammer on his shoulder, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Ah, that felt amazing. Much better. You said I should follow my own desires, right? Well, I desired to hit you." Far away, watching this scene unfold from the shadows, the female angel Hang Yao burst into amused laughter. Her servant looked at her, confused. "It is nothing," she waved it off. "I just found a very interesting human." She waved her hand, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Little brat, you better not disappoint me." Back in the spiritual zone, after receiving some heavy-handed physical therapy, the fake angel screeched, clutching her face. "You! What do you think you are doing? You dare offend a divine being? The Lord will rain down punishment upon you. You will die without a grave to bury your bones. Kneel, right now. Beg for the Lord's mercy, and I might consider pleading on your behalf." "No thanks." Zhou Yi simply pointed his hammer at the impostor, a silent declaration of war. The creature's eyes narrowed. "You ignorant little brat." The cruel smile returned to the fake angel's lips. She raised her hand, fingers elongating into razor-sharp obsidian claws. She clenched her fist. Instantly, thousands of dark chains erupted from the void, binding Zhou Yi tight. Around them, countless blood-red eyes snapped open in the darkness. The fake angel threw her head back, laughing maniacally. "Listen to the symphony of despair. This is the price you pay for disrespecting Lord Jia." "Xia?" Zhou Yi sneered. "So you're just a lackey of that evil god." Smack! An invisible force slapped him across the face. "Insolent worm, brat. You have successfully caught the master's interest. He sent me specifically to cleanse you of your sins. Pray for your own salvation, for the great Lord shall guide your path." But in an instant, a malevolent force begins to devour Zhou Yi's consciousness, eating away at his very soul. Meanwhile, in the physical world, a suffocating aura of darkness erupts, swirling violently around Zhou Yi's body. Recognizing the vile energy of the evil god, Wang Hui instantly unleashes his power to stabilize the trembling formation. His mind races with a terrifying question. Why does the holy angel bloodline harbor the corruption of an evil god? There is only one explanation. The ancient angel who left these remains was slaughtered by the evil god itself. Seeing the energy Wang Hui injected being ruthlessly repelled by the formation, Zhu Huayang's face drains of all color. This is a catastrophe. Zhou Yi is in mortal danger. The evil god's power will stop at nothing to annihilate the angelic force. Suddenly, Wang Hui's expression shifts from despair to shock. Wait, hold on. The angelic force within Zhou Yi is not fading. It is surging with intensity. Deep within his subconscious, the dormant frost bloodline and the awakening angel bloodline merge. Together, they form a tidal wave of power, crushing the encroaching darkness. Empowered by this dual heritage, Zhou Yi shatters the shackles of the imposter angel. The false deity freezes, her arrogance replaced by stunned disbelief. She had intended to devour this mere mortal's soul in one gulp. How could a brat like this possess such overwhelming holy power? Zhou Yi undergoes a magnificent transformation, emerging as a warrior of light, with majestic wings of glacial ice. He reaches behind him, drawing a weapon forged from pure energy. Without hesitation, he drives the blade straight into the imposter. The false angel's disguise evaporates like mist, revealing the grotesque, true form of the evil god's minion. The monster cackles, a sound like grinding bones. Little brat, do you think that tickles? Your struggle only adds a minor delay to my grand design. The minion lashes out with rusted chains, but they crash uselessly against an impenetrable wall of ice raised by Zhou Yi. Before the beast can recover from the shock, a dazzling magic circle ignites beneath its feet. Razor-sharp glaciers erupt from the formation, piercing through the creature's body in a brutal display of elemental mastery. Ha ha ha, I acknowledge this tribute, but what you humans call energy is merely a flickering candle granted by the gods. As the most devout servant of Lord Y, true power is a concept, a creature of flesh and blood like you could never comprehend. The minion's body expands grotesquely, sprouting thousands of unblinking eyes. Simultaneously, they fire beams of annihilation, focusing all destruction solely on Zhou Yi. Yet, Zhou Yi dances through the chaos. He weaves through the deadly grid of lasers with the grace of a phantom, untouched by the bombardment. Insects only know how to scurry. The monster roars, finally ensnaring Zhou Yi in binding chains. With his prey immobilized, the beast unleashes its ultimate technique, but he underestimated his opponent. Zhou Yi shatters the bindings with a surge of power and erects a divine shield, emerging from the fatal strike completely unharmed. Impossible! The evil god's minion reels in shock but quickly forces itself to focus. It unleashes another barrage of ocular lasers, desperate to vaporize Zhou Yi. Just like before, Zhou Yi flows through the attacks like water. He closes the distance in a heartbeat and unleashes a finger strike of concentrated solar energy, obliterating the minion instantly. As the darkness fades, a radiant sphere of light descends from the void above. Zhou Yi reaches out, claiming the orb. Instantly, in the real world, a pillar of holy light crashes down, enveloping him. Zhu Huayang and Wang Hui watch in a mix of awe and exhilaration. The angelic power has triumphed. The corruption of the evil god has been thoroughly purged from his system. It is a miracle of cultivation. The angel bloodline has perfectly fused with the frost bloodline, creating a harmony of ice and light. An ethereal angel manifests, wrapping its wings around Zhou Yi in a gentle embrace before fading into his body. The fusion process is complete. Zhu Huayang strokes his long beard, a bright smile lighting up his face. Zhou Yi's destiny is truly defying the heavens. To receive the blessing of the god of light at such a critical juncture, he has turned a death sentence into a divine opportunity. Wang Hui beams with unconcealed pride, rushing to check on his star pupil. Zhou Yi, how do you feel? Speak to me. It feels like my strength has taken a quantum leap. Zhou Yi replies. Suddenly, a cascade of system notifications materializes before his eyes. Special bloodline, acquired, six-winged seraph, innate talent, divine light rune, rank A. Effect. Grants extreme affinity with light and ice elements. As the bloodline evolves, affinity with all elemental magic will increase significantly. Innate talent. Magic immunity. Rank B+ effect. Grants a probability to completely nullify enemy spells and skills. Includes curses, debuffs, purification, and other non-damaging conceptual attacks. I have awakened the six-winged seraph form and inherited two separate innate talents? Zhou Yi murmurs in disbelief. Hearing this, Zhu Huayang's eyes bulge, nearly popping out of his skull. The six-winged seraph? Your fusion was more than successful. It was legendary. That is the supreme lineage within the entire angel race. Furthermore, the talents you inherited are not static. As your level rises, they have the potential to evolve all the way to rank S+. Master, Zhou Yi stammers, reading the final notification with trembling eyes. I also unlocked a secret bloodline art. Rank S+. It is called the Angelic Divine Body. Secret art, Angelic Divine Body. Rank S+ effect. Unseals the dormant power within the bloodline, transforming the user into the avatar of a six-winged seraph. The higher the user's level, the greater the percentage of divine power that can be unleashed. Caution. Before reaching level 50, the seraphim bloodline cannot be fully absorbed or refined. Be warned. Unleashing this secret art will exact a heavy toll, leaving you in a severely weakened state. Now, activate the technique. Let me witness the true extent of your potential. At Wang Hui's command, Zhou Yi began to channel the Seraphim Divine Body secret art. A colossal wave of Seraphim power erupted from his core. Zhu Huayang watched, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. The elemental fluctuation. It is terrifyingly dense. Wang Hui scanned Zhou Yi with spiritual energy, his eyes narrowing in analysis. Magnificent. After activating the bloodline art, his power had not just increased, it had soared by 5 times. Zhou Yi, report your status. How does it feel? It is indescribable, a torrent of energy like I have never known courses through me. The elements of light and ice. They feel like loyal subjects, waiting for my command to conquer. But the surge was too violent. The sheer density of power triggered the villa's high-level security protocols. Alert. Alert. High-tier elemental energy detected. Initiating level 3. Defense mode. The six-winged seraphim is truly the favored child of the elements. Deactivate it now, or the defense system will treat you as a threat. Zhou Yi withdrew the aura instantly. The red warning lights faded, and the villa returned to silence. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over him. He cast a healing spell on himself, causing Zhu Huayang to step forward in concern. What is wrong? Are you in pain? The art granted me godlike power, but my body screams in protest. Every muscle aches from the strain. Wang Hui nodded gravely. The secret art forces your combat power to skyrocket, but the energy of the six-winged seraphim is too potent. For your current level, the consumption is lethal. You must reserve this power as your final trump card. Zhu Huayang watched the master and student converse, his mind reeling with realization. Dual talent evolution. An S-rank secret art. The seraphim divine body. For the other freshmen, catching up to Zhou Yi is no longer a goal. It is a delusion. Judging by your awakening, your sister's frost bloodline must be equally terrifying. If you wish to awaken her potential safely, you must refine the extreme frost ice lotus into a pill. Suhong University has a dedicated alchemy department. Place an order through the system, then go rest. You've earned it. Wang Hui patted Zhou Yi's shoulder with pride. The moment Zhou Yi left, Zhu Huayang's smile vanished. Principal, why did the evil god's energy target him specifically? If an accident were to befall him, it wouldn't just be a loss for Suhong University, but a catastrophe for the entire nation. He only survived thanks to the blessing of the God of Light. I will launch a full investigation. We cannot overlook any possibility. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Zhou Yi's mind was fixed on saving his sister. I have the lotus, but to refine the extreme frost pill, I still need the grade A treasure ice prism grass. The Snow Dragon Legion is sending the lotus. Now, for the grass. Zhou Yi calculated his wealth. Bronze medal, 500 credits. Silver, 1,000, and the gold medal yields 2,000 credits. With my current points, acquiring it from the school store should be effortless. Just then, Su Meyer arrived under Director Wu's orders, carrying the promised resources from the War Academy. She froze. It has only been 1 day. How has he become this strong? This isn't just a level increase. This suffocating pressure. It comes from the nobility of his bloodline. Su Meyer marveled silently. Zhou Yi looked at her in confusion. I selected Principal Wang as my mentor. Why is Director Wu sending me resources? Su Meyer explained. Principal Wang is your personal mentor, but your academic enrollment remains with our academy. Furthermore, these resources are the privilege of the top freshmen. You have earned them. I see. But wait. Why the War Academy? Miss Su, aren't you a mage? Is a mage even allowed to teach at the War Academy? Su Meyer teased him with a smile before handing over the treasury. Grade A treasure, Heavenly Dragon Root. Grade A treasure, Ice Prism Grass. Grade A weapon, Chaos Dagger. Grade B armor, Marquee White Chestplate. Enchanting material, Wind Chasing Tendon. Enchanting material, Earth Dragon Blood. Grade C skill book, Frost Branch. Grade C skill, Beast Guard. Grade C skill, Blade of Light. Amidst the mountain of treasure, only one thing mattered. The Ice Prism Grass. With this and the lotus, I can finally refine the cure. This medicinal pill possesses the power to significantly boost the awakening chances of the glacial bloodline. It was exactly what he had been searching for, a stroke of pure destiny, truly a divine blessing in pill form. Once the Arctic Ice Lotus is in his grasp, along with a few auxiliary ingredients, he would finally be able to refine the legendary Extreme Frost Pill. After Zhou Yi signed for the items, Su Meyer's expression shifted from business to mentorship. All right, the transaction is complete. Now, it is time for a lesson. Your strength has grown, but so have the risks. Venturing into the Gale Mountain range for training is acceptable. However, stepping into the inner core, that is sheer madness born of ignorance. You must always ensure you have the power to protect yourself before making a move. As she spoke, a shadow of melancholy drifted across Teacher Su's face. Every year, Suhong University produces countless geniuses. Yet, those who truly become shining stars are vanishingly rare. You must realize that many prodigies encounter unpredictable disasters in the wild, and their lights are extinguished before they ever truly shine. Do not blame me for nagging. Caution is the parent of safety. Zhou Yi listened silently. He could not reveal the truth. That he possessed a system to guard his life. Calculations ran through his mind. The danger level of the Frenzy Demon Canyon was still within his control. He chose his words carefully. I understand your good intentions, Teacher Su. I will carve your advice into my heart. There is one more thing, Zhou Yi added. My strength has increased again. Could you recommend a safe location for me to conduct actual combat training? Su Meyer stared at him in disbelief. You truly are a monster. With a sigh of resignation, she led Zhou Yi to a specialized chamber filled with mechanical warriors. Here, you can mobilize training robots for combat simulations. You also have the freedom to set the difficulty level to challenge your limits. These machines possess combat modes ranging from level 1 to level 10, and beware, the more robots you summon, the more their combat power multiplies. At level 10, a single robot can crush a level 20 master. Meanwhile, your entire trial will be recorded in high definition by the surrounding telescopic drones. They will track your biometrics and combat data in real time, generating a detailed performance report the moment the battle concludes. You can pause at any time, but I strongly advise starting at a low difficulty. I have a class to teach now. Remember, step by step, do not bite off more than you can chew. All that remains is for you to issue the command to the vision orb to begin the challenge. The moment Su Meyer left the room, Zhou Yi wasted no time. Vision orb, initiate combat mode, level 7, command accepted, program initializing, response verified, combat monitoring active, 50 training robots deployed. Attention. Level 7 combat mode has officially begun. The system's voice had barely faded when a storm of bullets and lasers rained down upon Zhou Yi. But for a master of evasion like him, this barrage was nothing more than a slow-motion dance. Weaving through the attack, Zhou Yi unleashed the glacial energy he had gained from the bloodline fusion. With a single, frost-covered punch, he obliterated a massive mechanical titan. The power of frost is even more potent than I imagined. Smirking, he escalated the offense. Glacial storm. In a single breath, the entire legion of robots was frozen and shattered. Student Zhou Yi, congratulations. You have successfully passed the level 7 combat trial. Training results. 50 level 7 robots neutralized. Total time elapsed. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall rating, excellent. Indeed, the glacial energy possessed a miraculous effect for crowd control and suppression. If level 7 is this effortless, Zhou Yi mused. I wonder if the maximum difficulty can finally force me to unleash my full power. The decision was made in a heartbeat. Vision orb, skip the warm-ups. Activate combat mode level 10 directly. Detecting critical damage to standard units. Level 10 combat mode. Emergency protocol initiated. Before his eyes, the wreckage began to reform and upgrade. Level 10 active. Transcendent class training droids engaging. Transcendent droid attributes equivalent to a level 25 professional. Supreme Artificial Intelligence Authority activated. Warning. If the battle threatens your life, please issue a ceasefire command immediately. Hearing the warning only fueled Zhou Yi's excitement. This is exactly what I wanted. Finally, a chance to go all out. 3, 2, 1. A robot lunged, unleashing the very same glacial energy Zhou Yi used. Shock flashed through his eyes. Recovering instantly, he vaulted into the air. Glacial mirage. Utilizing the refraction of light and ice, he created a crystalline clone, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Taking advantage of the confusion, he summoned the divine light scepter to smash the robot's weapon. But the impossible happened. The machine mirrored his exact technique, countering with a strike that sent Zhou Yi's weapon flying. How can it copy my skills perfectly? Realization struck him. The vision orb. It synchronized my combat data with them. Attack patterns synchronized. Combat efficiency optimized. Weapon module optimization complete. Systems back online. Zhou Yi watched in stunned silence as a cannon barrel twisted and transformed into a mechanical wolf. It can even replicate the Gale wolf transformation? He gritted his teeth. There are no tricks left. I have to face this head-on. With a thought, Zhou Yi shifted gears instantly. One punch and the robot wolf vanished into oblivion. He triggered his angelic body with a smirk. Go ahead. Try copying this power. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiran had ascended to a new level. As the direct disciple of Dean Song, she was drowning in rare resources, her cultivation speed skyrocketing by the day. The last time she challenged the level 7 combat mode, she had failed miserably. But today, she would crush it. Jiang Qiran scanned her print, ready to enter the training room. But suddenly, a system alert flashed red before her eyes. System error. Training robot critically damaged. Please return tomorrow for your challenge. She froze. This was the rookie zone. Most students couldn't even scratch level 6. Even for her brother Zhou Yi, a level 10 challenge should be impossible. So, who in the world was inside destroying everything? Back inside the chamber, Zhou Yi unleashed the angelic body. Chains of holy light exploded forth, binding his enemy in a prison of radiance, locking down every movement. Immediately, His eyes glowed with the true sight of light. Hidden stats, fatal weaknesses. Nothing could hide from his gaze. He prepared the final blow. Target locked, the energy core on its chest. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He launched a fist that carried the weight of a mountain. The impact didn't just turn the robot into scrap metal, it nearly blew the roof off the entire training hall. Level 10 combat mode. Defeated. The system chimed as access authority was restored. Facility severely damaged. Recommendation: please return next week for further challenges. Level 10. Conquered. Who possessed such godlike power? Jiang Churan stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest as the doors opened. Congratulations, student Zhou Yi. Level 10 cleared. Time: 5 minutes, 32 seconds. The evaluation was insane. Physical attack, over 27,000. Magic damage, 56,000. Total skill damage, 106,000. If that robot wolf hadn't ambushed him, he would have cleared this with his eyes closed. But he realized something. He needed support. It was time to form a pact with a battle pet that could fight by his side. Lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. Brother Zhou Yi. Jiang Churan ran over, her face lighting up with pure joy. Brother Zhou, did you complete the bloodline fusion? It's only been a day, but your aura. It's completely different. Nothing special, he shrugged casually. Just finished this morning. I've awakened the six-winged angel bloodline. Her eyes widened in absolute worship. That's incredible. A god-tier bloodline? That's legendary. My ghost bloodline is considered high-tier, but compared to yours, it's nothing. Zhou Yi just smiled at her praise. Come on. Take me to the beast market. I need to find a partner to boost my combat power. Jiang Churan nodded eagerly. An hour later, they arrived at the bustling beast market. A silver-tier red flame tiger? Potential level 20. The price tag? 110 academic points. Steep. Over there, a mature dragon-horned rhino. Level 19 with dragon blood. 210 points. First come, first served. Jiang Churan guided him through the stalls. Brother Zhou, see anything that catches your eye? Zhou Yi fell silent. He was thinking of the Gale Wolf King at Storm Mountain. He had defeated the demon, but passed out before he could form a pact. He had missed a golden opportunity. I need a Gale Wolf, he said firmly. Specifically, a pup with wind element talent. As if on cue, a voice called out. Did someone say Gale Wolf? A bespectacled student stepped forward with a salesman's grin. I have exactly what you need. Greetings. I'm Liu Jing, third-year logistics student. I'm also a level 22 certified breeder. I have a Gale Wolf pup I raised myself. Would you care for a look? Jiang Churan leaned in and whispered, Brother Zhou, breeders are a specialized profession. Since he's a university student and not some random street peddler, his stock should be much higher quality. Zhou Yi nodded. Show me. Liu Jing lifted a small creature. It had strange, mismatched eyes. 10 days old, Liu boasted, holding it up. Its mother was a silver-tier beast. My appraisal technique confirms it. This pup has guaranteed silver-tier potential. Yours for 60 points. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Only silver? Do you have anything gold tier? Gold tier? Liu laughed nervously. In this market? You won't find one in a million. If I ever find a gold tier Gale Wolf, you'll be the first to know. But it'll cost a fortune, for now. Look at this little guy. Zhou Yi took the pup into his arms. Immediately, it nuzzled into his chest, letting out a soft, affectionate purr. It chose him, but Jiang Churan frowned. Brother Zhou, something's wrong. It's way too small. It looks malnourished. Liu's smile twitched with guilt. Nonsense. Gale wolves are naturally lean creatures. This size is perfectly normal. Zhou Yi lifted the tiny windwolf pup high into the air and grinned. No problem at all. I'll take this one. There are no trash pets in this world, only trash masters. And I can see its true future. The transaction was sealed. Liu Jing smiled with eyes like crescent moons, handing over a contract scroll for free. The total cost was a mere 60 points. You can form the pact right now. Keeping this little windwolf in your contract space will be convenient for you, the merchant urged. Inside, Liu Jing was celebrating as if he'd won the lottery. Out of the entire litter, this pup was the absolute weakest, a defective product. He had been worrying about it dying on his hands. But then this reckless fool walked in. Luckily, the student had already paid. If the sickly creature died during the contract process due to its weak constitution, that wasn't the seller's problem anymore. Zhou Yi looked into the creature's eyes. Come on. I believe you have the power to surpass your limits. With those words, Zhou Yi began the sacred ritual to bind his soul with the little wind wolf. The effects of the fortune elixir were still surging through his veins, granting him 12 hours of absolute, heaven-defying luck. In an instant, the defective product began to change. A blinding purple light exploded forth, shocking the onlookers. This aura. Was this the birth of an epic tier beast? An epic tier pet found in a street stall? What kind of insane luck is this? A bystander shouted, "Hey brother, are you selling that wind wolf? I'll give you 1,000 points right now." The crowd realized Zhou Yi didn't just have luck. He had eyes that could pierce through the truth. It turned out the pup wasn't sick. It was a devolved epic tier beast. The moment it fed on Zhou Yi's mana, its ancient bloodline reawakened instantly. Zhou Yi scratched his head, hiding a knowing smirk. Epic tier, huh? He had underestimated the terrifying potency of the fortune elixir. The gasps of admiration from the crowd made Liu Jing grind his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He had actually sold a legendary epic tier pet for the price of dirt to a freshman. Right, brother Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan interrupted the tension. You haven't named him yet. Zhou Yi pondered for a second before nodding. Let's call him Xiao Hui. While Jiang Churan played with the newly named Xiao Hui, Liu Jing's greed took over. Student, apologies. That was a pricing error. I sold that to you at a silver tier price. If you want to keep it, you need to compensate me with another 1,500 points. Of course, you can also dissolve the contract and return the pet. I'll be generous and refund your 300 points. You better decide quickly. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for getting rough. The crowd instantly erupted into whispers. It was obvious Liu Jing had failed to appraise the beast correctly. Now that he saw its value, he was trying to rob the student. But the Liu family backed him, and the Liu clan had deep ties with the academy. This was trouble. An epic tier pet had just landed in the boy's lap, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to keep it. It was unheard of selling an item and then demanding it back just because the buyer struck gold. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's aura exploded. His expression darkened with terrifying killing intent. Stop dreaming and get lost. With just a single glare, Zhou Yi instilled a primal fear in Liu Jing that made him question his very existence. This was just a freshman, so why was his pressure so suffocating? Watching Zhou Yi step closer, Liu Jing trembled uncontrollably. Brother, it's my mistake. This is all a huge misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Take the wind wolf. It's yours. Just don't let me see you again, or else. The threat was empty, his voice shaking. Without another word, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan turned and walked away, leaving the merchant in the dust. The soft fur of the wolf in her hands made Jiang Churan gush with delight. Brother Zhou Yi, can I come over later to pet Xiao Hui? Come by whenever you want. As they left, the crowd finally placed his face. Wait a minute. That looks like Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman on the rankings. That's him, Principal Wang Hui's personal disciple. I heard he was even awarded the Golden Medal of Contribution. Liu Jing had always used his family name to bully others, but this time, he had kicked an iron plate. Make way. Please make way. Oh look, it's Liu Wucheng. Is he here to back up his little brother? Liu Wucheng strode through the crowd, heading straight for the stall. Seeing his savior, Liu Jing cried out, "Big brother, you have to seek justice for me." Those people, before Liu Jing could finish, a heavy boot smashed into his face. You useless idiot. Do you have any idea what a Golden Medal of Contribution means? If he decides to let you go, count it as a blessing from the heavens. Stop being an eyesore. Get out of my sight before I end you myself. Liu Jing clutched his swollen face, wondering what kind of monster he had provoked. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist. As expected of an epic tier, even as a newborn, he instinctively controls the wind. Just as Zhou Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, a delivery arrived. Members of the Snow Dragon Legion personally delivered the extreme ice lotus to his hand. Zhou Yi grinned from ear to ear. The efficiency of the Snow Dragon Legion was terrifying. He had left the Gale Mountain range less than 3 days ago, and the treasure was already here. The legendary extreme cold ice lotus was finally in his grasp. Now, only one step remained. Refining the extreme cold pill to save Xiao Yun from the volatile awakening of her bloodline. Remembering instructor Wang Hui's advice, Zhou Yi immediately booked an appointment with the alchemy department. The system confirmed. Master Alchemist, He Tian, a 9th tier Grandmaster, has been reserved for you. Warning. The refinement of S-rank Heaven and Earth treasures requires strict security protocols. Please proceed to the Alchemy Division for a private consultation. Without wasting a second, Zhou Yi headed straight for the Alchemy Stronghold. However, the Grandmaster was absent. Only his disciple, Lin Yi, manned the front desk. Master He Tian is currently lecturing. I can handle the registration. What pill are you looking to refine? If you have questions, I can answer them, she offered politely. Zhou Yi's reply was short and shocking. An S-rank extreme cold pill. As he spoke, Zhou Yi laid out the raw materials. Lin Yi gasped, her composure shattering instantly. That's an S-rank ice lotus. And even A-rank ice spirit grass. She looked at him with wide eyes. You look like a freshman. How on earth did you get your hands on such heaven-defying artifacts? Zhou Yi simply smiled, humble and mysterious. Just a bit of luck. Recovering from her shock, she nodded. Since you provided the ice lotus and spirit grass, the crafting fee is only 800 academic points for an S-rank refinement. Leave your contact details. The moment Master finishes the extreme cold pill, I will notify you immediately. With the transaction secured, Zhou Yi left the alchemy tower and headed toward his classroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension. He overheard two students whispering nervously. Did you hear? They say otherworldly creatures are popping up everywhere lately. Is it true? I heard entire legions and guilds are being recalled from the front lines. My friend in the military leaked it. He said traces of abyss monsters have been found all across the nation of Zhongsha. It seemed the news of the invasion could no longer be suppressed. Zhou Yi was deep in thought when a sudden tap on his shoulder snapped him back to reality. Song Hilon? You're in this class too? She grinned. Of course. My mentor is Dean Wumang. After all, looks like we're classmates now. Song Hilon extended a hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Student Zhou Yi, please take care of me in the future, she laughed softly. Though, with how powerful you are, expecting me to teach you anything seems impossible. But if you ever need a favor, just ask. Before he could reply, the heavy doors swung open. The instructor for the Demon Beast studies had arrived. It was none other than the bewitching Su Meyer. She commanded the room instantly. Before we begin, I have a critical announcement for every single one of you. The rumors are true. Otherworldly creatures have indeed breached the borders of Zhongsha. Her expression darkened. Even if these initial monsters aren't high level, the nation views their appearance as a catastrophic omen. Facing this potential apocalypse, the Zhongsha military has officially entered Level 3 combat readiness. To prepare for war, resources are pouring in. Suhang University is increasing the monthly resource allocation for ranked students by 70%. Furthermore, mission rewards have been drastically increased. You will earn academic points far beyond what was previously possible. The Abyss mode for the 3 major dungeons is now unlocked. However, entry requires Abyss stones, which you must purchase with your points. The classroom exploded into chaos. The students couldn't believe their ears. The government is going all in. They are desperate to raise powerhouses at any cost. Abyss mode is finally open. This is my chance. With these resources, even I can soar. The mission rewards are insane. The school is making big moves. Zhou Yi observed the frenzy. But everyone needs to calm down. Su Meyer stood on the podium and snapped her fingers. A wave of energy rippled out, instantly silencing the room. No matter how the resources change, your duty remains the same. Focus, train, become stronger. Zhou Yi watched her, impressed. It's not just me leveling up. Instructor Su is far more powerful than the last time we met. All right, Su Meyer announced. Let's begin today's lesson. Open your books. Hours passed, and the bell finally rang. I've hit level 19, Zhou Yi calculated as he walked. With the Ice Lotus secured, I don't need to risk the Storm Mountain range. My next target is the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. That's the fastest path to power. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar figure waiting nearby. Xiaoran, what are you doing here? I heard the dungeon rewards got buffed, she said, eyes hopeful. I wanted to see if you'd run it with me. Zhou Yi smiled. Great minds think alike. I was just heading there. Upon teleporting to the dungeon hall, Jiang Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, what difficulty are you challenging? Abyss level, he answered calmly. Jiang Churan's face paled, and she waved her hands frantically. Abyss? That's suicide. The gap between us is too huge. She bit her lip. My strength. I can barely handle hard mode. Zhou Yi gently took her hand, his voice reassuring. Don't worry. Once I clear Abyss mode, I'll come back and carry you through it. Deal? Okay. I'll try hard mode first. Good luck, Zhou Yi. Jiang Churan blushed, replied shyly, and turned to leave, her heart racing. But suddenly, the entire hall erupted into whispers. A presence of absolute dominance had arrived. Qi Mingxuan? Why is he here? The top experts are finally making their move. Did you miss the news? Shattering the record for an Abyss-level dungeon doesn't just bring glory, it grants a legendary talent reward. It is the truth. Without a miracle encounter, obtaining a talent is impossible. No wonder Ji Mingxuan rushed here in such a frenzy. Ji Mingxuan, level 23 mage, ranked 86th on the Earth board. Boring. I have my own battles to fight. Time to challenge the Abyss. Zhou Yi glanced at the data, his expression unreadable. His mind was already made up. He selected the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon without hesitation. As he vanished into the instance, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Zhou Yi? Isn't that the top-ranked freshman? A mere level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge Abyss difficulty? He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He is courting death. Those 400 academic points, might as well throw them out the window. Standing nearby, Ji Mingxuan heard the commotion. A cold sneer of contempt curled his lips. It seems the resource shift has given some people delusions of grandeur. Difficulty selected. Abyss. Account debit. 400 points for the Abyss Magic Stone. Teleportation successful. Destination: the Lower Goblin City. Warning: Abyss-level monsters are consumed by bloodlust. If death approaches, crush the Abyss Stone to escape immediately. The ruin was absolute. Desolation hung heavy in the air. Was this the aftermath of the goblin invasion? Zhou Yi pondered the wreckage. But from the shadows behind him, a goblin assassin struck. Pathetic. With a casual wave, Zhou Yi sent the creature to meet its ancestors. But silence didn't last. In seconds, an entire legion of goblins swarmed him. Analyze. Level 22 Goblin Warriors. Silver tier potential. Skills: ambush and cleave. A sea of enemies? Good. The stronger the opposition, the sweeter the victory. Zhou Yi swung his mace. One strike, and the front line evaporated into mist. But another wave instantly took their place. He needed a strategy. I see. The difficulty of this floor isn't power. It is an endless tide of suicidal maniacs. A battle of attrition. They want to drain my mana dry before the end. I must conserve energy. I need enough power in reserve to crush the final boss. Decision made. Skill activated. Radiant Shadow Slash. His weapon became a blur, unleashing a storm of strikes at the speed of light. A symphony of destruction. Victory. You have annihilated the Goblin Squad. Experience gained, 11,236. Level 19 progress. 22%. 743 out of 54,000. As expected, the path to power grows steeper with every step. Even if I slaughter every goblin here, I will barely scrape level 20. My only hope for a breakthrough lies with the boss. Zhou Yi pushed deeper into the darkness. And there it was. Target identified. Level 24 Goblin King. Epic tier potential. Skills: unknown. Warning: the Goblin King speaks. We conquered human cities. Welcome to your grave, insect. You dared to slaughter my kin? Die. Roaring in fury, the behemoth brought his axe down. Zhou Yi launched himself into the air, barely evading the impact. This beast possesses incredible strength. Despite that massive frame, his speed hasn't suffered at all. Zhou Yi charged power for a counterattack, but it was useless. The boss had entered super armor state. Immunity to all physical damage activated. Worse, a reflection shield shimmered into existence. His strike would be nothing more than a mosquito bite against steel. Physical attacks are futile. Strategy shift. Zhou Yi channeled his mana, weaving magic into binding chains. Lockdown. Successful. The beast couldn't move. With the opening revealed, Zhou Yi unleashed a single, devastating palm strike. Instant death. System alert. Abyss-level dungeon, conquered. Clear time, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. Comparing historical data. You have shattered the previous speed record. Rewards granted. 30 free attribute points. 30 skill points. 24,119 experience points. Zhou Yi frowned. That was the Abyss Lord? I obliterated it in one move. And here I was, conserving mana for a legendary duel. Suddenly, a golden notification flashed before his eyes. Record break bonus unlocked. You have received a new talent. Swift casting. Rank A. Effect. Magical skill activation speed dramatically increased. Low-tier spells are now instant cast. The rumors were true, Zhou Yi realized. Breaking the Abyss record really does grant a new talent, with A-rank swift casting. My combat potential has just ascended to a whole new realm. Time to return. The only regret? The experience bar stopped just short of level 20. No matter. I am swimming in academic points now. Next time, I will bring Xiao Ran along to crush the Abyss together. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon hall, chaos reigns. Countless challengers who dared the Abyss difficulty are fleeing in terror, unable to withstand the hellish pressure inside. Survivors huddle with lower-tier students, gazing up at the leaderboard. The air buzzes with frantic speculation. It's impossible. No one has cleared it yet. The Abyss level is a death trap. The moment I stepped in, hundreds of silver-rank goblins swarmed me. If I hadn't escaped instantly, I would be dead meat right now, trapped in that nightmare forever. No wonder it is called the Abyss. The difficulty spike is absolutely catastrophic. It is not meant for humans. We're done for. Our only hope lies with the top experts on the Earth ranking. Someone like Zhiming Xuan might stand a chance. Standing amidst the noise, Jiang Churan sighs in relief. Choosing the normal difficulty was the right move. Now, she can only pray that her brother, Zhou Yi, survives his run. Whispers spread through the crowd. I heard the Abyss difficulty was unlocked for the freshman competition too. Are you joking? How many of them could possibly survive that meat grinder? It is true. There is a guy named Zhou Yi, a level 19 holy knight topping the freshman charts. Wait, someone is shouting. Look, the record has been shattered. A student screams, pointing a trembling finger at the glowing screen, eyes wide with disbelief. He stammers, Is that the name Zhou Yi at the very top? Number 1. Zhou Yi. Abyss difficulty. Completion rate, 100%. Time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. It is official. The fastest goblin dungeon clear in history. The crowd erupts like a volcano. Finally, someone has conquered the unconquerable abyss. Zhou Yi? Who is that? I have never heard of him. Is he a senior like Ji Mingxuan? No, he is the top freshman. But even so, how did he kill the level 24 zombie king? That monster is invincible. I am a freshman too, and I can barely hold a sword properly. It has only been a few days. How did Zhou Yi become a monster among men so quickly? Just wait. A loyal fanboy laughs nervously. Brother Mingxuan entered later than Zhou Yi. He is just taking his time. Once Mingxuan steps out with a new record, Zhou Yi will drop down the list where he belongs. Karma strikes instantly. Ji Mingxuan stumbles out of the portal, looking like a beggar. His fanboy rushes over to catch him as he collapses. Damn it all, Mingxuan curses. That abyss is insane. I wasted all my golden tier equipment and still failed. He rages, waiting for sympathy. But then, he freezes. The crowd that usually worships him is ignoring him completely. They are glued to the leaderboard. Confused and annoyed, he swallows his pride and pulls out a healing potion. He assumes they are just distracted. But when his lackey stammers out the news about Zhou Yi's godlike clear time, Mingxuan chokes, spraying the potion everywhere in shock. Look, it is him. Zhou Yi is coming out. Mingxuan's eyes bulge. Impossible. He is just a level 19 trash. What right does he have to clear the abyss? I am the genius here. I must demand an answer. He definitely cheated. There is no other explanation. Furious, Ji Mingxuan smashes his potion bottle on the ground. He forces a fake venomous smile and strides toward Zhou Yi. But before he can utter a word, Zhou Yi walks right past him, as if he were invisible air. The champion heads straight for Jiang Churan. Congratulations on the clear, Churan smiles weakly. I barely survived hard mode. I feel like you are leaving me behind in the dust. Zhou Yi gently pats her head, his eyes soft. Don't worry. The Goblin King is actually quite easy to handle. I will teach you everything. Every trick. Every shortcut. I have plenty of points to spare. I will carry you through the dungeon until you master the mechanics. You will be clearing abyss mode in no time. While the two lovebirds share a tender moment, the crowd continues to chant Zhou Yi's name. Meanwhile, Ji Mingxuan crouches in a dark corner, a broken man. The harsh truth settles in. Under Zhou Yi's blinding light, he is nothing but a washed-up has-been. True to his word, Zhou Yi takes Jiang Churan back into the abyss. He acts as her guardian, buffing her stats and pointing out every enemy weakness for her to exploit. Everything is going perfectly, until they reach the final chamber. The abyss boss. This monster is no laughing matter. How did you beat this thing, brother Zhou Yi? It looks terrifying, but its magic resistance is garbage. Powerful spells will melt it like butter. Hearing this, Jiang Churan steps up, eyes blazing with determination. Leave this one to me. Since the boss is weak to magic, she decides to unleash her ultimate card. Activating her succubus bloodline, she casts the Demon Blade Slash. A massive wave of dark energy erupts, the power of the devil infused into a single devastating strike. The attack hits dead center. Dark attribute damage explodes upon impact. But fate is cruel. Instead of dying, the boss roars in ecstasy. The dark magic did not hurt it, it buffed it. The monster is now stronger than ever. The boss slammed its foot down. A massive seismic wave exploded outward, shattering the earth to knock back intruders and inflict a stun status. Zhou Yi erupted with power to withstand the onslaught. His voice cut through the chaos, filled with worry. Xiaoran, are you all right? I'm fine, brother Zhou Yi. But this is all my fault. My lack of control let the boss absorb my magic and evolve. Don't blame yourself. First, let me test my arsenal against it. We need to see what still works. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi unleashed the Judgment of Light. But the beam smashed uselessly against the boss's heavy shield. The damage was pathetic compared to before. Its magic resistance had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. This is tricky. I'll try one more time. If I can't break through, crush the Abyss Crystal immediately. Remember, this is just a dungeon instance. It is not worth risking your life over. He summoned binding chains of pure magic to restrain the beast. But with a single flex, the boss shattered the arcane bindings like glass. Witnessing his struggle, Jiang Churan spiraled into despair. It was all her fault. She had turned a simple run into a nightmare. What can I do? What is wrong with me? Her overwhelming negativity became the key that unlocked the demon dormant within her soul. A dark voice whispered in her mind. Yes, It is because you are pathetic and weak. If you mastered the succubus bloodline flowing through your veins, you wouldn't be a burden. Only power can save Brother Zhou Yi now. The time has come. Unleash your true nature. Become strong. Jiang Churan muttered the words like a trance. Her innocent eyes shifted, glowing with the crimson red of death. Up ahead, Zhou Yi prepared to activate his angelic avatar for a desperate defense. Suddenly, a blade of pure darkness slashed past him, severing the boss's arm in an instant. Xiao ran? Zhou Yi froze, turning to stare at the transformed girl standing behind him. Brother, Zhou Yi, allow me to dispose of this trash. Jiang Churan smiled, her expression radiating a seductive, lethal charm. The boss roared in panic. Why? Why can't I devour this magic? It is consuming me instead. Don't be impatient. That was merely the appetizer. Jiang Churan waved her hand, flooding the beast with even more corrupted mana. The monster convulsed. I need it! Give me more power! Jiang Churan looked down at it with cold disgust. Your greed makes you look truly repulsive. With a gaze full of scorn, she unleashed a single, devastating strike. The Goblin King was obliterated instantly. System notification. Congratulations, student Jiang Churan. Goblin King eliminated. Reward. 15 free attribute points. 15 skill points. Experience gained. 23,200. Finally, the wretched creature was dust. Jiang Churan retracted her aura and glided toward Zhou Yi, tracing a finger across his chest. Zhou Yi stood frozen in culture shock before his eyes narrowed coldly. Oh, is this really my Xiaoran? The seductive demon queen froze. The crimson faded from her eyes, and she rapidly shrunk back into the innocent Jiang Churan he knew. Blushing furiously, she stammered out an explanation, frantically waving her hands. Brother Zhou Yi, that wasn't me. It was the succubus bloodline. The inner demon took control and acted on its own. Zhou Yi lifted her chin, inspecting her closely. After a moment, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was terrified the demon had completely consumed your soul. How could I let that happen? He smiled. By the way, Xiaoran, why don't we run this dungeon a few more times? I trust that once you master that demonic form, you will be able to solo the abyss difficulty with your eyes closed. Besides, the Goblin King is practically an old friend by now. I'm sure he won't mind dying for us a few more times, right? After all, a boss exists to be beaten. But for us students, securing those dungeon rewards requires dedication. Zhou Yi grinned like a devilish merchant. High above in the afterlife, the soul of the Goblin King trembled in sheer terror. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the crowd had barely recovered from the shock of Zhou Yi's first clear when the leaderboard flickered again. A new record flashed on the screen. The clear time was slashed by a full minute, and the name on top? Zhou Yi again. The crowd went wild. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yi again? Does he plan on leaving any dignity for the rest of us? He cleared it even faster this time. That guy is a monster in human skin. Suddenly, the board refreshed. A new name skyrocketed to the top, crushing Zhou Yi's time. Rank 1. Jiang Churan. Difficulty. Abyss. Progress. 100%. Time. 9 minutes, 23 seconds. System confirmation. New world record established for Goblin Abyss Dungeon. Wait. Isn't she the freshman who was struggling with hard mode just yesterday? And now she's soloing Abyss difficulty? Well, she is the second-ranked genius. With a mentor like Zhou Yi, perhaps breaking limits is just normal for them. Nearby, one of Jiming Xuan's lackeys clutched his head in despair. Brother Xuan, I finally understand how you feel. The gap between us mortals and true geniuses. It's vast enough to make you drown in despair. Oblivious to the chaos outside, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan dove back into the portal, ready to continue their legendary solo grinding spree. After dominating the Abyss-level dungeon for one final run, they teamed up for a quick clear before returning to the main hall. Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Elemental Academy is hosting a grand fireworks display for the new students tonight. Shall we go watch it together? Zhou Yi smiled warmly at the invitation. That sounds perfect. It is a rare chance for us to actually relax. Without hesitation, they set off toward the academy. Taking in the scenery, Zhou Yi could not hide his admiration. True to its name, the Elemental Academy was breathtaking. Even the streetlights were powered by flowing magic. I did not even realize it, he mused. We were so focused on sweeping the dungeon that night has already fallen. But conquering Abyss difficulty was worth it. We are returning with a massive harvest, all thanks to your help. Your strength was the key. I only provided a little support, Zhou Yi replied humbly. Suddenly, a colossal statue caught his eye, and he paused. Who does this figure represent? That is Mage Wei Yang, she explained with reverence. He is known as the guardian god of law. Legend says he single-handedly held back wave after wave of the Otherworld Legion's most ferocious attacks. His heroic tales are spread far and wide. Tragically, during the great decisive battle, a Lord-tier demon ambushed him from the shadows, leading to his glorious sacrifice. Because his soul was completely obliterated by the attack, resurrection was impossible. He was gone forever. A true hero, Zhou Yi murmured. My knowledge of history is lacking. Could you tell me more about the Dark Era? Of course, Zhang Churan began, her voice turning serious. To understand that darkness, we must start with the golden era of 80 years ago. Starting from the year 254, awakened ones with innate talents began to rise in power, one after another. Because of this surge in strength, that period was crowned the Golden Era. Legends like the Storm Sword Saint, Shang Pinghai, and the Blazing Blade Saint, Li Xiaoyang, emerged. Even today, they stand guard at the forefront of the battlefield. However, just as humanity was filled with hope and preparing to counterattack the Otherworld, the Dark Era suddenly descended. It brought the most insane invasion we had ever seen. The powerhouses of the Golden Era faced the terrifying threat of the Otherworld creatures, sacrificing their precious lives one by one to hold the line. It took 30 years of endless, bloody warfare and the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of brave, awakened warriors to finally secure the fragile peace we enjoy today. Now that signs of the Otherworld invasion are appearing again, I fear this peace is ending, she sighed. I hope it is just my imagination. Do not worry too much. Zhou Yi gently patted her head, his voice steady. The creatures appearing now are only slipping through unstable spatial cracks. Their strength is weak. Besides, we are not who we used to be. Even if darkness descends again, this time, the Otherworld monsters will be the unlucky ones. Jiang Churan burst into laughter at his confident declaration, the tension melting away. You are right. We have been resting and building our strength for this very moment. We are ready. Just then, the first firework shot into the night sky. Light exploded across the heavens. Jiang Churan's eyes lit up with excitement as she grabbed Zhou Yi's hand. Quickly, if we get to the observation deck ahead, the view will be even more spectacular. Okay, Zhou Yi replied, letting her lead the way. The next day, Zhou Yi took the train back to his hometown. Sister, Qing, why isn't Big Brother back yet? Don't worry, he said on the phone he would be here very soon. Just as Ah Qing finished speaking, Zhou Yi stepped through the door. Brother, welcome home. Xiao Yun rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Zhou Yi caught his little sister, his smile radiant. I was worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you so energetic puts my heart at ease. Little Yi, you're finally back. Zhou Yi looked at the caretaker and nodded warmly. Sister Qing, it has been a long time. Little Yi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Probably 3 or 4 days. I took leave specifically to complete the final stage of Xiao Yun's treatment. That short? Xiao Yun pouted, clearly disappointed, but her mood shifted instantly as she looked up with sparkling eyes. Brother, did you bring a present for your adorable little sister? Naturally. I brought you a special clear reward from the Abyss-level dungeon. As he spoke, Zhou Yi pulled an exquisite horn from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and a gold-tier spirit bear will instantly appear to protect you from any danger. Xiao Yun clapped her hands in delight. Worthy of my big brother. Even the sound of it seems incredibly powerful. Zhou Yi patted her head affectionately. I believe that once you are cured, you will become just as strong as I am. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao arrived at Zhou Yi's villa, escorting Kuei Liana. Secretary Zhao, Miss Kuei, you have arrived. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Miss Kuei yesterday. She traveled through the night from the neighboring city just to get here. Kuei Liana smiled gracefully. Secretary Zhao, you should know that an invitation from the current Zhou Yi is not something I would dare ignore. Zhou Yi replied humbly. Miss Kuei, you flatter me. I should be thanking you for coming all this way to assist me. I almost forgot to congratulate you, she added. Not only did you obtain the extreme cold ice lotus, but you also refined it into an extreme cold pill with even greater potency. An extreme cold pill? Secretary Zhao could not hide his shock. An S-rank pill was a peerless treasure, essentially priceless in the current market. Zhou Yi scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I only succeeded thanks to the help of the Grandmaster Alchemist that my mentor introduced to me. We cannot waste another second. The final ritual to cure my sister begins now. Agreed. Nothing matters more than this. But hesitation lingered. Xiao Yun clutched the hem of Zhou Yi's trousers, her eyes trembling. Big brother, are you sure I'll be all right? Fear not, Xiao Yun. Trust me. His voice was a soothing balm. Consume this pill, and the frost bloodline shall finally awaken. The icy torment will never hurt you again. With a steady hand, Zhou Yi presented the Absolute Zero pill. Xiao Yun accepted her destiny. Stepping into the magic circle, her gaze hardened into steel. Brother, I am ready. Zhou Yi wasted no time. Dawn's blessing, Guardian's grace, Valor's bestowal. A cascade of divine buffs enveloped her, paving the perfect road for Kuei Liana's healing arts to take effect. Kuei Liana watched in awe. I may be a second awakening priest, yet his mastery over the holy light puts even mine to shame. While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yi's voice cut through. Priestess, the formation. We need you now. Leave it to me. Kuei Liana unleashed her power, igniting the ritual circle. Xiao Yun, swallow the pill. Now. Boom! In a heartbeat, a cataclysmic wave of frost exploded outward. The sheer pressure forced everyone to stagger back. Zhou Yi, her frost energy is going berserk. Ah Qing cried out, shielding her face. Is she in danger? Stay calm. I have this under control. Zhou Yi summoned the holy flame light wheel, incinerating the rampaging ice in an instant. With the pill's power, this is the final time the cold will ever threaten her. Kuei Liana scanned the girl's vitals, relief washing over her face. The critical threshold is passed. Now, we simply wait for the bloodline to fully awaken. Moments turned to eternity. Until finally, the ritual light faded. The treatment was complete. Zhou Yi rushed to her side, his heart pounding. Xiao Yun, speak to me. How do you feel? It's gone. A bright smile broke across her face. The sickness. I think it's truly gone. Do not celebrate just yet. Xiao Yun, open your status window immediately. We need to see what has changed. Xiao Yun tested her power, frost dancing at her fingertips. The frost bloodline. It granted me a talent. Absolute ice control. The elements obey my will now. Is it normal to gain a talent just from awakening? For ordinary awakeners? Impossible. But you possess the rare frost bloodline, and more importantly, you are my sister. Zhou Yi beamed with pride, though his mind raced. Both of us benefiting from this bloodline. Were our ancestors legendary frost mages? Regardless, that glory is lost to history. He shook off the thought. Even with the awakening successful, we take no chances. Priestess, please perform one final, comprehensive scan. With pleasure, Kuei Liana replied enthusiastically. Suddenly, Secretary Zhao stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou Yun has not only recovered but awakened a top-tier bloodline. The mayor places great importance on this development. He has personally dispatched a shipment of cultivation resources for you both. Zhou Yi shook the man's hand, eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. I must return to the academy soon. I leave Xiao Yun in your capable hands. You are too polite, Mr. Zhou. It is my absolute honor to serve. Watching Xiao Yun laugh with Ah Qing, Zhou Yi asked, have you decided on your path? What class will you choose? A mage. Of course. Zhou Yi nodded approvingly. A fitting choice. Reach level 10, and I will secure a hidden class change tome specifically for you. Excellent. Xiao Yun's expression suddenly shifted. I can feel it. The dormant power of darkness stirring within. The day of our liberation draws near. Dark power? The room froze. Her sinister tone left them paralyzed. Kuei Liana panicked, rushing over. Did I miss a diagnosis? How can there be dark energy? Realization dawned on Zhou Yi. Flashbacks of their childhood wearing capes, pretending to save the world, flooded his mind. Brother, do not let the abyss consume you. We must seal it for the sake of peace. It was just her middle school syndrome flaring up. Zhou Yi grabbed her by the collar, dragging her away. That's enough. Let's go test your actual ice magic. Save me, Sister Ah Qing. My brother is trying to suppress the darkness. It's fratricide. Such passion. Secretary Zhao adjusted his glasses. Miss Zhou will undoubtedly become a chaotic force in the mage world. She isn't usually this intense, Zhou Yi muttered, face-palming. While the others laughed off her childish antics, only Kuei Liana remained grave, deep in thought. The power of darkness? Could she be serious? No sooner had the awakening finished than Zhou Yi made a proposal. Let's test your limits with a duel. Xiao Yun grinned, eyes flashing with cold light. Bring it on, brother. I'll summon the spirits and freeze everything standing in my way. With a sharp cry, Zhou Yun launches a barrage of freezing elemental ice straight at Zhou Yi. But against his holy light guardian, the attack is futile, shattering harmlessly against the golden barrier. It seems your body has fully recovered, Zhou Yi observes, dusting himself off. Now that you are ready, I have prepared a special cultivation schedule just for you. Zhou Yun immediately tries to play the escape card. Oh no, brother, I feel the cold toxin acting up again. I don't think I can continue training with you right now, but Zhou Yi is unyielding. Despite her reluctance, Zhou Yun is forced into the grueling training regimen under his watchful eye, with no room for argument. After a session of high-intensity hell, Zhou Yun collapses to the ground, drained of all strength. Brother. I had no idea cultivation was this exhausting. The great mission of saving the world? I leave that entirely to you. You can handle it solo. I really don't know what to do with you. Zhou Yi sighs helplessly, then summons his familiar, Xiao Kui. This is Xiao Kui, a magic pet I recently formed a contract with. For the next few days, he will be your training partner. But be warned, if you can't even defeat Xiao Kui by then, I will be truly disappointed. No problem at all. Now that I have Xiao Kui to keep me company, I will definitely work hard. Zhou Yun says, happily stroking the creature's head. Come with me, Xiao Kui. Let us sign a dark pact and become partners in crime. Zhou Yi chuckles as he watches Xiao Kui's expression. 3 parts reluctance, 7 parts resignation. Xiao Kui, your sacrifice today will be remembered. A few days later, as Zhou Yi prepares to return to the academy with Xiao Kui, he is surprised by a visit from Su Mir herself. Miss Su? What brings you here? The National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. The team battle segment requires a squad of 5 members. I came specifically to have you confirm the roster for our academy's expedition team. As the #1 rank in the freshman competition, the responsibility of team captain naturally falls on your shoulders. Furthermore, the formation of the team is a task for you, the captain, to complete. No problem at all, Zhou Yi replies cheerfully. Here is the data on the top 10 students from the ranking board, excluding yourself. You need to select 4 to be your teammates. Zhou Yi answers without a second of hesitation. Miss Su, I intend to select the 4 highest-ranked freshmen as my teammates. Su Mir frowns, admonishing him immediately. You are being far too casual about this. In team battles, it is common for matches to drag into the late stages. These fights test the sustained combat capability of the entire squad. Therefore, a priest class that can maintain the condition of the other professionals is a critical factor. Even though you are a holy knight with many buffs, your recovery capabilities still pale in comparison to a dedicated priest. For a 5-person team, you absolutely should include a priest in the lineup. Zhou Yi replies with absolute confidence. There is no need. As long as we defeat the opponent quickly, we will not require recovery capabilities. Teacher Su, regarding the individual category of the freshman exchange, I am certain I will take the championship. Moreover, in the team battle, once I activate my angel bloodline, I can single-handedly crush the entire opposing team. During the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's strength was already leagues above the others. With Zhou Yi present, a priest is truly unnecessary. He can simply bulldoze the other schools. Realizing this, Su Mir sighs and compromises. If you are that confident, I will submit this list to Dean Wu. By the way, has the issue with your sister's bloodline awakening been resolved? It has been handled. I must thank you, Miss Su, for originally telling me the news about the extreme frost ice lotus. That is good to hear. Su Mir smiles. Suddenly, Zhou Yi remembers something important. Miss Su, do you know where I might find a hidden class transfer scroll? A hidden class transfer scroll? Is this preparation for your sister? Zhou Yi answers honestly. After seeing otherworldly creatures invade through the medium-sized rifts, I have begun to feel a looming sense of oppression. Therefore, I must find a way for Xiao Yun to quickly possess the power to protect herself. You are very thoughtful. The school website does list hidden class transfer scrolls, but acquiring one is far from easy. Su Mir leaves him with those cryptic words and quickly departs. Zhou Yi is puzzled by her tone, but upon opening the school website to check, the reality hits him. Restriction on hidden class transfer scroll purchase. Minimum level 25. Must have an A-grade evaluation or higher. Must complete an A-rank school mission. Must rank within the top 10 of the Earth Board or the top 100 of the Heaven Board. So that is how it works. Wanting to purchase a hidden class transfer scroll is truly a monumental task. Even the cheapest hidden class transfer scroll requires a staggering 20,000 academic credits to redeem. It seems I cannot help Xiao Yun in the short term. However, I will set a goal to achieve this within the next half year. Just then, the system pings with a new mission, detected that the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament is imminent, now announcing achievement mission. The system's voice echoed in his mind, clear and absolute. The rewards would depend entirely on his performance. In the upcoming National Freshman Exchange competition, high rankings meant legendary rewards that could change his fate. Zhou Yi couldn't suppress a grin as he read the notification. The last 2 achievement rewards had triggered terrifying leaps in his power. This was it. He had to unleash everything he had. He would crush the competition and claim the supreme prize waiting at the end. Meanwhile, a high-stakes council was underway. The academy deans gathered to discuss the upcoming war of universities. The roster for the team battle had been finalized, and the name at the top of the list was none other than Zhou Yi. Let me brief you on the final lineup, the presiding dean announced, his voice grave. Team captain, Divine Knight, Zhou Yi. Spirit swordsman, Jiang Churan. Taoist, Song Hilon. Mage, Tong Lingxi. And warrior, Wei Tiexun. Dean Wu Keqin frowned, spotting a glaring flaw immediately. Wait, where is the priest? Song Qi nodded in agreement. A team without a healer? Isn't that a suicide mission? Without support to patch them up, one mistake could be fatal. The margin for error is non-existent. The room hummed with anxiety, but Dinchu Huayang remained calm. His perspective was different. I see no issue here, he stated flatly. With Zhou Yi's capabilities, a separate healer would just be dead weight. He chuckled internally. After witnessing Zhou Yi's bloodline tempering, he knew the truth. None of these old fools understood the monster they were dealing with. Teammates? Honestly, Zhou Yi could probably solo the entire team battle and still emerge victorious. The boy wasn't just a tank. His buffs were insane, his defense impenetrable, and his offensive skills, they were more devastating than any damage dealer. He was a one-man army, swordsman, tank, support. He was the holy trinity of combat wrapped in one human shell. Din Zhongling, the master of tactics, finally broke his silence. I have no objections. Zhou Yi provides absolute tactical dominance. He is a strategy unto himself. Song Qi weighed the odds and finally nodded. Very well. My department approves. Let's hope Zhou Yi can shock the world in this exchange. Agreed. It's decided then. Wu Ma slammed his hand on the table. The team is set. Now, for the training. He turned to Dean Wu. The burden of sharpening these blades falls to you. Individually, they are strong. But their teamwork is raw. They need to be forged into a single weapon. Consider it done. I'll have Su Mier send the summon order. 3 days later, at the War Academy, while Zhou Yi was crushing his daily quests, a notification popped up. It was his mentor, Wang Hui. The private training session was about to begin. This marked his first official class as a direct disciple. Anticipation bubbled in his chest. He suspected the master would teach him a new secret art. But first, it was time to claim his daily rewards. The system interface shimmered into existence. Please select your daily reward. Option 1. 15 attribute points. Option 2. 15 skill points. Option 3. Random skill book. Option 4. Random potion. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He smashed the button for the skill points. Instantly, a warm current flooded his veins. The transformation was immediate. As long as he grinded these dailies, his stats would skyrocket. With this system, leaving the rest of the world in the dust was simply inevitable. The next morning, Wang Hui led Zhou Yi deep into the wilderness training grounds. A pack of level 23 demon wolves emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing with hunger. Zhou Yi gripped his weapon. Master, should I exterminate them? No need. Before Zhou Yi could move, a massive shadow blotted out the sun. A roar shook the heavens. The wolves whimpered and scattered in terror. Zhou Yi stared up, jaw dropped in shock. Wang Hui chuckled at his student's stunned expression. That is a level 62 undead bone dragon. It belongs to your eldest senior brother. It acts as the guardian of this forest. Zhou Yi's mind raced. If the pet was a level 62 calamity, just how terrifying was the master of that beast? Wang Hui smiled, pride radiating from him. Your senior brother, he reached level 64 years ago, matching my own rank. In fact, his combat prowess exceeds mine. That is why I entrusted the Tianwu Guild to his command. Zhou Yi felt a wave of admiration. Level 64 at age 30? That talent wasn't just rare. It was heaven-defying. Ha! Don't look so shocked. Wang Hui placed a hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. I have seen countless geniuses, but you? You stand above them all. Work hard, disciple. I believe one day you will eclipse even your senior brother's legend. Now, focus. Wang Hui's expression hardened. Watch closely. I am about to demonstrate a unique technique. Wang Hui raised his hands. Holy light and shield skills fused together. 2 colossal barriers materialized, compressing the air between them, and then slammed together. Boom! The earth groaned. A shockwave annihilated the landscape, flattening everything in sight. Zhou Yi stared, trembling before the sheer destructive might of a third awakening class. Dust settled over the ruined land. Wang Hui turned back, a mysterious book in his hand. Zhou Yi, behold your first lesson. Focus your consciousness on the skill tome and burn your skill points to awaken it. Simple as that. Understood. With a nod of determination, Zhou Yi closed his eyes, following Wang Hui's guidance. In an instant, the system chimed a new power had been acquired. Holy Light Intrusion Shield rank A+, level 1. This ability manifests 2 walls of solid light within a set range ahead. The twin barriers slowly converge, triggering a devastating explosion upon impact. Any enemy caught between them suffers catastrophic light attribute damage. But here is the tactical genius. Allies can phase through these walls unharmed, while enemies are met with an impenetrable blockade. Take note, Wang Hui added, his voice serious. This is a heritage skill derived from the Paladin class. Reading the description, Zhou Yi couldn't hide his intrigue. A Paladin heritage skill? Master, how do you possess a technique meant for knights? The Holy Light Intrusion Shield was created by your senior sister back when she was a third awakening Paladin. It is her original masterpiece. Years ago, I inherited this legacy from her. Now, the torch passes to you. You've learned it, haven't you? Show me what you can do. Zhou Yi executed the move perfectly. Though the raw power was still fledgling, Wang Hui nodded in approval. For a level 1 shield, that was impressive. You have grasped the fundamentals well. Listen closely. This skill was chosen specifically for the upcoming team tournament. You can use the walls to dissect the battlefield, restricting enemy movement and creating chaos. Now that the theory is done, prepare yourself for live combat simulation. As Wang Hui finished speaking, a massive shadow descended. The dragon, Glaron, landed heavily behind him, shaking the earth. Glaron will command the local beasts to hunt you down. The amount of experience points you farm tonight depends entirely on your will to survive. No problem, Master. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wang Hui signaled the dragon. Glaron let out a deafening roar, a sonic wave that drove the surrounding monsters into a frenzy. Their target. Zhou Yi. A beast lurking in the brush behind Zhou Yi saw its chance and lunged, jaws wide open. But Zhou Yi had eyes in the back of his head. With a single, fluid motion, he countered, sending the creature straight to the afterlife before it could even land. The night turned into a blur of violence. Zhou Yi unleashed a symphony of destruction, weaving light and ice elementals together, slaughtering wave after wave of monsters until the first light of dawn broke the horizon. Seeing his student gasping for air, looking utterly spent, Wang Hui chuckled. Did you really have to go that hard? I didn't expect you to drain every last drop of stamina and mana. You're completely tapped out. Were you not afraid of the beasts? Or did you just assume I'd save you? Zhou Yi smiled through the exhaustion, chugging a recovery potion. Perhaps, he thought, but the rush of power leveling like this, it's absolutely addictive. System notification. Congratulations. Level up to 22. Received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi dumped his new points into his arsenal, boosting the Holy Light Intrusion Shield from level 1 straight to level 3. Not bad at all. I calculated you might take down 100 beasts, Wang Hui mused, looking at the carnage. But 400? You've shattered my expectations. I couldn't have done it without your guidance, Master. On my own, this would have taken months, Zhou Yi said, his gratitude genuine. Wang Hui's expression turned serious. Remember, you made a bold move setting up a team without a priest for the exchange match. As my student, when the critical moment arrives, you must remain ice cold. Never let your guard down. Rest assured, Master, with me on the field, the championship trophy is already ours. Meanwhile, at the Wind Fury Forest Rest Station, the loudspeakers crackled to life, announcing the start of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. 218 universities are competing. Who will take the crown? Mumbled a passerby. Wait, am I seeing this right? Suhong University has no priest. That kind of glass cannon lineup is usually only seen in third-rate schools, right? Zhou Rao and Zhou Dan, passing by, overheard the slander. They immediately pushed through the crowd to check the roster. Zhou Yi is the captain, and Jiang Churan is vice-captain, Zhou Dan read, laughing at the online comments. Look at these keyboard warriors. They're saying our formation is flawed because we lack a healer, claiming we'll lose just because of no priest? What a joke. Zhou Rao smirked, shaking her head. They have absolutely no concept of how terrifying Zhou Yi's true power is. The two gossiping girls noticed the intrusion and glared. Excuse me? Who asked you? Nearby, Su Qinglian watched the argument escalate and turned to Wen Tianrun. Ah, Run. Tell the staff to put their bill on my tab today. She smiled confidently to herself. With Zhou Yi leading the charge, the lack of a priest is irrelevant. This year's championship belongs to us, and no one else. Back in the training grounds, Zhou Yi spent the entire day sparring with the combat androids. But ever since hitting level 22, the robots felt sluggish. The training had become too easy, and the efficiency was plummeting. He needed a bigger challenge. Zhou Yi was just about to consult Su Mayer when her call came through first. The message was urgent. Dean Wu was initiating special training today. Every student participating in the friendly match needed to assemble at the War Academy Hall immediately. Inside the hall, familiar faces Jiang Churan and Song Hilon were already waiting. But two new powerful presences joined the fray. YT Exen, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingzi, a level 18 mage. As the team gathered, Dean Wu Mang activated an appraisal skill, his eyes sweeping over Zhou Yi. He couldn't hide his shock. Under Principal Wang Hui's guidance, the boy's leveling speed was monstrous. Jiang Churan turned, eyes wide at the revelation. You leveled up again? Zhou Yi shrugged, humble as ever. Just a bit of luck, thanks to the teacher's help. Enough chatter, time is short, Dean Wu interrupted. I'll keep this brief. To prepare you for the National Freshman Exchange, I am taking over as your instructor. His gaze hardened. From here on out, we focus on team combat. Individual duels and survival training will come later. We will handle those with specialized drills. But for today's session, I am testing your ability to fight as a single unit. First order of business, Wu commanded. Form a squad and challenge the Abyss-level Goblin dungeon. He smirked. Don't worry about the cost. The Academy is footing the bill for this hellish run. The realization hit them. No wonder Teacher Su had been driving TXN and the others relentlessly to reach level 18. It was all preparation for this very moment, the Abyss-level challenge. Their confidence surged. Everyone here was elite. With a full 5-man squad, even the Abyss difficulty should be a walk in the park. Tang Lingxi stole a glance at the young captain sitting next to her. He cleared this place solo, she thought. With Zhou Yi plus the 4 of us, defeat is mathematically impossible. Catching her stare, Zhou Yi flashed a dazzling, sunny smile. But the effect was unexpected. Tang Lingxi turned bright red and dove behind TXN for cover. Zhou Yi blinked, confused. Is my smile that terrifying? Briefing over. The 5-person squad stepped through the portal, vanishing into the dungeon's depths. Zhou Yi's demeanor shifted instantly. Pure focus. First time working together. I'll call the shots. Understood, the team echoed in unison. TXN, you're the shield, draw their fire and hold the line. Churan, Lingxi, you handle physical and magical offense. Xiaolan, back them up with suppressive fire. He paused, power radiating from him. As for me, I'll be the support that keeps you all alive. Barely had the orders left his lips when the enemy swarmed. Goblins! Wei Txin didn't hesitate. She charged the front line, her fist slamming into the earth with seismic force. Boom! The shockwave blasted the monster's back. She looked at her hands in disbelief. The power. It was intoxicating. Her skill efficiency hadn't just improved. It had skyrocketed by over 40%. Is this the captain's support capability? Tang Lingxi watched in awe as Zhou Yi worked. It was impossible. That casting speed. It's unreal. 3 distinct buff skills cast in less than a second? Even as a specialized mage, she couldn't dream of matching that kind of velocity. Snapping back to reality, Lingxi unleashed her own power. Destruction magic surged forward, a wave of energy that crippled the goblin's advance. Seizing the opening, Jiang Churan became a blur of steel, reaping goblin lives. But suddenly Xiaoran. TXN! Watch your 6! Zhou Yi barked. A black rain of arrows descended from the darkness. But thanks to the warning, TXN was ready. Shield wall. A barrier erupted, deflecting the deadly volley with a deafening clatter. Jiang Churan's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. This wasn't in the data. Since when did this dungeon spawn goblin archers? Monster identified. Zhou Yi called out calmly. Level 23. Silver tier goblin archers. Skills. Ambush and barrage. He smirked. It seems the dungeon scaled up because we brought a full party. The goblins had evolved. Their attack methods were far more sophisticated. Allow me. Zhou Yi raised his hand. Punishment of light. Holy beams obliterated the archers in an instant. I'll clean up the nuisance targets, he said coolly. The rest is yours. He could have wiped them all out, but that wasn't the mission. This was about building a squad. No problem. Churan and TXN shouted, their morale ignited. Seeing the team's rhythm, Song Xiaolan felt the fire too. She stepped up, unleashing a flurry of offensive talismans into the chaotic fray. Outside, Dean Wu Mang watched the monitors, a satisfied nod barely visible. Zhou Yi was a monster. Compared to the freshman match, his casting speed hadn't just improved, it had doubled. Complex skills, unleashed in the blink of an eye. Su Meier analyzed the footage. It makes sense. His reward for clearing the abyss solo must have been a talent related to casting velocity. The boy's growth curve was terrifying, truly shocking. A fresh student. Yet, he had already dragged Jiang Churan to the absolute peak of the Abyss dungeon leaderboards. Dean Wu's grin widened, a mischievous glint in his eye. He's too comfortable. That is exactly why I decided to crank up the difficulty specifically for him. Inside the instance dungeon, perfect coordination turned the tide of battle. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the goblin horde didn't stand a chance against Zhou Yi's squad. It was a one-sided slaughter. Facing the monstrosities rushing toward her, Jiang Churan merely let out a cold snort. She unleashed the shadow slash. Her blade moved at breakneck speed, tearing through the enemy ranks like paper, executing the monsters with lethal precision. The rest of the team wasn't about to be outdone. Song Xiaolan crushed a talisman in her hand, invoking the Five Thunders orthodox law to blast the creatures apart. Tang Lingxi summoned the wind elements. A dragon tornado swept through the battlefield, freezing the monsters in a vortex of ice. She shouted above the roar of the wind, "TXN, deliver the final blow. You got it." Wei TXN launched herself into the air. She unleashed the void-shattering kick, raining down a barrage of rapid-fire strikes upon the helpless beasts. By the time her boots touched the ground, every last monster lay defeated. Thanks to the massive buff amplification, the overwhelming victory felt almost effortless. It was total domination. It felt incredible. Adrenaline pumping. Wei Tiexin smiled at Tang Lingxi, craving more action. Is that really all of them? Have we cleared the area? Tang Lingxi nodded, confirming the status. Yes. Xiao Bai tells me there isn't a single goblin presence left nearby. Zhou Yi laughed heartily, bringing them back to reality. Don't get too comfortable. That was merely a warm-up exercise. The real challenge lies with the boss in the next zone. Stay sharp. Wei Tiexin cracked her knuckles, her face beaming with confidence. What is there to fear? Brother Yi, your buffs have doubled my combat strength. With your support, flattening this dungeon will be a walk in the park. Song Hilon chimed in cheerfully. She is right. Student Zhou Yi alone could probably clear this instance without breaking a sweat. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the captain's true power commands nothing but respect. Hearing this, Zhou Yi rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, are you girls trying to set death flags for me with all this praise? Jiang Qiran stayed silent, covering a secret giggle with her hand. Moments later, the group arrived before a colossal stone gate. Wei Tiexin asked, the final boss must be behind this, right? Correct, Zhou Yi replied. But as he stepped closer to the gate, an unsettling feeling gnawed at his gut. Forget it, we go in first, ask questions later. Making up his mind, Zhou Yi pushed the heavy doors open. As they entered, a massive figure dominated their vision. The beast opened its maw, its voice booming. You insects have finally arrived. Foolish mortals. System analysis. Second generation Goblin King. Level, 25. Potential, epic rank. Skills, unknown. Note: the new leader who took the throne after the death of the old Goblin King. Tang Lingxi gasped in shock. A level 25 epic boss? Ha! Knowing distinguished guests were coming, I prepared a special welcome gift for you. The monster grinned hideously. It raised its weapon, conjuring a titanic fireball that roared with heat, hurling it straight at Tang Lingxi. That fireball jutsu. Why is the energy so intense? Tang Lingxi whispered, unable to process the danger. Fear rooted her to the spot, her eyes wide as the inferno approached. Lingxi, move! Wei Tiexin screamed, diving forward to shove Tang Lingxi to safety. She instantly deployed a defensive barrier to tank the hit, but the situation looked grim. The shield held for less than a second before spiderweb cracks appeared. No! I can't hold it! The barrier shattered into dust, leaving Wei Tiexin completely exposed to the incoming flame. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it! Even with the captain's double stat buff, I can barely withstand a basic attack from this monster. The boss let out a maniacal cackle. Don't be in such a hurry to die. This is the graveyard I have prepared for you. Turn to ash. As it spoke, it didn't stop. It summoned a barrage of additional fireballs, launching them relentlessly at the party. A single fireball had rendered them helpless. Now, facing a meteor shower of destruction, despair began to claw at their hearts. But this was the moment a true captain proved his worth. Everyone fall back, Zhou Yi commanded calmly. He stepped to the front line, channeling his frost energy. A massive wall of ice, far thicker than Wei Tiexin's shield, rose from the ground to intercept the bombardment. Captain, watch out. That isn't a normal fireball spell. Tang Lingxi shouted a warning, but it was already over. The raging flames slammed into the ice wall, their energy instantly drained and neutralized. The massive inferno shrank down, compressed into a harmless sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Collect. With a soft command, Zhou Yi drew the mini fireball into his palm. He crushed it with a squeeze, watching it dissipate into smoke. This one is indeed a bit tricky, he admitted. Its power far exceeds the previous boss we defeated. Hearing this, Song Hilon stepped forward. In that case, let me take the opening move this time. Song Hilon's hands moved in a blur of hand seals. Dozens of glowing talismans shot out, encircling the giant beast in a magical formation. Heaven's mandate clear. Spirit guide the way. Divine talisman manifest. Obey my command. Explode. At the command, the talismans detonated in unison, engulfing the boss in a violent inferno. But a second later, the unthinkable happened. The boss inhaled, sucking the flames directly into its mouth. It crushed the remaining talismans in its grip. The creature stood there, completely unscathed. Song Hilon gasped in disbelief. Zero effect? How is that possible? Tang Lingxi's expression hardened. Sister Lan, switch tactics. Support my magic strike. Tang Lingxi channeled her mana. A barrage of blazing arrows manifested, screaming through the air toward the boss. And don't forget about me. Take this. Jiang Qiran roared, unleashing her demon blade arts. Slashes of dark energy tore through the space, aiming for the kill. Fire and blade energy fused into a devastating storm. Boom! A shockwave rattled the dungeon walls. Yet, as the dust settled, the monster stood without a scratch. A violet barrier hummed around its body. Cute. the boss sneered. But playtime is over. Its maw gaped open. Purple energy swirled, condensing into a sphere of pure destruction that grew larger by the second. With a deafening roar, the orb launched straight at the terrified students. Tang Lingxi's face went pale. The level gap. It's insurmountable. We can't fight a monster like this. Just as hope crumbled, a figure stepped forward. Zhou Yi stood tall. Don't panic. I'm here. A golden barrier erupted from his hands. The boss's ultimate attack slammed against it and shattered. Zhou Yi had neutralized the death blow instantly. Wei Tiexin grit his teeth. Brother Yi, let me try close combat. I can tank it. Zhou Yi smiled, placing a calming hand on Wei Tiexin's shoulder. A level 25 Corpse King is too much for the team right now. Leave the rest to me. His eyes flashed. Skill activated. Eye of Truth. The world slowed. Weaknesses exposed. Hidden stats revealed. The path to victory appeared in his mind. Interesting. Only one level higher than the previous elite, but its stats are doubled. If I use my S-rank bloodline, I can multiply my power. This specific counter setup. It must be a special test from Dean Wu. Fine then. Since he wants a show, I'll give everyone a performance they won't forget. Divine Angel Form Release. Light exploded outward. Zhou Yi transformed. His left hand blazed with holy light. His right hand froze with glacial power. Outside the dungeon, Sumayer frowned. Dean, isn't this difficulty scaling a bit extreme? Is this really necessary? That boss is a nightmare for their level. You might break their spirits. Wu Mong shook his head. Their strength is good, but they aren't the only geniuses out there. In the exchange tournament, the monsters from Magic University and Qingjing will be far worse than this. I need them to taste defeat now, so they understand the cruelty of real battle. Sumayer murmured. Defeat? Huh? Then, she chuckled. Dean, you've made one mistake. You're severely underestimating Zhou Yi. Wu Mong smiled back. I hope he proves me wrong and slaps me in the face with a victory. Back in the arena, the Corpse King stared at the glowing transformation. Intrigued. Ooh, fascinating. You turned into a shiny little bird? Use every trick you have, boy. I'll bury you all the same. We'll see about that. Zhou Yi launched the Light Pulse Assault. Big talk for a brat, the boss roared, unleashing world-ending hellfire. Light and shadow collided. A massive explosion shook the earth. Terrifying energy ripples blasted outward, tearing up the ground. Zhang Qiran slammed her sword into the floor. She channeled every ounce of mana into a barrier to shield the others from the aftershocks. Song Hilon watched wide-eyed. Is this Zhou Yi's true power? The reality hit her hard. Zhou Yi wasn't just strong, he existed in a dimension far above them. Song Xiaolan turned to the side. Little Ran. Has he ever shown this form before? Jiang Qiran smiled nervously. First time for me too. Looks like brother Zhou Yi is finally going all out. The smoke cleared. Both fighters stood untouched. The Corpse King grinned, baring rotten teeth. Is that it, kid? Change your shape all you want. You still can't defeat me. Is that so? Zhou Yi flicked his wrist. Holy light chains materialized from the void, wrapping tight around the boss's limbs. What? Before the monster could react, Zhou Yi cast Spear of Victory. Dozens of light spears rained down from the heavens. My turn, Zhou Yi declared cold. The roles have officially switched. He didn't stop. Light flame storm, a tornado of holy fire erupted, swallowing the boss whole. It wasn't a single attack, it was a relentless combo. The damage numbers skyrocketed. Damn you. The Corpse King howled in agony. Zhou Yi smirked, his eyes glowing. Don't scream yet. I'm just getting started. In a blur of speed, he dashed forward and shoved his glowing hand straight into the monster's screaming mouth. Thunder light beam zero distance. Flash. When the blinding light faded, the boss staggered back. Black blood gushed from its jaw. Its aura flickered, critically weak. It seems you couldn't even force me to use my full power. I apologize that you were unable to satisfy my craving for a real battle. Zhou Yi chuckled, his voice dripping with casual confidence. It truly is a pity. I intended to test the divine hand in my seraphim form, but that will have to wait. However, seeing you clinging to that final thread of life, allow me to grant you a swift departure. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhou Yi extended 2 fingers. Energy condensed at his fingertips, firing a lethal beam straight at the boss. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wu Meng watched in sheer terror. A complete monster, he gasped. I personally adjusted that boss's difficulty. Even a level 26 professional would struggle to survive against it. Yet Zhou Yi's power, it defies all logic. Turning sharply to Sumayer, he demanded, Teacher Su, do you have Zhou Yi's usual combat data from the training grounds? Sumayer offered a knowing smile. Indeed. Just before coming here, he ran a test simulation. It took him only 6 minutes and 12 seconds to utterly dominate the level 10 combat challenge. Wu Mang shook his head in disbelief. No wonder you and old Zhu place such faith in him. And now, Sumaya replied, her eyes glued to the screen. He is proving that faith right before your very eyes. Back inside the instance, the boss disintegrated under Zhou Yi's final strike. As the dust settled, a holographic notification materialized in the air. Congratulations. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Distributing rewards now. A pillar of golden light erupted around Tongling Shi. Her eyes widened in shock. I just received 8,000 experience points. Wei Tiexin was equally thunderstruck. I got 8,000 too. This is insane. A single Abyss run gave me more gains than a whole week of grinding outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi exhaled, letting his transformation dissipate. He returned to his original human form, standing calm amidst the victory. His private system panel chimed. Congratulations, you have gained 11,236 experience points. You have received 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. At this rate, Zhou Yi thought, my next level up is just around the corner. Suddenly, Jiang Churan rushed to his side, her voice laced with worry. Brother Zhou Yi, are you all right? Did you take any damage? Zhou Yi stood tall, casually dusting off his clothes. I'm fine, just burned a bit of stamina. Now, let's see what treasures this boss left behind. Agreed. The team gathered around the spot where the beast had fallen. Resting there was a magnificent golden chest, glowing with promise. The lid creaked open, revealing the dazzling loot within. Gold tier weapon, Staff of Flame. Level requirement, 24. Gold tier armor, Fire Spirit Shield, level 24. Gold tier accessory, Ring of the Flame Demon, level 24. Wei Tiexin nearly jumped with joy. This loot is absolutely god tier. Every single item is gold rank. Brother Yi, your drop rate is legendary. Zhou Yi smiled. Lady Luck is on our side today. Do any of you need these? The team looked at the high-level gear, shaking their heads one by one. The level requirement is way out of my league, Wei Tiexin admitted. Tong Lingxi added. And I can't use fire attribute gear. It conflicts with my build. Jiang Churan shook her head. Neither Xiaolon nor I have a class compatible with these items. Song Xiaolon stepped forward. Student Zhou Yi, you did the heavy lifting. You should take them. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He swept the items into his inventory. Fair enough. I'll take them for now. I will auction them at the academy and split the points evenly among us all. Wei Tiexin waved his hands frantically. No way, Brother Yi. You deserve at least 70%. Without you, we wouldn't have even scratched that boss. Song Xiaolon nodded in agreement. He's right. You were the key. We were just spectators. But Zhou Yi stood firm. We split it evenly. That way, none of you will have to worry about academy points for a long time. Jiang Churan giggled softly. Just accept it, everyone. You know Brother Zhou Yi isn't exactly short on points anyway. Realizing it was pointless to argue, the team gratefully accepted his generosity. All right then, we follow your lead. With the loot distributed, Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Remember, our goal isn't just winning the competition. We are here to defend the glory of our academy. Wei Tiexin clenched his fist, fire burning in his eyes. Brother Yi, I won't let you down. I'll double my training intensity starting today. Song Xiaolon nodded firmly. I will give it my absolute all, Student Yi. Same here, Captain. Zhou Yi looked at his team, satisfaction warming his chest. Good. That resolve is exactly what we need. I have no doubt that our squad will crush the competition and bring home a glorious victory. As the team materialized outside the dungeon portal, slow applause greeted them. Congratulations, you successfully cleared my masterpiece, the Abyss-level dungeon. Dean Wu and Teacher Su stood there, looking impressed. Your performance was exemplary, Wu Mang continued. You far exceeded my expectations, naturally. But you, Zhou Yi, have truly exceeded my expectations. Zhou Yi scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face. I only did what needed to be done, sir. Wu Mang pressed on. And regarding the championship title for the exchange match, Zhou Yi clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. First place is absolutely ours to take. Excellent. To seize the throne, one must possess exactly that kind of unwavering confidence. Su Meyer interjected with a strategic proposal. Since Zhou Yi possesses god-tier versatility in both support and offense, we can craft two distinct battle plans. Initially, we position him as a supporter to mask his true capabilities. Then, at the critical moment, he strikes with full power, catching the enemy completely off guard. With this tactic, the championship trophy is practically already in our hands. Wu Mang nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. A brilliant plan. It is high time those old fossils witness the terrifying potential of Zhou Yi. After all, even among geniuses, there is a hierarchy of power. Su Meyer continued, her tone turning serious. However, the squad's synergy still lacks that spark. We need to drill their coordination until it is flawless. Agreed. Tomorrow, we begin special training, specifically targeting those weaknesses. That is all for today. Go back and rest up. Oh, and one more thing. To ensure you stay motivated, we have prepared some special punishments. A chill ran down Zhou Yi's spine. Punishments? Teacher, could you perhaps give us a tiny hint? That would ruin the surprise, would it not? We have matters to attend to. With that, Su Meyer and Wu Mang turned and walked away. Miss Su, Zhou Yi called out. But she did not look back, vanishing from their sight in mere seconds. Giving up, Zhou Yi turned to his teammates. Well, there is no avoiding it. Let us train with everything we have and prepare to dominate the exchange match. Right, the group responded in unison. Time flew by, until a seemingly ordinary day arrived at the dungeon entrance. A bystander sighed deeply, his face pale. This nightmare-level goblin dungeon is absolutely insane. His companion nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. I have already failed twice. I cannot even clear the first stage. If nightmare mode is this hellish, I cannot even imagine the monstrosity of abyss difficulty. Just then, a confident voice cut through the air. Lingxi, do you think we can speedrun this abyss dungeon in under 10 minutes? Easily. The two bystanders gasped, turning their heads to see a squad of 5 students strolling past casually. The one who spoke was a raven-haired girl. It was none other than Zhou Yi's squad, arriving to crush the dungeon. Answering Wei Tiexin's question, Tang Lingxi smiled. We have trained for this. With the captain's buffs, 10 minutes might even be generous. Wei Tiexin nodded, cracking her knuckles. Fair point. Besides, Dean Wu taught me a few secret techniques yesterday. Tang Lingxi grinned. Then I will be watching your performance closely. As Zhou Yi's team vanished into the portal, the bystander stammered. Treating an abyss dungeon like a speed run? Who on earth are those monsters? The second student replied, eyes wide. That is our academy's representative team for the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. They are the elites chosen to fight against the top universities in the country. The first student screamed in disbelief. Freshmen? The highest level in our year is usually 19, but their lowest is already level 20. That is impossible. And that guy in the lead. His aura was suffocating. His friend pointed a trembling finger at the leaderboard. Suffocating? Just look up. That is Zhou Yi, the record holder for the fastest clear. A third student overheard the commotion and glanced up at the glowing screen. He shouted instantly. Zhou Yi, he is the anomaly that even the top-ranking experts cannot surpass. 7 minutes later, deep inside the dungeon. Go, my minions, tear them apart. The boss unleashed a cataclysmic wave of hellfire. Wei Tiexin laughed maniacally. I have been waiting for you to get serious. Now, shatter. With a roar, crimson energy coated her fist as she charged headfirst, punching the fireball into oblivion. She thought triumphantly. With the master's guidance, I finally have the strength to crush your attacks head-on. Suddenly, the boss's voice boomed through the smoke. A weakling remains a weakling. Do not think a tiny bit of improvement gives you the right to be arrogant before me. Wei Tiexin froze. A massive fist materialized inches from her face. She scrambled backward, barely reacting in time. Step back, Zhou Yi commanded. He flashed in front of Wei Tiexin, his fist colliding squarely with the boss's massive strike. In a split second, the sound of bone shattering echoed. The boss's arm twisted violently as it shrieked in agony. My arm! You wretched human! Zhou Yi glanced back, offering a reassuring smile. Tiexin, blocking that first strike was impressive enough. But for the rest? Let us finish this together. Tang Lingxi flashed a confident grin and called out, Wei Tiexin, take a breather. Leave the rest of this mess to us. The boss monster roared in fury, its voice shaking the very ground. Damn you all. I will make sure every single one of you dies here today. But before the beast could unleash its wrath, brilliant golden chains erupted from the void. They bound the creature tight, halting its attack in an instant. High-voltage lightning surged along the metal links, frying the monster until it shrieked in agony. Zhou Yi gripped the end of the chain, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, so now you know what pain feels like? Scream all you want, but do not worry. We have absolutely no intention of letting you go. Song Hilon stepped forward, her eyes cold. Exactly. Her expression turned serious as her hands flew through complex seals. Heaven sealing earth ban. A swarm of glowing talismans shot forth, plastering themselves over the monster's body and locking its power. Tang Lingxi wasted no time following up. Let us see how you handle this technique Master Gusu taught me. Thunder magic descended. The sky cracked open as a massive pillar of lightning crashed down, engulfing the boss in blinding destruction. Jiang Charan delivered the finale. She dashed forward with a battle cry. Final strike. Her blade flashed, and with one powerful slash, the monster's head went flying into the air. The system interface popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the Abyss-level dungeon. Clearance time. 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Distributing rewards now. Moments later, Zhou Yi and his team stepped out of the instance portal. Wu Mang approached them immediately, nodding in approval. Not bad at all. You actually managed to break the 9-minute barrier. Your performance this time was flawless. Even I cannot find a single thing to criticize. Zhou Yi looked surprised. Dean Wu, what brings you here personally? Wu Mang's expression turned serious. I came to notify you. The date for the exchange tournament has been set. It begins exactly 1 week from now. That means tomorrow, I will be leading all of you to the host city. We are going to Qingjing University. Song Hilon cheered in excitement. This is great. The exchange tournament is finally starting. Jiang Churan clenched her fists, her voice filled with anticipation. We have trained so hard for so long. It was all for this very moment. Wei Tiexin laughed. After all that grinding, we finally get to fight in a real match. Tang Lingxi spoke up, her curiosity piqued. Qingjing University. I wonder what the campus looks like. Zhou Yi cracked his knuckles, a wide smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself, I am sick of fighting dungeon bosses. Finally, a chance to clash with top-tier geniuses from other schools. The next day arrived. True to his word, Wu Mang came to collect Zhou Yi and the team to head to the tournament venue. Before they departed, he gave a stern reminder. To ensure absolute safety, I will be guiding everyone personally. We are using the school's specialized teleportation point. It will warp us directly to Qingjing University. At the teleportation hub, Principal Wang Hui and the other deans were already waiting. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal addressed the students. You are the elite among the freshmen. You carry the honor of our entire university on your shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive terms. I expect you to bring home the championship trophy for the 5th time. Understood. Zhou Yi's team answered in unison. Satisfied, Wang Hui ordered Zhou Huayang to activate the teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, the group, including Zhou Yi, Wu Mang, and Su Meyer, materialized at Qingjing University. Zhou Yi could not hide his astonishment. We arrived at Qingjing already? That was instantaneous. Aren't our schools over 2 million kilometers apart? Su Meyer smiled and explained. You can thank Dean Zhou's magic for that. Without it, we would have been stuck on a train for days. Long-range teleportation like this is no joke. Only a 3rd advancement mage has the power to cast it. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Welcome, faculty and students of Suhong University, to Qingjing University. It is an honor to have you here. Wu Mang recognized the speaker immediately. Old Cheng, why did you come out personally? Wu Mang walked over happily to shake hands with Cheng Yongchun, a 3rd advancement mechanic. My old friend is visiting. Of course I had to come personally to escort you to your quarters. Cheng Yongchun replied warmly, then shifted his gaze to assess Zhou Yi's team. This batch you brought looks promising. I heard rumors that your university has some freshmen with extraordinary capabilities this year. We will see if they live up to the hype in the arena. Wu Mang smirked. That is a given. After the greetings, Wu Mang turned to brief his students. The opening ceremony is on the 10th. The official matches will begin immediately after. You have been training for a solid month. Your teamwork and skills have likely reached their peak for now. No more extreme training for the next few days. Take this time to relax and recover. However, be warned. Qingjing is flooded with tourists right now. There is a high chance that spies from the alien races have infiltrated the crowd. During major events like this, foreign demons almost always attempt to assassinate our human geniuses. That is all for today. Feel free to explore the city, but keep your guard up and stay safe. With the briefing over, a robot guide led Zhou Yi and his team to their assigned private suites. Welcome to the Qingjing University residences, the support robot chirped. If you require assistance, please ask at any time. Zhou Yi waved it off. No need, though I have to admit, the service here is quite high-tech. Zhou Yi stood silent by the window, his gaze fixed on the sprawling city below. With a thought, he summoned the system interface. Dumping every ounce of accumulated experience, he watched his power soar, officially breaking through to level 23. A fresh surge of 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points awaited his command. Yet, the chasm to level 24 remained vast. Looking at his arsenal, most of his abilities were still stuck at mere C and B ranks. Once he achieved his 2nd class advancement, the skills available to a holy knight would evolve. The minimum requirements would surely jump to B rank or higher. He might even unlock the A+ rank ability, the Halo of Iron Will. The Halo of Light would turn his allies into unstoppable juggernauts, while the Halo of Darkness would rain down catastrophic destruction upon his foes. As for the 3rd advancement, that was a distant dream for another day. For now, he needed to crush the system's current achievement mission and secure a perfect victory. 1 week later, the 157th National Freshman Exchange Tournament of China officially kicked off, and the opening battle destined to set the stage? The elite students of Suhong University versus the challengers from Rongyang University. The sheer scale of the arena was breathtaking. Even Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel at the electrifying atmosphere pulsing through the crowd. It was no wonder every awakener dreamed of standing on this stage. The prestige of the national exchange was absolute. The spectacle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Standing beside him, Jiang Churan leaned in with a knowing smile. This was just the opener by the finals. The crowd size would easily double. While Zhou Yi's squad soaked in the excitement, the vibe across the arena was grim. The students of Rongyang University looked like they were marching to their execution. Talk about rotten luck drawing Suhong University in the first round. There's no helping it, one groaned. With luck this bad, we're destined to be nothing but stepping stones for the favorites. Sigh. Suhong is the defending champion. Anyone facing them is doomed. Hearing his teammates' despair, the brown-haired captain scoffed coldly. What are you afraid of? We ranked in the top 30 last year. Even if we can't win, we can at least make them bleed for it. Stand your ground. Meanwhile, the stands were buzzing with analysis. Hey, look at that holy knight in the back. Is he seriously level 23 already? No mistake. That level alone is enough to crush the competition through sheer pressure. Lucky for them, he's a support class. If he was a main attacker, this wouldn't even be a fight. Looks like Rongyang is finished before they even started. The real question isn't who wins, it's how many of Suhong's trump cards Rongyang can force them to reveal. Back on the arena floor, the brown-haired captain finally sensed Zhou Yi's aura. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, but he kept his bravado. So, Suhong has some talent. But remember, level isn't everything in a real battle. Both teams took their positions. The arena transformed, terrain manifesting instantly as the protective energy barriers locked them inside. The AI referee initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment it ended, Rongyang's vanguards prepared to charge. But the brown-haired captain barked an order. Hold. Focus on defense first. We need to see what tricks they have up their sleeves before we strike. But in that split second, Zhou Yi simply waved his hand. A blinding halo of light erupted, enveloping the entire Suhong team in divine energy. Their combat parameters didn't just rise, they skyrocketed. Strength, agility, and mana surged vertically in the blink of an eye. The audience gasped in collective horror. Multiple high-level buffs cast simultaneously in mere seconds? It was unheard of. Do you see that? That's the power of the holy knight Zhou Yi. He truly deserves the title of Suhong's captain. Even Cheng Yongchun was stunned. Old Wu, your captain Zhou Yi is something else. If this keeps up, your team's collective combat power has jumped by at least 50%. Wu Meng smiled, unable to hide his pride. The Holy Knight is a hidden class for a reason. His true value lies in dominating the battlefield with massive, wide-range enhancements. Even in a small-scale skirmish like this, his presence is absolutely overwhelming. Cheng Yongchun fell silent, thinking to himself, thank God my squad has hidden aces too. If we had to face Zhou Yi head-on without preparation, we'd be in serious trouble. Now, let's see if Rongyang's response can serve as a lesson for the rest of us. Unfortunately, Rongyang saw no lesson, only terror. To them, Zhou Yi's team looked like descending demon gods. One student was shaking so hard his weapon clattered to the floor. Captain, what do we do? The brown-haired leader's face was drained of blood, yet he refused to crumble. Stand fast. I think I can block them. Observing their pitiful state, Zhou Yi let out a smirk of pure disdain. Their strength is mediocre at best. No need for tactics. We go with the simplest plan. Everyone attack at once. Crush them in a single blow. Jiang Churan and Song Hilon responded in unison. Understood. Tong Lingxi's eyes lit up with chaotic excitement as she conjured a roaring fireball. Captain, let me take the lead on this one. Without waiting, she unleashed hell. Countless arrows of flame materialized in the air, blazing arrow volley, screaming toward the Rongyang students. The assault was instant and brutal. The Rongyang squad could only grit their teeth and deploy their magical barriers. Guardian Light Shield. The captain strained against the impact but managed to hold. We blocked it. Ha, see, they're nothing special after all. Suddenly, a student in the back turned pale with terror, whispering to the captain, it is happening again. Before their eyes, Wang Tiexin charged like a raging beast, her gaze sharp with killing intent. Her fist carried the weight of a mountain, shattering the defensive shield into dust. But the onslaught was far from over. Jiang Churan descended from the heavens, her demon blade raining down a storm of lethal slashes. Then came the lightning. A surge of thunderous energy exploded, engulfing the arena in a blinding catastrophe. Under this relentless bombardment, the squad from Rongyang University was completely annihilated. Seeing their utter helplessness, the system voice boomed across the arena. Battle concluded. Winner, Suhong University. Floating high above, the system continued. Thank you for a spectacular display. Please wait a moment. The next team battle will commence shortly. Back in the waiting area, Jiang Churan groaned with impatience. My opponent is a warrior, but I am match number 27. Song Xiaolan sighed deeply beside her, looking defeated. You think that is bad? My luck is even worse. Number 45. I will be waiting until the end of time for my turn. Zhou Yi chuckled, amused by their misery. I am match number 6. My opponent is a swordsman. Looks like fortune smiles on me. I am up in the second group. The girls could only stare in envy. Meanwhile, whispers spread through the stands like wildfire. Zhou Yi had not lifted a finger in the previous round. I want to see what he is really made of, someone muttered, eyes fixed on the stage. Can a Holy Knight support class really survive a solo duel? He must be hiding his true power. He is the captain after all. The moment arrived. The crowd erupted into chants as he stood up. Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! Liu Jing, destroy him! As the fighters stepped onto the stage, the system announced the lineup. 9th match of the individual round. Zhou Yi of Suhang University versus Liu Qiang of Chuanan University. Fighters, prepare yourselves. Zhou Yi's opponent stood tall. Liu Qiang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Liu Qiang sneered, thinking to himself, just a support class? My luck is insane. An easy win handed to me on a silver platter. Behind him, his teammates murmured nervously. Liu Jie's opponent is the captain of Suhang University. Yeah, this might be a fierce battle. We should not underestimate him. Ha, paladins are just cheerleaders. Liu Jie will crush him instantly. The system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Liu Qiang wasted no time, raising his sword for a preemptive strike. He scoffed, looking down at his opponent. If you surrender now, I will let you lose with a little dignity. Zhou Yi merely smiled, calm as a still lake. Ha, surrender? Do you really have the strength to back up that arrogance in front of me? Enraged, Liu Qiang swung his blade down. Brat, I will silence that mouth right now. Oxfire slash. Yet, Zhou Yi danced through the barrage of strikes effortlessly. Liu Qiang gasped in shock. What? Such speed. This ends now, he shouted. But suddenly, ice encrusted his legs, rooting him to the spot. Panic set in. By the time he looked up, Zhou Yi was already airborne, fist raised for judgment. Damn it, dirty tricks, Liu Qiang roared, igniting his flames to shatter the ice bindings just in time. He lunged forward with a desperate slash. Trash talent, but to everyone's horror, Zhou Yi caught the blade with his bare hand. Liu Qiang's eyes bulged in terror as his weapon stopped cold. He blocked it? In a flash, Zhou Yi drove a devastating punch into Liu Qiang's gut. The swordsman screamed. Impossible! The impact launched Liu Qiang dozens of meters across the arena. The crowd gasped. What just happened? The captain just sent him flying. I did not even see the attack connect. A teacher sighed in the stands. Liu Qiang was too arrogant. That is the captain of Suhang University he is facing. He may be a support class, but his combat prowess is nothing to scoff at. As the dust settled, Liu Qiang lay broken, face covered in blood. He could not move a single muscle. The system scanned the body immediately. Liu Qiang is unable to continue. Winner, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi retracted his fist, looking down with cold indifference. Too weak. You could not even withstand a single C-rank skill. The audience exploded into chaos. Waves of shock rippling through the stadium. One punch? He crushed him in seconds, and that might not even be his full power. Outside the ring, teacher Chu Yu of Qingjing University was stunned. I only saw him a few months ago in Lijiang. How did he level up this fast? Dean Cheng smiled beside her, a knowing glint in his eye. Teacher Chu, it sounds like. Chu Yi almost became one of your students, did he not? Chu Yu sighed with deep regret. Damn it. If I had known, I would have risked my life to snatch that top scholar title, just like him. Sigh. If we had Chu Yi on our side right now, wouldn't we be slaughtering everyone? Ha Lan, the level 19 archer, watched Chu Yi with keen interest before speaking slowly. That Chu Yi must be the special student Xiao Ran mentioned. His strength is no joke. Who would have guessed he is a master of support, melee combat, and even magic? However, Chu Xiaobai, the level 18 priest, wore a look of deep concern. Her mind raced. The speed at which Chu Yi cast that freezing skill. Something was wrong. Even the ice mages in her own clan could not cast spells that fast. Suddenly, the bracelet on her wrist began to glow. Chu Xiaobai gasped in shock. Wait, this is the family treasure reacting. Could it be? Is he an awakener of the frost bloodline? Seeing Chu Xiaobai go silent, Halan turned to her. Xiaobai, is something wrong? Chu Xiaobai started, quickly covering her bracelet. I am fine. She immediately scrambled for an excuse to leave. Sister Lan, something urgent came up. I have to go back first. Her strange behavior left Ha Lan completely bewildered. Okay? Chu Xiaobai rushed to a secluded corner and dialed Chu Heng. The moment it rang, he picked up instantly. He answered the phone, confused. Xiaobai, isn't today the tournament day? Why do you have time to call your father? And why are you using the secure internal line? Hearing his voice, Chu Xiaobai blurted out the news. Father, I found a frost bloodline awakener, and his surname is also Chu. The purity of the bloodline in Zhou Yi is over 70%. The news struck Chu Heng like a bolt of lightning. He froze. Panic and hope mingled in his voice. Are you certain? A frost bloodline with such terrifying purity? Chu Xiaobai replied, 80% chance. But to know if it is truly real, I need to get close to him. Chu Heng forced himself to calm down. He pushed up his glasses and commanded, all right, find a chance for me to meet Zhou Yi. I will synchronize a test from my end. We must determine if this Zhou Yi truly belongs to our Chu clan. After hanging up, Chu Heng stood and gazed out the window. A surge of joy overwhelmed him. Zhou Yi, frost bloodline. If this is true, then our Tianlan Chu clan might finally be saved. Meanwhile, on the right side of the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. Zhou Yi, not to be outdone, the left side screamed just as loud. Li Xin. A classmate next to Li Xin laughed. Brother Xin, don't show any mercy later, all right? Li Xin flashed a cruel, vicious smile. Relax. I am only afraid that this Zhou Yi won't be strong enough to force me to use my full power. But Wei He, standing nearby, suddenly issued a warning. Little Xin, be careful. Zhou Yi is strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from him. Li Xin's expression instantly turned serious. Brother Wei, I understand. Immediately, Li Xin unleashed his skills. The classmate from before stared in awe. As expected of Brother Xin, this pressure is magnificent. Level 18, Gale armor set. Zhou Yi won't even be able to touch a hair on Brother Xin's head. Zheng Feng chimed in. Exactly. Zhou Yi better not cry when he gets beaten to a pulp. The match was about to begin. The stadium exploded with excitement as chants and cheers shook the air. Zhou Yi is the strongest. Go, Zhou Yi. Demon Capital University's Zhou Yi. Go, Li Xin. At that moment, Chu Heng arrived. He panted. Exhausted. Luckily, we made it in time. Chu Dong-er looked around with delight. This arena isn't bad. It rivals the training grounds back in our clan. Suddenly, Chu Xiaobai appeared behind them. Chu Dong-er spotted her instantly and whipped her head around in excitement. Sister. She tackled Chu Xiaobai in a bear hug. Embracing her sister, Xiaobai asked confusedly, Father, Dong-er, why are you two here? Chu Heng replied calmly. Is it not obvious? We are here to investigate Zhou Yi's identity. There is a high probability he is from the main branch that was scattered during the Dark Era. Knowing a clansman has awakened the Frost bloodline, the Patriarch ordered me to verify it. It is also a good chance for your sister to witness the style of the top freshman in Suhong. Suddenly, Chu Dong-er pouted, clearly unhappy. Humph. He is just a support class, Holy Knight. What is there to see? Chu Xiaobai immediately scolded her with a stern look. Dong-er, that mindset is wrong. So what if he is a Holy Knight? If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity really exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to transition into the clan's hidden class. Hearing this, Chu Dong-er asked eagerly, Sister, but the highest bloodline purity in our generation's main branch is only 40%, right? Is Zhou Yi's 70% purity really that high? Suddenly, Chu Heng raised his voice in a scolding tone. Dong-er, I told you before we came here. You must respect Zhou Yi. Based on seniority, he is technically your older brother. Chu Dong-er muttered a frustrated reply. Even if he truly shares our bloodline, if he wants to call himself my brother, he must prove he has the strength to back it up. Zhou Xiaobai quickly intervened to calm the waters. Relax. Father is already here. A simple bloodline test will reveal the truth soon enough. For now, let us focus on Zhou Yi's performance. Hearing this, Zhou Dong-er finally conceded, crossing her arms with a huff. Very well then. At that precise moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed through the arena. The first match of the third round in the singles category is about to commence, inviting both contestants to the stage. From Maju University, Li Xin, and from Suhong University, Zhou Yi. Li Xin stepped forward, his body encased in heavy armor. He sneered with arrogance. I plan to wear light gear and end this quickly, but my captain warned me you were dangerous, so I suppose I must give this my full attention. Zhou Yi's expression remained as calm as a still lake. Oh, is that so? Do your best then? Zhou Yi scanned his opponent for a few seconds. Interesting. For his captain to sense my true power. That leader of Modu University is not someone to be underestimated. It seems I cannot take their team lightly. But as he stared at Li Xin, he shook his head internally. It turns out he is only level 18, a full 5 levels beneath me. If I unleashed a single light of judgment now, he would be unconscious before he hit the ground. Li Xin, the level 18 fighter from Modu, stood ready for battle. Yet, The moment he locked eyes with Zhou Yi, a shiver of primal fear shot down his spine. Facing such a weak opponent actually gave Zhou Yi a headache. Tomorrow is the crucial team battle against Qingjing University. I must hold back today. I cannot reveal too many trump cards. Close quarters combat will be my only option. Being forced to limit my own power. How unpleasant. Seeing both fighters in position, the system issued the final command. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1. Fight! Instantly, Zhou Yi cast Blessing of Protection, erupting in a massive pillar of blinding light. The brilliance seared Li Xin's vision, forcing him to shield his eyes, but seeing this support skill only made him more disdainful. It certainly has momentum, but in the end, it is nothing but a flashy light show. Without hesitation, Li Xin charged forward like a wild beast. He launched a vicious low kick, aiming to cripple, but Zhou Yi blocked it with terrifying ease. Zhou Yi thought dryly, is this all he has? In a blur of motion, he countered with a light-infused elbow strike. Li Xin frantically raised his armored arms to defend. Pain exploded through him. It hurts. Why does my equipment feel completely useless against him? The defense lasted less than a second before Zhou Yi sent him flying. Li Xin's body smashed violently into the barrier wall. The audience gasped in collective shock. A support class dominating a combat class in melee? I have lived a long time, but never have I seen this. What is going on? Zhou Yi actually injured him. Li Xin possessed the A-rank Steelbone talent. His defense should have been impenetrable. Bruised and battered, Li Xin staggered to his feet. Tell me, are you secretly from an ancient martial arts family? Otherwise, how can your combat skills far surpass mine? Zhou Yi casually waved his hand, his face the picture of innocence. No. I simply have a physique that is a tiny bit stronger than average. As the words left his mouth, he unleashed a torrential storm of holy fists. Li Xin could only grit his teeth and pray his defense held. Damn it, his offense is too oppressive. I cannot even find an opening to escape. Under the relentless barrage, Li Xin was forced back step by desperate step. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's voice turned cold. It is time to end this. Seeing the final blow approaching, despair filled Li Xin's heart. I cannot block that fist. It will kill me. Terror seized him, and he screamed, Stop, Zhou Yi, I surrender. Hearing the plea, Zhou Yi forcibly redirected his punch to the side at the last microsecond. Yet, the sheer wind pressure of the attack blasted Li Xin away like a rag doll. He crashed onto the floor, his heavy armor shattered into pieces. The system immediately declared the result. Winner, Zhou Yi. Congratulations on advancing to the 4th round of the singles tournament. Zhou Yi scratched his neck awkwardly. Holding back is truly the hardest training of all. I barely started, and I already used a bit too much force. The entire stadium was plunged into a terrified silence by his display of power. Panic began to spread through the crowd. This is insanity. Since when do holy knights fight like berserkers? A support class. Destroying a fighter with bare hands. Where is the logic in that? Zhou Yi's melee capabilities are simply monstrous. Zhou Yi slowly walked over to Li Xin's unconscious form. Like a true hero, he raised a hand to save his opponent. Holy light art. As 2 medical staff rushed over, Zhou Yi offered a polite apology. Sorry about that. He surrendered too late. I truly could not retract my power in time. Passing by the nurse, he added casually. However, I have already cast a healing spell to stabilize his condition. I leave the rest to you professionals. The nurse nodded, dumbfounded. You understood. But the moment she inspected Li Xin's body, her eyes widened in horror. Gah! Li Xin's body was trembling uncontrollably. The nurse gasped. These injuries are catastrophic. Li Xin groaned in agony. Arg. It hurts. The medical team frantically began emergency aid. Assessing the damage, the nurse shook her head gravely. Even with magic, injuries this severe, I fear he will not be walking for at least 3 days. Who could have imagined? A holy knight, like Zhou Yi, unleashing an explosion of such catastrophic magnitude? As the dust settled, Zhou Xiaobai's voice rang out, filled with vindication. See? I told you. Zhou Yi's power is in a league of its own. He far surpasses anyone in our clan, or the so-called geniuses of his generation. Zhou Heng watched the aftermath, his expression turning grave. You're right. That opponent was clad in heavy armor, yet one punch sent him flying. That is truly monster-level strength. The ice bloodline runs deep within our clan. But perhaps his hidden class holds a special elemental power we haven't seen before. However, Zhou Yi's overwhelming dominance left Zhou Donger feeling indignant. She couldn't accept it so easily. Blushing slightly, she let out a stubborn fine. I admit his strength is, actually quite impressive. Are you happy now? Her adorable defiance made Zhou Heng burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems Zhou Yi's power has finally conquered even our little Donger. He turned to the young woman beside him. Xiaobai, I'll leave it to you. Please arrange a meeting between Zhou Yi and myself. Zhou Xiaobai nodded firmly. Consider it done. Just then, the arena system announced the next duel, Jiang Churan of Suhong University versus Jiang Feng. The tournament at Madu University had reached a fever pitch. The final victor was about to emerge, and the anticipation in the air was electric. Outside the ring, Zhou Yi analyzed the matchup calmly. Jiang Feng is weaker than Li Xin. Little Ran should be able to secure this victory with ease. Exactly as predicted, inside the arena, Jiang Feng was already losing ground. She was being pushed back, step by desperate step. Frustration boiled within her. Why are Suhong University's fighters so strong this year? I'm at my limit. I don't know how many more strikes I can take. In stark contrast, Jiang Churan surged forward, launching a relentless offensive barrage. She whispered a cold command to herself. Time to end this. The technique she unleashed terrified Jiang Feng, whose eyes went wide with horror as she screamed. This is... Before she could finish, Jiang Churan executed the Phantom Shadow Slash, sending countless sword beams tearing through her opponent. Jiang Feng could endure no more. She collapsed instantly. The system voice boomed. Jiang Feng of Madu University is unable to continue combat. Congratulations to Jiang Churan. She advances to the 4th round of the singles tournament. Once again, the spectators were left reeling by the terrifying depth of Suhong University's roster. Voices murmured in shock. Jiang Feng from Madu couldn't even fight back? Unbelievable. Suhong doesn't just have Zhou Yi. This Jiang Churan is a monster too, I wonder. Will tomorrow's team battle against Qingjing University finally give us a real show? Down by the ring, Zhou Yi approached his teammate with a warm smile. Little Ran, beautiful fight. That final move was especially stylish. Jiang Churan replied with humble grace. I just got lucky. My opponent was too weak. That's all. Her tone suddenly shifted to playful teasing. Of course, if I were up against big brother Zhou Yi, I'd have no choice but to surrender immediately. Zhou Yi scratched his head, flustered. You're joking. How could I ever raise a hand against you? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, stopping them. Student Zhou Yi, please, wait a moment. Zhou Yi turned, confused. You? Do you need something from me? Zhou Xiaobai arrived, panting for breath. I am Zhou Xiaobai, of the Tianlan Zhou family. I came to find you, because of your awakened ice bloodline. She looked him dead in the eye. To possess an ice bloodline of such high purity, you must be a member of our Zhou clan. Zhou Yi frowned. Ice bloodline? Beside him, Jiang Churan leaned in to explain, her voice low. The Tianlan Zhou family. Brother Zhou Yi. I know them. Like my Jiang family, they are an ancient clan. They have stood tall in Tianlan province for centuries. Their heritage is ancient, and their power is not to be underestimated. Jiang Churan continued. However, rumors say that in recent years, fewer and fewer Zhou clan members are awakening the ice bloodline. Right now, the Zhou family is desperate for awakened users. They are thirsty for talent like yours. If you join them, Brother Zhou Yi, you could secure a massive amount of cultivation resources. Her blunt honesty made Zhou Xiaobai blush awkwardly. Well, that is technically true. But Zhou Yi's refusal was calm and instant. No need. I'm not interested in handouts. He narrowed his eyes. However, you claim, I belong to your clan. Do you have any proof to back up these words? Anticipating this, Zhou Xiaobai pulled out a glowing crystal. As it happens, my father is here. He brought the bloodline appraisal stone. If you truly are one of us, this stone will resonate with your energy. Zhou Yi reached out without hesitation. Fine. Let's put this to the test. The moment his skin made contact, the stone erupted with a terrifying surge of power. Zhou Xiaobai screamed in disbelief. Zhou Yi, your ice bloodline purity. It's over 90%? Zhou Yi, however, simply smiled, feeling a strange warmth. I see. I really do feel a sense of kinship within this bloodline. Who would have thought? Participating in a simple exchange match would lead me to the origins of my power. With the appraisal complete, Zhou Xiaobai's demeanor changed completely. Student Zhou No, big brother Zhou Yi. My father wishes to meet you. Would you be willing? Zhou Yi nodded, his decision made. All right. He turned to Jiang Churan. Little Ran, you head back first. I need to take this trip with her. Jiang Churan offered a reassuring smile. Fine, but don't let the pressure crush you, Zhou Yi. The Zhou family may dominate Tianlan, but compared to my Jiang clan, they're still lacking. Zhou Xiaobai instantly fired back. Hey, my Zhou family is actually terrifyingly powerful, you know. Without wasting a second, Zhou Xiaobai led him deeper into the estate to meet Zhou Heng. At the heavy wooden doors, she paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. Brother Zhou Yi, my father and sister are waiting inside. They've been expecting you. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Back when Xiao Yun was dying and we hit rock bottom, the Zhou family didn't lift a finger. But now that I've awakened a supreme bloodline, Suddenly, they're knocking on my door. The hypocrisy is laughable. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Zhou Heng strode forward, his presence filling the room. Finally, you've arrived. Zhou Xiaobai bowed respectfully. Zhou Heng stopped directly in front of the young man. Greetings, little friend Zhou. I am Zhou Heng. Zhou Yi maintained a polite, professional distance as he shook the extended hand. Pleasure. I am Zhou Yi. Zhou Heng laughed heartily. I've heard the rumors about you, young man. Seeing you in the flesh, truly extraordinary. The pendant on the elder's neck suddenly flared with blinding light. Zhou Heng gasped, his composure cracking. This resonance. You possess the ice bloodline. And the purity. It's God tier. Realizing he had lost his cool, Zhou Heng cleared his throat and straightened his posture. Your father and I shared a great-grandfather. That makes Xiaobai your distant cousin. It is a tragedy your father passed so young. Zhou Yi's expression remained flat. That is ancient history. Zhou Heng's eyes burned with fanaticism. Let's get to the point. Zhou Yi, return to the main family. Abandon your current path. Reclass into the hidden ice job. Do this, and the entire Zhou clan will pour every resource we have into you. We will push you to the third awakening in record time. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. A hidden class? Sounds tempting. But I've already finalized my class as a holy knight. Is a reset even possible at this stage? Zhou Heng grinned like a merchant who just won the lottery. Do not worry. We have prepared a legendary reclass item just for this moment. With a high-purity bloodline like yours, you won't just be strong. You will unleash the true, apocalyptic power of the ice system. Zhou Yi's mind raced, calculating the odds. My strongest support system is already bound to the Holy Knight class. The Holy Light guides me. That connection is the only reason I've evolved this fast, far surpassing normal humans. Compared to my system, this so-called hidden class of the Zhou family, it's trash. After a moment of heavy silence, Zhou Yi spoke. So, if I don't switch classes, I get zero support from the Zhou family. Is that it? Zhou Heng nodded gravely. Correct. But think about it. The family library, infinite skill books, resources that others would kill for. You would never worry about leveling up again. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He shook his head. Infinite resources. Sounds nice, but I refuse. Panic flashed across Zhou Heng's face. He started throwing out offers like a desperate salesman. Wait, your stats won't drop. We'll refund your skill points. It's a perfect reset. Even your attributes will remain. Join the main branch. In less than 6 years, we guarantee you'll hit level 50 and complete your third awakening. Zhou Yi stood firm, his voice like iron. Your offers are empty to me. I can harvest resources from the academy. I don't need your handouts to level up. And more importantly, I like being a holy knight. Zhou Heng looked at him as if he were insane. A holy knight? That's just a support class. A servant. Our hidden class is a path to kingship. It is a prime position. Zhou Yi, are you blind? Zhou Yi's aura flared. Anger sparked in his eyes. Just a support. Is that what you think? The elder's words had struck a nerve. Zhou Yi's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. If you believe holy knights are merely support, then your vision is pitifully narrow. Perfect timing. Tomorrow, we battle Qingjing University. Watch closely. I will show you what a true holy knight looks like. Zhou Yi spun on his heel. I'm leaving. He waved a hand without looking back. Student Xiaobai, farewell for now. See you in the arena. Zhou Xiaobai panicked. Brother Zhou Yi, wait. Watching his back disappear, she turned on her father. Dad, why didn't you stop him? Zhou Heng's face was grim. Let him go. The boy is arrogant. He doesn't understand the limits of his class. Let him face reality against Qingjing University. When he fails, you can find him again. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the back of the room. Hold on, I disagree. Zhou Dong'er popped her head up, eyes gleaming with mischief. Dad, you're being way too soft on him. Do we really need to beg him to join the main family like this? Zhou Xiaobai froze. Zhou Heng hesitated, the weight of the past heavy in his eyes. This burden is too great for me to articulate. It is best if father explains the tragedy himself. The elder's expression turned solemn as he began the tale. Our Zhou family ancestor was a legend, the very first professional on Blue Star to awaken the chaotic ice bloodline. Under the ancestor's absolute power, the Zhou family rose like a titan. Descendants awakened the ice bloodline one after another, creating a dynasty of ice and snow. There were even multiple third-turn powerhouses among us. But fate is cruel. The descent of the Dark Era changed everything in a heartbeat. Zhou Heng continued the grim narration. When the abyssal demons invaded, our ancestor led the vanguard, but during a deep crusade into the rift, he vanished into the void. Without the ancestors' divine protection, catastrophe struck. Every single third-turn elder was buried alongside the alien invaders in a tomb of blood and steel. 5 elders attempted a forbidden resurrection technique to save the clan. They returned, but at a terrible cost. The Demon Lord's eternal curse had tainted their very souls. Zhou Heng sank into his chair, his voice trembling. Since that nightmare, the ice bloodline has withered. The awakening rate plummeted to less than 1% of its former glory. The Demon Lord's curse was absolute and tyrannical. Mere reproduction could not dilute its venom. It was a poison in our spiritual DNA that refused to fade. Without a true heir, the Zhou family became a paper tiger. We look mighty from the outside, but inside, we are crumbling, the elder admitted with a bitter smile. That is why Zhou Yi is our only hope. If a prodigy with such high-purity ice bloodline returns to the main branch, we will pour the entire clan's resources into him. With our support, Zhou Yi's future power could rival, or even surpass, the legendary ancestor himself. The elder's eyes gleamed with calculation. Zhou Yi has been invincible in the individual matches. His confidence is at its peak right now. But wait until he faces the monsters of Qingjing University. Only when he hits a wall will he realize that the Zhou family is the key to his true potential. Zhou Donger frowned, a question nagging at her. Father, but what if? What if Zhou Yi actually wins on his own? Zhou Heng froze, unable to answer. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaobai walked over and ruffled her hair. Why are you siding with him? Tomorrow is my match too, you know, Zhou Donger whined, fake tears in her eyes. Boo-hoo. I was just saying what if, don't be mean. The next day, the arena was a cauldron of noise. Spectators fought for seats, desperate to witness the clash of titans. Hey brother, you came for the Suhong vs Qingjing showdown too? This is the premier team battle of the collegiate world. Who would have thought? It is only round 3, yet it feels like the grand finals. The tension is suffocating. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Could Zhou Yi maintain his miracle winning streak against a powerhouse like Qingjing University? Qingjing has the home field advantage this time. Honestly, I think Suhong's luck has finally run out. Zhou Donger sat in the stands, worry clouding her face. Logically, our team should win, but Zhou Yi. Is it possible for him to defy the odds again? Suddenly, the system announcement boomed across the stadium, inviting the representative teams from Qingjing University and Suhong University to the stage. The moment the teams emerged, the stadium erupted. Suhong. Qingjing. Suhong. The chant was deafening. As soon as his foot touched the arena floor, Zhou Yi unleashed his skill. Mystic Light Warhammer. A colossal weapon materialized from thin air, smashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. The audience gasped in collective shock. A warhammer? Captain Zhou Yi of Suhong uses heavy weapons. I know he is a paladin, but his entire aura has completely transformed. Exactly. I am sitting hundreds of meters away, yet just looking at his silhouette gives me chills. That is pure intimidation. Zhou Donger's eyes went wide. The energy Zhou Yi is releasing today. Why does it feel several times more terrifying than before? Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, suspicion growing. Could it be? Was he hiding his true strength this entire time? On the opposing side, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, scoffed. Humph. Zhou Yi standing so far forward? What is his plan? Does he seriously think he can take the DPS carry position alone? Sha Lan, a level 19 archer, analyzed coldly. Based on yesterday's individual match, his damage output was merely average. Zhou Xiaobai, the level 18 priest, warned her team. Do not underestimate him. His level is the highest among all participants in this tournament. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, sneered with contempt. He is just a paladin with a few offensive tricks. High level means nothing without utility. Wang Xuan, a level 22 mechanic, laughed cruelly. For a team captain, that level of strength is pathetic. He is not even worth my time. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Last year, Suhong humiliated us in the team battle. We lost the championship because of them. He stabbed his greatsword into the floor, the steel singing with malice. Li Yuan's voice turned icy. This year, Suhong is our prey. Give me 100% focus. Show no mercy. Even if you have to cripple them, do it. The team responded in unison, their eyes burning with vengeance. Understood. No mercy. In the VIP section, Principal Cheng approached Wu Meng with a sly grin. Hey there, old Wu. Zhou Yi is trying to play both support and DPS. Can he handle that? Be careful you do not drop the watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Wu Meng threw his head back in laughter. Huh, save your worry. In the arena, power is the only language that matters, and I have absolute faith in him. Yet, Wu Meng's brazen confidence only deepened the shadows of doubt in Dean Cheng's heart. It defied logic. Freshmen had finite skill points. To specialize in everything usually meant mastering nothing. Could old Wu be hiding a trump card? A secret weapon yet to be revealed? On the battlefield, Zhou Yi's voice cut through the tension. Just like training, I'll take the lead. You guys support from the rear and adapt on the fly. Wang Tiexin pumped his fist, eyes gleaming. If Brother Yi is going all out, We can finally sit back and enjoy the show. Even against the titans of Qingjing University, this is going to be a walk in the park. Zhou Yi glanced back, his expression hardening. Stay sharp. Don't forget these guys were last year's runner-ups. If anyone takes a hit, get to me. I'll patch you up. The team roared in unison. Understood. The system countdown began its ominous march. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The moment the barrier fell, Zhou Yi roared, I'm going in. He launched himself forward like a cannonball. Buffs erupted around him in a blinding cascade. God's grace, protection, divine blessing, courage. The giant screens lit up with the system commentary. Facing the powerhouse Qingjing University, Suhong's Zhou Yi showed zero hesitation. He chose a direct frontal assault. The audience erupted into chaos, disbelief washing over the stands. With power levels this close, standard tactics dictate a probing attack. Rushing in blindly is suicide. But this was pure, unadulterated confidence. Zhou Yi wasn't just running, he was speed-casting complex spells while sprinting. His mastery was terrifying. Li Yuan saw the charge, and his face twisted into a sinister grin. Ha! In such a hurry to meet your maker? Perfect. We've prepared a little welcome gift, the ultimate long-range bombardment. In the backline, Hilon drew her bowstring taut. Twang! The suffocating arrow screamed through the air, locking onto Zhou Yi's heart. Faced with the deadly projectile, Zhou Yi didn't even blink. As the arrows closed in, Hilon gloated. My A-rank suffocating arrow locks onto the target. Evasion is impossible. Without a tank to shield you, you're wide open. Let's see you survive this, Zhou Yi. The arrow was inches away. Zhou Yi frowned. How annoying. He reached out and crushed the energy arrow with his bare hand. Hilon's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. What the hell? He crushed my suffocating arrow with his bare hand? That's a level 8 A-rank skill. Li Yuan scoffed cold. A paladin's defense is high, sure, but your luck runs out now. Lu Zhou's chant is complete. Let's see you block this. Power surged, gathering at the tip of Lu Zhou's staff. He unleashed the torrent of magic. Eat this, Zhou Yi. My ultimate strike. A screech pierced the air as the extreme fire phoenix materialized. It opened its beak, launching a devastating fireball straight at him. The sphere expanded instantly into a roaring inferno phoenix breath. Zhou Yi leaped back, barely dodging the blast. But Lu Zhou wasn't done. Extreme Fire Phoenix Flame Rush? As the massive firebird dived toward him, Zhou Yi stood his ground, calm as a millpond. Is that it? Just fire? Lu Zhou roared in fury. You arrogant fool, you still refuse to run? Then burn to ash. The stands buzzed with awe. That's the ace of Qingjing University for you. An A+ rank skill. No one can tank that head on. Zhou Yi's solo charge was suicide. His arrogance is his downfall. High above, Zhou Yu smirked. If he had any brain cells left, he'd turn tail and run right now. With his speed, he could retreat to his team's defensive line. It's his only logical move. Suddenly, Su-mei burst into laughter. Zhou Yu glared at her. What's so funny, Su-mei? Su-mei wiped a tear from her eye. Oh, I'm sorry, but the idea that a mere A+ skill could force Zhou Yi to retreat? It's hilarious. Zhou Yu sneered. Humph, keep laughing. When he's lying in the dirt, you'll be the one crying. Su-mei's smile didn't waver. Is that so? I hope your champions are actually strong enough to back up that talk. Suddenly, a collective gasp swept through the arena. Zhou Yi was walking forward. Zhou Yu's jaw dropped. What is he doing? Just then, a terrifying aura erupted around Zhou Yi. The analysis screen flashed red. Zhou Yi had activated his A-rank form, the Holy Flame Light Wheel. A halo of divine fire condensed behind him. This state granted absolute dominance over fire elements, boosting all light and fire damage by a massive 20%. Zhou Yi raised his hand like a god commanding the elements. Holy. Flame Light Wheel, devour it all. Lu Zhou screamed in sheer horror. Impossible. The phoenix was powerless against Zhou Yi's gravitational pull. He sneered at the fiery beast. Come here, little bird. Become my strength. In a blink, the majestic phoenix was completely devoured by his will. Watching from behind, Song Hilon scoffed with pure arrogance. It seems Qingjing University has no clue about the true weight of our Holy Knight Captain's power. Jiang Churan chimed in, her voice steady. Even Shen Lingfeng, who possesses the bloodline of the Flame Dragon, couldn't put a scratch on Zhou Yi. So, what hope does a mere fire skill have? The phoenix struggled helplessly in Zhou Yi's iron grip. He smiled, a cold, mocking expression. My apologies. I seem to have shattered your expectations. I possess the Holy Flame Light Wheel. Manipulating the fire element is child's play for me. On the stands, eyes widened in collective shock. The crowd erupted. Heavens! I can actually feel the aura of a deity. It's absolutely terrifying. To think Zhou Yi obtained a God-given skill of such magnitude. He truly deserves the title. God Yi. Zhou Yu couldn't hide her shock, gritting her teeth in frustration. A God-given skill? That's impossible. The Holy Flame Light Wheel. Even Third Awakening professionals struggle to obtain such power. What gives Zhou Yi the right to wield it? Sume smiled coolly. Perhaps luck is simply on his side. After all, for a true genius, miraculous encounters are just part of the journey. Zhou Yu snapped back. Don't get too cocky. We still have hidden trump cards we haven't played yet. Sume just shrugged. Same answer as before. I hope you actually have the strength to back up those words. Sume's indifference was like oil on fire. Zhou Yu was practically shaking with rage. Meanwhile, Zhou Donger gazed at Zhou Yi, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Father, what exactly is a God-given skill? Why does the whole arena feel like it's trembling with excitement? Zhou Heng replied solemnly. Because a God-given skill is the rarest power in existence. It cannot be learned from any skill book. It cannot be passed down through bloodlines or masters. Only a professional who has received the direct blessing of a deity is qualified to wield such power. It is undeniable. Zhou Yi's Holy Flame Light Wheel was bestowed upon him by the God of Light himself. Zhou Heng's mind drifted to the past. The Zhou family once possessed the Frost bloodline, with many devout followers of the Ice Goddess, but ever since our bloodline was cursed, the goddess's favor vanished. We were abandoned by the divine. He lowered his head in defeat. Professionals worthy of a god's blessing possess potential that defies logic. The conditions we offered, I fear they are nothing but dust compared to Zhou Yi's true value. Zhou Donger whispered. Does that mean our journey here was in vain? Zhou Heng's eyes hardened. No. Opportunity remains. After the match, I will negotiate with him personally. He might be the only hope for the Zhou family's resurrection. I will never give up. Back on the arena floor, Lu Zhou stared at Zhou Yi, his heart filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He thought. My extreme fire phoenix? He did simply vanished into thin air? Seeing Lu Zhou's spirit breaking, Li Yuan patted his shoulder from behind. I don't know how he did it, but fire magic is clearly useless against him. Lu Zhou, pull yourself together. Switch to a different elemental attack. Lu Zhou snapped back to reality. Li Yuan raised his sword high, shouting orders. Song Hilon, lay down suppression fire. Keep him at a distance. We cannot let him close the gap. Consider it done, Song Hilon responded, unleashing a barrage of arrows in a blur of motion. Lu Zhou rejoined the fray with renewed vigor. A cunning grin twisted his lips. Zhou Yi, don't celebrate yet. We found a way to bury you. Instantly, the ground rumbled as a massive stone wall erupted, blocking Zhou Yi's vision. Rock Fortress, Lu Zhou roared. Simultaneously, Song Hilon's gale arrow rain descended from the flank, a deadly storm of steel. Zhou Yi's expression remained stern. You think a simple blockade can halt my advance? Good strategy, but painfully naive. Zhou Yi raised his hand, channeling his energy. Holy Light Heart Shield. A radiant barrier materialized instantly, shattering every arrow that dared to strike it. Zhou Xiaobai gasped. That's the Holy Light Heart Shield. That's at least an A-rank skill. And looking at that density, his mastery is terrifyingly high. Even Song Hilon is stunned. His defense is impeccable, she noted. But this stalemate is exactly what they want. As long as he's defending, he cannot bridge the distance to attack them. Zhou Yi assessed the situation. They've disrupted my combat rhythm. Fair enough. It's time to shatter their formation with some long-range devastation. Suddenly, a chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. His instincts screamed danger. Something's wrong. Everyone, fall back. Now. Too late. Zhou Yi unleashed his power, conjuring a colossal tornado of roaring flames that swallowed the arena. Holy flame storm. Li Yuan leaped backward, terrified. Dodge it. It will incinerate everything in its path. The destructive power is off the charts. Song Hilon scrambled away, fear gripping her heart. A holy flame storm of this magnitude. If I get caught in that vortex, I'll be eliminated instantly. Wait, something isn't right. Li Yuan's voice trembled. Where is Lu Zhou? Don't tell me. Is he still trapped inside that inferno? Deep within the roaring flames, Lu Zhou struggled for his very life. Damn it, he cursed through the heat. Is this guy really just a holy knight? This elemental pressure, it's even more terrifying than a high-level mage. Seeing his prey clinging to consciousness, Zhu Yi smirked. Still standing? Not for long. My extreme phoenix fire will consume you whole. The flames roared with newfound intensity. Lu Zhou's barrier shattered like glass. Zhu Yi's command was cold as death. Burn. The tornado of fire swallowed him completely. Lu Zhou screamed in agonizing despair. His staff crumbled to dust in his hands. As the storm cleared, a charred, broken figure collapsed to the ground. He groaned in pure misery. Help. Save me. Zhu Yi shook his head, disappointed by the fragility. Couldn't finish you in one breath? You won't be so lucky next time. That arrogance made Li Yuan snap. Rage exploded in Li Yuan's chest. You arrogant bastard, Xiaobai. Heal Lu Zhou immediately. I will deal with Zhou Yi myself. As Xiaobai rushed to the rescue, Zhou Yi raised his warhammer. Perfect timing. A beam of golden destruction surged forward. Radiant slash. Li Yuan stood his ground, eyes filled with contempt. Humph. You think that's enough? He instantly deployed his ultimate defense. Isolation barrier, Xiaobai gasped at the massive floating shield. That's the captain's strongest defense skill. The radiant slash collided with the barrier. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire arena. The dust settled. Li Yuan dropped to one knee, gasping for air. This Zhou Yi, his power is completely monstrous. No wonder Li Xin's iron skin crumbled. Even a few hits from him are impossible to withstand. But then, fire ignited in Li Yuan's eyes. He roared like a beast. But don't underestimate me. He launched a desperate counterattack. Fury slash. Zhou Yi didn't even blink, simply raising his hammer to intercept. Fast. But just a flashy trick. Li Yuan froze in disbelief as his attack vanished. Impossible. He blocked a direct hit? Just like that? That strike was strong enough to decapitate a level 20 gold rank beast. Refusing to accept defeat, he charged again. I don't believe it. As Li Yuan leaped for the kill, Zhou Yi met him in the air, hammer ready. Then I'll beat you until you learn your place. Steel clashed against steel. Shockwaves rippled out with terrifying force. Zhou Yi grinned, feeling the thrill of battle. Incredible. As expected of the Qingjing Academy captain. You're the first person my age who can match my raw strength. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, barely holding on against the pressure. Damn it, his base stats. They're strictly higher than mine. If this keeps up, I'll run out of stamina before I can even scratch him. Clang. In a split second, Zhou Yi smashed the sword right out of Li Yuan's grip. You can't even hold your weapon? Out of gas already? That was quick. Zhou Yi closed the distance instantly. Get lost. Li Yuan's eyes widened. Too fast. I can't dodge. At the critical moment, a barrier materialized, blocking the fatal blow. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another interference? Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over Zhou Yi. A mechanical titan descended from the sky. Zhou Yi spun around, activating his defense instantly. Holy Light Guardian, crack! The mechanical centipede's horn slammed into the shield, shattering it into light particles. Get off me! Zhou Yi roared, smashing the machine aside before landing. He glanced at the damage. That sneak attack. Heavy impact. It pierced a level 9 Holy Guardian shield in one hit. Li Yuan staggered to his feet. Seeing his savior, he sighed in relief. Xiao Xuan, thanks for the save. Wang Xuan remained emotionless. It was necessary. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have lost. Leave Zhou Yi to me now. Go handle the others. Wang Xuan slowly unleashed his aura. I planned to hide my true strength for the Demon University team, but Zhou Yi, you forced my hand. You single-handedly cornered us. With a wave of his hand, metal warped and shifted into a new form. Deploying Unit 1. Wasp Mecha GX100. Level 21, Silver rank. But he wasn't done. Deploying Unit 2. Rocket Assault Type S, Level 21. Deploying Unit 3. Heavy Cavalier BT-200, Level 22. Zhou Yi scanned the Mechanical Legion blocking his path. Wang Xuan is only Level 19, yet these steel puppets radiate the aura of Level 21 and 22 elites. Up in the VIP stands, Wu Mang shot a knowing glance at Dean Cheng. Dean Cheng. It seems your Qingjing University hid a chaotic ace up its sleeve. Dean Cheng smirked, his voice dripping with absolute confidence. Naturally, he gazed down at Wang Xuan with paternal pride. Wang Xuan possesses the S+ rank talent, Heart of Machinery. He can forge automatons far surpassing his own limits. Wu Mang's eyes widened in fascination. An S+ talent? I see. The outcome of this team battle rests squarely on their shoulders now. Back in the arena, a cold smile played on Zhou Yi's lips. The mechanic's classic human wave tactic, is it? Flames of battle spirit ignited in his eyes as he stared down the army. Let's test the density of this metal swarm. Show me what you've got. Wang Xuan roared in fury, commanding his legion to charge. You dare rush my mechanical army head-on? You're courting death. Instantly, the machines unleashed a hellstorm of lead. Thousands of high-caliber rounds screamed toward Zhou Yi with lethal intent. Next came the killer drone bees, buzzing like a plague of steel. Behind them, heavy tanks locked on and opened fire from the rear. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Gemini, Heart Shield, activate. A shimmering barrier materialized instantly to intercept the barrage. He stared coldly at the endless waves of destruction. With a single command go, the shield surged forward, repelling every bullet and pushing the robot vanguard back. Zhou Yi wasted no time. Holy Light Cross. A massive crucifix of blinding energy materialized, wrapping around his body with divine power. Arcs of holy lightning jumped between the machines. In a heartbeat, the entire vanguard detonated into scrap metal. Wang Xuan watched his creations burn, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it. Those were built with fire-resistant alloys. How could they fail? He suddenly whipped out a holographic keyboard. Eyes manic. You think that's all? I have plenty more where those came from. Fingers flying across the keys like a mad pianist, he mass-produced a fresh wave of mechanical soldiers instantly. Wang Xuan grit his teeth, pouring his mana into the constructs. I refuse to believe your spiritual energy is infinite. Crush him. Meanwhile, on Zhou Yi's side of the battlefield, Wang Tianxin smashed a robot to pieces, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Wang Xuan has no idea. Brother Yi is the undisputed king of crowd control. Zhou Yi glanced at the system interface, calculating the cooldowns silently. The timing was perfect. It was time for the finisher. Divine Storm. Wang Xuan's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the stance. That nightmare skill again. Retreat. Now. But he was too late. The storm of holy energy erupted, vaporizing every robot on the field. Red warning lights flooded Wang Xuan's HUD Unit 74, disconnected. Wang Xuan clenched his jaw until it nearly cracked. A third of his army, gone in mere seconds. Damn it. He took a deep, trembling breath. The swarm won't work on him. I have no choice. Time for the ultimate weapon. He slammed his hand down, summoning a colossal shadow that eclipsed the sun. Come forth. The HX Arbiter descended. Its jaw was lined with serrated blades, looking like a mechanical shark ready to devour the world. Massive grappling hooks extended from its hull, locking into place with heavy, metallic thuds. Wang Xuan screamed like a madman. Arbiter! Initiate fusion! The mecha opened its chest cavity, swallowing its master whole to pilot from within. The machine expanded, growing so massive it physically scraped against the arena's energy barrier. Sirens blared throughout the stadium. Warning. High-level energy detected. Reinforcing defensive force field immediately. The audience gasped, terror gripping the stands. A giant mecha? This was beyond a student competition. This is insanity. An epic-tier mechanical construct in a university tournament? That's unheard of. The monster stood tall, casting a long shadow over the arena. Level 23, Epic Grade HX Arbiter. A senior female student watched in awe, shaking her head. The freshmen this year, they aren't human. They're monsters. On the side battlefield, Li Yuan laughed, seeing the Titan rise. Ha ha ha. Brother Xuan's Arbiter is out. It's over. He sneered at Jiang Churan. You guys have already lost. Just give up. But Jiang Churan ignored the taunt, charging forward. She slashed furiously at Li Yuan, her eyes burning. Shut up. Brother Zhou Yi will never lose to the likes of you. Li Yuan scrambled back in panic, dodging her blade. Are you crazy? Is there any point in struggling now? Inside the HX Arbiter, Wang Xuan's amplified voice boomed across the arena. Zhou Yi. Witness the true firepower of a war machine. Missiles and energy blasts launched instantly. Zhou Yi watched the incoming death, his face calm as a still lake. Saturation bombing. Can't block this head on. Zhou Yi kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air on floating stones. He weaved through the barrage, a blur of motion dancing between explosions and laser fire. Glancing at the missiles trailing him, he scoffed. Is this the best you can do? But he missed the one coming straight for his face. Reflexes kicking in, he twisted his body in midair. The missile whizzed past his ear and detonated instantly behind him. Zhou Yi eyed the devastation, relieved to have escaped the blast radius. Inside the cockpit, Wang Xuan laughed like a maniac. Run! Keep running for your life! Wang Xuan unleashed a torrent of attacks, mocking his opponent. Nowhere left to hide. Is there? Your luck just ran out. Cornered by the barrage, Zhou Yi had no choice. He summoned his heavy mace, smashing the incoming fireballs into oblivion. Suddenly, the enemy machine reached back, drawing a massive blade. With a cold, calculated motion, it slashed directly into the earth. One strike was all it took, the ground split wide open. Inside the adjudicator, Wang Xuan's taunts grew even louder. Is fleeing the only thing you're good at, Zhou Yi? He rained down endless sword beams, his voice dripping with venom. Are all students from Suhong University cowards like you? That insult struck a nerve. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. You want to fight? Fine. Let's settle this head on. Seeing Zhou Yi take the bait, Wang Xuan sneered in triumph. Couldn't even handle a little trash talk. What a fool. He slammed the control lever down, his heart filled with contempt for his opponent. With such weak mental fortitude, how did you become captain? Suhong University is truly on the decline. The adjudicator brought its blade down for the kill, but this time, Zhou Yi stood his ground. His mace swung up, deflecting the giant sword with a deafening clang. Seizing the opening, Zhou Yi unleashed his ultimate technique. Hand of God. A blinding light erupted from the heavens. The radiance seemed to devour reality itself. Arcs of electricity crackled wildly, paralyzing the adjudicator. The tournament monitoring system screamed a warning. Error. The protective barrier's energy is being drained rapidly. Activate emergency protocols immediately. Floating defense drones swarmed the arena to contain the fallout. The mechanical units rushed inside the barrier, desperate to stabilize the collapsing field. Every match was overseen by high-level light magic stones, the only things capable of repairing the defensive shields. Elsewhere, the terrifying light caught Jiang Churan's attention. Seeing Li Yuan charge at her, she instinctively leaped back to evade. Jiang Churan signaled Tang Lingxi, screaming, "Retreat, now." Meanwhile, a storm of arrows rained down on the other flank. Song Hilon and Wang Tiexin didn't hesitate. At the signal, they exchanged a knowing glance and pulled back instantly. Li Yuan sensed the shift in the air. He barked a command to his team, "Hold your ground, do not pursue." But Lu Zhou was furious, his bloodlust high. "They're running away in fear. Why are we letting them go?" The Qingjing team regrouped. Li Yuan stared at the distant explosion of energy, sweat forming on his brow. Something is wrong. That power. It's unnatural. Suddenly, a colossal hand materialized from the pillar of light. The entire stadium erupted in screams of pure terror. What in the world is that? Inside his cockpit, Wang Xuan trembled. That aura was suffocating. It was undeniable, an S-rank, god-level skill. All color drained from Wang Xuan's face. The pressure was crushing him. Even though it was only one rank above his A-plus adjudicator, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Yet, a twisted excitement began to rise within him. "No, I won't cower before a fight has even ended. It's just a flashy skill. I don't believe you can beat me." Wang Xuan synced perfectly with his machine, launching a frenzied assault. The adjudicator went into overdrive. The serrated edges of its blade roared to life, spinning at maximum velocity. Madness took over Wang Xuan's expression. He unleashed a barrage of slashes, abandoning all defense for pure offense. The blades crashed into the giant hand of light. For a split second, Wang Xuan thought he had broken through. But reality was cruel. The light surged, shattering his delusion. The divine hand descended, crushing the mech with absolute authority. Boom! A cataclysmic shockwave swept through the arena. The spectators watched in awe, trembling at the destructive power. The blast force was immense. Shrapnel and debris from the destroyed robot flew violently toward Zhou Yi. With a casual wave, Zhou Yi swatted the debris aside. The dust settled to reveal the adjudicator reduced to scrap metal. Wang Xuan was finished. Song Hilon stood frozen, her voice barely a whisper. "We lost." Amidst the wreckage, a battered Wang Xuan reached out a trembling hand. "Zhou Yi," he rasped. But the victor didn't look back. Zhou Yi walked away, leaving only a cold silhouette behind. The crowd went nuclear. "Did you see that holy light? That wasn't a skill, that was a tactical nuke." Thousands of voices chanted in unison. "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." He bathed in the roar of the crowd, a victor's smile finally gracing his lips. The dean sat slumped in his chair, utterly defeated. God-level skill, the divine hand. Qingjing University lost, and we have no excuses. His heart ached with regret. With Wang Xuan on the team, he had been certain the championship was in the bag. Cold sweat poured down the dean's face as the realization hit him. Who could have predicted a monster like Zhou Yi? Melee, support, magic. He wasn't just strong, he was the perfect, all-powerful warrior. Dean Cheng turned his back, his silhouette heavy with defeat. Before departing, he left Dean Wu with a chilling admission. "Dean Wu, your Suhong University has birthed a monster. I have been teaching for over 30 years, but Chu Yi, he is the brightest star I have ever witnessed." He shook his head in disbelief. "Among all the geniuses I've seen, he stands alone." Dean Wu could only let out a triumphant laugh. The stands erupted. A tsunami of voices chanted one name. "Suhong University, Chu Yi, Suhong University." The cheers shook the very foundations of the arena. Chu Yi. Jiang Churan stared at the spectacle, breathless. The crowd had gone completely insane. Wang Tiexin strutted forward, grinning ear to ear. Too easy. So this is the mighty Qingjing University? They were nothing special. Song Hilon narrowed her eyes, cutting his celebration short. "Don't get cocky. Without Chu Yi, that Wang Xuan would have crushed us." Tang Lingxi nodded gravely. "Agreed. Against a level 23 slaughter robot? Without Brother Chu Yi, we would have lost instantly." Tiexin laughed, slapping his chest. "Everyone keeps saying, what if we didn't have Brother Yi? But the fact is, we do have him." Jiang Churan giggled, catching the mood. "Just wait until next year. When the stadium expansion is finished, the freshman exchange will hold 200,000 spectators." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Plus the live stream? After today's battle, the name Chu Yi will echo across all of Central Xia." Zhou Yi smirked, teasing her. You're getting more and more cheeky, little girl. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a mysterious woman watched the live stream, her eyes sharp. Zhou Yi. Not bad at all, she scoffed arrogantly. A heaven-defying talent like this belongs to us. The Tianwu Guild needs fresh blood. His level is still low though. We'll recruit him after his second job change. A subordinate stepped forward, hesitant. Ma'am, Tianwu is the top guild in Central Jia. Even logistics staff need to be level 30 with a second job change. But after this battle, every major guild will be hunting him. If we wait, it might be too late. She cut him off immediately. Impossible. Her eyes locked onto Zhou Yi's image with possessive hunger. The old guildmaster is watching. Even if we can't take him right this second, she smiled, confident in her power. Mark my words. That boy will belong to the Tianwu Guild. The hospital wing was in chaos. Tension suffocated the room where Wang Xuan lay. Doctors argued frantically. Healing spells and spirit-calming arts flashed without pause. Mana was burning out. Reports were being written before the ink could dry. They were fighting a desperate war to save his life. Second squad, swap in. First squad is out of mana. One healer cursed, wiping sweat from his brow. Damn it, why is this holy light so violent? It's like a curse that refuses to be purged. Zhou Yi. He hit him way too hard. Li Yuan's voice trembled. If the arena's barrier hadn't triggered, Brother Xuan would be dead. And us? We'd be ashes. The entire team hung their heads in shame. Li Yuan stepped forward, teeth clenched. Dean, we're sorry. We lost. We wasted the school's resources. Dean Cheng sighed, waving his hand. This isn't your fault. Zhou Yi is simply a monster. But this defeat costs us. Qingjing University will only take third place this year. The students gasped in disbelief. Third place? Dean, we lost to Suhang. But surely we can crush Demon City University. Exactly. If we lose to them too. It's a total humiliation for our school. We can't accept that. Dean Cheng glanced at the unconscious Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan is critical. And all 200 mechs were obliterated in that last attack. His voice was grim. We have nothing left to fight the Demon City summoners. On the hospital bed, Wang Xuan remained silent, nursing a grudge. Zhou Yi. Rage boiled in his veins. You're strong, I admit that. But wait until my second job change. My mechanical heart is an S-rank talent. Its true power hasn't even awakened yet. He gripped the bedsheets until his knuckles turned white. Next time, I will crush you. Back in the private quarters, Chu Heng bowed low, his arrogance completely gone. Zhou Yi, I apologize. My eyes were blind. A holy knight who acts as a support, yet possesses such devastating offensive power? In all my years, I've never seen anything like it. You truly are a dragon among men, a one-in-a-million genius. Zhou Yi's expression remained cold. He cut through the flattery like a knife. Mr. Chu, spare me the fake praise. Just say what you came to say. Chu Heng laughed nervously, straightforward. I like that. His face turned serious. I've reported to the clan. The Patriarch and the Council of Elders have made a promise. Return to the family, and the entire clan's resources are yours. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. The Patriarch and the Council of Elders? Sensing the confusion in his eyes, Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses and began to explain. The Zhou clan is massive. When resources are distributed each year, do you know how it is decided which branch gets what? It is entirely based on individual capability. Within the vast Zhou family, there is a chaotic web of interest groups, but the two most powerful factions are always the Council of Elders and the clan head. Zhou Heng's expression suddenly turned grave. Under normal circumstances, these two sides are bitter rivals. But for you, Zhou Yi, they have reached an unprecedented agreement. It seems this situation, stemming entirely from your potential, has left you a bit bewildered. However, this is actually an incredible opportunity. With the promise of the Zhou family's conglomerate, you have nothing to fear. The main branch might be messy, but consider this. Your teacher is Principal Wang Hui. Even without the Zhou family's help, I can still acquire resources and level up quickly. Zhou Yi calculated rapidly in his mind. The most critical factor was his secret weapon, the system. Having made his calculations, Zhou Yi looked up. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have no intention of changing my class. The answer struck Zhou Heng like a physical blow. He slumped, his voice trembling with despair. Is this it? Is there truly no way for our Zhou family to rise again? Seeing the old man's utter devastation, Zhou Yi offered a lifeline. However, I know someone who possesses the Frost bloodline. Perhaps in the future, she might consider inheriting the hidden legacy of your Zhou family. Zhou Heng banged his head against the wall in misery. Useless. It's useless. The three great hidden classes of the Zhou family. They don't just require the Frost bloodline. They require a specific purity density. An ordinary Frost bloodline cannot handle the class transfer. Zhou Yi pointed a finger at him. What if I told you my sister's bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than mine? That should be enough, right? The moment those words left his lips, Zhou Heng's eyes practically glowed in the dark. He grabbed Zhou Yi's hands, shaking with excitement. Your sister? She has also awakened the frost bloodline? Suddenly, Zhou Heng began to laugh, his entire body trembling as hope reignited. Zhou Heng laughed maniacally, tears forming in his eyes. Wonderful, just wonderful. I will live to see the day the Zhou family rises again. I can finally face my ancestors with pride. The heavens are watching over my Zhou family. The heavens have blessed us. Oh, really? Is the concentration truly 3 times yours? That would mean a bloodline purity of nearly 10 points. She can choose any of the 3 great ice attribute hidden classes at will. The old man's frenzied state made Zhou Yi mentally curse. He's gone mad. I can't let him get too agitated. Zhou Yi stepped in to calm him down. Don't get excited just yet. Whether she chooses the Zhou family's path or not, that depends entirely on her opinion. We must ask her first. Zhou Heng nodded furiously like a bobblehead. Yes, 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 whatever you say. When can we go meet your sister? Hearing this, Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. For him, joining the Zhou family offered little benefit. First, he couldn't switch classes. Second, he could already get unlimited resources from the system and teacher Wang Hui. But for Zhou Yun, it was a completely different story. Although he could provide her with cultivation resources, it could never compare to the full, focused nurturing of an ancient clan. If the Zhou family had stepped in when their parents were in trouble, things might have been different. Now, letting Zhou Yun take all their compensation, it wasn't too much to ask. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Yi decided to call Zhou Yun, though his heart hammered with a strange nervousness. He had left Little Skeleton with her before the match. He could only pray the poor summon hadn't been abused too badly. The call connected instantly. Zhou Yun appeared on the screen, hugging Little Skeleton in a chokehold, screaming with excitement. Seeing this chaotic image, Zhou Yi muttered to himself. I knew it. She spun Little Skeleton around like a rag doll, laughing as she praised him. That battle was legendary. It was absolute domination. So many girls at my school are obsessing over you. They keep begging me for your contact info. Zhou Yun rattled on without pausing for breath. But don't worry, I won't give it to them. The sister-in-law of my dreams must be strong. Very strong. Super strong. She needs broad shoulders, rock-hard arms, tough skin, and legs packed with muscle. Zhou Yun listed her criteria with delight. She must be able to wield a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, yet still use a needle to sew your clothes. Stop talking nonsense. I have something serious to discuss. Zhou Yi cut off her muscle mommy fantasies. Some people found me recently. They claim to be from the Zhou family. He quickly introduced the situation. The main branch possesses 3 great hidden classes: the Frost Archer, the Glacial Bone Swordsman, and the Cryomancer. The Archer and Swordsman are physical combat classes. The Cryomancer is a mage class. Based on your Frost bloodline purity, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Zhou Yun's expression turned serious. She stared intently at the 3 holograms before making her choice. Brother, I choose this one. Ice attribute magical attacks. This suits me best. Zhou Yi's voice grew heavy with warning. Once you accept the Zhou family's career path, you must travel to the Tianlan province. You will have to stay at the clan's training grounds for at least 3 to 4 years. You must think this through carefully. Zhou Yun's answer was absolute. I have already made up my mind. Her voice rang with determination. My big brother shines so brightly. As his sister, I absolutely cannot fall behind, she vowed silently to herself. If I secure resources from the Zhou family, then I will no longer need to drain my brother's supply. I will never be a burden to him again. With the decision made, Zhou Yi made a solemn promise. Wait for me to finish everything here. Then, we shall travel to Tianlan province together. With that, their pact was sealed. After parting ways with Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi made his way to the freshman arena. The battlefield awaited. The system's voice boomed with excitement. Welcome everyone to the 4th round of the National University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today we shall witness the rise of the top 8 peerless geniuses. Only the strongest will advance to the 5th round of the singles matches. The system continued its announcement, but first, behold the rewards sponsored by the Xiayan Professional Alliance. For the top 8 contenders of the singles tournament, a vial materialized before their eyes. An S-rank magic potion. The crowd erupted in sheer excitement. Holy crap, another S-rank potion? The Xiayan Alliance is insanely generous. Even a 3rd transition professional would kill for that. Standing beside him, Jiang Churan turned with wide eyes. Brother Zhou Yi, last year, the champion only received an S- potion. Zhou Yi replied calmly. Times have changed. The Alliance needs to cultivate more geniuses now than ever before. Jiang Churan nodded in agreement. You're right. Suddenly, the system revealed the next tier of rewards. For those who reach the top 4, you will receive S-rank resources. But then came the champion's prize. A new weapon shimmered into existence. The champion will win a legendary grade weapon, crafted by the Grandmaster Blacksmith of the Xi'an Alliance. Even Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock. A legendary grade weapon. This was the absolute pinnacle of human craftsmanship. The reward was too magnificent to ignore. Burning desire ignited in every contestant's eyes. They had to become the champion. The announcement concluded. All contestants, please enter the arena. Prepare for battle. Jiang Churan stepped forward first, flashing a sweet smile. Brother Zhou Yi, wish me luck. Zhou Yi gave her a firm nod. You can do this. I believe in you. Moments later, Zhou Yi's opponent stepped onto the stage. The two warriors locked eyes. The duel was officially set. Feng Qiang donned his heavy armor and sneered. Zhou Yi, I know you're strong. He swung his massive sword, the blade humming through the air. But don't underestimate me. Inner joy bubbled within him. Most professionals chase a balanced build. But I am different. Feng Qiang's confidence soared. I poured every single point into pure strength. In a clash of power, I am invincible. The system's bell rang out, shattering the silence. Match start. In a heartbeat, Zhou Yi charged forward, gripping his heavy mace. Feng Qiang rushed to meet him, laughing wildly. Here comes Zhou Yi. Do you dare to clash with me head-on? He unleashed his skill in a flash. Violent slash. Boom. Two terrifying forces slammed into each other. Crack. In an instant, fractures spiderwebbed across his blade. A split second later, Zhou Yi's mace shattered the sword into dust. The attack didn't stop there. It slammed straight into Feng Qiang's chest. He collapsed to his knees, gasping in agony and disbelief. How is this possible? I went all in on strength stats. How can you overpower me so easily? Zhou Yi rested his mace casually on his shoulder, looking down with cold eyes. Is that all you've got? The entire stadium erupted into chaos. A pure strength build. Completely annihilated? Just how terrifying is Zhou Yi's true power? His stats are a total mystery. I seriously suspect he's using hacks. Below the stage, the Demon Capital University team screamed in denial. That's impossible. Brother Qiang lost in a contest of pure strength? Captain Su Qishan spoke up, his face grim. With his equipment buffs, Feng Qiang's strength stat hits 370. To crush him with a single blow like that, he narrowed his eyes. Zhou Yi's strength must be at least 450. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the previous matches. And don't forget, his intelligence stat is also monstrously high. This guy is a freak of nature. Captain Su turned to his teammate, anxiety in his voice. Wei He, what are your odds of defeating Zhou Yi? Wei He pondered for a moment before answering coldly. 30%. Meanwhile, back on the arena floor, Feng Qiang forced his trembling body to rise. He gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his lip. I haven't lost yet. Feng Qiang roared, straightening his back. Come at me. A knight dies standing. We never kneel. Zhou Yi looked at him, a glint of respect in his eyes. I acknowledge you. You are a true warrior. Feng Qiang launched a desperate suicide charge. Void Slash. Zhou Yi met him head-on, swinging his weapon with divine judgment. Mace of Repentance. Boom. The heavy mace collided with Feng Qiang's body with the force of a mountain. He screamed in agony as he was launched across the arena like a ragdoll. The Demon Capital University team panicked, screaming from the sidelines. Stop the match. We surrender. We surrender. The system instantly processed the request. Demon Capital University has forfeited. The winner of this match is Zhou Yi. The stadium shook with thunderous applause. Zhou Yi is the strongest. Zhou Yi, I love you. Meanwhile, the medical team rushed to examine Feng Qiang. They shook their heads in exasperation. Tsk, it's that troublesome holy light damage again. Hurry up. Begin emergency treatment immediately. Waste of breath. He was never a match for Zhou Yi. With those cold words, the trio dragged Feng Qiang away for treatment, leaving the victor behind. One day after the battle, the Suhong University team gathered in the strategy room to plan their next move. Wu Mang broke the silence. Excellent work. Our university has secured 2 spots in the Elite 8. He turned his praise to Song Hilon. Her advancement was a pleasant surprise. Reaching the Final 4 is a long shot, but you must give it your all. Song Hilon nodded with a bright smile. Understood, sir. Then, his gaze shifted to Jiang Churan. With her strength, the top 8 should have been guaranteed. But luck was a cruel mistress. She had faced Wei He, a favorite for the championship. Wu Mang's voice turned serious. There are only 2 spots left in the top 8, chosen from the loser's bracket. I hope you can seize this last chance. Finally, he turned to his ace. Zhou Yi, I have full confidence in you. The mission is simple. Bring home the singles championship trophy. Zhou Yi accepted the weight of expectation without flinching. Understood. Wu Mang continued. Tomorrow's team battles are against ordinary colleges. He glanced at the reserves behind him. It is the perfect time for you substitutes to step onto the field and gain experience. With the roster decided, Wu Mang immediately began drilling them on tomorrow's tactics. Jiang Churan sat nearby, lost in deep thought. The upcoming round was known as the brutal elimination match. 70 contestants fighting for just 2 spots. But reaching the final 4 in the 6th round meant obtaining rare S-rank resources. Her determination burned silently. Even with my family's wealth, S-rank resources are not something you can just buy. If I can get them, my strength will soar to a new level. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Zhou Yi, your true power has been exposed. Wu Mang smiled. You could wipe out the opposing teams single-handedly. But tomorrow is about training the others. Just protect them. Try not to attack. Zhou Yi nodded calmly. I understand. Suddenly, 2 girls burst in. Seeing their idol, they screamed in shock. Whoa, it is God Yi. The commotion attracted a swarm of girls who rushed at him. Student Zhou Yi, it is really him. He is even more handsome in person. Oh my God, so handsome. He is looking at me, Zhou Yi asked awkwardly. Who are you all? They replied instantly. We are your fans. Can we have an autograph? He blinked, confused. Autograph? Suddenly, they pulled out countless photos of him. Me too. I want one too. Thank you, God Yi. You are super handsome. We will always root for you in the next match. Fight on! Oh my God, student Zhou Yi is blushing. So cute. God Yi, take care of yourself. Do not get hurt. Looking at the candid photos, Zhou Yi's face turned dark. Is this really me? Song Hilon sat beside him, teasingly whispering. You are quite popular, are you not? At that moment, a dark thought manifested in Jiang Churan's mind. Will brother Zhou Yi be stolen by them? The fear of falling behind him was suffocating. She silently vowed that she would secure one of those 2 spots among the 70. She whispered, Brother Zhou Yi, I will definitely catch up. Seeing her provoked, the inner spirit rejoiced. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He turned around, confused. Why did he feel like he was being watched? That night, the brutal 4th round began. The contestants were transported into a primitive forest. Confusion spread. Why a forest? Is the arena different every year? I remember last year was a castle, someone explained. This round is generated by AI using real war data provided by the military and top universities. A girl holding a staff scanned the surroundings vigilantly. She continued grimly. To make the instance feel like a real battlefield, the initial settings are randomized, so the terrain changes every single year. She added, and the monsters we face will be different too. Jiang Churan moved carefully, noting the damp air. Someone asked, So, what do we do now? We have to. Their voice was cut off. The system materialized with an announcement. Welcome students to this instance. The gloomy forest maze. The rules were explained. Every 30 minutes, mysterious monsters would spawn around the desolate village. There would be 3 waves of attacks. The monsters had only one instinct, to devour. You must kill them before you become their prey. Only the 2 students who massacre the most demon beasts will secure their spot in the 5th round's solo battles. Before the carnage began, the system issued a crucial reminder that this instance carried no risk of true death, so no return scrolls were needed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. One student chuckled. So we just need to slaughter mobs? This is going to be a walk in the park. Exactly. Nothing to worry about. We've grinded through dungeons like this 1,000 times. It's barely a warm-up. But Jiang Churan remained silent, her eyes scanning the perimeter. The uncertainty of random spawns gnawed at the edges of the group's confidence. The system's alarm shattered the peace as the first wave began. In an instant, a sinister purple mist rolled in from the shadows. Jiang Churan locked onto the source immediately, but as the haze dissipated, there was nothing there. Not a single beast in sight. Only the leaves trembled in the unnatural wind. Jiang Churan narrowed her eyes, her instincts screaming, Where are they hiding? Suddenly, a student behind her clawed at his own throat. It itches, he groaned, his voice laced with panic. Damn it, why does it burn like this? Jiang Churan turned, horror dawning in her eyes. Grotesque purple growths were erupting across the man's neck, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his lips. It hurts. It itches. The more he scratched, the faster the infection spread, consuming his skin like a living plague. Get it off me! Madness took over. He lunged toward Jiang Churan, eyes wide with desperation. Help me, classmate, please, make it stop, save me. But it was too late. The monster had claimed him. The system announced cold judgment. Lin Shu of Mingcheng University, devoured. Ejected from the instance. Jiang Churan's mind raced. They hadn't seen a single enemy. Could these beasts possess high-level stealth mechanics to remain completely invisible? Then, chaos erupted. One by one, students fell to their knees, their screams of terror filling the air as the invisible plague spread. What the hell was going on? Without a visible target to fight, panic set in. Seeing their comrades drop like flies broke their morale instantly. Where was the attack coming from? How do you kill something you can't even see? Despair began to choke the survivors. Amidst the pandemonium, only Jiang Churan stood like a statue. Panic was a death sentence. She had to remain calm and find the mechanic behind this trap. Every monster has a flaw, she told herself. There is no such thing as a perfect kill. Where is the weakness? Is it an intangible spirit? No. To hit so many targets at once, it must be contagious. But what is the vector used to transmit it? Deep in thought, she didn't notice the tiny purple speck drifting down from the canopy until it latched onto her own arm. As the purple corruption began to sprout, Jiang Churan's sharp gaze focused. Fungal spores, she realized. It's a parasitic attack. Without hesitation, she summoned her mana. A burst of crimson flame engulfed her arm, incinerating the parasite instantly. The threat vanished. The puzzle was solved. Jiang Churan looked up, her voice steady. So, that is their little trick. Jiang Churan unleashed her aura, her voice booming across the battlefield. The air is filled with spores. Once they touch you, they grow. Use your fire arts to shield your bodies. Now, the survivors didn't hesitate. Those who could summoned roaring flames, wrapping themselves in protective infernos against the invisible wind. But for those without fire affinity, this was a death sentence. Desperate pleas for salvation rang out from the helpless students. Damn it, I am a warrior class. I don't have fire skills. Someone help me. But the cold reality of the exam set in. Help you? We are rivals. Survival of the fittest. Compassion was a luxury no one could afford. Moments later, the students lacking fire protection fell, consumed by the parasitic growth. The system notifications flooded in. Alien of Imperial Capital University, devoured. Eliminated from the instance. Zhao Xiaojie of Lumion Academy, eliminated. Lu Ban of Qingtang Academy, eliminated. The survivor count was dropping fast. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan gritted her teeth. Burning the defense isn't enough. It doesn't count as a kill. I need to find the host releasing these spores. Suddenly, the bark of the nearby trees warped. Grotesque mushrooms burst forth, revealing razor-sharp fangs as they spewed clouds of toxic bacteria. Jiang Churan's eyes flashed with predatory intent. Got you. She launched herself toward the canopy, shouting, They are in the trees! With a single strike, she obliterated a fungus beast. Jiang Churan of Suhang University, kill count +1. The forest came alive with malice. More of the vile creatures erupted from the wood, screeching for blood. Fearless, Jiang Churan danced through the air. Phantom shadow, black flame, black fire consumed the grove. The system pinged wildly. Jiang Churan, kill count +1. Meanwhile, in the freshman arena, the team battles were reaching a fever pitch. The system boomed, teams ready, constructing battlefield terrain. Defensive barriers active. Suhang University versus Meigao University. Begin. The moment the wall fell, violence erupted. Both teams charged with reckless abandon. A redhead striker took point, channeling a massive surge of energy for a devastating opening move. Flamestorm Vortex! He roared, unleashing a barrage of fiery tornadoes that tore through the arena toward the opposition. His opponent, a cloaked figure, didn't flinch. Water style. With a fluid motion, a massive water blade sliced through the air, extinguishing the inferno. But suddenly, Tanwei flashed into the fray. His claws shredded the water blade into mist. He sneered, Your water pressure is pathetic. Too soft. Tanwei grinned, savoring the dominance. But he never saw it coming. A silent arrow, whistling through the air, aimed straight for his back. Fortunately, just in the nick of time, Zhou Yi slid his shield forward, intercepting the blow meant for his teammate. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the chaos. Tanwei, do not let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your six. He didn't stop there. Spinning toward the blonde girl behind him, he barked, Zhang Jing, your duty is absolute defense. You need eyes on all 6 paths, ears open to all 8 directions. Mistakes like that are fatal. Terrified by the rebuke, Zhang Jing squeezed her eyes shut and let out a panicked scream. Yes, sir. The opposing team was fuming. The redhead glared, realizing they were being treated as mere practice tools. The green armored tank roared, Brothers, are we going to let them humiliate us like this? Refusing to accept the insult, the enemy team charged in unison. No way, attack. Everyone, get him. Charge, the green armored leader bellowed. Both sides clashed in an explosion of violence. But right at the clash, a notification chime froze the battlefield. It was Jiang Churan, cheerfully bragging about her promotion via text message. Zhou Yi sighed, shaking his head. This girl. Honestly, the cloaked enemy felt deeply insulted by this display. Checking your phone in the arena? I will make you pay for your arrogance. But barely a second later, the fool was face down on the floor. The system announcement rang out. The collegiate team battle victory goes to Suhong University. By the next morning, news of the rookie battles had exploded. The quarterfinals wrapped up, paving the way for the semifinals. From the top 8, only 4 remained to chase glory. And finally, the stage was set. After a grueling elimination round, 2 names remained. Zhou Yi versus Wei He. A live streamer immediately jumped on the hype train to break the news. Friends, today is the day. The duel for the crown. The streamer put on a tragic face while describing Zhou Yi's background. Born from humble roots, parents gone, a true orphan of the world. He climbed from the bottom, relying only on himself to become the strongest paladin in history. Then, his tone shifted to awe as he introduced Wei He, a true prodigy, heir to a century-old legacy, possessing a top-tier bloodline, and the terrifying talent of a hybrid warrior. The streamer leaned into the camera. Who will sit on the throne, the underdog or the elite? Stay tuned as I broadcast the slaughter live for everyone. Don't forget to smash that like button. The comments section went wild instantly. God Zhou versus Wei He? This is going to be insane, but Wei He will probably crush him. Did you see Wei He's last match? His style is absolute savagery. I don't think this will be an easy win for anyone. Too bad Goddess Jiang faced Wei He earlier. A Suhong versus Suhong final would have been legendary. Suddenly, the blue sky was torn apart by the roar of helicopter blades. The crowd parted like the sea as the chopper descended. The doors opened, and the crowd erupted. Suhong University had arrived. Praises rained down instantly. Goddess Jiang, you look breathtaking. God Yi, I'm with you forever. Song Hilon, don't give up. You've got this next time. Zhou Yi, can I get a selfie? The chanting followed him everywhere. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Then, another chopper cut through the air. Someone shouted, Magic City University is here. The cheers shifted instantly to the newcomers. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Dean Su stepped forward with a smile. Morning, Dean Wu. Looks like the champion will be decided between our schools today. Friendship first, competition second, Dean Wu replied pleasantly. But internally, he sneered. With Wei He's power, you actually think your boy has a chance against us? Keep dreaming. Across the field, Wei He locked eyes with Zhou Yi. Wei. He clenched his fist. Zhou Yi. The final battle is here. I will crush you and take the crown. The moment of truth arrived. Before stepping into the arena, a chilling, confident smile curled Zhou Yi's lips. The system boomed. Let us welcome the finalists. Zhou Yi versus Wei He. Entering the arena. Spectators, please take your seats. The countdown began. 5. The stands shook with adrenaline. Tear it up. God Yi. Show them your power. Senior Wei, don't you dare lose. Wei He. Destroy Suhong's arrogance. So many people. Who just stepped on my foot? The arena was packed to the rafters with spectators. Meanwhile, at the Zhou estate, Zhou Heng watched the live broadcast alongside the family patriarch. The countdown dropped to the final 3 seconds. The old master broke the silence. That Wei He. From the Wei family. He has been hailed as a peerless prodigy since birth, raised with the finest resources an elite clan can provide. Does Zhou Yi stand a chance against a monster like that? Zhou Heng's expression remained stoic as he answered. He can. I have analyzed every exam record, every battle log of Zhou Yi. His growth rate is nothing short of terrifying. His true power far surpasses anyone of his generation. He is in a league of his own. Zhou Heng fixed his gaze on the screen. He continued, his voice steady. Wei, he is indeed the crown jewel of the Wei family, a true genius. But when I look at Zhou Yi, it is as if I am seeing the shadow of our first ancestor reborn. Back in the arena, the countdown hit 0. The system announcement boomed. Begin. Instantly, Zhou Yi unleashed the blessings of the divine. Blessing of courage, holy cross, holy protection, weapon blessing. A golden aura erupts around him. Wei, he gripped his blade and charged straight in. Wei He leapt into the air, fury written on his face. He swung a devastating blow, aiming to crush Zhou Yi, but his strike met a blinding explosion of golden light. 2 massive forces collided. Boom! The sound shook the heavens. Wei, he landed, furrowing his brow as he stared down his opponent. Zhou Yi's expression was ice cold. He countered with a heavy swing. Wei He leapt back to dodge, his eyes sharp as eagle talons. He frowned, immediately diving back in for the kill. Wei He's eyes turned blood red, his face twisted into a mask of terror. He let out a primal roar as the skill Berserk activated, bathing him in crimson light. He tightened his grip on the blade. Flaming saber arts. Wei. He became a blur of violence, unleashing a storm of burning slashes. Zhou Yi wove through the attacks with unnatural calm. As he evaded the onslaught, his mind raced. He activated Berserk, the signature skill of the Berserker class. It boosts all 4 primary attributes to varying degrees. However, there is a price. Once the 3-minute duration ends, the user enters a state of total weakness. Aside from the raw stat boost of Berserk, he is weaving in the Flaming Saber Arts, a technique that combines physical combat with magical fire damage. Zhou Yi sidestepped another scorching strike. He lunged again, fast as a released arrow. Zhou Yi held his ground, battle ready, truly worthy of being the top freshman of the Magic Capital University. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. There was not a trace of fear on his face as he maneuvered. He screamed in rage. Thunderslash. His blade glowed with a ferocious mix of fire and lightning. An A-rank warrior skill. It focuses extreme speed into a single, devastating slash. The higher the skill level and strength stat, the faster the strike. At its peak, it moves with the speed of actual lightning. His red eyes burned with confidence. I have practiced this move tens of thousands of times. I pushed this skill to level 9. Void slash. He brought the blade down. Zhou Yi raised his hammer to block. Clang. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena. He grit his teeth against the recoil. What immense physical strength. He pushed harder against the blade. My war saber weighs thousands of pounds. Combined with the momentum of Thunder Slash, the kinetic energy should be terrifying. Even reinforced alloy would be sliced in two. I was sure I could cut through him. Yet, Zhou Yi's face remained expressionless. Why am I the one being overpowered in a contest of strength? I cannot stay in this deadlock. Zhou Yi shoved forward. He was sent flying back. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's weapon radiated a brilliant golden light. Holy Cross rank B. Level 9. Zhou Yi raised both hands. The light condensed into a gigantic, celestial broadsword. He grinned, regaining his composure. I was waiting for that move. He dropped to a stance, his aura turning demonic. He roared, War Madness. Crimson energy erupted to meet the golden light. Dean Su watched in awe as the energies collided. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the stage. Within the smoke, He knelt, covered in a protective layer of energy. He stood up slowly. His smile grew even more terrifying as he gripped his massive blade. A system panel flashed before Zhou Yi's eyes. Target talent, War Madness, rank, S. Effect. During the duration, all attributes increase significantly. Incoming damage is reduced by 80%. However, once War Madness ends, all the mitigated damage returns to the user doubled. He vanished, reappearing instantly in front of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's mind stayed sharp. Using his trump card this early? He wants a blitzkrieg victory. War Madness lasts at most 2 minutes. The logical move is to kite him until the timer runs out. But even with 80% damage reduction, I can still crush him. He swung his blade in a lethal arc. Zhou Yi intercepted the blow. Bang! Metal screamed against metal. He pressed the attack, his thoughts racing. Fighting a paladin with healing skills in a war of attrition? That is a fool's game. That is why I popped everything at the start. Berserk. War Madness. I pushed my power to the absolute limit to end this in 1 second. A cataclysmic blast rocked the arena. The crowd below erupted into chaos. Disbelief washed over the spectators. One voice cut through the noise. Why would he choose a head-on collision against such power? He was in peak condition. His best strategy was to drag this out. But God Yi's aggression proved one thing, absolute confidence in his own might. I trust in God Yi. He moved like a phantom, slashing a deadly arc toward Zhou Yi while leaning back to evade. Zhou Yi raised a hand, unleashing a blinding golden beam. You mentioned a quick victory? A massive seal materialized in the air. Behind Zhou Yi, a colossal golden arrow manifested, ready to fire. He was engulfed in a crimson aura, his face twisted into a ferocious roar. Bring it on. Boom! Another explosion shook the stage as He laughed in triumph. Ha! Your quick win is useless against me. But Zhou Yi remained calm, his hand rising to his forehead. You are celebrating a bit too early. Judgment of light. Furious lightning bolts rained down from the heavens. He instantly summoned a barrier to deflect the bombardment. He frowned, feeling the pressure, truly worthy of being called the strongest offensive technique. He gripped his blade, struggling against the lightning. Even with 80% damage reduction, the pain was excruciating. If he had not activated War Madness, a single strike would have ended this match instantly. He looked up. The lightning was fading. He calculated that Judgment of Light needed at least 1 second of cooldown between strikes. He stomped the ground, shattering the earth. I just need to exploit that gap. He charged at Zhou Yi, but suddenly, lightning slammed into him again. He froze in horror, his face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? How can the cast speed of Judgment of Light be this fast? I studied every skill he used in this tournament. The realization hit him. Could his skill level be above 20? The lightning showed no mercy. The onslaught was relentless. The commentary drone buzzed with excitement. Such savagery, such brutality. I must remind everyone, you are watching the finals of a national freshman exchange, not a war zone. The audience covered their eyes, gasping at the cruelty. A girl screamed in terror, but Wang Xuan just smirked in the shadows. Wei, he howled in agony. Why? Why can't I reach him? He stared at Zhou Yi. They were only 10 meters apart. Just 10 meters. Yet, Zhou Yi seemed to tower over him like a titan. A single finger was enough to crush him. An insurmountable wall stood between them. Wei, he screamed. I refuse to accept this. Red light swirled in his palm. Gritting his teeth, his eyes rolled back as he unleashed a forbidden art, Heavenly Shadow Blade. A catastrophic explosion erupted, burying the stage in a thick cloud of dust and debris. But when the dust settled, Zhou Yi stood tall. His expression was unchanged, save for a single red scratch on his cheek. Zhou Yi glanced at the wound. Wei He slammed his crimson blade into the ground, cracking the arena floor. Suddenly, countless blades rained from the sky. Zhou Yi analyzed the scene. Flesh to chi transformation. It was the legendary technique of the Wei ancestor, enlightened during the Great Demon War, fusing soul and mana to forge 10,000 blades. A technique capable of slaughtering an entire city of demons in a heartbeat. Rows of ominous red blades hovered before Zhou Yi. The killing intent was suffocating. He has not reached his ancestor's level yet, Zhou Yi thought. But seeing this form in person is truly eye-opening. Zhou Yi smiled coldly. However, I am done playing with you. Suddenly, the floating blades accelerated. 10,000 swords plummeted like rain. Zhou Yi moved his fingers with the grace of a conductor. Using old moves would bore the audience. Witness my original fusion skill. A bone-chilling wind swept through the stadium. Frozen miles. Zhou Yi stood at the center of a massive blue vortex, commanding the elements. He stomped his foot. Instantly, ice crystallized across the floor, consuming everything in its path until the entire ring was a frozen wasteland. The camera drone zoomed around frantically. The commentator's voice shook. Ladies and gentlemen, student Zhou Yi's skill has completely encased the arena. We have lost visual on the fight. The crowd went wild. What is happening? One student cursed. Damn it! What kind of ultimate move is this? Since when does he have ice magic? The elder shot up from his seat. Chu Heng cried out in shock. Elder! The elder's face was pale with awe. He pointed a trembling finger. Chu Heng, do you see that? That is the purest ice elemental power. On the stage, Zhou Yi extended his hand. The thousands of falling swords froze in midair, trapped in suspended animation. The frozen blades were bound by golden threads. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, his eyes sharp as daggers. Shatter. Gold pierced the ice, disintegrating the swords instantly. Zhou Yi grasped the pendant on his chest, his other hand swirling with golden aura. The battle was over. Shards of ice exploded outward. Wei. He was blasted away like a rag doll. He crashed into the ground, coughing up black blood as the icy mist slowly faded away. The commentator's voice sliced through the arena as Wei. He lost consciousness and collapsed. Zhou Yi had emerged victorious. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, chanting for the unstoppable senior who had taken the #1 spot. The broadcast system boomed with the official announcement. Congratulations to Zhou Yi, and a round of applause for the valiant Wei He. They had delivered a duel for the history books. Without a doubt, this was the most spectacular clash seen in the exchange tournament in the last 10 years. Let us all cheer for the supreme prodigy, the absolute peak of the younger generation. Zhou Yi raised his hand high with a calm smile as fireworks painted the sky behind him. The drone announcer declared the conclusion of the singles tournament. Next up are the team battles and the survival match. Stay tuned. Wu Mang watched the scene, unable to hide his excitement. To think Wei, he could use the Wei family's secret technique at such a young age. Fusing his body with pure energy was no small feat. In any tournament from previous years, he would have been the undisputed champion. Tragically, he ran into a monster like Zhu Yi. Jiang Churan stood nearby, twirling her hair with a beaming smile. Wu Mang watched Zhu Yi, yawning and stretching as he walked away. I thought Zhu Yi would need to unleash his angel god body to defeat Wei He, but he ended it with a single light of punishment, combined with a fusion of light and ice elements. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Wu Mang clapped a heavy hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder. Excellent work. Thanks to you, Suhong University has finally claimed the singles championship. Song Hilon chimed in with pride. Exactly. Even though our team has dominated for 4 years straight, the singles trophy had always eluded us. Brother Yi really saved our face this time. Wang Tiexin spoke with brimming confidence. The team battle is against Madu University the day after tomorrow. With Wei, he critically injured, they pose absolutely no threat. The championship title is practically in our pockets already. Song Xiaolan scolded him immediately. Stay humble, don't get too arrogant. Jiang Churan hugged Lingxi and laughed brightly. Brother Zhu Yi, Lingxi was wrong earlier. You can definitely disguise yourself as a grand mage. Ling Xi's face turned beet red as she pulled her hat down. Ah, student Zhu, I was just. Jiang Churan happily called out to Zhou Yi again. Let's go relax with everyone tonight. Zhou Yi just scratched his head, accepting his fate. The night market was alive with vibrant energy. It had been 300 years since the game world Eternal merged with reality. The emergence of demonic beasts and the chef profession had revolutionized cuisine. Thousands of new, exotic ingredients from all over Blue Star were now on the menu. In the most prosperous district of Qingjing City, the East City Food Street was legendary. Whether it flew in the sky or burrowed underground, everything here was transformed into a supreme delicacy. It was a paradise built to satisfy every craving. A stall owner's voice rang out. Grilled dragon meat, get it while it's hot. 20-year-old hatchling meat, fresh and tender, it melts instantly in your mouth. Wolf King blood jelly, nourishes the yin, strengthens the yang, and beautifies the skin. Deep sea monster fish balls, made from level 30 overlord fish, crunchy, chewy, and delicious. Song Hilon linked arms with Ling Xi and turned to Wang Tiexin. That looks incredibly good, doesn't it? Ling Xi smiled, holding a stick of candied hawthorn. Ahead of them, Jiang Churan and Zhu Yi walked side by side, chatting happily. From a distance, a thug named A Liang spotted Jiang Churan. Top tier. He tossed 2 skewers to his lackey behind him and adjusted his hat. 100 points. 100 points? The lackey jumped, startled. What are you doing, boss? A Liang smirked. Approaching a goddess like that is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If I miss it, I'll regret it forever. The lackey panicked. But she has a boyfriend. So what? I'm just going to introduce myself. Zhu Yi suddenly turned around. His face was cold as ice, and his eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light. A Liang froze, terror gripping his heart. His lackey, oblivious to the danger, mocked him. Giving up already? That's not your style. A Liang's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhu Yi. The second god? Later, Jiang Churan leaned over, catching her breath. This food paradise lives up to its name. We've been walking for an hour and haven't even seen half of it. Song Hilon hooked her arm around Wang Tiexin. 6 major streets connect here. Obviously, we can't finish it all. You two go find a table and save our spots. We'll go buy some more food. Wang Tiexin scratched his head, oblivious as always. I want to rest too. Song Hilon shoved him from behind. Rest your head. Let the couple have a moment alone. Do you want to be a giant light bulb? Ling Xi paused, looking back at a sign. 50-year Wulian wine shop. The owner greeted them enthusiastically. Wulian fruit wine. It boosts agility stats. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. Perfect for drinking or as a gift. Jiang Churan's eyes lit up. She pointed at a bottle. We'll take one. The owner brought out the wine in 2 small cups. That will be 200,000 credits. Please settle the bill. A moment later, a notification chimed. Transfer of 200,000 complete. Jiang Churan held up her cup, her gaze soft as she looked at Zhu Yi. Brother Zhu Yi, congratulations on becoming the singles champion. Glasses clashed in celebration as Zhou Yi and the others laughed. Jiang Churan raised her cup and drained the wine in a single, bold breath. She wiped her lips, a frown of suspicion forming. Strange. This alcohol, the potency feels incredibly weak. It has no kick at all. 10 minutes later. Reality blurred. Jiang Churan, face flushed red and completely wasted, blinked hazily at Zhou Yi. Why? Why are there 2 brother Zhou Yis? Zhou Yi stared at her. Drunk already? Jiang Churan giggled, pointing a wobbly finger as she counted. 1 brother Zhou Yi, 2 brother Zhou Yis, 3 brother Zhou Yis. Zhou Yi sighed, looking at the drunk girl. We are level 19 professionals. Ordinary alcohol is like water to our bodies. It is impossible to get drunk on it. However, he continued, this dark olive wine is brewed from D-rank heavenly treasures. The alcohol content is low, but the spiritual energy hits the soul. It is extremely easy to get intoxicated. Zhou Yi stood up, checking the time. It is getting late. Little Song and the others are not back yet. Let us go find them. Jiang Churan reached out, her voice dripping with drunken coquettishness. Brother Zhou Yi, I do not want to go anywhere. Before she could finish, a sultry voice cut through the air. Hey, handsome. A woman approached, holding an empty glass, her gaze seductive. My glass is empty. Care to buy a lady a drink? Zhou Yi shifted his gaze. His eyes were cold, sweeping over her with indifference. He pointed calmly behind him. There is half a bottle of dark olive wine left there. 10,000 credits. Pay at the counter. The woman laughed loudly, handsome and funny. She stepped closer, invading his space. I like your attitude. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue this conversation properly? Jiang Churan's face burned with heat. Through messy hair and half-lidded eyes, fury ignited. She shoved the woman away, shouting, Back off! You are too close. The woman leaned in, whispering venom into the little beauty's ear. You are breaking the rules, little girl. I can see you and this handsome guy aren't lovers, so what right do you have to block his peach blossom luck? Stand aside. Zhou Yi, this year's strongest rookie, the woman thought. Everyone assumes Jiang Churan is his girlfriend, but I know better. They are not a couple, she mused, eyeing them. Just a dense boy and a girl in the throes of first love. They are too shy to pierce that final layer of paper. This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. If I can get Zhou Yi to kneel beneath my skirt, every resource he earns will belong to me. She stepped closer to him. Right, big brother? Am I right? Jiang Churan, red-faced and furious, could only stammer in rage. You. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her hand. Zhou Yi had firmly grasped it. Jiang Churan stared at their interlaced fingers in shock. Zhou Yi's expression remained stony. I do not mind little Ran blocking my romantic luck. In fact, I prefer it. He pulled Jiang Churan away, tossing one final verbal dagger over his shoulder. Besides, you look quite average. Hardly what I would call luck. The woman's jaw dropped. Average? Zhou Yi led Jiang Churan through the bustling crowd until she suddenly dug her heels in. Brother Zhou Yi. He stopped and turned back. Jiang Churan looked up, her face glowing like the sunset. I like you. Zhou Yi froze. Little Ran? Her cheeks burned brighter. I know. I shouldn't say this before the match, but I hate it. I hate seeing so many girls swarming around you. When I see them, she whispered, it feels like a dark shadow rises behind me, an avatar of destruction that wants to slaughter every single one of them. She collapsed into his chest, mumbling, Can I be your girlfriend? She fell asleep before she could hear his answer. Nearby, Wang Tiexin froze, his steamed bun halfway to his mouth. Song Hilon and Ling Shi stared, eyes wide as saucers, witnessing the entire scene. Next morning, blue skies, white clouds. The alarm screamed. Jiang Churan bolted upright, the memory of I like you crashing into her mind. She peeked out the door, face on fire. Wu Meng spotted her instantly. Little Ran, you are up a bit late today. Breakfast time. Wang Tiexin waved. Ling Shi, Song Hilon, and Zhou Yi all turned to look at her. Zhou Yi shoved food into his mouth, avoiding eye contact. Song Hilon and Ling Zi narrowed their eyes, watching him closely. Jiang Churan pulled out a chair, mind racing. Was it a dream? It must have been just a dream, right? She ate mechanically, face blank but heart pounding. Zhou Yi acted calm, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Ling Shi and Song Hilon leaned together, whispering conspiratorially. Flashback to last night. Zhou Yi held the sleeping girl, looking at his teammates. Please, pretend you saw nothing just now. Song Hilon had frowned. Confused. Why? You clearly like each other. Why hide it? Zhou Yi looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms. The Jiang family of Chuan province, an ancient lineage existing long before the Eternal Game descended. When the Eternal Game arrived centuries ago, they became a titan in China, a first-rate powerhouse family. I have some fame now. I am Master Wang Hui's personal disciple. To the outside world, I look promising. He looked up at the night sky, but such achievements are nothing before the Jiang family. I do not want to put little Ran in a difficult position. Once I possess absolute power, status and family background become dust. It is only a matter of time. Back in the present, Song Hilon hid her grin behind a bun. Brother Yi, you are a pure-hearted war god. I am the captain of your shipping fan club now. Zhou Yi broke into a cold sweat. Wu Meng set down his chopsticks, expression serious. The university tournament. The National Freshman Tournament finals have officially begun. 10 elite academies enter the crucible in a grueling round-robin format. Every university must face the other 9 in a test of endurance and skill. There are no shortcuts to glory here. 45 battles will decide the fate of the realm. Only the top 3 schools will etch their names into history. Today marks our 9th battle. The stakes are absolute. If we seize victory here, the team championship trophy belongs to us. I expect total focus. We must crush the capital university without a shred of arrogance. The team roared in unison. Understood. Wu Meng raised a fist, her eyes locking onto the substitute. Sun Qiao, do not let the pressure crush you just because you are a reserve. Jiang Feng stepped in, his voice firm. Sun Qiao is a summoner. Her support is the backbone of this team. Protecting her on the battlefield is our top priority. Dean Su stepped forward, his expression grave. As your mentor, I could offer empty words, but I won't. But his inner thoughts were dark. With Wei He still in a coma, our combat power has plummeted disastrously. And with a monster like Zhou Yi facing us, taking first place feels like a fever dream. Dean Su shuddered internally. I never imagined a freshman could possess such terrifying power. If a normal prodigy is a 1, Zhou Yi is a 2. Or perhaps even a 3. He isn't human. He is a calamity in human skin, capable of sweeping through top academies single-handedly. Dean Su gripped the hand of Wu. Listen well. Even if defeat is inevitable, we will not stain the honor of Magic Capital University. Do not let other schools look down on us. I need you to fight with every ounce of your soul. Can you do that? The students shouted. We can, Dean Su turned. Then let's move out. Dean Su led the charge, 5 students marching with burning aura behind him. Yet Sun Qiao's mind raced. Even with Wei He, we would likely lose. Is Magic Capital destined to rot in 3rd place again? She recalled the past. 7 years ago, the captain was injured and couldn't fight, yet through perfect synergy and overwhelming will, they defeated their rivals. The matchup then was also Magic Capital versus Su Hong. Sun Qiao touched her face, eyes narrowing. If I use that forbidden technique, I can turn this despair into a miracle. Just like 7 years ago. A drone hovered overhead, the announcer's voice booming. The highly anticipated clash between Magic Capital and Su Hong is about to begin. But first, behold the rewards from the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance for the top 3 teams. 3rd place receives a full set of 3-star gold tier custom equipment for every member, including substitutes. 2nd place claims a complete set of 4-star gold tier equipment. The announcer paused for effect. And for the champions. The Alliance presents a full set of 2-star epic tier equipment for every member. The crowd erupted in shock. Epic tier? That is insanity. Their generosity knows no bounds. The rewards this year are double the value of the last tournament. Filthy rich. They are inhumanely rich. I'm going to risk my life for that wealth. Zhou Yi stroked his chin, calculating. The solo champion's legendary weapon is top tier, but this. A full epic set involves 7 pieces per person. Helmet, armor, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, and ring. With 10 members per team, that is 70 pieces of epic tier gear. The total value rivals 2 legendary weapons easily. Wang Tiexin grinned, greed sparkling in his eyes. Ha ha ha, we are going to make a fortune today. Epic tier gear is practically in our pockets. The announcer cut in. Rewards confirmed. Suhong University, take the field. And their opponents, Magic Capital University. Both teams marched forward as the crowd chanted one name. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Magic Capital, fight. The warriors took their stances. Zhou Yi smiled with arrogant confidence. 3, 2, 1, fight. Sun Qiao's expression turned icy. The air crackled with tension. Zhou Yi's squad charged, Wang Tiexin wielding his hammer with manic joy. Sun Qiao closed her eyes. Mana condensed into a blinding sphere of light before her. She chanted, unleashing the gates of the spirit realm. Come forth, young dragon Rias, killer bee Jack Jian, Titan serpent Hadida, Hell guardian Sebius, Lion King Kamala. 5 majestic beasts materialized, shaking the arena with their power. The summons roared, surging toward Zhou Yi like a tidal wave of destruction. Lion King Kamala unleashed a golden torrent of energy from its body, a strike meant to annihilate. But Ling Shi stepped forward, raising her staff. With a flick of her wrist, she nullified the blast and launched a devastating counterattack. The swarm of scavenger bees dove, stingers raised high. Song Hilon instantly formed a seal, her fingers dancing fast. Talismans shot forth like seeking missiles, latching onto every single tail. With a snap of her fingers, boom! The swarm erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Tiexin clashed head-on against the enemy summon, Hita. Jiang Qiran became a whirlwind of steel. Spinning her weapon, she charged. Her blade danced, carving a brutal path through the enemy defense. Zhou Yi weaved through the storm of attacks with casual grace. His sharp eyes gleaned everything. Not bad, he mused. Nothing sharpened a warrior faster than the crucible of real combat. Their coordination had improved by at least 30%. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Feng and the blonde girl stood frozen, jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. Yet, Sun Qiao remained unnervingly calm, chanting her spell. Zhou Yi wasted no time. With just a few precise strikes, he blasted away every obstacle in his path. He launched a devastating punch straight at the summoner, but Sun Qiao didn't flinch. She simply closed her eyes, finishing her incantation. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with piercing light. A massive, spectral hand materialized from thin air, catching the attack effortlessly. Zhou Yi frowned, sensing the shift in power. The giant hand gripped the weapon tight, though Sun Qiao strained against the pressure. Suddenly, crimson eyes flashed in the darkness. The blazing spirit ape had arrived, catching the blow with its bare hands. The beast slammed its fist down with earth-shattering force. Zhou Yi grit his teeth, his feet digging into the arena floor. The very ground beneath him cracked and shattered under the immense weight. The blazing spirit ape let out a deafening roar. A green aura erupted, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Even its master, Sun Qiao, looked on in shock. Panic setting in, Sun Qiao tried to summon Hadida for support, but the ape was faster. its eyes burning red. It snatched the summon by the throat, squeezing without mercy. Black blood sprayed across the arena as the ape tore the summon's head off. Turning its terrifying gaze to Sun Qiao, it spoke. "Why did you summon me? You are unworthy of these tricks." Sun Qiao cowered, shielding herself with trembling hands. Attack!" she stammered in pure terror. She pointed a shaking finger at Zhou Yi. "Defeat him." The system analyzed the threat. Blazing Spirit Ape. Level 24. Grade. Legendary. A natural-born legendary demon beast. Master of the primal flames. Creatures of this caliber were vanishingly rare. Was encountering it a blessing or a curse? The ape roared again, shaking the air. Zhou Yi's expression turned grave. A legendary grade summon. Things just got interesting. The beast looked down at its summoner with disdain. "Prepare to welcome your death." "Wait, not me." Sun Qiao waved her hands frantically as debris rained around her. She pointed desperately at the enemy team. "I meant kill them." The ape launched itself into the air. Wang Tiexin's eyes went wide. How the hell does she have a legendary summon? Ling Shi raised her staff instantly. Heavy water shield. A sea of blue light enveloped them in a protective barrier, but the agile beast swerved mid-air to evade. Song Xiaolon's hands blurred as she chanted the incantation. Yellow earth as the foundation, earth energy as the source. Spirits of the four directions, heed my command. A massive rock wall erupted from the ground. She calculated rapidly. Ling Shi's water shield is an A+ skill, leveled up to 8. It withstood a full combo from the Qingjing assassin before. But against the blazing spirit ape? The beast didn't even slow down. With a single, casual punch. Crash! The stone wall disintegrated into dust. Wang Tiexin threw himself to the front line. Shield wall. A crimson barrier materialized, glowing with defensive power. The ape clasped its massive hands together and brought them down like a sledgehammer. Boom! Song Xiaolon gasped, glancing back. If not for Brother Yi's buffs, doubling our stats, that beast would have shattered our defense instantly. It's too strong. A legendary demon beast is on another level. She looked to their leader. Brother Yi, what are your orders? Zhou Yi raised a hand high, a sigil glowing bright. Holy light heart shield, the ape roared, slashing its razor-sharp claws directly at him. Holding the line, Zhou Yi looked back at his team. Leave the ring, I'll handle the rest. Song Xiaolon, Ling Xi, and Wang Tiexin froze in unison. What? Wang Tiexin stammered. Brother Yi, are you crazy? That's not a student from Demon Capital University. That is a legendary demon beast. It doesn't know how to hold back. It will kill you. Zhou Yi turned, his face stone cold. Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? I have a plan to take down the blazing spirit ape. But once I start, the fallout will be massive. I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Churan stepped forward, her eyes swimming with worry. Brother Yi, we don't need protection. We can fight. Ling Shi nodded vigorously. My power is small, but I want to stand by you. Song Xiaolon's eyes went wide. Brother Yi, we are a team. Bam! The ape's fist slammed against the barrier, cracks beginning to form. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the chaos. Listen to me. Against a legendary beast, one mistake means death. Yes, the priests can revive you, but you lose 30% of your essence. You'll be in a weakened state for 3 months. No training, no combat. You'll be crippled as warriors. Have you truly calculated the cost of that pride? He placed a gentle hand on Jiang Churan's head. I know you're worried I can't handle it alone, but the truth is, your presence here is my only weakness. His gaze softened, filled with absolute confidence. Besides, he looked at the monster looming over them. It's just a little legendary beast. The crowd erupted in shock at his arrogance. One girl in the stands gasped, realizing what was happening. This is a historic reversal in the making, the nightmare of 7 years ago. It's playing out all over again. Summoner Sun Qiao has brought forth a disaster, a legendary demon beast. The commentator gripped his mic, voice trembling. Can Zhou Yi perform a miracle against a god-tier monster? Or is this the end? Who will claim the ultimate victory in this team battle? The suspense is suffocating. A red-haired student sneers with malicious delight. A legendary grade beast? Magnificent. Zhou Yi is a dead man walking. Just like equipment, a beast's potential is strictly ranked. Bronze, silver, gold, epic, and finally, the pinnacle of power. Legendary. But make no mistake, the difference in potential means a heaven and earth difference in power. Take a simple charge skill. On a bronze beast, it hits with mere F-rank force. But in the hands of a legendary beast, that same skill strikes with A-rank devastation, perhaps even S-rank. But the true terror lies elsewhere. Legendary beasts possess immunity to debuffs and terrifying resilience. They are nearly impossible to kill. Even the Goblin King in Suhong University's Abyss Dungeon was merely epic rank. Yet here, in a student exchange match, A legendary beast descends. It defies logic. The undying legend of Zhou Yi ends today. A spectator gasps in shock. What is happening? Why are they forfeiting? Circles of light bloom beneath Songxia, Lanlingxi, and Wang Tiexin. The surrender mechanism activates, shielding them from all harm. Zhou Yi glances back at Jiang Churan. No words are needed. She understands his intent instantly. I forfeit as well, she announces. Teleportation shards materialize around her. Zhou Yi remains alone, standing firm like a mountain. Before she vanishes, Jiang Churan looks back, her eyes filled with trust. Brother Zhou Yi, win this. The legendary beast, Ling Yan Yuan Xiao, smashes a massive fist against the barrier. Zhao Yi leaps, dodging the impact in a blur of motion. With a thunderous roar, crimson energy explodes around his fists. The ground shatters. Debris flies through a cloud of dust. But then, 2 drops of blood splatter on the ruins. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao stares in disbelief at its severed tail. I am bleeding? High above, Zhou Yi hovers, wielding a colossal golden hammer, bathed in divine light. Little Ran has left the arena, he declares, his voice cold. Now, I have no reason to hold back. Now, let us see just how terrifying a legendary beast truly is. Tan Wei watches, jaw dropped. Am I dreaming? Sun Qiao trembles. Zhou Yi. He actually wounded a legendary beast with a single strike. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao glares at the human, eyes narrowing. Human, I sense it. The aura of a supreme bloodline flows within you. The Ling Yan Yuan Xiao race is born. Legendary, the beast thinks. We are natural-born kings, destined to rule. But I remember Mother's warning. A memory surfaces of his mother's embrace. There are supreme bloodlines in this world that we must never, ever offend. And now, for the first time, I sense that terrifying lineage. Coming from this human, if he weren't so weak, I would risk the summoning backlash and flee instantly. Fortunately, he is just a lucky human who managed to fuse with a supreme bloodline. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao raises a fist, energy spiraling around it. I was careless, human, he growls. But now, I will unleash my full power. The beast launches into the sky. Green energy surges. Its eyes glow blood red. From its palm, a vicious weapon materializes, spiked clubs connected by a heavy chain. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao spins the weapon, creating a vortex of death. Zhou Yi watches calmly. Come. Zhou Yi extends his hand. Holy light erupts, birthing a golden chain that shoots forward. The beast counters, hurling its chained weapon to intercept the strike. Radiant burst, Zhou Yi commands. A massive surge of blue energy explodes from the collision. The impact sends the legendary beast flying. It slams its weapon into the ground, carving a deep trench to halt its momentum. Blood-red eyes look up in shock. Zhou Yi stares back, genuinely surprised. The beast has taken 0 damage? In the VIP box, Elder Zhou panics. Stop the match. We cannot lose the clan's future hope here. Zhou Heng spins around, sprinting for the exit. I'm going to find Wu Meng. Elder Zhou screams after him, desperation in his voice. Even if we offend Suhong University, we must stop this fight. Protect Zhou Yi at all costs. Dean Cheng turns to the instructor, sweat on his brow. Teacher Wu, forfeit the match. If Zhou Yi dies, China loses a future general. Others chime in. He's right. Zhou Yi is destined to become a regional overlord. Dying in a meaningless tournament would be a tragedy. We cannot put the cart before the horse. Zhou Heng bursts into the room. Teacher Wu, I beg you, forfeit the match. The Zhou clan will compensate Suhong University 100 times over. An assistant beside Wu Meng whispers urgently. We cannot sacrifice Zhou Yi for a fleeting tournament ranking. Teacher Wu, announce it now. Wu Meng casually picks his ear, looking bored. What do you people take me for? His mind drifts back to a conversation with the principal. Just how strong is Zhou Yi, really? In the memory, the principal of Suhong University stands with hands clasped behind his back, exuding calm. Rest easy. Unless it is a legendary beast above level 26. Zhou Yi can handle it. Wu Meng stares at the screen, a smirk forming. After level 20, the power gap between each level is an absolute chasm. Let's see what the kid can do. Under the same aptitude, the power gap is absolute. A level 26 magical beast completely overshadows a level 24 existence. That 2-level difference? It might as well be an ocean. The elder scoffed, declaring Zhu Yi's victory impossible. But Zhu Heng's voice trembled with panic. Do you not fear Zhu Yi's true power? Ling Yanyuan Xiao raised its weapon high, eyes burning crimson with bloodlust. As it smashed down, Zhu Yi countered instantly. Light of judgment. A streak of lightning tore through the air. The beast roared in agony as the holy shockwave blasted it. This divine power, my limbs, they are going numb. Zhu Yi wasted no time. Again. Another beam of blinding destruction descended. Light of judgment. The beast howled furiously, blocking the strike with raw force. It sneered at the human. Show me what you have got. Come and die. Hovering above, Zhou Yi calculated cold-bloodedly. My light of judgment is now a level 14 A-rank skill, with my S+ angel talent amplifying the light element. After transforming, my angelic form's 4-dimensional stats have doubled. The sheer destructive power. This output could instantly vaporize the undead knights in the Abyss dungeon. But against this monster, it only causes temporary injury. He regenerates instantly, looking as if he was never touched. Zhou Yi stared down at the unscathed Lingyan Yuan Shao. That recovery speed is absolutely terrifying. Boom! The beast launched itself into the sky, appearing instantly before Zhou Yi. Golden energy crackled in its eyes as mystical chains swirled around its massive frame. It glared upward, bellowing in rage. Your little tricks are becoming annoying, human. Zhou Yi analyzed the situation. I have defeated a legendary grade demon before, but that creature was severely countered by my light attribute. It could not unleash its true legendary potential. I need to be careful. To defeat a true legend like Lingyan Yuan Xiao, I must evolve my tactics. Suddenly, the beast's attack speed surged. He is getting faster. His resistance to my light magic is skyrocketing by the second. What monstrous adaptation ability. No wonder humanity lost so many souls during the Dark Era. These magical beasts are fundamentally superior to humans. Faced with a barrage of attacks, Zhou Yi spread his arms wide, chanting the incantation. Divine Grace, Guardian's Shield, Valor's Blessing. Zhou Yi layered his buffs. I must maximize my opening enhancements before the angel form fully takes over. Once I combine these buffs with the angelic body, I will finally reach my state of absolute peak performance. Lingyan Yuan Xiao leaped high, the ground beneath shattering from the force, sending debris flying everywhere. Li Xin gasped. Zhou Yi. He can get even stronger? A bystander trembled. Thank God it did not target Xiao Qiao directly. If the summoner dies, the summon vanishes. Jiang Feng shouted over the noise. Do you think the beast forgot that rule? The lion let out a ferocious roar. Jiang Feng commanded, stay focused, protect Xiao Qiao and Li Xin at all costs. The trio assumed a defensive formation. Suddenly, Zhou Yi descended like a deity, his golden body radiating holy aura, wielding the lightning of the Divine Lord. Wu Kang erupted with power. Flames exploded around him, solidifying into the blazing armor transformation. He fused his dual weapons instantly. Metal twisted and grew, forming a colossal Ruyi staff that pierced the heavens. Simultaneously, a gigantic spectral hand, dozens of times larger than a human, crashed down. The sheer pressure pulverized everything in its path. Boom! The hand slammed into the earth, branding a massive crater into the floor before detonating in a shockwave of destruction. The arena crumbled. Terror seized the crowd as spectators screamed, scattering in a chaotic stampede to escape the devastation. Amidst the chaos, the third-class mage of the Xiaoyan Alliance stepped forward. With a calm expression, she opened her grimoire. Droplets of water swirled and converged as she chanted, Guardian of the Water. Instantly, a raging torrent formed a protective dome, blocking the scorching shockwaves. Seeing the shield holds, the man with the black bun exhaled sharply. Phew, we are saved. The pink-haired girl cheered, clapping her hands. That is the third-class mage of the Alliance. We can finally breathe easy. The boy in the t-shirt clutched his chest. I thought I was a goner. I was seriously wondering if the priest could revive us if we got flattened inside the gymnasium. However, the third-class mage remained grave. She flipped a page of her spellbook, her mind racing. We anticipated a fierce battle. The Xiaoyan Alliance even upgraded the defensive barrier to level 7 before the match began. A level 7 barrier is supposed to withstand the full force bombardment of a peak second-class mage. She paused, gripping her grimoire tight. Yet Zhou Yi's single attack completely shattered it. This hasn't happened in 100 years. It seems our Zhongsha country has birthed another supreme genius, a glory for humanity. Suddenly, heavy footsteps silenced her thoughts. The four students froze, horror dawning on their faces as lightning crackled violently. Lingyan Yuan Xiao emerged from the smoke. Its face was twisted in a mask of pure, murderous rage. It ground its teeth, snorting flames from its nostrils. Detestable human, you rely solely on the cheap tricks of light and ice elements. The beast writhed in agony as the holy light burned through its flesh, destroying its regeneration. Damn humans. Damn this cursed light. Fury exploded within the monster. It slammed its massive fists down, shattering the earth beneath its feet and roaring into the sky. I am the great evil. I cannot fall here. But Zhou Yi didn't care. A fist like a meteor crashed into its face, interrupting the villain's monologue. Zhou Yi looked like an ant before the towering flame demon, but his strike carried the weight of a mountain. The beast toppled backward, howling in disbelief. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward. Die. A devastating kick slammed home, sealing the monster's fate. Golden light pierced the heavens. Debris rained down like a storm as the chaotic energy finally settled, revealing the aftermath. The spectral lion and bird shrieked as they disintegrated into nothingness. A voice cut through the dust, sending ice through Jiang Feng and Sun Xiao's veins. Do you yield, or do you wish to die? Sun Xiao closed her eyes, extinguishing her magic. The fight was over. We surrender. Her voice echoed across the silent arena. Dean Su exhaled a breath he'd been holding, while Elder Chu smiled victory was theirs. The announcement blared through the speakers, electric with hype. The winners of the team battle are Suhang University. Let the world hear it. A legendary victory for Suhang University. And give it up for the MVP, Zhou Yi. Without his miracle comeback, this history would never have been written. The stadium erupted. God Yi, God Yi. The preliminary rounds had officially concluded. Now, witness the final rankings of the team competition. First place, undefeated, Suhang University. Second, Mo University. And taking third, Qingjing University. The crowd went feral. The chants of Suhang and God Yi shook the foundations of the arena. A commentator shook his head in awe. 18 years old? Impossible power. Zhou Yi is destined to stand at the apex of China's legends. The golden aura faded. Zhou Yi returned to his normal form, drenched in sweat, exhausted but triumphant. Brother Zhou Yi, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Churan rushed toward him, her eyes filled with concern. That angel form. How do you feel? Before he could answer, a cameraman spotted the golden content and swung the lens around. Focus the lens. Get the power couple. This is viral gold, people. 50,000 viewers watched live. Zhou Yi gently patted her head, ignoring the world. Sorry. Did I make you worry? His gentle touch sent the chat into a frenzy. The viewers lost their minds over the intimacy. Confirmed. They have to be dating. My eyes don't lie. Stop with the PDA. My single heart can't take this damage. God Yi belongs to the people. Fairy Ran is a goddess. Suddenly, a massive hand blocked the lens. Ahem. The chat exploded. Who blocked the view? We were just getting to the good part. Kick him. I'll donate a rocket if you. But the camera panned to reveal the terrifying Wu Mang. Crack. Wu Mang crushed the camera with one hand, smiling a smile that wasn't smiling. Did you forget? No private streams allowed. Or do you need a personal lesson in discipline? The streamers turned pale as ghosts. He turned to Zhou Yi. Head to the villa. It's time to discuss the final nightmare, the survival match. The survival match. Later, in the briefing room, the gravity of the situation settled in. This is the endgame. All 10 universities will enter a massive, open-world dungeon. Wu Mang stood like a general, his hands clasped behind his back, commanding the room. Forget the simulations. This is reality. An unrestricted, open-world instance. Expect the unexpected. Chaos is the only constant here. Strength means nothing if your luck runs out. Even the strongest can fall instantly. Now, for the points. Kill a beast, gain 100. It's simple blood math. Hunt the monsters, fill your score. But here is the twist. Defeat a player, they lose 500 points. You gain 500. Eliminate them completely? You steal half of their entire accumulated score. 7 days of hell. The team with the highest score takes the crown. The map is vast, but you are not free to roam. You are restricted to specific zones each day. As time passes, the safe zone shrinks. Move to the new sector or face immediate elimination. And one final warning. Burn this into your minds. Your spawn point is random. If you land in the void boundary, run. Wu Mang's eyes darkened with a heavy sorrow. He spoke of the endless void, riddled with spatial fractures, rifts deadly enough to obliterate a third awakening professional in the blink of an eye. The agreement was unanimous. Time shifted. Under the cover of night, the silence was broken by the slow, deliberate rhythm of approaching footsteps. Emerging from the shadows was none other than Dean Su. He arrived at a secure base. The blast doors slid open automatically, revealing an atmosphere so heavy it felt like gravity had doubled. The silence was suffocating. One could hear the drop of a pin. A voice pierced the quiet. Dean Su, you have finally arrived. As he approached the conference table, Su cut straight to the chase. All the team instructors of Suhang University gathered in one place? What exactly are you plotting? Dean Cheng replied with an unsettling calm. Dean Su, listen closely. If there are no unexpected accidents, the first place title of this survival match belongs solely to Suhang University. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Are you willing to accept that? The scene shifts abruptly to a different location. A blue-haired girl unleashed her magic, energy swirling around her. Above, a drone camera captured every angle, broadcasting live as the commentator's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale of the National University Freshman Exchange is here. The survival match is about to commence. This grueling battle will rage on for a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Due to the danger, there will be no live audience at the venue. Instead, we are broadcasting continuously via the live stream app. Now, allow me to introduce the secret dungeon instance for this match. Through the dissipating smoke, a massive, rugged stone structure began to reveal itself. The announcer's voice rose with excitement. This is no ordinary dungeon. Reliable sources confirm this is an ancient battlefield relic of the Beast Clan. Behold, the gates are opening. The commentator announced the name with reverence. The 10,000 Beast Imperial Ruins. Upon seeing the colossal gate, the players buzzed with adrenaline and excitement. A voice cut through the noise. We may not know which era this Beast Clan war dates back to, but one thing is certain. Inside lies a world of total unknown and lethal danger. Ferocious demonic beasts of high tiers lurk in the wilderness. Their razor-sharp claws and fangs are primed, waiting to tear apart any challenger foolish enough to trespass. He continued, hyping up the crowd. Every inch of soil, every jagged rock, could conceal a forgotten divine artifact. It may also bury legendary heavenly treasures and earthly resources. Only those with supreme intelligence and unyielding courage can unearth its secrets. Hearing this, one student grinned with greed. Divine artifacts? Heavenly treasures? If I get my hands on one, my path to success is guaranteed. A black-haired youth nearby grimaced at the idiocy. He thought, which third-rate school produced such a naive fool? If this dungeon is open for a student competition, the military has definitely swept it clean already. How could any real treasures possibly be left behind? Slowly, the massive gates groaned open. The announcer gave his final rallying cry. Contestants, grip your weapons, steel your resolve, face the challenge bravely. We are waiting to witness the birth of a legend. The black-haired student spotted Zhou Yi, and panic flashed in his mind. I pray I do not run into him too early in the instance. Just the sight of his broad shoulders in that simple t-shirt radiated an overwhelming aura of majesty. Suddenly, another figure materialized, draped in a long cloak flowing down to his ankles, exuding an air of nobility and raw power. It was Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back as the teleportation took hold. Zhou Yi analyzed the situation. Even with physical contact, the system randomizes our entry points. It seems hunting them down will cost me some precious time. Deep in thought, the sound of retreating footsteps snapped him back to reality. Wei. He was fleeing. Zhou Yi turned his head sharply. Humph. Wei He activated his skill instantly to boost his agility. 1,000-mile journey. In a blink, he vanished from sight. Zhou Yi watched the empty space, his voice dripping with casual disdain. Foolish creature, your current point value is 0. Why would I waste energy attacking you now? He summoned a massive warhammer, a cruel, predatory grin twisting his features. Rabbits must be fattened up before they are slaughtered. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, a soft green glow illuminated Xiaolan. Her eyes were closed, her mind submerged in silent, focused observation. Suddenly, a red silhouette darted through the canopy above. She remained motionless as a statue, calculating the intruder's trajectory. Direction: north. Distance: 1,000 meters. Male. Affiliation: unknown. Xiaolan snapped one eye open, drawing her bowstring taut. If that monster Zhou Yi is here, the arrow screamed through the air. The target spotted the projectile incoming and identified it instantly. A spirit arrow? Wei He executed a high-speed evasion maneuver. He shouted desperately, Xiaolan, hold fire, it is me! His eyes locked onto hers with intensity, and the second arrow paused on the string. Xiaolan lowered her weapon. You are lucky, you spoke up when you did. Correct. But why were you fleeing at such a breakneck pace? Hearing her question, Wei, he scratched his cheek, looking evasive. Ah, well, did you perhaps encounter anyone from Suhong University? He thought to himself, I can't exactly admit I was so terrified that I burned my ultimate flash step skill just to run away. The two formed a temporary alliance and began to move through the woods. As they traveled, she explained, no, my plant empathy skill only allows me to scan a 10-mile radius, and strictly in areas covered by vegetation. You are the only living soul to enter my detection range. Wei. He nodded, relief washing over him. Oh, right. According to our pre-match pact, we stick together. That sounds like a solid plan. She agreed. Elsewhere, a dark-haired student watched the battle on his tablet, completely baffled. Capital University and Qingjing University. Why would rivals choose to ally? On the bed, a bespectacled young man turned a page of his book. Their power levels are too close. Fear keeps them from striking first. He continued calmly. Plus, the instance dungeon is crawling with danger. Cooperation is the smartest move at the start. The survival game only gets interesting in the late game. This is merely day 1. By day 7, tracking devices will reveal everyone's location. That is when the real slaughter begins. The dark-haired boy nodded slowly. It all made sense now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a horde of abominations charged in a frenzy. Zhou Yi remained calm. He raised 2 fingers and commanded gravity itself. In a single breath, they were crushed into the earth. Kill confirmed. 100 points added. Moments later, green-skinned beasts swarmed from the shadows. You dare trespass on our territory, brat? Die! Kill him! Zhou Yi didn't flinch. His right arm erupted with azure energy. Freeze. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were turned into frozen statues, trapped in eternal ice. He snapped his fingers. The ice shattered, scattering their remains. Next, giant spiders lunged. 500 points secure. Then another 50. Zhou Yi swung a massive mechanical hammer behind him. A brutal impact crushed the sneaking spider instantly. System notification, plus 1,200 points. The wave of monsters was annihilated. Zhou Yi tapped his wristband, satisfied. That was a tricky elite mob. Let's see the harvest. He analyzed the data. A mechanic is truly a one-man army in this mode. Robots to scout high-level threats, drones to farm low-level beasts, splitting forces to hunt on multiple fronts simultaneously. Dean Wu was right. This survival match is a stage built for summoners and mechanics. The leaderboards flashed open. First place, Zhou Yi, 15,792 points. Second place, Wang Xuan. Third place, Li Mengze. Zhou Yi scrolled down the holographic list. Let's check on the others. Jiang Churan, Xialan, T-Sin, Ling Si. Rank 9, Jiang Churan. Rank 10, Wang Jiexin. Rank 11, Xia Lan. All within expectations. Suddenly, his finger froze. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted in disbelief. What is this? Tan Wei and Zhang Tie. Their combat power isn't top tier, but they are solid mid-level fighters compared to the other students. Why are their points so pitifully low? Rank 72, Tan Wei, 540 points. Rank 81, Zhang Ti. A status update blinked on screen. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Eliminated? The text turned red. Rank 72, Tan Wei. Eliminated. Rank 81, Zhang Ti. Eliminated. Zhou Yi's mind raced. There are only 3 causes for elimination: traps, monsters, or players. The safe zone hasn't shrunk yet, so it wasn't the environment. He recalled Tan Wei's battle with the giant serpent. That determination. Tan Wei is no amateur. He might be a substitute member, but his strength is real. He ranks upper middle among all contestants. He is cautious. He never takes unnecessary risks. Even against a boss monster, he has the skills to escape. A chill ran down Zhou Yi's spine. Did other players gang up on them? He pictured the sinister smiles of rival teams. In this dungeon, the scariest thing isn't the monsters. It's the weaker teams banding together for profit. They hunt in packs to eliminate stragglers, but the teleportation locations were random. At the start, everyone is isolated. Forming a team this quickly should be impossible. That kind of predatory alliance usually happens in the late game. Suddenly, the broadcast echoed through the sky. Attention contestants, the safe zone is about to shrink. You have 3 hours to reach the safe area. Failure means elimination. Zhou Yi grit his teeth. Already? Elsewhere in the dungeon, a shadow moved through the canyon with lightning speed. The figure cursed under his breath. Just my luck. It was Zhou Yi. He pushed his speed to the limit. The zone shrink is absurdly far this time. I have to go full throttle to make it. I have to put Tan Wei's situation aside for now. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on a nearby peak. Zhou Yi changed direction instantly. That energy signature. It's Ling Shi. Tong Ling Shi unleashed her power. Sharp water arrows screamed through the air, locking onto the orange-haired girl. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. Wu Kang emerged with a weapon, launching a sneak attack. Tang Ling Shi whipped around in shock. He struck hard, sneering. Just a troublesome background character. Reflexes kicked in. She conjured a shield just in time. The very next second, she retaliated with a stone pillar strike. Boom! A massive spiked sphere materialized above him. It crashed down, crushing Wu Kang into the dirt. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull in disbelief. Tang Ling Shi frowned, dusting off her hands. Tsk. How incredibly annoying. Didn't your master teach you never to underestimate an opponent? Or did you really think my memory was that poor? Just then, Luo Sheng leaped from the shadows for a surprise kill. Tang Ling Shi shifted into a combat stance. Did you think I'd forget there were 2 of you rats? With a fierce cry, she slammed her staff into the earth. Magic erupted. Rocks swirled and launched forward. Stone spirit bind. Luo Sheng was instantly sealed within a stone sphere, while Wu Kang remained flattened beneath the spiked weight. Total dominance. Both attackers were completely immobilized, unable to twitch a muscle. Tang Ling Shi panted, her chest heaving. Will you surrender, or shall I break you until the system eliminates you? Suddenly, The sound of slow clapping echoed through the air. Her eyes widened. It was Li Jian, lurking in the corner. A chill ran down her spine. There was a third one hiding in the shadows? He smirked, eyeing her with twisted admiration. I never expected Suhong University to produce such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's brilliance was overshadowed by her teammates. What a tragic waste of talent. The moment he stopped speaking, his hounds lunged at her. Tang Lingxi grit her teeth and roared. Shut your mouth. Water arrows flashed, slicing through the pack of beasts. But in that split second of distraction, a hound manifested directly behind her back. Snap! Fangs sank deep into her arm. Li Jian laughed maniacally. Perfect. Rip her arm right off. He calculated coldly. Without her staff, her casting speed and power will plummet. She's finished. She can't defeat me now. But Tang Lingxi didn't panic. A sly smile curved her lips. Opportunities are useless if you aren't fast enough to take them. Before he could react, a magic circle blazed to life right beside her. Li Jian's face twisted in horror. Impossible. Casting without a staff? Boom! A catastrophic explosion engulfed the area. The shockwave blasted Li Jian away and obliterated his summons into dust. As the smoke cleared, the system interface flashed. Alert! Participant Li Jian of Qingkang University is critically injured and comatose, unable to continue. Official announcement. Participant Li Jian eliminated. Participant Tang Lingxi receives 1,050 points. But victory came at a cost. Tang Lingxi collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. Damn it. My mana. It's completely drained. Seeing her vulnerable, one of the ambushes seized the moment to finish her off. Wu Kang hurled a sharp dagger, aiming for her heart. But just before it struck, a foot stepped out of nowhere. Wu Kang froze. What? The figure blocking the lethal blade was none other than Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi raised his leg, eyes burning with fury. You have a death wish. His kick connected with explosive force, shattering the air itself. Tang Lingxi struggled to speak. Zhou. With her final ounce of strength, she whispered, Brother Yi. Before darkness took her. The system blared again. Alert! Participant Wu Kang of Yueki University is critically injured and comatose, unable to continue. Participant Wu Kang eliminated. Participant Zhou Yi receives 1,240 points. Zhou Yi knelt to heal Tang Lingxi, but his gaze suddenly shifted. He glared to the side. It was Luo Sheng, preparing a sneak attack. But Zhou Yi's eyes radiated such terrifying killing intent that Luo Sheng flinched in pure fear. Alert! Participant Luo Sheng of Chaoyang University has forfeited. Participant Tang Lingxi receives 1,860 points. 3 notifications. 3 different schools. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. These 3 weren't teammates, yet they coordinated perfectly to eliminate Lingxi. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a hit squad. He gently lifted Tang Lingxi and carried her to a safe spot to recover. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. Rank 69. Zhang Zhe. 680 points. Eliminated. Even in her weakened state, Tang Lingxi received the same grim notification. Zhang Zhe was out. Fury boiled within her. Zhang Zhe. He must have been ambushed by these shameless cowards just like I was. She turned to Zhou Yi, her voice trembling with rage. Brother Yi, something is wrong. This entire situation is bizarre. The spawn locations in the secret realm are supposed to be completely random. So how did they group up on the very first day? And worse, how did they pinpoint our exact locations to launch these coordinated ambushes? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. I suspect they're using a special tracking method. They know exactly where we are. Tang Lingxi screamed, outrage burning in her eyes. That's cheating. This is a national tournament. How dare they pull a stunt like this? However, he clarified with a cold edge to his voice. If this power stems from a unique ability innate to a participant, then by the rules, it cannot be condemned as cheating. But if they dared to use underhanded tricks hidden from the public eye, his eyes overflowed with terrifying killing intent as he declared, I will ensure their reputations are shattered and their names destroyed. Suddenly, Tang Lingxi spoke up, her voice trembling with sorrow. Sister Churan and the others, they are scattered everywhere. It is highly likely they have already been surrounded and ambushed. She whispered, I am afraid. Hearing this, Zhu Yi turned to her, offering gentle words of comfort. The 9 academies have formed an alliance. Their goal 6 days ago was to weaken my strength, which meant targeting you all first. Then, on the final day, they planned to focus solely on me. It was an unavoidable reality that those despicable cowards would launch a coordinated siege. Furthermore, he asserted with overflowing confidence, in the face of absolute power, any scheme or treacherous plot is completely futile. Everything they have done today, everything they did 6 days ago, I will make them pay it back twofold. His domineering arrogance sent a flush to her cheeks. Shyly, she lowered her head. her heart crying out in admiration. Second brother, after stabilizing her condition, he hoisted his sword, ready to depart, but he paused to leave a final warning. Do not let anger consume you. Your wounds have not yet fully healed. Drink some mana potion and rest here for the night. I will go and personally cleanse the surrounding area of all magical beasts. Several days later, the tournament reconnaissance drones broadcasted the date. November 20th, 2064. It was the final day of the National University and College Freshman Survival Exchange Tournament. Today, 74 contestants will commence the final slaughter. This will determine the final rankings of the survival match. The location data of every single contestant is now displayed on your AI wristbands. Let us wait together to witness the birth of a true powerhouse. The audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion about the final day. The ultimate massacre of the survival match was a spectacle everyone had been waiting for. After 6 days of brutal combat, Suhong University is down to just Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi, and Jiang Churan, aren't they? The 9 academies have a total of 71 people. The numerical advantage is overwhelming. Who knows if Zhou Yi can withstand the combined assault of 9 schools? At that moment, the reconnaissance drone revealed the positions within the secret realm. In the vast, endless desert, a large group was lying in wait for someone. One of them spoke up, checking the radar. Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi are heading directly towards our position. Wei, he glanced at the map and immediately issued a command. Jiang Churan is in the northwest. Her strength is decent, but she hasn't reached the monstrous level of Zhou Yi. Furthermore, there are over 10 people closing in on her location. Xiaolan, take 5 people and rendezvous with the group over there. You must eliminate Jiang Churan at all costs. Here, we have 47 people to deal with Zhou Yi together. Xiaolan replied without hesitation, understood. Immediately after assigning tasks, Wei He loudly rallied the other contestants. Based on Zhou Yi's current speed, I estimate he will arrive here in about 1 hour. This battle will determine the final ranking of our exchange tournament. Everyone needs to be at 100% focus. Make full preparations. Meanwhile, in another location, a sharp slash tore through the air. Jiang Churan effortlessly knocked away the other contestants. Anyone foolish enough to rush her was instantly dominated and beaten down. Xiaolan arrived on the scene, her voice cutting through the chaos. Little Ran, it has been a long time since we had a serious fight. She drew her bow, aiming directly at Jiang Churan. Consider this, me bullying the weak with numbers. Once the tournament ends, we can have a fair duel. Those words earned a scornful laugh from Jiang Churan. Xiaolan, why bother waiting for the future? Her power began to erupt, aura flaring around her as she arrogantly declared. Before, Brother Zhou Yi was always the one exerting himself, which made you all think I was soft and easy to bully. Today, I will open your eyes to the truth. Xiaolan watched in shock as Jiang Churan transformed. Realizing with horror that it was the complete transformation effect of the demon charm, she could not believe her eyes. I never imagined Little Ran had already mastered the succubus bloodline to this extent. For this battle, even with 24 people, we must use every ounce of our strength. She quickly fired arrows to support the other contestants attacking Jiang Churan while shouting loud commands. Deep in the desert, 2 massive monsters were locked in a savage brawl. Suddenly, a colossal source of power erupted nearby, terrifying the beasts into fleeing for their lives. Wei He and Wang Xuan waited patiently. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted through the dunes, kicking up a storm of dust. Wei He instantly recognized the arrival and called out, Zhou Yi. As soon as the words "he is here" left his lips, a massive silhouette emerged. A giant was striding towards them. Standing proudly atop the giant's head were 2 figures, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. Seeing him, Wei He smirked with smug satisfaction. Zhou Yi, you should feel honored, he announced. Just to deal with you, we have gathered 47 of the top elite students from every university here. Those words only made Zhou Yi let out a cold, mocking laugh. 47 contestants? He looked down at them with utter disdain. You are nothing more than a disorderly mob. His blatant insult pierced the pride of the gathered elites, sending them into a rage. They roared back. Arrogant! You are simply too arrogant! However, fear was nowhere to be found in Zhou Yi's eyes. Instead, he looked down on them with pure arrogance. What's the matter? Did I strike a nerve? Is there a single one among you who hasn't already been defeated by my hands? He pointed a finger at the crowd, his voice dripping with mockery. You relied on numbers to eliminate half of my Suhong University team. And now? You have to band together just to face me alone. Without your little mob, I doubt any of you would even have the courage to stand in my presence. Come on then, you weaklings are useless, no matter how many of you join forces. His contemptuous words set their blood boiling with rage. Yet, he remained calm, delivering the final verdict. I will teach you a lesson today. No matter how many ants gather, they can never bite a dragon to death. Without hesitation, the war began. Wang Xuan was the first to trigger the assault. Fake judgment. His two allies followed instantly. Heed my call. Blazing blade technique. The entire alliance charged at once. Zhou Yi leaped from the giant's shoulder, shouting a command to Tang Lingxi. Wait for me there! System notifications flooded his vision. Courage bestowed. A moment later, he crashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom! He didn't waste a second. Weapon in hand, he dashed forward as the skill window flashed. Blessing of Dawn. A single strike from Zhou Yi swept through the crowd like a reaper. With every swing of his weapon, another group of elites collapsed. His overwhelming power left a spectator stunned. His speed. It's unreal, but another student refused to believe it. He's strong, but he's just a freshman. How can a single rookie fight against 47 people? Before Zhou Yi stood a wall of summoned monsters. He charged straight into the jaws of the beast. One creature reached out to crush him. Fist met claw in a thunderous collision. Zhou Yi's raw power shattered the monster into oblivion instantly. The students didn't stop their barrage. Angel body, defensive field open, light guardian, magic defense. Layer upon layer of shields activated. Zhou Yi's attack smashed through the first barrier, but the others held firm. The three pink-haired girls smirked, relieved. There are still 6 defensive layers left. We stopped him. Their confidence made Zhou Yi laugh out loud. Stopped me? He pointed at them, a savage grin spreading across his face. That was merely the warm-up. As soon as the words left his lips, the sky darkened. A colossal hand descended from the heavens. The moment the hand of God appeared, Wang Xuan's face turned pale with terror. The other students were paralyzed with fear, but survival instinct kicked in. Screams erupted. Dodge it, run, move or you'll die. While the mob scattered in panic, Wang Xuan stood his ground, ready to face the apocalypse. Wei! He screamed at him. Wang Xuan, have you lost your mind? The system flashed red warnings frantically. Extreme danger, extreme danger. Wang Xuan gritted his teeth, eyes burning with determination. Even if the success rate is 0, I have to try. This is the counter strategy I designed after analyzing the replays. I'm combining the metal plates based on my calculations. I remember fighting you in that match. I watched the Hand of God 100 times. I measured the force and the impact range. He frantically assembled the metal armor. It looks solid, but the force is actually dispersed. If I can assemble all these machines into a dispersed load-bearing defense, maybe, just maybe, I can withstand one fatal strike. Just as Wang Xuan finished his metal fortress, Zhou Yi's Hand of God arrived. Fearless, Wang Xuan roared at the sky. Come at me! The divine palm crashed into the shield. It pressed down effortlessly, crushing the metal like paper. The ground shattered, sending a mushroom cloud of dust into the sky. Zhou Yi hovered above the destruction like a descending deity. Your lives are in my hands now. Surrender, or be destroyed. Wei, he refused to yield. He shouted Zhou Yi's name and launched a desperate attack. Zhou Yi! A blast of energy roared toward him. Explosive flame defense. After firing the shot, Wei He panted heavily, his energy drained. He thought, if Zhou Yi blocks this, he'll be wide open for the others. Immediately, the rest of the alliance swarmed in. Wind, slash. Blue-silver sword. They launched a total gang assault on Zhou Yi. Wei He smirked confidently. Our people are ready. Even if we can't eliminate Zhou Yi instantly, we can definitely inflict heavy injuries. Watching the swarm approach, Zhou Yi sighed deeply. In the end, he blocked the attacks with a single hand, his voice booming. I have been far too gentle with you people. Without a shred of mercy, he unleashed hell upon the Light of Judgment team, striking them down one by one. Wang Xuan, lying defeated, felt a bitter regret. He's even stronger than before. I thought this would be a war, but it was a one-sided massacre. If I had known the gap was this wide, there would have been no point in allying with the 9 universities. He stared at the system prompt. Do you wish to surrender? Sorrow washing over him. I'm going to be the laughingstock of the entire country after this. High above, Wumong threw his head back and laughed, watching the absolute dominance unfold on the big screen. A 9 Academy alliance? Dean Cheng, you certainly pulled out all the stops just to crush Suhong University. Dean Cheng feigned ignorance, his face a mask of innocence. Dean Wu, whatever do you mean? I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Wu Meng's patience snapped at the blatant act. There are no outsiders here. Drop the pretenses and stop embarrassing yourself. He began rattling off the conspirators one by one, his voice dripping with accusation. Wei He from Mo Academy, Xiaolan from Holy Capital, Li Jian from Changchang, Wu Kang, Luo Sheng. I know them all. Unless one is completely blind, it is obvious what you people are plotting. The intent is written all over your faces. Wu Meng didn't stop there. He wasn't asking a question. He was stating a cold, hard fact. Ordinary universities wouldn't have the guts. Mado University is firmly in second place and has no reason to wade into these muddy waters, unless forced or bribed. Only Qingjing University, the organizer of this event, possesses the influence to unite 9 top academies in such a scheme. Am I wrong? Dean Cheng remained silent, but his mind raced. Qingjing University had the home field advantage, yet they were being crushed. To save face, he had no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic. His mind flashed back to the day of the secret meeting, where they plotted to take down the anomaly known as Zhou Yi. In that smoke-filled room, Dean Cheng had shouted, desperate to rally support. Dean Su. If Suhong University takes first place in all three major categories, where will that leave the dignity of our elite institutions? Dean Su of Motto University didn't hesitate to push back. Dean Cheng, save the righteous speech. Don't use dignity as an excuse for your own panic. My Motto University has been third for years. Getting second place this year is already a victory for me. I have no interest in fighting a losing battle for first. Hearing this refusal, Dean Cheng immediately threw his trump card on the table, a bribe too good to ignore. If you join the alliance, Qingjing University will provide S-class resources to every participating school. Consider it a token of our sincerity. Smelling blood, the old fox Dean Su immediately raised the stakes. 2 shares, nothing less. Cornered and desperate, Dean Cheng gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine. Deal. With the alliance secured, he laid out the battle plan to the gathered leaders. Listen closely. Instruct your students to avoid engaging each other. Cooperate wherever possible. Your primary objective is to eliminate every Suhong University student except Zhou Yi within the first 6 days. If anyone encounters Zhou Yi, run immediately. Do not engage alone. We wait until everyone is gathered, then we crush him with overwhelming numbers. Back in the present, Wu Meng glared at the guilty faces around him. Well, do the rest of you have nothing to say about this shameful plot? You are all respected figures in the academic world. Why is everyone suddenly mute? He turned his burning gaze toward Dean Feng He. Dean Feng, you're usually so vocal. The man jumped, stuttering. Huh? Me? Wu Meng's voice dropped to a growl. You are known for your high morals and virtue. A true gentleman. Aren't you afraid that participating in this dirty scheme will destroy your reputation? Dean Feng, he didn't even blink. The old hypocrite smiled smoothly. Dean Wu, that is a harsh accusation. Cooperation in a competition is a perfectly rational strategy. We haven't violated a single rule. It is simply tactics. The sheer shamelessness of the answer made Wu Meng huff in disgust. Suddenly, Wu Meng's expression hardened, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. Do you truly believe these petty tricks can stop Zhou Yi from taking the championship? It is laughable. Zhou Yi's power is plain for all to see. He is not someone who can be defeated by scheming rats. A true powerhouse does not fear a challenge. No matter who targets him, Suhong University will take the throne. Mark my words. Meanwhile, inside the instance, a student frantically smashed his teleport button, but instead of escape, a crimson warning flashed. System error. Cannot teleport. Please wait. Wang Xuan's face went pale with terror. What? What is this? Around him, the cries of defeated students echoed in the air. It hurts. I surrender. Let me out. I need a healer. Panic spread like wildfire. Why wasn't the teleportation working? A cold dread settled in Wang Xuan's gut. Something was wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. At that exact moment, the space behind Zhou Yi warped. A dimensional rift tore open, revealing a colossal, unblinking eye staring from the void. In the monitoring room, Dean Wu stood up, stunned. What is that? Why is a creature like that appearing in a novice secret realm? Dean Cheng's composure shattered. He screamed into his comms. Hurry! Initiate emergency extraction. Pull all the students out now. But the operator at the teleportation gate was trembling, sweat pouring down his face. Space! Space is destabilizing. I can't open the magic transfer channel. The room erupted into chaos. The deans, previously so arrogant, were now gripped by pure fear. Those students are the future pillars of the Xia nation. If they perish here, it will be a blow our country cannot recover from. This is being broadcast nationwide. If foreign nations see this massacre, our national dignity will be dragged through the mud. I don't care what it takes. Save them. Even Wu Meng felt a chill run down his spine, his thoughts racing only to one person, Zhou Yi. Survive. Suddenly, the screens flickered violently. Static consumed the image. The signal was lost. Please reconnect immediately, the deans shouted in an uproar, panic seizing the room. What on earth just happened? They screamed at each other in sheer terror, right at the most critical moment. What is that thing? Just moments ago, did you see it? A grotesque monster looming right behind Zhou Yi? I didn't see it. Hearing the warning, he reacted instantly, spinning around, but the void beast was faster, grazing past him like a phantom. Without hesitation, he summoned his weapon. With full force, he unleashed a devastating strike at the creature. Yet, the creature vanished into thin air, leaving him bewildered. Where did it go? He wondered, eyes darting around. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wang Xuan's mech made a heavy landing. As the mech stabilized, Zhou Yi immediately called out. Do you know what we are dealing with? The moment Wang Xuan landed before him, the truth came out. That is a void beast. He revealed a terrifying secret. It has been sealed in this secret realm for decades, a creature that only exists in the legends of the older generation. Born in the infinite void, it defies all common logic. It moves freely through rifts in space and time, shifting between reality and illusion. It is like a ghost, impossible to catch. But its most terrifying power is tearing space itself to create turbulent time flows. Once sucked in, there is absolutely no path to survival. Just as Zhou Yi asked how the seal was broken, a heaven-shaking scream pierced the air. The void beast emerged. Panic exploded among the candidates as they screamed in terror. What the hell is that monster? Run! Run for your lives! Zhou Yi did not run. He coiled his muscles for a strike. A punch of immense power aimed straight at the beast. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the void beast snapped its eyes open. In a blink, it vanished and reappeared right in front of Zhou Yi. Two vicious slashes tore across his legs. Pain shot through him, making him grit his teeth in agony. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open. A massive force began dragging Zhou Yi inside. He refused to panic. Instead, he launched a counterattack straight into the gaping maw of the spatial gate. While he struggled against the portal's pull, the void beast prepared to launch a fatal strike from within the rift. Not wasting a single second, he unleashed his ultimate move. His voice boomed like thunder. Holy Fist. The attack carried soul-shaking power, tearing through the atmosphere. It surged forward horizontally, roaring like furious lightning. But the brilliant, deep pink energy, it was completely neutralized by the void beast in less than half a second. Chu Ran lunged forward. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yi, shielding him from the violent aftershocks. Under the immense pressure, they slammed into the cold ground and skidded a long distance. Helan gripped her bow tight, shouting a command. Gather up. We need to combine our strength to take down this monster. Amidst the thick white smoke, Chu Ran slowly pushed herself up, straddling Zhou Yi's chest. The young man beneath her looked exhausted. The deadly encounter had taken a heavy toll on him. Struggling to breathe, he managed to whisper, Xiao Ran, why did you come here? She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I made it in time. Then, she quickly explained everything. I realized no one could exit the secret realm. I knew something went wrong, so I rushed back in to find you. But right then, Zhou Yi sensed a spike in danger. Something was wrong. The void beast had shifted its target. Luckily, a streak of golden power intercepted the attack just in time. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, cracking the very ground beneath them. He, Lan, standing too close, was instantly swept into the blast radius. Chu Ran screamed her teammate's name in horror. He Lan. Zhou Yi seized the moment to give orders. Xiaoran, I've been poisoned. I need time to purge the toxins. Go, protect the other students. The void beast grew even more arrogant and wild. Now, facing it alone, was Ying Jie. Its razor-sharp claws slashed downward with lethal force. But Chu Ran arrived instantly, erecting a defensive barrier in the nick of time. Stumbling back, the young man was paralyzed with fear. He could only stammer unintelligibly. I. It wasn't over. The monster's massive hand swept across horizontally. It had absolutely no intention of letting its prey escape. In the heat of the crisis, a familiar voice rang out. Activate power. Get out of the way. Skill. Siren's charm. Yingjie's body instinctively arched backward. He narrowly escaped the fatal smash by a hair's breadth. The void beast roared in fury at the interference. You rats. You don't know your own limits. Changshan could only dodge, rolling away again and again. The enemy was overwhelming in both size and power. Where the hell did this thing come from? He struggled to hold his ground, though the situation was hopeless. Terrifying pressure crushed the space around them. A cruel, mocking laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. You are no match for me. A bunch of insects daring to challenge the god of space and time? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was channeling two skills at once, self-regeneration and death resistance. This void beast's ability is too bizarre, he thought. The moment anyone gets close, it opens a spatial rift to block them. Ranged attacks were useless against this creature. The moment it sensed danger, the beast would vanish into the void. The battlefield had descended into absolute chaos. Pandemonium reigned supreme. Scores of players united, yet they were helpless before the beast's ferocity. Amidst the despair, Olivia was suddenly seized. A pink ribbon shot forth, wrapping tight around her. Her savior was none other than Su Ran. Su Ran tossed Olivia to Ling Shi before charging back into the fray. Ling Shi didn't hesitate, immediately tending to the wounded student. But Olivia had lost her mind. She screamed in pure terror. It's over, we're all finished. Ling Shi worked frantically on Olivia's frozen arm. Calm down, let me seal the wound. But Olivia's face darkened, consumed by a new horror. It's hopeless. No one can save us now. We're all going to die here. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Lingzi tried to soothe her, her voice filled with unwavering faith in one man, Zhou Yi. Pull yourself together. Brother Yi is strong. He'll save us. But her words fell on deaf ears. Olivia muttered, "This isn't what the teacher promised." Lingxi frowned, gripping Olivia's good arm tightly. "What do you mean? What do you know?" But Olivia was too far gone, babbling in hysteria. "No. It's wrong. Why is it different? It wasn't supposed to happen like this." When the truth finally spilled from her lips, Lingxi froze. Her world turned pitch black. The revelation was shattering. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The contestants clashed violently against the Void Beast. Explosions of mana lit up the sky. A kaleidoscope of attacks bombarded the creature. As Lingxi processed the words, true horror dawned in her eyes. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade of energy sliced through the air. It cleaved an innocent student in two without mercy. She couldn't waste another second. Lingzi spun around and sprinted, hoping to prevent a catastrophe. The battle reached its bloody peak. Suran was trapped. The Void Beast's jaws clamped down, its razor teeth locking her in a death grip. Zhu Yi, Xiaolan, and Lingxi watched in horror. They realized the truth, but it was too late. Before Zhu Yi could react, the beast unleashed a shockwave. Tremors ripped through the air, forcing them back. Zhu Yi didn't care. He threw himself toward the devouring black hole. Su Ran! Lingxi screamed his name from behind. "Brother Yi, listen!" Lingzi cried out. "The dean of Qingchang Academy. He planted void butterfly eggs on us. The mother bug can track us from thousands of miles away. We're walking beacons." The puzzle pieces clicked into place. That was how the contestants from all 9 academies were drawn together so quickly. Zhu Yi whipped his head around, his gaze piercing. Wang Xuan flinched under the sudden scrutiny. "I didn't know," Wang Xuan stammered, hands raised. "I swear, I thought it was just a coincidence." Lingxi continued, her voice trembling. "The void butterflies are symbiotic with the void beast. That's why it found us in this secret realm. It thinks we stole its eggs. That's why it's attacking." Suran. She might already be doomed. Zhu Yi stared at his glowing hand, a plan forming in the chaos. "Lingxi, gather everyone's insect eggs, find the mother bug. Now." Lingxi's eyes widened. She realized exactly what he was planning. "You're going to." Before she could finish, power exploded from Zhu Yi. Every cell in his body roared to life, overflowing with vitality. "I failed to protect Suran once. Never again. I will find her, even if I have to raze this realm to the ground. I will tear through the void itself." His golden eyes burned with absolute truth and resolve. "I will be the bait." Suddenly, a weak voice cut through the tension. "Zhu Yi, I can subdue the beast." Sun Qiao struggled to stand, clutching his wounds. "The Sun family possesses a forbidden sealing art. Even against a monster far above my level, it can work. But such god-defying power came with a terrible price. The moment the seal activates, it drains every drop of mana from the caster, instantly. The shock of the mana drain is devastating. If you can't survive that split second between life and death, you die." Sun Qiao looked down, sorrow etched on his face. "But my body, I can't handle it." "Then why even mention it?" Lingxi snapped furiously. But for Zhu Yi, this was the only straw left to grasp. "I'll do it," Zhu Yi declared. "Teach me the technique." Guided by Sun Qiao's instructions, Zhu Yi didn't hesitate. He activated the technique. Spirit butterflies glowed with divine light, swarming the pile of eggs. Boom! The eggs detonated in a chain reaction. As the smoke cleared, the very fabric of space began to fracture. Fueled by the realization of his wish, strength floods his veins. In this ascended form, Zhou Yi clenches his fists, ready to face the impossible. Zhou Yi is no summoner. To bridge the gap, he requires a catalyst. But as it turns out, a summoner's own body is the ultimate vessel. His decision is cold and absolute. "I will pour every drop of my mana into this eye bead, transforming it into the ultimate summoning artifact." Zhou Yi flickers through the air, his warhammer tearing through space. As he unleashes a savage horizontal sweep, his mind races with the plan. With this artifact, the sealing secret art is yours to command. Seeing this mere human standing tall against the void, the beast finally feels a flicker of fear. Impossible. How can a mortal withstand my power for so long? Yet, its arrogance remains unshaken. It mocks him. "Struggle all you want. Against me, your efforts are meaningless." Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts. It slams into the beast with the force of a supernova. Golden hair dances in the shockwave. Struck by the terrifying impact, the void beast panics. "How do you possess such power?" Zhou Yi swings his hammer again, his voice dropping to a growl. "You are going nowhere!" The beast cackles maniacally. "You fool! Have you truly not realized yet? You can never capture the void." As the words leave its mouth, the dimensional rift snaps shut. The beast gloats, yet watches warily. But then, the impossible happens. Zhou Yi matches its speed instantly, forcing a scream of terror from its throat. This is bad. Its fears are realized. Zhou Yi leaps, momentum building into a heaven-shattering strike that smashes the beast into oblivion. The very fabric of its dimension crumbles into dust. All of Zhou Yi's pent-up rage explodes in this singular, devastating moment. You merely got lucky once. Do not get cocky. The cosmic membrane shifts, turning into razor-sharp blades that slash toward him with lethal precision. Arrogant human, I will show you the true, terrifying power of the god of time and space. In that split second between life and death, a memory flashes in his mind. Zhou Yi, listen closely. It was Sun Qiao's warning. A summoner's mana can bridge worlds. Take this artifact. With it, you won't just break the seal, you will trap that monster within the dimensional rift itself. But be warned. My mana is finite. I cannot guarantee your safety forever. Zhou Yi seizes the moment, unleashing Holy Light Hurricane and Light of Judgment to shield himself. The closer death comes, the faster his tactical mind spins. Once inside the chaotic time stream, every second counts. Relentlessly attack the Void Beast, force it to reveal a weakness. His body screams in exhaustion, but he refuses to yield. Zhou Yi unleashes his ultimate technique, Holy Fist Barrage. Battered and bleeding, Zhou Yi holds the line. He waits for that single, perfect heartbeat and activates the secret art. The Void Beast, certain of its victory, lowers its guard. Brat, do not celebrate yet. The humiliation you have caused me today will be paid in blood. Zhou Yi doesn't let it finish. His body trembles violently. I am at my limit. He raises a shaking hand. The Light of Judgment flares one last time, guided by his will. It forms an inescapable seal, locking down the beast's soul and body, freezing its movements instantly. It is a Pyrrhic victory, to damage the enemy 1,000-fold. He sacrifices 800 of his own. Zhou Yi is drained. Triggering the angelic divine body twice, has completely depleted his mana reserves. Ethereal light slowly takes shape, accompanied by ancient whispers. The relentless use of his strongest skills has taken its toll. Only now does the beast realize it cannot move. It stares in shock. You. A finger bathed in holy light twitches. The celestial runes instantly weave into a cage of light, imprisoning the Void Beast at his command. Defeated, it has no choice but to kneel and accept its bonds. Zhou Yi's consciousness fades as he plummets into the abyss. But in the darkness, memories begin to flicker. The weight of bringing glory to his school, the dream of the 5-time championship, and Chu Ran's gentle voice. Vivid memories surge forward, jump-starting his sleeping heart. He sees her descending from the sky, her eyes locked on his. He feels the phantom touch of her lips when she revealed her true succubus form. It is as if she is reaching out across time and space, transmitting her strength directly to him. Through the haze and ragged breathing, a vision crystallizes. Chu Ran holds out a pulsating heart, her voice a seductive command. Come find me. His eyes snap open, glowing with an eerie crimson light. The domineering Zhou Yi returns. He harnesses the momentum, pouring every last ounce of vitality into one final seal to lock the Void Beast down for good. You will submit. The beast, panic rising in its chest, stammers. What are you doing? Ribbons of golden scripture swirl into existence, weaving together into unbreakable chains. They wrap tight around the Void Beast, crushing its arrogance into dust. The suppression is absolute. Crushed by the pressure, the beast screams in desperation. I surrender, please. A system window flashes. Target subdued. Do you wish to bind the Void Beast as your summon? But Zhou Yi ignores the legendary reward. His eyes blaze with fury as he interrogates the creature. Hand over Xiao Ran. Now. The beast gasps, confused. Who? Zhou Yi tightens the grip, forcing a blood-curdling shriek. My eye. Okay. You mean the human girl? Ha, she is unharmed. See for yourself. In a frozen corner of the void, a mystical bud stirs. Petals reflecting the cosmos slowly unfurl, and there she is, Chu Ran, sleeping peacefully within the embrace of the flower of time. Back in the real world, Ling Shi waits with bated breath. Suddenly, she tilts her head, sensing a shift. Her wait is over. Zhou Yi has returned. The crowd erupted into chaos, panic written on every face. Is Xiao Ran all right? Zhou Yi, did you actually defeat the Void Beast? The faction plotting to overthrow him hesitated, fear creeping into their eyes. The teleportation array is active again. Do we strike now, or run for our lives? Xiao Ran, still reeling from his protection, stammered. Second brother? He didn't answer. Instead, he swung his massive weapon skyward in a terrifying display of dominance. Wang Xuan roared, his voice cracking with nerves. Zhou Yi, what is the meaning of this? The student beside him trembled. What are you planning to do? The answer was a silent threat. The battle wasn't over. The crowd scrambled back in terror. Is Zhou Yi insane? Does he intend to kill us all? Zhou Yi stood like a god of war, his weapon gleaming cold under the sun. Submit, or face my blade. The choice is yours. Their resistance shattered instantly. Hands shot up in surrender. I give up. You win. We were never enemies to begin with, remember? A notification flashed. Sun Qiao of Magic Capital University withdraws. Helan stammered an excuse. Exactly. We were just checking on you. Even the elite students of UHE University bowed their heads in defeat. His thirst for victory was simply too overwhelming. They calmly raised their hands. Zhou Yi's score began to soar at a frightening speed. 10,000 points shattered in an instant. 50,000 points. He drained them dry like a vampire. The losers cursed as they faded away. He took everything. What's the point of fighting a monster like him? Silence fell as the last rival vanished. Instantly, Zhou Yi collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, scaring the life out of the girl. Tang Lingxi and Xiao Ran rushed to support his falling body, checking his wounds frantically. His voice drifted out, frail and trembling. My mana is completely dry. If they had called my bluff, I wouldn't have lasted a second. His vision blurred, yet his determination burned like a dying ember. But we secured the top 3 spots. First place is ours. Zhou Yi stood at the summit with nearly 36,000 points, closely followed by Jiang Xiaoran and Tang Lingxi. They had survived. The system confirmed their triumph. Zhou Yi chuckled softly, relief washing over him. As captain, I didn't shame the name of Suhong University. The global leaderboard updated in real time. Suhong University, first place, 500,000 points. Qingjing University took second. Trailing behind in third place was Magic Capital University. The gap in points an insurmountable chasm. The 183rd National Freshman Survival Match has concluded. The host's voice boomed with emotion. From this crucible, countless geniuses have risen. From these flames, the future pillars of our nation are forged. You represent the hope of humanity. But the students? They only cared about the loot. Finally, tomorrow I can pick my epic rank gear. This is amazing. 20 days of hell. It's finally over. I'm going to eat until I burst tonight. But Zhou Yi had no time for rest. His eyes locked onto the system notifications, his mind sharp as a blade. System. Received primordial earth milk. 50 attribute points. 50 skill points. Ecstasy flooded his heart. A god-rank talent. A god-rank skill. A god-rank treasure. The nightmare was worth every second. The impossible had turned into sweet victory. 20 days. First place in every category. It was a trial harder than the college entrance exam or any demon hunt. I never expected the rewards to be this magnificent. A grin stretched across Zhou Yi's face. He couldn't hold it back anymore. Pure satisfaction. An S+ sword talent. An S+ skill. This treasure. It will push my power to a realm beyond calculation. He selected claim without hesitation. Light exploded, penetrating every cell in his body. A sensation of pure divinity washed over him, drowning his senses in power. So this is the power of the divine sword heart? Pure, ancient energy crowned him like a halo, gathering above his head. He absorbed it all until the light faded. It felt like waking from 1,000-year slumber, his mind clearer than ever before. Golden light still danced in his vision. Dawn broke. It was time to test his new power. Zhou Yi drew his blade. He swung his sword, a mere flick of the wrist. Boom! The earth shattered as if struck by a meteor, debris flying everywhere. Zhou Yi stood amidst the dust, lost in thought. I barely touched it. And caused this much destruction? This power is unreal. But the divine sword heart had granted him something else. A hidden potential. He examined the energy flowing through him. It was sharper than any enchantment, more lethal than any blade. Sword key. A power usually reserved for grandmasters who have perfected their craft. And now, it responded to his call. He raised his hand. Professional swordsmen trained for decades to awaken this. Yet, here he was, holding the essence of the sword in his palm. Slash. A blinding beam of light split the very air itself. Before, I was struggling. Now, I am a master of the blade. With this foundation, learning new skills would be child's play. Take Flash Sword, for instance. A normal strike combined with this skill, the damage output would be massive. And this is only level 1. The pressure from his slash alone crumbled a stone wall into dust. His mind raced with the possibilities. Once I upgrade the Flash Sword skill, the damage won't just increase. It will multiply into something terrifying. Zhou Yi remained sharp, his mind clear, but deep down, he knew the truth theory meant nothing without blood and steel to prove it. To truly grasp the terrifying potential of his new divine sword heart, he needed a sparring partner. someone who lived by the blade. Without a second thought, he reached out to the one person worthy of the challenge, Jiang Churan. Brother Zhou Yi? You called me here. Kang? For a duel? Her instincts were sharp. He hadn't chosen her at random. As a direct descendant of the prestigious Jiang clan, Churan had held a sword before she could properly walk. Since age 3, she had trained under the strictest masters, 10 years of blood, sweat, and unyielding discipline. That was the price she paid to earn the title of the Sword Genius Maiden. In raw power, Brother Zhou Yi is a monster, she thought, blushing slightly. But when it comes to pure swordsmanship, I have the tactical advantage. The moment they took their stances, the air around Zhou Yi shifted. A heavy, suffocating pressure descended. Little Ran, don't hold back. Come at me with everything you have. She didn't flinch. Instead, her eyes sharpened into deadly focus. Watch out, Brother Zhou Yi. With a battle cry, Churan swung, unleashing a strike carrying overwhelming force. The impact was catastrophic, snapping the training weapon in two. Yet, amidst the destruction, Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed. This was exactly what he wanted. While she was still suspended in midair, he moved. A flash of light caught her eye, triggering pure panic. Wait, is that sword chi? Landing gracefully, she gasped for air, her mind reeling. His talent for the sword. It's not just good. It's absolutely monstrous. But the battle wasn't over. Before she could recover, the next wave of attacks crashed down. Churan gritted her teeth, relying on instinct to raise her weapon in defense. Energy surged to the heavens as their blades clashed. The phantom sword shadow struck back instantly. Steel sang against steel for hundreds of rounds. They were so engrossed in their dance of destruction that neither noticed Dean Wu Mang, watching from the shadows, questioning his own sanity. Since when did Zhou Yi possess such terrifying sword mastery? The Dean narrowed his eyes, dissecting every move. Every strike from Zhou Yi carried a weight of majesty, a rolling wave of divine power that felt ancient and unstoppable. In contrast, Jiang Churan was a blur of ghostly speed and unpredictable angles, but the Dean's experienced eyes saw the truth beneath the flash. On the surface, it looked like a stalemate. Churan seemed to be matching Zhou Yi blow for blow, but it was an illusion. Zhou Yi was deliberately suppressing his monstrous stats and speed, lowering himself just to play on her level. The moment Churan's weapon flew from her grasp, Wu Meng knew it was over. If that had been a real blade, her arms would have been severed instantly. Zhou Yi snatched her weapon out of the air, ending the violence with a gentle touch. Churan collapsed, gasping for oxygen. Brother Zhou Yi, I surrender. He was at her side in a heartbeat. Are you hurt? His voice soft with concern. She managed a weak smile. I'm fine. Just completely drained. The applause broke the silence. Wu Mang stepped forward, eyes wide. Shocking. Truly shocking. Zhou Yi, you're a grandmaster of the sword. Why hide such skill during the tournament? Zhou Yi snapped to attention. Dean Wu. I didn't see you there. He scratched his head, putting on his best innocent, foolish grin. Haha, just wanted to keep a trump card hidden, he lied aloud. Internally, he was sweating. I can't tell him I got this new talent out of thin air without a class change ceremony. That would raise too many questions. Changing the subject, Zhou Yi asked, Dean, did you need something? Wu Mang nodded, his expression turning serious. I'm here to escort you to the Alliance Celebration Banquet. But first, I have news. A grisly image flashed through Wu Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the Alliance investigator, Xia Yan, arrived at his location, Feng He was already a corpse in his own dormitory. The investigation revealed a sickening plot. Feng He had bribed students with promises of S-rank resources, claiming he needed to plant tracking bugs on them for safety in the dungeon. It was a premeditated scheme. That twisted Dean had been planning this for a long time. He had snuck into the laundry rooms like a rat, sewing insect eggs into the contestants' clothing without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, the trail ends with him, Wu Mang sighed. Whatever master he served, the students knew nothing. Zhou Yi frowned, his eyes narrowing. So the mastermind covered their tracks? Don't worry, Wu Mang assured him. The Alliance is digging through 10 years of Feng He's history. We will find the truth. But for now, the banquet awaits. As they walked, the Dean dropped the pleasantries and revealed the event's true nature. Tonight isn't just a party. The top factions of Grand Xia will be there. Their goal? To claim you for their guilds. Wu Mang gestured to the lights ahead, preparing them for the Shark Tank. They will throw everything at you to buy your loyalty. Unimaginable wealth, beautiful women, absolute power, and rare resources. As predicted, the vultures circled the moment they arrived. But be warned, once you accept their gifts, your freedom belongs to them. As the instructor guiding your path, I will not object to which faction you choose to align with. However, you must weigh your options carefully before making a commitment. A thunderous round of applause erupted, commanding the attention of the entire hall. Feng Yu raised his voice to address the crowd. You stand here as the elite students from the top 10 universities in the nation. You are the survivors of this freshman exchange tournament. Reaching this stage was no simple feat. It was a trial of blood and sweat. Therefore, every single one of you has earned a reward from the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. Assistants began distributing exclusive items and bank cards to each student. Inside each card is 20 million Zhongsha coins, provided directly by the Alliance. The crowd gasped, staring at the small cards with burning curiosity. Furthermore, your authority level within the Xiaoyan Alliance has been instantly promoted to Elite Peripheral Member. This is the highest rank one can hold without being a core member. The benefits Feng Yu listed were undeniably seductive. In any sanctuary across the Zhongsha Kingdom, you will enjoy a 20% discount on all equipment and medicinal purchases. Of course, if any of you possess the ambition to become a core member of the Xiaoyan Alliance, you may contact me directly. Zhou Yi listened to the grand speech and couldn't help but marvel internally. 20 million per person. With 100 contestants, that's 2 billion total. The Xiaoyan Alliance is truly filthy rich. The students around him buzzed with excitement. 2 million was rare enough before. This is a fortune. With this kind of money, we can finally afford B+ grade resources. We hit the jackpot. His rational mind quickly analyzed the situation. Money is the most direct way to display power and buy loyalty. Suddenly, the system announcement chimed. The rewards for the individual, team, and survival rankings would be distributed the following day. Finally, Feng Yu raised his wine glass high to the guests. Let the victory banquet officially begin. Eat, drink, and rejoice. The crowd below roared in response. Cheers. Wu Mang immediately took charge, gathering the team together. To Suhong University, we took the championship. The contestants clashed their glasses, soaking in the electric atmosphere. Tan Wei beamed, rushing over to join the fun. Second brother, we only secured first place in this exchange because of you. This glass is for you. Wu Mang nodded vigorously in agreement. Respect. Absolute respect. If not for Zhou Yi, our final ranking among the 3 major universities would likely have been dead last. Suddenly, a swarm of beautiful girls surrounded Zhou Yi like fanatical devotees. I want to toast you too, brother Zhou Yi. Me too, count me in. Everyone tried to seize the chance to get close to the champion. The overwhelming attention left him slightly flustered. Are you all trying to drink me under the table tonight? Suddenly, a familiar, powerful voice cut through the noise. It was Zhang Shan. He clasped his hands in a gesture of deep respect. Zhou Yi, if not for you, I wouldn't have survived until the healers arrived. You saved my life. If you ever need me, I will not refuse, even if it means death. He immediately downed his entire glass, a warrior's solemn oath, even if it means death. Chu Ran, who had been watching from the side, looked on with amusement. It seems brother Zhou Yi has acquired yet another die-hard follower. Just then, Wang Xuan shoved Zhang Shan aside and squeezed to the front. Me too. Me too. Xiao Bai watched from the back, her mind filled with questions. Dad, is it just my imagination? Doesn't the holy aura around Zhou Yi feel significantly stronger? Jia Heng's voice was firm. It is no illusion. His presence has already surpassed the vast majority of second transfer divine professionals. The revelation left her stunned. What? It has only been a few days. Even Zhou Heng found it hard to believe, yet the truth was right before his eyes. Such a distinct change means his strength has soared again. His leveling speed is truly terrifying. The celebration eventually wound down. By the next morning, a sleek, futuristic aircraft had appeared on the campus grounds. The mechanical beast landed softly under the awestruck gaze of the students. The cabin door hissed open. Once everyone was secured, Feng Yu spoke from the cockpit. Everyone is aboard. To receive your rewards, we must travel to the Xiaoyan Alliance headquarters. The HQ is located in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City. Only a specialized combat aircraft can breach that airspace. Tan Wei sat inside, his eyes sparkling as he touched the premium interior. He had never seen such high-end gear. Whoa! It's the X-1000 Phantom Fighter, the latest model. Chu Ran, sitting in front, knew her machinery well. The X-1000 Phantom, produced by the largest combat aircraft manufacturer in the Zhongxia Kingdom. It accelerates to Mach 3 in just 10 seconds. Her explanation only made the curious Tan Wei tremble with even more excitement. That is right. This masterpiece costs nearly 1 billion credits. Meanwhile, Feng Yu completes the final checks. Her voice cuts through the excitement, warning everyone to brace themselves. The engines roar to life, but Tan Wei pays the price for ignoring safety protocols. The instant they launch, his body goes flying, slamming hard against the cabin wall. The acceleration is brutal. Faster than a heartbeat, he ricochets off every surface like a pinball. Left, right, ceiling, floor he takes hits from every direction. They move at speeds where the world blurs into mere streaks of light. By the time the aircraft finally halts, poor Tanwei is finished. Dizzy stars dance circles around his spinning head. Chu Ran faces the same violent force, but fate plays a different card for her. Instead of the wall, she lands softly, right into Zhou Yi's arms. Realization strikes instantly. She scrambles back to her seat, her face burning a bright crimson. Zhou Yi clears his throat, awkwardly trying to dispel the sudden tension in the air. The speed is terrifying. They are 20 kilometers from the Qingjing University district. With their current acceleration, they will breach the Dingshan combat zone in exactly 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the journey ends. They glide smoothly toward the massive security checkpoint. Outside, the world operates with clockwork precision. A symphony of machinery and order, Feng Yu switches into guide mode, her voice full of pride. Welcome to Dingshan. We possess 40 ground access points and 15 aerial corridors. External combat aircraft require a comprehensive deep scan before entry. That is why you see the queue forming ahead. A security drone hums to life, scanning their vessel. Beep, registration number 00638 confirmed. This is a Sha Yan Professional Alliance aircraft. Priority access granted immediately. The barrier dissolves. They pass through the warp gate, and the view opens up. Behold, the magnificent headquarters of the Alliance stands tall in all its glory. Chu Ran presses against the cockpit glass, eyes wide with wonder. In the distance, a familiar emblem waves in the wind. It is the flag of Qingjing University. Feng Yu nods, confirming her gaze. That is the Qingjing floating island. But it is not just schools here. Major legions and guilds have all established their strongholds within the Dingshan zone. Zhou Yi stands silently in the back, his gaze sharp. He is not just looking, he is analyzing. The machinery of the Xiaoyan Alliance radiates intense monowaves. Every structure on that floating island is fortified with advanced defensive mechanisms. It is a fortress. The hatch opens with a hiss. The students file out one by one, stepping onto the legendary grounds. Feng Yu spreads her arms, making the official introduction. We have arrived. This is the heart of the Alliance, the headquarters. Suddenly, a commotion catches Wang Xuan's attention. Make way, a voice commands. He turns around and freezes. Looming over him is a colossal beast, a true dragon. Another student whispers in awe. That is a mythical class species, average level 60. To keep such a beast as a battle pet, the owner must be a third awakening powerhouse. Feng Yu claps her hands, drawing their focus back. It is time to discuss the rewards and procedures. You must proceed to the main administration office. Staff members are waiting to escort you individually. The group begins to split up as guides step forward. Student Wang Xuan, this way please. Student Jiang Chu Ran, follow me. Wei He, you are with me. But for the most exceptional individual, only a special guide will do. Feng Yu herself steps toward Zhou Yi, the champion of the solo tournament. First place in the team battle. First place in the survival challenge. You have swept the board. I will personally escort you to claim your spoils. Come with me. The corridor is long, and silence fills the air. Feng Yu decides to break the ice. Your performance in the exchange match was unprecedented. The Xiaoyan Alliance values talent like yours. Tell me, have you considered becoming a core member of our organization? Zhou Yi does not hesitate. I apologize. For the time being, I have no intention of joining any faction. Are you sure you do not want to hear our offer first? Our restrictions are minimal. We offer freedom that others cannot. Zhou Yi's eyes narrow slightly. He spots the trap immediately. Few rules is not the same as no rules. A chain is still a chain, no matter how loose. I am only a first-year student. It is too early for me to be tied down. Feng Yu smiles, unsurprised. True geniuses always have their own path. Ha ha ha. Fair enough. There is no rush. They arrive before a heavy, sealed door. Feng Yu's expression turns serious as she announces the prize. Your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First, for the solo championship, 1 custom-made legendary-grade weapon. Next, the reward for the team championship, a complete set of custom epic-grade equipment. And finally, for the survival mode victory, access to the Xiaoyan Resource Vault to select any single item you desire. She gestures for him to follow. Right now, I am taking you to meet a living legend, the highest-ranking blacksmith in the entire Xiaoyan Alliance, Grandmaster Qi Jun. He will personally forge your legendary weapon. They stop in front of a reinforced chamber. This is his sanctuary. The massive door groans open. A wave of scorching heat blasts out. Through the thick haze of steam and smoke, a silhouette emerges. Feng Yu steps forward, bowing slightly. Grandmaster Qi Jun, I have brought the solo tournament champion. The old man's presence is suffocating, heavy enough to crush a weak will. His voice rumbles like shifting earth. So, you are Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi does not flinch. He bows respectfully, his voice steady. Grandmaster Qijun. This student is indeed Zhou Yi. Sharp eyes flash from the smoke, scanning the boy's very soul. The crushing pressure recedes. The master is pleased. Not bad, he grunts, his tone softening. Current level, 23. Standard protocol dictates equipment tiers every 5 levels. I will forge you a level 25 legendary weapon. Speak, boy. What form shall it take? Zhou Yi answers without a second of hesitation. I need a longsword. Attributes focused on strength and wisdom. Feng Yu watched from the sidelines, her heart racing with a mix of shock and admiration. She was witnessing history, hoping to glean even a fragment of wisdom to improve her own crafting skills. Master Qijun possessed a terrifying ocular technique, a gaze so heavy that an ordinary awakener would be crushed into silence just by meeting his eyes. Yet, Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. As expected of the generation's grand champion, he stood tall where others would crumble. Zhou Yi finally broke the silence, detailing his vision for the perfect weapon. He didn't care for flashy gimmicks or useless effects. He needed raw power, a blade perfectly synchronized with his Holy Knight class. His mind worked like a supercomputer, calculating every variable. While gold-tier weapons boosted 2 stats, he aimed higher. A legendary armament would amplify all 4 core attributes. But for a battle mage hybrid like him, strength and wisdom were the keys to absolute dominance. Master Qijun nodded, his eyes gleaming with understanding as he processed the request. I've analyzed your combat style, the master declared. Sharp, aggressive, overwhelming. A longsword is your destiny. Suddenly, he summoned a blinding artifact, the Solar Holy Light Stone. Inspiration struck the Grandmaster like a bolt of lightning. I have a bold idea. Feng Yu gasped. She recognized that aura instantly. It was a treasure found only in the deepest depths of the Holy Sanctuary dungeon. With a drop rate so low, less than 10 existed in the entire world. It was a miracle material. Feng Yu and Zhou Yi whispered in unison. The Solar Holy Light Stone. Master Qijun switched to lecture mode, his voice filled with pride. This treasure was born from the core of a sun, he explained. A weapon forged from this will vaporize undead, demons, and dark creatures with pure divinity. But he was just getting started. The forge erupted into chaos. Precious materials floated into the air at his command. Gold-tier meteoric silver steel, legendary abyss obsidian, epic stardust fragments, dragon soul crystal cores, and tears of the Holy Spirit. With a wave of his hand, roaring flames consumed the treasures. The fire formed a vortex of destruction and creation, swirling with void essence and the eye of the storm. Qijun channeled his entire soul into the seals, beginning the violent process of purification. The heat rose to thousands of degrees, mimicking the eruption of a primal volcano. A thunderous boom shook the workshop. The holy fire purged the impurities, burning away the dark entities trapped within the ore. It burns, I'm dying! The shadows screamed before fading into nothingness. The master's technique was divine. He condensed the molten essence into a towering pillar, striking it with the hammer of the gods. The metal devoured the lingering darkness, infusing the blade with the power of thunder. Golden light exploded outward, blindingly bright. Feng Yu and Zhou Yi watched in awe as the raw power was beaten into submission. Molten liquid filled the mold, the internal stress vanishing under the master's will. The earth itself seemed to stabilize the forge. The moment it solidified, Qijun seized the glowing blade with his tongs. It shone like a mirror, reflecting a deadly sharpness. The hammer danced across the surface, carving ancient runes that pulsed with arcane energy. Then came the quench. Hissing steam filled the room as the blade met the water for rapid cooling. The runes flared to life. Magic surged through the etchings, awakening the spirit within the steel. The soul of the war god was sealed into the metal. An aura of intent surrounded it, a blade that would slaughter armies yet never be stained by a single drop of blood. The final hammering began. Qijun struck with the force of a titan, shaping destiny itself. Sparks flew like a meteor shower, forcing Feng Yu to summon a barrier just to survive the shockwaves. Perfect, the master breathed. The radiant holy sword was born. It glowed with authority, a golden blade sharp enough to pierce the heavens. With a roar to gather his remaining strength, Qijun prepared the final test. He hurled the weapon. It tore through the air, moving so fast it left nothing but a streak of light in its wake. Zhou Yi snatched it from the air with surgical precision. The weight was immense in his hand. He lifted the blade, his eyes scanning its perfection. It is a legendary weapon, the exhausted master gasped. It requires a master. Release your aura. Dominate it. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes, pouring his divine will into the hilt. The two energies collided, erupting in a violent storm of lightning that crackled through the room. The system chimed. 6 desires angel bloodline detected. Zhou Yi examined his new partner, from the mirror-polished blade to the sturdy grip. A smile touched his lips. 4 massive stat boosts. 3 special effects, truly worthy of the legendary rank. But the attack speed buff was the real game changer. While an enemy swings once, Zhou Yi would strike 4 times. This was the path to invincibility. One look at Grandmaster Qi Jun's expression told the whole story. The old master seemed pleased with his creation. However, Zhou Yi could not help but stare at the blacksmith's altered appearance. Grandmaster Qi Jun, Zhou Yi began, concern evident in his voice. You look completely drained. The old man waved a hand dismissively, though his fatigue was palpable. Forging a weapon of this caliber demands a massive sacrifice of mana, he explained. Physical transformation is a small price to pay for such power. Feng Yu leaned in, whispering in awe. To birth a legendary-grade weapon usually takes months of complex engineering. Only Grandmaster Qi Jun's divine talent could achieve this in mere days. Any ordinary blacksmith would have needed at least 2 or 3 months to even scratch the surface. The difference in skill was like heaven and earth. The Grandmaster slowly turned his back to them, ready to depart, but he paused for one final piece of advice. Leave now. I must rest. Listen well, boy. The light sword was forged with holy materials. Its core is pure divinity. If you ever seek to upgrade its star level, you must use holy attribute materials. Anything else will taint its purity and destroy its potential. Zhou Yi felt a surge of gratitude. He bowed deeply, respect filling his voice. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster Qi Jun. Feng Yu wasted no time, dragging Zhou Yi away to the next location. Come on, focus. It is time to claim your reward from the team competition. Meanwhile, Qi Jun did something unthinkable. With a hearty laugh, he dove straight into the boiling lava river to recharge, a true eccentric genius. The situation for Zhou Yi, however, became instantly awkward. He was suddenly surrounded by seamstresses cosplaying as black rabbits, measuring tapes in hand. Hello, student Zhou Yi. We are the team crafting your epic grade set. A flirtatious girl with purple hair tilted his chin up, her eyes scanning him. Tell us, handsome, what are your desires for this equipment? Zhou Yi quickly pulled his shirt down, trying to maintain his dignity. I need light armor, he stated professionally. Focus the attributes on strength and intelligence. The girl smirked, switching to a business tone as she booked the delivery. Understood. The gear will be forged in 1 month and escorted directly to your university. Business concluded. The rabbit girls immediately began gossiping. Did you see that waist? His muscles are delicious. And he is so innocent too. Watching the scene of the innocent lamb lost among predatory hunters, Feng Yu sighed. Poor student, played right into their hands. She snapped her fingers, bringing up a holographic interface. Enough of that. Here is your reward for the survival match. Make your choice. A ring of data materialized around them. You may choose one item. Zhou Yi focused, his eyes scanning the dense lines of information on the selection panel. Faced with a treasure trove of S-rank items, he remained calm, analyzing every option with cold precision. Any single one of these life-saving divine artifacts would cause ordinary professionals to fight to the death just for a glimpse. After a moment, his finger pointed decisively. I want that one. Feng Yu raised an eyebrow. She respected the choice but was puzzled. The space jump stone? It is an excellent escape tool, certainly. But you are ignoring the resurrection item? Zhou Yi did not hesitate. His voice was firm. I am certain. That is the one I want. He had his reasons. Resurrection items were rare, yes. But he already possessed the rebirth cross from the system. The mobility of the space jump stone offered tactical options he currently lacked. Feng Yu shrugged, accepting his decision. Very well. She handed over a small box containing a mysterious glowing green gem. It is yours. Zhou Yi gazed at his spoils of war with satisfaction. Suddenly, a voice screamed in his head, tearing through his thoughts with desperate pleas. Let me out. Release me. Let me out. Feng Yu noticed his flinch. What is wrong? She asked, seeing his face pale. Zhou Yi forced a smile, masking the shock. Nothing. I suppose I just need some rest. Feng Yu handed him a business card with a professional nod. All right, Rewards claimed. My mission here is complete. If you have any issues with the epic gear or the legendary weapon later, contact me directly. Your classmates are waiting in the lobby. Let us go. Moments later, Zhou Yi was back at the gathering point. The Xiao sisters spotted him immediately. Brother Zhou Yi. They ran over, faces beaming. Zhou Yi turned to them. Is something wrong? Should we find a private place to talk? But that was not their intention. No need, one of them smiled. We just came to say goodbye. The teachers and students are teleporting back to the capital university this afternoon, and I must return to the clan with Dong-er. Unnoticed by anyone, high in a dark corner, a small beetle watched the conversation, recording every word. If you have time, please bring little Yun to Tianlan province. As a descendant of the Chu family, the clan will spare no resource in training her. It was a good offer, so Zhou Yi nodded. I will. In 6 months, When little Yun graduates, I will bring her to you. Safe travels. After the brief farewell, Zhou Yi stood alone, watching them leave. The moment they were gone, his expression sharpened. He vanished, reappearing instantly on the tree branch where the beetle had just been. He scanned the area. Nothing. Zhou Yi frowned. Was that feeling of being watched just my imagination? A voice called out from below, breaking his focus. Brother Yi, we are heading to the market for souvenirs. Are you coming? I am not going, he refused flatly. Moments later, Zhou Yi stormed back into his room and slammed the door shut. His mind was a chaotic storm. Had his previous injuries failed to heal, or was his spirit simply pushed beyond its breaking point? Suddenly, a splitting headache assaulted him, feeling as if giant jaws were devouring his very brain. A voice boomed from the depths of his consciousness. Human, release me at once. Strange, glowing runes erupted across the floor, and from the center of the light, a monstrous, otherworldly silhouette began to materialize. Zhou Yi knew exactly why it had appeared, yet he could not help but sigh. You already signed the soul contract with me. Why struggle in vain? The void beast? The creature roared, its indignation shaking the room. Ridiculous. I have lived for thousands of years, yet I must obey a milk-smelling brat? If not for that bizarre final spell, you would never have defeated me. Zhou Yi's expression turned cold as he ruthlessly exposed the beast's crimes without hesitation. You injured 63 people and sent 10 souls to the afterlife. You forced the Shayan Professional Alliance to spend a fortune repairing the secret realm you destroyed. If they find out the culprit is still alive and hiding here, what kind of execution do you think awaits you? The void beast continued to growl stubbornly. Threatening this old master? Is that the only trick you have? Zhou Yi's patience was wearing thin. The third-turn mages of the Alliance possess the soul-binding art. They can wipe the consciousness of high-level beasts and turn them into mindless puppets. Perhaps you fear nothing. But remember this. Even in death, your flesh and blood would sell for a sky-high price on the black market. Provoked, the beast gnashed its teeth and spat a vile curse. But in the next second, Zhou Yi's demeanor shifted. He retrieved an S-rank space stone, offering it with unexpected care. You were heavily wounded in our battle. I cannot take you to a healer openly, so you must replenish your energy yourself. The void beast froze. It stared intently at the glowing stone, a complex storm of emotions swirling in its ancient eyes. Zhou Yi suddenly dropped a phrase that seemed to come from nowhere. 1 year. He paused for effect before laying out his terms. Your energy is useful to me. Obediently assist me for just 1 year, and I will annul the contract and return your total freedom. The beast held deep hostility toward humans. Its heart would not be easily swayed. On what grounds should I trust you? Why waste your breath explaining? I could have just threatened you, Zhou Yi countered coolly. But you have no other choice. Trust me, or choose the path of certain death. To seal the deal, Zhou Yi produced another item, a token of good faith, your Natal artifact. I am returning it to you. The void beast accepted it cautiously, placing it atop its head as if it were fragile glass. Just as Zhou Yi turned to leave, the beast called out, Wait, there is something you might want to know. It tossed the space stone into its mouth, crunching it as it spoke. The void beast enunciated every word with chilling gravity. When they captured Little Dai, she spoke to me. And the truth she revealed was that she is not truly human. The scene shifted to the bustling shopping district. Merchants shouted over one another. The raging flame saber comes with its own fire effects. Only 998. Valued customers, do not hesitate. Special price today. Buy a battle suit, get a nail clipper absolutely free. Authentic goods. No scams here. At a nearby stall, Jiang Churan was busy trying on jewelry while Nadia enthusiastically pitched her wares. Miss, this hairpin is inlaid with frost crystal. It can be upgraded and even provides a defensive aura. She chattered on, listing every possible benefit to close the sale. The gem is infused with the mana of a wood mage, speeding up wound recovery. It is perfect for a beautiful and powerful professional like yourself. Suddenly, Zhou Yi appeared from behind, gently sliding a different hairpin into Jiang Churan's hair. This one suits you better. Surprise and delight flashed in her eyes as she turned. Brother Zhou Yi? I thought you said you were not coming? Zhou Yi smiled warmly. I finished my tasks early, so I came to check on you. I figured I would buy some souvenirs while I was at it. Watching the tender moment, Nadia whispered to herself, Oh, handsome boy and pretty girl. This scene is too perfect. I ship it. I ship it hard. But the romantic atmosphere was shattered by an arrogant voice. Miss Jiang. 3 pairs of eyes turned in curiosity. The owner of the voice was none other than Wang Hao. I never expected to meet you here. It must be fate. Ironically, Jiang Churan stared at him blankly. Who are you? Ignoring the awkward humiliation, he bowed with exaggerated respect to introduce himself. Miss Jiang, you must be forgetful. I am Wang Hao, nephew of Wang Batian. the third-generation genius of the Thunder Prison Wang family, ranked second. Nadia stifled a laugh. First time I have met someone who introduces themselves as a genius. And a ranked second genius at that. Ha ha ha, Wang Hao continued to ramble, oblivious to the mockery. 1 year ago, for your birthday, I gifted you the Ice Soul Sword, but you seemed bored with it. Feeling the pest's lingering presence, Zhou Yi stepped in smoothly. On my way here, I saw a snack street nearby. Let's go take a walk there. He draped his arm around her shoulder, guiding her away. We have things to do. We will be going first. But seeing them together was an eyesore to the young master. Insolence. Wang Hao, enraged, summoned a crackling sphere of lightning in his palm. You bastard! How dare a lowly commoner touch the pearl of the Jiang family? On your knees! He roared, hurling a sphere of destructive energy at him. But before the attack could singe a single hair, it shattered against an invisible barrier. Startled, he activated his Eye of Insight. But as Zhou Yi's stats floated into view, a sneer of pure contempt twisted his lips. A paladin? You are just a coward hiding in a turtle shell, a low-level commoner with a trash class. Crushing him would be easier than flipping a hand. Jiang Churan bristled with rage. How dare this filth insult her man? But a real man never hides behind a woman. Zhou Yi stepped forward, shielding her. Fine then. I will play with you. Zhou Yi raised 3 fingers, his voice ice-cold. 3 moves. If you can even touch the corner of my robe, I will apologize. But if you fail, you kneel to me. And if you break anything, you pay. The scent of drama drew a crowd instantly. A show is starting, spectators whispered excitedly. Young blood runs hot these days, brawling right in the middle of the street. Wang Hao ground his teeth, eyes burning with murderous intent. Who was this? Nobody to look down on him. He held nothing back. Seek your death. Thunder rain. Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, but they shattered uselessly against the golden barrier. Inside the shield, Zhou Yi remained untouched. He stood tall and majestic, radiating the aura of a descending war god. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. That guy overestimated himself. He cannot even scratch the other's defense. Wang Hao felt a chill of fear creeping in. Outwardly, he scoffed. Hard turtle shell you have there. Put all your points in defense, did you? Ridiculous, he mocked aloud. But his inner thoughts were screaming in panic. Damn it, how is this trash's defense so impenetrable? However, a self-proclaimed genius never yields easily. Gathering his mana, he summoned 2 crackling beasts. Lightning leopards, rise. That was just the appetizer. Now face my ultimate art. Learn the price of offending Wang Hao. You filth. At his command, the beasts roared and lunged, streaking toward Zhou Yi like jagged bolts of living lightning. Zhou Yi finally moved. He summoned his arsenal. Fallen Star, Cross of Salvation. 2 beams of holy light erupted forward. In the blink of an eye, the lightning beasts evaporated. Not a single spark remained of their existence. Wang Hao scrambled to shield himself from the shockwave. True terror finally gripped his heart. Impossible. Who is this monster? While Wang Hao gasped for air, Zhou Yi stood calm and unbothered. You have 1 move left. Make it count. Wang Hao frantically searched his memory, but the face before him matched no known prodigy. I have never seen him among the elite clans. He is just a trash paladin. How can his power be above mine? Refusing to accept defeat, Wang Hao unsheathed his blade. I do not believe it. You cannot block this. He became a streak of light. Using lightning flash, he aimed straight for Zhou Yi's throat. Zhou Yi reacted instantly, unleashing his counter. Holy Cross Judgment. A pillar of divine light crashed down from the heavens. Earth and stone exploded. Zhou Yi looked down at the figure flattened against the dirt with cold disdain. So much for the genius of lightning. It took several minutes for Wang Hao to lift his head from the deep crater he now occupied. Nearby, a vendor named Nadia paused, narrowing her eyes. Wait. Why does that face look so familiar? I have seen him. Paladin. The Paladin. It clicked. She grabbed her colleague. That is Zhou Yi, the #1 ranking freshman from this year's exchange tournament. No wonder. And the girl is Jiang Churan. Their whispers reached Wang Hao's ears, wiping blood from his lip. Shock paralyzed him. A freshman? He is merely a first-year student? Watching their retreating backs, Wang Hao swore a blood oath. Zhou Yi, keep your head on your shoulders for now. When my big brother returns, you are dead. But his hatred for the woman burned even hotter. Jiang Churan, you cheap slut. You dared to toy with the Wang family? My brother will never forgive you. The next day, golden sunlight bathed the campus. As Zhou Yi's team entered the arena, whispers spread like wildfire. The Suhong University team is here. Look, it is Zhou Yi. He looks even more handsome than on the broadcast. And Goddess Jiang. That face. That figure. Even as a girl, my heart is racing. Wu Meng smiled, his eyes crinkling with satisfaction. Thank you for the warm reception, Qingjing University. Chung Tian seethed inside, hating that he was just a stepping stone. Yet, he forced a polite smile. This year's exchange, Su Hong has truly stolen the spotlight. We ended up just being obstacles for you. The old man could barely hide his grin as he replied with false modesty. Oh, do not say that. Competition is secondary. Friendship comes first. Then, the opponent added a quick remark. Haha, indeed, but enough talk. The mages are urging us to begin, so let us not delay. Mages, prepare the teleportation array. The chant began in unison, power surging through the circle. Song Xiaolan took the lead, bidding farewell to her new ally. Xiao Ran smiled warmly, waving her hand. Until we meet again, Xiaolan. The rest of the students used these final seconds to exchange parting words. Next time, I will crush you. Keep dreaming. The rivalry was far from over. Goodbye. In a blinding flash, the teleportation array activated. They vanished instantly, reappearing within the blink of an eye at the grand hall of their own academy. Wang Hui stood with open arms, welcoming the future pillars of the nation. Welcome back, my little heroes of Suhong University. The students bowed in unison to the three figures before them, the principal, Dean Zhou, and Dean Song. The principal beamed with satisfaction. Suhong reigns supreme once more. The headlines are already singing of our championship victory. Song Yi added his praise with a proud smile. You all performed magnificently. You've worked hard. Now, it was time for the principal to step forward and distribute the rewards. This exchange match was a war to prove the teaching prowess of our universities, Wang Hui declared. And naturally, great merit demands great reward. He called out the names of the 5 substitute members. Though they were reserves, they had proven their worth in the heat of battle. His voice boomed through the hall. Each of you shall receive 5,000 academic points. The students' eyes widened in sheer shock. To understand the weight of 5,000 points, an entry ticket to the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon costs 500. This was enough for 10 full runs. For an ordinary student to accumulate 5,000 points, it would take at least an entire school year of grinding missions. But the ceremony was far from over. Jiang Churan, Song Xiaolan, Wei Tiexin, Tang Lingxi, your performance in the arena was stellar. Your reward is 20,000 academic points each. The 4 students bowed in perfect sync, their voices ringing out. Thank you, Principal. Finally, it was time for the MVP, Zhou Yi, the captain who claimed first place in both team and solo categories. He had crushed Wang Xuan and Wei He, turning the tide of the survival match single-handedly to secure the top spot. Wang Hui made the grand announcement. For you, Zhou Yi, you shall receive 100,000 academic points from Suhong University. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with excitement. 100,000. The crowd stood frozen. 100,000 points? That was the equivalent of 3 billion credits in currency. Zhang Ze frowned at the comparison. Who taught you math? Points can buy S-rank divine skills from the vault. Money can't buy that kind of power. Huang Bin was so shook he blurted out. With 100,000 points, you could buy a pig and feed it enough resources to become a top-tier magic beast. Bonk! Xu Qiang smacked his friend's head in anger. Watch your mouth. How can you compare Brother Yi to a pig? Huang Bin clutched his head, whining in pain. I didn't mean it like that. Another student sighed in awe. It sounds insane. But Brother Yi absolutely deserves it. Zhou Yi smirked, already calculating his next move. His points were running low, but this windfall changed everything. No need to worry about dungeon fees now. The Twisted Forest Dungeon. Level 23 to 26. Perfect. I'll go test it out later. The ceremony concluded. Wang Hui addressed the group. Suhong University never mistreats its heroes. Now, go and rest. Yes, sir, the students shouted. As the crowd dispersed, Zhou Yi stepped forward. Teacher. Wang Hui paused, turning back. What is it, my boy? Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment. Teacher, I have a question I need to ask. The principal's eyes narrowed, guessing the topic immediately. Is this about Feng He, the dean of Qingcheng University? Zhou Yi nodded firmly. It is. But Wang Hui had no intention of revealing the truth just yet. This secret was too dangerous. Even the likes of Dean Wu Mang were kept in the dark. I stay silent for your own protection. However, Zhou Yi pressed on, stopping Wang Hui in his tracks. What if I am already involved? Wang Hui turned around, only to see Zhou Yi slash his hand through the air, revealing a rift in space. Zhou Yi explained. The Void Beast's companion told me. The one who captured it wasn't truly human. Does this connect to Feng He? Staring at the spatial rift, Wang Hui was stunned. I thought you barely drove the Void Beast away in a life-or-death battle. I never imagined you had the power to tame it. There was no use hiding it now. Wang Hui reached into his robe and pulled out an ancient tome. Since it has come to this, I will tell you. Feng He is a pseudo-human. Zhou Yi frowned at the unfamiliar term. A pseudo-human? Wang Hui turned the pages, revealing ancient, cryptic script. A pseudo-human is a half-breed abomination. Created by the seed of the chaos evil god, they wear the skin of men, but their hearts belong to monsters. They are the loyal servants of the evil god. Wang Hui's voice dropped to a grim whisper. The evidence suggests the Void Beast's rampage was Feng He's offering, a certificate of loyalty to his dark master. He continued his analysis. Death and chaos. The two delicacies the evil god craves most. Zhou Yi recalled the rumors. But I heard he died? Wang Hui shook his head grimly. That is merely the cover story we told the world. The truth is far worse. When the investigation closed in, the traitor revealed his true form. He morphed into a wretched servant of the evil god, struck down the investigator, and vanished into the shadows. Wang Hui tests his student's strategic mind. Zhou Yi, tell me, why do you think Feng He chose the exchange tournament for his assault? Zhou Yi answers without hesitation. Because the tournament gathers the brightest young elites of the nation. An attack there creates maximum chaos. But his mentor shakes his head, implying there is more. That is merely a surface-level tactical distraction. Wang Hui's expression darkens. The truth lies beneath. The myriad beast void dungeon is the fracturing weak point of the evil god's seal. He recounts the blood-soaked history. It is called the Void for a reason. A millennium ago, a catastrophic war between beast clans erupted here. But the puppet master behind it was the Chaos Lord, the evil god himself. It was a battle for survival. The Chaos Lord sought to descend upon our world, using the dimensional rifts of the myriad beast void as his gateway to hell on earth. The beast clan sacrificed their entire civilization to seal the Chaos Lord away. Wang Hui pauses, ensuring Zhou Yi understands the gravity. Feng He isn't just causing chaos. He intends to use your void beast to locate the fracture in that ancient seal. Once he knows you have tamed that creature, he will come for you. Suddenly, a magical formation lights up beneath their feet. Wang Hui sighs, shifting gears. Decades ago, the Tianwu Guild acquired a devastating offensive skill book from the Angelic clan. I plan to give it to you later, but war waits for no one. Moments later, they arrive at the heavily guarded entrance of the vault. As they walk, Wang Hui explains the significance of this location. This resource warehouse is the heart of the Tianwu Guild. It houses century-old artifacts and forbidden skills. The security measures here are absolute. The gate is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary Earth Lions. He points out the intricate details. The door is etched with forbidden magic runes. Any unauthorized mana fluctuation is instantly absorbed and reflected back with double the force. Even a third awakening professional would be crushed if they tried to force their way in. Sensing visitors, the guardian, Yang Ba, looks up in surprise. Humph? Wang Hui greets him warmly. Old Yang, your turn to guard the vault this month? Yang Ba laughs, relaxed. Tomorrow I switch shifts. You came at the right time. Let's grab a drink. Zhou Yi quietly observes the guardian. He's suppressing his aura, yet his mana fluctuations exceed even the dean's. This man is a powerhouse at the third awakening stage. Wang Hui cuts to the chase. Drinks later. First, hand over the Divine Thunder skill tome. Yang Ba's eyes narrow sharply. Oh? Is this for your new disciple? Nothing gets past you, old Yang. Wang Hui smiles, pushing Zhou Yi forward. That's right. Meet Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. This is my brother-in-arms. We faced death together more times than I can count. Just call him Uncle Yang. Greetings, Uncle Yang. Yang Ba nods, recognizing the young man. I watched your matches. The rumors of a teenage hero were not exaggerated. Zhou Yi scratches his head, flustered. You flatter me, senior. Yang Ba activates his unlocking skill, imparting wisdom. Modesty is good, kid, but too much makes you look weak. In this world, weakness invites trouble. Wang Hui interrupts the lecture. Old Yang, enough preaching. You still nag like an old woman. That's why the juniors run away from you. Yang Ba huffs, stubborn as ever. Those who ignore their elders pay with their blood eventually. From a swirling ring of light, he pulls out an ancient, crackling book and tosses it to Zhou Yi. Take it. Wang Hui immediately guides his student. You should have plenty of skill points spared. Consume this book immediately. Zhou Yi catches the tome carefully. Yes, teacher. He opens his interface. Thanks to the escalating difficulty of his daily quests, his point reserves are overflowing. He commands the system to begin. Instantly, the book dissolves into pages of pure light, rushing into his mind like a torrent of knowledge. A vision manifests a 6-winged seraph wielding a golden blade. The system chimes. Consumed 100 skill points. S-rank skill learned. Divine Thunder. Heavenly Revelation Stance. Level 1. Effect. Increases resistance to abnormal status by 50%. Amplifies lightning attribute skills by 50%. Duration. 14 seconds. The vision shifts. A godlike figure slashes through shadows, Consumed 100 skill points. S-rank skill learned. Divine Thunder. Blade of Heaven's Punishment. Level 1. Effect. Condenses divine lightning onto the weapon. Delivers light speed slashes infused with massive lightning damage. Finally, golden chains erupt from the void. Another 100 points vanish. S-rank skill learned. Divine Thunder. Chains of the Celestial Prison. Manifests lightning shackles to imprison targets. While Yang Ba and Wang Hui chat, they fail to notice Zhou Yi levitating behind them, wrapped in a cocoon of crackling electricity. Suddenly, the energy reaches critical mass. Blinding light explodes from Zhou Yi's body. Thousands of violet lightning bolts shoot out in every direction. Boom! The accidental bombardment obliterates the surrounding area, kicking up a massive storm of dust and debris. The power is out of control. Even the Golden Lion, a beast of immense power, growled in low, wary tones as it eyed the explosion. Zhou Yi stared at the holographic display before him. The Divine Thunder skill had activated level 1. The skill's effects had perfectly fused with his Divine Sword Heart talent. Thunder damage wasn't just added, it was amplified, skyrocketing by 20%. Even Zhou Yi couldn't mask his shock. A single skill book containing 3 distinct god-tier abilities? This wasn't just luck, it was a jackpot of legendary proportions. As the crackling lightning faded into the air, Wang Hui approached, nodding in approval. It seemed the harvest from this venture was far beyond not bad. This was the legacy of the god race. For the angelic clans, a skill below A rank would be an insult. Their baseline was superior to humanity's peak. No one understood Zhou Yi's current power better than he did. Monstrous strength, terrifying elemental affinity, and an arsenal of high-tier skills. It was no wonder the god race stood above all others. Yang Ba, however, was far more blunt in his assessment. For the god race, A+ is bottom-tier trash, he scoffed. There are skill books out there that transcend even the S+ rank. Zhou Yi paused, genuinely surprised for the first time. Wait, isn't S+ the limit? Yang Ba poured himself a drink, his expression serious as he shattered the boy's worldview. S+ is the ceiling for human classes, Yang Ba explained. But the god race? They hold power that defies our very understanding of limits. Wang Hui suddenly smiled, an idea forming. Keep the skills you learned. I'll have a junior of mine show you around the guild to help you settle in. At the snap of his fingers, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed against the stone. Wei Ningxin stepped forward, bowing gracefully. Old President, you summoned me? Wang Hui's eyes twinkled with amusement. Deacon Wei, didn't you always say you wanted to meet my student? Well, I've brought him to you. This elegant, radiant woman was none other than one of the 3 great deacons of the Tianwu Guild. She extended a hand, her demeanor professional yet inviting. Student Zhou Yi, hello. I am Deacon Wei of the Tianwu Guild, Wei Ningxin, she clarified. I actually intended to find you at Qingjing University, but by the time I arrived, you had already returned. Zhou Yi shook her hand politely, but a frown of confusion creased his brow. You were looking for me? Wang Hui stepped in to clarify. Deacon Wei is in charge of recruitment for Tianwu. When she sees a good seedling, she can't help herself. Yang Ba grunted, tossing in a warning. Zhou Yi is just a freshman. Don't burden him with guild politics yet, Yang Ba grumbled. The old president and I have catching up to do. You take Zhou Yi for a tour, Yang Ba ordered. Ningxin bowed immediately, accepting the command. Understood. As they walked, she began the orientation. The Tianwu Guild was founded 45 years ago. This is our primary stronghold, she explained, gesturing to the surroundings. Most guild members have their residences arranged right here within these walls. Originally, this was just a forest splitting the mountains. But after years of development and 5 major expansions, it has grown into a fortress rivaling a prefecture-level city. They stood atop the ramparts, overlooking the sprawling territory. And we aren't stopping, she added with pride. The 6th expansion project is about to begin. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sensed a massive presence. He jerked his head up, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. What he saw defied all logic. High above on the cliff face, a colossal silver dragon was coiling its majestic body. Every time its claws touched the rock, the earth groaned and shattered. Finally finding a comfortable perch, the beast closed its eyes, drifting back into slumber. Zhou Yi stared, wondering if he was dreaming. An eastern dragon, a legendary beast of myth. Even seeing one on television was a rarity, let alone in the flesh. Seeing his awe, a look of deep pride washed over Ningxin's face. That is the guardian deity of the Tianwu Guild, she said softly. It has protected us for 32 years. Just don't get too close to that mountain. It has a nasty temper. Heeding the warning, Zhou Yi suppressed his curiosity and shifted his gaze downward to the bustling streets. Long queues of people snaked through the plaza. What are they lining up for? He asked. Ningxin smiled, ready to explain. That is the dungeon hall, she said. Headquarters controls 3 exclusive dungeons, Gold, Zombie, and Legend. Open for all members to challenge. She turned to him with a generous offer. As a newcomer, you must be itching to test your strength. Want to try? Put it on my tab. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He had new weapons and god-tier skills begging to be unleashed. Don't mind if I do. Moments later, Ningxin watched helplessly as her contribution points plummeted. Little guy, you really don't hold back on your spending, do you? As the teleportation light engulfed him, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Entering Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon. The Plague Realm of Size. He had barely materialized for a few seconds before the local inhabitants took notice. A horde of monsters turned their gaze toward the fresh meat. This dungeon was designed for level 20 to 30 parties of up to 8 people. It was a desolate borderland, consumed by a rotting plague. Challengers faced monsters, stripped of magic, twisted into the undead. Having lost all reason, their only instinct was to frantically tear apart the living. The first trial. The Corpse Tide. Hideous, mutated xenomorph-like zombies rushed forward. Level 20 normal zombies. Skill. Lethal Bite. Behind them came the level 22 intermediate zombies, armed with razor claws and a deafening screech ability. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. Golden lightning erupted around his hand, condensing into a blade. He slashed forward, cutting through the zombie horde like he was slicing fruit. That strike was the S-rank skill. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Revelation Stance, level 1. Status resistance up by 50%. Lightning damage amplified by 50%. The buff would last for 14 seconds. A smile touched Zhou Yi's lips. This power, it was more than enough. The Apocalyptic Stance. A divine skill capable of forcibly elevating his rank for a brief window. Zhou Yi intended to exploit every millisecond of this explosive power to its absolute limit, although the level 1 Apocalyptic Stance only granted him 14 seconds of dominance. On the battlefield, 14 seconds was an eternity for a master. Each strike was more devastating than the last. Golden lightning swirled around him, releasing a torrent of destruction with every swing. He smiled with absolute confidence. This power alone was enough for him to sweep through this hell multiple times over. Suddenly, the system notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have cleared the first trial. 200 zombies annihilated in just 35 seconds. The gateway to the second trial, the mutated village, is now open. The test run had been incredibly satisfying. The damage output was impeccable. If he leveled up further, clearing these monsters would become instantaneous work. But the moment he stepped into the teleportation gate, Zhou Yi had to cover his nose. The stench of rotting corpses was suffocating. The second trial, Mutated Village, had officially begun. He raised his guard immediately. The miasma here was heavier than the Gale Mountain's poison gas, obscuring his vision. Caution was paramount. Eerie, ghostly whispers echoed from all directions. The blinding light of the teleportation faded, plunging him into a gloom filled with malicious intent. Look at this fresh human meat. He chose his next skill so quickly. The second trial will test him against legendary-grade weapons first. Nameless monstrosities lurking in the shadows chattered excitedly, their voices dripping with malice. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Such a low level? Another piece of trash sent to die. My babies are starving. Just a useless holy knight. He reeks of weakness. I'm going to vomit. I can't wait to tear him into little pieces, but their gloating was cut short by a blinding flash of steel. Zhou Yi slashed through the darkness. Found you. Now get out of my sight. The dark mist dissipated, revealing their hideous forms. Level 25, Zombie Hounds. Possessing hyper-speed biting skills, they lunged at him with savage hunger. One hound took the full force of his radiant sword, its head obliterated instantly. But they weren't fighting alone. Behind them stood the level 25 Butcher Zombies, wielding Heavy Cleave and Whirlwind Slash. In the Butcher's hand was a massive, jagged blade, poised to slaughter anything in its path. Yet, facing this horde only made Zhou Yi's blood boil with excitement. You arrived just in time. Witness my final new skill. S-rank skill. Divine Thunder. Blade of Heaven's Punishment. Level 1. Holy lightning condensed on his weapon, vibrating with catastrophic energy. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashed a vertical slash that tore through the very air. The zombie butcher preparing its attack was sliced clean in half. As the move ended, Zhou Yi praised himself. Not bad. Its body was tougher than the first trial's zombies. It actually survived for 2 whole seconds. The ground ahead had been completely split open by the force of the blow. The remaining zombie forces, seeing the earth severed, froze in sheer terror. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they began frantically communicating in their guttural, unique language. Immediately, another monster unleashed a berserk roar. Using itself as the epicenter, it sent out a shockwave of rage. Every monster within range was instantly consumed by bloodlust. Fear vanished, replaced by a suicidal bravery as they charged the enemy. Sure enough, the mob that had been frozen in fear was now surging with adrenaline. Even their trash talk became bolder. "You stink, holy knight. Today is your funeral. You are just a tiny human. You have no idea who you are messing with. Die." Standing opposite them, Zhou Yi frowned. He couldn't understand a word of their gibberish. "What kind of nonsense are you rambling about?" He stopped wondering and dashed in to harvest their lives. S-rank skill, Sword Flash. Moving at godlike speed, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, dealing massive mixed damage. Suddenly, a zombie hound began to mutate at a terrifying rate. Its fangs grew uncontrollably, tearing through its own jaw, and its head split into two distinct, grotesque halves. But this gruesome evolution didn't even make Zhou Yi blink. Instead, he leaped into the air, delivering a beautiful parabolic slash that sent the mutated hound flying into the horizon. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A dangerous aura from a level 26 plague spreader locked onto him. Zhou Yi spun around just in time to block the incoming attack. The system window popped up with a warning. Plague breath. Warning. Once a player is touched by the toxic gas, infection is immediate. Health will drain every second, and there is a high probability of total paralysis until death. With surgical precision, he flipped his weapon, blocking the spew of venom. In one fluid motion, he decapitated the monster, leaving its headless body to crumble in midair. Zhou Yi shook the disgusting green slime from his hand, his face twisting in revulsion, absolutely filthy. Then, the cold, mechanical voice returned. System notification. Death resistance triggered. Any damage sustained by the body will now regenerate at an accelerated rate. He sheathed his weapon while analyzing the battle. "I used the Warhammer for range before, but for close quarters, I need to discard it. The Pure Blade skill, combined with a longsword, is far superior for counterattacks." Looking at the swarm of zombies still rushing toward him, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of disappointment. Killing 20 monsters in 1 minute? Too slow. This efficiency is pathetic. It's not satisfying at all. I should save the Blade of Heaven's punishment for the elite monsters to maximize my damage output. Decisive as always, he brought his fingers to his forehead to form a seal. He focused his mind, awakening the dormant energy within. To deal with trash like this, magic skills are the only way to go. In a heartbeat, the divine storm whips into a colossal cyclone. The sheer force sucks in countless enemies, butcher zombies, plague spreaders, and hellhounds, obliterating them all in a vortex of destruction. Zhou Yi steps through the teleportation gate the moment the system notification flashes. System. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. 100 zombies eliminated. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 50 seconds. The passage to the third stage is now open. Location. Forbidden Windy Path. Please proceed forward. He studies the gloomy path, shrouded in an ominous crimson mist. A level 45 zombie bishop descends the stairs with arrogant grace, his voice dripping with sophisticated deceit. "You enter this place filled with doubt about life, do you not?" As he draws closer, the priest skillfully casts his bait. "Fear not. The deity welcomes all lost souls." Zhou Yi feigns confusion at the revelation. The deity? Seeing an opening, the monster continues his sermon to build false faith. Indeed, under the guidance of the Lord who holds the keys to life and death, we find the truth of existence. The priest weaves a beautiful lie. Life is fragile and short, but follow our God, and you shall be granted immortality, escaping the wheel of reincarnation. This is a supreme honor, lifting you far beyond the mortals struggling in the mud of existence. Finally, he casts the hook to catch the big fish. "Come, abandon that sword, the symbol of narrow-minded violence. Join us, and enjoy the endless blessings eternal life brings." Zhou Yi seems swept into the mental vortex, appearing hypnotized by the promise of power. Seeing his prey take the bait, the bishop smiles with calculating triumph. "Yes, young man, this is the opportunity the world craves." Suddenly, Zhou Yi voices the doubt rising in his mind. "I have just one thing to say." The bishop prepares to accept the convert, but he certainly doesn't expect a horizontal slash to the head. Who gives a damn? The brilliant blade acts as his answer, cutting through the hypocrisy and exposing the rot beneath. Eternal life? Looking like a monster is worse than death. When his religious sales pitch fails, the bishop switches to curses. "Foolish human, you will regret this." Even with his head severed, the monster barks a decisive order. "Go, holy maidens, show him the price of blaspheming the deity." The cultist nuns obey instantly. Summoning weapons, they open their eyes to reveal a sinister, glowing red darkness. 2 rows of 55 spears snap into formation, ready for slaughter. Facing this murderous intent, Zhou Yi grins with excitement. He grips his wooden stick, and electricity crackles wildly around him. The ordinary wood instantly transforms into the S+ rank Divine Sword Heart. He swings upward to meet their aerial assault. The counterattack triggers an earth-shattering explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zhou Yi vanishes completely into the chaotic aftershock. While the zombie nuns stand bewildered by his ghostly movement, he unleashes the S-rank Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Blade. In a flash, he begins to butcher them. One nun can only watch helplessly as her comrades are reduced to ash. She tilts her head back and hisses in fury. Zhou Yi steps closer, amused. So you things can make noise after all. Slash. He silences her instantly. The enemies fall so fast it makes him pause. They look imposing, he notes, analyzing the battle, but they are shockingly weak. With a single spin of his blade, Zhou Yi obliterates countless elite zombie nuns. Again and again, his sword paints beautiful, deadly arcs, severing limbs and shattering bodies. Sharp spears are deflected and sent skidding across the floor as his storm-like offense sweeps the army away. The bishop watches the chaos from the sidelines, finally speaking. Look at this lightning. This flesh and blood fills the cracks of the world's sin. The fanatic remains stubborn to the very end. Your screams are a symphony for God. The higher the pitch, the deeper the altar sinks into the fires of hell. Zhou Yi stands firm on the rotting floor, surrounded by a sea of charred remains. His face darkens as he issues a challenge. You are next. The bishop smiles gently, like a parent forgiving a naughty child. Suddenly, his eyes flash with malice, and black smoke converges. Just you? Zhou Yi freezes death energy, wraps tightly around his legs before he can react. Regaining his focus, Zhou Yi stares at the magic circle glowing beneath him. Shock and suspicion flood his mind. Since when was this array set up? He thinks back to the easy victory. I thought they were attacking. But they were building a formation. It explains everything. Their attacks were dense but weak because their true goal was this underground trap. Suddenly, a rotting hand shoots up from the formation and grabs his leg. Zhou Yi froze as he looked down. Below him, a sea of cultivators swarmed upward like insects, their movements erratic and terrifying. Confusion turned to alarm as the situation spiraled out of control. His expression darkened. Suddenly, gravity seemed to multiply. His body felt like lead, and his spiritual power began to drain rapidly. An invisible pressure wrapped around him, crushing his bones. It felt as if a subterranean leviathan had clamped onto his soul, dragging him down into the abyss. The system flashed a warning. He was trapped in the array of withered souls. It was a massive area of effect curse requiring 10 seconds to cast. The formation was designed to rot the flesh, weaken the spirit, and shatter the mind. The moment the warning ended, the damage hit. Defense and health plummeted by 100 points instantly. Zhou Yi triggered his golden light, shredding the shadow tentacles clinging to his limbs. Thanks to his status immunity, the curse was slowed, but his arm was already turning black from infection. Zhou Yi stared at the rot, deep in thought. From a distance, the priest continued his fanatical preaching. Young one, accept the divine blessing. You shall be reborn in the most beautiful form to walk this earth. Contrasting the priest's arrogance, Zhou Yi remained calm. Despite being half swallowed by the abyss, he looked bored. He ignored the grasping shadows and the power trying to drag him down again. Zhou Yi scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Same script, different day. Are you an NPC programmed to repeat lines? A spark of crimson energy ignited behind him, cutting through the gloom. The holy flame crown manifested, a halo of scorching divinity. This artifact granted absolute mastery over fire, boosting all light and flame damage by nearly 40%. A pillar of apocalyptic fire crashed down, incinerating the trap and enveloping Zhou Yi in a protective inferno. Zhou Yi ascended like a phoenix, shaking off the corruption. The crawling cultivators didn't just burn, they detonated, turning into floating fireballs that lit up the dark cavern. He summoned the Spear of Victory, hurling it straight at the priest's heart with lethal precision. But a shield of darkness materialized. It didn't just block the physical and magical impact, it absorbed the energy, reflecting it back as a corroding wave of gloom. Zhou Yi didn't flinch. He unleashed the flash sword technique, driving the blade directly into the barrier with overwhelming force. The priest's eyes widened in horror. Under the crushing weight of Zhou Yi's power, his absolute defense began to crack. Desperate, the priest raised his hands to the sky, screaming, "Great Lord Asya, show your wrath, crush this insect." Zhou Yi paused mid-strike. The name Asya struck a chord in his memory. He glanced at the three-eyed statue pulsing with golden light. His pupils contracted. Realization hit him like a physical blow. Asya, this was the evil god the bear monster spoke of. Why was its influence here? He stared down the priest, whose body was now erupting with black mist. Gripping the holy sword heart, Zhou Yi analyzed the threat. He didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain. The ritual had to stop. That shield absorbed damage and reflected it? Fine. He just needed a hit strong enough to shatter it in one go. He swung his blade, unleashing the holy thunder, heaven's revelation. Roaring with exertion, he didn't stop there. One hit isn't enough? Then take another. The blade of heaven's punishment followed instantly. The double strike obliterated the shield and took the priest's head with it. The body, still shrouded in black mist, collapsed. The severed head spun through the air, its face frozen in eternal shock. It hit the ground with a wet thud, spraying black ichor across the stone floor. But the nightmare wasn't over. Zhou Yi instantly shifted into his angelic form as the black remains bubbled and merged, rising as a dark entity with glowing red eyes. The entity spoke, its voice a gravelly echo. "Insolent brat, if you won't serve, I'll devour you for the master." Zhou Yi smirked, fear absent from his eyes. "Honestly, you look much better this way." Roaring in fury, the monster launched a barrage of void orbs. Zhou Yi danced through the air, a blur of light, dodging every strike. He weaved through the chaotic red energy exploding from the dark spheres, untouched and calculating. Assessing the battlefield in a split second, he formed a hand seal. Holy light heart shield, a divine barrier descended from the heavens at his command, crashing down like a hammer of judgment. Immediately he followed up. Holy thunder, prison lock of heaven. Lightning condensed into solid chains, slamming the creature into the earth. Pinned and burning, the monster shrieked, "Release me, you damn worm!" Even in defeat, his hatred burned. "You will pay. Great God, punish this heretic." Zhou Yi stared down coldly, crushing the creature's hope. "Don't hold your breath. Your evil God isn't coming. But my light is already here." He raised his hand for the execution. The ultimate skill, prison lock of heaven. Thousands of lightning chains pierced the shapeless void, tearing it apart from the inside. The creature howled one last time. "Lord Asya will destroy you." The system window popped up, detailing the terrifying S-rank crowd control power that had just turned a monster into dust. The enemy was locked in place, frozen like a statue. Zhou Yi fixed his gaze on the golden interface, analyzing the 5 core classes of skills available to an awakener: attack, defense, enhancement, debuff, and restriction. Summoning and creation existed too, but those were rarities one seldom encountered. But among them all, restriction skills were the rarest of diamonds. Finding one was harder than reaching the heavens. Ignoring the priest, struggling against the golden chains, Zhou Yi's mind raced. In the hierarchy of power, crowd control was the undisputed king. A well-timed restriction skill in actual combat could turn the tides instantly, producing results that defied logic. Zhou Yi reached his conclusion as the enemy futilely bashed against the barrier. With a target unable to move, even high-power skills with terrible accuracy became guaranteed hits. Though imprisoned, the priest roared with the desperation of a trapped beast. "The rage of Lord Asia will burn you to ash. Your soul will suffer in eternal torment." Zhou Yi tilted his head, unimpressed. "This Asia you keep yapping about. Just what kind of creature is it?" The entity's main eye snapped open, black veins crawling into the iris in a display of pure horror. It looked up at the giant statue and shrieked. "Lord Asia is the supreme intellect, possessor of infinite power. A wave of his hand destroys armies. Traitors are devoured, but the loyal gain eternal life." Disdain filled Zhou Yi's eyes as he kicked the distorted, pig-like head closer with his boot. "Eternal life? You call this monstrosity eternal life?" He stared at the twisted aberration. "You look like a freak." "Ignorant fool," the priest screamed, his mind dragged back to a painful past. He had once been a nameless priest in a peaceful hamlet, loved by all like family. He had dedicated his life to healing them. But then, a terrifying plague swept through, drowning the village in a sea of agony and despair. They begged for salvation, grasping at his robes, but he was too weak. He could do nothing but watch them wither. He recalled the times he ran to the city until his feet bled, begging high-ranking priests to come down from their ivory towers and save his people. He swallowed his pride, ignoring their scorn and disgust. He didn't care about the humiliation. He only hoped for a shred of mercy. He even knelt before the perverse Grand Bishop, pleading for a miracle with tears in his eyes. But the reality was cold and cruel. To them, the villagers were merely insects, not worth the mana it would take to save them. Broken but desperate, he rushed back to the village, shouting lies of hope. "I have returned! We are saved!" From that moment on, even as his body rotted and darkness consumed his flesh, he smiled. Clutching a twisted cross, he ran toward his dying people. He knelt beside a cursed victim, gripping the cross until his knuckles turned white, praying for a miracle that would never come. The body suddenly detonated, the force knocking him to the cold ground. Horror dawned on him. It was a lie. All of it. He and the survivors buried the scattered remains in endless, suffocating grief. The village grew weaker. Death claimed them one by one. The crying never stopped, echoing in his ears like a curse. "Lord Priest, save us. It hurts. Please, have mercy." The voices haunted his every waking moment. He hated his own uselessness. He hated the cold hearts of the high priests. Tears of impotence streamed down his face as his voice trembled. "I am sorry." But in his deepest despair, a mysterious power answered his call. He embraced the darkness. With a wave of his hand, the pain stopped. The dead rose again, Twisted smiles replaced faces of agony. Sickness could no longer touch them. They were free. Looking at the soulless husks, the priest believed he had made the right choice. He had accepted the trade. This monstrous form was a small price to pay. It was all worth it. Even now, his loyalty to the dark god remained unshaken. Lord Asia chose us. I will spread his glory until the whole world receives his blessing. Zhou Yi sighed, shaking his head at the blind fanaticism. This guy is too far gone. Hopeless. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi swung his blade, slicing the priest's body cleanly in two. Even at death's door, the priest begged his dark god with fervent devotion. Lord Asia, show your power, save your loyal servant, and destroy this heretic. Zhou Yi looked down with eyes cold as steel. Still waiting for your evil god? His voice dropped, delivering the final blow. He abandoned you long ago. Today is simply the day you die. How dare you? The priest roared, clinging to his delusion. Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. Zhou Yi smirked at the threat. Self-destruction? Not on my watch. Before the priest could detonate, magic chains erupted to bind him. Zhou Yi raised his hand, summoning the ultimate judgment. Holy Cross of Light. The seal activated instantly, locking the priest in a cage of burning radiance. Writhing in agony, the priest cried out one last time to a void that would never answer. Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue remained silent. Black blood splattered across the floor as the system notification chimed. The zombie bishop had fallen. Zhou Yi regulates his breathing, touching down on the solid ground as light as a feather. The reward screen instantly floods his vision. 12,323 experience points, high-grade healing potions, mana crystals, and the Guardian's Greaves. He swipes the loot into his inventory, offering a cool appraisal. Not a bad haul, though the experience points are lacking, no level up today. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. The air is still heavy. The malevolent aura hasn't faded, it lingers. With a swift kick, he launches his weapon from the ground, snatching it from the air in one fluid motion. He stalks toward the ominous statue, ready to deliver the final blow. Disgusting filth. Ends now. A blinding beam of golden light erupts, obliterating the idol into dust in a fraction of a second. The system chimes again. Congratulations, you have desecrated the vile god's idol. A hidden reward triggers, catching him completely off guard. Humph? Crimson text blazes across his retina, detailing the new item, Ancient Divine Crystal, a relic containing God Force, essential for a holy class's second awakening. It only appears in dungeons linked to deities or demons. Zhou Yi studies the glowing orb hovering before him. My first time seeing a second awakening item. Looks like I'll be speedrunning this dungeon a few more times. As he steps out of the portal, Deacon Wei approaches, clapping her hands. Impressive work. 10 minutes and 25 seconds on your first clear. That puts you comfortably in the top 20. Ignoring the praise, Zhou Yi shoves the loot into her hands and immediately cuts a deal. Deacon Wei, keep the trash. I am re-entering the dungeon. She moves to block him. Slow down. You just cleared it. This dungeon isn't a playground. It drains your mental energy severely. Zhou Yi ignores her concern, his mind flashing through the leaderboard records. He clenches his fist. The first run was just reconnaissance. This time, I am gunning for the speed record. I want the #1 spot, and I know I can break it. She tilts her head, skeptical of his confidence. The top 10 are all level 30 elites. If you want to sweep the board, you need to be at least level 27 to stand a chance. Zhou Yi's expression is stone cold. I have calculated the odds. Just watch me. Seeing he won't be swayed, Deacon Wei sighs. Fine, but watch your back, and keep the rewards this time. Treat it as pocket money. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them. Huh? Aunt Wei? What are you doing here? Zhengming? When did you get back? He scratches his head sheepishly. Just now. Spent 2 whole months wiping out those disgusting otherworld creatures. I'm dead on my feet. Zhou Yi catches the conversation as he passes. Otherworld creatures? From the spatial rifts? He steps silently into the portal, his mind churning with memories of his academy lectures. At the Gale-swept mountains, I found low-tier beasts slipping through a medium-grade rift. The instructor said the nation raised the combat alert to level 3 immediately. An entire legion was dispatched to purge the zone. Back outside, Deacon Wei's voice drops with concern. How heavy were the casualties? Zhengming's face darkens as he remembers the fallen. Our squad had 12. Only 8 came back. And that was with the legion covering us. Without them, I wouldn't be standing here. A heavy silence falls. She sighs, shaking her head. 1/3 of the squad gone. What a tragic waste. She crosses her arms, shifting from officer to aunt. Have you called your mother yet? Taking a mission that dangerous without a word. You reckless child. He laughs nervously. That is why I came to find you, auntie. I hid the mission from her. If I tell her now, she will skin me alive. Deacon Wei shrugs. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. Zheng Ming clasps his hands together, pleading. Don't be like that. Look at me. I'm still in one piece, right? Ignoring her nephew, she turns to the figure walking towards them. Zhou Yi? Why haven't you started the run yet? He replies calmly. Deacon Wei, I just finished. Her hands fly to her mouth in shock. Huh? He points a thumb at the leaderboard, which just refreshed. Divine Breath Realm, Nightmare Difficulty. Rank 1. Zhou Yi. Time. 1 minute 59 seconds. He smirks. Take a look. Deacon Wei stares, trembling. Under 2 minutes? On Nightmare mode? And he is only level 23? Zhou Yi doesn't waste a beat. Deacon Wei, unlock Abyss difficulty for me. She lets out a long, defeated breath, looking at him like he is an alien. You really are a monster. Go ahead, take my access card. Run it until you drop. Zhang Ming's jaw hits the floor. Wait, that is Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman from Suhang University? 2 months had passed, yet the legend of the Dungeon Breaker was still spreading like wildfire. The students couldn't hide their awe. Damn, the record for the Abyss-level Divine Breath dungeon just got shattered. 1 minute and 29 seconds? That's impossible. 1 minute and 29 seconds. I was still stuck at the first gate in that time. Terrifying. That is the true power of Guildmaster Wang's direct disciple. Another voice chimed in, dripping with admiration. Did you guys see his run on the Nightmare difficulty a few days ago? 59 seconds. I got goosebumps just watching it. Even Second Awakening professionals can't clear it that fast. Zhou Yi exited the dungeon, a satisfied grin plastered on his face. His mind drifted to the events of the last few days. These past 2 months had been fulfilling. After Mentor Wang Hui found out I cleared the Tianwu Guild's dungeon, he handed me his personal points card without hesitation. He let me farm to my heart's content, then evaluated my stats himself. With no limit on contribution points, I naturally went all out to skyrocket my level. Thanks to that, I spent the last 2 months at the Tianwu Guild and finally hit level 29. I'm ready to accept the class transfer mission. Zhou Yi mentally calculated his next move. He needed to contact Wang Hui to get the Paladin transfer letter. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Beep! It was a summon message from Headmaster Wang Hui. Hanging from his phone was an adorable keychain, a gift from Su Ran, the hottest blind box monster pet in Ning'an City. It took me forever to pull this capybara-style one. Moments later, Zhou Yi stood in the headmaster's office. Hello, teacher. Wang Hui looked him over, clicking his tongue in praise. Just as I predicted. Gaining 6 levels in 2 months. We have not bad at all. He stepped closer, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder before dropping a heavy question. I could have taken you into the wild to hunt beasts, power leveling you to 40 or even 50 in an instant. But do you know why I didn't? Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, because a third awakening professional created that way would be hollow. Without fundamental training, they could never unleash their full potential. Zhou Yi added with a serious expression. Only those who temper themselves in life or death battles can become true apex powerhouses. Golden light flashed from Wang Hui's hand as he nodded. It is rare for someone your age to understand that point. He placed the transfer letter on the desk. The world is full of people who ride their parents' resources to level up, but they struggle to survive the second or third awakenings. Since you are already level 29, you should prepare for your second awakening. Wang Hui continued his explanation. The second transfer for a paladin is the Revelator. It drastically enhances holy light control and strengthens the weaknesses of the first stage. But your strength has already far surpassed the norm. Take this transfer letter, open your consciousness, and you will see the requirements. A system panel materialized before Zhou Yi. Item: Paladin Transfer Letter. Effect: meets conditions for class transfer. Activation allows Paladin to advance to Revelator. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing his mind to absorb the energy radiating from the transfer letter. Lines of text scrolled across his vision. Transfer conditions: First Class Paladin, level 29. Materials: 100 holy crystals, 100 thoughts of repentance. Zhou Yi scratched his head, puzzled. Thoughts of repentance. Does that refer to the regret of cultists who worship the evil gods? By the way, teacher, do you remember the item I obtained in the Abyss-level Divine Breath dungeon? Wang Hui nodded. You must use a specific skill to extract the thoughts of repentance, and it must be done within 30 minutes of their death, or the soul will dissipate. Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he raised a question about the repentance skill. Teacher, how did you know I possessed that ability? Wang Hui answered casually. I heard you swept the Divine Breath dungeon. It is a guaranteed drop from that clear. With your strength, I assume you have already gathered the 100 holy crystals? Zhou Yi felt a surge of emotion. Teacher had been planning my second awakening all along. That is correct. Wang Hui continued. Then you only need to complete the 4th task to proceed with the transfer. He offered Zhou Yi a piece of advice. Recently, there is a mission on the university network involving the evil god cultists. The chance of obtaining thoughts of repentance is high. Go back and take a look. Understood. Upon returning home, Zhou Yi immediately logged into the university's official website to scour the mission board. A flood of information appeared, making him pause in thought. Suhong University was one of the top 3 elite institutions in the country. Yet, the student population was surprisingly small. All 4 years combined barely totaled 5,000 students, less than a third of a standard university. As he filtered the search results, he analyzed the reason. The resources required for each student at Suhong were astronomical, making mass recruitment impossible. Despite the few students, the variety of missions was vast. The top list was dominated by high-credit academic tasks. I only care about missions related to the cultists right now. He hit enter, and the results flashed on the screen instantly. Combat mission: eliminate the fleeing cultist Sike. Level 34. Reward: 400 academic credits. Investigation mission: traces of the cult discovered in Longfeng City, Songshan Province. Investigate and report. Reward: 100 to 1,000 academic credits. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, deep in calculation. To gather the 100 repentance wisps he needed, the first mission was far from enough. His gaze shifted to the second option, Longfeng City. No sooner thought than done. He instantly pulled up the data on this new location to assess the terrain. It wasn't a metropolis, but thanks to its specialty, the abyss fruit, it was thriving more than Lijiang. And where heretic cultists lurked, the chance to harvest repentance wisps was high. Zhou Yi clicked to accept the mission. Suddenly, a crimson warning window slashed across the screen. Danger level: high. The system blared that 2 previous agents had already vanished without a trace. Do you still wish to proceed? This caught him off guard. A simple fetch quest turning into a high-risk scenario? His brows knit together as he analyzed the ranking. Just like dungeon difficulties, academy missions were split into 4 tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and finally, high risk. A sharp glint flashed in his emerald eyes. In the world of hunters, a high-risk tag meant a mortality rate exceeding 70%. But did fear stop him? Never. Missions involving heretic cultists were never a walk in the park. He just needed to make the right preparations before stepping into the fire. He raised his hand, summoning the void butterfly. The ethereal creature fluttered respectfully. Master, do you have instructions for me? He didn't waste breath on words. Silently activating his positioning skill, a glowing magical map materialized, displaying intricate data in the air. The void butterfly's ability was absolute. It marked a coordinate in the void, allowing him to sense the location and teleport instantly to the designated spot. Zhou Yi issued his command. This was his ultimate fail-safe. If the danger in Longfeng City proved insurmountable, he could rely on the butterfly's speed to vanish in an instant. Now, his journey to Longfeng City had a guarantee of survival. The trap was set, but the exit door was wide open. Preparations complete. Zhou Yi stepped out of the academy gates, fingers dancing on his phone to purchase a bulk supply of mana recovery potions. It was time to move. In the distance, 2 female students gasped, their eyes going wide. It's God Yi! He's actually alive! Her companion smiled, gazing at him with pure admiration, as expected of the leader of the Golden Age. That intensity. Even the 4th-year seniors can't compare to the aura he radiates. Meanwhile, in the Dean's exclusive alloy training room at the War Academy, Wu Meng was a whirlwind of violence, facing off against 7 combat androids alone. Mid-combat, he barked out a question to Sumei. You say Zhou Yi took a high-risk mission? Has the kid already left campus? Sumei nodded, confirming the report. Yes, sir. The target location is Longfeng City in Songshan Province. Intelligence suggests heretic cultist involvement. Bang. Wu Meng smashed a robot aside. Cultist hunting, huh? Looks like he's preparing for his 2nd-class advancement. That brat certainly has ambition. He paused, a frown creasing his forehead. But that Longfeng mission, didn't I hear about it from someone else? I'm sure another instructor mentioned that specific city recently. Sumei glanced at the tablet in her hands. Originally, it was a normal grade mission, but after 2 students levels 26 and 28 went missing, it was upgraded. The threat level skyrocketed to high risk. The Academy predicts only a 2nd advancement professional can handle it now. Wu Meng laughed, still trading blows with the metal mob. Sounds like the enemy has some hidden cards up their sleeves. For a normal student, that's a death sentence. But for Zhou Yi, it barely counts as a warm-up. With a savage grin, he tore the head off the nearest android and launched himself forward with explosive force. His mind raced as fast as his fists. That kid spent months grinding in the Tianwu Guild's hellish dungeons. He's level 29. Even against a 2nd advancement user, he won't lose. Not with the arsenal of trump cards he's hiding. With one final strike, Wu Meng reduced the remaining robots to scrap. Approve his request. Mark his classes as authorized leave. No need to micromanage him. He turned to Sumei, wiping sweat from his brow. Just remind him when he gets back, administrative procedures still apply. Genius or not. A high-speed bullet train tore through the landscape. This was the direct line from Suhong to Longfeng, a perilous 100,000-kilometer journey through the wilderness. To reach the destination, one had to start from Ning'an University's teleport plaza, endure 12 spatial jumps, and switch trains 7 times just to reach Yongxing in Songshan province. Exhaustion weighed heavy on Zhou Yi. He leaned his head against the cold glass, watching the blur of the world outside. Just a 2-hour subway ride left, he muttered. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated with a sharp chime. "Brother Zhou Yi, have you arrived?" He tapped out a quick reply. "Almost. Give me another hour." "Okay. Call me the second you land." As he put the phone away, the girl sitting next to him spoke up, her eyes sparkling. "Wow. That keychain. Isn't that a squeak mouse beast? That's a Ning'an specialty. Are you from Ning'an too?" Zhou Yi gave a polite nod. "I am. Are you?" A bright, infectious smile spread across her face. "I guess I count as half. My grandma lives there. I grew up in Ning'an, but now I can only visit during summer break. Suhang is just so far from Songshan province." She sighed, then tilted her head curiously. "Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism or work?" Zhou Yi's eyes flashed imperceptibly as he activated appraisal, answering casually, "Just handling some business. How about you two? Sightseeing?" The system interface hovered invisibly over their heads. "Class. Pharmacist. Level 13. Oblivious to being scanned, Bai Na continued to chatter happily. "That's the plan. We're heading to Longfeng City to soak in the hot springs and unwind. I'm Bai Na, and this is my best friend, Liu Jing. Her level is way too high for me to even guess. Judging by that intense aura field, you must be a combat class, right?" Zhou Yi gave a low affirmation, prompting her to immediately stroke her own ego. "I knew it. My instincts are never wrong about these things. I really admire you, combat class professionals." To his ears, however, her excessive praise sounded a bit too theatrical. Still, the aura difference between a lifestyle class and a combat class was like night and day. It was only natural she noticed. Eager to deepen the connection, Bai Na whipped out her phone. "Hey handsome, my friend and I are both pharmacists. If you ever need potions recovery, mana, or healing, just hit us up. We'll give you a solid 20% discount." Zhou Yi felt slightly awkward, but couldn't refuse such a practical offer. "Sure, thanks." Finally, the high-speed train pulled into Longfeng City Station. "Time really flies when you're chatting," Bai Na remarked as they stepped onto the platform. Dragging their luggage, she and Liu Jie waved goodbye to Zhou Yi. "Don't forget to call me if you need anything," but she was so focused on talking that she slammed right into a passerby. Sheyun looked up to see a beautiful young woman. Abandoning all shame, he immediately launched into his cult recruitment pitch. "My apologies, beautiful miss. But have you heard? The sacred spirit cult brings endless happiness to all mankind." Turning his manic energy toward Liu Ji, he continued. "Our church is holding a special event soon. It will showcase the true blessings of the divine. You should come witness it." He didn't even let Zhu Yi escape his fanatical gaze. "And you, young man, your aura is extraordinary. You definitely have a destiny with the gods." To Zhu Yi, these were just empty words of flattery. Still, his eyes drifted to the flyer the man thrust toward him. As he read the contents, suspicion surged within him. He let out a cold, dismissive snort. That single sound drained the blood from Xie Yun's face. Terrified, he snatched the flyer back and fled, shouting, "May the sacred spirit lord protect you," over his shoulder. Liu Jie, clearly out of the loop, looked at her own flyer. Is religious culture really that trendy in Longfeng City? Bai Na snatched the paper from her hands instantly. "Throw that away. Now. It's bad luck." Liu Ji stared at her friend, baffled by the sudden intensity. "What's wrong?" Bai Na sighed, explaining the dark truth. "You wouldn't know, but my brother has worked in this city for years. He told me that cult activities started appearing in Longfeng City about a year ago. At first, the Sacred Spirit cult was just seen as a mysterious organization. People joined because they actually got stat boosts and leveled up. But then the horror started. Their appearances didn't change, but their personalities. They became completely different people. My brother's friend was the gentlest guy I knew. After joining the cult, he turned into a raging monster. His outbursts terrified his whole family. The cult claimed it was just zeal for the faith, but I knew something was deeply wrong." Listening to the horror story, Liu Jie frowned. "Then, what is this miracle they keep talking about?" Bai Na tossed the crumpled flyer into a trash can, her face full of disgust. "Who cares? We shouldn't mess with that stuff. God knows what evil lies within." Meanwhile, Zhu Yi crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. "Even though I briefly glimpsed the light god back at the mountain, these so-called miracles reek of trouble. This might be the clue I need to track down the evil cult. They always hide behind the mask of a legitimate religion." Darkness soon swallowed Longfeng City. By 8:30 in the evening, The neon lights of Hengyang Commercial Plaza were blazing. A massive crowd had gathered on the 9th floor, buzzing with anticipation. Are we really going to see a miracle tonight? I hope so. That's the only reason I came. My neighbor said he saw one. His wisdom attribute shot up by 20 points instantly, and his combat power skyrocketed. Standing amidst the sea of people, Guman smirked sarcastically. Using miracles as bait to gather a herd. Classic. They have some skill. I'll give them that. Jiang Shang muttered. The sacred spirit cult became a titan in just 1 year. They wouldn't be here without some serious tricks. Ignoring the crowd's hysteria, he locked in on the mission. True. Just make sure to record every second of their little magic show. Zhao Ling whispered from the side. Guman, remember, we collect evidence of the fraud and get out. Do not dig too deep. This is an A+ rank mission. One slip up means death. When a level 19 duelist gave an order, he didn't dare argue. Understood. Gather evidence, avoid direct confrontation. Satisfied, she turned to their level 18 mechanic. Jiang Shang, are the micro-drones in position? He grinned, eyes crinkling. Relax. The entire room is under surveillance. Suddenly, Wu Han, who had been using his appraisal skill, cut in. Wait. That's strange. Why can't I see that person's class level? Zhou Yi stood casually within her line of sight, yet her system screen flashed red with error after error. Realizing something was wrong, the other three immediately activated their appraisal skills in unison. I can't see his level either, one whispered, brow furrowing. Guman, what about you? The response was grim. Nothing. It's just like with Zhao Ling, completely unreadable. If none of us can probe him, it proves his level is far above ours, at least level 20, Jiang Shang muttered, suspicion clouding his eyes. This is just a standard gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Why would it attract a powerhouse above level 20? Wu Han cut in, dropping a bombshell that shook them all. There is a faint aura of divinity on him. Her voice trembled slightly. Could he be a high-ranking member of the Holy Spirit cult? While they were busy dissecting his identity, Zhou Yi suddenly shot a glance in their direction, cold, piercing, and sharp as a blade. Panic seized all four of them instantly, the blood in their veins freezing solid under that terrifying pressure. Zhao Ling didn't hesitate, barking a mental order to her team. That look, it struck primal fear into my soul. He's likely a second transition expert. We absolutely cannot attract his attention. Understood, Wu Han whispered back, her face pale. The two men remained dead silent, accepting the command as if their lives depended on it. At the same moment they were assessing him, Zhou Yi was dissecting them with a single look. These four were clearly not ordinary citizens, but their business was none of his concern. His target tonight was solely the Holy Spirit cult. Clang! The sharp sound of a bell sliced through the air, interrupting everyone's calculations. The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped into a heavy, reverent silence. The representative stepped forward, a practiced smile on his face. Welcome everyone to this sacred gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Everyone here shares a destiny with the Spirit Lord. I am Father Li Shu Yuan, and I shall guide you to divine grace. From the back, Zhou Yi observed silently, his eyes narrowing. 1. Level 18. 2 level 17s. Not exactly a threat. Let's see what kind of circus act they're putting on, Zhou Yi thought. Meanwhile, Li Shu Yuan continued his fanatical speech. The Holy Spirit cult worships the Great Spirit Lord. Our doctrine is the path to eternal light and absolute salvation. In the eyes of the Spirit Lord, all beings are equal. He spun a web of beautiful lies, painting a utopia for the desperate believers. As long as your piety is true, the Lord shall grant you favor, from free cultivation dungeons to precious resources, mana-boosting potions, constitution-enhancing heavenly treasures. We have it all. Finally, he played his ace card, the bait no desperate soul could refuse. Every month, the church provides each member with 8,000 Central Xia credits as an activity fund. That number hit the crowd like a bomb. The hall erupted into chaos. I break my back for a whole month just to make 4,000. But joining the church gets me 8,000, plus free resources? I could actually become a powerhouse. Li Shu Yuan didn't stop, pouring sweet poison into their ears. This is the Spirit Lord's love for you. He ensures you have no worldly worries, so you may devote your heart and soul entirely to your faith. His next words served as a signal to the two assistants flanking him. Ladies and gentlemen, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Lord is infinite. Now, as your father, I will personally demonstrate the Lord's immense power. He strode toward a statue, an object of unknown quality and effect, preparing his performance. This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us by the Lord. Witness the glory of the divine. Feel the vastness of his grace. Zhou Yi studied the object intently. His appraisal couldn't identify it, but he could feel the dense, suffocating mana radiating from the statue. It's likely a high-grade magic artifact. Zhao Ling's team watched with grim determination. The Holy Spirit statue. They're about to manufacture a miracle. We must record everything. This evidence is crucial. Li Yuan stood before the statue, raising both arms to the ceiling, screaming fanatically, "Oh, Holy Spirit Lord, please, manifest your supreme power." The desperate anticipation on the faces below fueled his performance, making him shout even louder. "Let these devout believers witness your great miracle." As the last word left his lips, an assistant violently shook a small handbell. Ding, ding, to the rhythmic chiming, the statue began to emit a soft golden glow. Within seconds, it exploded into a blinding radiance, forcing even Zhou Yi to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Zhou Yi stared, stunned, as the so-called miracle took form a projection of a benevolent goddess, wrapping the believers in a loving embrace. A voice cut through the awe, shrieking, "What? What is that?" That question broke the dam. Hysteria took over. "A miracle. It's a real miracle. This light. I can feel strength flooding my body." The glowing figure began to emit a low, rhythmic chanting. The believers looked at each other, eyes wide and glazed. "Strange. Do you hear that? The miracle. It's speaking to us." Guman and the others were instantly enveloped by the chanting. Wuhan watched in horror as her teammates fell into a trance. Suddenly, Zhaoling stared at her hands, trembling uncontrollably. I've become a second transition job holder." Wuhan, standing safe within a faint protective barrier, gasped in shock. Sister Ling was gone, lost to the illusion. Beside her, Guman threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "So much money. With these resources, I'll be the strongest warrior. Even the demon claws won't be able to touch me. Mom, look at me. I'm finally the top mechanic in all of Central Jia. The family will be so proud." Wuhan shivered as the realization hit her. This isn't a miracle. It's high-level, wide-range hypnotic magic. She stared helplessly at the expanding miracle. Her necklace provided mental immunity, but the cooldown was brutal. It could only trigger once every 30 minutes. "I have to wait for the cooldown." "Wake up," one teammate, and then force a breakthrough. But she wasn't the only one left standing. Zhou Yi, completely immune to the spell, casually grabbed the head of a nearby entranced believer, his mind already calculating his next move, a dark hypnotic art woven with malice. Is this truly the only way the sacred spirit sect gathers its flock? Tu Yuan gazed at the miracle before him with twisted satisfaction. The holy relic bestowed by the bishop was truly effective beyond measure. He barked orders to the subordinates standing behind him. "Begin the operation. We wasted enough time earlier, and the other side is growing impatient." The chime of bewitchment tolled once more. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, flooding the area. In seconds, the entire hall was submerged in rings of golden light. But as the sound faded, tendrils of purple death energy crept into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers materialized from the black smoke atop the altar. Tu Yuan bowed low, his voice dripping with reverence. "Greetings, Lord Bishop." Zhou Yi's eyes sharpened instantly. This sensation, they are pagan cultists. Feng Li wasted no breath on pleasantries, his voice sharp with accusation. "Tu Yuan, why did this take so long?" The subordinate clasped his hands, panic in his voice. "Lord Bishop, please understand, there was a reason." Spreading the word of the sacred spirit required time to prepare. The bishop replied with cold indifference. "They are merely consumables. Do not waste my time again." Feng Li reached out, his fingers grazing the statue. "After this sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the sacred spirit sect. You shall receive the Lord's blessing." The sudden promotion hit Tu Yuan like a wave of euphoria. He trembled with excitement. "Thank you for your recommendation, Lord Bishop." Zhou Yi observed silently, a realization dawning on him. Without channeling their dark god's power, these cultists looked exactly like ordinary humans. Even professionals would struggle to tell them apart. However, he was no ordinary professional. As a holy knight blessed by the sacred light, his sensitivity to dark energy was absolute. The aura of the evil god clinging to those 5 men stood out like black ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li began his apotheosis sermon. "Eternal Holy Spirit, undying and everlasting, great Lord, your offerings are prepared. Please, enjoy your feast." Watching the scene unfold, Zhou Yi's mind raced. The bishop is only level 27? There must be a higher-ranking figure behind him. I need to wait and gather more intel. 5 cultists were simply not enough to satisfy him. Golden light flickered from the statue ahead. Feng Li and his group spread their arms, chanting in unison, "Eternal Holy Spirit, undying and everlasting." After hearing the chant 5 times, the statue reacted. Its stone face twisted into a grotesque, ear-to-ear grin of satisfaction. Its mouth gaped open, glittering, surging sound waves erupted from within, rolling over the crowd. The believers below shuddered in ecstasy. It felt like refreshing rain, breaking a long summer drought. Zhou Yi felt the madness thickening in the air and clicked his tongue. "They are extracting souls." The chant of Eternal Holy Spirit now echoed from the mouths of the entranced believers. His mind worked furiously. The soul is the fundamental key to resurrection. whether for a healer saving others or a powerhouse saving themselves. Ordinary souls are weak and dissipate after death, but strong or weak, the soul remains vital. Zhou Yi finally understood the true depravity of this sect. It was a trap, an inescapable net to control their minds. And this illusion was actively draining their soul force. He recalled the violent incidents he had heard about. Those who joined the sect looked physically unchanged, but their personalities became something else entirely. He had finally found the answer to the string of bizarre events. The drastic personality changes in the converts. It was undoubtedly caused by a damaged or incomplete soul. Zhou Yi watched the golden waves siphoning energy from the dazed crowd. But one question remained. What exactly does that statue intend to do with these harvested souls? Zhao Ling had entered the 9th floor with a strong will, but even she was succumbing, her soul eroding away. Wu Han grabbed her arm with all his might. His heart pounded against his ribs like a war drum. If we wait, we die. I can't just sit here and rot. Sister Ling, wake up. Desperate, he decided to risk everything and activated his ice spirit art. Spirits of frost, heed my call and condense. Unleash your power. Freeze. A thin layer of frost coated Zhao Ling's body. Wu Han cheered in relief. There is hope, but his joy was short-lived. The ice melted in an instant. It was useless. The frost magic had been completely nullified. Wu Han's blatant action instantly drew Tu Yuan's gaze. So, a rat managed to avoid the hypnosis? He waved his hand, unleashing a storm of demonic energy. Black flame, devour him! Zhou Yi saw the death energy rushing toward the civilians. He didn't hesitate. Holy light hand, but to his surprise, there were more than just 2 people awake in the crowd. Liu Ran acted fast, tossing out a radiant light shield. A solid golden barrier materialized in front of Wu Han. It successfully intercepted the blast of dark magic. Since her cover was blown, she went on the offensive. She immediately hurled a radiant light sphere directly at Feng Li, as expected of the sacred spirit bishop. He merely flicked his wrist and deflected the fatal blow. Pathetic. Mere cat scratches. Radiant light art. You are from the Radiant Light Sect. Even as a level 25 light mage, seeing her defense shattered so easily left Liu Ran shaken. How is this possible? My Radiant Light art has already reached level 15 proficiency. This skill once instantly killed a level 26 gold bear. Her power was ruthlessly suppressed. Snap back to reality. She didn't hesitate, ripping open a dozen teleportation scrolls at once. But the cultist merely waved his hand, and an invisible wall slammed down, shattering her escape route instantly. This was bad. The cultist's power was leagues above her own imagination. She had to get out of here, right now. Easy come, easy go? That is just a song title, little girl. Feng Li sneered, his aura locking onto her. Did she really think she could sabotage their ritual and just walk away? You think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? He unleashed the swamp summoning art. A vile, sticky sludge oozed from the floor like living venom, slithering up her legs to bind her in place. Liu Ran reacted with lightning speed, forcing herself back a step. But Feng Li's subordinates were ready. A wind blade and a fireball screamed toward her in a deadly crossfire. A brilliant golden light exploded around her. Powers of light, gather beside me. She summoned an impenetrable fortress of holy energy to withstand the impact. But fighting 2 against 1 was a death sentence. She was trapped in a pincer attack, with enemies closing in from both front and rear. Disaster had struck. Out of 5 enemies, 2 were mages. If there had been only 1, she might have found a gap during their incantation to tear a scroll and flee. But calculations were useless now. Even as her plans burned to ash, Liu Ran grit her teeth. She had to fight. Holy power, converge into light, and purge the evil of this world, she chanted. But despair clawed at her heart. The melee fighters were closing the distance. If that warrior got within striking range, it was over. She would definitely die here. She unleashed a frenzy of attacks, desperately trying to shatter their defensive barriers before the inevitable end. At level 58, after awakening the hidden class light mage, she was immediately recruited by the Temple of Light for elite training. But the Holy Spirit cult members were ruthless butchers. Their counterattack was relentless, forcing her into a clumsy, desperate defense. After 4 years of grueling cultivation, this was her first mission. She thought she could destroy this cult activity alone. Was the price of her arrogance going to be her life? High above, Zhou Yi watched the struggle and let out a long, disappointed sigh. Boring. He couldn't watch this anymore. He raised his hand and unleashed the Hammer of Repentance. The Hengyang commercial building had been silent as a grave. Suddenly, the floors erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions tore through the structure in a blink. Liu Ran fell to her knees, staring blankly at the massive devastation before her. The side where Wu Han was struggling, it was gone. Did that attack just kill everyone? Xu Yuan pointed a trembling finger, screaming a warning. There is another intruder, and this holy light aura, it is terrifyingly dense. Feng Li wasn't blind. He stared at the new arrival, sweat forming on his brow. Are you a high knight from the Temple of Light? Zhou Yi didn't bother to answer. He simply pronounced their sentence. Cultists. A gathering of scum and heavy sins. Liu Ran trembled, forcing herself to stand. She made a quick assessment. 2 mages and a warrior, all above level 25 with support magic. Yet they were slaughtered instantly? Could he be a second job change expert? The temple must have been watching Longfeng City all along. Feng Li refused to accept the insult. He signaled the remaining 2 cultists to charge. You overestimate yourself. Attack. As they rushed him, Zhou Yi didn't even consider them threats. To him, they were merely dust in his path. A single swing of his blade. That was all it took. The enemies were erased. Feng Li's eyes nearly popped out. One move? That is impossible. The old cultist's mind raced, calculating the odds. Run. He had to run immediately. Without hesitation, he kicked his pawn, Xiu Yuan, forward to block the path. Xiu Yuan froze, realizing he had been sent to his death to buy time. Zhou Yi did not reject the offering delivered to his doorstep. With a cold expression, his blade flashed, cutting Xiu Yuan down in an instant. He didn't waste a second. He summoned the blue void butterfly. Track him. The butterfly darted into the fading door of death energy. Liu Ran approached him timidly, bowing her head. Respected High Priest. She introduced herself with utmost reverence. I am Liu Ran, a light mage from the Magic City branch of the Temple of Light. Standing this close, the truth became undeniable. The concentration of holy light radiating from him was not just strong, it was terrifying. He was the very incarnation of holy light. She could feel the light elements in the air dancing with joy around his body. Zhou Yi looked at her curiously. You are from the Magic City branch? Why are you in a place like this? She hid nothing, pouring out her gratitude. I am out on training, accepting a mission here. Thank heavens you were here, my lord. Otherwise, I would have perished. He turned his back, waving a hand dismissively. A trivial matter. Liu Ran panicked and ran after him. Please, my lord, which esteemed position do you hold in the temple? I have never witnessed such potent holy light before. Zhou Yi made a gesture, his voice calm but firm. I am not a member of your Temple of Light. A loud boom echoed as he vanished. Liu Ran stood there, bewildered. Not a member? She glanced at the altar, obliterated with a mere snap of his fingers. She blinked, confused. That dense holy light, aside from the temple's clergy, who else could possibly possess it? A wild, bold speculation leaped into her mind. Could it be the Holy Sun? Liu Ran frantically searched her memory. Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Titles reserved only for the supreme, God-gifted geniuses within the Temple of Light. This was the ultimate privilege, a birthright that granted them access to the Holy Church's most supreme cultivation resources. They were forged into living weapons, unrivaled among their peers, capable of slaughtering enemies far surpassing their own level. But power invited darkness. To prevent assassination by the twisted sects, the true identities of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter remained a shadow until their awakening. Only the high priests knew the truth. Sensing the danger had passed, she scanned the area. My lord, shall we wake the civilians now? Zhou Yi scoffed. He had no intention of playing nanny to a chaotic mess. Leave them. Waking them now would only spark panic. Let the Public Security Bureau handle the cleanup. Zhou Yi strode toward the corpse of a Holy Spirit cultist, his voice calm. The Bureau deals with these anomalies daily. They know how to soothe the sheep better than we do. She scurried after him, piling on the flattery. As expected of, Your Grace, your foresight is truly unmatched. He ignored the praise, clapping his hands together. The skill, repentance, activated. In the name of the divine, he would force their twisted souls to face their sins. Golden dust drifted from his palms, settling onto the corpse. Instantly, spectral lilies bloomed flowers of atonement, blanketing the death. Dark energy shrieked, twisting as it was ripped from the body. Warped souls floated into the air, the space vibrating with their mournful wails. I have sinned. I repent for the blood on my hands. As the confessions faded, Zhou Yi waved his hand, dispelling the magic. He clenched his fist, mind racing. Only 4 souls? Too few. He had intentionally released the bishop to track him back to the main nest. By now, the hunter should have latched onto its prey. Liu Ran watched in silent awe. She knew the basics of repentance, but compared to the Saint Sun, a firefly against the sun. If she could just cultivate by his side. Would he ever look at her? Her daydreams were cut short. The heavy tread of the Public Security Bureau echoed from outside. Officers stormed the room, voices booming. Freeze, hands in the air, drop your weapons. This is the Longfeng Bureau. A towering figure parted the sea of officers. It was Wang Hao. the iron-jawed captain of the action team. He zeroed in on Liu Ran, sensing her aura. "I'm Captain Wang Hao," he said, voice respectful. "Greetings, esteemed awakener. Care to explain what went down here?" She threw her hands up in reflex, feigning total innocence. "Oh, hello, Captain." Quickly, she spun the cover story. It was the Holy Spirit cult. Those fanatics lured these people here. They were about to harvest their souls for some dark ritual. Wang Hao's frown deepened. "Soul harvesting? And you stopped them alone?" Liu Ran waved her hands frantically. No, it wasn't me." She turned to point out Zhou Yi, but the spot was empty. "Eh? Where did he go?" She slumped, whining under her breath. "Saint Sun, you abandoned me again? How cruel." Ignoring her muttering, Wang Hao barked orders. "Team 1, evacuate the civilians, keep it calm, no stampedes. Team 2, sweep the perimeter, secure evidence. If it looks suspicious, bag it." Was it a mysterious hand from the void that cast this magic? His questions echoed through the hall, unanswered. Team 3, triage duty. Stabilize the critical ones first. Move. The victims began to stir, groggy and confused. Who are you people? I just want to go home. Ugh, wasn't I at the prayer meeting? How did I get here? This is weird. My whole body aches. Jiang Shang rubbed his temples, grimacing. My head feels like someone took a hammer to it. Fighting through the migraine, he stumbled toward his teammate. "Hey, did we make it?" Yuhan looked at the pitiful figure before her. "Make it? What are you dreaming about? We got brainwashed by the cult. My artifact saved me, barely, but they had 5 elites backing them up, level 25 assassins at least." Jiang Shang's jaw dropped. "Level 25? How are we not dead right now?" Yuhan's eyes went distant. It was him, a second awakening priest. He wiped the entire squad in a single breath. Jiang Shang's fear vanished, replaced by greed. A second awakening powerhouse? Wait, my bot. It must have recorded the fight. If we post this, we'll go viral instantly. Trembling with excitement, he summoned his recording bot to project the footage. But before the hologram could flicker to life, the earth groaned. A violent tremor shook the building, freezing them in place. Meanwhile, in a realm of suffocating darkness, a figure pulsated within a cocoon of vile, magical slime. Feng Li spat blood, his voice dripping with venom. Damn it all! Who was that monster? He stumbled through the gloom, mind reeling. Since when does Longfang City harbor a titan like that? A dog of the Holy Church? Impossible. I've been a ghost, moving in silence. There's no way I triggered their radar. I erased everything. The hypnosis was perfect. So where? Where did the plan crumble? Feng Li threw open the massive doors, panic written all over his face. The sacrificial ritual had been utterly destroyed, and 4 loyal followers lay dead. The master's wrath would be nothing short of catastrophic. The more he thought about it, the more his mind raced in terror. What in the world was he supposed to do now? Meanwhile, in another dimension, the ripples of magic coalesced into a shimmering blue butterfly, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. It landed on a solid wall, causing spiderweb cracks to appear on the surface. With a surge of power, Zhou Yi tore the crack open, revealing his sharp, determined features. By borrowing the sensory powers of the void divine beast, he had pierced through the fabric of reality. Having locked onto the precise spatial coordinates, he tore open a rift in the void, teleporting instantly to his destination. Back in the grim reality of the hideout, Du Feng noticed the familiar figure stumbling in, and immediately demanded answers. "Bishop Feng, you have returned." The creature wasted no time on pleasantries. "I sense that the life force of 4 precious disciples has been extinguished. Explain exactly what happened." Terror gripped Feng Li as he fell to his knees, slamming his head against the floor to beg for forgiveness. There was an accident during the operation. An intruder wielding powerful holy light magic interfered and destroyed everything. He slaughtered our men and ruined the sacrifice. His power was overwhelming. I was simply no match for him. Beside him, Du Feng continued to radiate an oppressive, questioning aura. "Then why are you still breathing?" The creature's voice dripped with malice. Feng Li began to kowtow frantically, pleading for a sliver of mercy. "This subordinate deserves death 1,000 times over. Please, Great One, spare my worthless life. I swear I will atone for my crimes. I will find even more sacrifices to make up for this loss." Du Feng looked down with cold contempt. "Success is rare, yet failure is your specialty." Feng Li trembled violently, his entire body shaking like a leaf in a storm. "Great One, I truly gave it my all. But that mysterious intruder, he was a monster." Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yi had already infiltrated their ranks, perfectly disguised as a lowly apostle. Standing silently in the formation, he analyzed the situation. The dark energy radiating from the black sphere was suffocatingly dense. This was undoubtedly the core of their operation. More than 100 cultists were gathered here. Their conspiracy went far beyond simply harvesting a few souls. Dufeng decided not to waste any more time on the failure. Forget it. Your excuses are meaningless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual itself was completed. It will not affect the grand plan. Hearing this, the cowardly Feng Li dared to speak up, confused. Great One. You mean the sacrifice was a success? But the ritual was clearly cut short. The soul power the master needs hasn't been fully collected. Could it be? Have we angered the master? Dufeng lost his patience and roared. You idiot. Do you really think we organized sacrifices all over the city just for that pitiful amount of soul power? Exasperated, the creature turned to another high-ranking cultist, Bishop Su. Explain the truth to this fool, as you command. Bishop Su Ling stepped forward, a twisted expression of evil delight on his face. Great One, this is the grand design for the destruction of the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit cult has conducted 307 sacrifices. Every single one was located at a critical meridian point within Longfeng City. As he explained every detail with sadistic glee, Zhou Yi listened intently, not missing a single word. When these points are connected, they form a massive magical circuit, a formation that covers the entire city, the Chaos Purgatory Array. To execute this plan, we embedded countless followers into every layer of Longfeng City's society, spreading the doctrine of the Holy Spirit cult among the populace. As more secrets spilled from his lips, the depth of their corruption became clear. They enticed the greedy to join their ranks, expanding their power and manpower, while secretly poisoning the city's water supply with a colorless, odorless magic drug. The drug silently erodes the body and weakens the spirit, making the population unknowingly susceptible to control. Zhou Yi's mind raced as he connected the dots. No wonder those high-level professionals were hypnotized so easily. But what was the ultimate goal of activating this so-called Chaos Purgatory Array? Su Ling's voice continued to echo through the chamber, dripping with fanaticism. We have excavated a network of secret tunnels beneath the city, linking all the sacrificial points. These tunnels are lined with runes designed to channel and converge energy. He then revealed the timing of their endgame. Tonight, the magic array has finally been activated. The souls and life force of every living being in the city are being continuously drained, flowing through the tunnels, straight to the seal of the Lord of Chaos. As he spoke, his face became a mask of pure villainy. With the lives and souls of the entire city as a tribute, the great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring forth chaos and endless darkness to reshape this world. Zhou Yi listened, his expression growing darker and more serious by the second. The Lord of Chaos, an evil god. They were summoning forbidden magic, preparing to sacrifice the lives of millions to wake a sleeping horror. I will absolutely not allow this to happen. Meanwhile, Feng Li was busy apologizing again. Great One, please forgive my ignorance. I knew nothing of this grand plan. Du Feng sneered at him. Bishop Feng, with a brain as small as yours, how could I possibly trust you with such important matters? Suddenly, Du Feng stopped mid-sentence and roared toward the shadows. Who is hiding there? Zhou Yi jumped, his eyes widening in shock. The creature launched a blast of dark magic straight at his location, causing a massive, deafening explosion. Luckily, Zhou Yi's reflexes were god tier. He raised his defenses just in time and emerged unscathed. As the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi dropped his disguise and settled into a combat stance. Holy Thunder, Apocalyptic Stance, Level 1. A golden aura erupted around him, boosting his resistance by 50%. Abnormal status detected. Lightning skill, damage surges by 50% for 14 seconds. Flash Sword triggers instantly, landing a massive blow of mixed damage. Feng Li spotted a familiar figure and recognized him instantly. It was him again. Su Ling did not hesitate. He unleashed his magic immediately. Shadow Rift Slash converged dark energy onto his weapon, forming a black crescent blade capable of slicing through solid steel. But Zhou Yi refused to yield. S-rank skill, Divine Thunder Heaven's Punishment Blade. Level 1. Holy Lightning condensed on his blade, slashing at blinding speed and dealing unimaginable lightning damage. Dufeng recognized him immediately. Zhou Yi. It was truly enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. He immediately tattled to the superior beside him. Lord, that is the man. He is the one who ruined Captain Heng Yang's ritual. To think he dared to barge into our headquarters. Today, we must ensure he enters, but never leaves. Su Ling lost his patience and delivered a vicious slap across Dufeng's face. You were followed by such a trail, you utter imbecile. I should end your miserable life right here and now. Dufeng rubbed his stinging cheek in pain, while the bishop continued his ruthless verbal assault. You have a brain full of sludge, yet you dare to boast? If not for your bloodline, you would never have become a bishop. Look at your pathetic state. You are lowly trash. Without my mercy, you would be nothing but an insect for a lifetime. And you claim he will not return? You will die before you even realize what hit you. Meanwhile, the two combatants clashed with ferocity. Golden light and purple shadows collided, triggering shockwaves that tore through the surroundings. After a fierce exchange, the two separated. Zhou Yi retreated, maintaining a safe distance. He activated his magic eye to analyze the enemy, but the stats were blocked. He was impressed. This man was far stronger than the previous bishop, a true second transfer expert. Finally, a worthy opponent. Down below, Su Ling did not waste a single second. He swung his scythe, unleashing a deadly technique. Shadow Scythe Strike. He hurled the weapon, summoning black crescent blades that attacked from every angle, dealing multi-stage damage and disrupting Zhou Yi's movements. The scythe spun with such velocity it formed a terrifying magic circle, a scene straight out of a nightmare. Su Ling stared at him, offering a cold compliment. A mere level 29 Holy Knight blocked 3 of my strikes? You actually have some skill. He prepared his next attack with ice-cold intent, ready to finish this. But your journey ends here. Dark Vortex. Focusing darkness around himself, he created a colossal black swirl. It exerted a massive gravitational pull on all living things, inflicting continuous dark corrosion. Su Ling's magic manifested as razor-sharp blades, slashing wildly in every direction. At the center, a singularity formed, a black hole hungering to devour reality itself. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming suction force. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. He activated Holy Guardian and drove his holy sword deep into the ground, creating an anchor. The two forces locked in a violent tug-of-war, while the surrounding earth shattered into dust under the pressure. Su Ling scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. My dark vortex devours even light itself. Your struggle is futile. For a first transfer Holy Knight, you are capable. But against a second transfer, you are an ant facing a dragon. You are 14 levels beneath me. Zhou Yi realized the danger immediately. His mind raced. The angelic guardian could block most of the corrosion, but that black vortex was draining his mana and stamina at a terrifying rate. If this consumption continues, I will be drained dry in moments. Su Ling's eyes burned with dark fire as he taunted. In the face of absolute power, how long can your flickering candlelight survive? Zhou Yi did not back down. He roared back. My light is more than enough to crush your petty tricks. A brilliant aura erupted behind Zhou Yi. He had made his decision. He formulated a plan. Engaging in a battle of attrition was a death sentence. He had to end this battle instantly. Su Ling paused, doubt creeping into his mind. The purity of this holy light, it far exceeded that of any ordinary holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the Radiant Church? Yet, his rank was pitifully low. No matter his background, he would not leave this place alive today. Du Feng, fearing complications from a long battle, shouted impatiently, Bishop Su, stop him quickly. But it was already too late. The transformation was complete. Talent. Focus Halo. Rank A. Skill. Holy Light Wheel. Level 11. Rank A. Secret Art. Angelic Divine Body. Rank S+. A beam of pure photons blasted toward the enemy. Su Ling watched in terror, refusing to believe his eyes. My dark vortex fused with the origin of chaos. It can devour the attacks of level 50 powerhouses. How could it be torn apart so easily? Impossible. All disciples, kill him, at any cost. He intended to crush him with sheer numbers. The cultists were weak individually, but their horde could drain the enemy's stamina and mana. Su Ling roared his command. Feel the binding of darkness and the agony of chains. Dark shackles shot out to seal Zhou Yi, followed by a torrent of water magic aiming to drown him. Zhou Yi remained calm, raising his hand with deadly precision, and unsheathed his sword of light. His gaze turned razor-sharp. With a single wave of his hand, he shattered the incoming water formation into nothingness. The war was far from over. An endless tide of fanatics surged forward like a plague of locusts. Too many small fries, it was time to take out the trash. Zhou Yi stood his ground, immovable as a mountain. With arms wide, he unleashed summoning light. Twin shields of pure energy materialized. Gemini Heart Shield. Level 11. The moment the cultists made contact, they were blasted back by a merciless wall of force. It was a one-man army display worthy of a blockbuster. He unleashed a symphony of destruction, turning the battlefield into his personal stage. Su Ling felt the pressure crushing him. He scrambled back into a defensive stance, desperate to regain his footing before launching a counterattack. Shadow triple slash. But Zhou Yi didn't even flinch. He merely stretched his limbs, and a blinding radiance erupted from his body. The sheer intensity of his magical aura sent his opponent flying. Dust settled over the chaos. For a brief moment, the screams of battle faded into an eerie silence. Su Ling was plastered against the wall, defeated. Du Feng spat in disgust, cursing the trash who couldn't even handle a measly level 29 paladin. Watching from the sidelines, Feng Li trembled in pure terror. You have to be joking. How? How do you fight a monster like that? Zhou Yi clenched his fist, feeling the divine power surging through his veins. Thanks to his angelic transformation, his stats were skyrocketing. On the surface, he looked like a level 29, but his true combat power rivaled a level 40. Combined with the Holy Light's natural suppression of evil, he was unstoppable. Dufeng's face twisted with pure malice. Blood-red killing intent exploded from his body. Useless trash. Once the ritual is complete, every single one of you will pay the price. His gaze fell upon the coward cowering on the floor. He roared, Bishop Feng! What do you think you're doing? Feng Li was so terrified he could barely speak. He can't be level 29. It's a trick. He must have a concealment artifact. My lord, I'm waiting for an opening. I can't just charge in there to die a meaningless death. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Zhou Yi launched his assault. Dufeng screamed like a madman. You spineless coward. Stop stalling and block him. Now. But the coward remained rooted to the spot, trembling. Lord, please. I'm still looking for the perfect opportunity. Now isn't the right time. Zhou Yi focused his divine energy, his eyes locking onto them like a hawk spotting prey. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance, his blade slicing through the air straight toward Feng Li. Dufeng saw his chance. Without hesitation, he grabbed the old man by the head and yanked him forward as a human shield. Feng Li took the full force of the blade. Father. Why? He coughed blood, eyes wide with betrayal. Dufeng coldly tossed the corpse aside like garbage, muttering, Useless trash. Witnessing this act of absolute depravity, Zhou Yi's voice went cold. That man, was he your own son? Son or not, it matters little. To die for the Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor an insect like him could hope for. Zhou Yi stared in disbelief. For a void god. You'd sacrifice your own flesh and blood? You've completely lost your mind. Dufeng's reply dripped with mockery and fanaticism. When chaos descends, billions of beings will be my children. Zhou Yi, you are no match for me. Don't throw your life away for a doomed city. You know my name? Zhou Yi asked, eyes narrowing. Dufeng smirked, revealing the truth. The #1 rookie in the National College Exchange Tournament. Your outstanding performance. Oh yes. I've heard all about you. While they spoke, Zhou Yi's instincts screamed. A shadow moved. Su Ling was trying a sneak attack. Zhou Yi swung his blade just in time to deflect the blow, but before he could finish off the assassin, he sensed movement behind him. Dufeng was making his move. Damn it. In a split second, Zhou Yi vanished from the encirclement. He reappeared instantly above Su Ling, delivering a devastating blow. Void Beast skill, Void Jump. Immediately following the jump, a barrage of invisible fists rained down on the enemy. B-rank skill, level 9, Azure Fist Barrage. Su Ling screamed as he was pummeled into oblivion. Watching the spectacle, Dufeng threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, so it's true. You really did capture the Void Beast. And now I'll take it from you without lifting a finger. Zhou Yi didn't waste breath on words. He coldly activated his next move. A-rank skill, level 16, Light Punishment. Su Ling was incinerated in an instant, but as the ashes fell, Zhou Yi's mind raced. He knew my name, and he knew about the Void Beast. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with realization. Dean Feng He. You are the traitor. Realizing there was no point in hiding, the figure stepped forward. Correct. Feng He emerged from the magic circle, his voice trembling with dark ecstasy. The Lord of Chaos will reclaim this world. And I shall stand as one of the rulers of the new era. His eyes had rolled back, turning pure white with greed and madness. He stumbled forward, drunk on power, his presence suffocating. If you hadn't interrupted the ritual, the Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. But no matter. Today, you and the Void Beast belong to me. One as a sacrifice, the other as a feast for my god. Zhou Yi stood his ground, face completely devoid of fear, but his mind was calculating rapidly. Worshipping an evil god really does boost power. Feng He is only a level 49 second-class assassin, yet his pressure feels heavier than Dean Wu's level 52 aura. Even with my angelic transformation pushing my stats to the limit, facing him head-on is going to be a nightmare. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Thousands of razor-sharp stone spikes shot upward. Before Zhou Yi could react, he was trapped in a ceiling formation. Zhou Yi immediately summoned his light magic, struggling violently against the stone prison that sought to crush him. Feng He watched the struggle with a twisted grin, savoring the despair. Struggle all you want. For every minute you waste here, 5 innocent souls become nutrients for the Lord of Chaos. He threw his arms wide, summoning a deadly matrix. Countless spikes rained down upon his opponent like a torrential storm of steel. Just in time, Zhou Yi activated his defense. Magic flared as he cast Holy Light Guardian, a B+ rank skill at level 13. But the barrage suddenly shifted trajectory. He tried to track it, but his reflexes failed him. The attack tore into his right bicep, spraying blood across the battlefield. Zhou Yi watched his shoulder heal at a snail's pace. This was no ordinary corrosion. It was the physical manifestation of an evil god's power. The dull ache was agonizing. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he carved out the corrupted flesh without hesitation. Consumed by the darkness, Feng He let out a manic laugh. A massive shockwave of dark energy erupted from his mouth, blasting toward Zhou Yi. Yet, the oncoming wave of destruction could not make Zhou Yi retreat. He stood his ground. With a single sword, the hero deflected the energy beam. He split the very sky amidst the deafening roar of the apocalypse. In a flash, he appeared behind Feng He, locking him in place. The villain could do nothing but stare at the blinding light rushing toward him. A pillar of light crashed down like divine judgment. At Zhou Yi's command, the heavens dropped the hammer on Feng He's head. Light punishment. A-rank skill. Level 16. Luckily for the villain, his sharp instincts allowed him to erect a shield just in time. You wanted to immobilize me and deal a fatal blow with light punishment, didn't you? His thin lips spat out words designed to irritate. Your tactics, however, are quite up to standard. A pity you forgot I was once the dean of the War Academy. Suddenly, crimson-shrouded chains slithered from the corner like living things, rushing to turn the tables. The chains yanked Zhou Yi backward instantly, breaking his hold and freeing Feng He. Zhou Yi was dragged helplessly toward a stone altar, the villain's voice echoing in his ears. This combat logic is exactly what I taught my students 10 years ago. Sadly, Zhou Yi was focused on something far more critical. Abyssal chains. Formed from condensed chaos energy, they specifically counter holy attributes. Once bound, they seal all light skills and drain the victim's life force, while Feng He stood there, basking in his arrogance. Kneel and await the glorious moment. Struggle all you want, but this is your end. Zhou Yi lay on the stone slab, limbs stretched to the limit by the chains. The situation was dire. These bindings were actively suppressing his holy power. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, signaling disaster. Delighted, Feng He gripped Zhou Yi's face roughly. Long black nails dug deep into his flesh. The agony was so intense that Zhou Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feng He looked eager, anticipating a new era of human suffering. He maniacally licked the fresh blood from his fingers. Feng He sensed the rising evil energy, his lifeless eyes suddenly gleaming with vitality. Suddenly, boulders began to rain from the sky, like a nocturnal storm. Yet, standing amidst the chaos, they remained untouched. It was as if the falling rocks knew to avoid them. Zhou Yi noticed blurry red figures materializing around him. They were wandering, resentful souls, drawn out by the evil miasma shrouding the mortal realm. Feng He's mood soared. He looked like a deranged clown reveling in the madness. Listen, these are the footsteps of the Lord of Chaos. Lightning crashed down, shaking the entire hall to its foundations. Bodies littered the ground, creating a gloomy atmosphere straight out of the apocalypse. Zhou Yi could only stare in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Hundreds of lost souls drifted past the stone altar where he lay bound. Among the strangers were two familiar faces. Bai Na and Liu Jie drifted past him like emotionless puppets. They stood silent, waiting for the corruption to take hold. Dark energy swirled around them, turning the living into soulless stone statues encircling him. Fury boiled within Zhou Yi at this inhumane atrocity committed by the beast Feng He worshipped. But the villain only responded with cold indifference. This is a necessary price to pay. A fool like you could never understand. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yi forced himself to calm down and formulate a plan. I could use the Void Beast to escape right now, but if I do, everyone in Lingfeng City will die. I have to stop him here. Even if I am no match for him, I refuse to be a coward who runs away. Secretly, Zhou Yi summoned a small glass vial containing a shimmering golden liquid, primordial earth milk, S+ rank. It massively boosts resistance and regeneration. Desperate, he gulped down the strange fluid in one go. Negative resistance increased by 100%. Physical recovery speed increased by 100%. To Feng He, this act was nothing more than a dying fish thrashing on the chopping block. Struggle all you want. Zhou Yi ignored the taunt. A brilliant aura erupted from his back, fueling his fighting spirit. He would use the name of the divine to awaken their conscience. Seeing his enemy's sudden confidence, Feng He's expression shifted to panic. What? What are you planning? Zhou Yi smiled, delivering his judgment upon the world destroyer. Repent. Zhou Yi activated his skill, draining every drop of spiritual power from the fallen bodies scattered across the earth. Exhaustion weighed heavy on his dazed features as he harvested the intent of repentance 104 times. Deep within his dantian, he forced two opposing streams of true ki and internal energy into a violent collision. The agony of this reckless act tore through him, forcing a mouthful of crimson blood from his lips. The spirits of heavenly saint warriors surged violently within his veins. Simultaneously, the legion of ice corpses answered Zhou Yi's desperate call. Incompatible forces slammed together, triggering a devastating shockwave that ravaged his internal organs. Zhou Yi grit his teeth, forcing his body to devour the chaotic storm of energy. He watched in stunned silence as spiritual aura enveloped his foe. What was this power? What was he trying to break through? Suddenly, He's twisted mind clicked. The second awakening. Realizing the madman's plan, He threw his head back and howled with laughter. A forced awakening? Ha ha! You truly have opened my eyes today. It seems despair has finally rotted your brain. Under normal circumstances, a second awakening requires a mountain of resources to withstand the magical backlash. Rare elixirs, precious gems, items essential to reinforce the body and stabilize the soul. You would need powerful guardians to protect you from outside interference during the breakthrough. Yet here you are, suppressed by the abyss chains, trapped alone without a single shred of energy support. The brutal war between the two star system armies sent spasms of agony through Zhou Yi's frying nerves. The power within you will rampage like a wild horse slipping its reins. It will violently assault your flesh and tear you into pieces the moment you fail. Amusement twisted his face as he watched his enemy writhe. At best, your level plummets. At worst, your soul shatters into nothingness. Despite his confidence, He began weaving a spell to strike him down. You are too unpredictable, brat. I cannot allow even a 1 in 10,000 chance of your success. Zhou Yi's consciousness blurred as he endured the internal cataclysm. The two energies silently fused while He continued his arrogant rant. Just die within your failed awakening. The final clash occurred in silence, marking the end of the lingering torture. The icy specters crystallized into razor-sharp shards. The angelic guardians dissolved into shimmering golden leaves. Opposing battle lines merged into a singular entity. The pain vanished, granting Zhou Yi the sweet fruit of his hellish salvation. Congratulations, you have acquired the exclusive class skill, the Arbiter, Arbiter's Descent, Divine Summoning, Godhood Restoration, 100 unassigned attribute points obtained. Muscles swelled with divine power, making his expression more ferocious than ever. To celebrate his grand debut, Zhou Yi unleashed a hurricane kick that sent He smashing into the stone wall. Zhou Yi whipped a strike through the air, sending a blast of force straight into his opponent. He froze, locked in a stiffened state, unable to lift a finger. His body ragdolled through the air from the sheer impact. Even the ancient green pool took the full brunt of Zhou Yi's explosive rage. Flung high, it took a long moment before He crashed down like a sack of dirt. His eyes bulged in disbelief, his lower body was completely gone. But instead of anger, a grotesque, jagged grin split his face. Useless. Do you think the paltry tricks of a second awakening holy knight can harm me? Thick black mist poured out, reconstructing his missing flesh. The moment he stood, he summoned a horde of vengeful spirits. Ants like you. I have devoured countless numbers of them. Zhou Yi did not flinch before the aura of death. Save it. Your last words are too noisy. He raised a hand to the heavens, inscribing a complex magical formation. Arbiter's Descent, Level 1, S rank. Using a mortal body to trigger divine punishment, creating a holy field dealing massive damage to dark creatures. Upon skill completion, the user enters a state of exhaustion. All attributes decrease by 40% for 2 hours. His eyes, burning with fire, locked onto He, charging toward him. Your sin is great. I hereby sentence you. The hero assumed the role of the judge, deciding the fate of the cowardly rat who refused to die. Death penalty. Lightning poured down like a rain of fury, every bolt striking the traitor with unerring precision. Yet the more he was struck, the more He seemed to delight in provoking Zhou Yi. You will not succeed. My master's power remains absolute. The air suddenly grew heavy, forcing Zhou Yi to watch He's next move with wary eyes. Like the other damned souls, he sacrificed his body to the chaos. Pitch-black magic chains were instantly unleashed from the void. They swarmed Zhou Yi, moving so fast he had no chance to defend himself. Chaos spoke with a booming voice of unknown origin. Submit. How wonderful it would be to destroy everything together. Malice, thick as deadly poison, seeped through his very pores. It invaded his system, forcing a violent cough of jet-black blood from his lips. The jagged earth was a graveyard, carpeted with piles of bleached bones. Their silent wails painted the suffocating air, turning this prison into a literal hell on earth. Agony is the only truth. Join us. Crimson madness began to stain his indifferent gaze. Zhou Yi was slipping into a nightmare version of himself he didn't even recognize. But his iron will shattered the illusion, seizing back control of his true heart. Chaos roared, its tentacles crushing him in a vice grip. Submit, be cleansed, become a part of me for eternity. Sacred energy surged across Zhou Yi's body. The clash of powers sparked a backlash, sending a jolt of searing pain through his mind. Argh. Relying on pure instinct and masterclass combat skills, he tore himself free from the encirclement. Bathed in the empowering glow of the holy light, his strength returned. Zhou Yi gripped his blade, eyes burning with the confidence of a predator. This mental corruption was far superior to mere hypnosis, but his mind was a fortress. His massive greatsword thrust forward, piercing straight into the chaotic core. Too bad. You chose the wrong opponent today. The deep wound inflicted an agonizing, throbbing pain. The formless monstrosity shrieked, writhing in ceaseless torment. The open wound revealed the chaos's fatal weakness, its life and death seal. You actually dare? Zhou Yi paid no mind to the creature's impotent rage. His expression remained cold as ice. And why exactly wouldn't I dare? I am a holy knight. His whisper was drowned out by the thunderous collision of dark tentacles and the holy blade. The sacred light was the ultimate nemesis of all things corrupt. Divine radiance flared, dissolving the tentacles into nothingness upon the wind. Boom! The collision of energies triggered a massive explosion, destabilizing the entity's main body. Zhou Yi stood amidst the aftermath, watching the smoke clear. Thinking it was over, he lowered his defensive shield to catch his breath. But from the shadows beneath the earth, a demonic blade silently emerged. A sound behind him triggered his instincts, but he turned a fraction of a second too late. Slash! The chaos blade impaled him through the back, forcing a violent spray from his mouth. The brutal strike splattered his hot blood across the creature's white fangs. With a sickening slurp, its grotesque tongue licked the delicious crimson essence clean. The taste of fresh vitality shattered the mental chains binding it. The seal broke. Its primal, savage instincts were unleashed. I am satisfied. I am the Lord of Chaos. I am a god. A divine being cannot be slain by a mere insect of the human race. Your end was written the moment we began. Submit. Become my slave, and I shall grant you the power of a demigod. Hearing those filthy words, Zhou Yi's battle spirit only soared higher. While his body frantically repaired itself, he scoffed at the offer. Demigod power? How about a different deal? You act as my punching bag, and I teach you what god-slaying power really looks like. Besides, there's a limit to playing pretend. A smile of absolute contempt curled his lips as he faced the chaos. At best, you're just a pathetic clone of the evil god. That's why a human like me could wound you. Keep talking that big game, and you'll make the whole world laugh their teeth out. Suddenly, the creature froze. Something was wrong. It stammered, voice trembling with realization. This is impossible. Zhou Yi clutched his head, grimacing internally. Damn it, this body can only hold out for 2 more minutes. I'm out of time. He channeled the last of his reserves. Miraculous holy power answered his call to the divine. A pillar of light pierced the heavens. The cold, majestic energy slammed down, sending shockwaves across the entire wasteland. The Heavenly Saint Legion materialized, weapons drawn, awaiting command. Divine Summoning, Level 1. S rank activated. High above, celestial archers drew their bows, arrows knocked and longing to fly. The ancient Angelic Legion contract demanded a heavy price. Cost: 30% of maximum life force to summon the Seraphim. Warning: summon duration will continuously drain the host's mental stability. The stoic warriors assessed the battlefield with terrifying calm. Witnessing the mighty legion, the chaos entity recoiled in panic. Yet, it roared, desperate to maintain its crumbling dignity. Inferior creations, do not dream of stopping me. Zhou Yi gave the silent command. The legion's eyes snapped open in unison. Initiate purification. Execute divine punishment. The entire celestial formation descended upon the battlefield. Holy light detonated, delivering heaven's judgment upon the heretic. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. A raging storm of energy consumed everything in the immediate vicinity. Ancient stone structures were instantly pulverized, reduced to mere dust before the terrifying might of the divine. The shockwave tore through the horizon, shaking the distant forests to their roots. And there, in the dead center of the smoldering crater, Zhou Yi knelt on one knee, his body pushed past its limit. Golden fissures traced his skin like broken porcelain, glowing with unstable energy. A system window popped up beside a floating, blood-red crystal. Collection complete. System: obtained crystallization of the evil god's power. Note: item damaged. Quality unaccessible. He retched, spitting out a mouthful of turbid, ruined blood. His breathing was heavy, raspy. His body finally gave out, collapsing onto the cold, unforgiving stone. You didn't even count as a clone," he whispered. The wasteland was silent. Dust swirled around him, as if the world had already forgotten his existence. Only the moonlight and the silent stars above bore witness to the lonely hero's sacrifice. It seemed as though he would simply drift away, sleeping a long, dreamless sleep after a battle well fought. Even as his bones screamed and fractured with a sickening crunch, his hand slammed down. With willpower alone, he forced his broken body to rise again. Yet, in this wretched state, even a simple movement like turning over was a luxury he couldn't afford. Crimson warnings blared incessantly in his mind. Life signs unstable. Immediate treatment required. Zhou Yi's glazed eyes locked onto the holographic text floating before him. The critical threshold had been breached. His heart barely fluttered, only 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure plummeted to a fatal 50/30. 17 fractures across his skeleton. Internal organ failure at 63%. The system screamed one command. Emergency treatment initiated. He burned his very life force to activate his final trump card. Blinding light gathered in his trembling palms as he roared the incantation. Divine Genesis. Restoration. Meanwhile, panic consumed Liu Jing. She screamed the name of the unmoving figure on the bed, her voice trembling with sheer terror. "Na, you're awake." Miraculously, Bai Na stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, mind still swimming in the fog of a deep, unnatural slumber. "Weren't we at the hot springs?" she murmured. "Why are we?" But Liu Jing wasted no time, immediately filling her in on the chaotic reality. A miracle, a true divine miracle. Outside, a colossal pillar of holy light tore through the clouds, descending like a ladder from heaven. Countless adorable angelic entities poured forth. The little cherubs danced joyfully around the fallen citizens, whose bodies littered the streets like broken dolls. This was the power of Divine Genesis. Restoration Level 1, Tier 5. A supreme spell summoned by Zhou Yi himself. A sacred domain expanded, enveloping the entire city. It purified the corruption and snatched back the lives of everyone whose souls had not yet faded into the abyss. But the price was steep. Once the skill ended, divine exhaustion would set in. All attributes would plummet to 0 for 10 agonizing days. In the pitch-black void of his consciousness, a conversation echoed between the Void Beast and Zhou Yi. "You forced a second awakening, snapped every meridian in your body, and still cast a resurrection spell? You're lucky you didn't kick the bucket right there, kid. Oh? Why didn't you just let me take over and spirit you away? If I just hid behind you," Zhou Yi wheezed, forcing the words out through the pain. "Then how would I be different from those cultist scumbags? Before I chose to ascend, I remembered the day of the class change ceremony before college. Back then, I chose to be a paladin." Memories flooded back. The image of himself donning shining silver armor. The overwhelming sense of pride. The unshakable confidence. He recalled the fluid mastery of his weapon. Honesty. Bravery. The glowing cross on his hammer of mercy wasn't just decoration, it was an eternal vow to uphold justice. The memory ended with a powerful strike, slamming the hammer into the earth. To fulfill one's duty. To live with honor. Even now, choking on mouthfuls of blood, Zhou Yi held on to that conviction. It was burned into his very soul. To spend a lifetime pursuing justice and righteousness. That is what it means to be a paladin. He gasped for air, his lungs burning. "If I cower in fear of death, I betray my original path. If I do that, then what is the point of having power?" With his resolve hardened, he triggered the positioning skill. A brilliant blue magic circle ignited instantly beneath him, locked onto Suhong University. At that precise moment, a deep voice echoed from the cliff's edge high above. "Leader, what on earth happened here?" Wang Hao frowned, scanning the devastation below while piecing together the clues. A battle of this magnitude. It's beyond our comprehension. But one thing is certain. A supreme powerhouse sacrificed their life force tonight to shield Longfeng City. His voice filled with reverence. "Whoever he is the true hero of our city." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi successfully warped back to his dormitory. Alarms blared as system screens turned a terrifying crimson. The situation was critical. Warning. Soul damaged. Life signs critical. Imminent danger detected. State. Divine exhaustion active. All attributes reset to 0. Duration. 10 days. Darkness encroached on his vision. Before he slipped away, he managed to whisper one word. Teacher. The last thing he saw was a countdown clock. 239 hours and 55 seconds. Time passed. Slowly, light began to return to his world. The screaming alarms were gone. Zhou Yi sluggishly opened his eyes, only to see bubbles rising past his face. He was submerged. He slowly pushed himself up, breaking the surface of the biotank. Medical cables and sensors were attached to every inch of his body, remnants of an intense resuscitation battle. "You've been in a coma for 2 days. Wang Hui sat nearby, his expression unreadable as he broke the silence. Finally awake. "How does it feel to dance on the edge of death? Single-handedly stopping an evil god's sacrificial ritual? Should I call you brave, or incredibly stupid?" Zhou Yi smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "The situation was urgent, teacher. I didn't have a choice. Glowing golden veins still pulsed across his skin, a lingering side effect. He tried to speak but doubled over, hacking violently. Cough, cough. Wang Hui's gaze softened as he explained, "Your meridians are shredded like a torn fishing net. Ordinary healing magic could only repair your flesh and bones, not your energy channels. That is why I placed you in this medicinal spring. It was the only way to stabilize your life force and keep your soul from dissipating." His tone sharpened, shifting from concern to a strict warning. "I dissolved 5 dragon pearls in that water. Those are holy healing artifacts beyond price. You better absorb every single drop of that energy. If you dare waste even a little bit." Suddenly, Zhou Yi cut him off. "But, teacher," Zhou Yi roared in absolute disbelief. This was clearly the old man's foot-washing water. Wang Hui merely offered a shameless, innocent smile to dodge the accusation. "Ignore the minor details. The only thing that matters is that you kept your life." His expression instantly hardened, the playful facade vanishing. With practiced ease, he opened a holographic interface to reveal what had transpired during Zhou Yi's 2-day coma. The action team captain of Longfeng City didn't just preserve the battlefield. He specifically recovered residual samples of the holy light. Both master and student fixed their gaze on the data projected in mid-air. "Look at these fluctuation graphs. The frequency perfectly matches your holy power. Anyone with intent could trace this back to you immediately. That is why I announced to the outside world that the incident in Longfeng City was my doing." Zhou Yi clearly rejected this notion. "Master, I have no need to hide behind your back." Yet, Wang Hui remained firm. His student was simply too young, his level still too low for the storms ahead. "If we don't attribute this victory to me, you will face an endless hunt by the evil gods' fanatics. Those monsters never forgive a threat. I used my authority to seal your involvement as an SSS-class secret. Once you complete your 3rd-class advancement, all this glory will return to its rightful owner." The young man's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. His mind flashed back to the life-or-death struggle of that fierce battle. A moment later, he declared with absolute conviction, "Master, after I defeated that entity, I realized its main body was merely a crystallization of the evil god's power." He immediately summoned the item as irrefutable proof. Zhou Yi presented it openly, allowing Wang Hui to inspect the ominous object at his leisure. This was the true face of the evil god. It looked ordinary, yet it had claimed countless lives. A single touch revealed a screaming abyss of slaughtered souls filled with resentment. They congregated into a fleshy, pulsating mass that was equal parts disgusting and tragic. Witnessing this horror, Wang Hui's fury spiked to its peak. To think a mere fragment dared to cause such devastation. Wang Hui instantly gathered a massive surge of aura in his palm, causing the very space around them to tremble and warp. Seal. In the span of a single breath, he enveloped the cursed crystal in a layer of radiant light. The delicate sound of shears snipping a branch halted abruptly. Hongling froze the moment he heard that familiar name, Wang Hui. He spun around, suspicion clouding his eyes. Wang Hui? Why would he descend upon that place? Yuling reported the truth without hesitation from the shadows. Intel confirms Wang Hui's personal disciple, Zhou Yi, was in Longfeng City for a mission. He intercepted Feng He's operation, forcing Wang Hui to intervene. Hongling stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. Being discovered by Wang Hui, that was a troublesome variable. Notify all branches to enter deep dormancy immediately. We must avoid provoking the military any further. The subordinate bowed. Understood. Yet, the old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant red rose before him. Why does the name Zhou Yi ring a bell? The next words from Yuling jolted Hongling's memory. 2 months ago, it was Zhou Yi who dismantled Feng He's scheme during the freshman tournament. We suspected him of taming a void beast and monitored him for a time. Realization finally dawned on the old man. It is him. I remember now, the brat with some actual skill. His lips curled into a sinister, calculated smile. Then let us send our little friend a greeting gift he will never forget. A firm acknowledgement echoed from the shadows. Snip. The rose was severed from its stem with ruthless precision, falling silently onto the cold floor of the dark night. Elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stood alone in the pouring rain, staring up at a lit apartment in a rundown building. His mind was a chaotic storm of questions, doubting everything he knew about the world. That kid lives in this dump? No family backing, no resources. How could this place produce such a monstrous talent? Suddenly, a foreign object smashed violently into the window of the building. Shen Lingfeng's attention snapped to the impact. Who goes there? A split second later, a piercing shriek tore through the silence of the night. Roar! Shen Lingfeng's eyes widened in shock, his brain struggling to process the sudden escalation. Inside, a towering black shadow loomed over Zhou Yun, a woman and a child. The scent of your fear is truly exquisite. The creature's voice was a gravelly rasp, spilling from a mouth lined with jagged, white teeth. You satisfy both my cravings. Liu Ping gathered dark energy in his claws and lunged forward with murderous intent. Double the despair, double the feast. But at the critical moment, boom! A figure crashed through the wall, intercepting the attack in an explosion of dust and debris. The intruder's brain short-circuited. The situation had changed too fast, leaving his lethal strike frozen in midair. It was none other than Ling Feng. His power erupted, saving a life by a hair's breadth. The enemy could only gasp in shock. Flame Dragon Bloodline, Liu Bing roared, launching a furious counterattack. You are courting death. Ling Feng braced for the clash. Meanwhile, miles away, a premonition struck Zhou Yi like a bolt of lightning. Something was terribly wrong. He shattered the medical restraints instantly. His body floated amidst the splashing biofluid. Void Beast, activate the Void Butterfly. In a heartbeat, Zhou Yi was fully suited up. His voice thundered with command. Space teleportation. Lock onto Zhou Yun's coordinates. His face was a mask of grim determination. Little Kui's life force was plummeting. Zhou Yun was in mortal danger. Cut the nonsense. Locate her, now. The Void Beast squeezed its eyes shut, focusing its spiritual senses to the limit. A radiant butterfly formation materialized. It revealed its secrets early to prevent a catastrophe. I will use all my power to shield your body, the beast warned. But the backlash of this teleportation? You'd better pray you survive it. Suddenly, the very fabric of space fractured like fragile glass. Zhou Yi plunged through the rift. Below, the intense duel between Ling Feng and Liu Bing came into view. Though Ling Feng was losing ground, his concern was only for the girl behind him. Hey, little girl, can you still stand? Zhou Yun nodded. Good, he gasped. Go. Find your brother. He was facing a monster of equal strength. Blood already marred his face. You ignorant brat, Liu Bing sneered. Mangling yourself for a woman? Is it really worth it? Ling Feng heaved a heavy breath. Worth it? Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive pillar of flame, piercing straight through his enemy. That's none of your business. Liu Bing took the full brunt of the dragon's rage, his body incinerated into ash, leaving only a blood-curdling scream behind. Arr! The scorching heat rose, only to be swallowed by the cold winds of the night. Ling Feng wiped the hot blood from his chin. The stinging burn only sharpened his focus amidst the chaos. The moment she saw him, Zhou Yun threw herself into Zhou Yi's arms. But Zhou Yi hadn't fully recovered. His face went pale. Ugh. She hurriedly explained the situation. You're finally here. That man was terrifying. He hurt little Kui. Zhou Yi gently patted her head. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. His gaze then shifted to Ling Feng, who was trembling in the distance. Why is Shen Ling Feng here? Even in his state, the other boy managed to taunt. Yo. The savior finally arrives. You really live up to the title of Big Brother, don't you? I thought your sister was going to turn into a roasted pigeon. Zhou Yun stepped between them. Don't talk about my brother like that. Ling Feng just gave a pained, sarcastic smile. Little sister, that breaks my heart. I risked my life for you, you know. But her stance remained firm. I will definitely repay your kindness. But you are not allowed to speak about him that way. Since we were kids, no matter the danger, my brother always stood in front of me. He is the best brother in the world. Ling Feng clutched his bleeding chest. Hey, Zhou. At least your sister knows how to say thank you. Why can't I get a single word of gratitude from you? Blood dripped onto the cold ground, accompanying his deliberate provocation. Is this the level of a holy knight's upbringing? Zhou Yun opened her mouth to retort, but Zhou Yi held her back. Little Yun, he's just jealous. He sees I have such a good sister and he's miserable, so he's spouting nonsense. Even if Shen Ling Feng saved you, this is classic sour grapes psychology. He wants what he can't have, so he tries to deny its value. That hit the mark. Ling Feng sputtered. You! He was so furious he literally coughed up blood. Me? Jealous of you? Ha! Why would I be jealous? But his body reached its limit. His eyes rolled back, turning completely white as consciousness faded. As Ling Feng collapsed, a steel spike pierced his abdomen, pinning him upright in a gruesome display. Dark red blood dyed the metal steel as his body slid down the shaft. Zhou Yi watched the horrific scene with cold eyes. He immediately pressed Zhou Yun's face into his chest, shielding her from the trauma. But then, a weak, trembling voice drifted through the air. Zhou Yi, quit stalling and save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a wooden statue. Zhou Yi shot back with a sharp retort. Shen Ling Feng, if you still have the energy to run your mouth like that, your injuries can't be that severe. He then calmly exposed the absurdity of the situation. Compared to your complaining, I am more curious about why you appeared at my house right at the exact moment Zhou Yun was ambushed. Shen Ling Feng clamped his mouth shut instantly. Memories flooded his mind like a film reel playing in reverse. Do you know? He stammered. There is a trend lately called the hero's retrospective path. Zhou Yi frowned. The what? It turned out Shen Lingfeng had heard rumors about visiting the former residences of powerful figures to feel the traces of their growth and glory. If we can learn even a fraction of their essence, won't our strength increase? Zhou Yi scoffed. What kind of nonsense is that? Don't try to fool me. Shen Lingfeng countered. Why would I lie? Lots of people are doing it lately. He coughed violently to cover his lie. Cough! Can't a guy just be passing by? Do you think the whole world revolves around you? He thought to himself. Wherever this guy goes, people praise him. I can never admit the humiliating reason I was actually here. On the other side, panic seized Zhou Yun as she felt Zhou Yi's body suddenly become heavy as lead against her. Brother? What is happening to you? Zhou Yi's vision blurred from total exhaustion, but he managed to whisper one last comfort. Sorry, I scared you. Golden veins bulged across his arm, leaking a thick, viscous fluid onto the floor. She called out his name in a broken voice. Terrified. A sharp, piercing sound rang out in the deadly silence. Seeing Zhou Yi lying motionless, his body riddled with countless wounds, Zhou Yun was paralyzed with horror, covering her mouth to stifle a sob. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over, rolling down her pale cheeks. In a state of absolute chaos, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What do I do? Tears streamed down her face as she begged into the receiver. Brother, stop scaring me. Please, answer the phone. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from behind, teasing and loud, which only startled Zhou Yun further. Zhou Yi, this room of yours is even livelier than a battlefield. It was Wang Hui who had just arrived. He stepped forward, snatching the phone from Zhou Yun's shaking hands, and reassured her firmly. Don't panic. I will handle this. At that moment, Chu Ran rushed in from outside, breathless, shouting, Brother Zhou Yi! She quickly supported Zhou Yi and offered a strange green liquid, her face full of worry. Brother Zhou Yi, drink this quickly. It will help you recover. Wang Hui wasted no time, his hands weaving energy to heal Zhou Yi, while he scolded the boy relentlessly. You brat, you really know how to court death. I just pulled you back from the gates of hell, and yet you dive into space-time turbulence without a mana barrier? Surviving this is nothing short of a miracle. He sighed heavily. I am not a healer type. I can only help you barely hold these wounds together. After a desperate struggle to stabilize him, Zhou Yi finally opened his eyes, staring blankly at the people before him. Teacher? Chu Ran? Why are you here? Wang Hui grimaced, his annoyance clearly written on his face as he spoke. The Void Beast sensed you were critically injured in the space-time turbulence. It rushed to find me. I was with Chu Ran, so we followed it here. His expression darkened. That aura felt exactly like the cultists at Longfeng District. But they weren't searching for you. They ambushed Zhou Yun. I suspect they do not know the full story of what happened in Longfeng District. They likely just saw your face revealed and decided to target Zhou Yun to vent their anger. Wang Hui delivered urgent news. The military has secretly launched a national purge against the Holy Spirit cult. The enemy is in the shadows, and we are exposed. You cannot stay here. You must go to the Zhou family estate immediately. Zhou Yi nodded in full agreement. Going to the Zhou family was the perfect opportunity to get Zhou Yun to safety. She would be protected there. Though frustrated, Wang Hui worried about Zhou Yi's condition. You are too injured for teleportation. You must take the Sky Airship, a public transport nearby, to reach the Zhou estate. The Sky Airship is a Class A secure vessel equipped with armed guards. It will take 48 hours to reach Zhou territory. I will notify the Zhou family to meet you at the Skyport. Chu Ran immediately stepped up. I am going too. This time, I must protect Brother Zhou Yi. As they discussed the plan, a voice suddenly piped up. Wang Hui seemed to notice the strange sound but ignored it, scanning the surroundings. We don't know how deep the Holy Spirit cult has infiltrated. Therefore, your journey must be done in disguise as ordinary tourists. The less attention you attract, the better. Then, that weird voice rang out again, interrupting them. Wang Hui's gaze finally settled on a damp, shadowy corner of the wall. There, a trembling figure huddled in the darkness, wailing in misery. Hey, are you people blind? Did I vanish into thin air? Have I become invisible to the naked eye? Do you treat me like mere oxygen? I'm injured too, you know? Wang Hui stepped forward, scanning the man before slapping his forehead with a hearty laugh. Ah, look at this terrible memory of mine. Come now, let me inspect those wounds. Aren't you the brat who got utterly crushed by Zhou Yi during the freshman tournament? Shen Lingfeng forced a stiff, plastic smile. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Moments later, at the Skyport, Zhou Yi sat composed upon his familiar wheelchair. Beside him stood Zhou Yun, Chu Ran, and the mysterious man they had just met. Seeing Zhou Yi sitting there like a king, Shen Lingfeng's face twisted with displeasure. Jealousy radiated from him in waves. He scowled. voicing his protest. I object. Why does he get to play the crippled young master, while I, the heir to the flame dragon bloodline, act as his servant? Unfazed, Churan's eyes bored into Shen Lingfeng like daggers. Her voice was ice cold. Another mouth brings another risk. We never wanted to bring you along. You're only here because you made a scene. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng practically jumped in agitation, his tone dripping with resentment. The principal was summoned for an emergency and specifically ordered me to join this mission. Do you think I want to be here? I am of the noble flame dragon lineage. Before he could finish his boast, Zhou Yun suddenly cut in, her face lighting up with joy. The airship is here. A thick fog rolled in, blanketing the path ahead and completely obscuring their vision. After a tense wait, the mist slowly dissolved. Looming before them was a colossal spacecraft, a mechanical beast far beyond their wildest imagination. From the belly of the ship, a golden tentacle descended to the ground. It moved with the fluid grace of a silk ribbon. Zhou Yun rushed forward, ecstatic. She screamed at the top of her lungs. It's a giant flying octopus. Hello there, Mr. Octopus Fairy. She pointed ahead, eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Zhou Yi. Big brother, look, the tentacles are glowing. Churan immediately stepped in to explain, her voice calm and knowledgeable. That is the glow of mana recharging. The airship docked here specifically to refuel. Only when the mana reserves are full can this vessel take to the skies. Furthermore, these tentacles are multifunctional. They serve as boarding stairs for passengers. In battle, they transform into defensive shields, and at full power, they become devastating mana cannons. In the blink of an eye, they boarded the ship. The interior was a world of breathtaking luxury and comfort. Suddenly, an urgent announcement echoed from the speakers. Attention passengers of the Sky Sovereign. The boarding channels are closing immediately. Guests who have not verified their tickets, please do so at once. Noticing Zhou Yi's pale complexion, Churan panicked. Worried his old wounds were reopening, she gently supported his arm. Brother Zhou Yi, do you need to rest in the cabin? The ship's takeoff might cause some discomfort. The cabins are reinforced with specialized isolation arrays to protect you. Hearing her tender concern, the corner of Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. He decided to tease her. Does little Ran see me as a fragile child who needs constant protection? Heat rushed to Churan's cheeks. She stammered, flustered. I didn't mean it like that. I was afraid you'd be uncomfortable. Zhou Yi wasn't letting her off the hook that easily. On this trip alone, you worried I was hungry, worried about the sun hitting me, and even pinched me to force medicine down my throat. Zhou Yi looked deep into her eyes, his voice gentle but unshakable. I know my own body better than anyone. You don't need to worry so much. Suddenly, a flashy silhouette materialized. A woman in flamboyant attire approached, her eyes gleaming with intensity. So beautiful. Without a shred of hesitation, she reached out. Her fingers traced the contours of Zhou Yi's face. Tisk, tisk. Look at this skin. It is even whiter than the driven snow. Her gaze was predatory, a mix of obsession and twisted pity. She purred seductively. I look at you and feel both desire and heartache. Why not come with Big Sister? I will hire the supreme priests to heal this broken body of yours. The three companions froze in shock. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Churan snapped back to reality first. Fury exploded in her eyes. With terrifying speed, she lashed her whip toward the woman. Enraged by the woman's audacity, Churan growled, her eyes burning with fire. Get your filthy hands off him, or I will sever them from your body. The glamorous woman examined her manicured nails, letting out a dramatic, sorrowful sigh. A smirk played on her lips as she taunted them. The little bodyguard actually attacked me. Big Sister just wanted to invite the young master for tea and conversation. Your master hasn't even spoken yet, so why is the servant in such a rush? Oh my. Little master. Could it be that your guard is actually your lover? Churan grit her teeth, the sound grinding in the air. Her face darkened, looking ready to tear the woman into 100 bloody pieces. No wonder. I only touched you for a second, and she looks like she wants to devour me alive. Little sister, if you like men, just say so. Big Sister knows that taste best of all. Just as Churan loses control and prepares to launch another attack, Zhou Yi clamps a hand onto hers, pulling her back while whispering her name urgently. Churan. Zhou Yi's eyes dart to the warning sign displayed prominently above them. His voice drops, offering a sharp reminder of their perilous reality. She is baiting you. Do not take the hook. Look at the rules. Private combat aboard the sky vessel is strictly forbidden. Violators face immediate imprisonment. Their magical energy will be sealed, and they will be thrown into the brig at the ship's lowest level. Having pacified Churan, Zhou Yi turns his attention to the gaudy woman. He plasters a polite, diplomatic smile across his face. If Madam seeks entertainment, the third-class cabins might suit her tastes better. They have diversions more appropriate for you. I fear my frail body could not withstand your intense passion. His words drip with courtesy, but his internal guard is at maximum alert. He deliberately adopts a flippant tone to mask his true wariness of this predator. She is analyzing all four of us right now, he thinks, his mind racing. Her goal isn't simple amusement. She is hunting. Across from him, the woman in the flamboyant dress harbors her own dark calculations. Third class is filled with talentless laborers, she muses, offended. Is he comparing me to those filthy dregs to insult my status? Suppressing her annoyance, she retorts, You certainly know how to ruin the mood, little prince. You have completely killed my interest. But before she turns to leave, she leaves a lingering, venomous threat hanging in the air. They call me Madame Hong. There is nothing in this world I cannot possess. Before long, you will come to me willingly, begging to serve. As Madame Hong strides away, the ship's staff bow low, their faces masks of terrified respect and sycophancy. Chu Ran spins around to address Zhou Yi, but he cuts her off instantly. His focus shifts to Shen Lingfeng with a pressing question. That bracelet on her wrist seemed unusual. It carried the scent of the sea. Have you ever seen such an artifact? Shen Lingfeng answers without hesitation. I recognize it. That is the insignia of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. Shen Lingfeng continues, displaying his vast knowledge, while Chu Ran, isolated in the province, remains ignorant. He knows the darkness behind that name. The Mermaid Chamber is a financial titan recently risen in Jiangbei. On the surface, they are legitimate merchants, but in the shadows, they commit heinous crimes. They target awakened professionals with rare bloodlines or exceptional beauty. They kidnap them, train them as playthings, and auction them off. The victims end up in the dungeons of perverted nobles or are tortured to death in brutal underground trades. This Madame Hong is likely a high-ranking executive within their organization. Her influence is not to be underestimated. Rumor has it the master of the Mermaid Chamber has eyes and ears everywhere, reaching the highest heavens. Their connections are a tangled web. Even my father warned me never to provoke them. If we can avoid them, we must. However, there is one detail he keeps to himself. 3 years ago, the Tianlan branch of the Mermaid Chamber clashed with the Tianlan Zhou family. It was a bitter conflict, and the Zhou family suffered a crushing defeat. Shen Lingfeng wrestles with his conscience. Should he reveal this painful history to Zhou Yi now? Zhou Yi absorbs the information, his mind racing to connect the scattered clues. So that explains Madame Hong's provocation. She baited Chu Ran to gauge our strength and assess the value of her prey. Among the four of us, Zhou Yun is the most vulnerable. If they strike, Zhou Yun will be their breakthrough point. After a moment of heavy silence, Zhou Yi issues a command. Shen Lingfeng, for the next 2 days aboard this ship, do not leave Zhou Yun's side. Can you protect her with your life? Madame Hong is ruthless. She will not let this go. I fear she will target Zhou Yun when we least expect it. Shen Lingfeng nods, his chest puffing with determination. Rest assured. Do you think I cannot handle guarding one little girl? The sky vessel cuts through the void in absolute silence, drifting across the endless silver river of the galaxy. A cleaning staff member pushes a cart down the long, opulent corridor, moving with practiced slowness. Suddenly, a crimson radiance explodes from the shadows behind the maid, tearing through the darkness. The eerie light shoots straight into the cramped quarters shared by Chu Ran and Zhou Yun. The unholy glow floods the room instantly. Moments later, the spectral red light seeks out Shen Lingfeng's cabin. It is a crimson tide, thick as blood, slowly devouring every inch of the space. The intruder reveals herself. It is Madame Hong. Her gaze sweeps over the sleeping figures like a venomous spider assessing its trapped prey. Little prince, I have arrived. Her greedy eyes lock onto Zhou Yun first. I sensed it immediately. You possess the succubus bloodline, a rare delicacy that will fetch a fortune on the black market. Madame Hong's gaze shifts to Chu Ran. And this one, another rare beauty to add to the collection. Finally, she prowls toward Shen Lingfeng. Her hand snakes out to grope his chest, and she sneers with vulgar disappointment. This one looks plain, but he is sturdy. Send him to the mines. He should survive digging ore for at least 10 years. Her words strike Shen Lingfeng like a bucket of ice water. The humiliation burns deeper than any physical wound. Rage exploded. Your whole family looks average. Shen Lingfeng cursed viciously, his leg whipping out to deliver a crushing kick straight to Madame Hong's stomach. Witnessing Shen Lingfeng's violent outburst, she didn't flinch. Instead, she just smirked, her face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated contempt. Shen Lingfeng's fury didn't cool down, it boiled over. He rushed at her again, his voice a low, threatening growl. Who exactly are you calling average? Neither side would back down. They collided in a direct, high-tension confrontation, the air crackling with hostility. At that exact moment, a strange light tore through the darkness. Shen Lingfeng ground his teeth, burning with an inferno of rage, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Madame Hong dodged the fatal strikes with lightning speed. She countered instantly, her soft silk ribbons coiling tightly around her opponent like a viper. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had awakened from her stupor. She wasted no time plunging straight into the chaos. Suddenly, a wild wolf lunged from the shadows. It charged straight at Madame Hong with feral intensity, fangs bared. But the moment it struck, her silk bound its muzzle shut. Seeing the beast in peril, Chu Ran screamed in panic. Little Kui. Cornered, realization finally dawned on Madame Hong. She let out a bitter laugh. Very good. So, you were all playing me for a fool. Her cold gaze fell on the enemy gripping the raging fire. She whispered softly, analyzing him. The flame dragon bloodline. Her sharp eyes then shifted to Chu Ran and Little Kui. A smirk curled her lips. And the charm demon bloodline. It seems you have more to offer than just a pretty face. Just then, Zhou Yun entered, supporting the injured Zhou Yi. He bowed solemnly to Madame Hong, a gesture of mock respect. Thank you for your artifact, Madame Hong. It blinded the Sky Vault's security system to the commotion inside, allowing us to make our move. However, this revelation didn't seem to anger Madame Hong in the slightest. Instead, she sneered, her arrogance overflowing. You made a move. So what? You're just a brat still smelling of mother's milk. Today, Big Sister will teach you the true meaning of crushing defeat. But Shen Lingfeng didn't let her finish. He launched forward with terrifying speed. She was never one to be bullied. Realizing she had been used only added fuel to her blazing wrath. Madame Hong ground her teeth. She summoned her blood silk puppets, aiming to cripple the red-haired punk once and for all. Don't damage their faces, she ordered herself. Shen Lingfeng roared in response, throwing a blazing punch straight at her. You've gone too far with your bullying. But alas, his fist connected with nothing but a fragile strip of silk. It dissolved instantly, causing his punch to hit empty air and throwing him completely off balance. In a split second, the silk reassembled into a human form behind him, silent, deadly, prepared for a vicious counterattack. A strike of immense power was unleashed. It aimed straight for Shen Lingfeng with the force of a wrecking ball. Seizing the moment, Chu Ran launched a lightning-fast phantom combo at Madame Hong. But the moment she closed in, the silk puppets ensnared her, binding her tight. White silk wrapped her from head to toe like a cocoon. She was completely immobilized, without a single gap to escape the suffocating bind. Madame Hong didn't even flinch. She chuckled darkly, her eyes filled with mockery for the helpless Chu Ran. Little beauty. How does it feel to be embraced by my silk? The silk puppet raised razor-sharp threads, ready to strike Chu Ran from a distance. Despair washed over her. She had run out of options. A heavy fatal blow crashed down toward Chu Ran's fragile spine. Madame Hong turned her gaze to Zhou Yi, crossing her arms in gloating anticipation. Young master, do you have any cards left to play? Use them now, or I won't wait. You've really provoked me this time. I think I'll turn you into a specimen for my collection. Zhou Yi fought to keep his voice steady. He analyzed every detail, knowing he was the last glimmer of hope for them all. Every attack from that silk puppet forces Chu Ran to burn her mana defending. At this rate, she'll be drained in moments. The artifact Master gave me can definitely shatter this space Madame Hong created. However, if I use it, this whole chamber will blow, and the Sky Vault security will swarm us. I need to wait for her to get closer. Then, I can use the trap artifact to cage her safely. As for Chu Ran, she was barely holding on. She struggled against the puppet's brutal assault. Suddenly, her eyes glowed a deep, crimson red. A dormant power was awakening within her. Madame Hong reached out, pink mist swirling around her fingers. Her voice dripped with seductive temptation. Stop resisting. Embrace my power. Chu Ran gasped for air, her heavy breathing mixing with a defiant growl. Get out. Unfazed, Madame Hong took another step closer, her tone dripping with venomous sarcasm. Why fight it? Why reject me? I am simply you. Think of your precious brother Zhou Yi. He's gravely wounded. Shen Lingfeng is nothing but a boastful piece of trash. You are the only one who can save him. Are you really this selfish? Do you not care if Zhou Yi lives or dies? Madame Hong's grip tightened around Chu Ran's throat. Chu Ran gasped, choking out a denial. No. But seeing her crumble, the demon only whispered louder, pushing her closer to the edge. Zhou Yi risked his very life for you without hesitation. Now that he has fallen into a trap, are you going to stand there and pretend you are helpless? Just look at him. He can barely even stand. Yet his only thought is to protect you. She let out a cold, contemptuous sneer, her voice dripping with venom. But look at yourself. You cannot even break free from these old silk threads. What right do you have to protect him? Stop suppressing it. Unleash the true succubus power. On the other side, Zhou Yi silently activated his secret artifact. The treasure in his palm erupted with a mystical, blinding light. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the silence. The silk puppets were blasted into the air, accompanied by a chilling, eerie laughter that echoed everywhere. A familiar silhouette emerged from the smoke. She possessed the innocent beauty of Chu Ran, yet radiated the dangerous seduction of Madame Hong. Brother Zhou Yi, it has been a long time. Zhou Yi froze, unable to believe his eyes. He realized instantly that the woman standing before him was her, the monstrous entity that had always slumbered within Chu Ran. Even Madame Hong could not hide the shock written across her face. A pure-blooded succubus. Her eyes gleamed with twisted greed and a devilish smile. Superb. This is absolutely a superb specimen. Zhou Yi remained rooted to the spot, his mind reeling from the transformation unfolding before him. Shen Lingfeng stared blankly at Chu Ran, completely captivated by her terrifying new beauty and overwhelming power. Zhou Yun and Little Kui fell into a deathly silence, rendered speechless by this extraordinary spectacle. Having fully mastered her new power, Chu Ran spoke with bone-chilling coldness. "You are the one trying to harm Brother Zhou Yi? You are nothing but an insignificant level 30 puppet master." She ruthlessly exposed Madame Hong's true strength. Class: Puppet Master, rank, level 30. Madame Hong snapped back with arrogance. "You are merely a succubus bloodline. Do you really think you can stage a rebellion against me?" She lashed out, sending countless razor-sharp silk ribbons toward Chu Ran. The Mermaid Chamber of Commerce has enough stuffed succubus specimens to fill a warehouse. Seeing Chu Ran in apparent danger, Zhou Yi could not suppress his panic and screamed out. But Chu Ran simply curled her lips, revealing a smile full of mockery. Her hand brushed the incoming silk with deadly grace. With a confident spin, her long, slender legs sliced through the soft fabric, tearing the lethal ribbons into confetti. As she moved, Chu Ran's voice dripped with disdain. Insects belong in their cages. Witnessing the explosive power of her opponent, a terrifying realization struck Madame Hong. This is a domain. Specifically, the Violet Abyss Demon Pattern Domain. An innate skill of a pure-blooded succubus. Within this territory, all enemy combat capabilities are severely suppressed. Zhou Yi watched from the sidelines, his eyes wide with shock. Little Ran's aura was now 10 times stronger than it had ever been before. Sensing her disadvantage, Madame Hong frantically unleashed a horde of silk puppets, desperate to stop the monster approaching her. Yet, not a trace of panic appeared on Chu Ran's delicate face. She casually raised her jade-like hand, making a gesture as if manipulating invisible strings. Instantly, Madame Hong felt impending doom. A horrific force erupted from the earth beneath her, blasting her away. What is this? A colossal stone hand materialized from nowhere, ruthlessly crushing around her throat. The grip tightened until Madame Hong's face turned crimson. Simultaneously, fragments of ancient, forgotten memories began to flood her mind. A moment later, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her voice weak and trembling. What have you done to me?" Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with sadistic delight as she watched Madame Hong crumble. She mocked, "I am just helping you recall your youth. Look, were you not adorable back then?" This was the true terror of her power. Forced memory haunting. It drains vitality and materializes fragments of negative trauma, inflicting a devastating mental shock on the target. In absolute despair, Madame Hong screamed like a madwoman. "You are searching my memories. You are hunting the soul stamp and destroying my mind." Unable to withstand the mental torture, she shrieked hysterically. "Stop pretending to be innocent. A pure-blooded succubus is truly a monster among monsters. If that boy you care about knew your true face." Hearing these venomous words, Chu Ran did not flinch. Instead, she decided to end this game immediately with her next move. Violet Abyss, Demon Sword Seed. A surge of demonic energy rose up, spiraling out to bind Madame Hong in an inescapable prison. Madame Hong's expression collapsed. Her eyes bulged in pure terror, realizing her fate was sealed. Seeing her enemy's utter horror, Chu Ran could not help but let out a cold, amused chuckle. She treated Madame Hong's desperate taunts like cheap jokes. With a smirk, she replied, "Did you think provoking me would change anything? Inside my domain, my word is absolute law." With a look of utter boredom painted across her face, Jiang Qiran decided she had seen enough. Her voice was cold, commanding absolute obedience. End this now. The power Jiang Qiran unleashed was nothing short of cataclysmic. It crushed the atmosphere, causing the very earth to tremble and shatter into dust. And then, a horrific transformation took hold of Madame Red. The cruelty of time began to carve itself into her face. Her youthful beauty withered away, leaving deep trenches of age in its wake. In a mere heartbeat, her skin fractured like ancient porcelain on the brink of collapse. She looked utterly drained, devoid of all life force, like a broken doll. The truth was far more sinister. The figure that crumbled was merely a sacrificial pawn, discarded by the real Madame Red to save her own skin. The true mistress sat untouched in the shadows, lounging with terrifying grace. She took a slow drag from her pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke with casual disdain. She stretched her limbs like a languid cat, shaking off the weariness. A spark of amusement lit her eyes as she murmured, "The second demon flame dragon of the Zhou clan." Her gaze swept over the intruders, sharp and calculating. A sudden, devious inspiration took root in Madame Red's mind. Could they be linked to the Tianlan Zhou family? After a moment of thought, she issued a command to her shadows. "Inform the old master. I shall personally select this year's tribute." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiran's demeanor shifted completely. She became enchanting, her voice dripping with a sickly sweet allure that lingered in the air. Zhou Yun sensed the anomaly instantly and moved to intervene. "Brother Shen, look at her. Something is wrong with Jiang Qiran." Shen Lingfeng intercepted him immediately, blocking the path with urgency. "Stand back. Do not approach her. She is far too dangerous right now." With an unsettling transformation, Jiang Qiran clung possessively to Zhou Yi. "You promised you would come for me. Your honor has been waiting for an eternity." Zhou Yi remained unmoved, his eyes cold and detached. He asked simply, "Since when?" Jiang Qiran leaned in close, pressing a finger to his lips to silence him. "Shh. Perhaps this will jog your memory?" A fragment of memory flashed through Zhou Yi's mind like a lightning bolt. The image of their shared kiss burned vividly in his thoughts. The realization struck him hard. She was the anchor that held him back when he nearly succumbed to demonization. Zhou Yi froze, his gaze locked onto the girl before him. "It was you," he stammered. "Because of that final breath I held onto, I was able to resist the forbidden art and subdue the void beast." Jiang Qiran's eyes sparkled with pure delight, her smile radiating warmth. "Brother Zhou Yi, you finally remembered me. I am so happy." Suddenly, Shen Lingfeng charged from the rear. His aura surged like a tidal wave, threatening to crush anything in his path. He roared in fury. "Release him at once." In a split second, Jiang Qiran retaliated with a fist clad in lightning. Her eyes flashed with a bone-chilling killing intent. Her gaze pinned Shen Lingfeng down like a dagger to the throat. "Oh? Is the little flame dragon throwing a tantrum? We are supposed to be allies." Though reeling from the blow, Shen Lingfeng forced himself to retort, his voice dripping with resentment. "Drop the act. I know what you are. You are not Jiang Qiran. You are just the consciousness of the bloodline taking over. Did you really think I would not recognize a monster when I saw one?" Mid-argument, he suddenly froze. His eyes went wide, reflecting a terror deeper than words could express. Looming over him was Jiang Qiran, her fist charged with enough power to obliterate a mountain. Her voice was a whisper from the abyss. "Keep talking, and I will rip out that tongue for an appetizer." Panic seized Zhou Yi. He screamed desperately. "Little Ran, stop, wait a moment." By a miracle, Shen Lingfeng managed to evade the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. But Jiang Qiran had no mercy to give. She pursued him with godlike speed. The impact was inevitable. His body was launched through the air, his face twisted in agony. Even as Jiang Qiran seized him violently by the hair, Shen Lingfeng managed a mocking smirk. "Did I strike a nerve, monster?" Watching the brutality, Zhou Yi began to cough uncontrollably, his heart pounding in his chest. Jiang Qiran vented her fury, raining down blow after blow upon Shen Lingfeng's face. He was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Her eyes locked onto him with the cold intensity of an apex predator toying with its meal. "You really do not know your place." She twisted her grip on his hair, yanking his head back. Her gaze drifted to the entity hiding within him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Those pathetic claws could not even scratch Madame Red's skin. "And yet, you thought you could wound me?" The flame dragon remains as arrogantly foolish as ever. Suddenly, Zhou Yi roared from behind. "Stop this at once." He hurled an object forward with all his might. A blinding golden aura erupted. It was the Holy Force Shield token, a rare artifact that required no mana to activate. Instantly, an impenetrable barrier of holy light expanded, negating all magic and physical attacks. This was the priceless gift from Principal Wang Hui. Zhou Yi struggled to stand, dragging himself up from his wheelchair. His voice trembled, soft and pleading. "Little Ran, please. Do not hurt him any further." Shen Lingfeng hastily wiped a trail of blood from his lips, his brow furrowed in urgency. "Zhou Yi, open your eyes. I am doing this to save you. If you fall under this succubus's charm, everything is lost. The mission entrusted to us by the principal will end in failure. Listen to me. That thing is not the Jiang Qiran, you know. Her bloodline consciousness has seized control of her body. If that entity hadn't vanished at that precise moment, Jiang Qiran's life would have been in grave peril." But the girl's reply was instant and cold. "Correct. I am not Jiang Qiran. That piece of trash couldn't even protect herself. She wept like a dog, begging me to come out and save you." Her words dripped with venom. Hearing this, rage flared in Zhou Yi's eyes. He seized her wrist in a vice grip, his voice low and dangerous. "Shut your mouth. I understand her heart better than anyone else in this world." Zhou Yi roared, his aura trembling. "She ignored the backlash of her bloodline just to save me. You have no right to mock her sacrifice. Do not dare insult her. Little Ran is the strongest, most resilient girl I have ever met. I support and understand every choice she makes." With those heavy words hanging in the air, Zhou Yi slowly released his grip on her wrist. His gaze softened, swirling with complex emotions. "Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once at the freshman tournament, and again just now. If fate allows, I will repay this debt 3-fold. But please, can you let little Ran come back to me?" Without a shred of hesitation, Zhou Yi poured his heart into the request. "Tell me, how can I help you return to where you belong?" The girl remained silent for a moment before a faint smile touched her lips. "You truly are a lucky boy." She leaned in, planting a feather-light kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek. "Consider this my first repayment." Witnessing the intimate scene, Shen Lingfeng panicked and quickly covered Zhou Yun's innocent eyes. In that instant, her form began to fade into nothingness. But before she vanished completely, a cold voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. "The price to summon me is one she cannot afford to pay." Zhou Yi frowned, an ominous feeling taking root in his chest. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But what exactly was this terrible price? Moments later, Jiang Churan, now back to her normal self, collapsed softly into Zhou Yi's arms. He held her close, then whispered urgently, "Shen Lingfeng." Shen Lingfeng jumped, startled. "What? Can't you see my handsome face is nearly ruined here? Following a squad of death magnets like you guys. I'm going to end up in the crematorium sooner or later." Zhou Yi ignored his friend's complaints, his expression serious. "That bloodline consciousness intertwining you mentioned. Explain it to me." Now, Shen Lingfeng adjusted his dislocated shoulder with a wince before answering. "I don't know the specifics, but my family's old man said high-level bloodlines are like sealed ancient monsters. If the host is strong, it's a blessing. If the host is weak, it becomes a demon that steals the body." The term was foreign to Zhou Yi. Steals the body? Yes. Body seizing, Shen Lingfeng confirmed without hesitation. "Why else do you think Jiang Churan turns into a completely different person? Some speculate it's a split personality born from madness. Others say an ancient ancestor's remnant soul is hiding in the bloodline, waiting to seize the body and be reborn." As Zhou Yi gently laid Jiang Churan onto the bed, Shen Lingfeng continued his grim lecture. "The situation is complicated, but one thing is certain. Borrowing power far beyond your level comes with a cost. Either you go insane or you become someone else. There is even a possibility that the conflicting powers inside will reject each other, torturing the host until they die." The revelation hit Zhou Yi like a physical blow. The price for saving him was handing over control of her own body. He fell into deep thought. So, her lack of focus recently was because she could no longer suppress the other consciousness? Desperate, Zhou Yi looked at his friend. "Shen Lingfeng, do you know any way to cure this condition?" The answer was exactly what he feared. "If I knew a way, I would have used it ages ago." Suddenly, Zhou Yun spoke up from behind, her voice trembling. "Brother Shen, you must know how to save Sister Ran, right?" The question left Shen Lingfeng at a loss. "I really don't know." Cornered by the siblings, Shen Lingfeng felt his head spinning with frustration. "Go back to the Zhou clan and ask your patriarch. Those old geezers have lived half an eternity. Surely they've seen something like this. And if the Zhou family can't handle it, go to the Jiang family. They are a massive dynasty. A small problem like this could be solved in a minute by them." At that precise moment, the sound of heavy, rushing footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The skyship's security team, looking tense and alert, was sprinting toward the scene of the earlier commotion. They burst into the room, their aura imposing. A stern voice boomed. "Who is fighting here? You dare disrupt the order of the skyship?" The captain roared, glaring at them. "You'd better confess right now. The skyship isn't a playground where you rich young masters can do whatever you please." Both Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun remained perfectly silent. Neither knew how to explain the supernatural battle that just occurred. In perfect sync, the siblings raised their hands and pointed directly at Shen Lingfeng. The thought was mutual. He is the sacrifice. Before Shen could protest, the guards swarmed him and dragged him away. Shen Lingfeng struggles and roars in indignation. "I caused the damage? Do you people have any conscience left at all?" Down in the lower depths of the sky vessel, Shen Lingfeng wants to cry but has no tears left. "I am so unjustly accused. That woman Jiang Churan did the hitting, so why am I the one taking the fall? Just wait until I get out. I will dismantle the wheels off her chair myself." Time slips away in silence until the familiar chime finally rings out. The sky vessel has arrived at Skyport. "Passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion." The man who was arrested just days ago now stands before the crowd, looking impeccably sharp. One glance is enough to tell he paid a heavy price to buy his freedom. Shen Lingfeng looks down at the crowd below and mutters to Zhou Yi, Zhou Heng is a big shot in the Zhou family, yet he was sent personally to pick you up. Your face really carries some weight. Indeed, a group is already waiting on the dock. A young girl waves with overflowing enthusiasm. Seeing Xiaobai's excitement, Zhou Heng hastily intervenes. He lowers his voice. Xiaobai, keep a low profile. Principal Wang said, this mission is top secret. We absolutely cannot let anyone else spot us. Chastised, Xiaobai nods obediently. As the figures descend from the ship, Zhou Heng steps forward with a beaming, ingratiating smile. You have finally arrived. Yi Er. You have had a hard journey. Get in the car and rest first. Hearing the intimate nickname, Zhou Yi pauses, scratching his head awkwardly. Yi Er? Are we really that close? Sorry for the trouble. Moments later, the luxury car begins to roll, accelerating with incredible speed. Behind it, nothing remains but a cloud of dust fading into the air. Madame Hong, having tailed them to this very spot, narrows her eyes with greed. Zhou Yi, top freshman of Suhong University, personal disciple of Wang Hui. So the Zhou family was hiding such a genius. If I can bring him to my side, my status in the Chamber of Commerce will rise another level. Inside the car, Jiang Qiran observes the interior carefully and immediately recognizes the artifact. She whispers, this is an Esther-grade tool, the Ice Spider Soul. Zhou Heng laughs heartily. Miss Jiang has excellent vision. As Principal Wang instructed, inside this barrier, no spiritual sense can eavesdrop on us. Zhou Yi responds politely, you went to great lengths, Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng waves it off. Not at all. It is my duty. But his other hand frantically signals the person beside him. Xiaobai, do not just sit there. Act. Getting the cue, she turns to Zhou Yun with a bright smile. Little Yun, I am your cousin, Zhou Xiaobai. This is a meeting gift for you. I hope you like it. Zhou Heng sits silently, his mind calculating every move. Although Zhou Yi might not want the hidden ice class profession, letting Zhou Yun study at the Zhou family is a positive sign. If they win her over, Zhou Yi will naturally follow. Zhou Yun accepts the gift with perfect manners. Hello, cousin. Thank you, cousin. Seeing Zhou Yun's joy, Zhou Heng feels a surge of triumph. His mind races with ambition. Zhou Yi has terrifying talent, backed by Principal Wang and the Tianwu Guild. He frequently supports the clan. The Zhou family can return to the peak of power alongside him. He wastes no time on small talk and cuts straight to the core, his voice low and authoritative. Year, I mentioned before that the Zhou family is divided, the Patriarch and the Council of Elders. The old Patriarch guards the Ice Dragon Pagoda, controlling the inner Sect inheritance and core resources. The Council of Elders is led by Third Elder Zhou Feng. They control the cultivation resources of the Outer Sect disciples. The Patriarch and the Elders are in constant conflict. The old Patriarch fears someone will covet your talent and ruin everything. He lowers his voice, his expression grave. That is why only Xiaobai and I know about picking you up. The secret route we took. Even the guards know nothing about it. Zhou Yi simply smirks, replying calmly. You have worked hard. Zhou Heng, what kind of place is this Ice Dragon Abyss you mentioned? Zhou Heng answers instantly. It is the burial ground of the Zhou family ancestors' mount, Changya. He continues, voice swelling with pride. In his youth, our ancestor met an ice dragon named Changya in the extreme north. Its scales were harder than dark iron. Its breath could crack glaciers. The ancestor spent a full year fighting it 49 times in the ice river. Finally, using his own blood to sign a contract, he tamed it as a mount. Later, the demon race invaded. Changya carried the ancestor into the front lines. In the final snow demon battle, to cover the clan's retreat, Changya used its massive dragon body to block the entrance of the demon cave. When the ancestor returned to kill the enemies, Changya's body was dead, though its soul remained. However, this presents a difficult problem. The ancestor, terrified that Changya's soul would shatter into nothingness, made a desperate move. He invoked the Dragon Strike Sword Seal, binding Changya's spirit deep within his own dragon flesh. It was meant to be temporary. The ancestor planned to find a resurrection method and return to save him, but fate is cruel. In the chaos of the Great War that followed, the ancestor vanished without a trace. Left behind, Changya's body and soul transformed, warping into a mystical secret realm. The conversation in the car continues as the scenery shifts. Tires crush the first layer of thin ice, signaling their arrival in a world buried under eternal white snow. Chu Heng speaks slowly, his gaze drifting to the past. Look at the Ice Dragon Abyss now. The outer walls are Changya's scales, the pillars are his bones. The frozen lake is his blood. This realm is split into 3 hellish trials. Any descendant of the Chu family can enter the abyss to test their mettle. If you can fight your way to the center, or breach the 3rd floor, entry to the inner sect is guaranteed. Hearing this, Chu Yi cuts in sharply. Does Changya's soul still actively test humanity even now? Chu Heng answers without a second of hesitation. Naturally. In years past, every Chu descendant entered the abyss for tempering, but those with weak ice bloodlines? They never made it past the outer layer. When I was 30, I stepped onto the 3rd floor. Instantly, Chang Ya's remnant soul shattered 3 of my ribs and threw me out like trash. But survival had its rewards. Once I healed, my bloodline purity surged by 15%. Chu Heng drives the point home for Chu Yi. Reach the 3rd floor, and the power you gain is unimaginable, but the price of failure is steep. Chang Ya no longer recognizes his own kin. 50 years ago, a 3rd turn elder stormed the 3rd floor, one breath from the dragon, and he was frozen instantly into an eternal ice statue. Chu Heng offers his final guidance. Yi, my boy, you must reach that 3rd level, where the remnant soul waits. If you want to subdue him, you need to show the same reckless, death-defying power the ancestor possessed. Only then might Chang Ya bow his head. Chu Yi's expression darkens in thought. He replies quietly, I understand. Chu Heng presses on. So, when do you plan to enter the abyss? If your body isn't ready, there is a secret base nearby where you can rest and recover. Chu Yi doesn't answer immediately. He silently checks the system interface. The divine miracle drought is ending. His full stats will return in less than 10 days. The countdown ticks away. 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Chu Yi calculates in his mind. Just enough time. The car rolls to a stop. Chu Yi speaks calmly. No need for rest. I enter the Ice Dragon Abyss now. He steps out with the group, the bone-chilling air instantly wrapping around them. Su Ran rushes to his side, anxiety written all over her face. She asks shyly, Brother Chu Yi, can I go with you? Chu Yi gently shuts her down. Wait for me outside, trust me. He turns to Ling Feng. Before he can even speak, the man understands. Got it. I'll look after the little girl. Don't worry. Chu Yi glances at Chu Heng with a nod of gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Heng. Then, he turns his back on them, walking alone into the freezing unknown, ready for war. System alert. The congenital dry state is fading. All attributes are regenerating. Name, Chu Yi. Class, Adjudicator. Level, 30. Experience, 12,000 out of 1 million. A sword begins to manifest in his grip, shimmering with light. It is the weapon of blessing, Dawn's blessing. A gift from the gods themselves. Gripping the blade, Chu Yi marches forward, an aura of absolute confidence exploding from him. Ahead, ice butterflies dance around a frozen monolith. Coiled around it are monsters, serpentine bodies armored in gleaming blue scales. They wield sharp blades in their dual hands. And they are not alone. A swarm of them gathers. Monster. Ice Snake Man. Level, 25. Aptitude, Gold. Skills, Frost Breath. Colony Link. Ice Spike Raid. Chu Yi arrives. He twirls his sword, loosening his muscles, and speaks with eerie calm. 10 days without freedom. My bones are practically rusting. The ice snakes spot him and lunge. They bare their fangs, hissing like beasts starved for centuries. Chu Yi doesn't flinch. A smirk touches his lips. Perfect. You'll make a fine warm-up. In a flash, he moves. Chu Yi slices through the horde. His strikes are blindingly fast, creating arcs of lightning amidst the rising snow and dust. The swarm keeps coming. Chu Yi unleashes his ultimate. Divine Storm. A massive tornado erupts, sucking every snake into a vortex of destruction. Suddenly, a massive block of ice nearby begins to crack. Amidst the freezing winds, a new terror emerges. Its head was frozen, its body twisting like a dragon waking from a deep slumber. Boss, Ice Abyss Serpent. Level, 55. Aptitude, Gold. Skills, Frost Breath. Rapid Ice Shot. Magnetic Distortion. The tornado drags the beast toward him. Chu Yi roars, his face set in stone. Light's Punishment. Blinding holy power erupts. The beam swallows the monster whole, and its colossal body crashes down behind Chu Yi. Zhou Yi showed no emotion, his steps calm and measured as he forged ahead. By morning, the snow had finally ceased, revealing a world that felt brighter and strangely vast. Zhou Yi remained right there, observing his surroundings as he walked. A strange realization hit him. This frozen wasteland gave him an eerie sense of familiarity. The Void Beast materialized to explain, "It is because of the ice bloodline running through your veins. Any ordinary ice-class job holder would have frozen into a statue long ago." Zhou Yi offered a cheerful greeting. "Long time no see." He added with genuine gratitude, "I never got to thank you for fetching my master last time." The Void Beast replied bluntly, cutting through the pleasantries, "Stop tormenting yourself, and I will consider that thanks enough. That is, if you do not die before the 1-year promise." An awkward silence fell between them. Suddenly, a horde of monsters surged from the shadows to surround them. While Zhou Yi and the Void Beast held their stare down, the beast acted. void-severing slashes erupted, slicing through the mob of monsters and obliterating them instantly. Realizing the void beast was protecting him, Zhou Yi decided to break the ice with a friendly tone. "Thank you," he said. The void beast responded coldly. They were merely trash fish, but the danger was far from over. The surviving monsters used their colossal bodies to smash the ice path, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The ground beneath Zhou Yi crumbled. He fought to keep his balance, narrowly avoiding the fall by leaping onto another piece of debris, plummeting into the abyss. With no other choice, Zhou Yi dove straight into the chasm. As he fell, his eyes widened at the unbelievable sight unfolding before him. Beneath the layers of ice stood countless shadows. Thousands of silent warriors stood frozen in time, gripping their swords and shields in eternal readiness. A skeleton wearing a crown sat upon a throne, blue fire igniting within its empty sockets. It radiated a terrifying, majestic aura, clearly the ruler of this frozen domain. Zhou Yi's mind raced. The demon race. The falling ice debris crashed down, landing right in front of the silent demon army. These armored skeletons were known as Ice Abyss Bone Demons, level 35, legendary aptitude. Their skills included Bone Rain, Cage, and Coffin. This was the skeleton symbiosis, the remains of the demon army slaughtered by the ice dragon. Beneath the jagged fangs of the frost, they waited. Sensing the disturbance from the invasion era, the army awoke, their bodies glowing with ghostly blue light. Zhou Yi stepped calmly out of the pile of shattered ice. He activated his appraisal technique. A small analysis circle appeared before his eyes, assessing the lethal situation. The Void Beast warned urgently, "There are over 200,000 suicidal demons here. You are only at the second layer. Conserve your strength." A skeleton hissed, "Intruder." Yi heard the warning but felt no fear. He activated his power, Grace of God, Dawn Blessing. Dangerous beams of light swirled in his hands, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body, shaking the very air around him. Zhou Yi smiled confidently. The ice element concentration here is 10 times higher than the outside world. It is more than enough to bury them all. He unleashed his power, sending flashes of light tearing through the gloomy sky. Sensing the annihilation, the skeleton leader screamed, "Total alert! Formation!" The energy coalesced into a raging tornado. From within the storm, a colossal hand of pure energy materialized. The giant hand slammed down, crushing the demon group into dust. Yet, through the blinding snow and mist, the remaining skeletons charged forward relentlessly. Zhou Yi did not stop. His eyes blazed as he shouted, "Freeze!" The power formed a massive vortex. A glittering light shone at the center, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the heavens, encircling the demon army. Zhou Yi waved his hand, commanding the elements. Divine Storm. A violent gale manifested, sweeping up the razor-sharp ice shards. The wind tore through the demon ranks, slicing them apart piece by piece. The tornadoes consumed the battlefield, sweeping away hundreds of skeletons. The leader roared in fury. "You coward, hiding your head like a turtle. The war soul of my race is eternal. How dare insects like you provoke us?" The skeletons began to rhythmically beat their shields. Bang, bang. With every strike, strange soul fragments drifted from their bodies, floating into the air. High upon the fortress walls, rows of archer skeletons stood ready, their forms emitting an eerie, pulsating blue light. Zhou Yi clutched his head, confused. His eyes locked onto the swirling demon mist as he thought, what is happening to them? Suddenly, the individual skeletons began to merge, fusing together to form a horrific, gigantic skeletal monstrosity. Skeleton symbiosis. The dead army formed an autonomous consciousness, channeling power into their fallen kin to resonate with life and be reborn. Zhou Yi stared in shock at the titan towering over him. Piece together fragments? Is it possible that these bone demons cannot be killed? It was true he had received no system notifications. Killing the Ice Abyss bone demons provided absolutely no experience points. A massive eye in the center of the giant skeleton's forehead flared with light. Its voice boomed, "Found you." Zhou Yi did not flinch. He drew his blade with heroic resolve. "A legendary tier is not simple, but I refuse to believe it." He raised his sword high. The giant skeleton radiated a blinding golden light that scorched the eyes. Zhou Yi grit his teeth. "I do not believe I cannot kill you." On the skeletal tower, the light intensified, burning as bright as a sun that illuminated every corner of the frozen land. As if obeying a silent command, the smaller skeletons began to leap chaotically down from the walls, swarming into the fray. Armored monstrosities rained from the heavens. Each abomination wielded a unique weapon of destruction. Small skeletons plummeted in a terrifying freefall toward the battlefield. His blade danced, carving a zigzag path of death. His gaze remained freezing cold, devoid of mercy. Nearby, the symbiotic skeleton watched the slaughter with eerie focus. Zhou Yi soared into the air. He stuck the landing perfectly beneath the wooden bridge. Moving with lightning speed, his expression remained stone cold. He charged straight for the symbiotic skeleton. Zhou Yi slammed on the brakes, locking eyes with the creature's massive, unblinking stare. He raised his blade to strike, but the creature suddenly unhinged, its jaw clearly hatching some dark, sinister scheme. Zhou Yi didn't care for its tricks. He leaped up, determined to sever its existence once and for all, but suddenly, he froze mid-air. Cold sweat drenched his back. Memories of a forgotten past flooded his mind. His eyes filled with desolate sorrow and deep regret as he stared into the void. Screams erupted from every direction. The left flank is collapsing. Reinforcements now. Zhou Yi stumbled forward, dazed and confused. Behind him, a towering figure rushed to catch up. A heavy hand slammed onto Zhou Yi's shoulder. "Zhou Yan, hold the line." He turned, bewildered, trying to grasp the situation. But his gaze was stolen by a gruesome sight. A young soldier pierced by arrows, flung violently past him. The large man's voice roared over the carnage. "We must buy time. Do it for Lord Frostfang." Suddenly, the sky tore open. A swirling vortex of neon purple and pink materialized, shocking everyone on the battlefield. It was a dimensional portal of the demon race. Skeletons clad in heavy armor rained down, wielding spiked hammers of doom. Yet, the knights did not flinch in the face of death. They readied their weapons, their spirits burning with heroic resolve. "Descendants of the Zhou family, hear my order. Fight to the death. We cannot let the demon race escape the Tianlan boundary." A grenade hammer smashed into a knight, sending him flying like a rag doll. Yet the large man fought on like a beast, shouting through the blood, "We live and die with Tianlan." Then, a majestic presence descended. A colossal blue-white dragon emerged from the heavens. The man's roar echoed, "Glory to Tianlan." The dragon opened its maw, gathering a sphere of brilliant azure energy. It unleashed a devastating beam of blue light, scorching the earth. The tide turned instantly. Soldiers below cheered in wild ecstasy. "Lord Frostfang is here. We are saved." But Zhou Yi stared at the dragon, his eyes trembling with shock and disappointment. "Wait, isn't this the battlefield from 100 years ago? The day of the demon invasion?" Frostfang coiled its massive body amidst the radiant light. It swooped down, hovering protectively over the knights with a fierce glare. Out of nowhere, massive swords pierced the sky. They slammed into Frostfang's underbelly. The dragon roared in agony, its cry shaking the earth. Frostfang writhed in pain, the shockwave blasting knights into the air. Soldiers in the distance watched in paralyzed horror. Far away, a colossal armored skeleton loomed. It brandished a sword, tens of meters long, swinging it like a toy. The slaughter had begun. With a single swing, that massive blade skewered multiple knights in a gruesome shish kebab. Zhou Yi unleashed his killing intent, looking like a feral wolf, filthy demon scum. High above, an armored skeleton rode a giant black crow. "Die!" Zhou Yi screamed. Before it could reach its target, Frostfang lunged. The dragon's jaws crushed the crow's wing, sending the skeleton rider plummeting. The crow was useless now. Frostfang spat it out without a shred of mercy. The dragon glanced down at its own body. Blood sprayed uncontrollably from the gaping wounds left by the giant swords. Frostfang's gaze shifted back to the sky. In the pink vortex, a skeletal face peered out. The dragon froze, sensing a terrifying aura. That breath, it's the heavenly demon. Thoughts raced through the dragon's mind like lightning. If they break through here, the entire realm is doomed. Tianlan will become a demon domain. All living souls will be harvested as fodder for the darkness. To save the innocent, Frostfang's rage boiled over. It stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath its claws. "No, I cannot let them pass. If the demon tide cannot be stopped." The dragon launched itself into the sky with grim determination. "Then I will sacrifice my dragon body as an offering." Frostfang flew straight at the armored skeleton, sitting calmly in the vortex. It slammed into the portal, dragging the skeleton boss into the abyss. The vortex began to collapse, sealing both monster and guardian inside. A blinding pink light exploded outward. Zhou Yi shielded his eyes with his arm. The radiance was too intense to bear. The shockwave was devastating. The ground crumbled and shattered into fragments. High above, the portal flared one last time before shrinking. Everyone watched, unblinking, holding their breath. The portal faded into nothingness. A whisper turned into a roar. The teleportation gate. "It's gone." Cheers erupted like thunder. Lord Frostfang repelled the demon race. Tianlan is safe. Only Zhou Yi stood in solemn silence, burdened by the truth. He didn't just repel them. He detonated his dragon core inside the portal to cause that explosion. The cheers continued to ring out. "Long live Lord Frostfang. As long as Frostfang lives, Tianlan stands." Zhou Yi gazed at the ruin of the battlefield, a bitter smile on his face. "It is done. I did not fail your promise." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, startling him. "Frostfang?" Zhou Yi turned to see a handsome man approaching, leaving him lost in thought. That is the Zhou family ancestor. Zhou Yi snapped awake from the sudden flood of memories. But reality struck instantly, a massive, razor-sharp blade swinging straight for his neck. He barely raised his weapon to block the crushing impact. Moving like a phantom, he dodged the follow-up and touched down gracefully on the icy floor. A strange light radiated from the monster, stinging his eyes. He squinted, his curiosity piqued. What exactly is hiding in there? A brilliant azure glow pulsed from within the ribcage of the skeleton. When he saw the source, his eyes widened in shock. A dragon scale. Zhou Yi smirked, his confidence returning. I should have noticed sooner. Their movements are too perfect, too repetitive. Their attack patterns are completely singular. He analyzed the loose, rattling frames of the bone monsters with a tactician's eye. After a moment of deep contemplation, a cold smile played on his lips. He was right. These wretches were the very ringleaders who caused Frostfang's tragic death. The Zhou ancestor was ruthless. How could he possibly let such hated enemies find peace in death? Sunlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating the motionless skeletons. Zhou Yi's voice echoed with sudden clarity. Crushing them triggers a recursive curse, an infinite loop of resurrection. They are fueled by Frostfang's own dragon scale, enslaved as eternal gravekeepers for the very beast they killed. Anyone entering with hostility triggers their defense, and even if you shatter them to dust, these bone demons simply reassemble. Zhou Yi muttered as he walked, his mind racing. In a battle of attrition like this, even a second transformation master would eventually fall. No wonder the descendants of the Zhou family always halt their advance at this second trial. But if I drop all hostility and appear harmless, these mindless puppets lose their target instantly. He crunched across the thick snow, step by step. He couldn't help but admire the strategy. Truly a method of revenge that is as brilliant as it is complex. Using the enemy's own bodies as a barrier, trapping them in the pathetic state of the undead as eternal punishment. This vengeance is far crueler than simple execution. A biting cold wind whipped past, forcing Zhou Yi to squint against the chill. But his admiration didn't waver. He imagined the Zhou ancestor standing resolute amidst this freezing hell. Mark my words. One day, I will surpass even you. Standing on the precipice, Zhou Yi looked down at Frostfang's colossal skeletal remains. He leaped into the abyss, but suddenly, an invisible force slammed into him, blasting him backward. He crashed violently against the cliff face, tumbling down the rocks. Gritting his teeth through the pain, his mind reeled. What just happened? A massive, ethereal form materialized Frostfang. Its voice boomed with majestic fury. Who goes there? Why do you trespass? Did that filth who imprisoned me in this glacial rift send you? Zhou Yi struggled to his feet. Frostfang, it's me, but the dragon only bared its fangs in a menacing growl. Did you come here to mock me, boy? A level 30 piece of trash like you. You aren't even worthy of staining my claws. You parasites, you only know how to siphon the might of the dragon race. The blood in your veins stinks of the same stench as those murderers. Its rage boiled over, roaring accusations. You all want to see me lose my mind. Selfish, greedy humans. You covet my body. You want to forge me into a mindless weapon. Zhou Yi tried to interject, desperate. Wait, listen, I carry the bloodline of the Zhou family. I came too. Frostfang didn't let him finish, its resentment exploding. The Zhou bloodline? That cursed bloodline is the worst of them all. Fury overtook reason as Frostfang launched a devastating attack. How long do you intend to deceive me? Scum, I will slice you into 100 ribbons. The attacks were blindingly fast, forcing Zhou Yi to dance on the edge of death. So fast, the dragon opened its maw, unleashing volleys of pure, destructive energy. Zhou Yi weaved through the barrage, shouting over the roar. Frostfang, do you have no memory of the past? Years ago, you self-destructed your dragon core to seal the demon realm portal. You are the hero of the Zhou family. But Frostfang was deaf to the truth. Absurdity. The dragon core is the very heart of my kind. How could I possibly gouge it out myself? It was you, humans. You ripped my core from my chest, and now you stand here weaving fairy tales. Lies. It is all lies. The bombardment intensified, shattering the ice floor into dust. The dragon shrieked in madness. I will tear every liar apart with my own teeth. Despite the agony racking his body, Zhou Yi tried to reach the beast. Frostfang, calm down and listen to me. Don't you remember? Wham! A massive tail slammed into him like a freight train. Begone! Zhou Yi was launched across the cavern, skidding to a halt, but he refused to fall. He's lost his memory, Zhou Yi realized. Centuries of imprisonment and agony have driven him mad. He projects his pain onto anyone who approaches. His spirit is in total chaos. As expected of the ancestors' contracted beast, even after 100 years, the remnants of his dragon soul possess enough power to make the world tremble. Zhou Yi wiped blood from his face, his expression darkening. He was battered, and his level was far below Frostfang's. but surrender was not an option. I fought my way into the ice dragon abyss. There is zero chance I'm leaving empty-handed. A golden cross sigil blazed to life on his forehead, he shouted, his voice thundering with challenge. You want to vent your rage? Then come at me. I'll beat you until you remember who you are. Golden aura erupted from his body, colliding violently with the dragon's frost in a cataclysmic shockwave. The beast unleashed a torrent of overwhelming power once more, striking directly at him and kicking up a blinding cloud of white snow dust. But from within the white mist, Zhou Yi charged forward, sword in hand. Come at me. If the ancestors of the Zhou clan could forge a contract with you, then I can make you submit to the family once more. Blades rained down in a relentless storm, sword light flashing wildly. Meanwhile, in a completely different vibe, Ling Feng was calmly enjoying a dragon-shaped popsicle. Ling Feng kept munching on the exclusive frozen treat of the Zhou clan, muttering that she had been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights. She was practically turning into a stone statue waiting for her husband. Jiang Churan shot him a glare through the glass, threatening, Do you not need your tongue anymore? Ling Feng's face went dark, teeth grinding in fear, but he couldn't stop spouting nonsense. You really are acting like Jiang Churan right now, aren't you? Suddenly, Xiao Bai rushed in, panic, flinging the door open. It's bad. You guys need to leave, now. The two of them were confused. What happened? She didn't answer. Instead, she charged straight inside, rambling incessantly. While she hasn't arrived yet, Father told me to get you out of here immediately. Where is Xiao Yun? Ling Feng lost his patience, demanding, What do you mean? Speak clearly. Xiao Bai grabbed Jiang Churan's hand, worry etched all over her face. I can't explain right now. Just follow me. Immediately. But she calmly rejected the plea. If you don't tell us, we can't help resolve the situation. Besides, Zhou Yi is still in the ice dragon abyss. I absolutely cannot leave this place so easily. He chimed in, agreeing with Jiang Churan. That's right. I, Shen Lingfeng, am not useless. Tell us what happened. If we can help, we will. Xiao Bai waved her hands frantically, trying to explain. No, it's not that. I didn't mean it like that. This isn't something you can handle. If you don't leave now, it really will be too late. Suddenly, an attack from Zhou Heng flew straight at them, slicing past Madame Hong and leaving her stunned. His voice was stern. Madame Hong, the territory of the Tianlun Zhou family is not a place for you to run wild. Ling Feng and Jiang Churan surged with power, ready for battle. Meanwhile, sharp, razor-thin threads wrapped dexterously around Madame Hong's fingers. She scoffed with utter contempt. Zhou Heng, because you're suppressing your frozen bloodline, you can't even exert 30% of a level 40's power. And you think you can stop me? Zhou Heng stood firm, shielding Zhou Yun behind him, trying to maintain his composure. Even in difficult times, the Zhou family will never allow an outsider to touch our guests, he thought to himself. Zhou Yi is at the critical moment of his breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I cannot let Madame Hong ruin this. Even if I have to risk damaging my frozen meridians, I must buy time until Zhou Yi emerges. He summoned his energy, creating a trail of ice extending toward Madame Hong. But she just moved her lips, whispering, Where do you think you're going? Madame Hong leaned casually against the doorframe, her voice chilling. Long time no see, little girl. Xiao Bai and the others froze. Ling Feng and Jiang Churan were paralyzed with shock, shouting in unison, You're still alive? 30 minutes earlier. In a grand, traditional hall, Madame Hong sat with the Zhou family patriarch for a discussion. Madame Hong spoke first. Patriarch Zhou, here are this year's cold marrow crystals. Another voice replied, Sorry to trouble you for this trip, Madame Hong. You only needed to say the word, and I would have sent someone to fetch them. Beside them lay glittering treasure boxes containing the cold marrow crystal's rare consumable items, epic rank energy crystals. Another elder, Zhou Feng, the third elder of the Zhou family, called out, Attendants, bring them up. Sitting beside him was Zhou Heng. Servants brought forward the treasures. First, the heavenly snow silkworm silk. When crafting gear, it grants a passive stealth effect. Next, the mystic ice jade, capable of tempering weapons to inflict passive frost shattering. The elder continued, As promised last year, the heavenly treasures are all prepared. Madame Hong gave a faint, chilling smile. She barely touched them before replying, This is not enough. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. The Zhou family hides the good stuff and refuses to hand it over. It seems your desire for the cold marrow crystals isn't sincere. Zhou Heng shot to his feet. Madame Hong, what is the meaning of this? Every year, our Zhou family exhausts all efforts to collect precious treasures to trade with you. She picked up a treasure, the Frost Splitter. Requirement, level 30, base physical attack, plus 350. Ice attribute attack, plus 120. He thought furiously, this greedy woman, her demands increase every year. What scheme is she planning now? Snap. She broke the treasure in half. I am bored of these flashy, useless trinkets. This year, we will trade for something else. If the Zhou Patriarch agrees, I will provide enough cold marrow crystals for the entire year. The Zhou elder kept his polite smile. And what is it that Madame Hong desires? Beside them, suspicion gnawed at Zhu Heng. Something felt wrong. Madame Hong's voice dropped low, dripping with malice. A living sacrifice. The patriarch frowned, confused. Who exactly do you want? Her reply was calm, but devastating. Zhou Yi. Zhu Heng's composure shattered instantly. What? He forced himself to breathe, trying to regain control. Madame Hong, you must be joking. How can a living person be traded like merchandise? But inside, Zhu Heng was trembling with anxiety. Why would someone like her be interested in Zhu Yi? Madame Hong's expression remained stony. Joking? You are the funny one. One boy to save your entire clan? That is the bargain of a lifetime, is it not? The Zhu family patriarch didn't hesitate for a second. Madame Hong, please leave. Now. Zhu Yi is a child of the Zhu family. He is absolutely not for sale. Madame Hong didn't even bother to look back, idly inspecting her manicured nails with chilling indifference. Refuse if you wish. But can your precious Zhu family survive another 2 months without my help? Panic flickered in the elder's eyes. He turned urgently to the patriarch. Patriarch, listen to reason. Last year alone, 3 children died when their blood froze solid. If our supply of cold marrow crystals is cut off. The elder's face twisted in fear. The Mammoth Merchant Guild controlled the only mine that produced the crystals they desperately needed. The Zhou family's cursed frost bloodline was thinning. They needed the crystals not just to cultivate, but to survive the lethal freezing of their own veins. Because of this, the family had no choice but to trade vast amounts of resources with the Mammoth Guild every single year. The patriarch slammed his fist down. Enough! Even if our bloodline is severed, the Zhou family will never be reduced to cowards who sell their own kin for survival. The elder wouldn't back down, his voice trembling with desperation. Patriarch, if you won't think of us old bones, you must think of the children within the clan. Zhu Yi is a genius. Yes, but he is young. He cannot save the entire Zhu family from extinction. Fury exploded from the patriarch as he stood up, shouting, We survive to rise again, but if we sacrifice our own to do it, we have nothing left. His voice softened, heavy with regret. Zhu Yi has never been protected by this family. We have no right to drag him down with us now. The elder cried out. But the children can't wait. Ignoring him, the patriarch turned away. Madame Hong, please leave. The elder grit his teeth, thinking, You stubborn old fool. Madame Hong was forcing a choice between Zhu Yi and the clan because she saw the boy's terrifying potential. She knew if the Zhu family couldn't protect Zhu Yi, they would never have the power to protect her interests either. Her demeanor shifted instantly to ice-cold cruelty. Very well. Since you choose to protect one boy over your entire race. She stood up, signaling her servants to leave. Her final words were a death sentence. From today, the supply of cold marrow crystals is cut off. Prepare to watch your clan freeze to death along with that old wretch. Back. In the present, Madame Hong smiled sweetly at Xiao Bai. Thank you for leading the way, little girl. Suddenly, rigid silk threads exploded outward, wrapping around Xiao Bai's neck. Bones creaked as she lost consciousness and slumped to the floor. Madame Hong looked down at the motionless body, sneering at the memory of the negotiation. Did that old patriarch really think I was blind to his secret signals to Zhu Heng? Su Ran screamed in worry and charged forward. Ling Feng, refusing to accept defeat, accelerated like a cannonball. Today, you die by my hand. Madame Hong's servants lunged, their bodies moving like fluid silk. But Ling Feng didn't flinch, unleashing a barrage of devastating strikes. Meanwhile, enemies swarmed Su Ran. With a flash of her blade, she carved them into hundreds of pieces in seconds. Debris rained down on the floor like confetti. Ling Feng began to channel his energy. He summoned a blazing firewall to shield his allies. Madame Hong laughed, genuinely amused. Only 3 days, and you've learned teamwork? It seems you've been training. How entertaining. I'm starting to like you, vermin. Madame Hong analyzed them with a predator's gaze. The succubus girl and the flame dragon. Both are on the verge of a breakthrough. She sighed mockingly. You are geniuses, truly, but what a pity. Pearls before swine. Today, you all turn to dust. Su Ran supported Xiao Bai, her mind racing. I have to protect Xiao Bai, but it's limiting my movements. Confusion hit her. Didn't we kill this woman last time? Why is she at the Zhu Manor? Lost in thought, Su Ran failed to sense the deadly thread slithering toward her like a snake. Xiao Bai was unconscious and couldn't warn her. The thread crept closer, but Su Ran remained oblivious. Is Zhu Yi not here? Madame Hong's voice echoed as the trap sprung. Threads erupted from the ground, binding Su Ran tight. Your combat experience is pathetic. Even Ling Feng found himself ensnared by vines bursting from the floor. She continued, her voice dripping with arrogance. I am the eldest miss of the Qi family. Seeing geniuses from your lowly clans act so useless, it offends me. Allow me to end your misery. The threads hoisted Su Ran into the air. Little succubus, where is that overwhelming power you showed last time? She slammed Ling Feng against the wall. My blood silk loves the taste of your fire, little fire dragon. Both warriors were suspended in the air, helpless against her power. Madame Hong sneered. You are too weak to challenge me. Her expression turned deadly serious. Now tell me, where is Zhou Yi? He ignored her command, his voice erupting in a defiant roar. Release me now, or I swear I'll burn you into nothing but ash. Madame Hong stepped slowly toward the heavy curtains, her voice dripping with malice. So stubborn. Rumor has it Zhou Yi stormed the Gale Mountains alone, risking death just to save his little sister. With you in my grasp, I refuse to believe Zhou Yi won't show his face. Rage twisted his features as he screamed. Don't you dare lay a finger on her. Behind the curtain, Chu Yun held her breath. But it was too late. Madame Hong's gaze pierced the fabric. Hiding in the shadows? Did you think you could catch a glimpse of your brother from there? Chu Ran refused to surrender to the pressure. He strained against his bonds, his voice cracking with desperation. Lend me your strength. Just one more time. Hundreds of crimson threads danced around Madame Hong's fingers like living serpents. Since she's truly lost her temper, allow me to show you the definition of absolute suppression. In an instant, the puppeteer's will became reality. A legion of marionettes obeyed her silent command, rising in unison. The massive constructs charged forward in a frenzy of destruction. Meanwhile, ominous green fissures began to crack across Chu Heng's face. He muttered that this would be a grueling battle, realizing Chu Yi had spared no expense, deploying an army of puppets to ensure victory. As the mechanical horde closed in, Chu Heng gripped a heavy chain, leaping into the air with a warrior's resolve. Jiang Chu Ran, Shen Ling Feng, get Chu Yun and Xiao Bai out of here. I will hold the line. Madame Hong saw his intent to sacrifice himself and shrieked a cruel order to her minions. Don't let them escape. I want them alive. Chu Ran scooped Chu Yun into his arms, while Ling Feng secured Xiao Bai. They shouted their agreement, turning to flee as chaos erupted behind them. Meanwhile, Chu Yi held a sphere of concentrated energy. Staring down the beast before him, memories flooded back. He charged, delivering a devastating blow to the creature's skull. Take this, he roared. Sacred scroll. Infinite combo. Chu Yi vanished, reappearing instantly to the side as a blast of energy grazed him. He extended his hand, unleashing a singular, ultimate technique to counter the beast. Holy Light Cross. The air crackled as he delivered the verdict. Evil must bow before righteousness. Before the final blow landed, the monster's vision filled with Chu Yi's approaching silhouette. A flicker of recognition softened its gaze. Weakly, it murmured. Master. The hand of God descended with the weight of a mountain. The impact was absolute. Dust clouds swallowed the battlefield, leaving only a deafening silence in the wake of the destruction. Chu Yi landed softly, his cold gaze sweeping the area. Finally, peace. The colossal beast, clinging to consciousness, wheezed out a question. Who are you? Chu Yi didn't bother with deception. He declared his heritage with pride. I am Chu Yi, the descendant of Chu Fan. He sat in a meditative pose to recover his stamina, then began to recount the tragic history of the creature before him. A century ago, you burned your life force to destroy the Demon Realm portal, buying peace for Tianlan. My ancestor, Chu Fan, was your master. After sealing your broken body and soul here, Chu Fan left alone to find a way to save you, but he never returned. He vanished into the mists of history. Chu Yi offered a faint smile, extending a hand not as a conqueror, but as a savior. Follow me. Your soul has been trapped in this prison, slowly losing its sanity. I have no choice but to use drastic measures to restore you to your former glory. Realization dawned on the dragon. It closed its massive eyes, a wave of sorrow, washing over it. So that explains it. My dragon core was shattered. How could I live? He tried to save me. 100 years. My master is truly gone. The dragon opened its eyes, piercing Chu Yi with a solemn stare. You came here for the dragon soul, didn't you? Chang Ya, the dragon, explained with grave seriousness. I can see your foundation is ruined. You require the purest energy in existence to rebuild it, but be warned. The dragon soul fusion inflicts the agony of 10,000 biting hearts. It will feel as if your flesh is being torn apart 1,000,000 times over. Do you have the will to endure it? Chu Yi didn't hesitate for a microsecond. His answer was immediate and ironclad. I accept. Physical pain is nothing. The true agony is being weak, powerless to protect the ones I love. Hearing this, Cheng Ya couldn't help but admire the boy's spirit, a true son of the Chu clan. The dragon pushed a surge of ancient power toward Zhou Yi and the command token. Come then! An orange vortex swirled into existence, carrying specks of azure light. The frozen, damaged meridians within Zhou Yi began to thaw and mend. Zhou Yi's entire body began to emit a mystical azure smoke as the transformation took hold. Inside him, the ice blocking his blood vessels shattered. Zhou Yi squeezed his eyes shut, clenching his teeth until they nearly cracked. The pain was etched into every muscle of his face. Changya's voice echoed in his mind, urging him on. Hold on. Your meridians were destroyed. If you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have survived another month. The motes of blue light swarmed his body, reconstructing his shattered bones piece by piece, forging them stronger than steel. Deep internal wounds and fractures knitted together. But the price was steep. Zhou Yi was enduring torture that would break a lesser man. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Yet, the azure light continued to pour into his chest, reconstructing his very heart. Far away, Chu Yun smiled, sensing the shift. The Halan team felt it too. Chu Ran winked, looking back in awe at the display of power. The black curtain of night was torn asunder. A blurred figure stood tall before the giant dragon, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. A cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. Ice Dragon. Soul Fusion. 100%. Complete Foundation. Fully restored Ice Elemental Affinity. Plus 500%. At that moment, two majestic dragon horns manifested upon Chu Yi's head. Congratulations. Hidden Perfect Quest complete. Second class advancement. Reward acquired. Physique of the Dragon God. Yang Ya entrusted the mission to him. He and that man must protect Tianlan at all costs. Meanwhile, Madame Hong tightened the puppet strings around a helpless girl. She stalked forward, releasing the tension just enough to let her victim collapse onto the cold, unforgiving ground. Madame Hong cast her crimson silk towards Chu Yun, her voice dripping with poisonous sweetness. Come here, my good sister. I promise I won't hurt you. The red silk coiled tightly around Chu Yun's body like a viper. Madame Hong commanded, Be a good girl. Take me to see your brother now. Suddenly, a filth-covered hand shot out from the dust. It clamped onto her ankle with a vice-like grip. Get lost. Madame Hong looked down with utter sneering contempt at the figure clutching her leg. The little flame dragon was at death's door, yet he still dared to play the hero. Shen Lingfeng poured every ounce of his remaining life force into holding her back. He would not let her take Chu Yun. No one was allowed to touch her. Disgust filled Madame Hong's face. Look at you. You're like a stray dog mourning its owner. You can't even save yourself, yet you try to save others? It's truly pathetic enough to make one laugh. Even on the brink of total exhaustion, Ling Feng's resolve was ironclad. You don't understand a damn thing. I am Shen Lingfeng. Even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on her head. Madame Hong's voice turned icy. Let go. Ling Feng screamed in defiance, refusing to yield. Seeing his stubbornness, Madame Hong raised her heel and crushed the hand gripping her ankle. Bones crunched. Pain exploded. Yet Ling Feng refused to let go. Tears streamed down Chu Yun's face. Heartbroken, she pleaded, Brother Shen, please let go. Don't worry about me. Just let go. My brother won't blame you. In response, Ling Feng roared like a beast and sank his teeth viciously into Madame Hong's leg. I will not let go. Chu Yun screamed his name in terror. Madame Hong finally snapped. With a burst of fury, she kicked Ling Feng backward with devastating force. You lunatic! Ling Feng skidded across the ground, slamming his hands down to break against the momentum. Chu Yun cried out in despair. Madame Hong rubbed her chin, intrigued. This brat is tougher than I thought. To make the arrogant flame dragon bloodline submit so completely. This Chu Yi must truly be a valuable prize. She snapped her fingers in disdain. Reckless fool. I have no interest in you, since he was in such a hurry to die. She wrapped her puppet strings around Ling Feng's throat. Goodbye, forever. The strings bit into his flesh, strangling him. Ling Feng's eyes bulged, his mouth gaping as agony consumed him. Chu Yun shrieked in horror. Brother, Shen, run. Seeing Ling Feng lose consciousness, Chu Yun broke down completely, turning to beg the devil herself. Stop! Please don't hurt him. I'll go with you. Just spare him. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Even Madame Hong trembled under the weight of that aura. Fear flickered in her eyes. What is this terrifying pressure? Before she could react, a colossal force slammed into her, blasting her away. Chu Yi had arrived. Golden wings spread wide, dragon horns crowning his head. He had swooped in to save Chu Yun in the blink of an eye. Brother, she whispered in disbelief. Chu Yi's gaze fell upon the broken, bloodied body of Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng. He saw Su Ran, pierced by countless puppet strings. Little Ran. He looked at Xiaobai and Uncle Heng, lying unconscious in the dust. Xiaobai. Uncle Heng. A breath of pure rage escaped his lips, turning into visible smoke. Instantly, Zhou Yi's eyes transformed, one burning gold, the other piercing blue. He manifested a chain of pure energy. Divine lightning, heavenly prison lock. Madame Hong's eyes went wide. She licked her lips, ecstasy washing over her face as she saw Zhou Yi appear. Countless puppets materialized around her, every single one bearing the face of Madame Hong. Zhou Yi, you finally came out to play. But as the puppets rushed him, Zhou Yi obliterated them with a casual wave of his hand. Like a ghost, Madame Hong appeared behind him. Be a good boy, and come home with me. Zhou Yi didn't speak. He simply stomped his foot, and the earth beneath them shattered. A shockwave of power sliced across Madame Hong's neck. Holding his sister gently, Zhou Yi's aura alone blasted the enemy backward. Madame Hong retreated, fear finally taking root. His strength. It's monstrous. Her basic puppets were dust. Her high-level elites were struggling desperately just to dodge Zhou Yi's attacks. My level 20 seconds are worthless here. But my level 30 elites and level 40 guardians. I spent years of blood and sweat crafting them, yet he's destroying my puppet army without even breaking a sweat. She leaped into the air, charging forward in desperation. Madame Hong unleashed a storm of strings, screaming like a banshee. This is impossible. You're only level 30. You cannot possibly bridge a 15-level gap. It just makes me want you more. She commanded her strongest puppet. Cage him. Countless strings wove together, forming a massive crimson sphere, trapping Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun inside. Madame Hong regained her arrogance, clutching the burden in her arms. So what if you can fight above your level? Let's see you escape this. With a roar, she and her puppet launched a devastating strike at the crimson sphere. Yet, trapped within, Zhou Yi showed zero fear. His voice cut through the chaos, unleashing a legendary technique, Divine Holy Storm. Boom! An apocalyptic explosion erupted instantly, shattering the massive prison into nothingness. Violent shockwaves tore through the landscape, obliterating everything in their path. Yet, in the eye of the storm, the ground beneath Zhou Yi's feet remained perfectly untouched. Lady Hong's mind raced. This power. It wasn't just a difference in levels, it was a difference in dimensions. Realizing the danger, she made a split-second decision. Retreat. But Zhou Yi stalked toward her like the god of death. He summoned his weapon, Sun Crow. Panic surged through Lady Hong, and she screamed out a desperate threat. Wait, Zhou Yi. If you dare touch a hair on my head, the Misty Rain Merchant Guild will never let you rest. This is the Guild's supreme kill order. The moment I tear this, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth until your soul is extinguished. Lady Hong smirked, certain that the weight of her organization would strike terror into his heart. I suppose you think I'm afraid for the Zhou family? A phantom dragon materialized behind him, its eyes burning with a killing intent that froze her very soul. Lady Hong trembled violently. What kind of monster is this? Realizing she had kicked an iron plate, her arrogance vanished. She clasped her hands, forcing a smile to beg for her life. Brother Zhou, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. As the dragon's pressure crushed her, she babbled frantically. I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Zhou Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Jiang Churan. And I definitely shouldn't have opposed you. Spare me, and I'll give you everything. Do you want the frigid essence crystals? I will hand over the entire frigid essence mine of the Misty Rain Guild to the Zhou family. Zhou Yi paused. His interest piqued. A mine? Yes, she insisted. That mine takes 1,000 years to form. It contains enough essence to sustain the Zhou family for a century. Think about it. With this, your family won't suffer from the frozen bloodline curse anymore. You can cultivate in peace. Why lower yourself to kill a nobody like me? Desperate to keep her head on her shoulders, Lady Hong threw away her last shred of dignity. I'll even become your servant. Just say the word, and I'll climb mountains of blades or swim seas of fire for you. But behind her pathetic mask, her mind was scheming. Just one touch. If my puppet thread connects, I can teleport instantly back to the guild. I just need to stall him. Just a few more seconds. Zhou Yi's expression remained cold as stone. A snake like Lady Hong begging for mercy? Impossible, unless she was laying a trap. Without hesitation, he crushed her hopes. No need. A true powerhouse is never threatened, and never seduced. Lady Hong froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Zhou Yi waved his hand, unleashing a tsunami of pure power. Panic-stricken, she hastily wove her wires into a defensive barrier. It was useless. His energy pulverized her shield like it was made of paper. Lady Hong stared blankly, unable to comprehend the destruction unfolding before her. In her final moments, she realized the truth. This wasn't a human martial artist, he was a holy knight. No, a descending war god cloaked in divine light. With the enemy eradicated, Zhou Yi gently placed his sister, Zhou Yun, onto the soft ground. He turned to the bound Jiang Churan, snapping the binding wires with a mere thought before catching her collapsing form in his arms. Looking down at the unconscious girl, his voice softened. I'm back. Nearby, Ling Feng watched in stunned silence. The enemy he couldn't scratch had been obliterated. Zhou Yi had ended it in mere seconds. How is this possible? Ling Feng wondered, his mind reeling. He stared blankly as Zhou Yi approached, a burning desire igniting in his heart. He wanted that strength. He wanted to be like him. Zhou Yi placed a hand on Ling Feng's chest, healing energy flowing. Thank you, Ling Feng. Truly. Thank you for risking your life to protect my sister. Ling Feng managed a weak smile, which quickly turned into a boisterous laugh. Then hurry up and heal me. If you wait any longer, this old master is going to run out of blood. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, the clan leader stood in heavy silence before a massive painting. The portrait depicted none other than Zhou Yi. Suddenly, a servant's voice broke his trance. The leader turned to see Zhou Yi standing there. You've arrived. This is our first proper meeting. And for you to see such a disaster. As a leader, I am incompetent. I am ashamed. Zhou Yi brushed aside the polite formalities. His eyes were sharp. Skip the pleasantries. I need to know, why does the Zhou family need the frigid essence crystals? What is the truth behind this obsession? The Zhou family must prove it has the absolute power to protect Zhou Yun. If you can't, I'm taking her away. Permanently. The clan leader sighed, a weary smile touching his lips. I assume Zhou Heng mentioned something to you? Zhou Yi nodded. He mentioned it, but spoke in riddles. The old man observed the youth before him, hiding his shock. This boy just survived a brutal war, the leader thought. Yet his aura is as calm and deep as an abyssal lake, the ruthlessness hidden in his eyes. It dwarfs the sheltered geniuses of our clan by 100-fold. Finally, the leader spoke the dark truth. It is the curse. Not only has it decimated the awakening rate of our ice bloodline, but it leaves our descendants with frail bodies, unable to withstand the backlash. Every single year, we watch helplessly as our own kin freeze to death from the inside out. My sister, Zhou Yun, suffered from the mildest form of the frozen bloodline. An extreme ice lotus was enough to cure her. But for the rest of the Zhou clan, their curse is far worse. They can only survive by suppressing it with frost marrow crystals. Patriarch Zhou's voice grew heavy. Madame Hong exploited this very weakness. Every year, she demanded more tribute. But this time, she went too far. She demanded you in exchange for the life-saving crystals. His tone was as cold as the ice they feared. She wanted to trade your life for ours. Tribute? Zhou Yi didn't let the old man finish. He cut in sharply. Starting today, we pay nothing. Patriarch Zhou leaned on his cane, shaking his head. Zhou Yi, listen to reason. Driving Madame Hong away only solves the problem for a moment. The Momei Chamber of Commerce stands behind her. They are a titan, and they hold the monopoly on the frost marrow mines we desperately need. We have no choice but to beg. Zhou Yi dropped the bombshell calmly. Madame Hong is already dead. The patriarch's face went pale. His eyes bulged in disbelief. What did you say? He trembled, unable to process the news. She is a level 45 puppet master. She has hundreds of puppets guarding her, even with your breakthrough at the Ice Dragon Abyss. That should be impossible. Zhou Yi remained unfazed. She was arrogant. She brought no backup. And she forgot one thing. The Ice Dragon Abyss amplifies my ice skills 3 times over. Zhou Yi summoned a chilling aura, presenting a weapon to the Patriarch. More importantly, I awakened Frostfang within the abyss. The Patriarch's eyes widened with pure joy. Frostfang is awake? Does it remember our ancestors? Zhou Yi answered for the ancient spirit. It remembers. It restored my body and helped me slaughter Madame Hong, but its dragon soul is still weak. I have sealed it within me to recover. I won't summon it unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, the Patriarch threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He tossed his cane aside and fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed to the ancestral portrait. Ancestors! Did you hear that? To be recognized by Frostfang at such a young age, his destiny and aura surpass even yours. Pride swelled in his chest. I thought he was just a genius. But this is legendary. The future was terrifyingly bright. He raised his hands to the ceiling, screaming in delight. Heaven has not abandoned the Zhou family. Zhou Yi picked up the cane, looking concerned. Patriarch, please get up. You're overexerting yourself. Supported by Zhou Yi, the old man chuckled, wiping his eyes. Forgive me. I let my emotions get the better of me. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Tell me everything about the Chamber of Commerce. His mind raced. The evil sect is targeting Zhou Yun. I can't keep her by my side forever. If I destroy the chamber and secure the Zhou family's safety, this will be the perfect sanctuary for her. Patriarch Zhou stopped hiding the truth. He stroked his beard, his gaze darkening as he began the tale. The Momei Chamber started as a tiny shop on a street corner. The owner, Liu Xuan, was a low-level warrior. He survived on scraps, smuggling ore just to eat. The turning point was the winter 10 years ago. A blizzard not seen in a century struck Black Wind Valley. All trade routes froze over, but Liu Xuan. He took his crew and marched into the valley. 2 weeks later, only Liu Xuan walked out, and suddenly, he had an endless supply of frost marrow crystals, mystic ice jade, and even flowing frost stones. He was pulling out ores that appear once in 100 years. The patriarch opened a wooden box, showing a sample to Zhou Yi. Liu Xuan claimed he found a mine. Over the years, many tried to sneak into the valley to find his source. They either got lost or froze into ice sculptures outside the valley. No one has ever seen the entrance to this so-called mine. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. That is too coincidental. The patriarch nodded grimly. He continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. The coincidences don't stop there. 3 years ago, we could still buy crystals from wandering traders. Expensive, but enough to survive. Then, in the spring, every single trader vanished. The market went dry. Not a single crystal could be found. Just as panic set in, Madame Hong arrived at our doorstep. She made us an offer we couldn't refuse. She claimed they had the mine. She offered us crystals at half price. But the condition? The Zhou family had to handle some minor troubles for them. Zhou Yi repeated the words slowly. Minor troubles? The patriarch sighed, the guilt visible on his face. To put it bluntly, we became their enforcers. We suppressed small families in Tianlan province who refused to submit. Most of those families had bloodline defects like us. The chamber promised them resources for cultivation. The price? Hand over their most talented children. Those children, they never returned home. Those families hate the chamber with a passion. But they are terrified. If they rebel, their supply is cut off, and they die. Unable to touch the guild directly, the masses turn their fury upon the Zhou family, the guild's supposed lackeys. For 2 long years, our kin have faced shadow and scorn whenever they step outside. This is a calculated move by the Merchant Guild to sever our lifelines and leave us utterly isolated. Zhou Yi stroked his chin, his mind dissecting the sinister truth beneath the surface. First, they monopolize the routes. Next, they offer low prices to feign goodwill. Then, they use the Zhou blade to slaughter the alien races, finally setting up the family as the perfect target for everyone's hatred. Precisely, the patriarch confirmed, his voice heavy. With every shipment, their demands grow more twisted. We know we are walking into a furnace, but with the lives of our children hanging by a thread, awaiting the cold marrow crystals, we have no choice but to close our eyes and swallow the poison. He produced a glimmering stone. Look at this. This is the cold marrow crystal the guild provided last year. 3 years ago, they were a pure, icy azure. But these past 2 years, a creeping darkness has begun to stain them. Zhou Yi reached out, taking the crystal into his palm. The patriarch continued. Madame Hong claimed it was natural sediment from the deep mines, but our healers believe these crystals have been gnawed upon by something foul. As Zhou Yi's fingers brushed the surface, a wisp of golden smoke suddenly coiled around his hand. A ripple of power expanded outward, unseen but felt. Strangely, a pitch-black gas trailed behind the gold, only to be instantly obliterated by the golden aura. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. This demonic qi is faint, yet hauntingly familiar. I have definitely sensed this specific vibration somewhere before. A memory sparked. Wait. Madame Hong once let something slip. The patriarch interrupted, his tone grim. Wait until the great lord awakens. The curse of your Zhou family will be nothing but a snap of his fingers. Zhou Yi theorized. Could this lord be Liu Xuan? But the patriarch denied it instantly. Impossible. To control a level 45 puppeteer like Madame Hong and hoard such rare ores, the true puppet master is someone far more terrifying. Liu Xuan is unworthy. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, knuckles whitening. Madame Hong is dead, and the guild will demand blood. I caused this storm. I will face the gale alone. The consequences of my actions are mine to bear. Hearing this, the patriarch roared with emotion. What nonsense is this? You bear the blood of the Zhou ancestors. The old man clamped a hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. Your burden is the clan's burden. Let the storm come. The Zhou family stands with you. Zhou Yi smiled, gripping the hand on his shoulder. I appreciate your resolve, patriarch, but... He turned, facing his true comrades. I have never been alone. Ling Feng yawned, eyes closed. Took you long enough. Tai Xin tell him. Brother Yi. The principal said you were in trouble, so he packed the 3 of us up and tossed us over. Zhou Yi scanned his team, a level 23 spirit Taoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Shock flashed in his eyes. 2 months apart, and their growth is monstrous. Tai Xin laughed, slapping his chest. Naturally, we follow the second brother. We can't be dead weight. Xiaolan rested her hands on Ling Xi's shoulders, a knowing glint in her eyes. On the way here, didn't someone say she wanted to ask Brother Yi about ice magic? Why so shy now? Ling Shi clasped her hands over her heart, blushing furiously, unable to speak. Brother Yi. Amidst the lush greenery, Zhou Yi stood like a jade statue, his flawless features illuminated by a gentle smile. He took the lead. The situation is urgent. We speak on the move. The group marched forward, followed by an old man leaning on a cane who watched from the shadows. His gaze softened as it lingered on Zhou Yi's back. He whispered, "Zhou Yi, you truly are the living image of our ancestor." The group chattered excitedly. "I should have brought snacks for the road. Is Blackwind Mountain cold? I have these cute boots, perfect for the snow." "Bah, this young master fears no cold. Our family has supreme resistance." Walking on the flank, Zhou Yi suddenly felt like a third wheel. Yet, his eyes sharpened with calculation. If this were the old days, I would have infiltrated alone. A holographic map glowed in his mind, highlighting the path. The demonic chi of Blackwind Valley is useless against me. Even if I faced an enemy 10 times stronger, I could borrow the Void Beast's power and vanish into thin air. The image of holding that girl after slaughtering Madame Hong flashed through his mind. Aside from basic quests, the system had been dormant for ages. It felt like a forced seal, deliberately blocking him from the path of the lone wolf. Suddenly, a blinding golden interface materialized. System alert. Limited time mission activated. Objective: unveil the Merchant Guild's dark secret alongside your teammates. Reward: Grade S+ skill book for every participating member. Cut to Zhou Yi stripped down to his boxers, arms spread wide, chest heaving with exertion. The glowing system panel hovered relentlessly before his eyes. The system is known as the ultimate support system. It would never arrange something without a deeper meaning. Perhaps this time, the goal is not the mission itself, but the bond with his comrades. A gruesome image flashes in his mind. His teammates, battered, unconscious, and covered in blood. His allies always believed they possessed enough strength on their own. They strove to protect everyone they loved. Yet, they forgot the harsh reality. Only by being strong themselves can they truly protect others. A dangerous light flickers in Chu Yi's eyes. The encounter with Madame Hong taught him a vital lesson. Even a majestic lion must eventually close its eyes to sleep. At that moment, if he stands alone, even a stray dog would dare to bite him. Suddenly, Tai-Sin shouts, dragging him back to reality. "Brother Yi, if we don't move, we will lose the light." Noticing his dazed state, Chu Ran steps forward with worry written on her face. "Brother Chu Yi, are you all right?" Chu Yi closes his eyes for a second. "I am fine. Let us move out." He turns to address the group, his voice steady. They head toward the teleportation array. Just before the gates seal, a voice pipes up. "About time, but with an outsider joining, shouldn't we grab a meal first? I am starving here." Looking ahead, Chu Yi sees his teammates marching forward. Yet, they turn back to wait for him. Warm smiles on their faces. Pride swells within him. There is Wei Tixin, impulsive but overflowing with courage. Song Hilon, boastful yet incredibly meticulous. Shen Lingfeng, sharp-tongued but burning with passion. Tang Lingxi, shy but hiding a core of steel. And Xiao Ran, gentle and unwavering. They are his true companions. They are the reason the lion can sleep in peace. His teammates are not burdens, they are his shield. Time flies like an arrow. One day later, the scenery transforms completely. Peaks covered in pure white snow, contrasted by a suffocating crimson mist. Blackwind Valley. At year's end, snow buries everything, but inside, a thick blood mist chokes the air. Few who enter ever escape in one piece. A military-grade vehicle tears through the landscape. It speeds relentlessly across the frozen terrain. However, something feels eerie. The Mo Chamber of Commerce hideout sits completely unguarded. It seems Liu Xuan fears no one discovering the valley's secrets. Chu Yi's squad gathers together, wrapped tightly in heavy winter gear. Chu Ran points forward. This is the place. The public map marks the valley, but the internal structure remains a terrifying blank. Chu Yi remains calm, hands in his pockets. As expected, he extends a hand, summoning a luminous blue butterfly. "Locate them," he commands. The butterfly flutters obediently. A system window flashes open. Skill: Void Guidance. Butterfly uses mana to construct a spatial coordinate matrix. The Void Beast relies on sensory perception to pinpoint the exact location. It tears through the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrive at the designated spot. Tai-Sin rubs his hands together, blowing hot breath to keep warm. This hellish place. The wind feels like it is filled with thorns. Chu Yi thinks to himself. He is right. This is 3 times colder than the Ice Dragon Abyss. He activates his ultimate skills. Golden light explodes from his body, enveloping the team. Courage Bestowal, Weapon Blessing, Dawn's Blessing, Divine Grace, Protective Aura. As the buffs stack, he shouts a warning. Everyone, stay sharp. Ling Feng stares at the radiant aura surrounding him, awestruck. This is his first time experiencing Chu Yi's legendary buffs. It is exactly like the rumors say. His status panel pops up instantly. Name, Shenling Feng, Class, Berserker. Level, 22. Strength, 204 plus 61. Increased by 30%. Speed, 190 plus 57. Increased by 30%. Vitality, 27 plus 63. Increased by 30%. Intellect, 170 plus 51. Increased by 30%. Just by standing there, his combat power has nearly doubled. Perfect. I can test this power right now. Suddenly, thin vines slither across the ground like living snakes. They lock onto an ankle from the shadows. Ling Shi is yanked backward into the air. She reaches out in panic. Help me! Ling Feng whips around, screaming, What the hell? Footsteps crunch violently against the snow. A figure launches into the air. Zhou Yi catches Ling Shi mid-air, holding her tight. With his free hand, he slices through the vines. A golden arc of energy severs the trap in a dazzling display. He lands softly, holding her in a princess carry. Ling Shi blushes, stammering, Thank you, Brother Yi. Ling Feng stares at the severed vines twitching from the cliff face. What is that thing? It looks just like Madame Hong's puppet strings. Is that witch still alive? Zhou Yi approaches the wall, his expression grim. He raises a hand, channeling his spiritual energy into the severed vine. The vines spasm under the shock of his energy and recoil. These are not puppet strings, he declares. These are the tentacles of a living creature. Zhou Yi turns sharply. Xiaolan, use your spiritual Dao arts on that wall. Now. Xiaolan activates her technique instantly. Glowing talismans float around her, defying gravity. Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, 10,000 energies, root of all. She clasps her hands together. With a shout, she thrusts her palms forward. The talismans fly like guided missiles, plastering themselves against the cliff. They arrange perfectly into a bagua formation, erupting in blinding golden light. Open! Xiaolan screams. The formation activates. Wind howls around her as she levitates off the ground. Fear dawns on the faces of the team. A terrifying realization strikes them all at once. This snow mountain. Is it possible? The illusion of the mountain shatters. Before them lies a writhing wall of tentacles. Hundreds of unblinking eyes stare back at them, a nightmare made flesh. What are these things? Suddenly, the tentacles twist together. They spin rapidly, forming deadly living arrows aimed straight at the team. Sensing the danger, Lan's fingers dance through the air. A talisman materialized, crackling with hidden thunder and suppression magic. Evil suppressing formation. Rise and protect us. A colossal rune manifested, forming an impenetrable barrier against the writhing mass of tentacles. The spirit Dao talisman held strong. First, but ominous black streaks began to vein across its glowing surface. Corruption spread instantly. The holy energy hissed and evaporated into nothingness. The barrier shattered completely. Lan ascended instantly, barely evading the relentless assault. She realized the horror of their slime. It wasn't just sticky, it was devouring her spiritual energy. Her heart sank. My spirit Dao arts rely entirely on qi flow. This enemy is my perfect natural predator. Even Zhou Yi felt a jolt of shock at the scene. The swarm closed in, trapping the team in a cage of fleshy nightmares. Every weapon was raised, every sense sharpened. Lin Feng's shock turned into blazing fury. A massive fireball erupted in his palm. His hair ignited, dancing like the very flames that yearned to incinerate the world. Disgusting trash. The inferno surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing into the encroaching darkness. But the flames were snuffed out like a candle in a storm. The tentacles advanced, unharmed and hungry. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in frustration. Then, the true horror revealed itself. Dozens of terrifying eyes snapped open within the mass. Humanoid shadows emerged, puppeteered corpses surrounding them from all sides. Their bodies were a twisted fusion of flesh and tentacles. Pitch-black faces. Dead, glowing white eyes. They marched forward with a soulless, terrifying rhythm. Tai Xin cracked her knuckles, a savage grin spreading across her face. Her battle blood was boiling. Chu Ran's expression was ice-cold, her hand hovering over her blade. But before she could strike, Zhou Yi intervened. A golden interface shimmered into existence before him. Talent activated. Sacred Sword Heart, rank S plus skill, Holy Light Guardian. Stand down, he commanded with absolute authority. I'll handle this. Do not move a muscle. These abominations. They fear the holy light. He became a blur of golden judgment. Moving faster than the eye could follow, he struck them down before they could even twitch. As the bodies piled up, Zhou Yi analyzed the data. Magic is useless, but physical force destroys them. He shouted commands instantly. Tai Xin, Chu Ran. The two warriors responded instantly, weapons at the ready. Zhou Yi laid out the formation without hesitation. Tai Xin, shatter their front line. Chu Ran, cover the rear. We form a triangle wedge and push through. Finally, my turn to shine, Tai Xin cheered. Zhou Yi turned to the mages. You three stay within the barrier. Do not step out. Lin Feng scowled, his pride stung. He pointed at himself, demanding action. Hold on. I'm a berserker class. I don't just throw fireballs. I crush skulls. A crimson spear materialized in his grip, sparks dancing wildly at its tip. He let out a maniacal laugh. Zhou Yi adjusted the plan. Fine. Lin Feng, join the vanguard. Lin Shi, Hilon, stay back and analyze their weak points. The girls nodded in unison. Understood. Lin Feng vaulted into position, golden rings of power erupting in his wake. Here comes the little master. Tai Xin leaped high, her massive axe casting a shadow over the monsters. Mountain-breaking strike, she aimed straight for the eye within the darkness. The blade shore through the flesh, and the tentacle disintegrated instantly. She laughed triumphantly. It works. They bleed just like anything else. Lin Feng and Chu Ran were unleashing hell beside her. The berserker skewered monsters like kebabs, roaring with adrenaline. How's that for power? He bellowed. Beside him, Chu Ran silently bisected a beast with surgical precision. Chu Yi's golden sword was a reaping scythe, dissolving enemies with every swing. The trio rained down an endless storm of attacks, but the black mass only writhed and multiplied. Chu Yi's sharp eyes caught the anomaly. We aren't making a dent in their numbers. For every one we kill, another crawls out from the mountain walls. It's an endless tide. Suddenly, a shadow streaked past Lin Shi like a phantom wind. With reflex-defying speed, she snatched it from the air. But what she saw froze her blood. Brother Yi, look at this! Chu Yi disengaged and rushed to her side. She held out a trembling hand, clutching a command token. Brother Yi. This token. It belongs to the Tianlan Qing family. Nearby, Hilon found a shredded robe with engravings. Chu Yi's mind raced. These are artifacts from minor clans. They must have come scavenging for the Black Wind Valley's legacy. These silver threads, they don't just devour mana and chi, they consume life force itself. Even their bones have been repurposed into these puppets. A realization struck him like lightning. He dropped into a stance, coiling his muscles, sword drawn back. The source isn't the monsters. It's the mountain. Every single thread leads back to that wall. Power surged through his blade. He unleashed a slash that tore through the very air in front of him. Don't cut the puppets. Sever the strings. The earth groaned and split apart, a massive fissure racing toward the cliff face. Let's see what hell you're hiding. The cliff face shattered. Ancient runes crumbled into dust as the mountain wall collapsed. Debris rained down like a meteor shower. But within their barrier, the team stood untouched, eyes fixed on the destruction. As the choking dust settled, the truth was unveiled. Lin Feng and Tixin froze, their eyes widening in sheer horror. A gasp escaped Tixin's throat. The smoke vanished completely. And there, beneath their feet, a sea of bleached bones, struggling to rise from the earth. Giant monoliths of ice towered around them, each frozen slab acting as a perfect mirror reflecting their silhouettes. Tai Xin rested her massive weapon on her shoulder, confusion knitting her brows. Was that just an illusion? Zhou Yi walked forward, his image multiplying across the frozen surfaces. No, he countered calmly. This is no trick of the eye. He stopped before a towering wall of ice, his voice ringing with finality. This is the camouflage for the dungeon's true entrance. Zhou Yi revealed the shocking truth. Black Wind Valley isn't a natural mountain range at all. It is a massive hidden dungeon that has perfectly fused with the Blue Star. The integration was so flawless that the world remained blind to its secrets. The team leaned in, absorbing every word of this revelation. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, his mind racing. No, Liu Xuan must have discovered this secret. The merchant guild dared to leave this place unguarded for a reason. They knew the dungeon itself is the ultimate guardian, devouring intruders and turning them into mere nutrients. Ling Feng shoved his hands into his pockets, a sneer curling his lip. Ch, so many damn tricks. Realization dawned on Lingzi. Wait, does that mean the monsters we just fought were actually people who tried to break in? Zhou Yi didn't deny it. He gently touched the ice, sending ripples across the frozen surface. Exactly. The monsters of the first gate are the mountain itself. When intruders die, they merge with the stone. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from where his finger made contact. Get ready, Zhou Yi warned. The guardian of the second gate is coming. Above them, the glass sky shattered into a million glittering shards. Instantly, the team formed a tight defensive circle, backs pressed together. Ling Feng roared. This broken mirror wants to play dirty. Zhou Yi barked a command. Ling Shi, double-layer defense, ice and earth. Don't let them fish in troubled waters. On it, she shouted back, summoning her power. The falling shards reflected the team's anxiety, but Zhou Yi stood firm, his gaze piercing through the dissolving mist. waiting for the horror to reveal itself. From the swirling fog, a silhouette began to emerge, walking straight toward him. The scene shifted. Lingzi found herself alone, trapped in a dense, colossal forest. Panic rose in her voice. "Brother Yi, Xiaolan, where are you?" Clutching her staff until her knuckles turned white, Lingxi scanned the shadows, trembling with vigilance. The view cut to Ling Feng. He stood bare-chested, muscles rippling. He slammed his fists together, a beastly growl escaping his throat. What kind of disgusting freak is this? Meanwhile, Xiaolan crouched behind a pillar, a massive talisman pulsating in her hand. Mysterious heaven and earth, root of 10,000 qi. Elsewhere, Su Ran stood upon a transparent platform. She gripped her sword tight, her battle cry echoing into the void. Back to Tai Xin. She swung her massive axe amidst a graveyard of tombstones. Mountain Breaker, the blow descended, but a figure identical to her caught the blade. The impact shattered the earth, creating a deep crater. An illusion? She spat angrily. This copycat even mimics my brute strength? The doppelganger stared back with dead, soulless eyes, repeating in a monotone voice, "This copycat even mimics my brute strength? An illusion? This copycat even mimics my brute strength?" Tai Xin's face twisted in pure revulsion. Disgusting. She yanked her axe free from the identical weapon. In a fluid motion, she clenched her free hand and launched a devastating punch. The clone reacted instantly, catching the fist. But Tijin was faster. She pivoted, landing a thunderous kick to the clone's blind spot. The force sent the fake flying, crashing through tombstones in an explosion of stone and dust. Tai Xin stalked forward, sneering. "Idiot. You don't understand feints, do you?" Lying in the rubble, the broken puppet merely echoed, "Idiot. You don't understand feints, do you?" Tai Xin looked down from above, crossing her arms with a sigh of disappointment. It only knows how to copy complete techniques. It doesn't know how to borrow momentum or adapt. Boom! A sudden shockwave shook the ground. Tai Xin raised her guard just as the clone burst from the smoke. She blocked the strike, but her eyes narrowed. As she clashed with her reflection, a chilling realization hit her. I can feel its learning speed increasing. I need to end this. Now, the scene shifted to Ling Feng. A pillar of light slammed into the earth. Dragon scales materialized on Ling Feng's arm as he was pushed back. "You stopped learning? So now you're just trying to steal my flame dragon body?" The clone lunged with feral speed, but Ling Feng was already gone, dodging the strike in a blur of motion. Ling Feng transformed, his body half consumed by draconian power, his weapon engulfed in roaring flames. "Time to show you the difference between the original and a cheap knockoff." He unleashed a catastrophic slash, but the copy evaded effortlessly. Suddenly, a spear identical to Ling Feng's materialized in the clone's grip. Ling Feng grinned savagely. "You copy fast, I'll give you that." He charged, his spear spinning into a blazing drill of destruction. "If you want to learn, then learn it all." The fire drill expanded, becoming a titan of flame. Burning heaven strike. The two spears collided. Bang! A blinding sun exploded between them. The shockwave pulverized the ground, sending debris flying like shrapnel. From the chaos, the clone slashed horizontally. Ling Feng ducked, the blade slicing the air inches above his head. Ling Feng tightened his grip, charging power for the next blow. Momentum carried his spear into a spin, creating an impenetrable ring of fire to block the counterattack. The clone stepped forward slowly, its spear tip meeting the fiery vortex. With terrifying precision, it weaved through the flames, face completely void of emotion. Thwack! The spear pierced Ling Feng's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Ling Feng's body erupts with blinding light. His face is cast in shadow, but his eyes burn with a terrifying, luminescent rage. You might be able to replicate a completed technique, but you can never keep pace with the evolving flame dragon power raging inside me. Ignoring the agony, he grips the spear shaft buried deep within his own chest. The clone merely stares back, its expression a soulless void. Ling Feng roars into the heavens, "You brainless abomination!" A golden tornado spirals behind him, coalescing into a majestic dragon avatar. He stands like a war god, descending to judge the wicked. Meanwhile, deadly talismans slice through the air like razor-sharp blades. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion rocks the battlefield. Thick smoke billows out, swallowing everything in a suffocating gray haze. Hilon, battered and bleeding, conceals a talisman within her robes. She scans the smoke with eagle eyes. Suddenly, 3 formation talismans shoot toward her, forcing a desperate spin to defend. She sprints away just as the trap detonates in a deafening blast. Through the chaos, the clone's face emerges, still empty, still terrifyingly emotionless. Hilon circles her opponent, her voice dripping with disdain. "I expected a challenge. But this? That is not how one wields the sacred Taoist arts." She moves like a phantom, never staying still. In a fluid motion, she brings her hand to her mouth and bites down, drawing fresh blood for the spell. True Taoist sorcery borrows the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth. You copy the form, but you can never replicate the soul. Glowing raindrops condense around her, floating in midair like diamonds. Observe the rain. Feel the wind. They are all extensions of the Tao heart. Hilon traces a sigil in the air, leaving a trail of golden light. Her expression turns solemn. The heart is the vessel. Power is the tool. She screams, the final judgment. You have no heart. You possess no reverence for the Tao. Therefore, the forces of nature will never obey you. Your mimicry is nothing but a hollow shell. The suspended raindrops transform into projectiles, shooting toward the clone with lethal speed. The clone bites its own finger to mirror the spell, but instead of blood, grotesque tentacles burst from the wound. Its eyes go wide in sheer panic. This is impossible. The rain bullets riddle the clone's body. From every puncture wound, terrifying tentacles erupt, tearing the fake form apart from the inside out. The scene shifts to the base of a massive tree. Lingxi collapses, her body covered in wounds. Her doppelganger stands tall behind a barrier, mocking her futile attacks. Lingxi, my dear sister, stop struggling. Even though I am a copy, you are simply no match for me. Lingxi clutches her staff, using it to hold her broken body upright. I'm not struggling, she thinks, eyes sharp. I am waiting for the perfect moment. She glances at her mangled legs, her mind racing with tactical analysis. It has been only 10 minutes. You went from mimicking voice and appearance to active combat. And now? You are sophisticated enough to lay traps specifically designed for me. Your rate of evolution is terrifying. But every dungeon monster has a weakness. There is always a strategy to win. The clone unleashes a barrage of spells. Lingxi moves, barely dodging the lethal strikes by a hair's breadth. The copy smirks, arrogant. Look at you, still running away? She fires a volley of ice spikes, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Come here, sister. Let us become one. Lingxi stares at the incoming ice shards, and she sees it. There are no structural runes within the magic. A jolt of realization hits her. I see it now. The clone stalks closer, confident in its victory. Lingxi leans on her staff, her voice ringing out. I suspected it from the start. What kind of god-tier skill could perfectly replicate decades of my cultivation? The answer is simple. You only copy the surface. You cannot replicate my absolute control over the elements. Blood drips steadily from her frame, but her spirit is unbroken. The clone frowns, confused. What are you talking about? Lingxi places her palm against the massive tree trunk. Magical circuits ignite, running vertically up the bark. Blue flames erupt from behind the tree. It is like ice magic. A novice summons a water bead. A master condenses a water needle. But your ice magic lacks even the most basic structural runes. It proves just how crude your understanding of the elements truly is. She grips her staff with both hands and slams it into the earth, cracks spiderweb across the ground, leaking blinding light. And that is something you can never learn. It is not about the details. From the fissures, jagged ice spikes surge upward, rushing straight for the clone. Lingxi screams, the true terror of an all-element mage is elemental fusion. But then, her eyes widen. Her jaw drops at the sight before her. Dozens of magic circles fire, ice, wind bloom in the air. A weak, trembling voice whispers, magic is not a rigid mold. It is the understanding of nature. I believe, given enough time, you could have copied even this. A blinding light swallows the world. But why in the hell would I give you that time? The fake Lingxi is vaporized instantly. Nearby, Zhou Yi faces his own demon, a doppelganger wielding the holy windstorm. Their blades collide in a cataclysmic impact. The force of the strike triggers a massive shockwave. Through the dust and debris, two distinct lights flare to life. Zhou Yi's mind races. He chained the holy light cross only 0.5 seconds after the last strike. The force deviation has dropped to 0.1 degrees. His simulation accuracy. It is leveling up in real time. Facing this monster, he realizes the terrifying truth. The mechanical stiffness is gone. But far more interesting? He isn't just copying me anymore. He is decoding my weaknesses. With his mind made up, Zhou Yi charged forward, sword in hand. To grow this rapidly during combat, he could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity. Steel clashed against steel in midair. Their power levels appeared terrifyingly equal, neither side willing to yield a single inch. But wait, the simulation was slower by half a second this time. Why? It seems that replicating specific attribute skills causes a fatal delay in the processing speed. Does your data core tremble with chaos when forced to merge with foreign information? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes as he stared down the doppelganger wearing his face. The fake Zhou Yi retracted his blade and touched down. Zhou Yi's voice was ice cold. You claim to dislike talking, yet here you are, rambling on like a broken machine. He pressed the interrogation. What exactly are you trying to glean from me? The impostor stroked his chin, feigning innocence before the mask slipped. A truly sinister grin twisted the fake's face. I merely wish to test the limits. Just how far can a replicated body push the boundaries of power? Facing Zhou Yi's killing intent, the counterfeit declared with arrogance, I know your every move. You cannot kill me. Zhou Yi scoffed at the absurdity. Is that so? In my homeland, we have an ancient proverb. He raised his hand, golden threads dancing around his fingers like lethal vipers. Those who boast too loudly often end up biting their own tongues. In an instant, a massive hole was blasted through the impostor's abdomen. As his body began to fracture like porcelain, realization dawned. You knew from the start? Zhou Yi explained with terrifying calm. Since the battle began, that mirror has reflected me. Every delay you experienced was born from the lag of that reflection. Therefore, every technique you learned was merely a product of my own observation of that mirror. You tried desperately to hide it, launching a storm of relentless attacks to distract me and mask the mirror's existence. His gaze pierced through the fading enemy. A clever trick, but futile. You forgot one thing. You were born from me. I know everything you are. Lin Shi looked over in shock as Zhou Yi emerged from the settling dust like a god of war. Lin Shi rushed to his side, relief washing over her. Brother Yi, thank heavens, you finally made it out. Panic seized her voice as she pleaded, please, go save Sister Ran, quickly. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. What happened to little Ran? At that very moment, Chu Ran was locked in a desperate struggle against the demons of her own soul. The shadow self smirked, mocking her restraint. Look at you, suppressing your true nature. You don't even dare to tap into your bloodline power, trembling with fear like a rabbit. Do you truly deserve the title of a heavenly genius? Chu Ran gritted her teeth. She could feel the succubus consciousness pounding within, 1,000 hands clawing to tear her apart and escape. Suddenly, a dark whisper echoed in her mind. Let me help you, the voice seduced. But Chu Ran steeled her resolve. No, I absolutely cannot lose control again. But the mysterious voice hissed back. You are too weak. You will never dodge her next strike alone. Chu Ran fought to suppress her rising desires. She had to stay lucid. She had to complete this mission alongside Zhou Yi, no matter the cost. The inner demon struck where it hurt most. Imagine how disappointed Zhou Yi will be when he sees you defeated on the ground. It whispered sweet poison. I am your true strength. Chu Ran shut her eyes and screamed, Get out. My power belongs to me. I decide how I use it. The shadow clone lunged forward, sword gleaming. You decide? Then let's see if those stubborn hands can block this without your bloodline. The blade slashed through the air. Chu Ran, moved by a hair's breadth, and the demonic edge cut nothing but empty space. Though the strike missed, the shadow did not falter. She pressed the attack with relentless, suffocating pressure. Do you see the vast chasm between us now? The clone smiled cruelly, peeling back the layers of Chu Ran's deepest insecurities. You are shackled by fear. Fear of Zhou Yi's judgment. Fear of losing yourself. But look at me. I fear absolutely nothing. Another lethal strike swept in. Chu Ran leaped into the air, barely escaping the arc of death. Your swordsmanship is refined, your magic potent. But without your bloodline, you are no different from a common mediocrity-class job holder. Every word was a needle, piercing Chu Ran's mental defenses, pushing her to the breaking point. Oh, I remember. In your precious memories, Brother Zhou Yi told you that kindness is not a weakness. But right now, that kindness is being crushed beneath my heel. When you are broken, do you think he will remember a useless, benevolent corpse? Chu Ran trembled, whispering, I am not. I cannot. The dark voice in her head seized the moment. Behold the result of your suppression. This is merely a mindless copy, an imitation arrogant enough to think a sliver of demonic power makes her a queen. Release me. I can tear her to shreds. I can protect you. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Lin Shi turned to Zhou Yi with terrified eyes. After we destroyed our copies, we returned here. These mirrors. They broadcast everyone's life or death duels. Sister Ran is stronger than any of us. So why is she being utterly dominated by her doppelganger? Hilon offered a grim explanation. The longer the battle drags on, the stronger the reflection becomes. Eventually, it births its own consciousness. Sister Ran is in grave danger. Lin Feng stood confused, unable to hear their words, but the ominous atmosphere told him that catastrophe was imminent. Why does she refuse to unleash her bloodline? Zhou Yi stood in silence, knowing the truth better than anyone. Chu Ran wasn't just fighting a clone. She was battling her own demons. It wasn't a lack of strength suppressing her. It was the trauma of past rampages, the terror of losing control. That fear paralyzed her true potential. The clone, however, had no such shackles. It was a perfect killing machine, possessing the unique advantage of the replica body, zero inhibition. It unleashed 100% of its power without a shred of hesitation. Lingfeng raged, slamming his fist against the invisible barrier. "Let me out there. Why are we being polite to a fake? I'll smash it to pieces." Taishin's anxiety peaked, her voice trembling. "Brother Yi, what do we do? Can we just destroy the mirror from here?" Zhou Yi remained silent, his mind racing. The mirror world was linked to Chu Ran's consciousness. A brute force entry could shatter her mind along with the glass. He stepped forward, his eyes cold and calculated. "Normal methods won't save her," he said. "We have to break the game itself," he warned the others, his voice low and dangerous. "Get back. Far back." In a flash, Zhou Yi transformed. His aura exploded as his hand clamped onto the mirror's surface, crushing it with raw power. Lingxi and the others stared in disbelief. He wasn't just breaking glass. He was forcefully destroying the energy node of the second body, shattering the dungeon's very logic to pull Sister Ran out. Inside the dimension, the demon pinned Chu Ran down, sneering with contempt. "Look at you. Pathetic." Chu Ran coughed weakly, terror filling her eyes. But then, she saw it. A light piercing the darkness beside her. A beam of pure energy tore through the dimension, locking onto the enemy. In an instant, the demon was vaporized into nothingness. Chu Ran squinted, pushing herself up from the brink of death. Outside the shattered mirror, Zhou Yi reached out, his smile gentle and reassuring. "Don't be afraid. I'm here now." Chu Ran bit her lip, tears of grievance welling up. But suddenly, the space around her warped. Something was cracking. With a desperate cry, she stared at the barrier before her, raised her sword, and drove it through the invisible wall trapping her. But the moment she broke free, she didn't run to him. She swung her blade straight at Zhou Yi's throat. Zhou Yi couldn't believe his eyes. The betrayal, no, the confusion struck him hard. "Chu Ran," he called out mentally. To avoid hurting her, he met her lethal strike with a bare fist, defending rather than countering. Yet, the impact was massive. Chu Ran was blasted backward by the recoil. The rest of the team watched, jaws on the floor, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Chu Ran crashed into the earth, the ground pulverizing beneath her from the force. Zhou Yi frowned, noticing something strange. The holy light. It's burning her? What is happening? Her constitution shouldn't react to holy light. Ignoring the pain, Chu Ran charged again, sword raised for the kill. Zhou Yi prepared a holy light counter to subdue her. No, he stopped mid-motion. Lightning and holy light will destroy her current form. He shifted tactics, releasing a wave of emerald smoke. The mist solidified into binding vines, wrapping tightly around Chu Ran's wrists and snapping onto her ankles. Within seconds, she was completely immobilized. It was the only way, total restriction, without inflicting physical damage. Zhou Yi approached slowly, his voice commanding, yet soft. "Little Ran, look at me." Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to dissolve. The scene shifted violently, leaving Zhou Yi's team confused and on edge. The shards of the wall coalesced into a stranger's face. A robotic, furious voice boomed. "Dungeon rules violated. Initiating ultimate deletion protocol." The silver thread puppet master appeared. Level 20, zombie quality. Skills, silver thread spray, shadow spike kill. Behind him, a magma soldier. Level 30, gold quality. Skills, molten impact, war trample. And a bone vine puppet level 34, gold quality. Its vines whipped the air, flanked by a skeleton warrior, level 23. Skills included will plunder and slashing strike. Beside them, a sticky water monster bubbled up. Level 33, gold quality, acid spray and regeneration. Lingxi didn't hesitate. She dove into the fray, her sword flashing as she sliced the monsters in two. But the severed bodies refused to die. Invisible needles were stitching their flesh back together in seconds. "They're fusing," Lingxi warned. "The silver thread is force healing them." Xiaolan slapped a talisman forward, chanting rapidly. Bing ding, fire command, break the evil, explode. Flames erupted, engulfing the monstrosities in a purging fire. Taishin charged, her battle axe cleaving through the air, smashing a monster's skull with a sickening crunch. She hurled the weapon, transforming it into a spinning vortex of death that swept the battlefield. Lingfeng just smirked, catching a beast with his bare hands. Zhou Yi analyzed the chaos. "These silver threads. They're manipulating everything." He looked at Chu Ran's vacant eyes. "The dungeon's core logic is a brutal survival of the fittest. The losers of the first round didn't just die, they became puppets for the silver thread. I might have destroyed the energy node of the second door, but Chu Ran failed the mental resistance check. She never truly escaped. Silver threads pulsed around her aura. Her unstable succubus bloodline had left an opening, and the dungeon had seized the moment to hijack her consciousness. The mastermind behind the shadows finally recognized the ultimate threat. Desperate, it unleashed every nightmare in the dungeon to eliminate him. But Zhou Yi refused to be prey. He surged with power, determined to drag the coward hiding behind the curtain into the light. Entities that rely on psychic manipulation never reveal their true forms willingly. They are masters of concealment. To free Xiaoran completely, there was only one option. He had to force the final boss out of its shell by pushing it to the brink. He locked eyes with Suran, his voice heavy with regret. "Forgive me, Xiaoran. What I must do next might be unpleasant." Suddenly, the earth rumbled. A massive stone wall crashed down from the sky, followed instantly by another. The walls slammed together with deafening force, sealing Suran inside a claustrophobic prison of stone. Zhou Yi watched coldly from the outside. He barked an order to Xiaolan. "Seal her energy, now!" Xiaolan shouted. "On it!" She instantly drew 3 spirit talismans, her hands moving in a blur to follow Zhou Yi's command. Heaven has boundaries, Qi has limits. Isolate the evil, seal the breath within. The talismans flared, forming a triangular barrier around Suran. The absolute forbidden seal was set. Meanwhile, Lingzi screamed over the clash of steel. "Second brother, there are too many of them. If this keeps up, our defenses will crumble." Lingfeng grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Something's wrong. The horde is endless. He slashed at a beast, eyes widening. These things, they're devouring each other to evolve. Zhou Yi analyzed the battlefield in a split second. Infinite waves. Regeneration. If this drags on, my team will be drained in 30 minutes. I can't protect them and fight forever. Decision made. He closed his eyes, condensing a terrifying amount of power in his chest. No more holding back. Conservation is useless here. I need absolute destruction. Zhou Yi's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Everyone, fall back. Deploy your strongest shields and do not look away, no matter what happens." Ling Feng, Lingzi, Xiaolan, and Tiexin responded in unison. "Understood," Ling Feng shouted. "Just do your thing, man." The air around Zhou Yi began to warp, suffocated by an immense, rising energy. From inside her stone prison, Suran watched the energy storm expand. Zhou Yi's aura was consuming the entire battlefield. Under that crushing pressure, the monster horde froze in terror. Their bodies began to disintegrate into nothingness. As their physical forms vanished, twisted silver threads were left behind. Taixin gasped in horror. "What in the hell is that? They aren't disappearing. They're merging." The dungeon was forcing every single monster to combine into one catastrophic entity. Lingxi trembled. "My monosense is screaming. That vortex. It's twice as strong as the entire horde combined." Zhou Yi exhaled, and the heavens answered. Pillars of blinding light pierced the gloom from above. S-rank skill, Divine Summoning Level 1. Enormous white wings unfurled, blotting out the sky. A celestial figure descended, clad in silver armor, drawing a bow of pure light aimed at the enemy. Behind the archer, a legion of silver knights materialized from the void. Ling Feng's jaw dropped. Since when can that brat Zhou Yi summon an army of this caliber? Tai Xin was equally stunned. Is this the ultimate paladin skill? Lingzi felt the atmosphere shift. Terrifying. The chaotic energy of the dungeon just froze. Time itself seems to pause before this power. Breaking the silence, the giant abomination roared, trying to shatter Zhou Yi's dominance. Zhou Yi endured the strain, blood trickling from his lip. Summoning the angel instantly took 30% of my life force. Every second it remains, my mental energy is being devoured. I need to end this now. Once we survive, upgrading this skill to lower the cost is priority number 1. He pointed at the beast, his voice echoing like thunder. Target locked. Eradicate them. The sky rained destruction. Countless arrows merged into a single beam of judgment, striking the behemoth's core. The monster raised its arms to block, but resistance was futile. The divine light disintegrated it instantly. The beam didn't stop. It tore through the monster and continued forward, threatening to pierce the dungeon itself. Ling Shi stared in awe. It's too strong. That power exceeds the dungeon's stability limits. Sha Lan clenched her fists, worry clouding her eyes. Yi can't keep this up. A summon of that tier is mental suicide. The monster turned to ash. Zhou Yi exhaled, releasing the tension, and turned his gaze to Su Ran. The minions are gone. Now for the real target. He marched towards her prison, his eyes burning with focus. He flared his aura one last time, issuing an ultimatum. "I'm counting to 3. Come out, or I obliterate this entire space." Su Ran bit her lip, her stare icy cold. Zhou Yi began the countdown. 1, 2. As the final number hung in the air, a massive shadow loomed behind Su Ran. "There you are." Zhou Yi smirked violently. "So you finally decided to show your face, dungeon boss." But as the entity fully materialized, Zhou Yi saw the black corruption spreading across its skin. The truth clicked. That's not just a boss. It's been infected by the abyss. The Heart Devourer stood before him, level 50, corrupted, and possessing legendary aptitude with unknown skills. Zhou Yi stared down the dungeon boss with eyes cold as ice. The creature observed him in return. Its interest piqued. It evaluated Zhou Yi, finding something unexpectedly intriguing about this human. In all the years intruders have trespassed here, the monster hissed. You are the youngest, yet your aura dwarfs even the elders. Countless silver threads danced from its fingers, manipulating Suran like a puppet. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he covered his eyes to block out the sight of her suffering. The Heart Devourer leaned in close, its voice dripping with false comfort. Don't be so tense. I didn't come to fight. It glanced behind him and grinned. On the contrary, I'm here to offer you a choice. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock. The air shimmered, and a dazzling array of legendary treasures materialized right before his face. The essence of purification pulsed with pure energy, capable of wiping away every known status effect. Beside it floated the tranquil fluid, a cure for berserk bloodlines and unstable physiques. Then came the scarlet dragon crystal, radiating violent flame energy, ready to fuse with any weapon. It promised a 50% increase in fire damage, a devastating boost for any offensive striker. There was the black iron core, a high-density ore humming with spatial waves to craft teleportation boots, slashing skill cooldowns by 15%. The spirit jade glowed with life, an artifact that grants automatic health regeneration when embedded in armor. For healers, its effects were doubled. Beside it lay the tome for mass shield wall. Once activated, it summoned a protective energy barrier covering 10 meters for 10 seconds. Finally, the Eye of Insight granting the ability to see enemy levels and weaknesses for a full hour. Lingzi's voice trembled with excitement. If I fused that dragon crystal into my gauntlets, one punch would be enough to blast those monsters into oblivion. I wouldn't even leave dust behind. Xia Lan was equally entranced, spotting the holy grail for her class. Healing, amplification, and defense. That is truly a generous hand. But Zhou Yi remained cold. His mind raced. The purification essence could cure the eternal curse of the Zhou family, and the tranquil fluid. It was practically made to save Su Ran. The Heart Devourer draped an arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder, sensing his hesitation. You're tempted. Look at her. Look how much pain she is in. Just one drop of tranquil fluid, and she could sleep peacefully. She would never have to fear her bloodline detonating again. The monster pressed its advantage, whispering silken lies. These are just the appetizers. Step closer to me. Prove you have passed the dungeon's trial. This is your reward. Take it, and leave this place forever. Staring at the ultimate temptation, Zhou Yi suddenly realized the game. It's trying to seduce me. If I choose to stop here, I really could walk away with unimaginable power and wealth instantly. But memories flooded his mind, battles fought on the edge of death, the bond with his teammates, and their mission to expose the dark secrets of the Mamet Merchant Guild. Zhou Yi looked the Heart Devourer in the eye. These treasures are indeed tempting, but it seems you've misunderstood one thing. He gripped his sword, killing intent exploding from his body. I didn't come to Blackwind Valley for rewards. He launched his attack, his voice cutting through the air. System quests, revenge, even the Zhou family curse, I won't solve them by begging for your charity. The Heart Devourer recoiled, genuine surprise in its voice. You would throw away a fortune that is within your grasp? Are you insane? The monster couldn't comprehend his refusal. Zhou Yi sneered. You know too much about me. You even know the specific curse of my bloodline. It's hard not to suspect this is a trap designed specifically for my soul. Zhou Yi's body began to mutate, power surging through his veins. He muttered, the purification essence, the tranquil fluid. I want them all. But you, he declared icily, must die. Dragon God body, activate. Zhou Yi charged, his blade flashing as he cleaved the Heart Devourer in two. But the victory was short-lived. The ground beneath them shattered. The Heart Devourer spread its arms, melting into the earth itself. A colossal stone golem rose from the depths. Without a word, the monster slammed a massive fist into the ground, sending shockwaves that pulverized the bedrock. In an instant, the world turned upside down. Everything was being swallowed by the collapsing abyss. Zhou Yi moved with lightning speed, barely avoiding the fall. But when he looked for Su Ran, his heart stopped. She wasn't as lucky, defenseless. She plummeted into the darkness. Panic seized her voice as she screamed, Zhou Yi! Hearing his name, Zhou Yi lost his composure. Su Ran. He dove after her, reaching out desperately, but his hand passed right through her body. He grasped nothing but empty air. His eyes narrowed. An illusion meant to distract me? Fury ignited in his chest. Zhou Yi landed a direct hit on the Heart Devourer, but the monster didn't panic. Instead, it smirked. Is that all the skill you have? Zhou Yi's expression darkened, his voice low and dangerous. Try me and find out. The Heart Devourer unleashed a new art, its eyes glowing with a blinding white light that crackled like lightning. I originally wanted to reward you, to let you leave with your life. But you are stubbornly chasing your own death. Countless faces flashed through the Heart Devourer's mind as it overwrote the code. I have finished learning. Now, go fight them instead. The monster stretched, and the illusions shattered into fragments of light. But suddenly, the Heart Devourer froze. Something was wrong. What is this? Zhou Yi stepped forward, his teammates flanking him from the shadows, weapons drawn. He smiled grimly. I never said I was fighting you one-on-one. As his voice faded, a majestic azure dragon manifested from thin air. The soldiers behind Zhou Yi wasted no time, unleashing a relentless volley of arrows. Cheng Ya roared, charging into the fray alongside the troops. Every attack converged on the shadow monster, burying it under a chaotic storm of dust and smoke. For a heartbeat, its form seemed to dissolve. But then boom! A cataclysmic explosion shattered the very ground, pulverizing the surrounding rocks into dust. A thick haze blinded them all. Yet, amidst the debris, strange shards of glass began to manifest, leaving Zhou Yi completely bewildered. These fragments of memory refused to fade away, shimmering with an eerie light. Peering through a jagged shard, Zhou Yi witnessed a startling scene. A man, kneeling in submission, a figure that felt hauntingly familiar. Driven by instinct, Zhou Yi reached out. The moment his finger made contact, golden energy engulfed him. Time itself began to rewind. 10 years ago, Black Wind Valley. A man knelt in desperation before a terrifying presence. Black tentacles coiled around him as a voice echoed from the abyss. You wish to save your daughter? Terror gripped the man's heart, but his fatherly love forced him to speak through the fear. Tianlan's finest healer delivered the death sentence. Without the 1,000-year mystic ice jade, she won't survive the winter. I heard legends of your power in the black market, so I came to beg for a blessing. The monstrosity seemed incredibly pleased by this display of pure desperation. Blessing. A delightful choice of words. I can grant you enough wealth to buy every herb in the city, but in exchange, you must perform 3 tasks for me. The man's trembling fists turned white. He swallowed his fear and asked, What must I do? Suddenly, a rain of priceless gems showered down from the darkness. The monster's demand was simple yet chilling. Use this wealth. Lure as many fresh souls as possible into Black Wind Valley. The vitality of the weak shall be my nourishment. The souls of the strong, they shall serve as my eternal gatekeepers. Disbelief washed over the man's face. You intend to slaughter them all? Laughter erupted from the shadows as the beast revealed rows of razor-sharp fangs. Relax. They will come of their own free will. Will they not? After all, who can resist the temptation of becoming rich overnight? Trapped by his pact, the man returned to civilization. He lied to his friend, claiming Black Wind Valley held mystic crystal veins, where a single piece was worth 1,000 spirit coins. His friend hesitated, suspicion clouding his eyes. That place? Isn't that the forbidden zone where people enter but never return? Last year, Old Wang's entire team vanished without a trace. Not even bones remained. The man quickly spun his web of lies. That is because they took the wrong path. I have discovered a safe route to the mineral vein, but I lack manpower. Join me. I will give you 30% of everything we dig up. And so it began. Under the man's guidance, wave after wave of innocent people were led to their slaughter by the monster. The guilt was physical. He would retch uncontrollably, tears of pure remorse streaming down his face as the weight of his sins crushed him. This is evil, pure evil, he sobbed. But the monster saw no wrong. Do you think they came to Black Wind Valley to help you? No, they came to trample on the bones of others to get rich. They are merely victims of their own greed. His conscience slowly died. He moved on to bigger targets. Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. I only need you to help spread the word a little. But soon, chaos descended upon his own household, threatening to destroy everything he had built. Boss, we have a problem. The North City Guild demands 80% of the profits, or they will shut us down. We have no backing. Those thugs will kill us all if we refuse. Rage consumed him. The last shred of his humanity evaporated, replaced by cold ruthlessness. He ignored the desperate pleas of those who stood in his way. Boss Liu, I was blind. Please, have mercy. From now on, the North City Guild follows your orders. I was wrong, Boss Liu. I will do whatever you say. But his begging was drowned out by blood-curdling screams. The screams faded, and so did his regret. Standing before the monster once again, the fear in his eyes was gone. Lu Xuan, now a man of power, presented his new vision with chilling confidence. I will establish a chamber of commerce. On the surface, we trade ore. In the shadows, I will handpick the perfect sacrifices to enter the valley. The monster accepted without hesitation. Very well. And the name? Liu Xuan smiled grimly. We shall call it the Mermaid. Intrigued, the beast asked for the meaning behind the name. Liu Xuan replied, without missing a beat. I once encountered sea demons during a voyage. They possess the beauty of gods and voices of angels. Yet, They use that charm to lure sailors into the abyss, smashing their ships against the reefs. That day, I was the sole survivor, clinging to a piece of driftwood for my life. The monster spat out a fresh human bone, clearly amused. A fitting name indeed. Fortune favors the ruthless. Before long, his empire of blood flourished. Boss, here is the production list for this month. We have enough frost crystals for the Zhou family tribute. And 17 high-quality nutrition packs, ready for the valley. Liu Xuan took the list with a satisfied smirk. But as he scrutinized the details, his expression hardened. The quality of this batch is subpar. Tell Madame Hong to be more selective next time. I will not have random trash offered up as tribute. The assistant bowed low, his voice trembling with respect as he relayed the news. It doesn't end there. Liu Xuan has raised the stakes again, demanding an additional 2% for this year. These fragments of information flooded Zhou Yi's mind, sensations and secrets drifting to him through the ether. It felt alien, yet intoxicating. These shards didn't just hold memories. They recorded 10 years of karma and cause and effect with terrifying clarity. More glass-like fragments rained down, swirling faster and faster until they formed a violent vortex within Zhou Yi's palm. The storm condensed in a flash of light. When the glow faded, a pulsating purple stone remained in his hand. The azure dragon, Shuangya, materialized beside him to explain the prize. This is the dungeon core. To hold it is to own this world. Even medium-sized guilds would kill for such a treasure. You have gained an immeasurable advantage, the dragon hissed. With the Hell Prison core, you have unlocked 30% of the dungeon's authority. The very laws of this space obey you now, Shuangya continued, dropping another bombshell. And your days of scavenging are over. You will never worry about resources again. This dungeon is not just a territory, the dragon grinned. It is a gold mine, a machine that prints endless wealth. You possess devilish luck, kid. Go on. Use your spiritual force. Feel your connection to this realm. Zhou Yi wasted no time. He closed his eyes, focusing his will, and the dungeon's energy began to flow into him like a river returning to the sea. Rings of pure power erupted around him, a breathtaking spectacle of light. Nearby, Ling Shi shielded the injured Su Ran, bracing herself against the overwhelming pressure. The shockwaves of energy grew larger, expanding outward in dominating ripples. Zhou Yi's concentration deepened. His physical eyes were closed, yet his vision expanded. I can see everything. Every tree, every blade of grass is clear to me. A sense of omnipotence washed over him. It feels as if I can manipulate reality itself within these walls. But as his power crested, a small, familiar silhouette emerged at the edge of his perception. Zhou Yi frowned, his mind racing. His eyes snapped open. Standing right in front of him was Zhu Yun. Shock replaced his focus. Why are you here? Zhu Yun turned to him, her voice small and innocent. Brother, I was so worried about you. I looked up the route online and just followed it. Zhu Yi felt a mix of rising anger and utter helplessness. You. Seeing his expression, Zhu Yun immediately panicked. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Shuangya floated closer, amused by the drama. The little girl has guts, I'll give her that, and incredible luck. But now that you control the dungeon, her safety is guaranteed. She can stay without fear. Zhu Yi sighed, defeated by her puppy dog eyes. Just behave yourself. Be obedient, or I'm sending you straight home. Understood? Just then, a system notification chimed. Mission complete. Expose the secrets of Chamber M. The reward? An S-rank skillbook for every party member. The system verified the multiplier. Status. Completed. Distributing rewards now. Zhu Yi's teammates arrived, freezing in their tracks when they saw the intruder. Zhu Yun? How did you get in here? Shen Lingfeng frowned, his tone scolding. This place is a death trap, not a playground. What were you thinking coming here? But before he could finish his lecture, Zhu Yi tossed a notification window toward him, physically shoving his sister in Shen Lingfeng's direction. Shen Lingfeng. Protect my sister. Shen Lingfeng caught her instinctively, his mood flipping instantly. Protect her? Ha. Consider it done. Who else but me? He looked down at the item Zhu Yi had transferred. Wait, what is this? The information panel flared to life before Zhu Yi could answer. Blood Wrath, Level 1. S rank. Draws blood energy from enemies to form sanguine beads. These beads condense into a soul blood orb. When thrown, it detonates in a massive explosion of blood energy. Shen Lingfeng stared at the description, his jaw dropping. An S-rank skill book? Nearby, Xiaolan overheard and gasped. What did you say? Zhu Yi didn't stop there. He tossed another tome to Xiaolan. This is for you. Everyone gets one. Xiaolan looked at the book in her hands, trembling. Is this real? Lingxi couldn't hide her shock either. Zhu Yi, these are priceless. Why would you give them to us? Xiaolan stepped forward, her voice urgent. Brother Yi, do you understand the value of this? Truly? On the black market, a single copy goes for 7 million credits. And that's if you can even find a seller. Zhou Yi waved his hand, dismissing the fortune like it was pocket change. It's just a hidden clearance reward, he said calmly, distributed according to class compatibility. Shen Lingfeng looked at him like he was insane. You're just giving it away? Even my family, the Great Shen clan, only possesses 3 S-rank books in total. Xialan clutched the book to her chest, feeling the weight of the gift. This is too much. It's too precious. We barely did anything compared to you, she insisted. We just handled the minor tasks. How can we accept something so legendary? She read her skills description. Try Absolute Formation. Level 1. S rank. Summons a cursed array that afflicts all enemies within. It reduces enemy health points by half. Zhou Yi remained firm. We cleared the dungeon together. I'm not taking all the credit alone. Lingzi still hesitated, her pride warring with the incredible gift. I don't deserve this. It's absurdly valuable, she murmured. Even with the class restrictions, selling this would set us up for life. She looked down at the power resting in her palms. Elemental Forbidden Zone. Level 1. S rank. Creates a domain that severs space itself. The elemental summons detonated on impact, triggering a secondary explosion that wreaked absolute havoc on the enemy lines. Zhou Yi gently patted her head, his smile warm yet serious. Is money ever more important than your life? The path ahead will only get more treacherous. I can't let you all face those dangers empty-handed. Shen Lingfeng accepted the gift, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. This is incredible. Next time, no matter who we face, I'll charge in solo. Zhou Yi could only cough awkwardly, speechless at the guy's recklessness. Tai Xin hugged the tome tight, trembling with joy. My first S-rank skill book. From now on, I'm leading the charge in every dungeon. Hilon was buzzing with excitement beside them. I'll master the 3 absolutes formation perfectly. I swear I won't drag anyone down. Lingzi nodded in agreement, determination burning in her eyes. Same here, I won't be left behind. Shen Lingfeng couldn't resist showing off to Tixin. Look at this. I can absorb the enemy's blood energy and use it to trigger massive explosions. Do you have any idea how cool that is? But Taizin wasn't having it, and fired back instantly. Mine can instantly obliterate low-level enemies. You have to stack up blood first? Too weak. Too weak. What she held was the level 1S Raging Earth Shock. A single strike creates a devastating seismic shockwave. Enemies in range suffer massive continuous damage, while weaklings are vaporized instantly. Hearing them bicker like children, Zhou Yi finally stepped in. All right, that's enough. Master your skills first. Then, we go hunt the big boss hiding in the depths. Shen Lingfeng puffed out his chest. Watch me. I'll master this in 10 minutes flat. Tai Xin scoffed immediately. Stop bluffing. I only need 5 minutes to get the basics. Hilon chimed in from the side. We should prepare too, or they'll leave us in the dust. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Zhou Yi's shirt. Chu Ran looked up at him, a radiant smile lighting up her face. You have a gift, Zhou Yi. You always manage to tie everyone's hearts together. Zhou Yi rubbed his neck, laughing bashfully. Maybe it's just because we're a team. Then, he realized something. Ah, I almost forgot this. He pulled out a vial of pure heart elixir, a rare potion to suppress violent impulses and stabilize her erratic bloodline. This is for you, Chu Ran. I can't completely cure your bloodline issue yet, but keep this for emergencies. He gazed deep into her eyes, his voice turning ironclad. Little Ran, I promise you, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe from the darkness. Hearing his vow, Chu Ran's heart trembled, tears welled up, and spilled over her cheeks uncontrollably. Zhou Yi panicked instantly. Wait, why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong? With red eyes, she leaned gently against his chest. No, I just trust you so much, brother Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Association headquarters, researchers swarmed the upper level, eyes glued to the massive crystal pulsing with alien energy. Suddenly, the energy lashed out. Violent arcs of power struck the researchers, yet, like moths to a flame, they seemed oblivious to the danger, moving closer to the volatile source. One of them turned to a shadowed figure, voice trembling. Boss, look at this. The man remained terrifyingly calm. The core link between the crystal and Black Wind Valley has held for 10 years. It has never been this unstable. This man was none other than Lu Xuan, the dangerous figure Zhou Yi had encountered before. With that great lord guarding Black Wind Valley, it should be an impenetrable fortress. Intruders are usually just delivered nutrients for him, but this chaotic energy surge. Has something gone wrong inside? Suddenly, Lu Xuan's eyes snapped open. He witnessed something truly horrifying. Boom! A researcher was blasted against the wall by a shockwave, screaming in agony. Others collapsed like dominoes. The lab was in total chaos. This is bad. one of them gasped. Sensing a catastrophe, Liu Xuan barked an order. Contact Madame Hong immediately. Tell her to go to Black Wind Valley and find out what the hell is causing this disturbance. The subordinate didn't dare hesitate. Yes, boss, right away. Elsewhere, Madame Hong looked like a wreck. Her hair was disheveled, clutching her side in pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't been cautious and spent a fortune on that resurrection item, I would be a corpse right now. But that item only reconstructed my body. My power is nowhere near its peak. I can't even manipulate the puppet formation. Controlling 10 corpses is impossible in this state. I'm too weak. I need to hide in this stronghold and recover for at least half a year. No one is going anywhere. But fate was cruel. A transmission came through instantly. Boss's orders: investigate the energy anomaly in Black Wind Valley immediately. The words struck Madame Hong like a bolt of lightning. Go to Black Wind Valley. Now? In her current state, that was practically a death sentence. The energy in Black Wind Valley was violently unstable. Could Zhou Yi be playing dirty tricks again? In her current state, facing him now meant only one thing: certain death. But if the Merchant Guild discovered her severe injuries, those vultures eyeing her position would catch the scent of blood. They would swarm instantly to tear apart the power she had spent years building. She had clawed her way up to this position, sacrificing everything. All that blood and sweat. She couldn't let it all wash away in vain. Yet, defying Liu Xuan's orders was simply not an option. Swallowing her rage, she forced her broken body to move. She had no choice but to obey. Her fate drifted like duckweed, no longer in her own hands. Prepare the car. Meanwhile, on Zhou Yi's side, the absorption of power reached a critical point. Strange fragments flashed through his mind without pause. The Iron Prison, the eternal guardian against the creatures of the dark. The truth of these dark beings was hidden within these memory shards. Finding the core meant exposing the enemy's fatal weakness. Suddenly, a specific presence pulled at his consciousness. Zhou Yi reached out slowly, driven by an irresistible curiosity. The moment he made contact, reality warped. It felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, grabbed by 1,000 demonic hands. Visions flooded Zhou Yi's mind through the crystalline shards. The scene blurred into a chaotic haze, spiraling around him. Zhou Yi's eyes were shut tight, cold sweat drenching his brow. Surrounded by skeletal mists, a phantom dragon watched a glowing gem hovering near his core. His eyes snapped open, lips pressed thin in anxiety. The information was too chaotic, and something was deliberately blocking him. His gaze sharpened like a blade, glowing with eerie jade light. He focused his will, hunting for a signal within the storm. Listen, observe. Zhou Yi began to filter out the maddening noise. A horrifying image surfaced. A man pinned down, tentacles writhing over his body, burrowing into his mouth. A fragmented memory of a sacrificial offering. A massive shard revealed a terrifying truth. A gateway like a black hole, tearing giant boulders from the earth and sucking them into the void. Another fragment showed a legion of monsters, fangs bared, roaring over their territory. Then, the vision shattered. Countless shards rushed toward him at breakneck speed. They slammed into him with blinding light. Zhou Yi threw his hands up, gasping for air, his eyes wide with lingering horror. Cold sweat poured down his face. He gripped the stone tightly, his mind racing with grim realization. Shuangya noticed his distress immediately. What did you see? Why do you look so pale? Zhou Yi spoke slowly, his eyes still unfocused and distant. The passage. I understand now. No wonder the demonic energy in the cold marrow crystal felt so disturbingly familiar. Shuangya was confused. What do you mean? Zhou Yi explained, his voice grim. Months ago, I clashed with the demon race in the Gale Mountain's rift. The aura here, it is identical to theirs. Shuangya realized the implication. You mean you saw the demon race inside the crystal core's memory? An image manifested, a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, surrounded by tentacles, smiling a twisted, predatory smile at the earth. Yes, and it is far worse than we imagined. Through the Iron Prison Core's memory, I discovered the truth. The dark creature is not just a beast. It is a gestational gate for another world. It exists to siphon resources from the other world to the Blue Star. Also, the Merchant Guild can willingly offer living humans. They call it life supply. But in reality, they are sacrifices to tear open the true passage. A dimension filled with monsters, waiting for their prey. Once it absorbs enough life energy, a complete gate will form. A massive invasion force of the demon race will be unleashed. Shuangya's expression darkened, remembering the past. Are you afraid? Zhou Yi stared at the gem in his hand. Not afraid, cautious. Excitement won't solve this problem. Ironheart and the others just survived a brutal battle. We aren't used to our new powers yet. We are far from our peak condition. His face hardened with resolve, fist clenching the stone. Charging in now. wouldn't be bravery, it would be stupidity. That thing isn't invincible. But both the enemy and I, we need time to evolve. Shuangya agreed with the logic, but remained puzzled. Caution is the first rule of survival for a hunter. But how do you plan to make the team adapt? Sitting still won't forge true strength. Zhou Yi raised the gem to eye level, a dangerous glint in his gaze. A mysterious smile played on his lips. Who said anything about sitting still? Don't you think this mirror prison is the perfect training ground? As he spoke, a new plan formed in his mind. I can manipulate the initial stages. I'll conjure opponents for a simulation. The team can test their S-rank skills with full force, in absolute safety. He expanded on the idea. I can even adjust the pressure, push them to their absolute limits. Hearing the plan, Shuangya laughed heartily. Now that is interesting. Zhou Yi turned to his teammates, his voice booming. Everyone, change of plans, we are not going deeper just yet. Ling Feng turned around, baffled. Why? Zhou Yi revealed the heavy truth. Because what lies inside is stronger than any enemy we have ever faced. I refuse to let anyone fall in battle simply because we were ill-prepared. Before the final war, before our last stand, you all need to undergo hellish training. Tyson scratched his head, completely baffled. Special training? In this god-forsaken wasteland? How? But Ling Feng's reaction was the opposite. His eyes blazed with battle lust, and his fists clenched in anticipation. Special training? He imagined a soulless Zhou Yi manipulating puppets to beat them into submission. I will manipulate the dungeon's energy to forge simulated enemies. They will match your strength or even surpass it. The goal is simple: infinite combat. You must unlock every ounce of potential and master your new powers. The battle maniac couldn't contain himself, practically vibrating with excitement as he jumped up. He grinned wildly. Combat sims? Hell yes. Yours truly is up first. Ling Shi reached out, panic in her eyes. Shen Lingfeng, you just recovered from critical injuries, yet you're asking for more? Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. Those scratches? Long gone. I'm in prime condition. Zhou Yi's voice turned cold. This isn't a game. The pain is real. The pressure is real. Depending on how I tweak the difficulty, you could die 1,000 times. But fear didn't register in Ling Feng's mind. Instead, a manic grin spread across his face. That was exactly what he wanted. Seeing his team's fearlessness, Zhou Yi let out a breath of relief. They were ready. He activated the core. Golden light swirled into a vortex, engulfing Ling Feng in divine energy. Ling Feng stood his ground as the purple mist cleared, revealing a dark, cavernous arena. From the shadows, a bandaged figure materialized, a blade glinting in its hand as it lunged. Instinct took over. Ling Feng spun around, his senses screaming danger. The system analyzed the threat. Simulation, Shadow Stalker, level 35, gold rank, lethal ability, severing strike. Ling Feng roared, unleashing his beast form. His hair ignited into flames, horns tore through his skull, and his senses sharpened. Condensed flame gathered in his palm. He threw a punch that could melt steel. Impact. But he hit nothing but air. The enemy vanished like smoke, leaving Ling Feng stunned. He struck again and again, a flurry of violence, but the shadow danced around him, making him spin in circles. Damn shadow types, he cursed, swinging blindly. Suddenly, cold steel kissed his neck, blood sprayed. That's speed. It's impossible. He launched a counterattack, but the bandaged phantom was already gone. Outside, Zhou Yi held the formation, sweat beading on his brow as he poured mana into the core. His eyes were glued to the projection, analyzing every micro-movement of the battle. I can feel the feedback. I can adjust the simulation in real time. Ling Feng struggles against assassins. I'll reduce the environmental interference until he adapts. Then, I crank it up. Back in the arena, Ling Feng unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, turning the cave into an inferno. The shadow could run, but it couldn't hide from the heat. The enemy incinerated instantly to ash, but Ling Feng wasn't done. Outside, the core pulsated with power. Zhou Yi turned to the others. Who's next? He, Lan, Lingzi, T-Sin, and Chu Ran stepped forward. The aura of determination was suffocating. In a flash of light, they vanished. Only little Zhou Yun remained, hugging a wolf pup, looking confused. She gave Zhou Yi puppy dog eyes. He didn't blink. Don't even dream about it. Merciless rejection. Her face crumpled into a pout of utter despair. Relegated to the sidelines, she began building a snowman. Meanwhile, Shuangya approached Zhou Yi. So, kid, how does it feel to play God? Zhou Yi looked at the glowing sphere, watching the battles rage within. It's incredible. Like holding a heavy key that fits a lock I was born to open. He clenched his fist, describing the sensation coursing through him. It's faint, but the connection is deepening. It's rooting itself into my soul. With every simulation, the link to this dimension strengthens. My control over the power grows. Shuangya smirked, impressed despite himself. Not bad. You might actually have some talent. Remember, this core is like a phantom limb. You must flex it, break it in, until it moves as easily as your own fingers. Once you achieve 100% mastery, from every stone, every blade of grass in this dungeon will bow to your will. While the two of them conversed, Chu Yun was busy nearby, playfully bowing to a snowman she had just finished building. Suddenly, the innocence vanished from Chu Yun's eyes. Replaced by cold, murderous intent, she severed the snowman's head in one violent motion. Meanwhile, the conversation continued nearby, discussing the terrifying true power of a dungeon master. Standing before the majestic azure dragon, Chu Yi radiated absolute confidence. His voice was steady as he declared, "I will make it happen." Back in reality, Chu Yun gasped for air, her chest heaving as she scrambled toward the fallen snowman's head. She crouched low, hugging the giant snowball tight against a sheer wall of ice. But the ice was not just a wall, it was a mirror. The crystal surface reflected a chilling sight, a group of ominous figures closing in. Terror widened Chu Yun's eyes. Cold sweat beaded on her brow as she scrambled backward, collapsing in pure fear. Beside her, the little wolf let out a low, warning growl. A scream tore from her throat. "Brother!" Faster than a blink, Chu Yi materialized before her. With a single, fluid motion, he shattered the ice wall, wasting zero energy. Ice shards rained down around them. Standing amidst the debris, he looked up calmly and asked, "What is the matter?" Chu Yun scrambled up, gripping his arm like a lifeline. Trembling uncontrollably, she pointed a shaking finger forward. "It is her. She is here. That wicked woman in red. She was in the mirror." Their gaze locked onto the shattered ice block ahead. Her voice wavered, but her conviction remained absolute. She was certain the enemy was watching from within the reflection. The scene shifted to the ominous entrance of Blackwind Valley. A woman draped in crimson silk emerged, exhaustion etched deep into her beautiful but weary eyes. Flanking her were imposing figures, their muscular frames completely swathed in red bandages like mummies of war. She barked an order. "You six, scout ahead. Conceal your presence and do not get caught." The snowy path before them was blurred and treacherous, as if death itself waited in the mist. Suddenly, a strange energy rippled through the air. The Red Lady raised a sharp hand, freezing her troops in place. "Hold your positions." She quickly adjusted the plan. "Two of you, enter through the main valley. Two more, circle around and infiltrate through the rear fissure." Her gaze drifted downward, heavy with anxiety and fatigue. "The rest of you," she whispered, "stay close and protect me." Meanwhile, Chu Yi observed everything. His mental force was perfectly fused with the core of the mirror prison, expanding his sensory range to cover the entire Blackwind Valley. It was as if the valley was wired with thousands of cameras. She could have a million schemes, but she could never escape the palm of his hand. His eyes went cold as he watched the intruders. "So," he mused, staring at the familiar figure, "she is not dead after all." Her aura was chaotic and unstable. She must have used a forbidden resurrection technique, but she had certainly not fully recovered. He turned, gently patting his sister's head. "Her condition is pathetic. She is walking right into a trap." He smiled. "Little Yun, do not be afraid. I will show you a game." Chu Yun's fear melted away slightly. She tilted her head, asking, "What kind of game, brother?" A thoughtful look crossed Chu Yi's face. Cat and mouse. Back in the valley, the Red Lady crouched in hiding. The silence was too heavy. Something felt wrong. Her instincts screamed danger. She felt naked, exposed, as if eyes were watching her from every shadow in the mountain valley. She had to identify this anomaly before reporting back to the master. She signaled the two red-bandaged puppets to advance. "Move out," she hissed. "And keep your bodies hidden." The red-wrapped figures sprinted along the icy walls while the Red Lady dashed below. She marveled at the destruction around her. The first gate. It has been completely obliterated. Standing before a massive ice block sliced cleanly in two, she analyzed the scene. One strike, she realized. And this lingering energy fluctuation. It feels familiar. Faint golden light pulsed from writhing tentacles on the ground. They twitched and flailed, as if begging for salvation. The Red Lady slammed to a halt, her boots smoking against the ground as she took in the horrifying sight. Those tentacles were scorched by golden energy. She gritted her teeth in rage. "Holy light! I knew he was behind this." She glanced at the communication bracelet on her wrist. Strategies raced through her mind. Should she alert the master? Should she let him handle this mess? No. If she did that, her weak state would be exposed, and the mission would fail. It was better to contact the hidden surveillance point inside the valley first. She needed intel. Finding Chu Yi's exact location was the priority, but fate was cruel. Her bracelet flashed an angry red connection failed, again and again. She stared at it in disbelief. Even the guild's top-level encryption is blocked? Her mind raced. Spatial interference? No, that is impossible. The Red Lady closed her eyes. Crimson threads materialized from her fingertips, dancing like a puppeteer's invisible control lines. These threads relied on soul linkage, immune to standard energy barriers. Yet, even this method struggled. Since entering the valley, a crushing pressure had made the connection sluggish and heavy. Her sensory threads spread out, faintly detecting the blurry outlines of her red-bandaged minions. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in their direction. In the real world, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes snapped open. The connection. It is gone. High on the cliff walls, the two bandaged figures had been sprinting. Suddenly, an unseen force struck them, severing their strings and scattering their bodies like broken toys. Her face darkened with terror. The other two are gone too? She trembled. Does Zhou Yi possess spatial skills? Or is he not alone? The Red Lady ground her teeth, fury warring with fear as she clenched her fist until the knuckles turned white. In the blink of an eye, she thought, horror dawning on her. 4 battle puppets annihilated. They did not even have time to react. With my current injuries, victory against him is impossible. The odds are 0. Suddenly, a gaze pierces from the heavens. A twin-tailed girl watches from above. Why so pale, Sister Hong? You look like a ghost. Madame Hong whipped around, eyes narrowing in suspicion. What brings you here? The figure descends like a feather, landing softly, just passing through to collect the Sect's tribute. Yingji feigned sympathy, her expression mocking. Remember when you were bedridden with illness? I was the one who went around collecting tributes for you back then. I assume I'll be taking over this mission too, Madame Hong bristled with rage. Did you destroy my puppet? Yingji played innocent, twirling her braid with a smirk. What is Madame Hong saying? I haven't the faintest idea. Looks like you've kicked a hornet's nest, haven't you? Better retreat and heal, sister. Who knows if the intruder is alone? Don't go dying on me here. Your face is growing paler by the second, Madame Hong. Yet your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Yingji grinned. A playful devil. I followed you for too long. I've gotten used to the venom. Madame Hong turned, leading her remaining puppets away. Fine. You go ahead and scout the area. Crash! A massive block of ice slammed down, blocking her path. She scrambled back in terror. Yingji looked up, confusion clouding her eyes. Dozens of figures rained from the sky. Perfect copies of Madame Hong. Clones, so many of them. The copies attacked instantly. Yingji dodged a lethal strike, shouting, Since when do you have puppets like this? Hey! Explain yourself, Hong. But Madame Hong stood frozen. Staring into the ice, she saw her own reflection haggard, broken, and weak. Screams of the damned echoed from the frozen surface. Hong's expression went blank, her mind drifting. Madame Hong, Hong, please spare me. We were best friends. Why did you push me? You'd kill your own people just for status? Meanwhile, Yingji battled the frenzied clones. Their power was skyrocketing with every scream. These aren't like the trash from before. What kind of powerhouse did she refine to create these monsters? Yingji unleashed a flurry of secret techniques, but the puppets adapted instantly, learning her moves and countering hard. You think you can mock me? Fury ignited in Yingji's eyes. A terrifying aura exploded from her body, shaking the air. She glared at the puppets, murderous intent rising. Beaten by a bunch of cheap fakes? How would I ever show my face in the guild again? Boom! She raised her hands, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. She throttled the nearest puppet by the throat. I've suffered just as much hell as you, Madame Hong. In a single breath, the remaining clones were obliterated. But elsewhere, Madame Hong was trapped in a nightmare. Ghosts of her victims rose from the shadows. Ah, Hong, don't let the gold blind you. Have you forgotten the corn cakes we shared in the slums? Please, spare me. I swear I won't say a word. I'll leave Tianlan province forever. Your subordinates took my fiancée. They said if I refused, they'd strip her and parade her through the streets. Show some mercy. I promise to reveal all the inside information. Don't be foolish. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If you kill me, he becomes an orphan. Please, for the sake of the child, let me live, even if I have to sell my body. I just want to see him grow up. At least leave my corpse intact, so I can kowtow to my mother before I die. Madame Hong, you really killed your own people for a higher rank? Is Lord Liu's wealth more important than 20 years of our sisterhood? Finally, a gentle vision appeared. A woman with a warm smile, reaching out. Hungry? Little one, wipe that blood off your face and follow me. From now on, your name is Hong. Tears streamed down Hong's face, her voice trembling. Adoptive mother. But suddenly, the woman's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. She lunged at Hong. I thought you were just stubborn when you were young. I gave you the best food, the best clothes. I never imagined I was raising an ungrateful wolf. The skills I taught you, you used them all to kill me. Hong blocked the strike. Get lost. Red silk exploded outward, wrapping around a giant skull to crush the hallucination. Panic fueled her rage as she screamed back at the voices. I live on floors paved with gold now. People kneel just to serve me bird's nest soup. The Ahong who shared corn cakes died in the cold wind of the slums long ago. I schemed and bled to control the business in Tianlan province. Do you think I'd leave loose ends to threaten me? You're dead. If I let you live to play the filial son, my reputation in Tianlan would be a joke. Better you see the price of stubbornness with your own eyes. Mercy is for the weak. I made you pay so you'd never forget. Opposing me has only ever brought ruin to those standing by your side. You call me a harlot? Do you think you are worthy to judge me? My world is no charity house. There is no bargaining here, only death. That boy became an orphan because of your own incompetence as a mother. What does his misery have to do with me? Lord Liu didn't hand me this wealth and glory on a silver platter. I earned it with my wits and my ruthless schemes. That power is far more tangible than the 20 years of hollow affection you cling to. You call me ungrateful? I am exactly what you raised me to be. If you truly cared, you would have climbed the ladder with me back then, instead of protecting your pathetic, stagnant little life. Don't tell me to stop dreaming. It is you who couldn't keep up with my ambition, yet you tried to drag me back into the mud. With a final, venomous scream, she commanded the floating skull to unleash a devastating blast of energy. The shockwave pulverized the phantoms standing before her, shattering the nightmares of her past into dust. The energy beam pierced through the mirror, attempting to break out. But the mirror reflected the attack, bouncing the destructive force right back at her. A shadow clone suddenly materialized behind her. She barely dodged, narrowly escaping death at the hands of these duplicated assassins. Now, it is your turn to give me an explanation. Madame Hong was instantly bound tight by layers of fabric. The energy she had fired earlier returned, slamming into her position. As the light flared, reality shifted again. She stumbled into a new illusion, a desolate, ruined wasteland. This is my memory. How is this possible? Behind Madame Hong, a monstrous beast opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow her whole. She spun around in a rage. Damn it! Will you never stop? But the monster vanished instantly, leaving only a solitary mirror standing in the void. A mirror maze combined with high-level illusions. He is trying to trap me here. Crimson threads began to seep from her arms as her eyes turned cold as ice. If you think I will surrender, you are sorely mistaken. Slowly, the puppets Madame Hong created began to materialize. Guardian, manifest. Level 35 Guardian puppet. Smash these mirrors to pieces, she commanded. But before the puppet's blade could strike glass, the mirror reflected its image, spawning a dark shadow clone from the depths of the reflection. The puppet paused, sensing a killing intent, and glanced behind it. Instantly, a brutal clash erupted. The sound of steel smashing against steel was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. On the other side, Madame Hong watched in horror as her own puppets began to slaughter each other. Stop! Hold your fire! What is wrong with you? You are my creations. Obey my command and stop this madness. Watching the armor on her puppets shatter, she screamed desperately. I said stop, but no matter how she shouted, they continued their frenzied brawl. Finally, the carnage ceased, leaving her army broken and covered in wounds. Madame Hong trembled, her voice shaking. What exactly are you trying to do? Suddenly, a puppet turned to look at her, a bizarre smile twisting its face, before they all vanished into thin air. Her nerves were pulled taut as a bowstring. She scanned the area in terror. This isn't just an illusion, it's domination. He can even hijack control of my puppets? What kind of godlike power is this? Madame Hong was drenched in a cold sweat of pure anxiety. She racked her brain for a solution. Zhou Yi's control over the Black Wind Valley far exceeded her understanding, and now she was completely alone. Of the 36 stratagems, only one remained valid. Run. She had to escape immediately and report this intel to the boss. He would know how to handle this monster. Madame Hong turned and sprinted back the way she came. The boss will have a plan, but beneath her feet, the ground began to crack and splinter. Startled, she looked down, only to find the path had vanished. The floor had transformed into a slippery bridge of ice. Losing her footing, Madame Hong slid helplessly down into the abyss. Even the threads she used for control snapped like dry twigs. After a chaotic slide, she slammed violently into a solid wall. She looked up helplessly. Her puppet strings were severed. He hasn't even started playing with me yet. I am just a fly caught in a spider's web. A toy in your hands to do with as you please. Zhou Yi, if you have the guts, come out and kill me. Stop hiding like a rat in the shadows. Outside the formation, Zhou Yi watched her pathetic struggle through the illusion control panel, his expression cold. His voice echoed into the dimension, booming for her to hear. Struggle all you want. Taste the same despair you forced upon those you treated as mere sacrifices. He shifted the mirrors, forcing her to look at her own wretched reflection. This stage was designed specifically for you. Realizing force was useless, Madame Hong began to beg. Zhou Yi, the power of the trade union is beyond your imagination. The boss still has a trump card. Let me go, and I will plead for mercy on your behalf before Lord Liu, Zhou Yi replied with indifferent calm. No interest. Her composure shattered. She began to shriek like a banshee. Zhou Yi, the trade union army will be here any second. You cannot keep me trapped forever. A grotesque effigy materialized in Madame Hong's hand. It was a legendary explosive puppet, the ultimate creation of the guild's supreme artificer and the only one of its kind in existence. Zhou Yi, you arrogant fool, you cannot control everything. She sneered, her eyes manic. Let's see how you block this. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. She screamed, ensuring the world outside could hear her final vow. Even if I die, I will reduce this place to ashes. The explosion tore through the air, leaving Madame Hong's body battered within the swirling dust. Yet, amidst the chaos, a strange emptiness struck her, a dazed realization that something was missing. Regaining her senses, she looked down, and terror seized her soul. Her legs were gone, completely obliterated. Zhou Yi's voice echoed through the smoke, cold and merciless. You want to die? I have not granted my permission. Madame Hong touched her head, letting out a helpless, tear-filled laugh. Are you a demon? Just kill me already? He replied with chilling indifference. Don't you enjoy watching your prey struggle in despair? Is that not your favorite pastime? Why the double standard now that the tables have turned? You preach dominance, yet beg for death the moment you suffer. Madame Hong slumped back, supporting her broken body with her hands, her spirit crumbling. If you can control the Black Wind Valley, then that woman was killed by you too, wasn't she? She bowed her head, muttering, You want to replace me? Just like her. Zhou Heng and Zhou Xiaobai. They are still at the Zhou family estate, correct? She looked up at the void, as if seeing an unseen audience beyond the barrier. Her voice turned certain. That is right. The mention of the Zhou family struck a nerve. And your little sister, too. Suddenly, chains of azure light manifested from thin air, rushing toward Madame Hong like predatory serpents. The chains instantly hoisted her mangled body into the air, weaving a tight spiderweb that suspended her in the center of the chamber. Zhou Yi's tone softened, though his expression remained steely. He glanced back at the trembling girl behind him. Xiao Yun, look away. I will end this quickly. Zhou Yun turned, hesitation flickering in her eyes before hardening into courage. Brother, leave her to me. Zhou Yi looked at her, genuine surprise on his face. She clenched her fists tight. She tried to kidnap me. She wanted to harm you and Sister Xiaoran. I was terrified of her. But now, her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. She placed a hand over her heart, her voice ringing clear. But if I keep running, she will be my nightmare forever. I cannot live in fear any longer. Let me do this. Zhou Yi reached out, gently patting her head. His touch brought a wave of comfort that made her shyly lower her gaze. Very well. I will be right beside you. With a thought, he warped space, teleporting them both directly in front of the bound Madame Hong. The woman looked up, a twisted excitement on her face as if she had anticipated this. The little brat is finally here? Madame Hong sneered at the siblings. Does it feel good to be protected? You think you have the guts to kill me? Her face contorted into a deranged smile as she screamed. Do you dare? She struggled violently, causing the chains to dig deeper until flesh tore and blood sprayed. Her severed legs pumped crimson fluid with every erratic movement. A few drops of warm blood splattered onto Zhou Yun's face. She wiped the crimson stain away, and with it, the last traces of her fear. You vile woman. Zhou Yun instantly conjured a jagged ice crystal in her hand. I am not afraid of you. Madame Hong laughed provocatively. You rely on that toy? I still remember you crying behind Zhou Yi's back all those years ago, and now you dare point a weapon at me? But Zhou Yun remained unmoved by the taunts. She commanded the ice crystal to shoot forward, piercing the woman's chest and shattering the binding chains in one strike. Despite the fatal wound, Madame Hong raved like a lunatic. I am Madame Hong. Zhou Yi and the Zhou family belong to me. She cackled, clutching a shard of the broken ice. How could I lose to a wretched girl like you? With her last ounce of strength, she hurled the sharp ice directly at Zhou Yun. Die! Zhou Yi's eyes widened in panic. Xiao Yun! But a surge of cold power exploded from the girl. She did not flinch. She compressed the incoming attack with her mind. I forbid you from ever appearing before my brother again. With a shout, she pulverized the ice into dust. In the next instant, a barrage of ice crystals materialized, impaling Madame Hong from every angle. Blood misted the air, her eyes rolled back into her skull. But the assault wasn't over. Mirror shards followed the ice, swarming her dying form. They latched onto her, voraciously draining the blood from her veins. System alert. Dungeon has absorbed Madame Hong's energy. Control of the mirror prison core has increased to 35%. New guardian added. Red Spider Phantom recorded in the database. Zhou Yun held the remaining ice, her voice soft but firm. Brother, I never want to be your weakness again. Sensing the trembling beneath her bravery, Zhou Yi stepped forward and embraced her from behind. "It is over. You did well, Xiaoyun. You have truly grown up." Chu Yun's eyes shimmered with unshed tears at her brother's comforting words, her hand instinctively seeking the warmth of his grasp. Chu Yi continued to whisper praise, his voice a soothing balm to her frayed nerves. In that fleeting moment of peace, Madame Hong's spirit silently dissolved into nothingness. Gone was the arrogant mistress, leaving behind only the fading echo of a girl who once sought protection. Meanwhile, in a shadowed chamber miles away, a man sat motionless on a throne, his gaze locked onto a sprawling map riddled with ominous red markers. A silhouette detached itself from the darkness, a girl materializing silently behind Lu Xuan. But when he spoke, his voice remained flat, utterly bored. "I already know. That woman has outlived her usefulness anyway. However, the rat who dared to trespass this time is no ordinary pest." Lu Xuan's brow furrowed as he studied the artifact in his palm. The secret was out. This was the Dark Compass, an epic-tier artifact forged from the bones of the demon race and the crystallized essence of the abyss itself. Buried deep within its core lay a terrifying power source, a fragment of a demon lord's remnant soul. Whoever wielded this could fuse with the demon lord's energy. It was a cheat code that granted an explosive surge in dark elemental mastery. Watching thick arcs of lightning dance across the compass, Liu Xuan finally gave the command: "Shadow stags." Instantly, figures emerged from the void, kneeling on one knee in absolute submission. Their eyes held no fear, only fanaticism. They were weapons, ready to commit any atrocity at his slightest whim. The lineup was a nightmare for any solo adventurer. A level 41 Dark Elf Windranger, a level 42 Undead Curse Mage, a level 43 Darkstone Warrior, accompanied by a level 42 Blood Swordsman and a level 40 Shadow Assassin. Lu Xuan leaned back, his cold gaze resting on his chin. "Chaos has erupted in Blackwind Valley. It seems I must personally clean up this mess. Our master is currently in a deep slumber and must not be disturbed. Destroy the intruder with maximum speed. Leave nothing behind." Lu Xuan raised his hand, and the air shimmered. Red pills manifested in the air, floating toward each subordinate. Blood essence pills. If the battle turns against you, swallow these to forcibly ignite your latent potential. A blond man rose, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. "Rest assured, boss, the Shadow Stags will ensure this intruder enters the valley, but never leaves." Suddenly, Lu Xuan barked, "Trash." He stood abruptly, waving his hand to envelope the group in a sinister purple aura. "Go!" His voice dropped to a demonic growl. "Find the rats hiding in my domain." As they vanished, a blurry projection manifested in the air, revealing a scene akin to the deepest level of hell. Amidst the crackling of flames searing through flesh, a voice whined in annoyance, so noisy. Behind the memory of Madame Hong, dozens of captives were bound tight. Their hands were secured behind their backs, rendering them utterly helpless. The vision shifted. It showed the arrogant woman prostrating herself on the ground before a mysterious man with absolute reverence. "This month, I have offered 177 tributes to the master." Then, the memory fragment shattered like glass, vanishing as if it never existed. Chu Yi grit his teeth, fury boiling in his veins. The damn Mamet Merchant Guild. His blue eyes glowed with a chilling light, killing intent surging from his very soul like a tidal wave. That female assassin. Her body wasn't absorbed by the dungeon instance upon death. That means the Merchant Guild already knows Madame Hong has fallen. I'd bet my life that Lu Xuan is already on his way here to silence us, using living humans as sacrifices to trade with the demon race. This evidence is the smoking gun I need to hand over to my teacher. He swiped his hand to open his holographic interface. Wang Hui was the only one with the power to intercept Lu Xuan and burn that corrupt guild to the ground. The connection was instant. Wang Hui answered immediately. "Chu Yi? Contacting me at this hour? Has something happened?" Chu Yi didn't waste a second. "Teacher, this is a code red emergency. I'm in Blackwind Valley, and I've uncovered the dark secret at the heart of the Mamet Merchant Guild. They aren't just using living humans to feed dark creatures. They are concealing something far more dangerous." He couldn't reveal the truth about the Mirror Prison Core just yet. He had to pin the source of his intel on the late Madame Hong. With that thought, Chu Yi spun a lie without even blinking. "According to the information I extracted from Madame Hong, that dark creature is actually a gestating dimensional gate. The sacrifices are fuel to accelerate its formation. Once it matures, the demon race will flood through. Central Xia country will face a catastrophe strictly rivaling the one from a century ago." Wang Hui's expression remained made of stone. He crossed his arms, his demeanor shifting to pure business. "What is the current status of this dimensional gate?" "It absorbed too much energy at once and has entered a hibernation phase to digest it," Chu Yi reported faithfully. "This digestion period is our only window of opportunity. Once that process is complete, The gate will be permanently stabilized. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Wang Hui nodded sharply. Understood. I will immediately invoke my highest clearance to mobilize the military. Elite forces will be dispatched at top speed to lock down Black Wind Valley. As for your team, retreat immediately. Get out of there now. That is an order. Zhou Yi opened his mouth, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Teacher. But, before he could finish, the sky above tore open, bleeding crimson lightning like fresh wounds. Static screamed. The signal jammed instantly. The connection between him and Wang Hui was severed into oblivion. Lu Xuan had arrived, and he was far faster than anyone had dared to imagine. The rest of the squad reacted instantly to the anomaly, converging on Zhou Yi's location without hesitation. Chu Ran gazed upward, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, yet she silently sought his confirmation. Brother Yi ignored her silent question. Instead, he turned his gaze elsewhere, summoning everyone to witness the vision within the prism. Everyone, gather round. We have a code red. Inside the prism, the ominous figures of Lu Xuan and his squad were closing in from the distance. Zhou Yi's voice dropped, calm yet urgent, as he orchestrated their escape. Listen to me, and listen well. He brings 5 elites, all above level 40. He himself is level 46. The power gap is an abyss. A head-on collision means certain death. I will teleport you all to safety first. I shall remain here alone and hold the line until the military arrives. His command was cut short by a furious roar from Ling Feng. I am not going anywhere. The big guy scratched his head, his concern for Zhou Yi buried under his clumsy, aggressive tone. If anyone leaves, send the others. I am a man. I did not endure hellish training just to turn my back and flee like a coward. And leave you here to play the lone hero? Keep dreaming. Zhou Yi felt no gratitude, only annoyance, as he sternly lectured the fool. Shen Lingfeng, this is no time for tantrums. Do you not understand the crushing difference between level 40 and level 26? But it wasn't just the brute. Even the usually gentle Chu Ran stepped forward, her voice firm. Brother Zhou Yi, I am staying as well. The rest of the squad voiced their agreement, their resolve unshakable. We are a team. No single member should bear the weight of death alone. We need to fight too. We cannot simply hide behind your back and let you shield us forever. We have all awakened S-rank skills. We are strong enough to make a difference now. Believe in us. Yet, Zhou Yi displayed zero emotion. His face remained as flat as a dead fish, staring at them with sheer exhaustion rather than pride. These low-level fools with their overflow of courage. What a headache. He ceased his protests, but before agreeing, he laid down the law. Fine. If you have all chosen to court death, I will adjust the strategy accordingly. I will forcibly distort the spatial dimensions. I will separate Liu Xuan from his lackeys, isolating the 5 subordinates into different zones. Each of you will handle one opponent. Although I will be supporting you from the shadows, engrave this into your minds. This is not a simulation. This is war. Unleash everything you have. But hear my most critical command. Do not fight to the death. Your primary objective is survival. Stall them. Buy time until the military reinforcements arrive. The moment you feel overwhelmed, scream for me. I will teleport you out instantly. Understood? His long-winded warnings did not dampen their spirits. Instead, their morale blazed higher. That is what we wanted to hear. Understood. Rest easy, boss. We have got this covered. By now, Lu Xuan had strolled into range. Seeing his prey standing casually instead of fleeing, rage consumed him, and a dense, toxic purple fog erupted from his back. Insolent insects who know not the meaning of death. Get out of my sight. Zhou Yi extended his hand, the spatial cube expanding at his will. Begin. Instantly, golden threads of light ensnared Liu Xuan's forces. Beneath their feet, a complex, glowing formation materialized a sealing array of ancient design. Sensing his subordinates' auras vanishing, Lu Xuan needed only a glance to understand the magic at play. Spatial distortion. Moments later, the assassin known as Ying Ji found herself teleported into a desolate, ruined dimension. Chu Ran was already lying in wait. The moment her enemy materialized, she launched herself into the air, her massive greatsword raised high for a crushing blow. But her blade cleaved only through a phantom image. The real Ying Ji remained untouched. Oh? The little rat turns out to be a little girl. The assassin smirked, her face void of fear. Her expression held only the sneering arrogance of a level 40 elite looking down on trash. What a pity. What exactly can a tiny level 26 weakling hope to achieve against me? Chu Ran wasted no breath on words. She spun her colossal blade, thrusting the tip forward like a cannon shell, yet once again, it pierced nothing but a fading afterimage. Still, she did not falter. Her pink-purple eyes narrowed, burning not with frustration, but with cold, razor-sharp determination. With a deft twist of her wrist, Chu Ran used the momentum to spin her entire body, unleashing another devastating slash. Got her! Yingji was forced to catch the heavy blade with her bare hand, a hint of genuine surprise coloring her tone. Impressive. You can actually see through my chaotic shadow step? As before, Chu Ran remained silent. She rotated the sword hilt, gripping it with both hands for a powered strike that sliced clean through the assassin's hem, a display of skill that mocked the master. Yingji flickered away, landing safely on a mound of earth. Despite her outward calm, Chu Ran's breathing grew heavy. The gap in power was beginning to show. Even though an assassin class does not specialize in brute force, the raw stats of a level 40 entity were terrifying. Resisting such power was like trying to hold back a tidal wave. Watching the battle from a distance, Zhou Yi closed his eyes, his voice projecting directly into her mind. Chu Ran, do not clash with force. Her speed and absolute strength dwarf yours. Use the succubus's sensory perception to lock onto her true signature, then deploy the sword array to force her out. An assassin's greatest weapon is stealth. Strip that away, reveal her location, and her combat power will plummet. Driven to madness by Chu Ran's relentless assault, Shadow Strike abandons all defense. No more dodging. She launches a suicidal strike, desperate to end this now. Facing a storm of razor-sharp steel, Chu Ran doesn't flinch. She simply drives her heavy blade straight into the earth with a resounding boom. Time itself seems to freeze. The world slows to a crawl, holding its breath. The deadly projectiles clang against her blade, deflected harmlessly away. Beneath her feet, a mystical array ignites, expanding rapidly in a circle of light. Spectral avatars resembling Chu Ran herself materialize, flooding the battlefield with chaos. Behold, the terrifying art. Ghost Soul Sword Formation. Let's break down this deadly technique. At level 1, the formation summons a sword soul to hunt down the enemy. Not only does it attack, but it also inflicts a stiffness debuff, locking the target in place while a lethal poison begins to spread. And the nightmare isn't over. When the sword soul vanishes, it unleashes one final, devastating strike. It doesn't matter how many shadow clones or illusions Shadow Strike creates. The Ghost Soul Sword slashes through them all, leaving nothing but dust. Shadow Strike scoffs at the level 26 formation, her arrogance blinding her. But suddenly slash, a spectral blade cuts deep across her body. Her eyes widen in disbelief as agony explodes in her chest. What is this? Panic finally claws at her throat. She stares at the grotesque formation, realizing too late the danger she is in. Every second inside this domain saps her speed. Her movements grow heavy, and her perfect stealth is being stripped away layer by layer. Worse yet, the wound isn't healing, it's rotting. Her face drains of color, turning deadly pale as cold sweat drenches her body. That wretched brat, she realizes with horror. She coated her blade with poison. Desperate, Shadow Strike dives into the earth. It's as if the ground itself is water to her, allowing her to phase through the terrain to escape. In a blink, she resurfaces. And impossibly, her body is restored. Not a single scratch remains on her terrifying form. My level is higher, she thinks, grit in her teeth. But my assassin skills are useless in a head-on clash inside this formation. If I stay, I'm dead. Muttering to herself, Shadow Strike hurtles toward Chu Ran like a bullet. The center of the formation is that damn girl. If I kill the summoner, the array breaks. She thrusts her hand like a spear, aiming straight for Chu Ran's gut. A cruel scream tears from her throat, she's certain of her victory. Got you. Even now, Shadow Strike is blind to reality. Her arrogance over the level gap is the very thing sealing her doom. Just look at the difference in power. But her thought is cut short. Chu Ran grips Shadow Strike's wrist with an iron vice, ripping the hand out of her own abdomen. The assassin freezes in pure terror. What? What are you doing? Shadow Strike gasps. Chu Ran holds on tight, ignoring the blood soaking her robes, trapping her enemy in a fatal embrace. Above them, the spectral sword reacts. It's as if dozens of ghostly hands have seized the hilt, angling the razor-sharp tip straight toward the heavens. Chu Ran stares into her enemy's soul. It is time to end this game. Checkmate. Sword Soul. Return. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, chaos reigns. The earth is scarred with deep trenches, as if a titan has churned up the very soil. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocks the area. The berserk dragon claw crashes down with apocalyptic force. But Ling Feng's devastating strike is stopped cold. The enemy's massive steel shield stands immovable like a mountain. Yet, Ling Feng doesn't falter. Instead, adrenaline pumps through him like liquid fire. My flame dragon kneel. Let's see how many of these your fancy shield can take. In an instant, two hidden buffs activate. Blood Berserk and Red Flame Fist explode forth, wreathing him in terrifying power. His opponent, a towering brute with brownish gold hair, holds his ground. One hand braces the shield, the other grips a spear, thrusting forward while spitting curses. You insignificant ant! The enemy roars. Ling Feng reacts instantly, condensing his dragon chi into a shimmering barrier to deflect the spear tip. For a moment, the battlefield splits into two clashing auras, but the spear of Shikai is sharper than. Ling Feng anticipated it bites deep. Even though he blocks, the force of the thrust doesn't dissipate. It drills forward, relentless and unending. Ling Feng grits his teeth, his boots carving grooves in the dirt as he is slowly, inevitably pushed back. Crack. Spiderwebs of fractures appear on the dragon shield where the spear connects. From a distance, Zhou Yi sees the danger and sends a telepathic warning. Ling Feng, listen to me. He's a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and strength are off the charts. You cannot win a head-on collision. Use your dragon breath. Burn him, wear him down, provoke him. Your only chance to strike is the split second his defense drops after he goes berserk. Shikai already tastes victory. A smirk curls his lips as he looks down on his opponent with mock pity, playing the superior veteran. First time I've met someone wilder than me, he muses. Your attacks are decisive, powerful, and flawless. To reach level 26 at your age? Impressive. What a pity you have to die here. Shikai's muscles bulge as he pours more power into his spear, driving it forward. In a contest of strength, I am invincible. Hearing this, Ling Feng recalls Zhou Yi's words. He shifts his stance, changing tactics instantly. He abruptly retracts the dragon shield and slams his fist into the ground. I'm done playing your game, old man. Shikai is taken aback by this seemingly desperate move. A massive cloud of dust explodes upwards, blinding him and leaving him momentarily stunned. Now, seeing the golden opportunity, Ling Feng launches himself through the smoke like a missile. There's the opening. He unhinges his jaw, gathering scorched energy. Just as Zhou Yi commanded, he prepares to unleash the ultimate breath attack. As if sensing the lethal threat of the dragon breath, Shikai instantly strikes. His spear thrusts forward, forcing his opponent to desperately dodge. The dragon breath dissipates into nothingness. But Shikai only grows more manic. He stomps the ground, pivots on his heel, and launches his entire body forward like a cannonball. His spear gleams with cold, deadly light as he roars. That opening was a trap I set for you. Did you think a battle with a level 43 would be this easy? Shikai senses a rising threat from Ling Feng. Panic sets in. He thrusts his spear with reckless abandon, screaming, "Die!" Too bad, Ling Feng is harder to kill than a cockroach. He weaves through every thrust with terrifying agility, sneering back. "Pa, you disobedient iron turtle. You almost got me there, but that bravado is just a mask." Deep down, anxiety is taking root. He barely dodged those last few strikes. As time drags on, the absolute gap in levels and power becomes undeniable. If this keeps up, his blood will run dry before the battle ends. The dreaded moment arrives. Ling Feng's agility fails him, and Shikai blasts him backward. But unbeknownst to the enemy, Zhou Yi has been waiting for this exact split second. Shikai's power has peaked, but his defense is now shattered. Hearing the command in his ear, Ling Feng scrambles up. He wipes a streak of blood from his lips, grinning savagely. Nice hit. Shikai charges like a mad bull, giving no quarter. Yet Ling Feng stands his ground, laughing in the face of death. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Ling Feng extends his hand. The time for payback has arrived. Didn't you say you liked using brute force to suppress me? Today, I'll teach you the true meaning of a blood debt paid in blood. Lost in his berserk state, Shikai is blind to the trap. In an instant, the entire battlefield transforms into a crimson hellscape of blood. It pours from the heavens and erupts from the earth. A sea of red engulfs everything in sight. At Ling Feng's command, droplets of blood massive as dumplings swarm from all 8 directions. Shikai cannot dodge, no, escape is impossible. The blood droplets latch onto his body like cursed parasites. He feels his strength rapidly draining away. His pupils constrict in pure terror. They are sucking my vitality and power. Shikai frantically crushes the blood sacs like leeches on his skin. His berserk state descends into chaotic panic as he roars. What kind of demonic art is this? Ling Feng doesn't bother explaining. He just stands there, laughing with supreme satisfaction. Iron Turtle, your hard shell is useless now. Have a taste of your own power. He whispers the 4 words of judgment. Wrath of Blood. Let me explain this terrifying power. Wrath of Blood. Level 1. It absorbs blood energy from the enemy to form blood condensation beads. These beads gather to form the soul blood orb. When thrown at the enemy, it triggers a catastrophic blood energy explosion. Instantly, every soul blood orb clinging to Shikai detonates. A dense red mist explodes outward, shrouding the entire battlefield in silence. Outside the dimensional space, Zhou Yi is frantically busy. His eyes dart across the monitoring screens, tracking every ally in their separate zones. The first 4 spatial fragments are stable thanks to his support, but suddenly, disaster strikes on Xiaolan's side. A skeleton warrior has shattered her protective barrier. It lunges forward, claws ready to tear Xiaolan into pieces. But Zhou Yi, the master of the battlefield, spots it instantly. Xiaolan is in danger. He channels power into his polygonal orb, casting a spell from afar. Guardian of Light. In a split second, a brilliant barrier of holy light materializes around Xiaolan. The golden radiance violently halts the skeleton's grotesque hand. The holy power does more than protect, it purifies. The white bone frame sizzles under the light, causing the monster to shriek in agony. The wretched creature crumbles into bone dust, destroyed by the Guardian of Light that Zhou Yi cast so casually. Xiaolan's heart swells with gratitude, but she refuses to give up. She will fight for her friends. Thank you. I can still hold on. Zhou Yi doesn't reply. He immediately shifts his focus to the other 4 dimensions, maintaining 5 battlefields simultaneously. The drain on his mental power is far greater than he imagined. Luckily, no one else is in immediate mortal danger. In the 6th dimension, his little sister Zhou Yun is perfectly safe, happily playing with a puppy. That sight brings a moment of peace to his heart. She is safe here. Now, time to deal with the biggest headache. The source of that headache is displayed on the largest screen before him. There, Lu Xuan is fighting like a demon. With a single slash, he annihilates 10,000 troops without breaking a sweat. To halt his advance and buy time for the others, Zhou Yi has no choice. He summons help. Guardians, manifest. The earth splits open. Hundreds of monsters of every size and race crawl up from the depths to answer his call. Monstrous appendages burst from the earth, shattering the ground like a swarm of writhing nightmares. Their numbers were endless. For 1,000 meters in every direction, the battlefield was drowning in these summoned guardians. This legion had but a single absolute command: stop the intruder at all costs. Yet, amidst this chaos, footsteps echoed with terrifying calm. A lone figure walked forward, utterly fearless. Liu Xuan strolled with hands in his pockets. His gaze cut through the writhing mass below, looking at them like mere insects. A suffocating aura exploded from his body. The sheer pressure cracked the earth beneath him, making the very air heavy enough to crush a man. As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged from the shadows. It was Madame Hong, her eyes glowing with a blood-red thirst for death. She lunged forward, trailed by crimson energy and a legion of spectral shades known as the Crimson Phantom Guardians. Lu Xuan scoffed. Impressive, Madame Hong. He raised a hand, his eyes cold as ice. But even in death, you refuse to know your place. Violet spiritual chains erupted, binding her instantly. The force blasted her backward, slamming her body into the ground with a bone-shattering impact. Liu Xuan's voice boomed, "Stop hiding in the shadows playing puppet master. Come out and accept your death." An eerie, demonic compass materialized in his hand. Blood-red energy swirled around it, illuminating Liu Xuan's face, which remained terrifyingly indifferent. The energy coalesced, rising behind him to form a colossal crimson avatar, towering over the battlefield like a god of war. Liu Xuan slowly raised his arm. Perfectly synchronized, the giant avatar mirrored his movement, preparing for destruction. With a roar, Liu Xuan slashed his hand downward. Die! The avatar's massive palm crashed down. The earth shattered, and a deafening explosion obliterated everything in a wide radius. As the dust settled, Zhou Yi launched himself into the sky. An attack flew toward him, but suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from his forehead. A radiant barrier materialized instantly, intercepting the lethal strike with impenetrable force. Lu Xuan looked up, intrigued. A mere level 30 rat blocked half my power? The secrets you hold are far more entertaining than I expected. The golden barrier flickered and faded, having absorbed the devastating force of the palm strike. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan vanished, reappearing in midair. Face to face with Zhou Yi, Lu Xuan struck, but hit nothing but air. Zhou Yi teleported behind him instantly. Lu Xuan frowned, spinning around. To steal the mirror prison core and master it to this extent, should I call you a once-in-a-century genius, or just a fool who doesn't know how to die? Zhou Yi replied calmly. You flatter me, Boss Lu. But compared to your great work of sacrificing living souls to feed the dimensional gate, my tricks are nothing. He calculated internally. If I knew those beasts wouldn't stop Lu Xuan, they were just fodder to buy me a few precious seconds. Lu Xuan sneered. That trash, Madame Hong. It seems she spilled quite a few secrets to you before she died. Zhou Yi shrugged. People on the brink of death will trade anything for a sliver of hope, even their master's secrets. He doesn't realize the mirror prison core allows me to see past memories. Liu Xuan raised his hand, gathering energy with a twisted grin. Hand it over. I'll grant you a painless death or perhaps even a place by my side. It would be a waste to kill a talent like you. Zhou Yi began his transformation, laughing loudly. You've been a lapdog for so long, have you forgotten what it means to be human? Liu Xuan ignored the insult, pressing his offer. Only the wise survive the changing tides. I could awaken the demon race right now if I chose to. Blackwind Valley would fall instantly, and you would be nothing but ash. Transformation complete. Zhou Yi stood tall. You wouldn't dare. Everything your guild has done. It's all a smokescreen to hide the truth before your master awakens, isn't it? Zhou Yi's voice cut deep. Your master isn't ready, and a disposable pawn like you'll never live to see the new world you're building. Veins bulged on Lu Xuan's face, his composure shattering. Sharp tongue, he roared, waving his hand. I'll rip your soul from your body and make you wish for the sweet release of death. But just before Liu Xuan could strike, a brilliant golden array manifested above his head. A pillar of blinding holy light crashed down instantly. Caught off guard, Liu Xuan threw his hands up, desperately pouring his power into a shield. A golden avatar materialized from the light. It summoned a massive celestial blade, raising it high, ready to deliver divine judgment. The colossal blade locked onto its target, Liu Xuan, cowering beneath his crimson barrier. Liu Xuan's eyes burned red as he screamed his ultimate technique. Hell's crimson current. Gather the darkness. Form the corrosive river of total destruction. Zhou Yi watched impassively. Within the swirling crimson sphere, a single speck of light appeared, and expanded blindingly. Justice Judgment, Level 5. Activate. The holy magic circle opened, and a blade of pure light descended from. Destruction rained from the heavens. The righteous angel unleashed a volley of light spears, striking the enemy formation with the force of absolute judgment. Liu Xuan's voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield. He struck first, proving his combat instincts were nothing short of elite. But in the face of absolute power, clever tricks are meaningless. The gap was simply too wide. Zhou Yi reacted instantly. Just before impact, he clasped his hands, summoning mirror shards that reflected his enemy's cold gaze. But the defense was futile. A surge of crimson aura smashed the mirrors into dust. A killing blow. Zhou Yi was forced airborne, retreating rapidly to escape certain death. He skidded to a halt, clutching his chest. Agony flared within him, and a trickle of blood stained his lips. Liu Xuan stood cold and imposing, his compass spinning. Impressive. For a level 30 insect to wound me, but this ends now. Fusion activated. He harnessed the Demon Lord's energy, boosting all his attributes to a terrifying new realm. A crimson avatar manifested behind him, radiating heat. You forced me to unleash the origin compass. Take that honor to your grave. He raised his hand, sentencing his enemy to total annihilation. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock. The pressure alone was crushing, a tidal wave of pure force rushing toward him. The palm strike landed. A cataclysmic explosion sent Zhou Yi flying through the air like a broken doll. Smoke cleared. He skidded across the ground, barely keeping himself upright with one trembling hand. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. Level 46, plus an epic tier artifact. The quality of his power had completely evolved. Even though his class countered dark energy, the level gap was an uncrossable chasm. Victory seemed impossible. Desperation set in. He roared into the void. Tai Xin. In the mirror dimension, she was overwhelmed. A blade was inches from severing her throat. Zhou Yi interfered across space. He knocked the blade aside, narrowly averting disaster. Liu Xuan's voice sneered as the mirror image flickered. So, you're using the mirror prison core to sustain 5 dimensions at once. He smirked with arrogance. I wondered why my shadow guards couldn't break your defense on your home turf. They are trapped, yes, but you are distracted. How do you expect to defeat me while fighting on 5 fronts? Zhou Yi stood tall, eyes cold. Save your concern. But internally, the strain was tearing him apart. His mental energy was draining fast. He had to gamble everything on one move. He withdrew his focus from the mirror dimensions, pouring every ounce of will into the core itself. Liu Xuan vaulted into the air, crimson axe raised high. I will show you the heaven and earth difference between level 30 and 46. The axe crashed down. The earth shattered, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Zhou Yi dodged and retaliated instantly. Punishment of light. Golden lightning struck from the heavens, targeting Liu Xuan with unerring precision. His gaze remained razor-sharp. Chains of light erupted from the ground, sealing the area in an inescapable grid. Holy Thunder, Heavenly Prison Lock, rank S-, level 3. Divine lightning wove together, forming a cage to bind the enemy in place. Gaining a moment of respite, Zhou Yi pressed his back against a massive boulder. He launched himself forward for the kill, but from the center of the chains, a crimson blast erupted, shattering the prison and pulverizing Zhou Yi's blade. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He didn't hesitate. 5 fingers spread wide, Hand of God. A colossus of energy manifested to intercept the blast. But the impact was too great. The Hand of God crumbled into dust. Agony ripped through him, blood misting the air. Suddenly, Shuangya roared, materializing behind him. I will lend you my strength. Their powers collided, triggering a devastating explosion that swept across the battlefield. They crashed to the ground. Zhou Yi's transformation failed, and beside him, Shuangya's form began to dissolve. He struggled to sit up, trembling. Shuangya, return to the seal. As the spirit vanished, Liu Xuan descended. Using a fading dragon soul? You are truly seeking death. You fought well. But against me? Your trump cards are nothing but child's play. He glanced up at the mirror shards floating in the void. Humph. The shards displayed a nightmare. Chu Ran was pinned by countless feathers. Ling Feng lay broken on the earth, unable to lift his head. And He Lan fared no better, dragged by her hair and brutalized by a horde of skeletons. In the fourth dimension, the scene was gruesome. Ling Tong hung pinned against the wall, pierced by countless arrows like a living target. Xuexin fared no better, collapsed amidst the ruins with a sword wound, completely unconscious. Liu Xuan laughed maniacally at the pathetic display. You can't even save yourself, yet you dream of saving others? How hilarious. With a mere flick of his hand, gravity intensified, crushing Zhou Yi into the ground. Look at you. You don't even have the right to dream of saving them. But Zhou Yi refused to yield. His fingers clawed into the earth, straining against the 1,000-pound pressure. A roar of defiance tore from his throat, his eyes burning with unquenchable fire. System activate. Divine Thunder, Son of Apocalypse, S rank level 3. Entering Apocalypse, stance status resistance boosted by 60%, lightning damage amplified by 60% for 15 seconds. A magnificent suit of armor materialized around him as he launched himself straight at Liu Xuan. He unleashed a devastating strike. Liu Xuan merely leaned back, effortlessly dodging the blow. The shockwave shattered the surrounding earth, but the attack itself failed. Liu Xuan caught Zhou Yi's wrist with terrifying ease. With a casual strike, he knocked the weapon from Zhou Yi's grip. A sinister smile of absolute victory curled his lips. Liu Xuan didn't stop there. He slammed his hand into Zhou Yi's face, shattering the mask he wore into dust. He held up a shard of the mirror, displaying the horrific image of Ling Tong being riddled with arrows. Listen, watch, feel the despair as your friends march toward their doom. Let the helplessness seep into your very marrow. Crack! Liu Xuan crushed the mirror shard in his hand, spiderweb fractures spreading across the surface. Zhou Yi's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, veins bulging on his face like worms. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break the tyrant's grip. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the air. The atmosphere grew heavy with dread. Even Liu Xuan flinched, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. A colossal gate materialized in the void, intricate dragon carvings pulsing with ancient mystery upon its surface. Liu Xuan glanced aside, his arrogant mask slipping to reveal panic. This energy fluctuation. Something was wrong. Zhou Yi watched as the mirror dimensions trembled violently. The mirror prison core had become critically unstable. From the void, a crimson pillar of light erupted, spiraling into the heavens like a tornado of blood. A chaotic surge of energy lashed out. Liu Xuan was forced to release Zhou Yi, scrambling to shield himself from the blast. Zhou Yi collapsed to the ground. He looked at his wrist where Liu Xuan had grabbed him. It had turned a terrifying shade of necrosis black. It wasn't just physical damage. It was a pure, primal, mental assault. His very soul trembled. This power. It was definitely above level 60. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan stared at the new gate in horror. No. This is impossible. The digestion period isn't over yet. How could it awaken so early? Was it the energy clash just now? He stammered, bowing to the gate. Great Master, please quell your anger. I haven't prepared the sacrifices for you yet. The red gate creaked open in response. There was no voice, only a torrent of pitch-black miasma flooding out like a breaking dam. Massive tentacles shot out from the darkness. The monstrosity inside was starving, desperate to escape its prison. Zhou Yi gasped, healing his blackened wrist as he watched the mirrors shatter. The spatial shield of the mirror prison core had completely failed under the interference. The dimensions collapsed into chaos. Everyone trapped inside was pulled into the same dark, abyssal void. The space is erased, Zhou Yi noted grimly. Then he sensed a presence. Is your side finished as well? Bloodblade? Suddenly, black tentacles pierced the earth, ripping the ground into massive ravines. The monstrous growth spread like wildfire, encircling the group in seconds. The tentacles smashed through boulders with terrifying force. A screeching voice echoed in their minds. Hungry. Food. Energy. Need food. A group of girls huddled together, trembling as they looked up. The entity loomed above them, blotting out the very sky. Debris flew everywhere as the beast's colossal main body dragged itself up from the abyssal fissure. Bloodblade watched in a mix of awe and terror as the destruction unfolded. Suddenly, a tentacle from the cold marrow star snatched a girl, dragging her screaming into the air. Help me! She shrieked in panic. Captain, save me! Feng Xuan, he screamed, watching helplessly. Liu Xuan merely observed another victim being taken, muttering a different name. Shikai. Liu Xuan's expression returned to cold indifference. In his twisted mind, being consumed by the master was a divine blessing. He turned his back on the carnage, barking orders to his subordinates. You lot, stay here and protect the master. I will return with a fresh batch of sacrifices. Lan Chang stepped in his path, exposing the villain's cowardice. Boss, are you trying to abandon us to die? Liu Xuan stepped onto a teleportation array, shouting back furiously. Insolent fool, I am going to fetch more food to appease the master's hunger. Look at the density of those tentacles. It's covering the entire ground. It needs far more sustenance than you can provide. He gave a cold, final command. Kill the others and feed them to the master. But one minion, already entangled in the vines, refused to accept his fate. No, let me go, the man screamed. Seeing the chaos, Bloodblade and his team seized the chance, scrambling to escape the monster's range. Quickly, use the blood essence pill. In desperation, he tossed the crimson pill into his mouth, gritting his teeth against the coming surge. As he swallowed the elixir, raw power detonated within him. His pupils burned crimson red as he spun around, his spear locking onto the target. The massive tentacle surged forward, tearing through the earth and kicking up a storm of dust. Finally, the abomination revealed its true form. It had no face, only a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs. Its tentacles, already clutching unfortunate victims, writhed before Zhou Yi. A guttural growl vibrated through the air. Low-quality energy. Noisy insects. Zhou Yi and his 4 companions stood frozen beneath the colossal shadow cast by the beast. Deadly silence fell. Suddenly, countless eyes snapped open across the monster's body. Each eye, twisted and unique, scanned them with predatory hunger. Starving. Delicious. Such pure essence. Without warning, a tentacle lashed out, aiming straight for her with lethal speed. Instinct took over. Zhou Yi was the first to react, his body moving before his mind could even process the thought. He scooped Chu Ran into his arms, leaping away from the strike. He spun mid-air, exposing his own broad back to the onslaught, determined to shield the girl in his embrace from every blow. "Brother Zhou Yi!" screamed a voice. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, forcing back the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He glanced back at the horror that had shattered his defenses. The corrosive force was terrifying. His sacred energy was draining at a catastrophic rate. The entity Liu Xuan called Master went berserk. Its roar shattered the air, scattering dust and debris. "Thieves, you dare steal my meal." Its tentacles whipped around, locking onto Zhou Yi and Chu Ran once more. The penalty is death. Tai Xin and Xia Lan watched in horror, too far away to help. They could only scream his name in helplessness. "Brother Yi, Zhou Yi." But Zhou Yi was already at his limit. His eyelids felt like lead. As he mumbled a fragmented incantation to the gods, a miracle occurred. A pillar of brilliant blue light pierced the darkness. The radiance turned night into day. 5 majestic beams of light descended from the heavens, severing the monstrous tentacles with surgical precision. A barrage of azure beams followed, hammering the blackened beast until it was smashed against the ruins. Zhou Yi looked up in astonishment. The glorious light finally illuminated his face, washing away the despair. A massive warship tore through the mist. Reinforcements from the Demon Hunter capital, northwest war zone of the Zhongxia Kingdom, had arrived. "All non-military units, disengage immediately, drop your weapons and cease resistance." Standing high upon the airship deck were the saviors Teacher Wang and Han Shan. The bay doors hissed open, venting white steam into the air. 2 rows of elite soldiers in white power armor stepped forward, armed with cutting-edge weaponry. On command, they dove from the airship. Their movements were cold, professional, and terrifyingly calm. As they made landfall, the slaughter began. Wave after wave of reinforcements joined the fray to exterminate the beasts. A squad captain broke formation and rushed toward Zhou Yi's group. He pulled out a crystal sphere, urgency in his eyes. "Student Zhou Yi, this zone is critical. Coordinate with me immediately. We need to get you to safety." Without waiting for a reply, he hurled the sphere. It left a streak of blue light before shattering, enveloping Zhou Yi's group of 5 in a protective glow. 4 energy spheres materialized around them, lifting the team into the air and away from the chaos. Zhou Yi held Chu Ran tight, but his eyes remained on the battlefield. "It's not over. The energy readings are spiking. We've only made it angry." As if to prove him right, the monster's tentacles lashed out in a frenzy, forcing the fighter jets to scatter. Explosion after explosion rocked the sky, as aircraft were swatted down like flies in the narrow airspace. Through the thick smoke of the wreckage, twisted abominations rose from the debris, glaring at the human reinforcements. Their numbers were multiplying defy logic. The horde charged madly, only to be met by a wall of searing laser fire. Armor-piercing rounds shredded the beasts into dust. The reinforcement squad stood like an iron wall, showing no fear against the endless tide. The fighter squadron regrouped, raining hellfire upon the battlefield until the ground became a sea of flames. Han Shan's voice boomed with authority. Squads 1 and 2. Unleash suppression fire. Seal that dimensional gate immediately. Squad 3. Purge the scattered demons on the perimeter. Squad 4. Erect the spatial barrier and lock down this dimension. As the orders flew, Teacher Wang approached him. Han Shan, the situation is worse than predicted. The creature's awakening level is off the charts. Han Shan glanced at him, unfazed. It doesn't matter. Even if the gate is fully formed, I'll slam it shut myself. He turned his gaze forward. Besides, your star pupil has arrived. Sure enough, Zhou Yi, carrying Chu Ran, touched down safely on the airship deck with the others. The moment his feet hit the metal, he looked up, desperation in his voice. Teacher Wang. The medical team swarmed them instantly. Healers began treating wounds and replenishing the exhausted student's energy. A medic knelt beside Chu Ran, and his expression turned grim. Don't move her. She's been envenomated. The toxin has already breached her heart. His partner raised a healing staff, pouring light into her, but shook his head. To fully purge this poison, we need at least 30 minutes. Zhou Yi looked down, his heart breaking. As Chu Ran weakly fluttered her eyes open to look at him. Brother Zhou Yi, don't worry about me, she whispered, her voice weak but firm. You have a duty to fulfill. Go. Teacher Wang approached them, hands clasped behind his back, his presence an anchor in the chaos. Stop pushing yourself. Accept the medical treatment. We will take over the battlefield from here. Zhou Yi locked eyes with him, urgency burning in his gaze. Teacher, that gate is absorbing the attack energy. If the bombardment continues, we're walking into a disaster. I saw it clearly from below. Every time a shell hits, the black miasma around the gate grows denser. It's feeding on our firepower. Han Shan stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding, cutting through the panic. Kid, I understand your concern. His expression remained like stone, though his brows knit together. But in my dictionary, there is no problem that a cannon cannot solve. And if one cannon doesn't work, then we just add another. Zhou Yi reached out, desperate. Wait, this isn't a normal dimensional gate. But Han Shan had already turned back to the war room, barking orders. All units, attention. Switch to chaotic saturation bombardment. Randomize elemental energy attributes every 30 seconds. Barrier division, lock down the airspace. I don't want even a single mosquito flying out of there. The firepower squad roared back. Yes, sir. The barrier division's response shook the ground like thunder. Yes, sir. Fighting spirit blazed in every soldier's eyes. Yes, sir. Fighter jets swooped down, unleashing a hellstorm of bullets without mercy. Projectiles fell like an endless rain of steel, concentrating on a single point until the target vanished in a massive explosion. But it didn't end there. Under Han Shan's command, the firepower shifted every second. Grenades followed, chaining explosions into an eternal symphony of destruction. A legion of mages wielding staffs formed a perfect phalanx, marching forward with solemn, terrifying power. Following orders, they deployed the formation. Multicolored barriers unfurled across the sky, charging up all elemental cannons. Beams of elemental light tore through the clouds, hammering down onto the monstrous horde below. A chain of detonations shredded the beast formation. Under the devastating impact, the monsters were forced back. The blasts grew until vision was obscured by smoke and fire. Fighter jets pushed their engines to the red line, weaving through the chaotic airspace. Suddenly, the aircraft seemed to disconnect from reality. One by one, they spiraled out of control and plummeted from the sky. Then came the grand detonation. A blinding light swallowed everything, sending shockwaves rippling across the entire wasteland. Amidst the rain of bombs, a figure emerged. It was Kui Heng, surrounded by his dancing magic swords. He charged at the pitch-black tentacles, shredding them in a single strike. As his boots touched the ground, the severed remains rained down behind him. He stood frozen, his expression taut with tension. He stared ahead, daring not to blink even once. In that moment, the crushing realization hit him. He was nothing but an ant before this eldritch horror. Kui Heng's pupils dilated into a glowing purple. The reflection of a swirling vortex appeared in his eyes, sucking away his very soul. He stood paralyzed, a sitting duck for the frenzied, starving beast. Beams of azure light erupted from the creature's maw in chaotic bursts. Yet, every single shot homed in on Han Shan's high-altitude fleet, with terrifying precision. On the ground, the white-armored soldiers met the same doom as Kui Heng. Han Shan stared in horror as his command screens flooded with crimson warning lights. That gate! It's reflecting our entire barrage back at us. An operator screamed the urgent status report. General Han. The target's evolution speed is off the charts. Its resistance to both physical and energy damage is skyrocketing. Teacher Wang saw the collapse coming. Han Shan, conventional firepower is useless. We must destroy its core immediately. Han Shan gritted his teeth, his mind racing. In the past, They found the core by sacrificing thousands of soldiers to probe the gate's reactions. They would attack sector by sector, watching for ripples. It took a mountain of corpses just to locate the weak point. A sudden announcement blared through the comms, making Zhou Yi flinch. Ninth Squad, prepare for deployment. Operation Core Search begins in 1 minute. Zhou Yi tightened his hold on Su Ran, looking up at the commanders in disbelief. Teacher, is the core the point where energy fluctuates the most violently, the most unstable spot? Teacher Wang nodded rapidly. Correct. The core is the central nervous system of the gate. It is its only weakness. Shatter the core, and the gate collapses. That is the lesson bought with blood over 100 years of warfare. But as he finished, Zhou Yi dropped a bombshell that stunned them both. I might know exactly where the core is. He summoned a mysterious cube, letting it hover above his palm. This iron prison core. It has tasted the dark energy of that gate before. It holds a matching energy signature. Through this resonance, I can sense a convergence point inside the gate. It's reacting to every single attack. Han Shan immediately crouched down in front of him, eyes intense. Show me where. It's not enough. A spatial distortion field protects the gate. It warps every attack, deflecting them away before they can even touch the core. Zhou Yi stared silently at the iron prison core in his hand, weighing the commander's words. His grip tightened. Determination blazed in his eyes like a furnace. I can force open a temporary shortcut, a direct path. I'll dive straight into the gate and mark the core myself. But I need the army to unleash everything they have. A full-scale diversion, so it doesn't sense my approach. Teacher Wang's expression darkened instantly. He frowned, his voice sharp. Absolutely not. It is suicide. I forbid it. Zhou Yi met his gaze without flinching. Teacher, we are out of options. The gate is still evolving. If we wait, the pile of corpses will only grow higher. His voice was unnervingly calm. Teacher, some paths must be paved by those willing to walk them first. Teacher Wang looked at his student. His eyes were heavy with sorrow, unable to bear the thought of sending his disciple to a watery grave. Suddenly, Ling Feng and Ti Xin stepped forward, their voices booming. Count us in. Brother Yi, we fight together. Strength in numbers, the old master snapped, furious. Insolent brats, I said no. With your low levels, you are just rushing to your deaths. Stay put. Commander Han Shan locked eyes with Zhou Yi. Kid, do you understand the stakes? The dark energy inside that gate can wipe your consciousness. You could turn into a mindless monster that only knows slaughter. Zhou Yi's face was more serious than ever before. I know, but I have to try. Seeing the boy's iron will, Han Shan slapped his shoulder and laughed heartily. Huh, you have got guts, kid. If you make it back alive, I will buy you the finest wine in the city. On me. Han Shan spun around, facing the battlefield. Countless warning screens flashed red before his eyes. He roared into the comms. All units, listen up. Activate Protocol Omega. Every main cannon, aim for that gate. Fire at will. All light attribute classes, front line. Use purification magic to suppress the demonic aura. Draw its attention away from the boy. The army moved as one. Answering his call, they channeled their power into a massive sphere of energy. The formation shifted. Light mages gathered at the vanguard. In the name of the holy light, purge the darkness. They prepared to synchronize the blast. The main cannons hummed with lethal energy, charged and locked on the dimensional core. Wait for my signal. Unleash hell. The frontline barriers were cracking under the enemy counterattack. Shields are at critical. We cannot hold much longer. Water mages, reinforce the defense. Do not let a single beam breach our line. Behind the lines, Teacher Wang poured his power into Zhou Yi. I will stabilize the holy force within your iron prison core. Go now. Do not look back. The artifact absorbed the energy, glowing with blinding intensity. Sweat poured down Zhou Yi's face like rain. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the crushing spiritual pressure. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. His irises burned with the golden brilliance of a sovereign. He transformed into a streak of pure light, soaring over the elite troops and diving straight into the gate. Zhou Yi had converted his very consciousness into spiritual light. He became a guided missile, hunting the core to end this nightmare. The other hunters fought desperately to keep the monster's eyes on them. Earth-class forbidden spell, Shield of Gaia. From the gaping maw of the dimensional gate, a colossal figure with twisted horns struggled to break free. It clawed at the portal's edges, dragging its massive body into our world. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was a speck of golden light amidst the chaos. He weaved through the smoke and fire, arcing over the beast's head, diving deeper into the abyss. There it was. Deep inside, he found a giant sphere, tethered to the darkness by countless veins. A swarm of beasts guarded it like antibodies. The monster stood guard, but the sphere itself seemed alive. As Zhou Yi's golden light surged forward, the sphere opened a giant, terrifying eye. Zhou Yi froze for a split second. An immense pressure locked onto him. Damn it! I have been spotted. The eye sensed the intruder and instantly shifted to annihilation mode. Countless black tentacles erupted from the darkness. They lashed out at Zhou Yi, a storm of strikes leaving him no room to dodge. The tentacles smashed into the ground, crushing the lesser demons below. The monsters realized an intruder was in their midst. They went into a frenzy, leaping up to tear him apart. At that critical moment, the iron prison core on Zhou Yi's chest flared with brilliance. It formed a fragile barrier, shielding him from the hellfire spewed by the beasts. Zhou Yi remained safe for now, but the barrier was cracking, layer by layer, under the relentless assault. He did not wait for death. Zhou Yi aimed with cold precision. His body became a golden arrow of destiny, launching straight at the unblinking eye. Impact! He pierced through the center of the sphere, marking the core within the dimensional gate. At the same instant, the gate began to seal itself. A pillar of golden light tore through the wind, escaping back to the outside world. Teacher Wang saw the boy break free and roared. Hanshan. Zhou Yi succeeded. Hanshan's fingers flew across the console, syncing with the Godspeed progress. He unlocked the highest clearance for the fortress cannon. Target locked. Fire in 10 seconds. His finger hovered over the launch sequence as the countdown dropped into single digits. The massive eye inside the gate went berserk. A shockwave of pure rage exploded outward instead of a roar. Gravity collapsed, dragging everything toward the gate. Soldiers grabbed onto anything solid. All units, brace yourselves. The dimensional gate is losing control. The defensive formation shattered under the chaotic impact of the blast. Radars flatlined. Engines died. Desperate warriors stabbed their blades into the earth, using them as anchors against the storm. Healers, fall back. Frontline warriors, hold the left flank. Do not waver. Mages, channel mana for the main cannon. Hanshan's eyes bulged, fixed on the timer as it hit 0. Fire! At his command, the main ship unleashed hell. A beam of devastating light tore through the wind. It roared like a hurricane, carving a trench through the earth. The beam struck dead center, right on the eye Zhou Yi had marked moments ago. The monsters could only watch in horror as the gate's core drained their very life force to survive the impact. Zhou Yi watched in terror. The entity was devouring its own demon-kin to block the attack. Hanshan's veins bulged as he screamed, "Full power, unleash everything, strike, while it is vulnerable." As his voice echoed, the support fleet focused their fire, merging into a torrent of destruction aimed at the core. Even the exhausted awakened ones forced themselves up. They poured every ounce of remaining mana into one final, desperate strike against that eye. Teacher Wang stepped forward, his hands weaving complex seals, his beautiful eyes shut tight in concentration. When he opened them, they burned with cold, golden divinity. The clouds parted, revealing the tip of a colossal sword descending from the heavens. Yet, the core twisted reality itself, patching its wounds. Was it still trying to repair the dimensional gate? Zhou Yi looked up, captivated by the blinding light of the summon. It was Teacher Wang's legendary weapon, the Judgment of the Heavens. The teacher floated in the sky like a celestial immortal, bathed in halos of holy golden light. I am the guardian of order, the blade that judges evil. In the name of the light, I grant you. Final judgment. The colossal sword slammed into the earth. The ground split. Dust swallowed the sky. Absolute purification. It was the ultimate strike. One clean hit that pierced through the core just as it tried to stitch itself back together. At that exact moment, Zhou Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering the hell prison core in front of him. Suran, having recovered slightly, watched in panic as he collapsed. Brother Zhou Yi. Hanshan scanned him instantly. His consciousness form inside the gate was destroyed. His spirit has taken severe damage. He needs deep healing immediately. He barked orders for the high-tier healers. Prepare the S-Class life support pod. Now. Hold on, Zhou Yi. Hanshan wasted no time, switching back to command mode to coordinate the aftermath. Attention all units. The dimensional gate has been obliterated. Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. It seemed Hanshan was right. The core lay in ruins, leaving behind a massive, dark crater. But they had underestimated the monster. Thin red threads shot out from the core, weaving together as a furious voice boomed. Shameless invaders. The dimensional gate turned blood red once more. Countless threads surged out, wrapping around the shattered remnants. It cannot be. Zhou Yi, trembling and barely conscious, grit his teeth. It's using the flesh and blood of the demons. It wants to forge a new gate. Teacher Wang sensed the danger instantly. Sanctioned domain. Purify. A wave of holy light crashed down, sweeping across the battlefield in concentric circles. He closed his eyes again, his sharp brows furrowed as he fought to control the immense mana output. Obeying his will, the sanctioned domain expanded, raining down beams of incinerating light. The monsters of the other world shrieked in agony as the light burned them away. The beams pierced through everything, turning the core into a sieve. The entity roared, "Humans of Blue Star, you think destruction is enough? More rifts will open. We will reclaim everything that belongs to us." The core detonated into nothingness, leaving a final curse. "You will pay the price." The fleeing demons could not escape the purification. They were erased from existence, not a single one left standing. Finally, only a deep pit and a swirling red sphere remained. Later, in the medical bay, Zhou Yi lay inside a healing capsule. Suran watched anxiously. Seeing Teacher Wang enter, she started to ask, "Teacher, is Brother Zhou Yi?" But Wang cut her off with a reassuring hand. "Fear not. With the amplification of the holy light and high-tier healing incantations, his recovery is all but guaranteed." At last, consciousness returned to Zhou Yi. His eyelids felt heavy as lead, fluttering open against the harsh lights. Behind the oxygen mask, he gasped, forcing out broken words through the fog of exhaustion. "Teacher, tell them. We are the ones who." His voice trailed off into a wheeze. Instructor Wang leaned in, frowning as he echoed the fragmented sentence, trying to decipher the boy's delirious message. "The plunderers." The words struck a chord. Golden mana flared in Instructor Wang's palm, warm and soothing. His voice remained gentle, a calm anchor in the storm. "Close your eyes. Stabilize your mental sphere. Rest now. Leave the rest to your master." The warm golden glow seeped from his palm, permeating the healing pod and washing over Zhou Yi's face, lulling him back into a restorative slumber. The procedure complete, Instructor Wang turned his gaze to Churan. "Stay here, stand guard, and ensure his condition remains stable. I need to assess the battlefield cleanup." As he left, Churan's eyes remained fixed on Zhou Yi, filled with worry and resolve. "I won't leave your side," she whispered, a silent vow to the unconscious boy. Meanwhile, the chaotic battlefield had settled into organized recovery. The injured sat in lotus positions, circulating their mana to heal, while the uninjured divided into shifts to maintain security and rest. Han Shan looked up from his report, a grin spreading across his face as Instructor Wang approached. "Old friend, we owe this victory to you. Though, to be honest, it was Zhou Yi locating the core that truly turned the tide. I merely did my duty." Instructor Wang dismissed the praise with a wave of his hand, his expression serious. "What is the butcher's bill? Give me the casualty report." Han Shan handed over the tablet, the screen glowing with grim statistics. 34 dead, over 120 injured. The mages took the brunt of the assault, suffering the highest casualty rate. However, there is a silver lining. The dimensional gate has been completely obliterated. No demonic beasts escaped the perimeter. A small mercy in the face of such tragedy. Instructor Wang's eyes scanned the list of the fallen, etching the names into his memory. "Record every name. Once this is over, I will visit each of their families personally to pay my respects. They deserve that much." Just as the heavy silence settled, an alert blared from the communications console. "Captain Wang, Captain Han. Incoming transmission. Emergency report. We are at the abandoned Mado mines. Scanners are picking up massive energy fluctuations consistent with an insectoid-type rift." Instructor Wang didn't flinch. His expression remained stone cold, the face of a man who had stared into the abyss 1,000 times before. "Has the breach occurred? What is the civilian evacuation status?" Han Shan interjected, raising an eyebrow at the screen. "Report states no beasts have emerged yet. The mine itself is abandoned, fortunately. A 5-kilometer perimeter has been established and locked down. Headquarters has issued a Level 1 containment order. We request both commanders to lead the elite squad for immediate suppression and assessment." Instructor Wang didn't hesitate. "Understood. Mobilizing now." However, Han Shan grabbed his arm, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "Old Wang, wait. This is a crisis. That kid, Zhou Yi, his sensitivity to dark energy is unprecedented. We might need him. If he could just scan the before he could finish." Instructor Wang's face darkened. Rage flared in his eyes as he cut his friend off. "Absolutely not." The refusal was absolute, sharp as a blade. Han Shan opened his mouth to argue but faltered under Wang's intense glare. Instructor Wang turned his gaze back to the scarred battlefield. "Han Shan, tell me, why do we wear this uniform? Why do we pick up our swords and rifles? Is it not so the children can grow up in peace? So that a 19-year-old boy doesn't have to carry the weight of a burden that belongs to us? Must we force him to shoulder the entire weight of the world before he's even a man?" Memories of young faces in ill-fitting uniforms flashed through Wang's mind. Ghosts of the past. 20 years ago, I mentored a student just like him. A prodigy who could sense the darkness better than anyone. He was 25. We treated him like a tool, a living radar, and in the end, we couldn't even find enough of his corpse to bury. Instructor Wang's voice dropped, cold and unyielding as steel. The temperature around them seemed to plummet with his resolve. "Zhou Yi is not a tool. He is the key. He is the one who will one day end this war. And that is exactly why we cannot treat him as a disposable asset. His wings have not yet fully spread. If we break him now, we doom the future. If the sky falls, it is up to giants like us to hold it up. The tension broke as Han Shan let out a bark of laughter, slapping Wang heartily on the back. Damn it, you're right. I was getting too impatient, thinking only of the mission. I almost forgot who we are. Let's go. It's time to crush those bastards ourselves. Instructor Wang straightened his uniform, smoothing out the wrinkles with methodical precision. And stop hitting me so hard, Wang grumbled before barking orders. All combat-ready units. Assemble in 5 minutes. Leave the supplies for the logistics team. We move light and fast. The two veterans stood side by side, their gazes locking onto the horizon. Their eyes burned with the cold, predatory focus of hunting leopards. The next battle had begun, but while the dogs of war were unleashed outside, a silent figure stood vigil within the sterile quiet of the medical bay. Slender fingers clad in black gloves traced the glass of the healing pod. Asleep, he looked deceptively docile, a stark contrast to his usual prickly demeanor, where every word was a thorn. Deacon Jing leaned in close, her eyes scanning Zhou Yi's peaceful features with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Look at this arrogant face, she mused aloud. And yet, the girls go crazy for it. Even my own niece was throwing a tantrum, begging for an introduction to you. She was too busy monologuing to notice the movement inside the pod. Zhou Yi's arms slowly rising. Of course, I told her to give up immediately. Your trouble. As Zhou Yi's eyes fluttered open, Deacon Jing yelped, jumping back like a startled cat. She clamped a hand over her mouth, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at being caught staring. She quickly spun around, composing herself with a stiff, fake smile. Ah, student Zhou Yi, you're awake. How wonderful. Zhou Yi looked at her with a tilted head, unimpressed. Deacon Jing, did the instructor leave any orders? She blinked, caught off guard. How? How did you know? A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes. With a grin, he vaulted effortlessly out of the healing pod, landing lightly on his feet. Instructor Wang isn't here. Instead, he left a trusted deacon, a non-combatant, to babysit me. That means a crisis erupted, and he didn't want me involved. He stretched his neck, a smirk playing on his lips. Typical. I'm used to it by now. Gu Jing sat elegantly, legs crossed, her demeanor calm despite the chaos. The guildmaster was already speeding toward the demonic rift. The catastrophe at Black Wind Valley had spiraled far beyond anyone's predictions. Originally, the master only intended for you to borrow the Zhou family's Dragon Abyss sword to stabilize your Second Awakening foundation. He never imagined you would be dragged into a war of this magnitude. The guildmaster carries a heavy burden of guilt regarding this matter. He hopes you can rest and recover at the Zhou residence for now. All other critical matters will be discussed once he returns from the front lines. Her expression remained cool as she continued. Furthermore, the master specifically asked me to inform you. Liu Xuan has been apprehended by the military. He awaits a court-martial judgment. The dark forces under his command have already been purged by the army's suppression units. Although a few stragglers escaped to the outskirts, they are insignificant. You need not worry about any retaliation. With a wave of her hand, she materialized a command token. For your desperate efforts to save Wenqing this time, your merit is undeniable. The military has made a decision. All rights and authority over the Black Wind Valley territory now officially belong to you. Here is the title deed. The master believes the resources found there will solve the immediate crisis facing the Zhou family. Zhou Yi accepted the deed in silence. She was referring to the lost Froststar essences. As expected of the teacher, nothing escapes her gaze. Gu Jing stepped closer, her eyes lingering on the deed in his hand. Words delivered, duty fulfilled. I shall take my leave. As she brushed past Zhou Yi, her peach blossom eyes cast a seductive glance his way. Then, she paused to ask one final time, "Are you truly not considering joining the Tianwu Guild?" His rejection was cold and instant. No. Without another word, her high heels clicked against the floor as she crossed the threshold and vanished. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, letting out a heavy sigh of annoyance the moment her shadow disappeared. He pulled out the core of the iron prison. In the face of true war, the power of a Second Awakening cultivator was still pathetically small. Xiang Ya materialized beside him, his voice grave. On the path to the peak, even a lone wolf will eventually exhaust its strength. There is no shame in borrowing the momentum of others. Zhou Yi responded quietly. Xiang Ya, the road I walk is treacherous beyond measure. What I need is, his gaze hardened, locking onto the emerald light with unshakable resolve. A kingdom under my absolute control. Scene change. The atmosphere shifted as Zhou Yi returned to the warmth of the Zhou residence. Brother, did you really let little Shu bring you back? I thought something terrible happened to you. He gently embraced Zhou Yun, his voice softening. I was only afraid the battle at Black Wind Valley would implicate you. Zhou Yi looked at the others with deep gratitude. Uncle Heng, cousin Xiao Bai, thank you. They smiled warmly. Taking care of Yuner is our duty. The arrangements mentioned in your letter have been handled. Zhou Heng gestured towards the rear hall. Follow me. Zhou Yi nodded decisively. Understood. Little Zhou Yun, young and confused, tugged at his sleeve. Brother, where are we going? He gently patted her head. To the center of the Zhou family's power. To take back everything that belongs to you. Inside the grand hall, the round table was already crowded with influential figures. Why has the patriarch summoned us so suddenly? I heard rumors that Madame Hong is dead. What? Then what about our Frost Star essence? There are dozens of children in the clan waiting for the bloodline suppression. Patriarch, this concerns the very survival of our family. We must find a new path immediately. The third elder watched the patriarch, who sat silently beside the empty seat of honor. Who was the old man waiting for? The atmosphere was heavy with suspicion. Just as doubts began to rise, a noise drew every pair of eyes toward the entrance. The heavy doors creaked open. Figures stepped out from the shadows, leaving the assembly in a state of shock. Zhou Yi led the way, holding Zhou Yun's hand, followed closely by Zhou Heng and Xiao Bai. The third elder's frown deepened into a scowl. His gaze was glued to the newcomers. Zhou Yi walked straight to the patriarch, offering a respectful bow and a smile. Patriarch, year has arrived. Sit. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi pulled out the empty chair at the head of the table, the seat of honor, and sat down. Zhou Yi clasped his hands, his expression solemn. He sat in the master's seat, scanning the faces around the round table with cold authority. The third elder exploded with rage at this smooth arrogance. Slam! He pounded the table, screaming, Zhou Yi, do you think you're qualified to sit there? Do you have no respect for your elders? The second elder held him back, smiling with forced politeness. Zhou Yi, your bloodline purity is high, yes, but isn't this overstepping your boundaries? Zhou Yi leaned forward, hands pressed against the table, his eyes locked onto them like an alpha wolf staring down its prey. I didn't come here today to exchange pleasantries. I want the Zhou family to promise me one thing. His next words shocked even the little girl beside him. Zhou Yun will be the next successor of the Zhou family. The Zhou clan must pour all its best resources into nurturing her. In the future, Zhou Yun will hold absolute priority over all family assets. The third elder jumped to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Zhou Yi's face. Arrogant brat, do you understand the weight of a successor? The Zhou family has stood for centuries. How can we let a returned branch member dictate our future? Patriarch, you must uphold justice. This is nothing but blatant opportunism. Just because she possesses a sliver of talent, she thinks she can touch the sky? How dare she dream of inheriting the centuries-old foundation of the Zhou clan? A mere brat like her. Zhou Heng speaks with icy calm. I have verified it myself. Her bloodline purity surpasses my own by threefold. With her leading us, the Zhou clan might finally reclaim its lost glory. Xiao Bai quickly adds her support to the claim. Little sister Zhou Yun is a prodigy. The frost art I taught her last week? She mastered the basics in a single day. Zhou Yi's expression hardens as the tension spikes. Zhou Yun bears the frost bloodline. That makes her the orthodox successor of the Zhou clan. As for whether she is fit to rule, a terrifying pressure explodes from his body, suffocating the entire room into silence. The force is so crushing the third elder has to shield his face, yet he still dares to bark back. Insolence. You dare use force in the council hall? Instantly, a surge of internal energy locks down the entire area. A layer of frost seems to coat Zhou Yi's eyes. He stares down his opponent. Boundless power erupts from Zhou Yi's core like a frenzy, striking terror into every heart present. The crowd freezes, paralyzed in their seats, not a single soul daring to utter a word. The aura slams into the third elder, sending him flying back as he coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. Within that tyrannical energy, the phantom of an azure dragon flickers into existence. The protective barrier before the elder begins to fracture. For the first time, true fear floods the old man's eyes. He screams in desperation. Zhou Yun is a child. She has barely returned to the clan, making her heir as reckless. Where does this leave the other elite disciples who have bled for this family? I refuse to accept this. His mind races in shock. This pressure. He is clearly just at the second turn, yet his power rivals level 40. And that ice dragon, that sovereign aura. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's voice drops to absolute zero. End this debate. You cling to decaying traditions for survival. You will never comprehend true power. He stands tall amidst the crowd, declaring with absolute dominance, I am the new rule. The clan patriarch falls into deep thought. Such overwhelming presence, yet perfectly controlled. This brat's growth rate is nothing short of monstrous. Zhou Yi continues. Every year, the Zhou family pays a fortune to the Merchant Guild for cold marrow crystals. But now, the mines of Blackwind Valley belong to me. The reserves there exceed your wildest imagination. And I am handing full authority to the Zhou clan. Dispatch only your most trusted kin to the valley for extraction. With these resources, the Zhou bloodline will thrive for generations without want or worry. And this is merely the beginning. I swear to find a way to break the curse binding us. The Patriarch immediately issues the command. Do exactly as Zhou Yi says. Henger, select 100 elites today. March to Black Wind Valley and establish a garrison. Transport the spirit crystals back immediately. Zhou Heng steps forward, bowing sharply. Understood. Consider it done. Heaven has not abandoned the Zhou clan. Not just this old man, but every member of this family will engrave your great kindness into their bones. The second elder hesitates. But, isn't this just another form of submission? Buying power with resources? Zhou Yi's gaze turns frosty. He scoffs. Submission? That is something I could never give you people, not in 1,000 years. He pivots. Third elder, tell me, how much does the family spend annually buying dungeon slots for our disciples? How many favors do we owe just to enter a secret realm? It is the burden of every clan. That is simply how the world works. Why do you ask such a thing now? Zhou Yi drops the bomb. What if the Zhou clan possessed its own fully matured, private dungeon instance? One, recognized by the eternal rules? The room falls into a deathly silence. Suddenly, the third elder bursts into mocking laughter, shaking his head. He leaps up. You must be insane. You've lost your mind. 90% of all dungeons in the nation are controlled by the 3 great guilds and the military. Private family dungeons are rarer than phoenix feathers, held only by ancient supreme clans. Are you trying to tell me you have one in your pocket? Is it madness or truth? See for yourself. As he speaks, energy fragments coalesce in the air. A polygonal prism ascends, radiating blinding 7-colored light before solidifying into a massive, floating block of ice. Zhou Yi announces the stats. Diamond tier instance. Mirror Hell. Difficulty. Normal to Nightmare. Entry requirement. Level 15 to 35. Party size. 1 to 10. I am anchoring the entrance right here in the heart of the Zhou estate. From this moment forth, the children of the Zhou clan may enter to train whenever they wish. This is my second promise. Xiaobai gasps, hand flying to her mouth. A real private dungeon? This is an imperial-grade resource that even great families can only dream of. Zhou Heng nods, his voice trembling with excitement. He is right. Every month, just to get our disciples inside. The cost of the public training dungeons had bled the Zhou family dry, taking over half their profits. But possessing a private dungeon? Zhou Yun stood frozen, unable to process the magnitude of this gift. Han Zuxing had merely thrown them a lifeline when they were drowning. But this private dungeon? This was a golden stairway to the heavens for the entire Zhou clan. Zhou Yi rose to his feet, his presence dominating the room. The Zhou family now possesses an inexhaustible resource, a well of power that will never run dry. He turned his back on them before the sentence even finished. No more looking at their faces, no more bowing, no more paying a single copper coin to outsiders. His gaze pierced through the crowd like a blade. Third elder, do you still wish to test the quality of this madman standing before you? The old man's mind raced in terror. The gate. It wasn't an illusion. It was terrifyingly, undeniably real. He hadn't just secured resources, he had rewritten the destiny of the entire clan. The depth of this young man's power was an abyss they couldn't see the bottom of. It defied all logic. Immediately, the tune changed among the elders. No, we were blind fools before. Please forgive our ignorance. Miss Zhou Yun is the rightful heir. This old man agrees 10,000 times over. Young Master Yi is a peerless genius with a heart as vast as the ocean. Heaven itself is blessing the Zhou family. Truly deserved. The Patriarch's voice boomed through the hall. If there are no further objections, then it is decided. From this day forth, Zhou Yun is the sole young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Yi's voice cut in, cementing her rule. To see her is to see me. Her commands are absolute, supreme. Scene shift. Elsewhere, waves of raw energy began to ripple through the air, heavy and potent. Zhou Yi sat in meditation, weaving the fabric of the dungeon. The clan generally ranges from level 13 to 20. I must balance the foundational parameters so they aren't overwhelmed. The terrain. A frozen wasteland. It resonates best with the Zhou bloodline's attributes. Stage 1. Ice Demon Wolves. I'll set them to level 10. Low intelligence, but they attack in swarms. Upon death, they will detonate into frost zones. It slows the challenger down. A punishment for those who get cornered by the frost mechanics. Victory requires rhythm and distance control. Standing still means death. Then, the second stage. The shifting ice crystal maze. The beasts here will wear crystal armor. Frontal assaults will be useless against their defense. They must be forced to find weak points, to observe, to think. This is the ultimate training ground for them, he muttered to himself, planning the finale. And for the boss, the Crimson Phantom Spider, forged from the core of Madame Hong herself, after her demise. She bled the Zhou family dry for years. Now, her phantom will serve as their whetstone. a fitting final contribution to the clan she exploited. Suddenly the crystal before him flared to life. The energy of heaven and earth flooded the room. A divine chill swept through, causing the spirit beasts to roar in ecstasy as golden light bathed the surroundings. Amidst the radiant glow, a silhouette emerged from the shadows. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Kang Ya? This precision? And with only 35% control? A grin of satisfaction tugged at his lips. 35%. And yet I feel like a creator fashioning a new world. If I reach 100% control, could I rewrite the laws of the dungeon itself? I could manifest the beasts, the power, even the terrain into reality. Thack! A sharp blow to the head cut his fantasy short, making him yelp in pain. It was Kang Ya. And she looked unimpressed. You built this dungeon to strengthen the Zhou family, not to feed your ego as a creator. Remember this. A true powerhouse commands power. He is not consumed by it. Zhou Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Understood. Your wisdom strikes harder than your hand. Just then, a massive feline shadow stepped forth. Zhou Yun stood there, her gaze complex and deep. Her brother approached with a warm smile. Yunair, those robes suit you perfectly. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony. Why do you look so heavy-hearted? Zhou Yun lowered her head, reporting quietly. Brother, these past few days, everywhere I go, they smile. They bow and chant young master with such reverence. She paused, her voice trembling. But, am I truly worthy? Can I really carry the weight of the title, young master? I am terrified of failing you. I don't want to let the clan down. Zhou Yi paused, struck by the raw vulnerability in her voice. He reached out, gently pinching her cheek. Silly girl, from now until the end of time, you could never disappoint me. His expression grew serious. Yunair, do you know what the Zhou family truly is? She grasped his hand, seeking an anchor. What is it? Zhou Yi's voice turned cold. It is a colossal ship, trapped in a rotting dream, gilded on the outside, but decaying within. We were reduced to begging enemies like Han Zuxing just to survive, but do not mock it. We are merely passengers on this vessel. If this ship sinks, we simply find another. In fair weather, perhaps we could have lived a quiet life, drifting along. But Blackwind Valley showed me the truth of war. Our past struggles? Child's play in a greenhouse compared to the storm that exists outside. When the real tsunami hits, everyone clinging to this rotting vessel will be scrambling for their lives. He patiently counseled the young girl, his voice firm. Waiting and begging the strong for protection? That is a fool's game. True destiny must never be left in the hands of others. Yunair, listen to me. We cannot merely remain passengers on this ship. We must become the ones who steer the wheel. Individual strength, no matter how great, has its limits. I need a power base, a faction that belongs solely to me. Zhou Yun voiced her doubts, but the logic was sound. Building a faction from scratch would cost too much time and resources. The Zhou clan, however, already had a deep foundation. It was the perfect launchpad. She blinked, realization dawning on her. So her brother chose to save the Zhou clan for a specific purpose. He intended to commandeer this vessel for their own journey. Zhou Yi did not hide his ambitions. Exactly. But to make this ancient, rotting ship reborn and obedient to my command, it requires a crucial anchor. As the words left his lips, he closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual energy. A brilliant golden seal manifested on Zhou Yi's forehead. He reached out, tapping a finger against Zhou Yun's brow. Her gaze instantly glazed over, entering a trance-like state. Gazing at the glowing sigil now forming on her skin, Zhou Yi spoke solemnly. Your ice bloodline possesses a purity that is unrivaled. His expression turned grave. I cannot take the seat of the patriarch myself. Even if the elders trust me, they will always fear an outsider holding the reins of power. Yunair, you are different. You are the perfect bridge connecting me to the Zhou clan. In fact, you are the only bridge. You are the orthodox heir, recognized by the entire clan. With you in control, we can consolidate the family's full power and form an unbreakable alliance. Hearing his declaration, Zhou Yun could no longer hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. She looked at Zhou Yi with overwhelming emotion before wiping her tears. Brother, I understand. A radiant smile broke through her sorrow. If I remain the little sister hiding behind your back, forcing you to weather every storm alone, then what was the point of awakening this bloodline in the first place? Brother, don't worry. I will become your strongest support, your most reliable right hand. This responsibility, I can bear it. Zhou Yi reached out, affectionately pinching her cheek. Good. From this moment on, we fight side by side. Zhou Yun pouted playfully. Brother, I am the young master now. You can't just pinch my face like that anymore. Zhou Yi chuckled softly. All right. Whatever the young master says goes. Watching from the shadows, Yang Ya marveled internally. Did this kid awaken a mind control skill or something? Just a few words, and he has this hot-blooded girl ready to conquer the world for him. The scene shifted abruptly to the Grand Hall. A booming voice echoed, inviting the descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yun, to the ceremonial platform. Below the stage, the crowd watched. Some were nervous and timid, while others radiated an air of arrogance. From the entrance, Zhou Yun strode in with elegant composure. Whispers erupted immediately. Is that her? The one about to become our young master? She looks so young. Yet that aura surrounding her is anything but ordinary. Haven't you heard? Her ice bloodline purity has reached a staggering 70%. Another scoffed. So what if her purity is high? Managing a clan requires brains, not just a fancy bloodline. Keep your voice down. Her biological brother is the top freshman at the National University. Besides, she discovered an unclaimed dungeon and gifted it to the clan. That is why she was chosen. An unclaimed dungeon? No wonder. If I had a dungeon like that, I would have gone straight to the military and demanded a high rank, his companion sneered. And that is exactly why you will never achieve greatness. Your vision is too small. Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in annoyance. These cowards dare to gossip behind her back? Xia Lan stood beside him, teasing. Shen Lingfeng, I'm starting to think you're even more protective of little Yuner than Brother Yi is. On the stage, the young girl stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Zhou Yun greets the patriarch. The old man's voice boomed. Today, in my name as patriarch, I officially declare Zhou Yun as the young master of our Zhou clan. Seeing the young master is equivalent to seeing the patriarch himself. From this day forth, the clan shall move according to her command. He turned to Zhou Yun, his voice softening slightly. Kneel before the goddess. Pray with a sincere heart. Without hesitation, she knelt. Descendant of the Zhou line, Zhou Yun. I pay my respects to the ice goddess as I accept the mantle of young master. The chant continued, solidifying her status. Her authority was now absolute, second only to the gods themselves. I hereby swear an oath. I shall inherit the will of my ancestors. I will not bring shame to this bloodline, nor shall I fail the trust of my clan. I fear no danger the future may hold. I seek no personal glory. My only prayer is for the eternal prosperity of the Zhou clan. Goddess above, hear me. Let heaven and earth be my witness. If I break this oath, let the ice backlash consume me, and may I be stripped of my bloodline forever. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The patriarch stared at the swirling energy around Zhou Yun. What is happening? The crowd erupted into chaos. Is the ritual failing? Has the goddess rejected her? She's an outsider to the main branch. She must have angered the deity. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. Su Ran quickly intercepted him. Brother Yi, wait. Do not panic. This is not a curse. It is a resonance caused by her terrifyingly high purity. It is a divine blessing. She pointed urgently. Look, Zhou Yun remains unharmed. Indeed, though the energy swirled violently, the girl kneeling before the statue remained perfectly calm, untouched by the chaos. Then, the impossible happened. The statue's eyes glowed, and a voice echoed in their minds. Use this bloodline to freeze all obstacles in your path. Protect your oath, and the ice shall become your absolute authority. Zhou Yun raised her hand, and raw power instantly coiled around her arm like a living entity. The snowflake crest on her skin bloomed into a radiant seal, lifting her body into the air as if gravity no longer existed. Floating amidst the energy, Zhou Yun gazed at the manifestation in a daze, stunned by the entity before her. The patriarch trembled in shock. A miracle. This was the S-rank awakening phenomenon described only in legends. The divine grace baptism. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Young mistress, what is your talent? The system interface flashed the answer. S-rank inheritance of the ice goddess. Ecstasy washed over him as the realization hit. Yes, this is it. The exact same power our ancestor wielded when founding the Zhou clan. Cheers erupted like thunder. The glory of the ancestors has returned. Heaven blesses the Zhou clan. Heaven blesses us. An S-rank legend. Our family finally has hope for revival. In that electrifying moment, Zhou Yun found her resolve. She stepped forward, her eyes burning with newfound purpose. Fellow clansmen, I am Zhou Yun. I know I am young and inexperienced. Standing here, I admit, my heart trembles. But this divine blessing isn't because I am special. It appeared because the Zhou clan needs hope. We need change. We need a brand new future. From this day forth, I will walk this path with you. We have the resources. We have the strength. The road to absolute power lies right beneath our feet. The crowd roared in approval, fully accepting her. Young mistress! Young mistress! Chu Ran watched with teary eyes. Little Yun has truly grown up. Zhou Yi smiled with deep satisfaction. She has always been brave. She only needed the chance to shine. High above, Zhou Yun gathered her internal energy, condensing it into a terrifying sphere before striking the empty space ahead. A majestic scene unfolded, silencing the crowd in an instant. A portal materialized. Diamond rank mirror instance. Difficulty, normal to nightmare. Level requirement, 15 to 35. Party size, 10. Pointing to the massive ice gateway she just created, Zhou Yi declared, "Behind this door lies the foundation of our future, the mirror prison. It will become the ultimate whetstone to sharpen our blades. As your young mistress, I issue my first command." Her expression hardened, radiating the true aura of a leader. Starting today, the mirror prison will have a contribution ranking. The top 3 each month, regardless of birth or background, may enter the treasure pavilion and claim any item. The top 10 will have priority access to the purest frost essence crystals for cultivation. I, Zhou Yi, swear this oath. All resources belong to those who bleed for this family. Eyes lit up with blazing hope. She had won them over completely. The roar of the crowd shook the very ground. Chaos erupted below. Inner and outer disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Did I hear that right? We used to have to bribe elders just for a chance. Now anyone can enter? Finally. No more background checks. I can rely on my own fists to get resources. Remember last year at the Wolf Guild dungeon? We risked our lives, and they took 70% of the loot. Now we have our own diamond rank instance. Seeing their reaction, Zhou Yi's face brightened. The third elder analyzed the situation sharply. First, she established legitimacy with the ritual. Then, she won their hearts with the dungeon. But that ranking system is the masterstroke. She shattered the inner sect's monopoly on high-tier resources in one move. She mobilized everyone's fighting spirit. Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. This little girl is no ordinary leader. He sighed with relief. The heavens are truly changing for the Zhou clan. Zhou Yi stood tall and shouted, "Who will be the vanguard for the Zhou clan? Who dares to take the first step into this new era?" Whispers of hesitation spread. "You go first. Is it stable? What if we get stuck inside?" Just as fear began to settle, a single figure stepped forward. "I will pave the way." Zhou Yi stared in surprise. She hadn't expected her to volunteer. Xiao Bai leaped through the air, landing firmly before Zhou Yi. Before turning to the portal, she spoke with steel in her voice. "Young mistress, the Zhou clan has been oppressed for years. I refuse to let it fall in my generation. Save that top 10 reward for me." Her courage shattered the crowd's hesitation. "Young mistress, I'm going in too. I need to prove myself. Let me through. Forming a party is safer." Under Zhou Yi's thoughtful gaze, the disciples burned with passion. "I'll show that brat from the Lin family who the real genius is." Energy surged as they prepared for battle. Suddenly, a massive holographic screen materialized in the sky. Gasps of awe echoed out. "We can see inside? Live observation? Isn't this high-level military technology? This changes everything. We can analyze combat techniques and record them. No more dying in vain. Just who exactly is our young master? What secrets lie buried in his past?" Huang Fan, the level 18 pugilist, steps into the abyss. Difficulty, normal. Squad size, 4. Zhu Ruran, the level 18 mage, joins the fray. Difficulty, normal. Squad size, 4. Momo, the lethal level 18 assassin, takes her position. Difficulty, normal. Squad size, 4. Chu Dong'er, the level 18 priest, completes the formation. Difficulty, normal. Squad size, 4. A dense fog swallows the mountain peak, shrouding the danger within. Demon beasts lie in wait, their killing intent spiking as they prepare to ambush. It seems they have already steeled themselves for the slaughter. Zhu Ruran shouts a warning. There are too many of them. Through the mist, the speed of the wolf pack is blinding. They show no sign of stopping, bypassing the front line to target the entire squad. Xiaobai's voice cuts through the tension. "Huang Fan, use Earth Suppression Fist. Stop their charge." Zhu Ruran, cast ice fog to blanket the rear and blind them. Momo, wait for the fog to rise, then vanish. Target the slowed ones first. Understood, Huang Fan roars. As Xiaobai's command lands, their internal energy surges in unison. Huang Fan strikes. Simultaneously, he unleashes the Earth Suppression Fist, sending shockwaves through the ground. The terrain buckles ahead of them, dealing damage and visibly crippling the enemy's speed. The battle intensifies as the snow beneath them cracks from the pressure. Momo refuses to be outdone. She steps forward, her silhouette blurring into action. Her gaze is colder than the frost wolves themselves. She locks onto her prey, scanning for a fatal weakness in its defense. But as her blade digs deep, the wolf remains unharmed. Momo's eyes widen in shock. How is this possible? Boom! An explosion blasts her backward. Blood sprays from her wounds, leaving a long crimson trail across the snow as she slides across the ice. Just as she braces for the fall, a voice rings out like salvation. Holy light protection. Momo finally realizes the truth. These wolves possess a protective barrier, Not only are they immune to stabs, but they reflect damage with explosive force. Everyone, careful. The system flashes a red warning, affected by frostbite. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Xiaobai instantly adjusts the strategy from the backline. Huangfan, switch to knockbacks and crowd control. Isolate them for solo kills. Zhu Ruran, use ice spikes to cripple their legs and halt their movement. Mo, flank and control the field. Prioritize the low-health wolves about to self-destruct. Outside the instance, the crowd buzzes with excitement. Xiaobai might be a priest, but her command of the battlefield is absolute. Her crowd control is terrifyingly precise, and her reaction speed is god tier. That self-destruction mechanic is a nightmare, massive range, and a crippling slow effect. Look at Momo's movement. After taking that one hit, she has completely predicted the wolves' attack patterns. The coordination between these four is absolute perfection, not a single gap in their defense. Even the clan leader watches with a satisfied nod. I see now, the Elder muses. This trial isn't just about fighting, it tests control, positioning, and teamwork. A lone wolf cannot survive here. He glances at Zhou Yi, deep in thought. Ice armor, self-destruct mechanics. This dungeon is exquisitely designed. This isn't mere leveling, it is a crucible to forge true warriors. The future foundation of the Zhou family for the next 50 years might truly be built right here. Is Zhou Yi truly this selfless? To sacrifice such a precious treasure just for the young master's position? Am I truly measuring a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind? The third elder shakes his head in disbelief. Impossible. He must have an ulterior motive, something I haven't seen yet. Inside the instance, only 10 minutes have passed. The wolf pack has been completely annihilated. The system chimes with a glorious notification as the rewards pile up. Xiaobai stares at the interface, her eyes wide with surprise. The team erupts in cheers. Incredible, Xiaobai! You leveled up directly? I still need 1,000 experience points to hit level 9. Xiaobai smiles humbly. The next stage will require even more from me. It was your teamwork that did this. Without you all, I never would have gained this much experience. Her confidence restored, she commands, "Let's move!" To the second stage. Let's get everyone a level up. The crowd outside goes wild. That's the golden light of a level up. Sister Xiaobai actually leveled up inside the dungeon. Did you see that? One run and she leveled up. What are we waiting for? Let's risk it. I'm going in to level up too. I need a party. Looking for a strong tank with burst damage. Priest looking for teammates. Guaranteed clear. Who cares about charity now? The Zhou family's strength is about to skyrocket. With this dungeon, we never have to worry about experience points again. The clan's power will rise like a dragon. Zhu Heng whispers to Zhu Yun. Young master, Xiaobai's level up speaks louder than 10,000 words. Their passion has been ignited. Zhu Yun nods and addresses the crowd. Everyone, do not rush. The dungeon will open in waves based on level groups. I guarantee, everyone will get their chance. The ceremony ends here. Those wishing to enter the dungeon, register your teams first. The first group enters in 30 minutes. The crowd roars in approval, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Understood. Thank you, young master. Your brilliance knows no bounds. Against the Frost Wolves, crowd control is our absolute priority. The strategy was set. High-level mages would hold the backline, raining destruction, while the vanguards formed an iron wall to protect the team. Zhou Yi stood silently in the shadows, his sharp gaze dissecting the bustling crowd as they finalized their battle plans. Circulating his internal energy, Zhou Yi's mind moved like a chessboard, mining rights to the third elder, dungeon management to the clan head. But the core control, that went to Yun'er. It was a masterclass in political balance. Benefits and authority were sliced apart and distributed with surgical precision. To get what they wanted, the elders had to support Yun'er, but they didn't realize that Zhou Yi still held the ultimate kill switch, the absolute power of the mirror prison itself. Watching from his transcendental perspective, only one variable surprised him. Yun'er had awakened the S-rank divine ice goddess legacy. An S-rank talent was a bottomless pit for resources. To feed that hunger, it seemed he would need to pay his old master a visit and squeeze out some benefits. A memory surfaced. In the depths of his master's secret chamber, there sat a piece of 10,000-year-old ice essence. That would do nicely. Back in the safety of his room, Zhou Yi settled onto his bed, the air around him humming as he began his cultivation cycle. Suddenly, the system interface chimed. Ding! Congratulations, daily quest complete. Evaluation, triple S. Reward, 20 free attribute points and 10 vials of A-rank recovery medicine. After a moment, he let out a low sigh and summoned his status panel. A cascade of holographic text flooded his vision. He ran the numbers mentally. Despite days of grinding in the heavenly Luo realm, his experience bar had only crawled up by 200,000. The next level felt light years away. With a casual swipe of his hand, Zhou Yi dismissed the main screen and began scrolling through his inventory logs. He calculated the value of the A-rank and B-rank elixirs. To him, this base-level gear was nothing but trash. But for the clan's treasury, it was a goldmine. The stronger the clan became, the unshakable Yun'er's foundation would be. It was all an investment in her reign. Suddenly, the spirit Shuangya materialized, voice dripping with sarcasm. Brotherly love? Please. I thought you actually cared about that girl, yet you put her in the eye of the storm. Zhou Yi's expression didn't waver. Yun'er needs prestige. The Zhou family needs a figurehead of hope. I gave her the authority to manage, but the power to rule? That stays with me. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Shuangya, haven't you noticed something strange? I keep getting stronger, yet my control over the prison hasn't budged. But back when I devoured Lady Hong, it jumped by 50% instantly. Zhou Yi hesitated, a dark theory forming. I suspect the mirror prison is a defective product. It craves the souls of the strong. It needs to consume power to complete itself. So, on the surface, it looks like my control is increasing. But in reality, I'm just feeding it to increase its completion rate. If my theory holds, then wasting the Black Wind Valley bosses without letting the prison core devour them was a massive tragic waste. Shuangya nodded grimly. Agreed. And Liu Xuan. He was the strongest opponent you've faced yet. If the prison had swallowed him, the harvest would have been terrifying. The spirit paused, then added a warning. Kid, don't forget. Liu Xuan's level wasn't high, but he channeled the power of a demon lord. That's no joke. If the military hadn't intervened, the outcome was uncertain. Chase power, yes, but don't let greed blind you. Zhou Yi scoffed, stretching his arms. Relax. The enemy capable of killing me hasn't been born yet. Shuang, Ya sneered. Arrogant brat. Zhou Yi shot him a side glance before continuing. Speaking of incomplete meals, the gate to the underworld in Black Wind Valley. Before he could finish, a sharp knock echoed from the door, shattering the conversation. Young master, a servant called out. A butler from the Jiang family has arrived. Miss Jiang Churan requests your presence immediately. His mind raced. A butler from the Jiang family? At this hour? Zhou Yi swung the door open, feigning surprise. Uncle Fu? What brings you here so late? Uncle Fu stepped in, completely ignoring Zhou Yi to bow theatrically to the girl. This old servant greets the young miss. Look at you, working hard in this tiny Zhou family. Just finished training? Churan nodded politely. Daily practice isn't bad. Uncle Fu, you've traveled a long way. Why not sit and have some tea? Rest? Oh. No time for that. The butler whipped out a handkerchief with practiced smoothness. He dabbed at fake tears. The matriarch misses you terribly. With the clan tournament approaching, there is a mountain of work requiring your return. She specifically ordered this old servant to escort you home. Churan frowned, sensing something off. I know about the tournament, but I spoke to Mother on the phone just yesterday. She didn't mention a word about me coming back. The moment the words left her lips, Uncle Fu's sobbing stopped instantly. A creepy smile plastered onto his face. Perhaps the matriarch wanted to surprise you? Affairs in the clan are piling up like mountains. Please, be understanding and depart with me at once. Sensing the pressure, Zhou Yi stepped forward, shielding her. Little Ran, is this an elder from your clan? Churan quickly introduced them. Yes, this is Uncle Fu. He's watched me grow up. Zhou Yi extended a hand, smiling warmly. Greetings, Uncle Fu. I'm Zhou Yi. Is there a problem? Internally, however, Zhou Yi's alarm bells were ringing. This aura. This old man is strong. Uncle Fu kept his plastic smile, but his eyes narrowed, assessing the young man. Churan interjected, Brother Zhou Yi, I should probably go back for a while to visit my mother. Hearing this, surprise flickered across his face. Your mother? Zhou Yi smiled warmly, pulling her into a tight embrace. That is good news. Go to her, and when you arrive, pay my respects to Auntie for me. Zhou Fu bowed respectfully, masking his true thoughts. Young Master Zhou truly understands the human heart. Unseen by the others, Zhou Yi silently channeled his internal energy into her. Su Ran, thank you for always staying by my side. But a glint of cold malice flashed in Zhou Fu's eyes. He stared at Zhou Yi, unable to suppress a frown of annoyance. Su Ran sensed the shift in the atmosphere immediately. She looked down, stunned, as her body began to glow with a soft, golden radiance. Breaking the tension, Su Ran quipped. Only you, Brother Zhou Yi, would use the sacred holy light just to dry someone's hair. He did not deny it. One can never be too careful. If you face any trouble, call me instantly. Zhou Fu stepped forward, his patience wearing thin. Miss, we must depart. Now. Su Ran's face flushed a deep crimson. Ah, right. I will change my clothes and we will set off. Before she vanished, she turned back with a playful shout. Brother Zhou Yi, wait until I return. I will bring you the spicy rabbit heads from Sichuan. I promise they will be so hot, you will breathe fire. The moment she left, Changya materialized from the shadows. What is it? Do you sense something amiss? The smile instantly vanished from Zhou Yi's lips. His expression turned grave. "I cannot explain it," he muttered. "Both Sichuan and Tianlan have state-run teleportation arrays. To travel by road in such a rush, it defies all logic." Night fell, wrapping Zhou Yi's quarters in a heavy silence. He looked at Chang Ya, his eyes sharp. "That reminds me. Before that dimensional gate was destroyed, it claimed the people of Blue Star were the true plunderers. You have lived for centuries. Do you know the truth behind those words?" The old spirit sighed. "My memories from before the eternal descent are a chaotic mess. I hear only weeping and endless rage. But I cannot distinguish friend from foe." Suddenly, a voice cut through the room. "That is a question we have been investigating for decades." Zhou Yi turned to see Teacher Wang approaching. "Teacher, you are wounded." The old master nodded grimly. "I am." He recounted the battle. "The rift in the demon capital is closed for now. But the price we paid was far higher than expected. The light mages suffered the heaviest casualties," he explained. "Their holy power is the nemesis of magic energy, which made them the primary targets for every monster on the battlefield." Teacher Wang then tossed an object through the air. "Behold, the core of a level 48 demon lord from the demon capital rift. Feel the energy inside it," he instructed. Zhou Yi hesitated, looking at the dark artifact in his hand. As he grasped it, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce light. In his mind's eye, he saw them colossal beasts towering over the world. A stream of dark energy exploded from the core, rushing straight for him. Zhou Yi stood frozen. The energy lunged at his face, triggering two opposing forces to rise within him. He remained motionless, his expression blank with shock. Finally, unable to bear it, Zhou Yi hurled the cursed object to the ground. Teacher Wang spoke darkly. "It shares the same energy source as the demons of Black Wind Valley. This means they come from the same dimension. Perhaps the same faction." He looked up at the sky. "The demons are mobilizing with a scale and intensity never seen before. They intend to force their way into our world." The scene shifted to the front lines. The top guilds and armies had found something in the other worlds. Not demon structures, but abandoned cities. Traces of civilization. Their architecture matches the lost ancient civilization of our own Blue Star. The military has combined intelligence from hundreds of ruins. We are now certain. Teacher Wang looked Zhou Yi in the eye. "In an era beyond our imagination, a super civilization from Blue Star once waged a colonial war across the dimensions." Zhou Yi asked the burning question. "So, the eternal game. What is it really? Is our current world an accident? Or a conspiracy? Eons in the making?" Teacher Wang replied, "Why did the eternal game descend? We still lack the strength to know the full truth. The only thing we know for sure is that we have inherited a heavy, dangerous legacy, a beginning filled with sin and vengeance." He stared intensely at his student. "Prepare yourself, Zhou Yi. This world needs you." Teacher Wang summoned a hologram of the blue earth. "Look," he explained, "the army and major guilds can hold back the medium-sized rifts, but we have no time to attend to the small ones. Last week, a southern village was wiped out by demon hounds from 3 small rifts, over half the population, slaughtered. Our defense lines are being eaten away. If this continues, civilians will drown in fear long before the main rifts break through. This is exactly why I found you." Zhou Yi cut to the chase. "What do you need me to do?" Teacher Wang smiled faintly. "The Hidden Dragon platform. It is reserved for those with exceptional achievements or potential not yet recognized by the highest command. You and your team proved yourselves at Black Wind Valley. You have the power to destroy rifts. The military has decided to open the Hidden Dragon for you. Your mission is to hunt down and purge the small rifts." Teacher Wang fixed him with an intense stare, laying the challenge on the line. "Do you have the guts to accept this?" Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, grabbing the item with absolute confidence. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The teacher nodded solemnly. "I have secured academic leave for your team. Just make sure you return before the final exams. And listen closely. If you encounter a rift you cannot handle, contact the military immediately. Do not play the hero." Zhou Yi flashed a sharp, knowing grin. "Put your heart at ease, teacher. We won't let you down." However, that night, solitude found Zhou Yi back in his dorm room. A notification lit up his phone. Teacher Wang had come through. The 10,000-year ice marrow was finally in his possession. Zhou Yi clenched his fist instantly. In a flash of light, the 2 blocks of ancient ice vanished into his inventory. The system immediately chimed. Identity verified. "Welcome, user." He stared silently at the holographic interface floating before him, demanding his personal data input. Without wasting a second, Zhou Yi began uploading his stats into the control panel. Sinking onto the edge of his bed, he analyzed the cascading lines of text scrolling across the system interface. His mind raced. Small-scale rifts are far more unpredictable than stable dungeons, but that danger, that is exactly the whetstone I need to sharpen my blade. More importantly, these rifts might hold the energy needed to gorge the mirror prison. He finalized his calculations and hit enter. The special hell training had officially begun. Deep into the night, a full moon hung heavy in the sky like a watching eye. Deep within the forest, a group of mysterious figures moved through the shadows. Suddenly, the earth groaned. The ground split open, spewing dust and smoke, freezing the group in their tracks. A grotesque silhouette emerged from the haze. Panic erupted among the travelers. What is that? A monster. Before they could react, the beast lunged, drool dripping from its jaws in ravenous hunger. Boom! A blinding pillar of light crashed down from the heavens, striking the creature with divine precision. One of the travelers collapsed in terror, bracing for death, but the blow never came. The monster lay motionless, instantly obliterated. He scrambled to look around, desperate to find their savior. The suffocating tension in the air finally began to lift. Zhou Yi descended from the sky like a god of war. Don't get greedy for kills, focus on coordination. But the nightmare wasn't over. Seeing their fallen comrade, the rest of the pack snarled and charged. Ling Feng soared into the fray, his eyes burning with excitement. He had waited for this. Fighting puppets in the mirror prison was nothing compared to tearing apart real demons. Blood berserk, flame dragon body. He unleashed a crimson flame fist, smashing into the beasts with explosive force. Die, all of you. The battle reached a fever pitch. Power of the great lightning, heed my call. Rock spear piercing strike. On the flank, Song Hilon faced her own demon. Golden light mantra. Spirit bind. Her eyes widened. I'm not fast enough. The jaws snapped shut. CL Eng. A barrier materialized just in time. Beside her, a teammate retaliated instantly. Ice Mountain Slash. Hovering above the chaos, Zhou Yi's voice cut through cold and sharp. Song Hilon, your spirit charm prep time exceeded 0.3 seconds. That is a fail. Mirror prison training increased by 30 minutes. She gritted her teeth, not missing a beat. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was literally tearing a monster apart with his bare hands. He laughed maniacally amidst the gore, praising the thrill of the kill. Zhou Yi's analytical gaze shifted. Shen Ling Feng, your Crimson Flame Fist leaked 17% energy. You wasted stamina on 2 useless moves. Punishment. 1 hour extra training. Focus on power condensation. Ling Feng forced a grin, though the sweat was pouring down. Just 15 minutes later, the battlefield fell silent, littered with the mangled corpses of the monsters. Instantly, the bodies began to dissolve. The dungeon system activated, greedily absorbing the energy of the hellhounds. Mirror prison core control increased to 36%. New guardian detected. Hellhound added to database. Zhou Yi watched the notifications, a rare look of satisfaction crossing his face. The harvest was good. Next rift is 50 kilometers out. Move. As Zhou Yi's team vanished into the distance, the rescued travelers stared at their backs, jaws on the floor. Who were they? Special forces? They were incredible. Those were level 3 hellhounds, and they slaughtered them like nothing. But back with the team, Ling Feng suddenly froze. His eyes glazed over, looking like he was about to pass out. He collapsed backward onto the dirt. I'm dry. Not a single drop left. I can't even squeeze out a spark of mana. The rest of the team gasped for air, turning to their leader. Brother Yi! There are too many venomous lurkers. It is an endless wave. We can't kill them all. My spiritual power is bottoming out. My hands are shaking so bad I can't even draw a rune. Suddenly, whoosh! A warm, holy light bathed the exhausted team. Ling Feng's pale face flushed with color as his breath returned to a steady rhythm. He stretched his limbs, the bone-deep fatigue vanishing instantly. Oh yeah. Now that is the good stuff. Zhou Yi checked his HUD. Stamina and mana restored to 85%. Remaining enemies, 27. Time limit, 1 minute. Fail. And it is 2 hours of hell training in the mirror prison. The team's jaw dropped. 1 minute? Ling Feng roared and charged back into the fray. Song Hilon flew after him, screaming, Captain, you can't treat the support team like beasts of burden. Tears welled in her eyes as she cast spells frantically. This is exploitation. Slave labor. Zhou Yi didn't blink. Song Hilon, your trajectory is off by 15 millimeters. Correction needed. Or the lurker on your right will melt your back with acid. Instinct took over. She adjusted instantly, sidestepping just as a stream of green venom hissed past her. It struck the ground where she stood a second ago, melting the earth into a bubbling crater. She stared at the hole, trembling. But the danger wasn't over. She felt a sizzling heat. A splash of acid had already grazed her back. Zhou Yi's gaze pierced the air like a blade of ice, fixing directly on her. Hilon actually trembled under the weight of that cold stare. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. From behind, the final wave of monsters crashed to the ground, defeated at last. Zhou Yi didn't waste a second, rushing to regroup. The team's combat efficiency this round didn't even hit 40%. Zhou Yi scolded as he cast healing magic on everyone. Tai Xin, you blocked 17 attacks that could have been dodged. You are relying too much on defense and wasting your stamina. Zhou Yi turned his sharp eyes to the mage. Ling Shi, 3 of your spells were cast from blind spots. You risked friendly fire and almost scorched Hilon. And when Ling Fong was surrounded by the mob, your crowd control was too late. You caused him to burn through way too much energy. However, when his mana was nearly empty, Ling Fong forced a limit break. He summoned the Flame Dragon and solo killed the variant boss to prevent a dangerous, prolonged battle. Ling Fong clenched his fist, etching that sensation into his soul. That feeling of burning potential in the face of despair, that was the key to his second-class awakening. Everyone rest for 5 minutes, Zhou Yi ordered. Then we enter the Mirror Hell special training. The team collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Yes, Captain. Time flew like an arrow. 1 month later, look at that. Even an outer disciple of the Chu family has B-rank enchanted boots? What absolute luxury. The crowd buzzed with excitement. I heard they have a diamond rank dungeon now, open to both inner and outer disciples. I shaved 1 minute off my clear time, a disciple boasted, and the Patriarch rewarded me with this A-rank frost dagger. If we train in there every day, a whole army of experts is going to rise up. With this kind of momentum, the Chu family is about to become unstoppable. Zhou Yi addressed the crowd. As long as you hand over 50% of the loot, even outsiders can enter our dungeon. That is way better than the Evil Wolf Guild's extortion. Let's go register. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, putting everyone on high alert. A massive vehicle roared into the scene, smashing through obstacles. Dust billowed out as the driver showed zero respect for anyone in his path. Zhou Yi and the team stood frozen for a moment. Through the thick smoke, a figure stepped out of the car, radiating pure arrogance. Ji sneered, looking down on them. Where is the Chu family manager? Get your ass out here. Xiaobai stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Evil Wolf Guild? What business do you have here? What business? Are you playing dumb? Dungeon operations in Tianlan province have always been decided by the Evil Wolf Guild. As he spoke, he grabbed a Chu family member and slammed him to the ground. The Chu family has no respect for the rules. You are stealing our business. Gay laughed viciously. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Xiaobai frowned, her voice steady. This dungeon is private property. Since when do we owe wolves an explanation for using our own land? When the Evil Wolf Guild monopolized the dungeons and exploited everyone else. Did you care about logic then? Hearing her words, the contempt on Ji's face only grew. He clutched his stomach, laughing maniacally at the word logic. Little girl, in Tianlan province, our fists are the logic. Hand over the dungeon rights today, or we flatten the Chu family right now. Xiaobai began to channel her internal energy. It seemed she had endured their bullying for too long, forgetting who the real masters were. But suddenly, a hand reached out and gently pushed Xiaobai aside. Ling Fong stepped up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Where did this stray dog come from, barking so loud at someone else's door? Ge stared at him. You brat. Hair hasn't even grown yet and you want to play hero? Do you know who I am? A little hero? Ling Fong smiled and held up 3 fingers. Little master here will count to 3. Take your dogs and vanish from my sight. Ge snapped, rage exploding in his eyes. You have a death wish. Get him. Cripple this kid first. Without hesitation, the thug swung a heavy weapon straight at Ling Fong's head. I gave you a chance, Ling Fong sighed. You chose pain. Tai Xin immediately lunged forward, unleashing a powerful counterattack. Immovable fortress. With a single strike, both attackers were sent flying, crashing into the dirt instantly. Ge glared, furious. So you have some skill? Everyone, attack together. At his command, 2 assassins rushed toward Ling Fong from behind. Hilon locked onto her targets. Her eyes glowed as she flicked her wrist, launching 2 talismans into the air. Universe borrowing, 5 elements bind. Gravity curse, go. The 2 thugs charged blindly, ignoring the paper talismans flying toward them. But suddenly, chains of light erupted from the charms, binding them tight. Hilon's magic slammed them face first into the ground. Gay stood frozen, watching his elite squad get decimated in seconds. Fear finally crept into his heart. What? Who the hell are these people? But the nightmare wasn't over. A ghostly figure appeared from the shadows behind him. It was Ling Fong. He didn't hesitate, launching a direct attack. Gay stared in shock, his voice trembling as he read the boy's aura. Level 27, bam. Before he could finish, a fist connected with his face. Surprised? Ling Fong asked coldly. Level 27 is enough to wreck you. Xiaobai covered her mouth in disbelief. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. A level 33 Vice Guild leader was instantly defeated by a level 27 rookie? But suddenly, Ji's body began to twist. He was transforming into a massive white wolf. With a savage roar, the thug lunged forward. A vicious punch aimed right at the kill zone, but to me, this damage wouldn't even tickle. Filthy mouth you have there. Let's see if I can rip it off your face. But before his strike could land, 2 mystic talismans slammed into his path. Golden glyphs erupted from the paper, binding him in chains of heavy magic. He struggled in vain. Damn it! It's too heavy! Seeing Xiao Bai standing firm, the beast roared and tried to force his way through. I still have my teeth. But Ling Shi was faster. Rock wall, rise. The earth obeyed. A jagged spike of stone erupted from below, slamming into him. Pain exploded through his body, feeling like his jaw was being torn asunder. Ling Feng scoffed, looking down his nose with pure disgust. You act so tough, but you're just trash. Even a rich heir like me has standards, and you don't meet them. Xia Lan and Ling Shi synchronized their attacks. Fire and lightning danced together, 5 thunders body protection. Ling Feng finished the combo with a brutal haymaker to the face. Filthy animal. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc. The thug collapsed, paralyzed and trembling in sheer terror as reality set in. His mind screamed one word. Monsters. These people are absolute monsters. Ling Feng stared cold daggers at the fallen trash. With weak skills like that, you dared to raid the Zhou family? I don't know if I should call you naive or just brain dead. Face pressed to the dirt, fear took root in his heart. These guys aren't just level 27. That force control, that battle instinct. Only veterans of 1,000 wars fight like this. The rewards from this dungeon run were proving to be massive. Yet, the thug grit his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Don't get cocky, brat. It took 4 of you just to force a draw with me. My guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He will hunt you down. He won't let any of you escape. Suddenly, a weapon spun through the air with deadly precision. Hand over the dungeon rights now, or my boss wipes out your whole clan. Thud. The spear slammed into the ground, inches from his vitals. Ling Feng looked at him with bored eyes. Hey, want me to kill him? Standing above like a god of war, Zhou Yi replied calmly. No need. He turned to the trembling trash. Scram. Tell your master to guard his territory well. If he dares disturb us again, it won't be me he faces. It will be our captain. Meanwhile, at a fortress bathed in blinding light, resembling a majestic castle, inside, the air was thick with tension. A group of hunters argued fiercely. We risked our lives. We nearly wiped out to get this loot. And you open your mouth demanding 80%? This is daylight robbery. Big brother. The old rule was 70%. We need the scraps to buy potions and gear for the team. Wu Qi answered, with a brutal boot to the chest. Shut your trap. The room fell into a terrified silence. Wu Qi's expression was ice cold. This dungeon belongs to our guild. Our turf. Our rules. Pay 80%, or stay here forever, as corpses. Beaten, bloodied, and humiliated. The smaller team could only glare with burning hatred. A teammate frantically pulled the victim back. Leave it, Captain. Last week, rebels were locked in a dungeon and never came out. The villains laughed darkly. That fire user is practically dead meat. Once we break them, we'll kill every Zhou man and take the women and the dungeon for ourselves. But fate arrived on silent wings. A golden butterfly fluttered past. Instant death. 2 guards collapsed, coughing blood before they knew they were hit. The butterfly drifted on toward the entrance. At the main gate, a flash of golden light, and 2 more guards were sent flying into oblivion. Inside, the roaring man was the evil wolf guild leader, a level 42 Dark Knight. They dared humiliate the evil wolf guild? This stain must be washed in blood. Yanjia cautioned him. Based on Vice Leader Jay's description, we can't underestimate them, especially that Zhou Yi, Bai Yin added grimly. News from Bloodblade. They refused the hit job. Said the risk was suicidal. Leihai, the level 32 curse wizard, spat on the floor. Cowards, a bunch of useless trash. Guild leader, I say we gather the boys right now. While it's dark, we strike the Zhou family. Leave not even the chickens alive. Yan Guang, the level 33 shield warrior, slammed the table. Fighting alone is foolish. If Bloodblade is scared, contact the Poison Scorpion and Iron Hand guilds. Tell them Evil Wolf is willing to share the Zhou family feast. I want the whole world to know. The price of offending us. Ji licked his lips perversely. Guild leader, killing them is too easy. Once we break the Zhou family, I want to bind that girl. Zhou Xiaobai. Myself. Oh yes. And the Song and Tang girls next to Zhou Yi. Tie them all up. Daddy wants to play with them personally. He never finished that sentence. A golden beam of light materialized, constricting his throat like a python. His eyes bulged in horror. Who is it? Splat. He vomited a fountain of blood, clutching his crushed windpipe in agony. Zhou Yi stepped from the shadows, his voice absolute zero. It seems the lesson I taught you earlier was far too gentle. He walked forward, an aura of death surrounding him. Clean up the core members outside. As for the low-level trash, if they don't fight, Just knock them out. Leave these trash mobs to me. Ling Feng grinned, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He had been waiting for this exact moment. Meanwhile, Elder Yan locked his gaze onto the young intruder, his expression unreadable. So, you are Zhou Yi? Elder Yan scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. A mere level 3 weakling dares to trespass on my territory? You must have a death wish. Wu Qi didn't wait for orders. He channeled his inner energy, activating the angel's physique, and launched himself forward like a cannonball. Elder Yan prepared to strike as well, but suddenly, his eyes widened in pure shock. My curse. It's being suppressed. Yan gasped, panic rising in his chest. How can his holy power be this overwhelming? Before he could react, the next attack crashed into him with the force of a freight train. Punishment of light. It took less than 5 seconds. Elder Yan collapsed, his body charred to a crisp by the divine judgment. The remaining enemies froze, absolute terror gripping their hearts. Lehi desperately raised his shield, activating the iron rampart. Die, you bastard! He roared, charging forward in a frenzy of violent fury, hoping to crush the boy with brute force. But to Zhou Yi, it was nothing more than a fly buzzing. With a casual flick of his hand, he sent the hulking warrior flying through the air as if he weighed nothing. Seizing the opening, Bai Yin materialized from the shadows behind Zhou Yi, her dagger aiming for a fatal strike. But just like the others, she was blasted away by an invisible force before her blade could even graze him. Zhou Yi ascended into the air, looking down like a god judging mortals. He unleashed the holy light cross, a blinding symbol of destruction descending upon them. Lehi tried to endure the pressure, but he was hopelessly outmatched. His defenses crumbled like paper against the boy's overwhelming might. Seeing his comrades decimated, Yan Guang trembled, not with fear, but with adrenaline. He glared at the floating figure and screamed, "Zhou Yi! I will make you pay for this with your blood." A grotesque, demon-faced fish materialized from the void, its jaws snapping hungrily. "Go to hell!" Yan Guang bellowed, unleashing the soul-tearing slash with every ounce of his strength. Zhou Yi looked at the incoming beast with utter contempt. A useless struggle. With a cold snort, he channeled his energy, launching a counterattack that tore through the air. The clash was instantaneous. Yan Guang's weapon shattered into dust. His face went blank with horror, unable to comprehend the gap in their power, yet his pride refused to let him accept defeat. Impossible. This power. Yan Guang stammered, stepping back. There is no way you are only level 3. Zhou Yi's eyes turned icy. Did I say you could leave? Chains of light bound him instantly. Zhou Yi activated the judgment of justice. Tears streamed down Yan Guang's face as he realized his fate. He opened his mouth to scream. No, no. His pleas were cut short. A pillar of searing light, hot as the sun itself, crashed down, engulfing him in a purifying inferno. As Yan Guang's ashes settled, Zhou Yi remained emotionless. He stared at the spot where his enemy stood, his expression as cold as ice. He immediately canceled his combat aura and began absorbing the high-level energy. The control rate of the Mirror Prison Core skyrocketed to 38%. New dungeon guardians acquired: Dark Knight, Shadow Assassin, Cursed Shaman, and Heavy Shield Warrior. The system chimed again. Ownerless dungeon core detected. Do you wish to merge? Merge, Zhou Yi commanded without hesitation. Suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted, and a blinding light shot up from the depths of the earth. Zhou Yi watched, stunned, as a mysterious object floated directly toward him. What was this thing trying to do? He examined it closely. Even as an ownerless object, its consciousness hasn't faded, Zhou Yi realized. It was trying to resist him. A golden light flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. It was time to show this artifact who was in charge. He exerted his will, crushing the resistance. The golden aura merged with the core's green energy, swirling together in a perfect harmony of power. The photosynthesis of mana had begun. Integration. Successful, the system announced. You have obtained the dungeon, the Screaming Forest. Zhou Yi pondered the implications. The Mirror Prison Core was powerful, but it could only summon a single dungeon instance. Owning a second dungeon gives me more tactical options, he mused. But the content of a dungeon is unique. It is a double-edged sword. If I release this for the Zhou family to use, other factions will realize we wiped out the evil Wolf Guild. It would paint a target on our backs. I cannot make this public yet. The Zhou family is rising, but we aren't ready for a total war. Just as he made his decision, the floor beneath his feet began to crack. Before he could react, the ground gave way. Zhou Yi plunged into the darkness below, the wind rushing past his ears. He landed safely and looked around. His eyes widened in surprise. He instantly activated his appraisal skill. His gaze pierced through the crates, revealing the mountain of treasures hidden inside the boxes. This amount exceeds the savings of any normal guild, Zhou Yi calculated, disgusted. They must have bled the low-level awakened dry to hoard this much wealth. He grinned. Mine now. Collect. With a wave of his hand, the entire treasury vanished into his inventory. Satisfied, Zhou Yi strolled through the underground chamber, looking completely at ease. His foot pressed against a stone slate, and the world shifted. A magnificent, ancient battlefield projected before his eyes. Zhou Yi stood frozen, mesmerized by the sheer grandeur of the illusion. A golden silhouette blurred past him. Zhou Yi flinched, his heart racing. That armor, he whispered in awe. What is that? The golden figure stopped, facing an unseen enemy. Behind him, thousands of smaller armored soldiers raised their weapons, locking onto their targets in perfect unison. A horde of monsters charged, but they were obliterated in seconds. Limbs flew and blood sprayed as the Golden Army executed them with ruthless efficiency. The system voice boomed in his mind. Do you wish to accept the inheritance trial of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, experience the authority of war, and face the shadow of destruction? The Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Zhou Yi's mind raced. This was a legendary class. I cannot let a power like this slip away. His eyes burned with determination. I accept. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, washing over him. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, squinting against the pressure as ancient power flooded his veins. So, this is the might of a Dragon Knight? He clenched his fist, feeling unstoppable. The system window flashed red. Mission. Slay the Beast King. Zhou Yi shifted into his battle stance, his aura flaring. Come and get it, the Beast King roared, lunging at him with fangs capable of crushing steel. The beast's vile tentacles surged forward, coiling tightly around its prey in a suffocating embrace. A radiant weapon materialized in Zhou Yi's grasp. With the ferocity of a battle-hardened general, he charged, his blade singing a deadly song as he slashed relentlessly at the demon beast. Overwhelmed by this sudden dominance, the monster faltered, reeling in shock as its tentacles were sliced into ribbons. Eyes blazing with power, Zhou Yi roared a command. Answering the call, Changya unleashed a massive torrent of internal energy, a breath of pure destruction. The pressure was absolute. The beast was instantly pinned down, crushed by a force so heavy it couldn't even twitch in resistance. Showing no mercy, Zhou Yi and Changya launched their final assault. Raising his blade high, he screamed slash, bringing judgment down upon the creature. The mission complete notification flashed, and reality returned. Picking up the stone at his feet, Zhou Yi pondered the earth-shattering power he had just witnessed. His mind drifted back to his duel with Liu Xuan. In that desperate moment, the phantom form of the Heavenly Revelation armor had manifested. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Normal knights wore gear crafted by blacksmiths, but his situation? It defied all logic and convention. He scowled, calculating every possibility. Yet, no matter how hard he pushed his potential or courted danger, he couldn't force that legendary state to reawaken. Suddenly, the system chimed. Hidden quest activated. Inheritance of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight. His eyes narrowed. A hidden quest? The last time he triggered one of these, the rewards had been nothing short of god-tier resources. Whether for the inheritance or the War Soul reward, he had to secure top ranking. Composing himself, he strode out of the room, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Outside, Lin Feng and the team were already waiting, chatting amidst the aftermath with surprisingly high spirits. Seeing their leader, Lin Feng beamed. The purge was complete, every core member exterminated, not a single rat escaped. Plus, they'd looted a mountain of gear and potions. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. Distribute it all. Give the gear and supplies to our outer members and low-level professionals. Lin Feng blinked, stunned. Are you sure? This haul isn't exactly trash, you know. It's petty change, Zhou Yi scoffed. Better to buy loyalty and dissolve the evil wolf guild's remaining influence. His tone shifted. Besides, I found something far more important. Tai Xin leaned in, curious. What is it? Zhou Yi produced the object. I found this in their treasury. This item feels wrong, Zhou Yi muttered. Have any of you seen something like this before? Xiaolan's eyes widened as recognition dawned on her. I have, she said hurriedly. I've seen something exactly like this. Zhou Yi's intensity spiked. When? Where? Xiaolan searched her memory. I was about 6. A massive fireball crashed into the mountains behind our sect. The impact was terrifying. It incinerated half the forest instantly. When the flames finally died down, she continued. Inside the crater, only an iron helmet remained. The design and patterns were identical to what you're holding now. The clan elders were convinced it was a divine artifact. They took turns appraising it, but no one could figure out how to use it. It granted no stats, triggered no skills. For all intents and purposes, it was just a piece of useless heavy metal. But because of its celestial arrival, the elders refused to discard it. They believed it was a dormant treasure and locked it away in the family's Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Zhou Yi's mind raced. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If Xiaolan was right, That helmet was the war soul, the key to his hidden quest. But there was a problem. Infiltrating a great sect's treasury wasn't like raiding a bandit guild. He couldn't just kick down the door. Xiaolan grinned, sensing his desire. Brother Yi, you want to get into the pavilion for that helmet, don't you? I do, he admitted solemnly. It's crucial for a mission I can't afford to fail. Lin Feng chimed in. Is this another request from the Hidden Dragon platform? I thought they only handled small rift cleanups. Something like that, Zhou Yi bluffed internally. I can't reveal the system's existence, so this misunderstanding works perfectly. Xiaolan interrupted his thoughts. Then luck is on your side. Our sect holds a tournament every 3 years. The champion gets to enter the pavilion and choose any one treasure. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. When is it? Her answer was casual, but it hit him like a bomb. Tomorrow. Zhou Yi's expression shattered. Tomorrow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the latitude tracking machines were humming with frantic activity. Back with the team, Zhou Yi and his squad stumbled out of a teleportation gate. Lin Feng looked green, clutching his stomach. That was the 5th jump. I think I just threw up my entire dinner. Tai Xin muttered. We have no choice. The timeline is too tight. Hang in there, Lin Feng, someone urged, but even Lin Shi looked ready to collapse. Lan Lan, Lin Shi groaned. The whole world is spinning. Xiaolan tried to keep morale up. Almost there. The next jump takes us to the Spirit Stream Temple. She held up 3 fingers with a cheerful but forced smile. Just 3 more teleports after that, and we've arrived. Zhou Yi glanced back, his face a mask of cold determination. He didn't have time for motion sickness. Suppress it. We move. Now. The team responded with military precision. Yes, Captain. Orders received. Zhou Yi's mind raced as he calculated their schedule. To make the Sect tournament tomorrow, they had pushed their limits. Constant teleportation had taken its toll. Warping through space repeatedly put a massive strain on their bodies and spirits. Zhou Yi noted grimly. We will need anti-disturbance training in the future. Suddenly, azure light exploded around them. The teleportation array shifted in a dizzying geometric pattern. As they materialized, Ling Feng turned green. He couldn't hold it back, he vomited violently. Meanwhile, He Lan stretched like a cat, completely unfazed. We have arrived, everyone, He Lan announced. The destination? The legendary Heavenly Dao Sect. A massive guardian array shimmered before them, separating the sect from the mortal world. A world within a world. No teleportation circle in existence could breach this barrier directly. He Lan put on a serious face. Per sect rules, to show piety to the guardian array, we must walk the final leg of the journey. Ling Feng looked horrified. What is she talking about? Zhou Yi began calculating a 100-kilometer sprint to make it in time. Ling Feng grabbed his head, screaming in despair. You have got to be kidding me, He Lan giggled, covering her mouth with a mischievous smile. She flashed a golden token high in the air. Gotcha. Look at your faces. Spirit Taoists travel in style. She began to channel her inner energy, her aura spiking. Behold, clouds as the path, wind as the ally, talismans as the vessel. By the 6 energies of heaven and earth, at her command, a massive paper crane materialized from thin air, responding to her call. It soared upward. Ling Shi stared in awe at the majestic sight. It is beautiful. He Lan hopped onto the crane's back, looking down at them. Hop on. The flight talisman has a time limit. We are taking the VIP sky lane. As they climbed aboard, the paper crane shot into the sky. Everyone marveled at the speed this was faster than any spirit beast. The versatility of a spirit Taoist was truly terrifying. They could create anything they needed. Not bad, Zhou Yi thought. Much smoother than the teleportation array. He looked at He Lan, his gaze softening with hidden concern. Unable to hold back, Zhou Yi asked quietly, He Lan, be honest. You do not want to go back to the sect, do you? He Lan turned away sharply. Brother Yi, why would you say that? It is my home. Why wouldn't I want to return? Zhou Yi pressed on. Since we started this journey, you have been acting strange. Your smiles are forced. Every time the tournament is mentioned, your eyes dodge the subject. You are avoiding it subconsciously. He leaned in close, his voice low. It looks like you are trying to psych yourself up. What are you afraid of inside those walls, He Lan? She felt her face burn. He saw right through her mask. He Lan thought, his instincts are too sharp. Trying to change the subject, Ling Feng shouted. The winner gets to pick a treasure from the Myriad Manifestations Pavilion. He Lan corrected him, her voice serious. Better than that. They inherit the 9 Heavens Thunder art, the strongest technique of the ancestral founder. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. 9 Heavens Thunder art? Is it that powerful? He Lan nodded. Beyond powerful. With that art, a spirit Taoist can craft high-tier artifacts and pills, even with low cultivation. It breaks the rules of reality. It grants total independence, infinite resources, a straight path to seeking the heavenly way without begging outsiders for help. That is why spirit Taoists command such respect among the great powers. Zhou Yi was impressed. Self-sufficiency. But then he realized, so that is why she is sad. Lan whispered, when I was 12, I took first place. The entire sect surrounded me. I was the chosen one. The elders led me to the ancestral statue personally. Everyone believed I was the future pillar of the heavenly Tao sect. But then, something happened that shocked every elder present. Jaws dropped. The ancestral statue. I rejected me. I was denied the 9 heavens thunder art. As she spoke, the old pain resurfaced. They investigated everything, but found no cause. It was as if my very existence was denied by the founder. In a single night, I went from a celebrated genius to the sect's biggest disappointment. She didn't cry, but the light in her eyes died out completely. Suddenly, a loud wail broke the heavy silence. Lan jumped in fright. It was Lingzi. She was sobbing uncontrollably. She tackled Lan into a bear hug. I had no idea. We lived together so long, and I never knew. Lan, from now on I will treat you twice as well to make up for it. With tears in her eyes, she insisted. Maybe the ancestral statue was just senile that day. It failed to see your potential. But to me, you are absolutely the best. Ironically, Lan found herself comforting the crying girl instead. With a gentle smile, she replied, it has been so long. Honestly, I made peace with it years ago. Look at me now. Aren't I doing well? Zhou Yi chimed in with a grin. Exactly. Because your path with the heavenly Tao was cut, you were able to leave and take the university entrance exams. Lan's smile brightened as she thought of Suhong University. That place gave me a fresh start. And more importantly, it allowed me to meet all of you. Zhou Yi nodded, immense satisfaction in his voice. Perfect. Then let's make the entire Heavenly Tao sect see clearly just how dazzling the reject they abandoned has become. After their brief exchange, the paper crane finally crossed the barrier, carrying them deep into the formation. The scenery that unfolded was nothing short of a fairyland. It felt as if they had stepped into a realm where mortals were never meant to tread. As Zhou Yi's paper crane glided forward, the group buzzed with excitement. But suddenly, a voice dripping with mockery shattered the peaceful atmosphere, making Lan flinch. Oh, and here I was wondering who it could be. A figure riding a majestic phoenix swept past them, his tone arrogant. If it isn't the genius of our heavenly Tao sect seen once in a century, the very one the ancestor personally locked out, Song Hilon, isn't it? It was Chen Lei, the sect leader's second disciple. He sneered. What's wrong? Couldn't cut it at university in the mortal world? Although Lan clearly disliked him, she maintained her composure and bowed. Second senior brother Chen, long time no see. But Chen Lei spat back with disdain. Don't call me that. Someone the ancestor doesn't recognize isn't fit to be my junior. Speak. Did you fail out there and come crawling back to beg for resources? Ling Feng's patience snapped. Flames erupted instantly. Chen Lei panicked as fire engulfed his mount. My phoenix's wings. Realizing the danger, Chen Lei screamed a spell. Holy spring descent. Water cascaded from the sky, drenching the burning bird in seconds. Ling Feng laughed heartily at the sight. Look at you. A drowned rat. Or rather, a drowned chicken. It matches those wet wings perfectly. Chen Lei trembled with rage, stuttering, You. Ling Feng continued his ruthless mockery. Wrong. It goes blah blah blah, not you. Get it right. Chen Lei's face went black. Damn it. Aside from that guy on the left whose power I can't read, the rest are just second-rank trash. How dare they provoke me? If the tournament wasn't approaching, I would teach them the true meaning of suffering right now. Chen Lei composed himself and sneered again. Song Hilon, looking at your path, you're heading to visit that stubborn master of yours, aren't you? Let me give you some advice. Don't waste your energy. Even if you go now, I'm afraid you won't even find his shadow. Hilon's heart skipped a beat. She asked urgently, What happened to my master? Speak clearly. He laughed, enjoying her distress. Why don't you go see for yourself? This young master has no time to waste words on you. Stop, Hilon screamed. But before Chen Lei could leave, Zhou Yi flashed in front of Hilon and said coldly, Did I say you could leave? Chen Lei paused, startled. He locked eyes with Zhou Yi and felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. In a flash, golden chains shot out from the void. They bound Chen Lei tight, dragging him violently through the air and dropping him right at Zhou Yi's feet. Zhou Yi stepped forward slowly. Chen Lei lifted his head, trying to bluster. You dare use force inside the heavenly Tao sect? Do you seek death? But as the words left his mouth, he froze. The eyes staring down at him weren't human. They were the eyes of predators looking at prey. Chen Lei grit his teeth. Are you kidding me? This pressure. It's even more terrifying than the sect leader in a rage. Who the hell is this guy? Zhou Yi's voice dropped to absolute zero. Seeking what? Chen Lei began to shake uncontrollably. He lowered his head instantly, realizing with zero doubt that if he moved an inch, he would be a corpse in the next second. The aura of the three people behind him had shifted completely. They were monsters. Damn it, where did Song Hilon find these freaks? A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. He swallowed his pride. I'll endure this for now, then report to the sect leader to have her punished later. He spoke carefully, voice trembling. I meant, seeking the disciplinary hall. Fighting within the sect is forbidden. The hall won't let you off. Seeing them unmoved, Chen Lei switched tactics, his tone dripping with scorn again. Song Hilon, if you want to know, fine. After you left, the sect leader ordered your master to take new disciples to pass on his legacy. Your master refused. With his life. As he spoke, he watched the blood drain from Helan's face. For years, because of you, he abandoned his duties. He stopped refining weapons, stopped making pills. His cultivation stagnated while he wasted time studying useless ancient books. The sect leader was furious. 3 months ago, he was banished to guard the myriad treasure pavilion. No alchemy, no smithing, no cultivation. All his sect allowances were cut off. That is all I know. Ling Shi quickly stepped up to support a swaying Hilon. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed as he spat a single command. Scram. Unwilling but terrified, Chen Lei turned and fled. Helan's voice trembled as she whispered, Years ago, when the ancestor rejected me, the whole sect treated me like a mutation. Only Master never gave up. He scoured the world for ancient texts to find a cure. In the end, it was Master who convinced me to leave. He told me to go to the outside world, to find my own destiny. Master is the only tether binding me to this sect. Chen Lei left the words hanging in the cold air. Song Xialan. You dare shield an outsider striking your own kin? We only spared you out of pity for that wretched master of yours. Ling Feng's patience snapped, his roar shaking the ground. Brat! You aren't going anywhere! Energy exploded as he hurled a devastating strike at Chen Lei, but the reaction was instant. Clear spring living water technique flow. Xialan's composure finally cracked. Brother Yi, I must reach the myriad phenomena treasure pavilion immediately. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. Understood. The course changed instantly. The paper crane mount surged forward, tearing through the skies at maximum speed toward the heavenly Dao sect. They arrived at the treasure pavilion. Xialan gasped, her voice trembling. The 12 primordial spirit locking array? The sect leader actually deployed the inner sanctum guards. Her heart sank into the abyss. Master's situation is far more perilous than I ever imagined. She screamed toward the tower. Master, you must be safe. I am coming for you. But a voice booming with internal energy cut through the air below. Halt! Xialan landed, eyes blazing with fury. I seek Elder Bao. Stand in my way, and I won't be polite. Lin Xuan stood guard, shouting back from the steps. The treasure pavilion is forbidden ground. Trespassers will be executed without mercy. At his command, the guards drew their talismans. Heavenly thunder stirs, earth fire rises. Bagua Qi guidance formed the net of 12 Yang thunder fire. Following Lin Xuan's order, the talismans ascended in unison, glowing with dangerous light. A massive net of energy unfurled, rushing toward their paper crane. Zhou Yi looked at Xialan. Can you handle this? Her eyes were steely. Yes, her hand moved in a blur. Pure internal energy wrapped around her as she sketched rapidly in midair. Crimson talismans materialized instantly. As the energy net descended, a vortex opened up. Xialan commanded. Absorb! Cold sweat broke out on Lin Xuan's forehead. The Taoti law-breaking curse? That's a technique only direct disciples can cultivate. Could she be? Panic flickered in his eyes, sweat dripping down his face. Apologies. Xialan didn't wait. She launched herself forward, her palm striking straight for Lin Xuan's face. The other guards swarmed in. One shouted, Ox Thunder! A deafening explosion rang out. But Xialan pierced through the smoke, heading straight for the caster. She slammed a talisman onto his chest. Detonate! The blast sent shockwaves through the air. But in that chaos, a blade flashed, slicing dangerously close to her ear. Lin Xuan had flanked her, swinging his sword with lethal intent from behind. But Xialan didn't flinch. With just 2 fingers, she caught the blade mid-swing. She delivered a thunderous kick backward, sending Lin Xuan flying. He skidded across the ground but instantly launched himself back into the fray with renewed force. Lin Xuan unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Xialan weaved through them like a phantom. Seizing the moment, she grabbed a sword and vaulted high into the air. She bit her thumb. Crimson blood welled up. Xialan smeared the blood along the steel as she spoke. Senior brother, lend me your blade. Her speed was blinding. The sword danced, forcing Lin Xuan into a desperate retreat, unable to block a single hit. Xialan paused, her voice calm. Senior brothers, I only wish to see my master. I have no desire to harm fellow disciples. Please, stand down. Lin Xuan refused to yield. Internal energy flared as he summoned multiple flying swords. Impossible! The sect leader's orders are absolute. Xialan stepped forward. Then forgive me. Heavy pressure coin. Lin Xuan froze, staring at the copper coin that appeared on his shoulder. He recognized the energy flow instantly. The Bagua enemy binding array? Everyone, retreat, but it was too late. The heavy coins materialized on every single guard. The talisman in Xialan's hand burst into flames. She chanted, voice icy. Kunlun's spirit veins open. Profound gate guides the chi move the immovable. A blinding pillar of power crashed down, suppressing everyone under immense pressure. Mountain, Xialan whispered. She placed her hand solemnly against the tower wall, her eyes scanning the barrier. Lin Xuan yelled from the ground. That's the 12 primordial spirit locking array set by the sect leader himself. Even if you defeat us, you can never breach it. Xialan ignored him. 2 fingers struck the barrier with surgical precision. Moments later, the golden wall of light shattered and faded into nothingness. She glanced back coldly. At 8 years old, I passed the 12 primordial spirit selection. My only failure was not getting along with the other 11 candidates. Lin Xuan lay paralyzed, sweating profusely. She's a monster. Xialan threw open the tower gates. Master, but the words died in her throat. Her eyes went wide at the scene before her. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess. Shui Ying lay lazily amidst the clutter, gnawing on a pastry while staring at a drawing of a chicken leg. She glanced at the intruder, bored. Who is it? Suddenly, Shui Ying sprang up, eyes sparkling. My precious disciple. What took you so long? Tears streamed down Xialan's face. Master, they told me you were suffering in here without food or comfort. Disciple, were you actually worried about me? Shui Ying burst into laughter, playfully scolding her student. Silly child. Look at me. Does this look like the face of someone suffering? This place is pure paradise. No annoying interruptions. Just peace and quiet for me to research whatever fascinating curiosities catch my eye. She waved her hand dismissively. As for resources? Please. Your master just has to scribble a few talismans or refine a simple artifact. And it's more than enough to keep me stocked with delicious snacks. Watching the scene, Lingxi leaned in and whispered, Brother Yi, doesn't Lan's master seem a bit eccentric? Zhou Yi replied in a hushed tone. She has mastered the art of rejuvenation. Ancient cultivators like her operate on a different wavelength than us mortals. Xialan stepped forward to bridge the gap. Master, allow me to introduce the companions I met in the outside world. These are comrades with whom I have entrusted my very life. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Juniors Zhou Yi, Shenling Feng, Tang Lingxi, and Wei Tiexin pay their respects to the third elder. Shui Ying's eyes sparkled with appraisal. A level 32 adjudicator, level 29 berserker, and 2 level 28 warriors and mages to achieve such power at your age. 2. Extraordinary. You are all promising seedlings indeed. She turned to Xialan, patting her shoulder with beaming pride. And my little Lanner, skyrocketing to level 29 in such a short time? Truly magnificent work. But tell me, you must have endured great hardships in the outside world to grow this strong, haven't you? Xialan shook her head humbly. It was all thanks to Captain Yi's guidance. We returned this time with a mission, to help Brother Yi retrieve an artifact from the treasure pavilion. Shui Ying's expression turned serious. The treasure pavilion's inner vault? Without the sect leader's personal command, those doors remain sealed to all. That is the iron law of the sect. I am aware, Xialan replied, her gaze steady. That is precisely why I intend to participate in the upcoming sect tournament. I will win my way into the treasure pavilion, fair and square. Upon hearing her disciple's resolve, Shui Ying aggressively took a bite of her cake. She placed her hands on her hips, radiating confidence. Then it's settled. Your master shall aid you in this conquest. The scene shifted. High above, ominous dark clouds swirled, pierced only by thin shafts of pale light. Below lay the Heavenly Dao Sect Central Martial Arena, a colossal stage built for glory. At the highest vantage point stood sect leader Yang Zi, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down like a god. His voice boomed with authority. The hour has arrived. Seal the selection pools. As the command left his lips, he surged his internal energy to close the registration. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tension. Hold it right there. A streak of spiritual energy tore through the air, heading straight for the heaven rank pool. The energy slammed into the register, inscribing a name in the blink of an eye. It was Shu Weiying, arms crossed, and wearing a smug, triumphant grin. Registration complete. I've signed up my beloved disciple, Song Xialan. A nearby elder stared in horror, pointing upward. Third elder. Do you realize that is the heaven rank pool? The crowd erupted into chaos. Heavens, she threw it into the heaven pool? That bracket is reserved exclusively for Second Awakening powerhouses. Whispers spread like wildfire. The third elder always does the unthinkable. No one can predict her next move. Realizing the gravity of the mistake, Shuang feigned sudden shock. Oh dear, have I gone senile? She held up her hands, pretending they were trembling. My old hands slipped. What a disaster. That doesn't count. Deacon, hurry, retrieve that token. I demand a do-over. But Zhou Yi's sharp eyes had missed nothing. He whispered to Xialan. The token was heading for the mystic pool, but a burst of energy struck it mid-air, diverting it into the heaven pool. Xialan's heart went cold. Sabotage? Someone is trying to use the high-level bracket to eliminate me permanently. She glanced at him. Brother Yi, did you track the source? His gaze flickered upward, from the high platform. The technique was subtle, but undeniable. Xialan narrowed her eyes. Understood. Sect leader Yang Zi stepped forward, his presence suffocating. Junior sister Bao. Hundreds of eyes witnessed your action. The choice of the heaven pool has been made. He glared down from his pedestal, voice dripping with ice. As an elder of this sect, do you view our sacred laws as mere child's play? Shuang didn't back down. Sect, leader brother. The rules state that wherever the token lands determines the fate. The book says nothing about slippery fingers. I slipped. It was a tragic accident. How can you hold a mere accident against me? I demand to throw it again. 3 other elders immediately rushed forward to restrain her. Senior sister Bao. The rules cannot be broken. It would be better for Disciple Song to withdraw completely. The heaven pool is filled with Second Awakening monsters, above level 30. Sending her in there is a death sentence, sister. Second Awakening experts can harness the power of heaven and earth. She has absolutely zero chance of victory. Correct. Withdraw her registration now before it's too late. Yang Zi's cold gaze shifted to the disciple. Song Xialan, if you fear for your life, this seat grants you permission to flee this meaningless battle. Shuang looked at her student with concern. Lun Er. Xialan stepped forward, clasping her hands with unwavering resolve. Sect leader, her voice rang clear across the arena. If the token has fallen into the heaven pool, then that is the will of destiny. This disciple accepts the challenge. As she accepted her fate, her mind raced. The high platform, the sect leader, second uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle. Who among them wants me dead the moment I return to the sect? She raised her head, eyes burning with determination. I invite the sect leader and all elders to witness with their own eyes whether my years in the outside world were wasted. The crowd exploded with disbelief. She's lost her mind. She actually accepted? That's suicide. Desperate to show off. She doesn't care about her life or dignity. Trash abandoned by the ancestors. Now she's just begging for public humiliation. Yang Zi spread his arms wide, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Since your heart is set on destruction, this seat shall grant your wish. Let the tournament begin. With his declaration, the drums of war thundered, signaling the start of the chaotic battle. The heavenly tablet flashed, sealing the fate of the first round. Song Xialan versus the formidable Lei Zhe. Whispers of doom swept through the crowd. Lei Zhe, the sect leader's personal disciple? She's finished. That girl is walking into her grave. Lei Zhe never shows mercy at death or permanent disability. She's seeking her own end. Nobody can save her now. Chen Lei smirked, eyes dripping with malice. Song Xialan. Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one. Ling Feng scoffed at the ignorant mob, truly frogs at the bottom of a well. Lingzi trembled, clutching her chest. Is he really that terrifying? Xialan's smile didn't waver. Just the top rookie? Hardly worth a sweat. Shui Ying patted her head with a gentle smile. Go show them, kid. With a nod, Xialan stepped onto the stage, her spirit blazing for battle. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky, crashing onto the arena. Lei Zhe stepped out of the electric smoke, arrogance radiating from him. Song Xialan, surrender now, and I might leave your dignity intact. Xialan summoned her talismans, her eyes cold. Save your breath. Fight. In a flash, Lei Zhe launched a devastating strike, but Xialan vanished, dodging with ghostly speed. His eyes locked onto her movement, guiding the purple lightning like a predator chasing prey. She soared into the air, raining down talismans, but Lei Zhe was ready. A whip of pure lightning materialized, shattering her attack in midair. On the sidelines, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, dissecting the battle. He's using area of effect attacks to crush her movement space, forcing a confrontation. But his spiritual energy is leaking everywhere. He's wasting a third of his power just on flashy effects. A level 35 cultivator shouldn't lack this much control. Did Song Xialan unsettle his mental state? Ling Zi prayed silently. Be careful, Xialan. Shui Ying covered her face, barely watching. My precious disciple. Shatter that technique. On the stage, frustration crept into Lei Zhe's eyes. My speed has doubled. Why can't I land a single hit? Maintaining this lightning avatar is draining my mental energy too fast. I need to end this. Blue arcs of electricity exploded beneath Leize's feet. He launched himself skyward, roaring, nowhere left to run. The crowd gasped in awe. It's here. Brother Lei's signature move, Raging Thunder Sky Prison. That power, that angle. It's textbook perfection, but Yang Zi shook his head. Impressive force, but zero focus. He's throwing away 30% of his power. Unfazed, Xialan raised a single talisman, her gaze piercing through the chaos. Leize became a comet of purple destruction, crashing down upon her, swallowing the entire stage in violet light. But suddenly a magnificent golden lotus bloomed beneath Xialan's feet. Shui Ying's eyes widened. Force deflection? That girl. She's evolved since leaving the mountain. The lightning torrent collided violently with the golden petals. Shui Ying realized the truth immediately. The lotus isn't blocking the lightning, it's spinning. It's guiding that brutal energy, splitting it into harmless streams and redirecting it outward. The devastating thunder crash didn't even scratch the golden defense. The elders nodded in approval. Perfect internal circulation, using technique to conquer brute force. Outstanding! What kind of legendary encounters did this girl have outside? Leize screamed in humiliation. Cheap tricks. None of this belongs in true combat. Primordial Earth, heed my command. A generic binding array shattered the ground beneath Xialan. The arena floor cracked into massive tectonic plates. Suddenly, a colossal stone spike erupted from the earth. The debris morphed into a gigantic earthen fist, carrying the weight of a mountain, aiming straight for her. Xialan's eyes flashed. His energy flow is stagnant. Too many openings. Shui Ying frowned. A basic spirit-gathering talisman? Why draw that now? Xialan flicked the fresh talisman forward. All things returned to void. Reversal. The massive stone fist froze mid-air, then crumbled into harmless dust, showering the arena in pebbles. The spectators lost their minds. Did she just suck the mana out of his earth array? Is she kidding me? I thought spirit-gathering talismans were just for peaceful meditation. Who uses a support item as an offensive weapon? Shui Ying coughed, hiding her pride. She didn't gather natural qi. She drained the energy holding his spell together. This technique, truly worthy of being my disciple. Even the second elder looked terrified. She drained an active spell. Monstrous control. Leize's face twisted into a mask of insanity. Heretic tricks. Let's see you drain this. He summoned a storm of offensive talismans. Nine Heavens Thunderlord, execute my will. The sky turned black as judgment descended. A pillar of lightning slammed down, obliterating the stage floor. Xialan stood alone in the eye of the storm, surrounded by a cage of pure destruction. But Xialan didn't flinch. Her internal power surged like a tsunami. Heaven and earth align, stars shift and merge. A blinding explosion swallowed the arena, silencing the world. Leize stared in absolute bewilderment, his mind racing. How on earth had she set up such a complex formation without a sound? Suddenly, Song Hilon materialized behind him like a ghost. Your lightning domain has form, but no substance. It lacks the structure of sword chi and the fluidity of water. All you have is berserk destruction. Your 5 elements are in chaos. Your foundation is already ruined. Enraged, Leize hurled a bolt of lightning straight at her, but Song Hilon dodged effortlessly, treating his attack like child's play. She countered instantly, unleashing a flurry of golden talismans. The Tao of formations lies in balance. It is the art of observation, of mutual growth and restraint. The talismans moved as if they possessed souls of their own. They swarmed upwards, locking onto Leize's formation and detonating in a deafening chain of explosions. Leize looked up in pure terror. The technique he was so proud of, his lightning domain, had been shattered. Impossible. What kind of demonic art is this? Song Hilon stood unwavering, her gaze piercing. Senior brother Leize, your lightning technique is a hollow shell. Her voice turned icy. You only see the violence of power. You have never truly understood the soul of the talisman array. Leize bit his lip until it bled, humiliation burning in his eyes. Memories of the past flooded his mind, bitter and resentful. At 12 years old, he had defeated a level 15 master at the Huangxi Qi Arena. His talent for talismans was once unrivaled among his generation. His future was radiant. But from the moment Song Hilon joined the Heavenly Tao Sect, the world stopped looking at him. 10 years of bitter cultivation meant nothing compared to her dazzling arrival. She became the future pillar of the sect overnight. That's right. Limitless potential. She stole everything that belonged to him. The attention, the resources, even the master's expectations. He remembered the dark joy he felt years ago. In that moment, I thanked the ancestors. Finally, her mask of genius was ripped away. When you left, my world was finally at peace again. I became the sole focus of the Heavenly Tao sect once more, the only genius. I risked my life, seizing every opportunity just to stand here today. So why? Why did you have to come back? Leze screamed like a madman, his jaw unhinged with rage. Song Hilon, you should have stayed gone. Do not look at me with those eyes. His spiritual pressure tore his own clothes apart. 9 heavens divine lightning, burn my blood essence, grant me power. His body swelled grotesquely. Leze threw his head back and roared. The lightning dragon descended. A massive beast with glowing eyes materialized, radiating a pressure that made the air tremble. The disciples below watched in stunned silence. That was the final technique of the 9 heavens lightning art, the world-destroying lightning dragon. Had Leze really mastered such a legendary skill? He has lost his mind. This is a killing blow. Yet, Song Hilon remained calm, simply looking up at the approaching doom. Shui Ying crossed her arms, scoffing. Fool. He forced a breakthrough and damaged his own foundation. Even if he survives, his recovery will take years. The second elder panicked, screaming, Leze, disperse your spiritual power now. Do you want to destroy your Tao base? But Leze was too far gone. This is my trump card. I never wanted to use it. But today, Song Hilon must be destroyed. Song Hilon raised a single finger. Her voice was calm, stubborn. On the ground, the talismans answered her call. In a flash of light, they soared into the sky, obeying their master's will. She closed her eyes, weaving the energy with her hands. Scatter as dust, gather as an array. All things returned to the flow. Thousands of talismans wove together, creating a floating barrier. Leze's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Die! Turn to smoke and ash! The dragon roared and charged. Song Hilon focused, channeling her internal force into a seal. Spirit net bind. A massive net, woven from thousands of glowing talismans, intercepted the dragon mid-air. Moments later, the net tightened, trapping the beast into a compressed sphere. Song Hilon formed a new hand seal. Disperse. Light erupted from within the sphere. She stared it down, her command echoing. Split flow. Inside the prison, beams of spiritual energy lashed out, tearing the dragon apart from the inside. Her hands formed the 5-petaled lotus of purification. The dragon dissolved into nothingness. The crowd was so captivated, they forgot to blink. Song Hilon aimed her palm at the sphere and shouted, 5 elements rotation, reverse to origin, scatter. A catastrophic explosion shook the arena. Leze screamed in absolute despair. Impossible! My lightning dragon! An instant later, his body gave out. Leze had reached his limit. He clutched his chest and vomited a massive mouthful of black blood. Song Hilon walked slowly toward him. The dragon did not destroy you because of some profound formation. You were defeated by the foundation you refused to build. Leze kept his head bowed, his spirit broken. He whispered, I have lost. High above on the platform, Yangzi clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grim. He looked down with cold, judging eyes and spoke slowly. Yangzi declares, Song Hilon is the winner. Down below, Zhou Yi's group erupted in joy, but Yangzi wasn't finished. However, winning is useless. The smiles instantly vanished from their faces. Yangzi's gaze was piercing. Song Hilon, you were rejected by the founding ancestor in front of the entire sect. This is a destiny that heaven itself denies. If the heavens themselves do not grant it, then you have no destiny with my heavenly Tao sect. If not for the third elder's mercy years ago, I would have shattered your Tao foundation and cast you out like a stray dog, then and there. Helen clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Sect leader, the truth of that year remains buried in shadow. But today, this disciple secured victory against all odds. Perhaps this triumph proves my worth at last. The 3,000 great Taos are vast and infinite. Surely, the path left by the ancestor is not the only way to touch the divine. His voice dripped with cruelty. Insolent blasphemy. What you displayed today was nothing but cheap trickery and opportunistic filth. By abandoning the true foundation, you have only proven one thing. You are walking a path of heresy. The ancestor rejected you because he saw the rot in your very soul. Xuan Yangzi declared coldly. The heavenly Tao sect refuses to acknowledge this tainted victory. For your master's sake, I will spare your cultivation base. But from this moment forth, our ties are severed. You are banned from these sacred gates for all eternity. The sentence was final. A crushing pressure descended from the sky like a mountain. Helen couldn't withstand the force, and vomited a mouthful of crimson blood. Disciple! Shui Ying rushed forward, panic in her eyes. Helen! Ling Feng and Ling Shi screamed in horror. Shui Ying trembled with pure rage, glaring at the leader. What do you think you are doing? The fourth elder tried to intervene. Senior sister, do not be rash. We must obey the sect leader's decree. Song Hilon will survive this. But Shui Ying was done listening. She summoned countless talismans, the air crackling with battle intent. You shameless old dog. A level 55 master bullying a level 29 child? You have damaged her Dao foundation, an injury that may never heal. If you do not step aside, junior brother, then do not blame me for showing no mercy. Suddenly, Ling Shi stared ahead, sweat pouring down her face. It's Brother Yi. Zhou Yi surged forward, channeling spiritual energy into an impenetrable shield in front of Hilon. She collapsed to one knee, looking up weakly. Brother Yi. His voice was ice cold, dripping with disdain for the entire sect. This heavenly destiny you speak of, who decided it? Was it you? Or that stone statue that cannot speak? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. And this so-called righteous path, is it merely the stubborn arrogance of your thunder decision technique, or is it the true great Dao walked by millions of cultivators across the world? He pointed a finger straight at Xuan Yangzi's face. Song Hilon used the strength of a level 29 to crush a level 35 opponent. She used your own basics, but evolved them with her own genius. And simply because she found a new path, you call it heresy? Is the will of heaven so fragile that it demands the slaughter of its own children? As a sect leader, you despise talent and ignore reason. You suppress the weak to feed your own ego. Are you truly protecting the ancestors' legacy, or are you just protecting your own absolute authority? There is no doubt left in my mind. You are unworthy of your title. Xuan Yangzi roared, unleashing a devastating strike. Impudent brat, how dare you insult the ancestors? Zhou Yi smirked, fearlessly facing the attack. Did I strike a nerve? Look at you, turning shame into anger. He stared the leader down, his voice cutting through the chaos. It seems the great heavenly Dao sect is nothing but a den of hypocrites. You ignore justice, break promises, and bully the weak. Suddenly, Shui Ying laughed aloud, her eyes shining with approval. Well said, boy. She leaped into the air, clutching two powerful talismans. Curse them again, it sounds like music to my ears. She took her battle stance, aura flaring. My disciple walked through hell and thorns to forge her own Dao, and now she returns in glory. Yet you stubborn old fossils. Without asking a single question, you want to sever her future. She unleashed an attack while screaming her lungs out, to hell with your heavenly destiny. That year, in front of the ancestor's statue, which of you dared to find the real truth? You cling to the rules, but forget why they were made. The ancestors wanted to enlighten us, not to give you tools for tyranny. Xuanyangzi's face turned grim. Bao Shuiying, you have repeatedly violated sect rules, disrespected elders, and slandered the ancestors. Your treason is clear. A golden pagoda manifested in his hand, radiating terrifying power. Today, this seat will use the 9 Revolutions smelting tower. To cleanse the sect of this filth, prepare for execution. The 2 elders behind him cried out in panic. Sect leader, please reconsider. But Xuan Yangzi did not hesitate. He hurled the 9 Revolutions smelting tower forward. Instantly, it expanded into a colossal mountain of gold. Threatening to crush the 3 rebels into dust, Shui Ying gritted her teeth, recognizing the threat. That is Xuan Yangzi's life-bound artifact. It melts metal, dissolves matter, and incinerates the very soul. This old monster truly intends to kill us. She waved her hand, blasting Helen out of the danger zone. Go, now. As Helen and Zhou Yi landed safely at a distance, he grabbed her shoulder. Master, Helen cried out. Do not distract her, Zhou Yi shouted. Trust in your master's power. She needs to focus. Shui Ying clasped her hands, defiance burning in her eyes. You think suppressing me will be that easy? She wove hand seals with blinding speed. Formation active. Heaven and earth, bind. The 4 symbols formation roared to life. A massive barrier materialized, slamming against the falling tower with a deafening boom. Xuanyangzi's expression darkened. Humph. Mediocre talent. A dragon composed of searing flames materialized around the tower. The fire dragon and the massive pagoda smashed into the barrier with apocalyptic force. A blinding explosion of light engulfed the arena, leaving everyone blinded by the sheer power. Shui Ying bit her thumb, drawing fresh blood to fuel her spell. I am not finished yet. She channeled her full inner force, rewriting the laws of the formation. 10,000 manifestations. Rise. Dozens of radiant phoenixes shrieked into existence, soaring up to clash against the dragon of fire. The fire dragon clawed viciously at the phoenixes, tearing through their defenses. The tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in the dragon's favor. Yangzi's voice dripped with cold disdain. Your talisman Dao has indeed reached the realm where the 5 elements generate and overcome one another. This myriad manifestation technique flows as easily as turning a hand, a perfect harmony. If you had stayed on the orthodox path, perhaps one day you might have even surpassed me. Cold sweat drenched Shui Ying's face. She bit her lip until it nearly bled, her eyes burning with stubborn defiance, refusing to admit defeat. He raised a hand, his expression pitying yet cruel. What a pity. The 9 Revolutions smelting tower is the sect's supreme treasure, containing traces of pure yang laws. No matter how agile or clever your myriad spells may be, in the face of absolute origin power, they are nothing more than an egg striking a rock. The 9 Revolutions Tower crashed down instantly, the phoenixes scattered in panic, and the fire dragon lunged, tearing them apart with savage hunger. Boom! The tower successfully crushed Shui Ying into the earth. The ground shattered, sending rock and debris flying in a chaotic explosion. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from her lips. Shui Ying's body went limp, and she collapsed backward, completely drained of strength. Tears streamed down Helan's face as she screamed in agony. "Master!" Shui Ying turned her head, smiling through her tears to scold her. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Your master is a 3rd Revolution talisman venerable, after all. This rusty old tower is still far too weak to refine me." She threw an object toward Helan and gasped. "All these years, I scoured the forbidden records in the hidden scripture pavilion. I tried everything, and I found the only object that resonates with your mystery. This is absolutely no ordinary artifact. You must guard it with your life. Take your friends and leave the Heavenly Tao Sect immediately. Go. And never look back." Helan rushed forward, screaming in protest. "No, disciple will not leave you, master." But the 9 Revolutions Tower pressed down harder, burying the area in a cloud of choking dust. Helan's tears fell like rain. She could only watch in despair as the tragic scene unfolded before her eyes. High above, Yangzi looked down with a gloating smirk. Meanwhile, the object Shui Ying had thrown landed squarely in Zhou Yi's hand. The system chimed instantly. "Alert. Soul of War detected. Hidden quest progress updated," he muttered to himself. "This is the target of my journey, the Soul of War." It was trembling violently, but not out of desire for a master. Zhou Yi frowned, clutching the helmet tight. "No, it seeks a vessel capable of bearing the sheer will of war." Without hesitation, he slammed it onto his head to prepare for battle. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy instantly erupted from the helm. Zhou Yi roared, "I am your vessel." A pillar of power shot into the sky, radiating a pressure so immense it terrified the soul. The onlookers stood frozen in shock and awe. Even Helan stopped her crying, stunned into silence. She turned her head blankly toward that overwhelming power. Zhou Yi now stood encased in a magnificent, complete set of battle armor. Fearless, he launched himself straight at the fire dragons. They roared, jaws gaping to swallow him whole. Bang! A massive explosion rang out as he unleashed a strike filled with inner force. Wild energy flooded the entire dimension. The force was so great that the massive 9 Revolutions Tower teetered, threatening to topple over. Another deafening blast. Debris flew everywhere. Up in the sky, Yangzi clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible! What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, a vision of Shui Ying seemed to emerge from the dust, triggering something within Helan. Looking at her master now, Helan trembled. Memories from years ago flooded back the cold stares, the ridicule, the endless gossip she endured within the sect. After being rejected by the ancestors' statue, I spent countless nights in self-doubt, helpless and questioning everything. I was confused about the orthodox lightning law, lost in the fog regarding my own path. But in this very moment, all those emotions and scenes shattered like glass. Something inside her snapped. "Break! I finally understand." Above, the disciples panicked. "Sect Master, are you all right?" But, Helan whispered to her soul, "Lightning. What is it really?" Looking at Shui Ying, she realized the truth. It is absolutely not about submissively chanting spells or using tools to imprison the shape of a talisman. Helan began to slowly rise, aura surging. It is the heaven-sent force that repels filth. It is the manifestation of justice that shatters all chains. On the sidelines, Ling Shi and Tizin watched with bated breath, their eyes fixed on Helan. Helan's eyes turned icy cold. She spoke to the heavens. "Ancestor above, if you founded this path with a heart of fairness and protection, then open your eyes. Look at how your orthodox path is blinded by greed. Look at how justice is twisted by power." Helan roared to the sky, "Tell me, and tell all my fellow disciples." The crowd below stared in bewilderment. Has she gone completely mad? Helan continued to scream, her voice piercing the heavens. "What is the true way of lightning?" Suddenly, from the horizon, a golden beam of light pierced the sky. It looked like a descending galaxy. Fierce winds began to howl, and the surrounding trees shook violently. It didn't stop there. The demon beasts froze, sensing a terrifying presence awakening. The magical treasures and weapons in the hands of every disciple began to vibrate. What is happening? My artifact is moving on its own. My Bagua mirror too. A moment later, jaws dropped in collective horror. Heavens! Look, it's the ancestor. The ancestor has truly manifested. Watching Helan from the ruins, even Shui Ying couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. She was completely stunned. The disciple stammered, his voice trembling with absolute terror as he stuttered, "Pa! Patriarch!" Instantly, the sea of disciples below dropped to their knees, their foreheads smashing against the stone floor as they roared in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch." But the ancient spirit floating above did not look pleased. Without a word, the Patriarch channeled a surge of internal energy directly at Hilon. She stood frozen, bewildered, her eyes locked forward, unable to even blink as the pressure descended. Agony struck her like a lightning bolt. Hilon couldn't suppress a blood-curdling scream. Zhou Yi, terrified for her friend, cried out in desperation. Laner, cold sweat poured down Hilon's forehead like rain. The pain was unbearable, draining every ounce of strength from her body until she felt she might collapse. A majestic voice boomed from the void, resonating in their souls. "Foolish child, only by facing authority do you learn justice. Only through injustice do you realize your true nature, the true intent of Thunder Law. Have you finally grasped it?" As the words fell, Hilon's body was cleansed by a divine light. Her hair grew wild and long, and her outer robes shredded apart from the sheer energy outburst. The Patriarch continued, his voice echoing with ancient regret. "The heavenly Tao sect inherited my teachings, yet slowly lost my soul. Today, I use my remaining will to vindicate you. You shall continue the true orthodoxy. I grant you the authority of heavenly thunder and the judgment of heaven and earth." The transformation was complete. Hilon stood suspended in midair, radiating an enchanting yet terrifying majesty. Her aura was no longer that of a disciple, but of a ruler. The ground beneath could not withstand her escalating power. With a deafening crack, the stone floor shattered, debris floating up into the gravity-defying storm. Even Zhou Yi, standing nearby, felt his heart race. The pressure was suffocating. He worried the shockwave alone might critically injure their teammates. Zhou Yi immediately launched himself into the air to shield the others. Meanwhile, Hilon bowed respectfully in the sky. "Thunder Punishment Taoist, disciple Song Hilon, thanks the Patriarch." Yang Zi stared up, his jaw practically on the floor. The Patriarch's remnant just granted her a direct second transition, and it was the Patriarch's own hidden class? The Patriarch had manifested to personally pass down the legacy, but the ancestor's judgment wasn't finished. His voice thundered from the void again. "Xuanyang." The elder quickly dropped to his knees, shouting respectfully, "Disciple is here." But the tone of the ancestor's voice sent shivers down his spine. "You manage the sect to protect the Tao, yet power has rotted your heart and clouded your reason. Conservative, stubborn, suppressing geniuses. You nearly destroyed the sect's future. This crime cannot be forgiven." Yang Zi's face turned corpse pale. He stammered, trying to defend himself. "Patriarch, I." But before he could finish, a bolt of energy struck him. The energy bound Yang Zi tight. The Patriarch declared, "I sentence you to have your cultivation sealed. You are banished to the lowest level of the deadly silent thunder abyss. You will suffer the 10,000 lightning cleansing for 10 years. Until you achieve true enlightenment, you are forbidden from leaving the abyss." Yang Zi was consumed by terror. "No, Patriarch, spare me. Disciple knows his wrong." The second elder was so frightened he collapsed backward onto the ground. Even the sect leader, a level 55 heavenly master, stood helpless as a child before the remnant of the founder. This was absolute power. The Patriarch commanded, "The position of sect leader will be managed by the Council of Elders for now. However, any major decision requires the approval of the Thunder Punishment Taoist, Song Hilon." The spirit turned his gaze back to Hilon. "Your cultivation has reached level 50, and your heart is clear. The day your thunder art reaches perfection is the day you take full control of the heavenly Tao sect." The second elder bowed deeply, sweating profusely. "We obey the Patriarch's decree." Finally, the Patriarch shifted his gaze toward Zhou Yi. "And this little friend? You carry great fortune. It was you who attracted the war thunder and awakened my remnant. A magnificent feat." With those final words, the Patriarch's form began to fade, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. As he dissolved into light, he muttered one last praise. "Very good." As the Patriarch vanished completely, a heavy silence fell over the arena. All eyes were glued to Hilon. The silence broke as Shui Ying rushed forward, tackling Hilon in a hug. "Good, so good. My Laner, even the Patriarch acknowledged you. You are the true orthodox successor. The real deal." Ling Shi and the others cheered wildly. "Lan, you're amazing. You looked so cool just now." At this moment, the shadow over Hilon's heart finally lifted. She looked at her friends, Master, Ling Zi, Shui Ying. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she beamed with a radiant smile. "I think I finally found my path." From above, Zhou Yi descended, landing softly beside the group. As he deactivated his battle armor, a system interface flickered into existence before his eyes. Hidden mission complete. Conceal the legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight and the War Soul. Ling Feng grinned, breaking the tension. "So, Our Taoist girl wants to run a major sect now? Zhou Yi instantly fired back with a smirk. Aren't you just a slacker yourself? He frowned, sensing something. What is that? In the distance, a strange, unnatural fog began to curl around them. Before them stood a mysterious woman with golden hair cascading past her waist. Her back turned to them. Two children stood on either side, carefully combing her long hair. Cold sweat beaded on the woman's face. She whispered internally, "This aura." Quickly using a skill to analyze the situation. The Apocalypse Dragon Knight, my most loyal warwalker, died in the final battle against the Master, his authority scattered across the myriad worlds. Gathering internal energy in her palm, the woman summoned a pillar of soft golden light, standing unmoving in her position. She spoke, her voice laced with disbelief. I never imagined that a legacy broken for 10,000 years would be restored, and in the body of a mortal boy. From within the great hall, the woman's power began to ripple outward, surging toward them like a tide. From the golden void, a voice descended with the weight of destiny, speaking directly to him. Zhou Yi, find the second fragment of the war god. Only then will you prove you possess the fate and qualifications to wield this authority. Do this, and I shall personally grant you the legacy. The voice faded, leaving Zhou Yi frozen in place. His eyes widened, his mind reeling for several seconds as the gravity of the words sank in. Seeing his friend standing like a statue, Ling Feng couldn't help but crack a joke. What's wrong? Did a bird decide to drop a gift on your head? Zhou Yi didn't hide anything. He quickly voiced his thoughts, his expression serious. Just now, I felt a gaze locking onto me from the void. It was then that Ling Feng noticed the object in Zhou Yi's hands. Panic flickered in his eyes. Huh? Why is the helmet cracked? He calculated silently. Fighting against the 9-turn smelting tower. But even a divine inheritance artifact couldn't withstand that pressure. The cracks seemed to be spreading before their eyes. Zhou Yi's heart sank. No, I can't use the holy light force to restore it. That might cause secondary damage and destroy it completely. The hidden mission regarding the Apocalypse Dragon Knight's inheritance was clearly a continuous chain. Why didn't the next stage trigger after finding the helm? Suddenly, the system interface materialized, and his hand moved to interact with the screen. The truth was undeniable. Zhou Yi needed to repair the artifact before the quest could resume. He understood the problem instantly, so that's it. The structural damage is blocking the trigger mechanism. The helmet required immediate restoration. Ling Feng marveled at the design. This helmet looks incredible. Sure, it's a bit cracked, but let's look at the bright side. The Heavenly Dao Sect specializes in artifact refining and talismans. Once Song Hilon handles her sect's internal affairs, we'll ask her. She might know a way to fix this. Staring intensely at the damaged helm in his hands, Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, inside the majestic Tianhua Hall, a heavy silence hung in the air. The atmosphere was suffocatingly solemn. The portrait of the founding ancestor radiated a majestic aura, his painted eyes seemingly staring down in judgment at the disciples gathered below. Everyone looked up with terrified respect and intense focus. The tension was so thick that no one dared to even breathe loudly. Stepping forward, Xiaolan's voice rang out. Since the founding of the Heavenly Dao Sect, our ancestor established the teachings to embrace all paths. The myriad dharmas returned to the origin has stood for 100 years. Yet, for the last 30 years, this sect has strayed onto a crooked path. The reason I have summoned the entire sect today is for one purpose. On her forehead, the black seal left by the ancestor manifested, radiating a terrifyingly heroic aura. To restore order, to purge the rot. Hearing this command, the crowd below bowed their heads in unison, kneeling low in submission to hear the verdict. At that moment, the second elder unfurled a scroll with trembling hands. Staring at the contents, he began to read aloud with booming clarity. After 3 days of rigorous investigation by the disciplinary hall, the 7 capital crimes of the former sect leader, Xuanyangzi, have been confirmed. First, abuse of power and theft of resources. Xuanyangzi ruled for 37 years. In that time, he diverted over 70% of pills and 60% of talismans under the guise of wastage and training costs. These resources were secretly transported to his worldly clan. The Lei family. The elder didn't stop there. He continued to the second charge. Second, altering the inheritance and severing the Dao lineage. To solidify the Lei family's status in the outside world, Xuanyangzi claimed other arts were impure. He sealed away 42 volumes of inheritance scriptures. He targeted the pill and weapon factions, favoring only the flying thunder arts. Because of him, the myriad dharmas returned to the origin exists in name only. As the truth came out, the disciples erupted into chaotic whispers and angry discussions. Back then, I wanted to study feng shui and face reading, but I couldn't find a single book. It turns out they were banned. No wonder we only know thunder arts and alchemy. Shui Ying immediately stepped in, her voice sharp. Third, suppressing dissidents and persecuting fellow disciples, she declared with righteous fury. Years ago, Lanner was rejected by the ancestor statue not because of fate, but because that old thief rigged the trial. He had already decided that his grandson, Lei Zhe, would be the next sect leader. How could he let a true genius block his path? The crowd boiled with indignation, grievances pouring out one after another. My father publicly questioned the unfair resource distribution. The very next day, he was banished to the back mountain to plant herbs. 10 years. He couldn't return for 10 whole years. That's right. And senior sister Ming Xing. She was a first-turn awakener. She had the rare gift of spirit rhinoceros summoning, but he called it a heretical path and forced her to cultivate thunder arts, ruining her potential. Xiaolan spoke again, her voice cutting through the noise. Bribery, nepotism, falsifying merits, and disrespecting the ancestors. All remaining crimes are documented and will be posted for 3 days for all to see. I know many of you were forced to participate or chose silence to survive. Today, the disciplinary hall opens the floor for self-confession. Anyone who voluntarily steps forward or exposes others will be considered for leniency. As she spoke, Xiaolan began to gather her internal energy, the air humming around her. But if you hide the truth, if you stubbornly resist, the smile on her face stiffened into something terrifying. The punishment will be merciless. Standing on the sidelines, Ling Feng watched with immense satisfaction. And Lan is so cool. She truly possesses the aura of a generation's grandmaster. She handled this perfectly. Xuan Yangzi truly treated this sect like his personal piggy bank. He looted the sect's vault as if moving house, completely shameless. If he tried a stunt like that in the Shen family, he would have been crippled and fed to the demon beasts long ago. With the internal cleanup complete, Helan returned in a flash. I'm back. Lingxi wasted no time, diving into a tight embrace. Sister Lan, you're amazing. Total idol material. I want to be just as cool as you. However, Ling Feng had a burning question. By the way, where is that traitor Chen Lei? He was Xuan Yangzi's second disciple. Do I need to teach him a lesson personally? Helan didn't hesitate. Chen Lei confessed to doing Xuan Yangzi's dirty work for years. Per sect rules, his cultivation was crippled, and his memories wiped. He has been expelled from the mountain forever. Now, regarding the restoration of the Iron Helm, I found the only person in the Heavenly Dao sect whose forging skills rival Xuan Yangzi, the reclusive master of the back mountain, Elder Mo Chui. He despised Xuan Yangzi's corrupt methods. 20 years ago, he resigned as head of the forging hall and went into seclusion. A true master of principles. He Lan continued. I contacted him 3 days ago about the helmet. Today, he replied with a solution. We can use the Earth Core Thunderfire to attempt a repair. She explained the gravity of the situation. The Thunderfire furnace in the Forbidden Grounds is unstable. It requires the spiritual power of at least 3 elders just to maintain the formation. Myself, Master, and the second martial uncle can handle the energy flow. But Elder Mo Chui emphasized a critical risk. During restoration, the helmet will resonate violently with the Thunderfire. We need someone with immense spiritual strength and a deep bond with the artifact to stabilize its spirit. Who could possibly fit that description? Ling Feng asked, though the answer was already clear. Wait, surely not. Helan's expression darkened. The process will be excruciating. It is like throwing a piece of your own soul into a furnace to be incinerated. Zhou Yi's eyes hardened with resolve. He didn't flinch. When do we start? Tomorrow. Helan instructed sharply. Rest well tonight. This will drain every ounce of your spirit. Time flew by, and the dawn of the trial arrived. The group followed Helan deep into the mountains to meet the legendary smith. Elder Mo Chui spotted Zhou Yi instantly. So, you are Zhou Yi. The young hero bowed respectfully. Junior greets Elder Mo Chui. The old man stared him down. Kid, do you know the difference between repairing this helmet and a normal artifact? Zhou Yi lowered his head. Please enlighten me, Elder. Mo Chui's voice boomed. Normal artifacts break in form and need material. But this is broken in will, and needs intent to repair. He explained that Earth Core Thunderfire is pure destruction. It can forge laws, but it is too violent. It requires guidance and balance across 4 stages. Step 1. The fusion formation. We must cut off all interference from the outside world. Mo Chui roared. Activate the origin return formation. Step 2. Connect the earth veins to ensure a limitless supply of spiritual power. The pressure was instant. Even the second elder struggled to keep his footing. Step 3, the elder shouted. Use the intent of thunder as a hammer. Forge the fire into the cracks. He signaled the next move. Girl from the Song family, call the lightning. Helan instantly gathered her internal energy. 9 heavens responding origin. 10,000 lightning strike. She blasted energy toward the lotus formation. Infused with power, the metallic flower bloomed instantly. Mo Chui seized the moment. Now! He leaped into the air, a massive hammer in hand, raining blows upon the lotus with rhythmic fury. Between strikes, he barked orders at Zhou Yi. Fourth step, use your holy light as a medium. You must reconcile the conflict between the fire and the helmet's will. Mo Chui warned him grimly. One mistake, and the helmet won't just break. Its spirit will be wiped out completely, turning it into a useless piece of scrap metal. Inside the furnace, the Golden Knight's helm was being stitched together by their combined power. But suddenly, Zhou Yi panicked. What is happening? The cracks are spreading. Mo Chui turned on him, screaming, Kid, don't move an inch. Before Zhou Yi could react, the elder's massive hammer swung down. Bam! He smashed it directly onto Zhou Yi's head. Hilon gasped in horror. What are you doing? The elder remained calm. Don't panic. That was the soul-guiding hammer technique. I just knocked 70% of his consciousness directly into the helmet. The helmet's spirit is resisting the cure. Someone had to enter its core consciousness and subdue it face to face. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. It was like a volcano erupting right in front of them. Shui Ying frowned, unable to stay silent. You crazy old man, you're gambling with lives. If his consciousness gets swallowed, we all die here. Unaware of the chaos outside, Zhou Yi floated in a void. He was shocked by what he saw. This was the inner world of the Iron Helm, shattered, chaotic, filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He spoke to the spirit, not as a master, but as a brother. I know you are unwilling to yield, but resisting now will only destroy you. Let me fix you. Let's make you whole again. At that exact moment, the helmet erupted with power. A massive warrior spirit materialized from within. A voice, deep as the abyss, thundered from the void. You insignificant mortal ant. How dare you look down upon the authority of war? Do you truly believe you are worthy to wield my power? Without wasting a second, the colossus raised its foot. A devastating stomp descended straight toward Zhou Yi. Startled, Zhou Yi threw his arms up to shield himself from being crushed. Outside, Xiaolon watched in horror as fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Brother Yi is hurt, she cried out. But Mo Chui instantly blocked her path. Do not interfere. If his consciousness is severed now, he will be trapped in that void forever. A living corpse, he must endure this burden alone. Inside the mental realm, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, trying to reason with the beast. Your war ended when your former master fell, he shouted. The past is dead. You need a new master to guide you. But the war soul's rage only intensified. It let out an arrogant, deafening roar. Suddenly, the system interface flashed into existence. Skill activated, Judgment of Justice. A divine magic circle unfurled in the sky. Blades of pure light rained down, striking the enemy trapped within the formation. The Angel of Justice descended, hurling a spear of holy light. It inflicted catastrophic light attribute damage upon the spirit. Yet, the war soul remained stubborn, determined to crush Zhou Yi beneath its heel. But from above, a blinding golden radiance suddenly exploded forth. Seizing the opening, Zhou Yi rolled away. He escaped death by a mere hair's breadth. The war soul did not let up. It charged again with an aura that could swallow mountains. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and his internal energy flared to life. The system chimed again. Holy Light, // level 5, rank B. A cross of energy slashed forward, forcing the terrified war soul to scramble aside. Fear was not in Zhou Yi's dictionary. He rapidly condensed his inner power for the next strike. Skill, Punishment of Light. Bolts of holy lightning crashed down on the target. The power of the lightning was amplified by the user's own affinity for the light attribute. One warrior versus one war soul. The battle had reached a fever pitch of intensity. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He unleashed another devastating blow straight at the spirit. The backlash was instant. Zhou Yi vomited a mouthful of blood. It was clear his injuries were severe. He dropped to one knee, gasping for air as he wiped the crimson stain from his lips. But his eyes? They were colder than ice. He was far from finished. A burning gaze manifested behind him like a guardian deity. The war soul roared and charged once more. Zhou Yi stared the beast down and screamed, If you will not yield, I will force you to submit to my battle will. A barrage of attacks collided in a symphony of destruction. Pursuit of Repentance, Holy Fist Combo, Divine Storm, Judgment Descent. The golden helmet began to emit a colossal energy signature. It was finally reacting to the clash of wills. Outside, Xiaolon watched in utter shock. How can the fluctuations be this violent? She gasped. Mo Chui immediately replied, his eyes narrowed. That brat Zhou Yi, he might be using a very special method to tame it. Inside the realm, the war soul's black aura began to disperse. Its oppressive momentum was finally fading. The spirit gazed intently at the boy. Protection, judgment, purification, unyielding tenacity. How can such intense and varied battle wills exist within one human? At last, the war soul bowed its head. I acknowledge you. You truly possess the qualifications to carry our legacy. Instantly, everything began to stabilize. The wounds on Zhou Yi's body vanished as if they never existed. Inside the weapon furnace, the helmet was fully repaired. The lotus flower in front of Mo Chui bloomed with brilliant golden light. The elder watched the scene, jaw dropped in amazement. Mo Chui, however, grinned from ear to ear. It's a success. The artifact is actively cooperating to maintain its form. Suddenly, a sharp beam of light shot straight from the helmet into the heavens. The onlookers stood frozen, too stunned to speak. One man broke the silence, his voice trembling. A phenomenon from the heavens. Our heavenly Dao sect is witnessing the birth of a legend today. The golden helmet was now flawless, gleaming with a renewed, majestic luster. It didn't wait. The helmet flew straight to Zhou Yi's side, eager to recognize its new master. The system interface flashed rapidly. War Soul Iron Helmet, restoration complete. State, perfect restoration. Spirit, fully awakened. Owner recognized. Attributes, thunder and fire body. Effect, massive increase in resistance to thunder and fire elemental damage. Ability, absorption and conversion. Synchronizes battle will with the host to extreme levels. Amplifies power and judgment of all offensive skills. Ding, hidden quest activated. Quest 2, the legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. The unyielding will, buried deep in the earth veins, beneath the dragon's spine that bears the weight of 1,000 caddies. Objective, find the unyielding armored foundation. Location, Blackrock Mountain Range. Dragon Spine Mine. Rewards await. Mo Chui looked on with pride. Good lad. You didn't just fix it. You made it submit. I have forged weapons for decades and seen countless artifacts pass through these hands, but never have I witnessed a miracle like this. Before the dust could settle, Shui-Er rushed toward him. Tell me, are you injured? Zhou Yi wiped the trail of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with intensity. I am fine. My spiritual energy is heavily drained, but the rewards, they far outweigh the cost. This success was only possible because the elders poured their very souls into aiding me. Zhou Yi bowed with profound respect, his voice steady. I am but a layman in the art of forging. For me to hoard such a treasure would be a crime against heaven, like casting a pearl into the dust. Elder Mo, please accept this as a token of my deepest sincerity. The old man froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Heavenly gold, divine crystal. Elder Mo Chui clutched the massive ore, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This was a holy material for artifact forging, a legend capable of birthing its own spirit and bestowing destiny. It could only be an S-rank divine object. To think you possess a fragment of this magnitude. This alone is enough to serve as a legendary heirloom for generations. Zhou Yi smiled warmly. And now, it belongs to you, Elder. Elder Mo caressed the treasure with trembling hands, pure ecstasy on his face. Young friend, from this day forth, if you ever require anything regarding forging, simply speak my name. Zhou Yi bowed again. Then I thank Elder Mo in advance. Elder Mo's expression turned serious as he planned the next step. With this heavenly gold divine crystal, I can stabilize the spiritual tether between you and the artifact. However, it requires the thunder flame of the Song lineage to temper it continuously for a fortnight. Half a month. Zhou Yi mused calmly. Xiaolan stepped forward, her voice resolute. Brother Yi, why don't you remain here at the Heavenly Dao sect for the duration? He turned his gaze to Qialan, shaking his head slowly. I cannot. Upon repairing the war helm, a revelation struck me, precise coordinates for the next component. Regarding the other parts, her voice trailed off. It made sense. High-tier divine artifacts often possessed a resonance, calling out to their scattered fragments. Rest assured, I leave the war helm in your capable hands. Zhou Yi smiled, a hint of apology softening his features. This is a heavy burden, Xiaolan. She beamed back at him, hiding her reluctance. Master wishes for me to reorganize the sect regardless. I cannot accompany you on this leg of the journey. Where does destiny lead you next? Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he spoke the name. The Heiyun Mountains, the Dragon Spine Mine. Xiaolan gasped. That legendary mine? The one famous for producing obsidian iron and earth vein crystals? Just then, Ling Shi and the others burst into the room. You're safe, thank heavens. Ling Feng turned to the woman beside him. Tai Xin, are you familiar with the Dragon Spine Mine? A mischievous grin spread across Tai Xian's face. Familiar? That is the domain where the mountain-suppressing martial emperor lives in seclusion. He is my adoptive father. Fei Long fell into a thoughtful silence. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor? That is a thunderous title. Is your father truly that formidable? Tizin nodded gravely. Unfathomably so. 30 years ago, he was already a fist grandmaster renowned across the central Jia continent. Her eyes dimmed with sudden sorrow. Ling Shi pressed gently. But, Tai Xin sighed. My adoptive father. 30 years ago, a catastrophic event cost him his right arm. Since that day, his temperament changed drastically. He cut ties with the world, living in absolute isolation. He rarely sees outsiders. He established an iron law. Unless the mind faces total destruction, any intruder will be forcibly removed by his own hand. Ling Feng frowned. But we aren't going there to cause trouble. We are going to humbly request a favor. Surely if we explain, he will listen? Besides, wouldn't he open the door for his own daughter's friends? Tixin shook her head sadly. Ling Feng, you don't understand him. His stubbornness is legendary. I fear we will make a wasted journey, or worse, trigger a conflict. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his aura intense. Tixin, I appreciate your concern. But this journey is not optional. I must go. If the door is locked, I will find a key. If he refuses to see me, I will create a reason he cannot ignore. Tai Xin looked at his determined face and finally smiled. True. Rules are dead. But people are alive. We march forward and deal with it when we arrive. Seeing her resolve, the tension left Tixin's shoulders, and a bright smile returned to her lips. Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. A martial emperor, maimed and hidden away. Tai Xin's hesitation suggests a wound deeper than flesh. It's not just a strange temper. There must be a profound secret buried there. But regardless of the danger, the system's mission has been issued. Failure is not an option. Elder Mo spoke up, his brow furrowed. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor. I know of him. The ore from his mine is supreme grade. But ever since he issued his isolation order, not a single stone has left that mountain. Sha Lan looked anxious. Perhaps I should send a few elders from the Heavenly Tao Sect to accompany you? With the prestige of our sect, perhaps he would be willing to negotiate? Elder Mo waved his hand dismissively. Futile. Xuan Yangzi tried to visit him years ago, offering free forging services, and was turned away at the gate. Zhou Yi placed a hand on Xiaolan's shoulder. The Heavenly Tao Sect needs you. This is your battlefield now. Stand firm here, and in the future, this entire sect will be our greatest support. The team nodded in agreement. We will head to the mine to scout the path. In half a month, bring the Soul of War and join us there. Xiaolan felt a surge of motivation. I understand, Brother Yi. Go with peace of mind. I will protect this place and master the arts I need to learn. The Heavenly Tao Sect will become your shield. In 15 days, I swear to bring the war helm to you on time. As they departed, Lingzi turned back, shouting warmly. Do your best, Lan Lan. We'll miss you. Don't just draw talismans all day, remember to eat. Xiaolan waves a warm farewell, wishing them a safe journey ahead. She reminds them to stay in touch, her eyes lingering with a mixture of hope and reluctance. But before they depart, Zhu Yi makes a covert move. With a subtle glance, he releases a mystical blue butterfly. The ethereal creature flutters forward, only to be instantly halted by an invisible barrier of light. Zhu Yi analyzes the reaction instantly. The mountain protection array is surging with boundless energy, a formidable defense. However, he spots the critical flaw at the energy transfer nodes. A tiny fracture appears in the barrier. It is the perfect opening for his void butterfly to plant a hidden spatial coordinate. He might not need it today, but a wise cultivator always prepares for the worst. If the Heavenly Tao Sect ever faces a catastrophe, or if they need a desperate escape route in the future, this secret backdoor could be their only lifeline. Meanwhile, a fire ignites within Xiaolan's soul. She vows to herself, Brother Yi, I will grow stronger, strong enough to stand by your side and crush any challenge that dares to cross our path. Time shifts. A sharp electronic beep cuts through the air, signaling their arrival at the destination. Passengers, we have arrived at the Dragon Spine Mine. Please disembark. Even as they leave, the driver chirps a cheerful request for a 5-star rating, completely oblivious to the tension hanging in the air. Ling Shi immediately feels the oppression. The atmosphere here is suffocatingly heavy, making every breath a struggle against an unseen weight pressing down on her chest. Zhu Yi's eyes narrow as he scans the area. For a mine of this massive scale, the silence is deafening. There are no miners in sight, and the usual roar of machinery is replaced by a ghostly stillness. Tai Xin takes the lead, her expression grim as she points toward the looming structures. That lies ahead. That is where my foster father lives. Stay close to me, and keep your voices down, she commands, trying to protect them. I will handle the situation. She steps forward to take charge, but suddenly, Zhu Yi moves faster than lightning. He grabs Tixin's hand and violently yanks her back before she can take another step into the danger zone.